Chapter 1, Marry Me or I'll Die. Yitian, we were betrothed as children 10 years ago, and we joined the Luoxian sect together 7 years ago. Now I am the high and mighty direct disciple of the sect leader, while you are just a menial servant of the outer sect. Today is the selection of the sect's holy maiden, and I am determined to win. You must know that to become a holy maiden, one must choose a male disciple as a Taoist partner, but we already have a marriage contract, so. The main peak of the Luoxian sect, the martial arts arena. Yi Tian gazed at the girl before him, her beauty captivating him. The young girl, dressed in a flowing, azure blue fairy dress, possessed exquisite features, graceful posture, and an ethereal, otherworldly aura. She is none other than Su Yanran, the most popular and favored daughter of the Luoxian sect. However, no one in the entire sect knew that Su Yanran actually had another identity, Yi Tian's fiancée. From Yi Tian's perspective, Su Yanran seems to feel that there is too much of a gap in their social statuses, and she clearly wants to annul the engagement and marry someone else. Today is the once-in-a-decade Holy Maiden selection ceremony of the fallen immortal sect. Thousands of female disciples from the entire sect are competing to select 100 holy maidens, who must also choose their Taoist partners from among the male disciples on the spot. The chosen partner of the top-ranked holy maiden will become a holy son, directly becoming the sect leader's closed-door disciple. The reason for this melodramatic plot is, it's just that the cultivation path of the fallen immortal sect is quite special, requiring male and female disciples to grow together and harmonize yin and yang in order to achieve perfect cultivation. So-called. Below the golden core realm, husbands respect their wives. Above the golden core realm, a wife relies on her husband. Therefore, this grand event was extremely attractive to all the male disciples of the sect, but Yi Tian was clearly not among them. When Yi Tian first entered the sect, he became an ordinary water-carrying disciple because of his talent. Now, 10 years have passed, and he has barely broken through to the first level of qi refining after working hard day and night. His progress is slow, and he is still a handyman disciple who carries water. They just carried the water a little faster. He once fantasized that he was a genius among geniuses, 1 in 10,000, and could become an immortal and ancestor in the fallen immortal sect. But 10 years have worn down his hopes compared to fantasy. The bucket on his shoulder is more realistic. Yi Tian had already carried 5 vats of water that morning. If he carried 5 more, he could rest today. However, he learned from the steward that as long as he went to attend today's ceremony, the vice-sect leader would grant him an extra qi refining pill as a reward, so he put down the bucket and prepared to go to attend the ceremony. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he ran into Su Yanran, and this melodramatic annulment drama unfolded. However, given his current status, he is indeed not worthy of Su Yanran. Fine. Since you want to annul the engagement, I'll agree. So. Su Yanran emphasized her words, her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Yi Tian as she spoke. Therefore, after I become the holy maiden, you only have 2 choices. First, fulfill your marriage contract and marry me. Second. I understand. Yi Tian shrugged, looking helpless. I choose option 2. What? Yi Tian suddenly noticed that Su Yanran was clenching her fists and glaring at him with hatred. So you're saying you'd rather die than marry me? What did you say? I'll marry you? Yi Tian stared at Su Yanran in disbelief. You, Yi Tian. I never imagined that in just a few years, you would have completely forgotten our engagement. But let me tell you, you are mine in life and in death. And now, you have no say in this. On our wedding night, I will kill you. After saying that, Su Yanran gave Yi Tian a cold glare and turned to leave. Yi Tian was left standing there, looking completely bewildered. Who I am? Where am I? What just happened? Yi Tian patted his head. She hasn't contacted me since I joined the sect. She clearly dislikes me. So what's going on? Sunset. 100 holy maidens ascended into the air. The grand competition had ended. With Yi Tian feeling uneasy, the selection process for the holy maiden's husband officially began. Please welcome Lin Shi, ranked 100th, to announce her chosen holy son's Dao companion. The deputy sect leader's voice echoed once more. Among the many beautiful and charming saintesses, a pretty and charming female cultivator in a pink dress stepped out. The holy maiden of Lin Shi pointed and uttered a name with a slightly shy air. I chose Zheng Qingyuan. Zheng Qingyuan, whom she had chosen, was in a VIP seat far away from Yi Tian. Dressed in magnificent robes, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, Zheng Qingyuan stood up. A purple spiritual sword appeared beneath his feet, and he soared into the sky to meet the holy maiden Lin Shi. His clothes are probably worth 1,000 chi refining pills. Yi Tian glanced at it and pondered in his heart. This senior brother Zhang is the grandson of Vice Sect Master Zhang. He is highly regarded by Vice Sect Master Zhang and is expected to inherit his mantle. Envious whispers arose from those around them. Turns out he's a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Yi Tian understood. Next up, Saintess Luo Fengli. The first couple, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, successfully joined hands, and Vice Sect Master Zhang continued to shout. As Vice Sect Master Zhang's voice fell, another beautiful Saintess stepped out, overlooking the entire martial arts arena, her gaze landing precisely on one person. I chose Xiao Fan. Luo Fengli said a name. Xiao Fan was also in the VIP seats. Although he looked unremarkable, he had a calm demeanor, and even from halfway across the martial arts arena, one could feel the powerful fluctuations of his magical energy. The number one prodigy among the disciples of this generation of our Luo Xian sect. Someone gasped in surprise. Vice Sect Master Zhang, I also want to choose Xiao Fan. Just then, the third Saintess hurriedly stepped forward. Me too. Not just two, but soon 7 more Saintesses emerged. 7 holy maidens vying for one man. Xiao Fan truly lives up to his title as the number one prodigy. Even several of the top 10 holy maidens are smitten with him. Everyone's eyes were red with envy. Seeing that the 7 holy maidens were arguing endlessly, Vice Sect Master Zhang finally decided that they would have to compete in another round to vie for Xiao Fan. Just as the holy maidens on the stage were fighting fiercely for Xiao Fan, a murmur reached Yi Tian's ears. Ha! Wasn't Su Yanran the winner of this holy maiden competition? Why didn't she choose Xiao Fan? Could it be that Saintess Su has someone she loves? Impossible. I am an inner disciple. Saintess Su has been in seclusion for 7 years since joining the sect. She has never had any contact with other men. How could she possibly have someone she loves? Is that the person Saintess Su is looking for, someone stronger than Xiao Fan? Among those of the same generation within the sect, who could be stronger than Xiao Fan? Yes, I wonder what Saintess Su is thinking. Saintess Su is exceptionally beautiful and is arguably the most outstanding person in the sect in 1,000 years. She must be confident and have her own plans. After hearing this, Yi Tian got goosebumps all over his body. This crazy woman, she wouldn't actually choose herself, would she? Saintess Su has seen me. Suddenly, cheers erupted in the square. Because this time, Su Yanran, the number 1 ranked Saintess of the fallen immortal sect, has started choosing a husband. Su Yanran ascended to the sky on her sword and stood in mid-air. Descending from the sky, like a celestial being, overlooking the entire training ground. The thousands of male disciples from the outer sect blushed instantly upon being within sight, their excitement beyond measure. The male disciples sitting in the VIP seats were also eager to try. Amidst the intense gaze of everyone, Su Yanran slightly shifted her lotus-like eyes and parted her crimson lips to speak. I chose Yi Tian. Upon hearing this, all the disciples present fell silent. Who is Yi Tian? Even the elders from various halls who came to observe the ceremony in the VIP seats looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Xiao Fan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but open them and stare intently at the beautiful figure in the center of the training ground. Who is Yi Tian? Please ascend to the heavenly palace. After waiting for a moment, Vice Sect Master Zhang repeated the name Su Yanran had given him. But no one showed up at the entire training ground. Wow! Finally, Su Yanran moved, her graceful figure fluttering like a butterfly as she landed on the martial arts arena. Faced with this stunning beauty, the ordinary disciples instinctively stepped back, not daring to offend her. I have come to find you. Su Yanran stood in front of an ordinary-looking servant disciple. That's Yi Tian? The disciples around him thought for a while before they remembered the man's name. Saintess Su, you actually chose a menial disciple. Wait. Saintess Su, are you mistaken? Yi Tian gave a dry laugh. I am a congenitally useless person, someone who can only reach the first level of chi refining in 10 years. I am from a completely different world from you. Let bygones be bygones. And Yi Tian looked around and saw thousands of male disciples staring straight at him, their killing intent undisguised. Marrying a saintess requires strength. There have been examples in the sect of women who were strong and men who were weak, all because of true love, but what was the result? The male disciples either mysteriously disappeared or died from chi deviation and physical explosion. So you still want to refuse? Su Yanran frowned, her expression cold and aloof, but she looked even more beautiful. I. Just as Yi Tian was about to answer, a clear female voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have met the conditions for rejecting the Holy Maiden and activated the Taoist Companion Affection Value System. From now on, for each new Taoist partner with an appearance score of 90 or higher and a favorability rating of 60 or higher, you can bind them and receive corresponding rewards. When the favorability rating exceeds 90, a corresponding treasure exchange shop will be unlocked. The level of the items that can be exchanged increases with the strength of the host. When favorability exceeds 100, treasure exchange bonuses are doubled, and cultivation speed is automatically increased tenfold. At present. Su Yanran, appearance, 98, favorability. Note, oh dear, host, how did you manage to drop her favorability rating from 70 to 0? Chapter 2, Sincerity is the Ultimate Weapon, bound successfully. Affection System? The sudden sound startled Yi Tian. Are you still hesitating? Su Yanran's beautiful eyes grew increasingly cold. Being stared at like that, Yi Tian felt completely flustered. I still vividly remember what Su Yanran said earlier. If you disagree, you'll die now. If you agree, you can wait until your wedding night to die. After much deliberation, Yi Tian was forced to make a choice. I agree. If I agree first, at least I can live a little longer. Vice Sect Master Zhang, Yi Tian has agreed. Yi Tian's voice wasn't loud, so Su Yanran repeated it on purpose. I am aware that Su Yanran, the number one in the Saintess sequence, has chosen Yi Tian, a menial disciple, as her Taoist partner. Vice Sect Master Zhang reacted, and his voice, amplified by his powerful magic, resounded throughout the entire training ground. The news spread quickly, and the training grounds were immediately abuzz with excitement. Why? How can a menial disciple become a Taoist couple with the Holy Maiden? The ordinary disciples were insanely jealous. We, the prodigies of the fallen immortal sect, are inferior to that menial disciple in terms of strength and talent. Tianjiao, sitting in the VIP section, was furious. If those gazes could kill, Yi Tian would already be torn to pieces. Fortunately, I am now Su Yanran's Taoist partner, so at least they won't dare to openly kill me. Yi Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With his Qi refining stage 1 strength, each of these people could crush him if they released a single burst of magical power. Come with me. Su Yanran remained expressionless, waved her hand, and a burst of magical power enveloped Yi Tian, taking him back to the sky. A sequence of 100 saintesses, together with the saints they have chosen. Everyone seemed to be getting along very well, except for Yi Tian and Su Yanran. Being thrust into the limelight put Yi Tian under immense pressure. After 7 years apart, Su Yanran still has a 70% positive feeling towards me. However, the favorability rating has dropped to 0 again. If I want to survive, I need to find a way to increase Su Yanran's favorability rating. Yi Tian glanced at Su Yanran out of the corner of his eye, thinking to himself. Vice Sect Leader Zhang waved his sleeve and announced. This grand ceremony has officially concluded. This Su Yanran actually chose a lowly servant disciple who belongs to the same Saintess sequence as her. She is simply disgracing us. As soon as the ceremony ended, the remaining Saintesses left with their chosen partners, looking rather disdainful. Despite being ridiculed by everyone, Su Yanran remained unfazed, her magical power flowing as she prepared to take Yi Tian away from this place. Etc. Yi Tian quickly spoke up. Is there anything else? Su Yanran turned her head and frowned. Let me go back, I still have Qi refining pills to collect. Yi Tian shrugged and said. Qi refining pills? I have as many as you want. Su Yanran didn't take it to heart. You don't lack it, but I do. This is money I earned myself, so why shouldn't I take it? Standing side by side with Su Yanran, Yi Tian remained steadfast. In the end, Yi Tian returned to the training ground and found the servant he had previously worked with. Steward, my Qi refining pill. Yi Tian reached out to ask for it. Yi Tian, you have already become Saintess Su's Taoist partner. After the wedding, according to the sect's principles, you will become the holy son of our sect in one fell swoop. What's missing is this Qi refining pill? The steward secretly glanced at the icy Su Yanran and couldn't help but ask. The Qi refining pills had been prepared long ago, and a porcelain bottle fell into Yi Tian's hands. Then, Su Yanran used her magic to lift Yi Tian into the air once more, disappearing into the distance amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Are we heading to Su Yanran's cave? Yi Tian recognized the direction and his eyelids twitched. According to Su Yenran, once he went to her cave, he would definitely not be able to escape, and the day of his wedding night would be his death day. Yenran, it's been 7 years since we last met, hasn't it? Yi Tian scratched his head and asked with an embarrassed smile. 7 years, 2 months, and 6 days. Su Yenran glanced at Yi Tian and replied indifferently. You remember so clearly? But how come her feelings for me have dropped to 0? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian became even more curious. I know we were previously engaged, but you are now a high-ranking Saintess. Do you know what situation I've been in all these years? Yi Tian looked up at Su Yenran. I really don't know. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yenran shook her head. In that case, why don't we go to my place first? Yi Tian made the suggestion. Lead the way. Perhaps because of their past engagement, Su Yenran agreed to Yi Tian's proposal. Yi Tian, a mere servant disciple, lived in an extremely simple thatched hut, where multiple people shared the same room. It was only because he had been a disciple for many years that he was able to have a room to himself. However, Yi Tian was quite diligent, so the thatched hut was relatively clean. Have you been living here all these years? Su Yenran stood inside the room, her radiant face standing out starkly against the dilapidated surroundings. Among the menial disciples, having a single thatched hut is already considered the best treatment. Yi Tian offered an explanation. You. Su Yenran parted her lips slightly, but hesitated to speak. Ding. Congratulations, host. Su Yenran's favorability has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 10. At that moment, a system notification sound suddenly appeared. It really worked. Yi Tian was overjoyed. He was just a lowly disciple, penniless, while Su Yenran was now a holy maiden. It was impossible to win Su Yenran over with material things, so Yi Tian came up with a solution: sincerity. Both of them held high positions in the mortal world, belonging to wealthy and powerful families. Otherwise, neither of them would have been qualified to enter the Luo Xian sect. But now, the gap between the two is like heaven and earth. I'm taking my belongings with me. Yi Tian said something and then went about his business. He hid spirit stones in every corner of the thatched hut, and even in a hidden rat hole, he stuffed half a spirit stone inside. Finally, he placed a total of 8.5 spirit stones, plus a bottle of qi refining pills, on the wooden table. They're all here. Yi Tian took out his bundle, put the things inside, and muttered to himself. Ding. Su Yenran's favorability has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 20. Although Su Yenran was not paying attention, the system notification appeared again. Behind Yi Tian, Su Yenran stared at his back, pursing her lips, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. Since she remembered her fiancé, she naturally still had feelings for Yi Tian. But she only learned today that Yi Tian was living in such dire straits at the fallen immortal sect. I'm a little hungry, are you hungry? Yi Tian put on the bundle and asked again. Su Yenran avoided Yi Tian's gaze and shook her head. Then I'll cook for myself. Yi Tian left the thatched hut with practiced ease and went to the river where he fetched water. As usual, Yi Tian quickly caught 2 spirit fish, returned to the thatched hut, and lit a fire to roast them. All of this was observed by Su Yenran. Even in the mortal world, with his family's wealth, he wouldn't need to work so hard. Su Yenran thought to herself. Su Yenran's favorability has increased by 10 points, current favorability, 30. The prompt appears again. Sincerity is indeed the ultimate weapon. Yi Tian, having completed his plan, struck while the iron was hot and said, Do you remember when we were little? The usually aloof Su Yenran, like a melting iceberg, started chatting with Yi Tian about the past. Afterwards, Yi Tian took Su Yenran to the water fetching room. Su Yenran's favorability has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 60. Bite. Su Yenran's favorability has reached 60, binding successful. Host's first bound Taoist partner, rewarding you with a newbie gift pack. As darkness fell, the system notification sounded again. Chapter 3, Newbie Gift Pack, The Dying Man. I will come to see you again tomorrow. Back at the thatched hut, Su Yenran left a storage bag and departed from the servant's peak with Xianfeng. Su Yenran used to have a 70% favorability rating towards me, which is why it was so easy to restore it to 60%. Yi Tian watched Su Yenran's retreating figure and thought to himself. This set of sincere and deadly techniques was tailor-made for Su Yenran. If it were any other Saintess, she probably wouldn't even glance at him, let alone try to increase her favorability towards him. However, after his favorability rating reached 60, Su Yenran's attitude towards him changed significantly. Previously, all I wanted to do was bring him back to my cave. But now, Su Yenran didn't know how to face Yi Tian, so she left alone. In that case, at least Su Yenran shouldn't try to kill me. Yi Tian touched his nose, took the storage bag, and returned to the thatched hut. Saintess Su left this boy a storage bag. Yi Tian didn't notice that someone on the mountainside in the distance had witnessed Su Yenran leaving. Inside the thatched hut, Yi Tian mobilized his magic power and opened the storage bag, and immediately a dense spiritual energy, so dense it was visible to the naked eye, emanated from it. As the sect leader's last disciple, Su Yenran has no shortage of resources. Therefore, this storage bag contains 200 spirit stones, and each one contains extremely rich spiritual energy and emits a faint white light. In comparison, the 8.5 spirit stones that Yi Tian had saved up through frugality were like unremarkable, dull stones. 200 spirit stones are equivalent to 40 chi refining pills. Is this the benefit of clinging to the Saintess's coattails? Yi Tian held the storage bag and muttered to himself. According to his previous monthly allowance, he earned 2.5 spirit stones a month. It would take him 6.5 years of not cultivating to accumulate that amount of spirit stones. With these spirit stones, I should have a chance to break through to the second level of chi refining. Yi Tian happily put the spirit stones away again. There's also a newbie gift pack from the system. Before Su Yenran left, Yi Tian remembered the system's prompt. Do you want to open the new player gift pack? Activate. Upon seeing the system's notification, Yi Tian's mind stirred. Host has activated the newbie gift pack. Congratulations on obtaining 1% of your Dao companion Su Yenran's cultivation. Congratulations on obtaining a Tier 1 high-grade spiritual weapon, a 100 refined sword. Upon opening the gift pack, a notification appeared, and an extremely pure spiritual energy materialized within Yi Tian's meridians. A direct reward of cultivation points? Yi Tian was quite surprised. He then quickly sat cross-legged on the bed, adopting the 5 hearts facing the sky posture, and began to absorb the external spiritual energy. He was previously at the first level of chi refining, and the meridians in his body were like dripping mountain spring water. This spiritual energy, however, was like a surging stream, constantly impacting his body. What is Su Yenran's cultivation level now? Just 1% of her cultivation level, and she's already this powerful? Yi Tian persisted, his curiosity piqued. Su Yenran, the Taoist companion, is currently at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. Sensing Yi Tian's thoughts, the system responded. As expected of the sect leader's last disciple. Comparing his own cultivation level to the first level of chi refining, Yi Tian sighed. However, as spiritual energy was converted into magical energy, Yi Tian's cultivation level began to rise rapidly. Buzz. The spiritual energy rippled outwards as Yi Tian broke through to the second level of chi refining, followed by the 3rd level, and then the 4th level. Yi Tian was immersed in the breakthrough, experiencing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. An hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Peak of the 6th level of chi refining. Yi Tian opened his eyes and realized that his strength had undergone a tremendous change. They've actually advanced 5 levels. With his hands clenched tightly, feeling the surging magical power within his body, Yi Tian felt as if he were about to ascend to immortality. But he knew very well that the chi refining stage was still a long way from becoming a true immortal. This is just an illusion caused by the rapid increase in strength. Not only has my strength improved, but my foundation is also far stronger than before. This is only 1% of Su Yenran's cultivation level. Once the favorability rating reaches 90, the system shop will be unlocked, and there will definitely be more opportunities then. Yi Tian opened the system panel again, full of anticipation. After adapting to his current level, Yi Tian silently recited. Take out the 100 refined sword. Buzz. With a flash of light, a 5-foot-long spirit sword with a dark, gleaming blade appeared in Yi Tian's hand. The 100 refined sword, forged from black copper through countless hammerings, it can cut through iron like mud and can even break through the magical power of cultivators at the same chi refining stage. Holding the sword hilt, Yi Tian saw the effectiveness of this 100 refined sword. Breaking through magic? No wonder it's a newbie gift from the system. Yi Tian's face lit up with joy. For cultivators in the chi refining stage, their greatest reliance is their own magical power. With the enhancement of magical power, they can crush ordinary martial artists with every move. This sword can be said to be completely effective against cultivators in the chi refining stage. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the thatched house. Who? Yi Tian quickly put the 100 refined sword back into the system space and asked. Yi Tian, it's me, Lu Tong. A deep male voice came from outside the door. Lu Tong from the grass cutting hall? Yi Tian immediately remembered the identity of the person who had come. The servant disciples had many tasks, including fetching water, cutting grass, and starting fires. This Lu Tong is from the grass cutting hall. He is over 40 years old and his cultivation level is at the 3rd level of chi refining. Brother Lu, what brings you to my thatched hut so late at night? Yi Tian asked through the door. Yi Tian, don't play dumb. Everyone on the miscellaneous service peak knows that you've latched onto Saintess Su's coattails. When I was mowing the lawn, I saw that Saintess Su had left behind a storage bag. Now it's just the two of us, so you'd better take out your storage bag and give me half of the resources inside. In the dead of night, Lu Tong lowered his voice and said. He then used his magic to forcefully break open the wooden door. You want resources? Aren't you afraid that if Saintess Su finds out, she'll cause you trouble? Looking at Lu Tong's fierce and malicious face, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and asked. Others may not know, but I've heard about it. Our fallen immortal sect, besides the dual cultivation path, also has a ruthless path that severs the bond between cultivation partners to clear one's heart. The reason why Saintess Su has taken a liking to you must be to cultivate the path of heartlessness. By then, Saintess Su will have already killed you, so why would she care about a storage bag? Lu Tong chuckled twice, staring at the storage bag on the bed with greed in his eyes. The way of heartlessness? Could this be the reason why Su Yanran's affection for me dropped to 0? Yi Tian guessed. Stop struggling. If others hear this, you won't even have half of the resources left. You are a dying man. Leave these resources to me. Even after you die, people will still remember you. As Lu Tong spoke, he channeled his magic power and reached straight for the storage bag. When Su Yanran left, Lu Tong actually saw her. Yi Tian kept thinking. Contrary to Lu Tong's guess, Su Yanran is unlikely to kill him now. And Lu Tong actually came to forcibly seize his resources in the middle of the night. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi Tian used his magic power to grab Lu Tong's hand. You were clearly only at the 1st level of chi refining. When did you break through to the 6th level of chi refining? Lu Tong's smile froze as he sensed Yi Tian's even more powerful magical energy, and he asked incredulously. Brother Yi, it was a moment of impulse on my part. I apologize for offending you tonight. Having discovered Yi Tian's strength, Lu Tong smiled broadly and tried to leave the thatched hut. If I let him go, my strength will be exposed, and then there will definitely be even more powerful people who want to uncover my secrets. In the darkness, a fierce glint appeared in Yi Tian's eyes. With the magical power of the 6th level of chi refining flowing within his body, Yi Tian's mind stirred, and the 100 refined sword appeared in his hand. Sizzle! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh rang out. The 100 refined sword, with its blade capable of cutting through iron like mud, instantly pierced through Lu Tong's protective magic power at the 3rd level of chi refining and pierced through Lu Tong's heart from behind. You! Lu Tong faced the wooden door, his body crashing to the ground. If you have someone to blame, blame your greed. Yi Tian's voice rang out. Chapter 4, The Witch's Night Raid, Planting a Love Poison. With Su Yanran around, killing Lu Tong is nothing. But what should I say if she asks me about it tomorrow? Yi Tian carried the body outside the door, lost in thought. If you ask. I took out the 100 refined sword and said it was a stroke of luck that I found on the mountain. Lu Tong wanted to seize resources, so I was forced to fight back with the 100 refined sword. Given Su Yanran's affection for me, she certainly wouldn't suspect anything. After thinking it over, Yi Tian had a solution. Wow! Suddenly, another surge of magical power attacked Yi Tian's neck from behind. Besides, Yi Tianxin felt a chill. Moreover, the magical power behind him is even stronger than Lu Tong's. Becoming Taoist partners with Su Yanran is indeed a huge problem. With a thought, Yi Tian's 100 refined sword reappeared in his hand. Whoosh! He swept his sword horizontally, and the magical power that was faintly transforming into chains was instantly annihilated by the power of breaking the magic. The 100 refined sword can break through the mana of the same level of chi refining stage cultivator. This person's strength exceeds the 6th level of chi refining. Seeing this, Yi Tian became even more vigilant. Even so, with the 100 refined sword in hand, Yi Tian activated his Qi refining level 6 power, and his opponent could not do anything to him in a short time. Bang! The two men's magical powers clashed, resulting in a draw. At this moment, Yi Tian saw the person clearly. This person was wearing a wide black robe, and his head was also covered by the cloak. The magic power he exuded carried a trace of darkness. A demonic cultivator. And his strength is probably at the 9th level of Qi refining. Yi Tian confirmed the identity of the person who came. The chaotic magical power emanating from it was completely different from his own, clearly indicating that he was a demonic cultivator. With that kind of attire, he must be a demonic cultivator who secretly infiltrated the fallen immortal sect to investigate. Luckily, my strength has increased dramatically, otherwise I would surely be dead today. Yi Tian felt fortunate. With the help of the 100 refined sword, he could dissipate some of the opponent's magical power, making him a match even for someone at the 9th level of Qi refining. Stop! After unleashing 5 moves in succession, the demonic cultivator suddenly took 3 steps back and let out a low shout. To Yi Tian's surprise, the voice was clear and melodious, and the demonic cultivator in front of him was actually a woman. The female demon cultivator must also die. Lu Tong's death can just be pinned on her. Yi Tian's murderous intent surged. I said stop. Seeing that Yi Tian still refused to give up, the female demon cultivator actually took off her cloak. It was an absolutely beautiful face, with bright eyes and white teeth, sparkling with life, and her eyes, like autumn water, reflected Yi Tian's figure. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as cream. For a moment, Yi Tian was slightly taken aback. In the face of this unparalleled beauty, even the moonlight seemed to dim. Her appearance is comparable to Su Yanran's, and she may even be more charming. Having seen the world, Yi Tian thought to himself, and his gaze quickly returned to clarity. However, what puzzled him was why such a stunningly beautiful female demon cultivator would be sent to the fallen immortal sect. Take this. The female demon's pretty face was flushed with an unnatural blush as she reached out and took out a pill that was interwoven with black and white. Yi Tian remained unmoved, looking at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. They were fighting to the death just now, and now they're letting him eat pills indiscriminately. Did they really think that their stunning beauty would make people willingly die? After taking this, I will give myself to you today. Seeing that Yi Tian did not react, the female demon cultivator's eyes welled up with tears, and she gently bit her lips. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Yi Tian sneered. The female demon cultivator before them was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, and her words were indeed alluring, but who would believe her in this situation? This is a love potion, not a deadly poison. I am the daughter of the Xianin sect master. I was harmed by villains, my Dao foundation was sealed, and that's why I ended up here. That villain obtained the bone corroding powder from who knows where, and it can only be broken by sharing a bed with a person of the opposite sex. Only if you take this poison can I rest assured that you will not harm me. Similarly, once my strength is restored, I will not harm you either. The female demon cultivator explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian wavered slightly. This woman's beauty alone is enough to captivate everyone. If the goal were to infiltrate the fallen immortal sect, there would be no need to send her. So what she said is probably true. Love gu, divided into yin and yang gu, this is the yang gu. If the person who takes the love gu tries to kill the other, they will also die from excruciating internal injuries. With a thought, Yi Tian used the detection ability that came with the system. Love gu is divided into yin and yang, but where is the yin gu? Yi Tian began to question him. The yin gu is here, I will take it. The female demon cultivator's eyes flickered slightly, and she took out another similar pill and swallowed it. She then opened her red lips to show Yi Tian that she had indeed swallowed the pill. I have already ingested the yin gu. If you refuse to take this yang gu, if I die today, I will take you down with me. The female demon cultivator's eyes were moist, but filled with murderous intent. The person who plotted to ambush her, going to such lengths to find the bone-corroding powder, must have ill intentions and is still hunting her down. Her Dao foundation was sealed. Although she escaped using a secret technique, she will be found soon. If we delay any longer, it's better to perish together with Yi Tian than to be captured. I will take it. Yi Tian had just used the system to investigate and confirmed that the female demon cultivator had indeed ingested yin gu. If it weren't for the system, he definitely wouldn't have believed the female demon cultivator. However, there is indeed no other way at the moment. Since this female demon cultivator was once at the foundation establishment stage, she must have a way to kill him. This love potion is actually a way out. Yang-gu, after ingestion, the user must not have sexual intercourse with any woman other than the Yin-gu host, otherwise, the yang energy will erupt, damaging the dantian and rendering the user a cripple. After receiving the Yang-gu, Yi Tian saw another system notification. Then I can't be with Su Yenran. Upon seeing the notification, Yi Tian was dumbfounded. What are you still hesitating about? Seeing Yi Tian hesitate, the female demon cultivator produced a jet black conch shell. Even with Yi Tian's chi refining level 6 strength, seeing that conch shell actually made his heart pound with fear. Danger! Yi Tian knew very well that the female demon cultivator's talk of mutual destruction was definitely not a joke. Moreover, her eyes were now filled with tenderness, her pretty face was flushed, and she was captivating. The female demon cultivator should be unable to resist the effects of the bone-corroding powder any longer. Left with no other choice, Yi Tian had to take the Yang-gu. The Yang-gu melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a scorching medicinal power that permeated his limbs and bones. Aside from feeling extremely hot all over, the biggest change was that he seemed to be able to vaguely sense the presence of the female demon cultivator. Come in. Yi Tian ingested the Yang-gu, and the female demon cultivator sensed it as well. She put away the conch shell, reached out her delicate hand, and led him into the thatched hut. Inside the dimly lit thatched hut, only a few rays of moonlight shone down. The black cloak slipped off, revealing an endless expanse of delicate, snow-white skin that filled Yi Tian's eyes, giving him a feast for the eyes. The female demon cultivator was like a jade statue, her beauty otherworldly. Gulp! Yi Tian's throat bobbed as he offered to help. Snort! With a soft groan, the stunningly beautiful woman collapsed onto Yi Tian. I never imagined that my first woman would be a witch. Yi Tian, surrounded by gentle pleasures, sighed inwardly. The night is long, and the good times are too short. The female demon cultivator waved her hand and threw out an array plate, silencing the sounds inside the thatched hut and plunging the long night into silence. Chapter 5, Departure, Hidden Killing Intent. Rand Siley, appearance, 99, favorability, 30, notes, a witch is unrestrained, daring to hate and daring to love. The thatched hut fell silent again, and Yi Tian noticed that in the system, besides Su Yenran, there was another line of information. Looks 99, even slightly better than Su Yenran. Yi Tian was extremely surprised. Su Yenran's appearance score of 98 is already as beautiful as a fairy, enough to make everyone in the Luoxian sect admire her. However, this witch's appearance was even more beautiful than Su Yenran's in the system. At this moment, Rand Siley sat up, and the fluctuations of her magical power had somehow returned to the foundation establishment stage. He then took out new clothes from his storage magic item. Seeing her flawless, white back, Yi Tian's heart stirred, and he wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind again, saying, Are you saying you don't recognize me just because I mentioned her skirt? Yi Tian's words almost made Rand Siley laugh in anger. With her looks, if it weren't for the bone-corroding powder and the fact that Yi Tian was the only one with decent looks on this miscellaneous servant peak, she would never have given Yi Tian such an easy time. And yet, he actually said something like that. Rand Siley, remember my name. Rand Siley pushed Yi Tian's hand away and said her name. However, Yi Tian, having tasted the sweetness, still couldn't keep his hands still wandering. I can already sense that a woman with the aura of foundation establishment is rapidly approaching. Rand Siley said it again. A woman's foundation establishment aura? Yi Tian paused. Then, in a flash, Rand Siley appeared in a light purple dress, standing gracefully before the bed, saying with a half-smile. What? Are you afraid I'll kill you now? Before Yi Tian could answer, she turned around and said. Although I am a demonic cultivator, I keep my word, and the love potion is genuine. Hurry up and put on your clothes, don't embarrass yourself. Yi Tian had this intention, so he rummaged through the wooden box, took out a change of clothes, and quickly put them on. He knew, of course, that the love potion was real. But that foundation establishment female cultivator is most likely Su Yenran. Given her personality, if she discovers the two of them, her favorability towards them will definitely drop to 0 again, and she will kill them both. The villain who plotted against me is also a member of the fallen immortal sect. Take this ghost sound conch. Use your magic power to activate it. It can kill cultivators below the first level of foundation establishment. It can also withstand attacks from cultivators at the second level of foundation establishment. So that if you die at the hands of others, it won't implicate me. After Yi Tian changed his clothes, Rand Siley tossed him the black conch shell she had been holding and said, "Rand Siley has regained her strength. Those who are hunting her down will definitely know what happened. They might kill me out of anger and embarrassment." Yi Tian held the black conch shell and glanced at the black cloak spread on the bed, which had a blooming blood plum blossom on it. This ghost sound conch was left to him by Rand Siley to deal with trouble. Whoosh! Noticing Yi Tian's gaze, Rand Siley's expression became somewhat unnatural. She instantly stuffed the black cloak and scattered clothes into her storage magic item. Furthermore, after ingesting the yang gu, if you have any further affairs with other ordinary women, your dantian will definitely be damaged, your magic power will leak out, and you will become a cripple. Rand Siley added another sentence. Since you've taken the yang gu, does that mean you can't? Yi Tian stared at her pretty face and asked. You, a lowly servant disciple of the fallen immortal sect, dare to point fingers at this witch? Rand Siley crossed her arms, gave a light snort, and said disdainfully. But then she changed the subject, raising an eyebrow as she said, "The love potion is very troublesome to deal with. If you don't die, after I, the witch, flatten the fallen immortal sect, I can reward you with the position of a male concubine." She really is a witch. Yi Tian thought to himself. Having lived in the Luoxian sect for many years, he wouldn't believe in the idea of fading away, especially since this was a witch. However, he was certain that Rand Siley was also unable to escape the influence of the love potion for the time being. Rand Siley was his first woman, and he was also Rand Siley's first man. Until we meet again. Rand Siley glanced outside the door, her expression changed slightly, and she wrapped herself in a new cloak before disappearing into the night. Before leaving, he closed the door behind him. This is Yi Tian. In less than a breath, a familiar exclamation came from outside the door. It was Su Yenran. Yenran. Yi Tian, having changed his clothes, quickly opened the door. If he doesn't come out, Su Yenran might break down the door in a panic when she sees the corpse at the door. Although Rand Siley had clothes with her, there was still an ambiguous atmosphere in the room. If Su Yenran found out, it would be all over. Thank goodness you're safe and sound. Su Yenran's dress swayed, like a fairy descending to earth, as she landed in front of Yi Tian. Then, the two of them looked at the corpse on the ground. This is Lu Tong from Chukatang. I heard him knocking on the door outside last night, and then suddenly he went silent. After a long time, I opened the door a crack and saw him lying on the ground. Yi Tian feigned fear as he spoke. I'm late. Tonight, a demonic cultivator broke into the sect, and a demoness escaped. This person was probably killed by that witch. Su Yenran had no doubts and naturally attributed Lu Tong's death to Rand Siley. An eyesore. Su Yenran waved her hand and used her magic to roll up the blood-stained dust on the ground, along with Lu Tong's corpse, into a mound. Fortunately, you hid inside the house, and the witch was in a hurry to escape, so she didn't harm you. After doing all this, Su Yenran looked at Yi Tian and said with relief. She filled in the blanks herself, saving Yi Tian the effort of continuing to fabricate stories. Call out. The sound of something cutting through the air came again from the sky. A man wearing a half-silver mask appeared above the miscellaneous service peak, leading a group of cultivators from the enforcement peak. Junior Sister Su, what are you doing at the miscellaneous service peak? Could it be that they've discovered the witch's whereabouts? As a fellow Foundation establishment cultivator, the man sensed Su Yenran's presence and quickly rushed over to ask what was wrong. I was worried about Yi Tian when the demonic cultivators broke into the sect, so I rushed here. However, that witch did appear here, and it seems that she has recovered her cultivation, but her whereabouts are unknown. Su Yenran replied in a cool voice. She treated every man the same way, except for Yi Tian. I heard that Junior Sister Su has found a handyman disciple to be her Taoist partner. I initially thought that someone was deliberately trying to smear my junior sister, but I never expected it to be true. In that case, I won't disturb Junior Sister Su any longer. Let's go. The man glanced at Yi Tian, then led his men away. Wait, dispose of this body. Su Yenran pointed to the mound of earth and said. Take away. The man had no choice but to give the order. Since it was Su Yenran who spoke, he dared not ask about the cause of death of the corpse. That senior brother is named Zhao Rong, and he is the eldest disciple of the enforcement peak. 3 years ago, he was disfigured in a major battle against the demonic sect and could only cover his face with a silver mask. That's why he hated demonic cultivators so much. I received information that he seems to have left a pawn in the demonic sect and knew about their actions in advance. However, I did not participate and do not know the details. After everyone left with the body, Su Yenran told Yi Tian what she knew. The eldest disciple of the enforcement peak? And her face was disfigured, no wonder. Yi Tian understood the ins and outs of the matter. Zhao Rong harbored resentment and laid a trap, even finding the bone-corroding powder, but in the end, it benefited Yi Tian. Zhao Rong's last look at me was filled with murderous intent. Yenran said that Ran Sili has recovered her cultivation, he must be suspicious of me. Yi Tian memorized Zhao Rong's name. Even if he were replaced by Zhao Rong, he certainly wouldn't let himself off the hook. Not to mention, the other party was the top disciple of the enforcement peak, while he was just a lowly menial disciple. Yi Tian, it's getting late, let's go back inside and rest. Su Yenran, unaware of Yi Tian's thoughts, walked towards the thatched hut. Chapter 6, Favorability Rises Again, Invitation from Friend Shintao. That which must have lingered outside your door for quite some time, she still retains her aura. Su Yenran walked to the wooden door and said casually, Yenran. Suddenly, Yi Tian reached out and grabbed Su Yenran's hand as she was about to push the door open. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Tian suddenly become so friendly, Su Yenran turned around and asked. It's nothing, it's just that we've never admired the moon together since we entered the fallen immortal sect. Yi Tian held Su Yenran's smooth, delicate hand and said softly. Then let's admire the moon. Su Yenran smiled brightly, her magic power surged, and she once again swept Yi Tian up and flew towards the top of the miscellaneous servants' peak. We were almost discovered. Yi Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Su Yenran is inexperienced, she would definitely notice something unusual once she enters the thatched hut. Strange, did you come into contact with some rare flower? Why do you have such a strange fragrance on you? Standing side by side in mid-air, Su Yenran suddenly asked. Maybe. Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged. The scent that lingered on him was, of course, the fragrance of the witch Ran Sili. Fortunately, Su Yenran had never had direct contact with Ran Sili, otherwise, with her keen observation, she would have definitely noticed something amiss. The two landed on the mountaintop and sat on a protruding rock. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the Milky Way plunges 3,000 feet down. Yi Tian then reminisced about the amusing stories they shared in the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yenran sat upright on the rock, gazing absently at the silver moon in the sky. Su Yenran's favorability +2. The system notification appeared, and Su Yenran's goodwill towards Yi Tian increased once again. I already have 62 points of favorability. Once I reach 90 points, I can unlock the exchange shop. Yi Tian remembered the system's requirements clearly. 60 points of favorability is a significant milestone and will bring rewards, while 90 points of favorability will unlock the system shop. However, for Yi Tian, his current cultivation level of the 6th level of qi refining is already sufficient. The remaining favorability can be gradually increased. Moreover, he has the Yang Gu in his body, so he cannot break through to the final step with Su Yenran. However, Ran Sili's looks are a whopping 99, so I'm definitely not at a loss. Yi Tian admired Su Yenran's beauty out of the corner of his eye, thinking to himself. But when he thought of Ran Sili, he felt a little worried. I wonder if Ran Sili can escape from Luo Xian sect. As a man, now that Ran Sili has become his woman, he cannot remain indifferent. Just yesterday, I was thinking of lying down and doing nothing. But today, I've been forced to become entangled with two stunning beauties. Yi Tian sighed inwardly. Su Yenran is alright, at least the two of them are in the Luo Xian sect. With Su Yenran as his backer, Yi Tian can at least benefit from her influence, if not completely unruly. But Ran Sili was a witch from the Xianin sect, and he had never even heard of the sect's name. To remove the Yang Gu, we must find Ran Sili. Cultivation level. I need to improve my cultivation level as soon as possible. Yi Tian's gaze was firm. In the world of cultivation, powerful beings can move mountains and fill seas, and with a wave of their hand, billions of living beings can be reduced to ashes. With that level of cultivation, all the demonic sects and immortal sects would have to bow down and submit to him. Call out. In the latter half of the night, the bright moon had begun to set, and the sound of something cutting through the air could be heard again. Yi Tian looked towards the horizon and saw Zhao Rong and the others who had been chasing Ran Sili returning, looking disheveled. Junior sister Su has such refined tastes. Wearing a silver mask, Zhao Rong passed by the summit and exchanged pleasantries with Su Yenran. Has the witch been slain? Su Yanran asked casually. Unfortunately, she escaped. Zhao Rong's gaze was as cold as water as he replied. Demonic cultivators have many tricks up their sleeves, and it's perfectly normal for them to make mistakes. Senior brother Zhao, you should return to the enforcement peak to report as soon as possible. Su Yanran remained calm. Thank you for your concern, junior sister Su, but I must remind this junior brother Yi of something. Recently, demonic cultivators have been rampant. Junior brother Yi, you'd better not leave the sect, or you'll be in grave danger. Zhao Rong's gaze fell on Yi Tian, and he chuckled softly, offering a reminder. Return to the peak. After saying that, Zhao Rong left with the disciples of the enforcement peak. That witch recovered her cultivation so quickly and completely got rid of the influence. It must be because having sex with someone neutralized the effects of the bone corroding powder. Of all the suspects along the way, Yi Tian is the most likely one. A mere handyman disciple not only won junior sister Su's favor but also ruined my plans. Find a way to force him to leave the fallen immortal sect, and then eliminate him completely. In the dark night sky, Zhao Rong's face was gloomy. Zhao Rong is threatening me. Yi Tian had already understood Zhao Rong's meaning. Within the fallen immortal sect, killing is forbidden, especially since he is Su Yanran's Taoist partner. But if they leave the Luoxian sect, the death of a menial disciple won't cause any trouble at all. Although we have the ghost sound conch left by Ran Siley, it can only be used once. It's best not to leave the sect before you successfully establish your foundation. After analyzing his own strength, Yi Tian chose to temporarily avoid confrontation. Yanran, this Zhao Rong is quite powerful, why didn't he participate in the Holy Sun conferment ceremony? Yi Tian asked. He is a generation older than us, and he was the previous Holy Sun. Su Yanran replied. The previous Holy Sun? That means he has a Taoist partner, yet he still uses such methods to target Ran Siley. Yi Tian gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and thoughtful. I'm going to help you become an outer disciple and leave this miscellaneous servant peak. Outer disciples are treated better and don't need to do these trivial things anymore. Su Yanran then turned her attention back to Yi Tian. Yanran, you don't need to bother. If becoming an outer disciple still requires you, then how can I be worthy of being your Taoist partner? What will outsiders think of you? It won't be long before I break through to the third level of qi refining and rightfully become an outer disciple. Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart, declined Su Yanran's offer, and made a promise. The minimum requirement for outer disciples of the Luoxian sect is the third level of qi refining, regardless of age. With Yi Tian's current strength, becoming an outer disciple is more than enough. Su Yanran's favorability +1. No sooner had he finished speaking than another notification appeared, clearly indicating that his promise had touched Su Yanran. Then I'll wait until you pass the test and then come to pick you up in person. However, your thatched hut needs to be renovated, and a protective array needs to be set up, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Su Yanran changed the terms, not giving Yi Tian a chance to refuse. The two chatted until dawn, when Su Yanran finally left the miscellaneous service peak to prepare the spiritual materials for setting up the formation. We cannot let Yanran down either. Watching Su Yanran's departing figure, Yi Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. He will not give up either of these two beauties. Returning from the mountaintop to the thatched hut halfway up the mountain, Yi Tian saw a figure standing outside the hut. Yi Tian, you went out so early this morning? Hearing the noise, the figure turned around and greeted them. His name is Shen Tao. He has been busy breaking through to the second level of qi refining these past few days, so he did not attend the ceremony yesterday. Shen Tao, you've broken through? Yi Tian looked Shen Tao up and down and asked. Yeah. I'll protect you from now on. Shen Tao replied with a smile. This morning, he finally broke through to the second level of qi refining. Congratulations! Yi Tian cupped his hands in congratulations. Shen Tao spent 3 years at the miscellaneous service peak before breaking through to the second level of qi refining. His talent was also quite average, making him Yi Tian's only friend. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Tao continued. Yi Tian, I've come to tell you about the spirit fish migration in 3 days. Chapter 7, Shen Tao's Shock, the Spirit Fish's Migration. Yi Tian and Shen Tao were both miscellaneous disciples of the miscellaneous service peak, specifically the water-carrying hall. Their daily task is to fetch water from the Yunshui River at the foot of Zai Peak. The spirit fish in the Yunshui River became a hidden benefit. For example, Yi Tian often catches spirit fish to enjoy a delicious meal. Every year, these spirit fish, scattered throughout the river, instinctively migrate back to the source of the Yunshui River in order to reproduce. On the day the migration begins, it can be said that there are almost as many fish as water in the river. Besides the common spirit fish, there is a very small chance of encountering exotic spirit fish. This exotic spirit fish contains the essence of heaven and earth, comparable to a miraculous elixir. Even today, the water-carrying hall still retains many miscellaneous disciples who have broken through to the second or third level of qi refining by relying on exotic spirit fish. The spirit fish migrates. This was arguably the only opportunity for the menial disciples. A disciple at the peak of the second level of qi refining who obtains a rare spirit fish will have the opportunity to break through to the third level of qi refining and escape the misery of a menial disciple. Even at the peak of the first level of qi refining, life will become much more comfortable after the breakthrough. This time, I broke through to the second level of qi refining. Let's join forces and fish out a big one from the Yunshui River. Shintao rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. Once you reach the third level of qi refining, you can become an outer disciple. Previously, the two of them were at the first level of qi refining and could only catch ordinary spirit fish on the shore. This time, Shintao broke through and was finally able to turn his life around. Shintao didn't forget me about such a good thing. Yi Tian was deeply moved. With Shintao's strength, he could easily find other qi refining level 2 cultivators to team up with. However, the fact that Shintao took the initiative to invite Yi Tian, who was at the first level of qi refining, is enough to prove his loyalty. Let's go and finish fetching water for today as soon as possible. Shintao walked ahead, heading towards the water-carrying hall. Yi Tian, when I went out, I think I heard someone say that during yesterday's ceremony, a holy maiden chose a handyman disciple as her Taoist partner? I wonder which kid got lucky. Walking down the street, Shintao talked about the rumors he had heard. The news of the ceremony, which ended yesterday, has quickly spread throughout the sect. Early in the morning, disciples were already discussing this matter. Deacon. Upon arriving at the water-carrying hall, Shintao greeted the steward and then went to fetch the water buckets. Inside the water-carrying hall, there are hundreds of large vats, and behind the vats is a clear lake. Once the large vat is full, it is poured into the small lake, which contains an array that distributes the water to various parts of the Luoxian sect. Yi Tian, you don't need to fetch water anymore. The steward saw Yi Tian behind Shintao and said, "This is?" Shintao stopped in his tracks, puzzled. Now that Yi Tian is the Taoist partner of Saintess, he naturally no longer needs to do these menial tasks. The deacon offered an explanation. It's Yi Tian. He's managed to curry favor with the holy maiden, and now he's even here to fetch water? If I were him, I would have followed the holy maiden to the inner sect long ago. He's completely oblivious to his good fortune. I wonder what the holy maiden sees in him. Many of the handyman disciples who had received qi refining pills recognized Yi Tian and began to discuss him. What? Yi Tian. So you were the one who got lucky by stepping in dog poop? Upon hearing this, Shintao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. When the matter was first brought up, he only expressed his feelings. But now that he knows that the person in question is Yi Tian, whom he knows, it's even more painful than killing him. Everyone is pretty much the same, so how did Yi Tian manage to latch onto the holy maiden's coattails? Yi Tian, you should go back. Shintao looked utterly hopeless. Shintao, if I didn't have to fetch water, would I still be here? Yi Tian explained with a smile. I am currently a menial disciple, but I will strive to become an outer disciple through my own efforts. The migration of the spirit fish in 3 days will depend on you. Upon hearing this, many of the surrounding disciples immediately withdrew their gazes. What's going on? They've already become the holy maiden's Taoist partner, yet they still have to rely on themselves to become an outer disciple. Isn't being a Taoist partner for nothing? Could it be that the holy maiden wasn't interested and was just using someone to appease the sect? Definitely, otherwise why would they choose such a useless Taoist partner? The servants, after saying this, dispersed and left the water-carrying hall. Yi Tian, that holy maiden doesn't seem to be any good either. Let's just live our lives in a down-to-earth manner. Shintao also changed his mind. Yi Tian smiled without saying a word. Apart from him and Su Yanran, everyone else was completely unaware of the situation. However, Shintao is indeed a good friend. If you ever achieve great success in the future, don't forget Shintao. Thinking to himself, Yitian took the bucket and went with Shintao to fetch water from the Yunshui River at the foot of the peak. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Inside the renovated wooden house, Yitian opened his eyes as he began his cultivation. The 2 spirit stones he held in his hand had already dimmed. With the 200 spirit stones that Yenran gave me, I can now afford to use spirit stones to cultivate every day. However, even though my cultivation level has reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining, my cultivation speed hasn't changed much. Putting away the 2 spirit stones, Yitian sensed the changes in his body and said, thanks to the system, he broke through from the peak of the 1st level of Qi refining to the peak of the 6th level in less than 2 hours. Relying on his own, his cultivation level remained almost unchanged for 3 days. According to his estimate, even without a shortage of spirit stones, it would take more than a year to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining. It seems we still have to rely on the system. These past few days, as we've made up for lost time, Yenran's favorability rating has not only recovered to 70, but has even increased a little, now reaching 71. If I can reach level 90, I can unlock the system shop. Yitian was making plans in his mind. After washing up, Yitian left the wooden house. Today is the day the spirit fish migrate, but the system shop will still take quite some time to unlock. If he could catch some mutated spirit fish today, it might help him break through to the 7th level of Qi refining. Over the course of 3 days, Su Yenran helped Yitian set up a defensive formation that could block the 5th level of Qi refining and also block the view of outsiders. Even if someone had the intention, they wouldn't knock on the door in the middle of the night like Lu Tong. Yitian, although you still need to advance to the outer disciple level yourself. But having a saintly female companion makes a difference. Shintao lived not far away and saw Yitian go out, saying enviously, these days, he has come to accept Yitian's changes. Let's go to Yunshui River. Yitian smiled and walked down the mountain with Shintao. This time, we are completely different from before. I'm at the 2nd level of Qi refining, and you have a storage bag. We can catch at least a few hundred spirit fish. Shintao and Yitian put their arms around each other's shoulders and said excitedly. The 2 arrived at the foot of the peak. Because of the migratory fish, all the servant disciples did twice the work yesterday. So today, I can stay in Yunshui forever. The migration of spirit fish has a precise time frame, and it hasn't started yet, but some spirit fish have already been observed earlier. However, arriving early was of no use. Instead, they were all captured by the waiting disciples. As dawn broke, a mist suddenly rose from the Yunshui River. Upon closer inspection, the river on the horizon appeared to be boiling. Here we go! One of the disciples shouted excitedly. The abundance of fish, as much as water, creates the illusion of a boiling river. Every fish was scrambling forward, and they couldn't go into the water yet. Otherwise, they might be crushed to death by these fish. They have to wait for the lead fish to pass before they can catch any fish. Quick! Get down to the river! Finally, the fish attacked, and a large number of disciples jumped into the river, including Shintao and Yitian. Chapter 8, Mutant Spirit Fish, Underwater Attack. A covered bridge stands across the upper reaches of the Yunshui River. She arrived quietly, graceful as a fairy in a light blue dress. The migration of the spirit fish has begun. Standing on the covered bridge, Su Yenran gazed at the almost boiling river in the distance. It's the intersex holy maiden Su. Such an opportunity for a menial disciple has actually attracted the attention of the holy maiden? Could it be that Saintess Su came for her Taoist partner? The ethereal Su Yenran immediately drew the attention of everyone on the covered bridge upon her arrival. Most of those here are outer disciples. They wouldn't compete with the handyman disciples for opportunities, but it was still a grand event, with many outer disciples sitting high above, engaging in lofty discussions. After all, they were outer disciples, which meant they were a level above the menial disciples. However, Su Yenran's arrival overshadowed her in terms of both status and strength. The noise immediately subsided considerably. An invisible barrier naturally appeared around Su Yenran, separating everyone else. Yi Lang will also be participating today. Su Yenran's gaze was already fixed on Yi Tian, who had entered the river. For the past 3 days, she has met with Yi Tian every day, just like an ordinary couple. She was naturally aware of the spirit fish's migration. Senior Sister Su, you actually came to this miscellaneous service peak. Suddenly, another clear and melodious female voice came from the covered bridge. As if hearing celestial music, everyone's ears were suddenly cleared, and they quickly looked over. The newcomer wore a light red fairy dress, her waist was so slender it could be grasped with one hand, and her figure was as light as flowing wind in swirling snow. She landed beside Su Yenran, and although she wasn't as tall as Su Yenran, she looked even more charming and adorable, with a mischievous and clever air, embodying the beauty and spirit of heaven and earth. What great fortune I have to meet these two fairies. The outer disciples didn't dare to breathe loudly, for fear of disturbing these two peerless beauties. Junior sister Lin? What brings you here? Su Yenran took the person's hand and asked. The newcomer was named Lin Yingxue, a disciple of the core formation elder. Over the years, she had been inseparable from Su Yenran, and their relationship was extremely good. These past 3 days, my senior sister has been elusive, appearing and disappearing like a dragon. I specifically waited outside your cave today before following you here. Lin Yingxue said crisply. Come on then. Su Yenran shook her head, not caring. Don't think I don't know, senior sister must have come to meet your Taoist partner. I want to see just how valiant and extraordinary he is that my senior sister cares so much about him. Lin Yingxue remained silent, thinking to herself. On the covered bridge, the two women looked like a beautiful painting, gazing together at the Yinxue River below. Whoosh! The sound of water continued, and the servants on the riverbank all went into the water. Quickly find the exotic spirit fish. After catching several spirit fish, Shintao focused only on the exotic spirit fish and moved closer to the center of the river. The shore is filled with ordinary spirit fish, only disciples of the first level of cultivation would stay there. He is at the second level of chi refining, so of course he has to compete for the mutated spirit fish. Put it in the storage bag first. Yi Tian put the spirit fish that the two of them had caught into his storage bag. The spirit fish in this river are completely different from those on the bank. Each one has a long, slender body and is rich in spiritual energy, and one of them is equivalent to 10 ordinary fish. It's Yi Tian. At this moment, in the chaotic river, 4 figures set their sights on Yi Tian. Brother Tian, this is a task assigned by a senior brother from the enforcement peak. Break one of Yi Tian's fingers, and you'll get 10 chi refining pills. Break all 4 of his limbs, and you'll get 100 chi refining pills. If we can cripple his manhood, we'll get 500 chi refining pills. What's the difference between that and getting it for free? 3 of the figures grinned maliciously as they spoke. The 4 of them were led by Tian Laoda. Their cultivation levels were all at the second level of chi refining, with Boss Tian even reaching the peak of the second level of chi refining. The 4 of them, working together, already formed a considerable force on Miscellaneous Peak, and were even more domineering and tyrannical in the water-carrying hall. Some disciples who had been with them for less than a year were often bullied by them. The miscellaneous tasks they performed would be handed over to the disciples, who would then simply wait to collect their spirit stones. Even the disciples' spirit stones had to be handed over to them by a factor of 50. However, there wasn't much profit to be made from the menial disciples to begin with, and no amount of squeezing could extract much more. Yesterday, the disciples from the outer sect enforcement peak found them and explained the task. With this money, even if I go to the outer sect, I can still live a carefree life. Brothers, whether we can live a life of luxury from now on depends on today. The 4 of us together are too conspicuous, let's spread out and get to work. Boss Tian stared at Yi Tian, who was dozens of feet away, and saw the chi refining pill that could move. Let's do it. With that, the 4 of them split up and dived into the river. There are so many fish in water now, and so many people, that nobody notices the 4 of them. Because of this chaos, injuries and disabilities are quite common. Unless someone dies, the enforcement team will not intervene and the person will have to accept their bad luck. Therefore, even if Yi Tian has a Saintess Taoist partner, it doesn't prevent them from taking action. If that high and mighty Saintess truly cared about Yi Tian, she wouldn't have let him go into the river. Yi Tian, this fish is equivalent to half a chi refining pill. On the river, Shintao surfaced, holding a pale yellow, palm-sized spirit fish in his hand. Put it in your storage bag. I'll write down all the spirit fish you caught. Yi Tian opened the storage bag and said. Why do we need to be so particular? We can just split the profits 50-50 when we get back to shore. Shintao put the spirit fish in and said. I just saw a strange spirit fish, it shouldn't have swum away yet. With that, Shintao and Yi Tian plunged back into the river. Today is a good opportunity. If these spirit fish are gone, we'll have to wait another year. When we find an opportunity, we'll reveal our chi refining level 2 strength and say that we broke through last night. Yi Tian thought to himself while he was in the water. At the first or second level of qi refining, one's magical power is still insufficient to support internal energy. He can hold his breath for several times longer than the average person. The stronger you are, the longer you can hold your breath, and the higher your chances of catching a rare spirit fish. Yi Tian is currently at the peak of the 6th level of qi refining, and revealing the strength of the 2nd level of qi refining is just a drop in the ocean. A strange spirit fish. A large number of spirit fish darted around, and Yi Tian spotted a strange spirit fish that was as long as an arm, scaleless, and emitting a faint white light. The spiritual energy emanating from this one is even stronger than the one before. That's at least equivalent to 2 qi refining pills. Yi Tian immediately dived down, reaching a depth of 5 zhang in the river, and mobilized his qi refining level 1 magic power to grab the spirit fish. A great opportunity. I'll take all 100 qi refining pills. In the dim river water, a pair of eyes fixed on Yi Tian and attacked him from the side and above at a speed even faster than Yi Tian's. On the other hand, Xin Tao also sensed the fluctuation of magical power. Yi Tian. Unable to speak underwater, Xin Tao was anxious, his body covered in bubbles as he tried to block the attack. Bang! The magical forces collided, and a bubble the size of a human head burst open. Xin Tao used his shoulder to block a blow that was aimed at Yi Tian's arm. The person who made the move had already disappeared, taking advantage of the large school of fish. Yi Tian grabbed the spirit fish and quickly pulled Xin Tao to the surface. Cough, cough. Upon surfacing, Xin Tao coughed up a large amount of river water, his face pale. How about it? Yi Tian quickly asked with concern. He won't die? That person must be trying to steal the fish. Xin Tao waved his hand and said. This fish is equivalent to 3 qi refining pills, it's yours. Yi Tian put the fish into his storage bag and said. Xin Tao could have caught a rare spirit fish on his own, but in order to save him, he caught nothing and even drank a lot of river water. That person clearly targeted my arm when he made his move. Compared to Xin Tao, Yi Tian was more aware of the man's ruthlessness. Unfortunately, he was not at the first level of qi refining. Whoosh! The two went back into the water. Chapter 9, A Powerful Counterattack, Yin Yang Spirit Carp. If it was intentional, that person will definitely come back. Yi Tian had originally planned to reveal his qi refining level 2 power, but he had to give up because of Xin Tao's help. Upon diving again, Xin Tao was lucky and discovered 2 exotic spirit fish. He glanced back at Yi Tian, and seeing Yi Tian nod, he chased after the spirit fish. Yi Tian, on the other hand, set his sights on a strange spirit fish deeper inside. They're here. Deep in the river, another person was lying in ambush. When he saw Yi Tian coming towards him, he showed a look of joy. The magical power of the 2nd level of qi refining gathered on his fist. He practiced the tiger form fist, and this one punch was enough to break the arm bone of the 1st level of qi refining. 100 qi refining pills, no, I'm going to cripple him in the water and take 600 qi refining pills. The man couldn't wait any longer. He attached his magic power to his body, broke through the river water, and quickly approached Yi Tian. The massive fist slammed down on Yi Tian's outstretched left arm from the front. There really are more. And more than one. Yi Tian could see clearly every move of the person lurking in the shadows. Although I couldn't see the face of the person who attacked last time, it was definitely not this person. This indicates that at least 2 people were secretly watching him. I haven't offended anyone. Could it be that Zhao Rong secretly orchestrated this? Yi Tian made a guess in his mind. However, it cannot be confirmed at this time. Go back to shore obediently. The qi refining stage 2 cultivator was extremely pleased with himself, his magical power surging wildly. However, once they were past the school of fish and faced each other, Yi Tian's handsome face showed no fear whatsoever. Not only was he not frightened, but he even calmly extended his other hand. Yi Tian practices Bagwazang. He only used the magic power of the 2nd level of qi refining, but his magic power came from Su Yanran, which was incomparable to that of this kind of person. Bang! As their palms and fists clashed, Yi Tian unleashed his powerful magic, not only suppressing his opponent but also penetrating into his flesh and blood. How is that possible? When did he break through to the 2nd level of qi refining? Ah! The attacker's face was contorted, his arm was broken, and he tried to scream. But this was in the river, and when he opened his mouth, it instantly filled with river water. Gasping for breath, he instinctively swam upwards. Wow! Yi Tian and that person surfaced at the same time, and then Xin Tao also emerged. Yi Tian, he attacked you? Shen Tao quickly swam over and glared angrily at the man. Wait, Yi Tian, your cultivation level. Qi refining level 2? Immediately afterward, Shen Tao realized what was happening and stared at Yi Tian in disbelief. The magical energy emanating from Yi Tian's body clearly indicated that he was at the second level of Qi refining, the same cultivation level as Yi Tian. Who sent you here? Yi Tian didn't have time to explain. He coldly looked at the person who attacked him. Nobody sent me. I only wanted to steal the spirit fish, please forgive me, farewell. The man, clutching his right arm and pale-faced, resolutely swam towards the shore. Yi Tian, when did you break through? Also, is that person backed by someone? Shen Tao asked, puzzled. I just broke through last night, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. As for that person, he is not the same person as the one from before. And he was ruthless. He wanted to cripple my arm, not steal the fish. Yi Tian replied. Since the other party failed and he couldn't produce any solid evidence, he could only let the other party leave for the time being. Since the man's arm was already broken, he could only return to shore and posed no threat to the two of them. I see. We'll proceed with caution. Shen Tao understood and said warily. On the covered bridge. Second level of Qi refining? Su Yanran's beautiful eyes reflected Yi Tian's figure, and a smile played on her lips. That laugh seemed to drain the world of color, and everyone on the covered bridge forgot to speak, falling into complete silence. He's only at the second level of Qi refining. Who on this covered bridge isn't stronger than him? What's there to make a fuss about? Lin Xue crossed her arms and pouted as she spoke. You don't understand. Su Yanran was not annoyed, but simply shook her head slightly, standing by the covered bridge like a secluded orchid in a valley, aloof from the world. I think junior sister Lin is right. At that moment, a male voice suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a silver mask appeared in the corridor bridge. He was Zhao Rong, the eldest disciple of the enforcement peak. What brings senior brother Zhao here? Lin Xue asked curiously. This is the gate of my fallen immortal sect. If my two junior sisters can come, why can't I? Zhao Rong countered with a question. Since senior brother Zhao is here, why don't we enjoy the view together? Lin Xue said politely. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, even if Yi Tian is at the second level of Qi refining, it seems he won't gain any advantage in this cloud water river. Zhao Rong took a seat, his gaze sweeping over Su Yanran's pretty face, and said meaningfully. Su Yanran only frowned slightly and didn't pay any attention to him. On the surface of the Yunshui River. Boss, Yi Tian was actually hiding his strength. The third brother was too careless and got crippled by that kid. What should we do? The remaining two joined up with Boss Tian. What's the panic? There are 3 of us, and I'm only at the second level of Qi refining. Do you think I can't defeat someone at the second level of Qi refining? However, we can't split up anymore, or we'll be doomed here. Next, watch my hand gestures. The 3 of us will work together to completely cripple that kid. Boss Tian's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke in a low voice. Listen to the boss. The remaining 2 agreed, and the 3 of them went back into the water. Soon, about half an hour had passed. Yi Tian, are you sure you're not mistaken? It seems like no one attacked us? Shen Tao surfaced and spoke to Yi Tian. Perhaps. Yi Tian replied, but did not let his guard down. However, it doesn't matter. With his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refining, no amount of schemes or tricks will work. Whoosh! The 2 went back into the water, and in about half an hour, they had already harvested the equivalent of 16 Qi refining pills worth of exotic spirit fish. Most of them came from Yi Tian, which was extremely efficient. Beneath the dim river surface, Yi Tian swam, searching for traces of the exotic spirit fish. Sudden. In the darkness, he saw a distinct white light. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a spirit fish slightly longer than his palm, pure white and flawless, shaped like a carp, with scales resembling jade. This spirit fish is extremely extraordinary. It should not be an ordinary mutated spirit fish. Yi Tian quickly approached. There's one more. After closing the distance, Yi Tian made another discovery. Not far from the pure white spirit carp, there was another spirit carp with a similar size and almost identical appearance, but its entire body was as black as ink. Two spirit carp, one black and one white, circled each other as they moved forward, their alternation of black and white seemingly containing the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, interpreting the alternation of yin and yang. A spirit fish imbued with the energies of yin and yang. Even Yi Tian was no longer calm at this moment. After discovering the two spirit carp, a strong desire surged in his mind. He had to obtain these yin-yang spirit carp. However, at this point, he was running out of breath. The spirit carp is more important. But after a moment's thought, Yi Tian decided to continue diving. Unlike Shintao, he can use magic to maintain his inner energy. This kid's got a death wish when it comes to fish. A golden opportunity. Now is the time. In the dim water, Boss Tian gestured with his hands, and three figures silently followed. Chapter 10, A Taoist Couple's Hearts Linked, a spirit carp presented to a beautiful woman. The pair of yin-yang spirit carp were surrounded by many spirit fish. If Yi Tian hadn't happened to be directly above them and hadn't possessed the cultivation level of the 6th level of qi refining, it would have been impossible for them to have noticed. Even now, it's discovered that you have to squeeze through a large number of spirit fish to catch them. Why are there so many fish? The three men, led by Boss Tian, followed behind and plunged into the school of fish. As expected, someone was deliberately targeting me, and there were 3 of them in total. Yi Tian had already noticed the chaotic school of fish above. 2 are at the 2nd level of qi refining, and 1 is at the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining. In fact, he had already discerned the strength of the 3 people based on his own cultivation level. This kid has spotted us, but it's too late now. Old Master Tian sneered inwardly, no longer hiding his intentions. He used his magic to push aside the spirit fish around him and quickly approached Yi Tian. The other 2 did the same upon seeing this. The 3 of them, each carrying a large number of bubbles, headed towards Yi Tian from 3 different directions. These 3 pose no threat to me, but if I get into a prolonged fight, they will definitely expose my strength. Yi Tian continued to push through the school of fish while pondering a strategy. I've got it. How about letting Yen ran? After a moment, Yi Tian came up with a solution. Wow! At this moment, Yi Tian used his magic to retrieve a pair of yin-yang spirit carp. It was clearly a spirit fish, yet its tentacles felt like a piece of ice and a piece of warm jade, which was extremely mysterious. The spiritual essence within this one spirit fish is equivalent to 10 qi refining pills. Moreover, this is an extremely rare yin-yang qi. If it were sold, one of these should fetch 200 spirit stones. After succeeding, Yi Tian thought to himself with delight. This was the first time he had earned such a large sum of spirit stones since joining the Fallen Immortal sect. That's a rare and exotic spirit fish. Boss Tian also noticed the yin-yang spirit carp in Yi Tian's hand, and his face was full of greed. If they could severely injure Yi Tian, they would not only obtain the qi refining pills from the enforcement peak. You can also get those 2 exotic spirit fish. The 3 were burning with passion, channeling their magical powers and making no attempt to conceal their motives. This was underwater, with Yi Tian below them. They had a huge advantage. If they weren't forbidden from killing, they would have already used their magic to suppress Yi Tian. But just as the 3 attacks were about to land on Yi Tian, who had his back to them, suddenly turned around. Then, his magic surged, and he shifted half a body length to the side at a speed faster than the 3 of them. How is that possible? He's only at the early stage of qi refining level 2, yet he's faster than me? Old Tian looked completely incredulous. While the 3 were stunned, Yi Tian was even thinking of retaliating. He set his sights on a rather thin qi refining stage 2 man, then with his left hand, fingers together, he concentrated his magical power and instantly stabbed him in the abdomen. Puff! The man immediately exhaled a bubble and curled up in pain. His kick was nimbly dodged by Yi Tian. Without looking back, Yi Tian swam towards the river with the 2 spirit carp. Chase! Old Master Tian was furious, his anger palpable. The cooked duck was about to fly away. The 3 of them quickly followed, but no matter how much magic they used, Yi Tian was always faster than them. Tian Laoda was blinded by the qi refining pill and didn't care about anything else, only thinking about catching up with Yi Tian. Before they knew it, they were very close to the river. Covered bridge. Senior sister, she's already been underwater for 100 breaths. Even someone at the 2nd level of qi refining couldn't hold their breath for that long, right? Following Su Yanran's gaze, Lin Ningxue said in a crisp voice. Of course it can't be closed. Yi Tian may have already fainted in the Yunxue River. Zhao Rong smiled broadly, secretly pleased with himself. Even though Yi Tian had broken through to the second level of qi refining, he still arranged for Tian Lada and the other three to join him. Even if Yi Tian grew wings, he still couldn't defeat 3 qi refining level 2 cultivators in that chaotic underwater environment. You dare to ruin my plans? Consider this a bit of interest. It would be best to cripple his manhood so that he can have a good time with Rand Siley. That would make his life worthwhile. However, if you owe me something, you'll have to repay it with your Taoist partner. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Rong's eyes as he thought to himself. I'll go take a look. Su Yanran was also extremely worried. She leaped into the air and spread her divine sense to search for Yi Tian's figure. A mere handyman disciple is worthy of such devotion from senior sister? Lin Yingxue was curious. Go ahead and look for him. Even if you find him, he'll be a useless person anyway. Zhao Rong remained extremely calm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a splash of water several meters high rose from the river surface. Yi Tian, covered in river water, emerged and immediately saw the beautiful, angelic figure in the sky. He shouted, Yanran, save me! Yi Lang! Su Yanran's divine sense had already detected the 3 people chasing her underwater, and her pretty face instantly turned frosty. Buzz! The profound magical power of the Foundation Establishment stage emerged, transforming into a blue ribbon that swept downwards relentlessly. Foundation Building Stage. The 3 men, including Tian Lada, had just emerged from the water when the ribbon fell on their heads. Puff! The 3 were instantly sent flying, spitting blood, and crashed back into the river, their fate unknown. Su Yanran didn't even glance at the 3 of them. She moved gracefully, not minding the river water on Yi Tian's body, and embraced him. What? The Holy Maiden is actually so close to a menial disciple? Why should we outer disciples be superior to those menial servants in every way? I hate it. Why wasn't it me whom the Holy Maiden chose? For a time, both the outer disciples on the covered bridge and the menial disciples in the river were driven mad with jealousy. Depend on. Having failed to find Yi Tian, Shen Tao returned to the river and, upon seeing this scene, suddenly found the exotic spirit fish in his hand no longer appealing. Why is there such a huge difference between people? The underwater environment is extremely chaotic. You are surrounded by 3 people. You should surface as soon as possible. Su Yanran looked Yi Tian up and down and said with a hint of reproach. Senior sister is right. You don't know your own limitations. If it weren't for senior sister, what would you do? The charming and lovely Lin Yingxue followed, scolding him playfully. That kid is completely unharmed? Zhao Rong, who was standing on the covered bridge, lost his smile. The 3 people who were pushed aside by Su Yanran were naturally Tian Lada and his 2 companions, which did not surprise him. But he didn't expect that 4 people couldn't do anything to Yi Tian. Useless. 4 pieces of useless trash. Zhao Rong's face turned ashen, and he left the covered bridge without saying a word. It really is Zhao Rong. Yi Tian had been keeping an eye on the covered bridge and spotted Zhao Rong. He had initially only guessed that the 4 men, including Boss Tian, were Zhao Rong's doing, but now he was 100% certain. I'll pay this debt sooner or later. Yi Tian made a note of this. Then, he took out the 2 spirit fish that he had been protecting from his bosom. Yanran, I'm afraid I'll miss these 2 spirit fish. Yi Tian explained. Yin Yang spirit carp? Before Su Yanran could speak, Lin Yingxue exclaimed in surprise. I have nothing of value, but these 2 spirit carp should be of some benefit to you. Yi Tian held up the 2 spirit carp and said. So it was all for me. Su Yanran's gaze instantly softened. Su Yanran's favorability plus 5. A system prompt appeared. 5 points of favorability, not a bad deal. Yi Tian was overjoyed. Chapter 11, Lin Yingxue's favorability, refining the young carp. Senior sister. The Yin Yang spirit carp contains the energy of Yin and Yang, which is of great benefit to those who cultivate. If this pair were in the sect, they would be worth at least 1,000 spirit stones, and there would be no market for them. Lin Yingxue stared at the pair of Yin Yang spirit carp and said in surprise. Then he asked Yi Tian. Have you thought this through? You really want to give such a precious spiritual item to your senior sister? Of course, my feelings for Yanran are as clear as day. Yi Tian replied without hesitation. Lin Yingxue stared into Yi Tian's eyes for a moment before looking away. He didn't lie to me and my senior sister. Lin Yingxue thought to herself. She has a talent for seeing through any falsehoods. Seeing that Lin Yingxue stopped talking, Su Yanran's smile became even more captivating. There are indeed traces of yin yang spirit carp in the Yinxue River, but they are rarely seen, even once in 100 years. Su Yanran accepted the 2 spirit carp inside. As a saintess, she only gave Yi Tian 200 spirit stones, but Yi Tian reciprocated with such a precious spirit carp. In a way, she still owed Yi Tian something. Since you have given it to me, I will accept the yin carp, but you can keep the yang carp for yourself. Your absorption of the yang carp will benefit our future dual cultivation. Su Yanran separated the 2 carp and returned the white carp to Yi Tian. I'll listen to you. Upon hearing the words dual cultivation, Yi Tian glanced at Su Yanran's stunningly beautiful face and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It's a yin-yang spirit carp. I've seen it in ancient books. This Yi Tian actually has such good luck. Stop looking, why don't you go back and cultivate? The disciples on the covered bridge were utterly devastated and left one after another. As for the other disciples, they continued to bury themselves in the cloud and water river, catching exotic spirit fish. I forgot to introduce her, this is my junior sister, Lin Yingxue. Yingxue, this is the Taoist partner I mentioned to you, Yi Tian. After putting the yin carp into her storage bag, Su Yanran introduced the 2 to each other. It seems that Lin Yingxue did not participate in the Holy Maiden competition. Yi Tian looked at Lin Yingxue, but he had no memory of that face in his mind. Suddenly, the system notification appeared again. Lin Yingxue's favorability +1. Lin Yingxue, appearance, 97, favorability, 1, notes, pampered since childhood, innocent and carefree, with a heart as pure and flawless as crystal. Lin Yingxue actually has a little bit of affection for me? Yi Tian was somewhat surprised. As for the appearance rating of 97, that's definitely true. The 2 women stood together, each with her own unique charm, both stunningly beautiful. Yanran, I still need to catch some exotic spirit fish, so I won't stay any longer. After delivering the spirit carp, Yi Tian suggested continuing down the river. He had a rare opportunity to earn resources, so of course he wanted to seize it. Why did you come back? Isn't it better to be with Saintess Su? Upon seeing Yi Tian return, Shen Tao joked. I said I would become an outer disciple on my own. Also, I gave Yanran a spirit carp, and for the remaining exotic spirit fish, you get 7 and I get 3. Yi Tian replied. No need, you already have the majority, so 30% is enough for me. Then it's 50-50. You're a true brother. The 2 fell into the cloud and water river again. On the river, Su Yanran watched Yi Tian's figure disappear before returning to the covered bridge with Lin Yingxue. Senior sister, your Taoist partner is indeed different from others. Lin Yingxue said to Su Yanran. Yi Tian's gift of the spirit carp and his words had changed her impression of him. Yes, Yi Tian is indeed different. Next time the Holy Maiden competition comes, you should also get married and find a Taoist partner. Su Yanran smiled faintly. Although Lin Yingxue's strength was not as good as hers, it was not bad either, and her appearance was even better. However, she was a bit younger and unwilling, so she did not participate in the Saintess contest with her. I don't want one. What's so great about a cultivation partner? Lin Yingxue shook her head. Most of the holy maidens would participate in the competition only after they had already chosen a partner. She didn't even fancy the male cultivators in the sect, so why did she participate? Su Yanran smiled, did not try to persuade her further, and her gaze returned to the surface of the Yinxue River. Every time Yi Tian emerged from the water, a smile would appear on her pretty face. The migration of the fish can last for several days. However, the number of these fish is highest only on the first day of the month. No more exotic spirit fish will appear afterward. Moreover, to prevent the fish from becoming extinct, fishing is only permitted on the first day. After dealing with Tian Lauda and his 3 companions, Yi Tian and Shen Tao had an extremely smooth run, capturing a spirit fish equivalent to 40 qi refining pills in a single day. Of course, this is all thanks to Yi Tian. Otherwise, it would be quite good if Shen Tao could get a quarter of it. The sun is setting. I may not have time to come to the miscellaneous servants' peak in the next few days. On the riverbank, Su Yanran spoke softly to Yi Tian. As a saintess, you must have your own affairs to attend to. I also plan to go into seclusion to absorb the yang carp. Yi Tian and Su Yanran looked at each other, their eyes clear. Su Yanran nodded and left with Lin Yingxue. Senior sister, what are you busy with? How come I didn't know? On the way back to the inner sect, Lin Yingxue asked curiously. Although Yi Lang has Yangli, it will still take him quite some time to break through to the third level of qi refining. I want to find a spiritual object that can directly break through the realm, to help him break through as soon as possible. Su Yanran did not hide anything. Since Yi Tian had given her the Yin Carp, it wouldn't make much difference if she reciprocated with spirit stones and qi refining pills. That's why it's like this. Those spiritual creatures grow in all sorts of perilous places, senior sister, please be very careful. Lin Yingxue reminded her. Miscellaneous service peak. Yi Tian returned to the wooden house with the storage bag. The two had already distributed the spirit fish, but only Yi Tian had a storage bag. So Shen Tao took a portion, but left the majority in Yi Tian's hands, to be taken when needed. If I refine this Yang Carp, I should be able to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. As night fell, Yi Tian activated the defensive formation and took out the white Yang Carp. The Yin Yang Spirit Carp is extremely valuable, even to foundation establishment stage cultivators. However, for Su Yanran, having the Yin Carp was enough. It's better to leave Yang Li to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, with the help of the system, advanced to the peak of the 6th level of qi refining. For the past 3 days, he has been stuck at the bottleneck of the 7th level of qi refining. This Yang Carp should be enough to help him break free from his constraints. The Yang Carp is pure white, without any other colors, as if it were born and raised in nature, and is extremely spiritual. Just holding it in his hand, Yi Tian could feel waves of desire emanating from his body. He assumed the posture of facing the sky with his 5 hearts facing upwards, placed the Yang Carp in his dantian, and his magical power flowed on its own. The originally vibrant Yang Carp transformed into white spiritual power, which merged into his dantian. Buzz! Inside the wooden house, ripples of spiritual energy were stirred. The 10 spirit stones around it simultaneously emitted a rich spiritual energy. The intense yang energy permeated Yi Tian's limbs and bones. His cultivation level, which had been stagnant at the 6th level of qi refining, began to rise rapidly. The wooden house became quiet, protected by the array, and no one could disturb Yi Tian. In the blink of an eye. 2 days and 2 nights passed, and suddenly a surge of spiritual energy rose up inside the wooden house. Yi Tian, standing in the midst of it, opened his eyes, and a glint of light flashed past. 7th level of qi refining. He clenched his fists, and the magical power within, far exceeding that of the 6th level of qi refining, flowed endlessly like a river. If I were to encounter Lu Tong now, I wouldn't need the 100 refined sword I could kill him with a flick of my wrist. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 12, with Lin Yingxue's backing, they settle scores with Boss Tian. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Yi Tian left the cabin and happened to run into Shen Tao, who was also leaving. As expected of the legendary Yin Yang Spirit Carp, it has already broken through to the mid-stage of the 2nd level of qi refining. Shen Tao looked at Yi Tian and said enviously. When they were at Yunshui River, Yi Tian's magical power fluctuations were about the same as his. Yi Tian's aura is clearly stronger than his now, indicating that he has definitely broken through to the mid-stage of the 2nd level of qi refining. I should say that I have too little talent and wasted a spirit carp. Take the rest of the exotic spirit fish. Yi Tian replied with a smile. No need, I won't take advantage of you. Shen Tao waved his hand in refusal. With the spirit fish's migration over, as a menial disciple, I would once again have to fetch water day after day. With Yang Li as an excuse, I can reveal my qi refining level 3 cultivation in a month and be promoted to an outer disciple. As Yi Tian walked along the road, he already had a plan in mind. He couldn't reveal all his cultivation level at once, he had to proceed slowly, step by step. Moreover, Zhao Rong is like a venomous snake, lurking in the shadows, ready to bite him at any moment. Therefore, it was quite necessary for him to conceal his cultivation level. As for his status as an outer disciple, it was to please Su Yanran and increase her favorability. It's much better than before. Thinking back to the hardships of the 1st level of qi refining, Yi Tian was already quite content. Yi Tian, do you remember the 4 people who attacked you the day before yesterday? I think I remember one of them. I think his name was something like Boss Tian. Shen Tao then started talking about the 4 men, including Tian Laoda. Of the 4 men, he managed to stop one of their sneak attacks, and his arm is still throbbing slightly. There were 3 others hiding in the river, ambushing Yi Tian. If Su Yanran hadn't intervened in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That boss Tian always bullies the new disciples, but we haven't provoked him. Why would he try to kill us in the river? Shen Tao was somewhat puzzled. Perhaps it's because of the yin-yang spirit carp I discovered. Besides, it's all in the past, and there's nothing we can do about it. Yi Tian replied. Only Zhao Rong himself knows about what happened. He would never tell anyone else. As for the 4 men led by Tian, he didn't have any good solutions for the time being. Su Yanran will not appear in the next few days, and even if she does, he will not allow her to take action for the sake of 4 menial disciples. I'll figure something out once I become an outer disciple. Yi Tian made a note of this. Who says we can't do anything to them? Suddenly, a pleasant, amusing female voice came from behind them. The two turned around, and Shen Tao froze on the spot. The owner of the voice wore a light red dress, the already vibrant color of which made her skin appear even whiter and more delicate than cream. A gentle smile graced her exquisitely beautiful face. It was Lin Xue, Su Yanran's junior sister. Greetings, senior sister of the inner sect. Shen Tao realized what was happening and quickly bowed. Miss Lin. Yi Tian is Su Yanran's Taoist partner, so there is no need for formalities. May I ask what brings Miss Lin here? Yi Tian asked curiously. Although Lin Xue had some affection for him, it wasn't enough for her to come to him alone. Didn't you say that the 4 men, including Boss Tian, haven't been dealt with yet? Lin Xue fiddled with the tassels hanging from her dress and asked in return. Miss Xia Lin. Yi Tian realized what was happening and quickly thanked him. Lead the way. Lin Xue said calmly. I don't know the way either. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian spread his hands. He had been lying down all along, so he wasn't in the mood to care about Boss Tian. Never mind, let's go find the steward of your water-carrying hall. Lin Xue rolled her eyes at Yi Tian. I know where Boss Tian lives. At this moment, Shen Tao stepped forward again. The 4 men led by Boss Tian were targeting Yi Tian, and he had been gathering information about Boss Tian since yesterday. However, because of Tian Laoda's powerful influence, he dared not retaliate rashly. However, with Lin Xue, an inner disciple, things are much easier now. Led by Shen Tao and followed by Lin Xue, the 3 headed towards Boss Tian's residence. Miss Lin, did Yanran entrust this matter to you? Yi Tian asked tentatively. The two had only met once the day before yesterday and knew each other's names. He couldn't understand why Lin Xue would come alone. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to ask, go ask your senior sister. Lin Xue replied indifferently. Actually, she knew that Su Yanran was helping Yi Tian find the broken mirror artifact. I chose to come to the miscellaneous service peak to look after Yi Tiani and the others so that Su Yanran wouldn't worry. She had overheard their conversation. As for helping Yi Tian vent his anger, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing for her. I wonder what kind of good fortune Yi Tian has accumulated over his past lives to have another inner sect fairy so attentive to him. Shen Tao stood to the side, filled with envy. A small courtyard. The 4 men, including Tian Laoda, sat in the courtyard, all bearing injuries. Boss, that bitch is ruthless. When she made her move, I thought I was going to die. It was said by a pale-faced cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refining. He was the leader of the group, one of the 2 who withstood the blows from Su Yanran's magical energy. Given Su Yanran's cultivation level, if she had any murderous intent, the 3 of them would surely have died on the spot. But they're not having an easy time either. His internal organs were shaken, and he could not cultivate for at least 3 months. Wasn't it said that the Holy Maiden was just using Yi Tian as a shield? Why would they attack us for the sake of a menial disciple? Moreover, Yi Tian actually broke through to the 2nd level of Qi refining. The disciple whose arm had been broken by Yi Tian said through gritted teeth. Yi Tian was originally a piece of trash on the miscellaneous service peak, with no outstanding characteristics except for the long time he had been a student. As a result, he was chosen to become a Saintess's partner during a Saintess Grand competition, and suddenly rose to prominence. What's most infuriating is that we didn't even get the Qi refining pill. We're all injured, and our leader wants to become an outer disciple, but we don't know how long that will take. The last person complained. That's enough. Since you've accepted the mission, you have to take the risks. The deacon didn't contact us yesterday, and the Saintess didn't show up either, so this matter should be considered closed. As for Yi Tian, we'll find a way to cause him trouble later. I said in a deep voice. Are you still going to cause me trouble? Before the words were finished, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Who dares to eavesdrop on our conversation? Boss Tian's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Bang! The courtyard door was kicked open, and a familiar face appeared before the four of them. Yi Tian? The four looked at each other, their expressions shifting. They were just talking about how to get revenge on Yi Tian, and now the person in question has come knocking on their door. They looked behind Yi Tian. They weren't afraid of Yi Tian, but they were afraid of the holy maiden Su Yanran behind him. Stop looking, Yanran isn't here. Yi Tian said with a smile. You surnamed Ji, how dare you be so arrogant without the holy maiden's presence? Boss Tian's expression changed instantly. He gathered his magic power in his hand, wrapped it around his fist, and threw a punch at Yi Tian. However, he remained vigilant and kept his eyes on the door. He would immediately stop if Su Yanran or any other powerful figure appeared. But even as the bird reached Yi Tian, there was still no movement outside the courtyard. Old Master Tian's face was contorted with rage as he shouted. You surnamed Ji, you really dare to come alone? You're asking for death. Chapter 13, Eliminating Evil, Shaking the Miscellaneous Servant's Peak. With the gathering of invisible magical power, Boss Tian's punch was enough to severely injure someone in the early stage of the second level of qi refining. But Yi Tian remained calm and composed. Bagwazang. He channeled his magical power, forming a palm with his fingers, and struck Boss Tian's wrist with lightning speed. Bang! The magical powers collided and transformed into spiritual energy, dissipating into the world. You've broken through to the mid-stage of the second level of qi refining? Old Master Tian's magical power faltered, and he cried out in alarm. It's too late to realize this now. Yi Tian pressed his advantage, striking Tian Lauda in the chest with 2 consecutive palm strikes. Old Master Tian quickly withdrew his hand to defend, but Yi Tian not only broke through in cultivation, but the depth of his magic power was also far beyond what an ordinary qi refining level 2 cultivator could match. A powerful force struck Boss Tian through his arm. The injuries he sustained were aggravated once again. Puff! Old Tian coughed up blood, staggered back 10 steps, and crashed onto the bluestone ground. Boss! The other 3 were dumbfounded when they saw this. What are you all standing there for? He dared to trespass into our courtyard and even hurt someone. Seize him and take him to the steward. Old Master Tian gritted his teeth, his gaze towards Yi Tian filled with resentment and venom. Yes. The 3 agreed and immediately surrounded Yi Tian. They had previously thought they had no excuse to cause trouble for Yi Tian. Now that Yi Tian has come to them, it will be perfectly legitimate for them to take him down. If you're outmatched, call me. Don't be reckless. As Yi Tian faced the 3 people, a subtle female voice entered his ears. I can still handle 3 qi refining stage 2 fighters who are also injured. Yi Tian thought to himself, and then made the first move. He shifted to the side, gathering magical power in his right hand, and struck the disciple with the missing arm. Not good. The man's expression changed drastically, but he was not as fast as Yi Tian and was caught up in just a few steps. The 2 clashed with a single palm strike, and Yi Tian's powerful magic penetrated through, breaking the man's left arm bone. Then he struck again, knocking the man to the ground. The next 2 were dealt with in the same way as Tian Lauda. Yi Tian's magic power aggravated their injuries, and they all collapsed to the ground severely wounded. Ah! My hand! In the courtyard, wails of agony immediately filled the air. The 4 men who had previously acted arrogantly were now lying on the ground like dead dogs. Isn't that Yi Tian? What's he doing in Boss Tian's courtyard? Look! Boss Tian and the other 3 have all been suppressed by Yi Tian. Great! Finally, someone can deal with these 4 bullies. The commotion in the courtyard quickly attracted the attention of the servant disciples living nearby, who were extremely pleased to see what was happening inside. I'm finding Yi Tian's strength increasingly incomprehensible. Shin Tao mingled in the crowd, feeling a mix of emotions. He was originally stronger than Yi Tian, but now, if it were him, he would never be a match for Boss Tian and his 3 companions. Stop! Just when everyone thought Yi Tian was about to act on behalf of heaven, a loud shout rang out. Immediately afterwards, a figure pushed through the crowd. Deacon! Everyone immediately lowered their heads. The man who came was the steward of the water-carrying hall. Someone must have tipped him off to bring him here. Deacon! Save me! This Yi Tian has barged into our courtyard without any explanation, intending to kill us. Upon seeing the steward, Boss Tian grasped at a straw. Yi Tian's arrogance is outrageous according to the laws of the miscellaneous service peak, he'll definitely be in deep trouble. Yi Tian, the evidence is irrefutable. You killed your fellow disciple. Come with me to the enforcement peak. The deacon said with a gloomy expression. Just because you've hooked up with a Saintess, you think you can do whatever you want? Upon hearing this, Boss Tian sneered. If Yi Tian goes to the enforcement peak, he'll be skinned alive, if not killed. As he spoke, the steward revealed his chi refining 4th level power and was about to suppress Yi Tian. In the fallen immortal sect, anyone with a chi refining level 3 cultivation can become an outer disciple. However, sometimes, if one's talent is too low and one's cultivation level is not high, staying in the outer sect and having to perform tasks frequently is not as comfortable as returning to the miscellaneous servant's peak to become a steward and receive a salary. Yi Tian was too impulsive. He should at least have invited the Holy Maiden. It's over. Now that Boss Tian has escaped this time, he'll definitely bully us even more. Good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. Seeing that Yi Tian was about to be suppressed, the servants outside the courtyard were dejected. Stop! Just then, Lin Inshua's clear, bell-like voice echoed through the sky. At the same time, the powerful aura of the Foundation establishment stage swept in like a tidal wave. Greetings, Inner Sect Senior Sister. Sensing this aura, all the servants and disciples, including the water carriers, bowed their heads in reverence. You're the steward of the water-carrying hall? It's clear that these 4 were instructed by someone to attack Yi Tian first. This matter should be thoroughly investigated. Lin Yingxue lowered her eyes and spoke in a cold voice. Senior Sister is right. The 4 of you, why don't you confess? The steward immediately put on a big smile and questioned the 4 men, including Tian Lauda. I knew it, there must be someone behind Yi Tian. Where did this kid get the good fortune to attract another inner sect fairy? Old Tian nearly ground his teeth to powder, filled with dread. Your Excellency, we were not instructed by anyone. Old Master Tian replied through gritted teeth. The people who instigated them are disciples of the enforcement peak. If they were to reveal this, even if they survived today, the enforcement peak would kill them to silence them. Therefore, it must never be said. You weren't instructed by anyone? Yi Tian chuckled and walked up to the handyman disciple who had lost both arms, stepping on his severed arm. Ah! The man's features contorted, and he let out a shrill scream. Tell me, who ordered you? Yi Tian pressed him for an answer. The broken arm bone pierced his flesh, causing excruciating pain. At first, he could endure it, but his will quickly crumbled, and he screamed. They're from the enforcement peak, but I don't know their names. Upon hearing the words enforcement peak, Boss Tian's face instantly turned pale. Your brothers have all confessed, why won't you? Yi Tian looked at Boss Tian. Yi Tian, you're nothing but a good-for-nothing who's latched onto the Holy Maiden's coattails. Sooner or later, you'll be brought back to reality. With bloodshot eyes, Tian Lauda cursed loudly at Yi Tian's questioning before slapping his own chest. Bang! Old Master Tian bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground, dying. All we know is that they are from the enforcement peak. The other 3 quickly spoke up. Then what use are you? A murderous intent flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He gathered his magic power in his right hand and struck the tops of the 3 people's heads. With that, all 4 of Tian Lauda's thugs were dealt with. I wonder if my inner sect senior sister is satisfied. The water carrier asked in a fawning tone. Snort! Lin Yingxue snorted coldly, gestured to Yi Tian with her eyes, and turned to leave. Only then did the group of servants and disciples outside the courtyard dare to raise their heads. Those 4 thugs, Boss Tian, have finally been eliminated. Heaven has eyes. That inner sect fairy, wasn't she with Saintess Su that day? Why is she taking such good care of Yi Tian? And even supporting him? Don't ask so many questions. Yi Tian is not what he used to be. Remember, never offend Yi Tian in the future. The servant disciples were all talking about it. After today's events spread, no one on the entire miscellaneous service peak dared to underestimate Yi Tian anymore. Well done, Yi Tian. This matter must be reported immediately. One disciple disappeared from the crowd. Chapter 14, Slapping Zhao Rong in the Face, the Taoist Partner's Feedback. Lin Yinshue's Favorability +4. After leaving Boss Tian's courtyard, a notification appeared in Yi Tian's eyes. Killing 4 people will increase your favorability rating? Yi Tian was somewhat surprised. Lin Yingshue's favorability rating has now reached 5 points. Although she is still far behind Su Yanran and Ran Siley, she has at least laid some foundation. Is there a chance to become Lin Yingshue's love interest? Yi Tian was filled with anticipation. Thinking to himself, Lin Yingxue, who was ahead of him, stopped in her tracks. I was thinking of helping you resolve those 4 problems. I never imagined that you, a mere mid-stage qi refining stage 2 cultivator, could actually kill 4 opponents of the same level. Lin Yingxue looked Yi Tian up and down and said with a hint of surprise. Miss Lin, you flatter me. I have taken Yangli, so naturally I am not comparable to those 4. Yi Tian replied modestly. His cultivation level cannot be revealed, not even to Lin Yingxue. Therefore, the only excuse is to use Yangli. Your strength lies in your self-awareness. I've inquired about your past. Now that you are your senior sister's Taoist partner, even if your talent is average, you should still strive to improve and not be complacent. Lin Yingxue nodded. This matter is considered resolved. As for the matter of the law enforcement peak, I will continue to investigate. After leaving behind another sentence, Lin Yingxue transformed into a swift swan and headed towards the inner sect. She even investigated me. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Judging from Lin Yingshue's words, she should know about her previous lying down. But unlike others who questioned Su Yanran, Lin Yingxue seemed to support her becoming a Taoist couple with Su Yanran. That's why I care so much about myself. Senior sister Lin is gone? Shen Tao caught up and looked around before asking. Back to the inner sect. Yi Tian replied. It's normal for inner disciples to be busy with their affairs. But today, you really stole the show. From now on, the disciples of the miscellaneous peak will have to take a detour when they see you. From now on, I'll go out with you, so I can benefit from your presence. Shen Tao and Yi Tian walked arm in arm toward the water-carrying hall. Enforcement Peak. Inside the magnificent main hall of Zhao Rong's cave dwelling. A disciple dressed in black walked in from outside the hall. Senior brother. The disciple in black bowed respectfully. What is it? Zhao Rong, dressed in a magnificent black and gold robe, looked down at him and asked. Reporting to senior brother, Yi Tian has come to visit the disciple surnamed Tian from the miscellaneous service peak. The disciple in black reported. What? Su Yanran has shown up? Zhao Rong was startled and quickly asked. Su Yanran holds a very high position within the sect, and if she were to make a move, he would most likely be exposed. The holy maiden Su did not appear. It was Yi Tian who found the courtyard of the disciple surnamed Tian himself. The disciple in black replied. That piece of trash came to our door all by himself? You didn't manage to take him down? Zhao Rong frowned. When conflicts arise among the menial disciples, they are usually punished equally on both sides. Since Su Yanran is not here, Yi Tian is just a menial disciple. If he dares to violate the rules, he should be taken to the enforcement peak. But the disciple in black returned to the enforcement peak alone. Senior brother, please calm down. It's not that I failed in my duties. It's because Yi Tian has Lin Yingxue from the inner sect backing him up. With the intervention of an inner disciple, this matter can only be dropped. The disciple in black glanced at Zhao Rong and replied in a low voice. Inner disciples have the power of life and death over menial disciples, and the enforcement peak need not interfere. Lin Yingxue? How did she get involved with Yi Tian? Zhao Rong, puzzled, asked again. Have our deeds been discovered? The 4 handymen disciples were dead, so what? In his eyes, they were no different from the dead ants. What he cared about was whether the 4 ants had betrayed the people at law enforcement peak. Reporting to senior brother, of those 4, only the disciple surnamed Tian interacted with me. But the disciple surnamed Tian committed suicide. The remaining 3 only mentioned the name of my enforcement peak. The disciple in black answered. The title of law enforcement peak? Give them 100 titles, and they won't be able to shake the reputation of law enforcement peak. Zhao Rong sneered, feeling relieved. As long as the black-clad disciples remain undetected, even if Lin Yingxue and Su Yanran join forces, they cannot do anything to the entire enforcement peak. Pass on my order to deal with all the relatives of those 3 disciples. Dare to utter the name of my enforcement peak, this is the price to pay. Zhao Rong gave the order in a cold voice. Yes. The disciple in black agreed. Boss Tian knew the methods of the enforcement peak, which is why he chose to commit suicide. By committing suicide, he was able to protect those who followed him, etc. Before the black-clad disciple could leave, Zhao Rong stopped him again. Is there anything else you wish to tell me, senior brother? The disciple in black stopped in his tracks. Now that Yi Tian has Lin Yingxue behind him, and is using his status as an inner disciple to kill people from my enforcement peak. We absolutely cannot let him get away with this. You secretly arrange for people to impersonate demonic cultivators. In a few days, we'll get rid of Yi Tian directly. Zhao Rong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His initial plan was to slowly torture Yi Tian before letting him die. But Yi Tian dared to slap Zhao Rong in the face. He was courting death. Since Yi Tian is still on the miscellaneous service peak, why not take this opportunity to create an accident? Since it was done by a demonic cultivator, no one will suspect Zhao Rong. Clear. The black-clad disciple withdrew. Yi Tian was unaware that yet another conspiracy was brewing against him. 5 days have passed since Tian Laoda died. Yi Tian had already finished fetching water and was cultivating in the wooden house. After swallowing a rare spirit fish, the magical power of the early stage of the 7th level of qi refining flowed endlessly. Upon reaching the 7th level of qi refining, the cultivation speed slowed down even further. Even if Yang Li's spiritual essence has not been fully absorbed, it will still take several days before he can break through to the mid-stage of the 7th level of qi refining. When I break through, I will then demonstrate my cultivation at the late stage of the 2nd level of qi refining. I will be able to become an outer disciple within a month. Concealing his aura, Yi Tian opened his eyes and muttered to himself. 7th level of qi refining. He once dared not even dream of reaching a certain level, but now he complains that his cultivation is too slow. Yi Lang. Suddenly, a familiar call came from the array surrounding the wooden house. Yan Ran? With a thought, Yi Tian quickly used the system to conceal his magical power as being at the 2nd level of qi refining and opened the formation. Opening the wooden door, Su Yanran, whom I hadn't seen for many days, was outside. She wore a light blue dress, elegant and refined, with beautiful features and a breathtaking smile. Come inside quickly. Yi Tian took Su Yanran's delicate hand and led her into the wooden house. Yi Lang, you've broken through to the early stage of the 2nd level of qi refining? Su Yanran sensed Yi Tian's cultivation level and said with delight. I have refined the young carp. Yi Tian replied. Even after not seeing him for many days, Su Yanran still cared about him, but her pretty face looked somewhat pale. The spirit of the young carp is still hidden in your body, nourishing your bones and bones. I have come today to bring you a magical item. Please accept it and consume it as soon as possible. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yanran took out a spiritual fruit, about half the size of her palm, from her storage magic treasure. As soon as the spiritual fruit appeared, a unique fragrance wafted out. The exotic fragrance was so refreshing that just by smelling it, Yi Tian felt his magical power circulating faster. Chapter 15, Flood Dragon Scale Crimson Fruit, 8th level of qi refining. This spiritual fruit is a vibrant crimson color all over. However, the outer skin is covered with neatly arranged, tiny, shield-shaped scales, which is quite peculiar. This is the Flood Dragon Scale Vermilion Fruit. After consuming it, cultivators in the qi refining stage can break through a minor realm without any conditions. Su Yanran placed the spiritual fruit in Yi Tian's hand. This is far too expensive. Yi Tian and Su Yanran exchanged glances, their hearts stirred. He had only heard of such a spiritual object. If it weren't for Su Yanran, how could a menial disciple like him have the virtue or ability to see it? Why should we care about these things between us? Su Yanran smiled radiantly. She had kept in mind what Yi Tian had said when he gave her the yin yang spirit carp last time. This dragon scale vermilion fruit was something she had specially sought out. Yi Lang, take it as soon as possible to avoid the medicine from leaking out. I won't disturb your cultivation for the next few days. After exchanging gifts of spiritual fruit and a few private words, Su Yanran got up and left. I send you. Yi Tian stood up to see her off, watching Su Yanran leave the miscellaneous service peak. Yanran gave me this flood dragon scale vermilion fruit. She must want me to break through to the 3rd level of qi refining as soon as possible and become an outer disciple. Holding the spiritual fruit in his hand, Yi Tian felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. Despite his background and the many questioning gazes, Su Yanran chose him as her Taoist partner. With such a companion, what more could one ask for? But another stunningly beautiful figure involuntarily surfaced in Yi Tian's mind. Su Yanran was his Taoist partner, but Ran Siley unexpectedly became his first woman. At least he has a conscience. Suddenly, a voice came from the wooden house. Miss Lin? Yi Tian turned around and, sure enough, saw Lin Ningxue sitting on the wooden house. Lin Ningxue wore a pale yellow dress, her shapely legs peeking out from under the skirt, swaying back and forth with great ease. Do you know where this flood dragon scale vermilion fruit came from? Lin Ningxue flashed and stood in front of Yi Tian, asking with her hands behind her back. I don't know. Yi Tian shook his head. He had never heard of the name spiritual fruit before, so how could he know its origin? This flood dragon scale vermilion fruit was born after being bathed in the blood of a core formation realm flood dragon. Now, in the entire cold star domain, only the desolate netherworld swamp still has a few remaining. Lin Ningxue asked and answered herself. Shadow swamp? Yi Tian still looked completely bewildered. The netherworld swamp is teeming with Foundation Establishment realm monsters, and even core formation realm monsters have appeared. Do you know that these past few days, Senior Sister Su went to that perilous place with 2 core formation elders? Not only did we search for several days, but Senior Sister Su was also injured and needed to rest. Lin Ying continued. Yan Ran is injured? After hearing these words, Yi Tian suddenly felt that the flood dragon scale vermilion fruit in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This item is not only rare, but also extremely valuable. If it weren't for you, Senior Sister Su wouldn't have had to take such a risk. Lin Ningxue looked at Yi Tian and said with her lips pursed. She and Su Yanran were as close as sisters, and she felt extremely distressed when she learned that Su Yanran was injured. However, Su Yanran insisted on giving the spiritual fruit to Yi Tian before returning to her cave to heal her injuries. Lin Ningxue had no choice but to follow secretly. She had originally planned to go back with Yi Tian Yanran, but she couldn't help herself and stayed to say those words. Thank you for informing me, Miss Lin. I will never let Yanran down. Yi Tian stroked the flood dragon scale vermilion fruit, pondered for a long time, and then made a firm promise. I hope so. Lin Ningxue left a message and turned to leave. The cabin fell silent, and Yi Tian turned and went back inside. Without cultivation, no matter how many guarantees you make, they are all empty words. Holding the flood dragon scale vermilion fruit, Yi Tian muttered to himself. Having spent many years on Miscellaneous Peak, he had long since seen through the coldness and warmth of human relationships in the cultivation world. Cultivation. Discarding distracting thoughts, Yi Tian calmed his mind and focused his spirit. He peeled off one of the scales of the spirit fruit, revealing not pulp, but flowing red spiritual liquid. With his mouth facing the opening, Yi Tian drank the spiritual liquid inside in one gulp. Instantly, the flow of magical power within his body surged dramatically. The surrounding spiritual energy formed a visible vortex, which then merged into the meridians and, after refinement, transformed into pure magical power. This flood dragon scale vermilion fruit is also effective for those at the 7th level of Qi refining. Moreover, I can also reveal my cultivation level of the 3rd level of Qi refining in advance. Feeling the surging medicinal power, Yi Tian was overjoyed. Su Yanran spent a lot of effort and even got injured in exchange for this spiritual fruit, which greatly shortened his cultivation time. I must never mistreat Yanran in this lifetime. Yi Tian saw Su Yanran's beautiful figure and became immersed in cultivation. Enforcement Peak. Zhao Rongdong Mansion. The disciple in black entered the main hall once more. Senior brother, the disciples who impersonate demonic cultivators are ready. Please determine the timing for our attack. The disciple in black spoke respectfully. I have received the news that Su Yanran is returning to the sect today. Let's not act rashly for now, but she seems to be injured and needs to go into seclusion. I will continue to gather information. If I have not made it clear, then we will act 3 days from now. Zhao Rong took a sip of the spiritual tea and said with narrowed eyes. Yes. The disciple in black agreed. Inside the magnificent hall, only Zhao Rong remained. As soon as Su Yanran returned to the sect, she went to that good-for-nothing's residence. What kind of bewitching potion did this menial disciple give her to make Su Yanran care so much? But the more I care, the more it suits my taste. When Yi Tian dies, Su Yanran will be widowed before marriage and will surely be heartbroken. I'll use the excuse of tracking down the real culprit to make contact with her, and Su Yanran will definitely lower her guard. Ha ha ha. Zhao Rongnin's laughter beneath his silver mask was one of immense smugness. After consuming the Jiaolin Zhugua, Yi Tian did not leave the wooden house for 3 nights and 2 days in a row. Just as he had expected, the Flood Dragon Scale Vermilion fruit also had an effect on those at the 7th level of Chi refining. At this time, his cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of Chi refining, and this is not even the end. Wow! Inside the wooden house, ripples of spiritual energy stirred up fine dust, and Yi Tian, who was at the core of the spiritual energy, once again rose to a new level. Mid-stage of the 8th level of Chi refining. Yi Tian opened his eyes, his body brimming with magical power, as if he could shatter the heavens and earth with a single punch. It truly lives up to its reputation as a rare and precious fruit. Feeling his own powerful magic, Yi Tian exclaimed in admiration. But the system is still more powerful. Yi Tian changed the subject. The system helped him break through from the 1st level of Qi refining to the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining in just 2 hours. Compared to that, external things are still too slow. It will take some time to reach a friendship level of 90. When Yanran finds out that I become an outer disciple, her favorability towards me will definitely increase. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Tian stepped out of the formation. It was morning, and Shintao was just getting ready to go out to fetch water. Yi Tian, you've been cultivating for more than 2 days now. Come on, let's go fetch some water. Shintao greeted Yi Tian. Starting today, we won't have to carry water anymore. Yi Tian said with a smile. Why? Have you decided to live off me and leave me all alone? Shintao pointed at Yi Tian, his expression one of indignation and regret for misjudging him. How is that possible? Yi Tian chuckled and released the fluctuations of his Qi refining stage 3, early stage. Qi refining level 3? You can become an outer disciple? Shintao was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Chapter 16, Promotion to Outer Disciple, Demonic Cultivators Reappear. The Flood Dragon Scale Vermilion Fruit? You damned bastard, you deserve to die. On the way to the book hall, Shintao learned the reason for Yi Tian's breakthrough and was extremely envious. In less than 10 days, Yi Tian broke through 2 minor realms in succession. He, however, remained at the early stage of the 2nd level of Qi refining. It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Despite his criticism, Shintao was actually happy for Yi Tian. Once you become an outer disciple, you won't need to do these chores every day. Soon, the two appeared at the register hall of the Miscellaneous Servants' Peak. The register hall is responsible for managing the promotion of disciples within the fallen immortal sect. Disciples who are engaged in miscellaneous tasks need to pass an examination in order to be promoted to outer disciples. At this moment, 2 disciples were on duty outside the main hall. Gentlemen, I need to conduct a promotion assessment. Yi Tian stepped forward and said. I know you. You are Yi Tian, the one chosen by the Holy Maiden. The 2 disciples exchanged a glance and recognized Yi Tian. Go in. Since they knew Yi Tian, the 2 did not stop him and let him enter the hall. Shintao did not participate in the assessment, so he stayed outside. Hanging on the Saintess's coattails makes all the difference. He's broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refining in just a few days. The 2 disciples whispered among themselves. Yi Tian walked into the hall and saw a middle-aged male cultivator who was writing something. Disciple's token. The middle-aged male cultivator didn't even look up and said something. Yi Tian had already prepared and took out his wooden disciple token. The water carrier's hall, Yi Tian? The middle-aged male cultivator saw the name on the token and finally raised his head. Now, who on the entire miscellaneous service peak doesn't know the name Yi Tian? Go to the formation over there and activate your magic power. After carefully examining Yi Tian, the middle-aged male cultivator pointed to an open side hall and said. One of them was a piece of blue jade that was 3 zhang tall. Yi Tian walked over and, as the male cultivator had instructed, released his Qi refining stage 3, early stage power. Buzz. As magical power surged into the jade, it trembled slightly and unexpectedly emitted a rich blue light. Then the number 3 appeared above. Qualified. The voice of the middle-aged male cultivator came from behind. As long as you reach the 3rd level of Qi refining, you can become an outer disciple. The requirements are that simple. Yi Tian, the purity of your magical power is extremely rare among the menial disciples. It seems that Saintess Su is indeed concerned about you. The middle-aged male cultivator glanced at the dissipating blue light and made a sarcastic remark. In his eyes, Yi Tian must have possessed such refined magical power because of Su Yanran. However, Yi Tian didn't need to explain anything. We'll replace your token now, please wait a moment. The middle-aged male cultivator put Yi Tian's original wooden token into a hidden compartment. At the same time, he took out a new file, wrote Yi Tian's name on it, and put it in as well. After waiting for about half an hour, a new dark silver identity token was placed in Yi Tian's hand. From today onwards, you are an outer disciple. I'll send someone right away to take you to collect the resources for outer disciples and to assign you accommodations. After the middle-aged male cultivator finished speaking, another disciple walked out from inside the book hall. I remember that outer disciples can choose a servant disciple to take care of their daily needs, right? Yi Tian held the token and asked. Good. The middle-aged male cultivator nodded. Then I'll choose the one outside the door. Yi Tian pointed to Shen Tao outside the door and said. Can. The middle-aged male cultivator nodded again. Outer disciples, having shed their status as menial disciples, can instead choose a menial disciple to serve them. Of course, you can also exchange the spot for spirit stones and keep it for yourself. Therefore, most outer disciples do not choose to become menial disciples. Even if they had to choose, they would choose their own relatives or partners. Yi Tian, you want me to go to the outer sect with you? Shen Tao was led into the lobby and asked in surprise. What? You're not happy about it? Yi Tian asked with a smile. Being able to go to the outer sect is definitely a good thing. Shen Tao rubbed his hands together and laughed excitedly. Let's go. Yi Tian and Shen Tao, arm in arm, followed the disciples of the book hall to the outer gate. From Zadi Peak to the outer gate of the mountain, there is a valley between them, and there is also a protective array around the mountain. After passing through the Great Formation, a rich spiritual energy immediately rushed towards us. Mist rises among the mountains, cranes fly in pairs, and disciples often leap through the air, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere between heaven and earth. Separated only by a valley, they seem like two different worlds. This is the outer sect's mountain gate. Shen Tao followed Yi Tian, looking around in amazement. It was his first time visiting this place. Yi Tian had attended the Saintess selection ceremony once before, but the training ground was packed with people then, and it was nowhere near as peaceful and serene as it is now. After becoming an outer disciple, Yi Tian's monthly allowance increased from 2.5 spirit stones to 25 spirit stones a month. Shen Tao's monthly allowance remained unchanged, but he no longer needed to return to the miscellaneous service peak. It went on until the afternoon. Yi Tian now has a small courtyard with 2 sections on Ling Yuan Peak, the outer sect. As expected of the outer sect, they are indeed very wealthy. Shen Tao walked into the courtyard and praised it highly. Originally, Boss Tian's courtyard was already considered the best in the miscellaneous service peak, but this courtyard is even more impressive than Boss Tian's. Yi Tian, I'll stay in the outer room. Even if Saintess comes, I won't be able to disturb you if you stay inside. Shen Tao took the initiative to choose the outer room. Even though the outer room isn't very big, it's still better than his residence on the miscellaneous servants' peak. Thank you for your trouble. After seeing off the disciples from the book hall, the two were finally settled in the outer sect. Shen Tao, are you going back to pack your things? Yi Tian asked, standing in the courtyard. What's the point of tidying up my dilapidated thatched hut? I'll go back by myself tomorrow. Shen Tao lay back in the chair, feeling completely comfortable, and said. He knew that Yi Tian had a storage bag and didn't need to return to the servants' peak, so he didn't plan to go back today either. I'm going to cultivate. Yi Tian said something and went back to his inner room. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Even after becoming an outer disciple, Yi Tian hasn't forgotten his old brother. Shen Tao stood up and muttered to himself. However, I can't keep troubling Yi Tian. I need to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining as soon as possible and have my own little courtyard. Night fell. On Zai Peak, a formation was very conspicuous. On the entire miscellaneous service peak, this is the only place protected by an array, so even a blind person could see it. A cold male voice came from around a corner. In the darkness, 5 figures dressed in black blended almost seamlessly into their surroundings. Brother, let's get started. Kill Yi Tian first, then kill those unlucky bastards around him too. Absolutely no one will suspect us. Another figure in black said in a low voice. Do I need you to teach me? Let's go. The leader shouted, his Qi refining level 6 magic power enveloping his body, and then, under the cover of night, he quickly approached the formation. Soon, the 5 figures had completely surrounded the defensive formation. I'll break the formation. Remember, under no circumstances can anyone escape. The leader stood in front of the formation and gave a reminder. Don't worry, brother. There are 4 of us at the 5th level of chi refining. Do you think we can let one at the 2nd level of chi refining escape? Responding voices came from the surrounding area. Break the formation. The leader immediately took action. Chapter 17, True and False Demonic Cultivators, a Blessing in Disguise. The leader, dressed in black, channeled magical power into his right hand, transforming it into a sharp cone that pierced the array. Buzz. The formation rippled instantly, its light flickering. A formation at the 5th level of chi refining can actually withstand my full force attack? The man in black was anxious. But now that we've started, there's no turning back. Bang! Bang! The magic power of a 6th level chi refining cultivator relentlessly assaulted the formation, and finally, the formation that could withstand a 5th level chi refining cultivator dissipated. Don't let them escape. The man in black gave a low shout and smashed the wooden door with a punch, entering the wooden house. His killing intent surged, ready to kill Yi Tian with a single blow at any moment. But upon entering the cabin, they found it completely empty. Where are they? The man in black was dumbfounded. Undeterred, he continued searching the cabin, leaving no corner unchecked. But in the end, no trace was found. Really not in the cabin? The man in black, his eyes as cold and brooding, left the wooden house. Big brother, has the person been killed? Upon seeing their eldest brother emerge, the other 4 asked. He's not here. The man in black replied. What? Has the information been leaked? The 4 of them were also taken aback. Besides this reason, they couldn't think of any other reason why a menial disciple wouldn't be in his own quarters late at night. The news can't have leaked out, otherwise we would already be corpses before we even broke the formation. What happened tonight is too suspicious, but since we're here, let's kill those unlucky guys around us to avoid being exposed. The man in black thought for a moment and then said. If they only destroy this one part of the formation, their intentions will be too obvious. Su Yanran will definitely not let this go after she finds out. Yes. The 4 men in black agreed. 5 cultivators, each at least at the 5th level of chi refining, were far beyond the capabilities of a menial disciple. Who goes there? The handyman disciple in the nearby thatched hut was killed in his sleep with a single blow, dying in his bed. Under the cover of night, thatched huts collapsed one after another, and a thick, pungent stench of blood filled the air. Brother, we killed 26 people, and there's still an empty thatched hut. The 5 people gathered again to summarize the situation. It's probably an unused thatched hut. Go back and report this. The leader glanced at Yi Tian's wooden house one last time before preparing to leave. Who said you could leave? As night fell, a group of 10 men dressed in black appeared before the 5 men in black. The magical energy emanating from this group of people was chaotic, and a terrifying aura of malevolence swept over them. This is a true demonic cultivator. Moreover, the strongest among them has reached the 8th level of chi refining. So we're kindred spirits. The leader in black, who was about to leave, quickly bowed. Who shares your views? The man at the 8th level of chi refining stared at the leader in black and asked with a forced smile. Senior brother Huang, the place Miss asked us to find seems to have been razed to the ground. At this moment, another demonic cultivator arrived and reported. What? The senior brother Huang, who was at the 8th level of chi refining, instantly turned extremely gloomy. Senior brother Huang, it must have been these people who did it. A group of demonic cultivators surrounded the 5 of them. Leave one alive. Senior brother Huang gave the order in a cold voice. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The leader in black was deathly pale, as if he had seen a ghost. They received orders from the enforcement peak to disguise themselves as demonic cultivators under the cover of night, but instead encountered real demonic cultivators. The strangest thing is that their target seems to be Yi Tian. Kill. The group of demonic cultivators completely ignored the black-clad man's words and instantly killed 4 of them, leaving only the leader alive. Take him back to the Xianin sect, and that person, we need to see him alive or dead. Senior brother Huan walked towards the wooden house that had become ruins halfway up the mountain. No body? But after searching, senior brother Huang found no fragments of the body. Tell me, where is the body? Senior brother Huang had no choice but to interrogate the leader in black. They were ordered by the young lady to come and investigate the situation of the handyman disciple here, and that's how they encountered this situation. There were no bodies inside the wooden house. The group of demonic cultivators were also completely bewildered. When I came here, I didn't see anyone. The leader in black was filled with fear and could only reply, "Aren't you going to tell the truth?" Senior brother Huang didn't believe it at all, so he took out a black, sharp-boned spur and stabbed it into the waist of the black-clad leader. Ah! The leader in black felt as if he were being torn to pieces and immediately screamed in agony. To be honest. Using his magic to muffle the person's voice, senior brother Huang continued to press for answers. "What I said is the truth." Ah! The leader in black spoke, but was once again pierced in the thigh by senior brother Huang's bone spur. In the darkness of night, suppressed screams filled the air, utterly devastating. In the end, the leader in black was covered in blood, his consciousness was blurred, and he was no longer recognizable as a human. Still not going to confess? Senior brother Huang still wants to get acupuncture. Senior brother Huang, I think what he said is probably true. Even an Iron Man wouldn't be this stubborn. The surrounding demonic cultivators said. Take him back to Xianin sect and hand him over to Miss for disposal. After thinking about it, senior brother Huang felt it made sense and spared the life of the leader in black. As night fell, Zai Peak returned to Kong. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. A graceful figure in a light blue dress, ethereal as a fairy, descends from the void, stepping into the dawn. I wonder if young Master Yi has broken through to the third level of qi refining? Su Yanran smiled, her heart filled with anticipation. In 3 days, she had suppressed her injuries and even improved her cultivation. After their brief meeting, Yi Tian's image filled her mind, and she came to the miscellaneous service peak as soon as she came out of seclusion. Last night, another demonic cultivator broke into the sect. Everyone around here was killed, and even the thatched huts were destroyed. Luckily I live far away, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. And Yi Tian, even with the defensive formation protecting him, his wooden house was breached. It must be divine intervention, this was his destiny to suffer this calamity. As she approached the miscellaneous disciples' peak, Su Yanran heard the discussions among the group of miscellaneous disciples. What? Yi Tian, he. Su Yanran had a bad feeling, as if something was missing from her heart. Her gaze fell on the mountainside. Sure enough, the array she had personally set up had vanished into thin air. Su Yanran's face turned pale instantly, she felt dizzy and almost lost her balance and fell from the air. I will avenge Yi Lang. Su Yanran's beautiful eyes reddened, and she gritted her teeth as she landed in front of the destroyed wooden house. Saintess Su has arrived. The servants and disciples who were watching the commotion quickly moved away. Su Yanran now possesses Foundation Establishment stage magic power that surges like a tidal wave, and no one dares to approach her. Yi Lang. Su Yanran's hands trembled, and she dared not release her divine sense. She couldn't accept that Yi Tian had become a corpse. Yanran? Suddenly, Yi Tian heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Yi Lang. Su Yanran quickly turned around and saw Yi Tian standing unharmed in the crowd, looking completely bewildered. With a sweep of her divine sense, Su Yanran confirmed that this was indeed the real Yi Tian, not someone in disguise. She immediately nestled into Yi Tian's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Su Yanran's favorability +5. A notification appeared before Yi Tian's eyes. Chapter 18 adds another detail, his name is Yi Tian. Su Yanran held Yi Tian tightly in her arms, almost as if she wanted to meld him into her body. I never realized Yanran had such a great figure. Yi Tian was held in Su Yanran's arms, and he felt so oppressed by her amazing fullness that he couldn't breathe. However, only he could enjoy such good fortune. Yi Tian was experiencing both pain and pleasure, which drew envious and jealous glances from those around him. Yanran, I can hardly breathe. After a while, Yi Tian patted Su Yanran on the back and said. Su Yanran then released Yi Tian, but still held his wrist as if he would disappear if she let go. What happened? Why did my cabin collapse? Yi Tian sought his wooden house and his face was full of heartache. I don't know either. I think I heard something about demonic cultivators appearing? When I saw the wooden house collapse, I thought it was you. Su Yanran shook her head and replied softly. Demonic cultivator? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's mind flashed with Ran Sili's stunningly beautiful face. Ran Sili shouldn't hate me that much, right? Yi Tian, puzzled, explained to Su Yenran. Yenran, I was promoted to an outer disciple yesterday and have already moved to Ling Yuan Peak in the outer sect. So last night, I was lucky to escape a disaster. He himself was also relieved that he had just avoided such a disaster. You've already broken through to the third level of qi refining? Upon hearing this, Su Yenran's pretty face broke into a smile again. That laugh seemed to drain the world of color, and even the jealous servants around him forgot to speak. Cough cough. Yi Tian stepped to the side, blocking the view of others. Su Yenran's favorability +1. Just after he finished speaking, another system notification appeared. Just as he had predicted, becoming an outer disciple did indeed increase Su Yenran's favorability. Su Yenran's favorability rating has now reached 82 points, just 8 points away from unlocking the system shop. Junior sister Su, what a coincidence. Just as Yi Tian was about to ask what had happened, Zhao Rong, wearing a silver mask, pushed through the crowd and appeared in front of the two. The gaze beneath the mask paused noticeably when it swept over Yi Tian. Senior brother Zhao, what happened on the miscellaneous service peak last night? Su Yenran asked in a deep voice. Based on what I understand, it should be a group of demonic cultivators who broke into the Luo Xian sect. For some unknown reason, a massacre suddenly broke out on the miscellaneous disciples peak, resulting in the deaths of 26 miscellaneous disciples. Then it seems that internal strife broke out again, leaving behind 4 corpses of demonic cultivators at the 5th level of qi refining. Zhao Rong replied. As expected, they are demonic cultivators. These demonic cultivators have indeed committed countless evil deeds. Once I have achieved sufficient cultivation, I will surely eradicate these scum. Upon hearing the words demonic cultivator, Su Yenran's gaze turned icy. It's not all rubbish. Yi Tian really wanted to say something, but he could only think it in his heart. Senior brother Zhao, may we see the corpses of those 4 demonic cultivators? Yi Tian suddenly asked. Junior brother Yi, those 4 demonic cultivator corpses died tragically and have already been taken back to the enforcement peak for examination. It's best not to look at them. Zhao Rong looked at Yi Tian and replied. You won't let me see? Yi Tianxin had a thought. Su Yenran thought it was an accident, but he didn't think so. Ran Siley said that Zhao Rong was able to obtain the demonic cultivator's bone-corroding powder and even trick her into coming to the Luo Xian sect's mountain gate. Yi Tian didn't believe that Zhao Rong had no connection with the demonic cultivators. And why, of all people, did they still manage to find the wooden house where he was? Even if these are all coincidences, what about the infighting among the demonic cultivators? Could it be that Zhao Rong sent someone to kill me? And then you ran into the people Ran Siley sent? Yi Tian made a guess in his mind. The more this idea came to Yi Tian, the more certain he became. However, he has not yet been able to produce any evidence. With Zhao Rong's appearance, the matter can be considered closed. The news that Yi Tian had not died and had become an outer disciple spread once again on the miscellaneous service peak. From now on, even the menial disciples won't have the right to be jealous of Yi Tian. Damn demonic cultivator, thankfully my spirit stones are still here. Shen Tao also came along, searching through the ruins of the thatched hut for the spirit stones he had hidden. Luckily, Yi Tian took me to the outer sect. At the same time, he felt increasingly grateful to Yi Tian. Seeing Shen Tao busy at work, Yi Tian's gaze became deep. Zhao Rong's account has been expanded again. Yi Tian thought to himself. If he hadn't broken through in time, he might have survived last night, but Shen Tao would definitely be in grave danger, and his strength would have been exposed. Fortunately, he escaped this calamity. He has now reached the 8th level of qi refining, and the day he settles his score with Zhao Rong is getting closer and closer. As long as he has enough power, he will definitely make Zhao Rong pay back the principal and interest. Enforcement Peak. Zhao Rongdong Mansion. The disciple in black, kneeling in the main hall, lowered his head and trembled as he spoke. Senior brother, please forgive me. I didn't know that Yi Tian had suddenly become an outer disciple. The people I sent out were keeping an eye on his formation, and we thought he was staying in the wooden house to cultivate. Last night, everything was ready. Su Yenran is still in seclusion, and no one can protect Yi Tian. 5 qi refining stage 5 or higher cultivators joined forces to kill a qi refining stage 2 cultivator. He couldn't have imagined that Yi Tian wasn't in the wooden house. Useless trash, get out of here. Zhao Rong's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He condensed his magic power into a palm print and slapped the black-clad disciple across the face. Yes. The black-clad disciple, covering his swollen face, respectfully withdrew. Zhao Rong sat alone in the main hall, his face ashen. A seemingly inescapable trap, yet Yi Tian managed to escape. Zhao Rong grew angrier the more he thought about it, and crushed the jade cup in his hand. He had originally planned to take advantage of Su Yanran's vulnerability when she was heartbroken. Ironically, this allowed Yi Tian to escape death and even strengthened the bond between the two. There's still one person missing. Could they have been taken away by those demonic cultivators? We could have escaped unscathed, but we lost 5 accomplices. Zhao Rong stood up, completely unable to calm down. He, the senior disciple of the enforcement peak, couldn't even do anything to a mere handyman disciple. Yi Tian. Once you become an outer disciple, you have to carry out a mission every month. Once you leave the Luoxian sect's gates, without Su Yanran, you will surely die. A murderous intent surged in Zhao Rong's eyes. It was the first time he had ever wanted to kill someone so badly. Xianin sect. Inside a quiet and secluded hall. Wearing a light purple fairy dress, the stunningly beautiful Ran Xili sat high in the main seat. Bring the person up. A maid relayed the order. Soon, senior brother Huang, as if catching a dead dog, dragged the leader of the black-clad men from last night into the main hall. The leader in black, crawling on the ground, caught sight of the person on the main seat in the hall out of the corner of his eye. Could there really be such a stunningly beautiful witch in the world? The man in black, who was in charge, widened his eyes. Look at me again and I'll gouge your eyes out. The maid kicked the leader of the men in black on the head. Tell me everything that happened last night. Ran Xili said expressionlessly. Last night, we were ordered. The leader in black was tortured beyond recognition and had no choice but to confess everything. Torn to pieces. After the leader in black finished speaking, Ran Xili calmly spoke up. What? The leader in black immediately tried to resist, but was taken away by senior brother Huang, who was at the 8th level of qi refining. Ah! A moment later, a scream came from outside the main hall. Ran Xili's eyes, as clear as autumn water, remained unmoved. She simply thought to herself. So, his name is Yi Tian. Chapter 19, Su Yanran transmits the technique, the Jade Immortal Descending Technique. The outer gate faces Lin Yuan Peak. Yi Tian's small courtyard. The outer gate has a protective array that is much more comprehensive than that of the miscellaneous service peak. Yi Tian held Su Yanran's delicate hand and stood in the courtyard, speaking. We must not be careless. Since the witch was able to break into the sect and escape unscathed, Lin Yuan Peak is not without its risks as well. In the next few days, I will be able to set up a passive defensive formation for you that can withstand Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Su Yanran and Yi Tian exchanged glances and spoke in a low voice. This morning, when she saw the broken wooden house, her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Now that this has happened, she absolutely cannot allow it to happen a second time. Thank you. Yi Tian had no choice but to agree. Although this was within the sect, he couldn't be sure if Zhao Rong would resort to desperate measures. If Zhao Rong really sends out a Foundation establishment cultivator, Yi Tian will only be able to rely on Su Yanran's formation to protect himself. Anyway, I already owe Su Yanran quite a bit, so a single formation is nothing. The two chatted and took a stroll around Lin Yuan Peak. Shen Tao cleared out all his belongings and brought them back to the courtyard. Then he stayed inside, not wanting to disturb Yi Tian and the other person. In the blink of an eye, it had gotten dark. Yanran, you've had so much to worry about today, go home and rest early. Back in the courtyard, Yi Tian said with concern. He knew that Su Yanran had been injured because of the Flood Dragon Scale Vermilion Fruit, so he didn't want to delay her recovery time. These are minor matters and have no impact. Besides, I'm not going back to the inner gate today. Come back to my room with me. Su Yanran gently shook her head, took Yi Tian's hand, and returned to the bedroom. Once the door was closed, the bedroom fell silent. In the dim candlelight, Su Yanran and Yi Tian sat facing each other, her snow-white skin seemingly radiating a hazy glow. Her long, smooth, jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and every part of her was beautiful. Yanran. Smelling the faint, cool fragrance emanating from Su Yanran, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Take off your clothes. Su Yanran smiled and suddenly said softly. I. Yi Tian's breathing became rapid, as if he had lost half of his soul. But then he quickly remembered the yang gu inside his body. If I were to consummate my marriage with Yanran today, my dantian would be breached by the yang gu, rendering me a cripple. Upon recalling the Yang Gu, Yi Tian immediately calmed down. Under the flowers and the moon, with a beautiful woman in front of him, any other man would probably be filled with passion. But Yi Tian was caught in a happy dilemma. As expected, a moment of pleasure comes at a price. Yi Tian sighed inwardly. Having messed with Ran Siley, whose looks are rated 99, today is the price he has to pay. However, in order not to arouse Su Yanran's suspicion, Yi Tian still did as she asked and took off his clothes. The last one is not needed. Yi Tianjiang was looking for an excuse to avoid the situation when he heard Su Yanran say something else. It's inconvenient to keep one. Yi Tian said unconsciously. I am simply passing on the Dharma to you. I have removed my clothes so that it will be easier to point out the acupoints. Su Yanran blushed slightly and explained. But you can remove it if you want, anyway, I've seen it before when I was a child. After a pause, Su Yanran's gaze cleared again, and she added. That's not fair. Why should I be the one taking off my clothes? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's gaze lingered on Su Yanran's curvaceous figure, and he said with slight dissatisfaction. Su Yanran lightly bit her red lips with her silver teeth and said reproachfully. It's unfair, so it's unfair. I'm a woman, and I'm different from you. Only after the wedding night, when I become your wife, will you be satisfied? These words stirred Yi Tian's blood again. Marrying Su Yanran is a blessing he has earned for 8 lifetimes. Since it was about transmitting the Dharma, the two joked around for a while before becoming serious. The name of my fallen immortal sect comes from its core secret technique, the Radiant Jade Fallen Immortal Technique. When this technique is cultivated to its peak, the body becomes as white as jade, the magic is as vast as the Milky Way, and one has the power to calm the world and bring forth life. This secret formula is divided into 2 parts, Qian and Kuan. Qian represents yang and Kuan represents yin. Today I will pass on the Qian part to you. Su Yanran's clear voice flowed slowly as she introduced the Dharma she was about to transmit. As he spoke, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Yi Tian from behind, her slender, white fingers pressing on an acupoint on Yi Tian's chest. The fingers are delicate and slightly cool. Because of their movements, Yi Tian could even feel Su Yanran's breath on the skin of his neck. Yi Tian froze instantly, suppressing his instincts. This technique requires identifying 108 acupoints, and not a single one can be missing. Therefore, the teachings can only be passed down between same-sex masters and disciples, fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, or husbands and wives. My master passed on the teachings to me, and I should have passed them on to you after our wedding night. But between us, there is no need to concern ourselves with those formalities. As Su Yanran spoke, she used her magic power to help Yi Tian sense the existence of acupoints. The sect leader of the Luo Xian sect was a woman, so Yi Tian didn't think much of it. Have you written it down? If not, I will try again. Su Yanran withdrew her finger and asked softly. I've written it down. Yi Tian possessed a genuine cultivation level of the 8th level of qi refining, so memorizing the acupoints was quite simple for him. Continue. Su Yanran helped Yi Tian locate the second acupoint. After tapping 10 acupoints in succession, Yi Tian's blood and qi were boiling, his skin was red, and his body was even trembling slightly. Let's rest first. Su Yanran noticed Yi Tian's change, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she sat down on the edge of the bed. At this moment, Yi Tian's eyes were bloodshot, like a vicious wolf about to devour Su Yanran alive. With such a stunning beauty by my side, and so intimately close, it's 100 times more potent than the most potent aphrodisiac in the world. Damn Yang Gu. Yi Tian cursed inwardly. There are still 98 acupoints. Calm your mind. Su Yanran didn't dare to look at Yi Tian, and only said in a low voice. It's because I lack self-control. Yi Tian took a deep breath, and after a moment calmed down, said. Yanran, continue. He resumed sitting cross-legged, while Su Yanran knelt behind him, locating the 11th acupoint. I remember when I was a child, girls were not allowed to go to school. Every day after you returned from school, you would light a lamp in your study, hold my hand, and teach me to grind ink, recognize characters, and learn to read. Su Yanran looked nostalgic and brought up their past together again. In her view, passing on the Dharma to Yi Tian today was no different from Yi Tian teaching her to read and write back then. A soft voice reached my ears. Yi Tian's lust gradually dissipated, leaving only warmth. Su Yanran is not only his Taoist partner, but also his childhood sweetheart. There's still a long road ahead. Yi Tian was immersed in Su Yanran's teachings, and his heart was filled with peace. the night passed by in the blink of an eye. As dawn broke, Yi Tian felt as if only a moment had passed. I've got it. Yi Tian looked up at himself and saw that his 108 acupoints were glowing faintly. The cultivation technique he had previously practiced was the introductory technique of the fallen immortal sect, which was completely different from this inherited immortal technique. However, his magical power came from Su Yanran and was extremely pure. Once you get the hang of it, conversion is easy. In the coming days, I will continue to assist you in cultivating the Jade Falling Immortal technique. Besides immortal techniques, you also need a method of self-protection. What kind of artifacts are you skilled with? Seeing that Yi Tian had a basic grasp of the immortal technique, Su Yanran asked another question. Chapter 20, Half a Month, Monthly Tasks. The repeated attacks by the demonic cultivators made Su Yanran very worried about Yi Tian. With Yi Tian breaking through to the third level of qi refining, it's time for him to come into contact with true immortal techniques. Therefore, Su Yanran planned to give Yi Tian another first-tier spiritual weapon for self-defense. I now have the 100 refined sword, and even Yanran probably doesn't have a better spiritual sword. How about we get another gun to cover our tracks? Yi Tian thought for a moment and then said. Yanran, I want to cultivate the way of the spear. Su Yanran nodded. A gun? That suits you quite well. However, I don't have a ready-made first-tier spirit spear. How about I make one for you? It will take a month. Tell me what your requirements are. Since Yi Tian had made a request, Su Yanran naturally wanted to do her best and prepared to entrust an intersect weapon refiner to customize a spiritual weapon for Yi Tian. As long as it's tough enough, length. Yi Tian stated his requirements. Su Yanran memorized everything and prepared to leave the courtyard to return to the intersect to prepare, while also retrieving the materials needed to set up the formation. In Xue? Just as she left the courtyard, Su Yanran saw another captivating figure. Miss Lin. Yi Tian also greeted him. Lin Xue did not respond, her beautiful eyes scanning back and forth between the two of them. Senior sister, you. Lin Xue hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Since entering the Luoxian sect, Su Yanran has always been indifferent to men. But last night, I stayed out overnight. When Lin Xue received the news and came looking for her, she found out that Su Yanran had actually stayed overnight in Yi Tian's courtyard. If this news gets out, countless disciples of the fallen immortal sect will be heartbroken. Xue, come back to the inner sect with me. Su Yanran didn't explain anything, but used her magic to ride away on a cloud. Senior sister, please help me out. Lin Xue glared at Yi Tian and quickly followed. I'm innocent. Yi Tian touched his nose and thought helplessly. Yi Tian, you are truly a role model for us all. When we returned to the courtyard, Shin Tao from the outer courtyard poked his head and hand out and gave us a thumbs up. Without giving Yi Tian a chance to speak, he closed the door again. He no longer needs to fetch water. The spiritual energy in the outer sect is abundant, and he needs to seize the time to break through to the third level of qi refining. After becoming an outer disciple, Yi Tian's life became more and more stable. Su Yanran spent a day building a formation for Yi Tian to protect the courtyard. However, the inner courtyard was isolated, so that even if others had divine sense, they could not detect what was happening inside at night. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Inside the bedroom, Yi Tian opened his eyes and saw a stunningly beautiful figure sitting cross-legged to one side. Yi Tian is still in the qi refining stage and needs to sleep for 1 or 2 hours a day. At this time, Su Yanran would stay in her bedroom to cultivate. For the past 2 weeks, in order to help Yi Tian switch to cultivating the Haoyu Luoxian technique. Unless she had to return to the inner sect for important matters, Su Yanran stayed in Yi Tian's courtyard at other times. With her help, Yi Tian's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Although his cultivation progress was still slow, his magical power was refined once again, becoming even more pure. Buzz. Yi Tianjin admired Su Yanran's profile, and suddenly a powerful ripple of magical energy appeared on her body. Then she regained consciousness, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. Yanran, are you about to break through? Yi Tian asked. I've found the opportunity to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Su Yanran had a bright smile. Congratulations. Yi Tian congratulated him with a smile. In the past 2 weeks, the estrangement between the two has completely disappeared, and Su Yanran's favorability rating has also increased to 89 points, just 1 point away from reaching 90 points. He was genuinely happy that Su Yenran had made a breakthrough. I must thank you for the yin carp you gave me, otherwise it wouldn't have been this fast. However, I will be going into seclusion for the next few days to seek a breakthrough. Su Yenran held Yi Tian's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yi Tian's yin yang spirit carp is effective not only for those in the qi refining stage but also for those in the foundation establishment stage. She originally estimated that it would take another 4 or 5 months to achieve a breakthrough. However, less than a month after refining the yin carp, he found an opportunity for a breakthrough. Cultivation is the priority, don't worry about me. Yi Tian replied. I'll be back as soon as I get through customs. Su Yenran's eyes were full of affection. After saying many more heartfelt words, Yi Tian watched Su Yenran leave. Inner door. Lining Shui Cave Mansion. Senior sister, why do you have time to come to my cave instead of going to find Yi Tian? Lining Shui looked at Su Yenran, who had come to the door, and said sarcastically. Ing Shui, I'm about to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Su Yenran knew Lin Yingshue's personality, so she didn't explain anything and calmly said. So fast? Is it because of that yin carp? Lin Yingxue asked enviously. She is 2 years younger than Su Yenran, but she is only at the 1st level of foundation establishment, while Su Yenran is about to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. It wasn't just the yin carp, I also gained some insights from the great battles I went through in search of that Jiao Lin Zhugua. After thinking it over carefully, Su Yenran replied. Sometimes, life or death crises can also be a driving force for improvement. Just say it's because Yi Tian broke through. Lin Yingxue crossed her arms and pouted as she spoke. Why don't you also find a Taoist partner? Su Yenran asked with a smile. I don't want to. Lin Yingxue immediately refused. I have come here to ask you to look after Yi Tian after I go into seclusion. After some light-hearted banter, Su Yenran explained her purpose. Take care of Yi Tian? Lin Yingxue was somewhat displeased upon hearing Yi Tian's name. Yingxue, you and I are the closest in the sect, and since you don't have a Taoist partner, it won't have any other impact. Su Yenran softened her tone and pleaded. Fine, just spoil him. Lin Yingxue agreed anyway. After giving her instructions, Su Yenran felt relieved and returned to her cave to cultivate in seclusion. I wonder what kind of bewitching potion Yi Tian gave my senior sister. Talking to herself, Lin Yingxue left the cave. Lin Yuan Peak. Yi Tian's small courtyard. Yi Tian, an elder surnamed Yang, has come to the door. Shen Tao called out from the gate of the inner courtyard. An outer sect elder? Yi Tian left the inner courtyard and came to the outer courtyard with Shen Tao. Inside the courtyard stood a middle-aged male cultivator with a long beard. Outer disciple Yi Tian greets Elder Yang. Yi Tian bowed to Elder Yang. Yi Tian, your reputation has spread throughout the sect, and this elder is also somewhat aware of it. However, since you are in the outer sect, you must act according to the rules of the outer sect. Outer disciples must complete at least one sect mission each month, otherwise they will be penalized with double their monthly allowance. You should know this. Elder Yang looked at Yi Tian and said indifferently. Yi Tian had seen this rule when he became an outer disciple. His monthly allowance was 25 spirit stones, and the penalty of double that meant he had to hand over 50 spirit stones. I need spirit stones to cultivate now. Of the 200 spirit stones I had before, I only have 81 left. Yenran has helped me so much, I can't ask her for anything more. Yi Tian touched his storage bag and thought to himself. You have been an outer disciple for more than half a month. I have come today to remind you that it is time to accept a mission. Elder Yang continued. This disciple understands. Please take me to the mission hall, Elder Yang. Yi Tian seized the opportunity and prepared to accept the task ahead of schedule today. The two left Lin Yuan Peak and headed towards the main peak of the outer sect. Chapter 21, Mining Mission, Leaving the Sect. Outer Gate Mission Hall. The entire mission hall is extremely large, enough to accommodate 1,000 people entering and exiting at the same time. Inside the lobby, numerous wooden plaques bearing the mission instructions were hung. At the very front was a row of neat counters, where people were constantly taking down wooden signs and replacing them with new ones. These wooden signs contain information such as the mission details, rewards, required cultivation level, and number of participants. Elder Yang, you only need to accept one mission, right? Upon arriving at the mission hall, Yi Tian confirmed the information once again. Once you complete a task, you can arrange your own time for the next 2 weeks. If you complete both tasks, the sect will not interfere with your plans for the next month. Elder Yang replied. Although the number of outer disciples is not as large as that of menial disciples, it is still considerable. If they don't carry out their missions, the resources these outer disciples need could crush the sect. I see. Yi Tian nodded and began selecting a task. There were many task signs hanging around, but after a glance, most of them required a very high level of cultivation. They are at least at the 4th or 5th level of qi refining. For example, the team responsible for protecting the transport of spirit stones needs to have at least the cultivation level of the 6th level of qi refining. There are also tasks involving collecting rare spiritual herbs, which are even more outrageous, requiring a cultivation level of the 7th level of qi refining. Yi Tianming's apparent cultivation level is at the 3rd level of qi refining, which limits the number of tasks he can choose from. But among so many tasks, there are still some that suit him. He waited for about half an hour and then saw a new wooden sign. The task is to collect and transport gold ore. The minimum cultivation level requirement is the 3rd level of qi refining, and the mission location is no more than 200 miles away from Luo Xian sect. We need 4 people in total, but there is only 1 vacancy. It's a qi refining stage 3 mission, grab it quickly. This task immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. All missions are dangerous. The requirements of the mission do not guarantee absolute safety. Moreover, many disciples are only interested in completing the task, and the simpler the task, the better. Those who are eyeing this mission at this time all have the cultivation level of the 4th level of qi refining, and some even have the cultivation level of the 5th level of qi refining. I want this mission. With so many people vying for it, Yi Tian immediately took action, unleashing the power of the Haoyu falling immortal technique, making him as light as a swallow. Even a group of people at the 4th level of qi refining couldn't beat him. In the end, the wooden plaque fell into his hands. Who is this? Someone at the 3rd level of qi refining has such strength? I recognize him. It's Yi Tian, the one chosen by the Holy Maiden. He's become an outer disciple. It must have been the Holy Maiden who passed on the immortal jade descending technique to him. How can we, who cultivate low-level immortal techniques, compare to him? Having recognized Yi Tian's identity, these disciples, though unwilling, could only feel envy and jealousy. The power of the immortal techniques passed down by the fallen immortal sect is no exaggeration. They managed to grab the wooden sign by speed. Yi Tian went to the counter, handed over his identity token and wooden plaque, and said to the person there, I want to take this mission. Outer disciple, Yi Tian. A male cultivator helped Yi Tian register. Registration complete. We will depart from Halding at 7 a.m. tomorrow. After registering, the male cultivator told Yi Tian the meeting time. I've written it down. After retrieving his identity token, Yi Tian turned and left. Elder Yang had vanished without a trace. On the 2nd day of Yanran's seclusion, Elder Yang came to remind me to carry out the mission. Although I don't know if Elder Yang and Zhao Rong are related. But the mission requires me to leave the sect. As soon as I set off tomorrow, Zhao Rong will definitely get the news. Yi Tian pondered to himself. Zhao Rong's ability to hire someone to impersonate a demonic cultivator and kill to silence witnesses is enough to prove his ruthlessness, and Yi Tian has to be on guard. But he had already accepted the task, and there was no room for him to back out. The mission will take 2 days, and there is a spirit stone mine of the Luo Xian sect nearby. Even if Zhao Rong is bold, he probably wouldn't dare to completely break off relations. As long as it's not a cultivator above the 1st level of foundation establishment who makes a move, I'll be perfectly safe. Yi Tian touched his storage bag, inside which was the ghost sound conch left by Ran Siley. This one-time use magic artifact can withstand an attack from a Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivator, or kill a Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivator. It is Yi Tian's most powerful means of self-defense at present. Zhao Rong would never have imagined that I had such a trump card, but I'll still proceed with caution. I just don't know how Ran Siley is doing now. Yi Tian couldn't help but think of Ran Siley's figure. But all he knows right now is that the Xianin sect is a demonic sect near the Luo Xian sect. He has no other information. We can only take it one step at a time. Enforcement Peak. Zhao Rongdong Mansion. Senior brother. Zhao Rong's trusted confidant, a disciple in black, entered the main hall. What is it? Zhao Rong took a sip of the spiritual tea and asked calmly. Senior brother, this is good news. Yi Tian accepted a mission today and will leave the sect tomorrow. The disciple in black raised his head and said with delight. Leave the mountain gate? Upon hearing this, Zhao Rong stood up, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. If Yi Tian were still a menial disciple, he could orchestrate an accident to make Yi Tian die quietly. Even after becoming an outer disciple, Su Yanran was still inseparable from him every day. He simply couldn't do it. He didn't even have the chance to take action. Unless he himself disregards everything and personally kills Yi Tian, he will be disgraced and severely punished by the sect. But once you leave the mountain gate, things are different. How can someone at the third level of Qi refining fight against this senior brother of the enforcement peak? I just received news that Su Yanran has gone into seclusion again. I thought Su Yanran would give spirit stones to exempt Yi Tian from the task. Su Yanran was so careless. It's like heaven is helping me. Ha ha ha. The entire cave echoed with Zhao Rong's wild laughter. The disciple in black lowered his head, pretending not to hear anything. Pass on my orders. Zhao Rong's laughter abruptly stopped, and he gave a stern order. Mobilize all active hidden agents below the Foundation establishment stage. Kill Yi Tian at all costs. Having been humiliated by Yi Tian twice in a row, he had reached his breaking point. This time, only success is allowed. Failure is not an option. Senior brother. I should be able to mobilize 1 Qi refining level 8 expert and 3 Qi refining level 7 experts before tomorrow. Killing Yi Tian, who is at the 3rd level of Qi refining, is more than enough. The disciple in black reported excitedly. In his eyes, mobilizing such a powerful force to deal with someone at the 3rd level of Qi refining was already using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But Zhao Rong still frowned after listening. Xu Shou, let's go together, including you, who's at the 9th level of Qi refining. Zhao Rong pointed at the disciple in black and said. Yes. If I can't kill Yi Tian, I'll offer my head in return. Xu Shou bowed again. Go. It's not that I'm wasting my talents, it's just that I'm really worried about it. Zhao Rong sighed and sat down again. One is at the 9th level of Qi refining, one is at the 8th level of Qi refining, and 3 others are at the 7th level of Qi refining. Zhao Rong couldn't figure out how Yi Tian could have survived without Su Yanran. So many days. I can finally relax. Zhao Rong tapped the chair, as if he could already see Yi Tian's corpse. Chapter 22, the mission begins, shocking changes at the gold mine. It was exactly 7 a.m. After exchanging words with Shintao, Yi Tian arrived at the so-called Dingzi Hall. These halls are a row of small pavilions outside the mission hall. It should be used to gather disciples who are going on a mission together. When Yi Tian arrived, the other 3 disciples had already arrived, all of them being at the 4th level of Qi refining. The strongest among them was a mid-stage 4th level Qi refining cultivator surnamed Lu. I have long heard of Brother Yi's great name, and meeting you today, I can see that it is indeed well deserved. The disciple surnamed Lu exchanged polite greetings. Although Yi Tian had just become an outer disciple, their cultivation level was not high. Moreover, Yi Tian has Su Yanran behind him, so they dare not look down on Yi Tian. This is my first mission, so please take care of me. Yi Tian replied politely. Having gotten to know each other, the disciple surnamed Lu took out a map, and the group left the enforcement peak. Their task was to mine and transport gold. In the cultivation world, gold is not valuable, otherwise Yi Tian wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones. Sects need gold, usually to build magnificent palaces. Only then will disciples be sent out to mine some gold, which can also be seen as taking care of the lower-level outer disciples. The task of mining gold is not difficult. The difficulty lies in the fact that it is more than 200 li from the outer gate to the gold mine. Along the way, without horse-drawn carriages, the 4 men had to rely on their own 2 feet to transport the 800-pound gold or back. So, most of the mission takes place within the sect. After learning about the situation, Yi Tian thought to himself. However, we still cannot let our guard down. Those at the 3rd level of Qi refining or above can form internal energy, allowing them to hold their breath underwater for extended periods and walk much faster than ordinary people. It is even twice as fast as a steed in the mortal world. Although it's 200 miles, it's at least safe. Some missions to collect medicinal herbs require fighting against various strange beasts. The disciple surnamed Lu said as he walked along the road. For slender figures, amidst the ancient mountains and rivers of the Luoxian sect, were as insignificant as ants. Even if there were roads, they would be extremely far away. After breaking through the foundation establishment stage, one can use magic to fly through the clouds. Yi Tian walked through the mountain stream, filled with longing for the sky beyond the mountains. When mortals enter a celestial sect, isn't it all for the purpose of becoming immortals and ancestors? Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for him to stay in the mortal world and be a rich young master? 8th level of Qi refining, not far from foundation establishment. Compared to before, the gate to foundation establishment is now right in front of Yi Tian. After traveling for most of the day, the four of them arrived at the edge of the Luo Xian Sect's mountain gate, a distance of 200 miles. Follow this main road forward, and you'll find one of the sect's spirit stone mines. The disciple surnamed Lu pointed to a busy road ahead and said. However, their mission was not to transport spirit stones. So we had to take a side road, leave the mountain gate, and head towards a gold mine. The entrance to the gold mine is on a cliff, and looking down from there, it seems to be bottomless. If you were an ordinary person, you would never be able to come to a place like this. However, we must be careful. We must use our magic to hold on tightly to the stone wall in front of us. The four arrived at the cliff, where the disciple surnamed Lu gave them a reminder. Compared to the Luoxian sect's main gate, the spiritual energy here is extremely thin, but everyone only needs to stay for one night and can return tomorrow. The entrance to the gold mine vein is 30 feet below the cliff. The four of them immediately backed up and climbed from the cliff toward the entrance. The cliff was extremely steep, but the magic power, like tree roots, penetrated into the crevices of the rock, allowing the four of them to walk as if on flat ground. For Yi Tian, climbing the cliff was extremely easy. The entrance to the ore vein is more than 10 feet in diameter, and inside is a platform. As the four entered the cave, they saw that the interior was shimmering with golden light. Everywhere you look is gold. You can pick up a piece anytime. Pick up any amount of gold. 200 pounds won't take long. Yi Tian immediately bent down, wanting to pick up the gold ore on the ground. Brother Yi, these gold mines were left behind by others and are not worth picking up. There are also gold mines that are close to pure gold. The disciple surnamed Lu stopped Yi Tian and said, "Let's go in and take a look." So the four of them went deep into the gold mine. Senior brother Zhu, they've gone in. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian and the others, after they entered the mine, 5 more figures in black appeared above the cliff. That's exactly what I wanted. Let's not alert them yet. Let's trap them like turtles in a jar tonight. Xu Shou, who was in charge, sneered. Yes. The other 4 agreed. Inside the mine. This vein of minerals has already been extensively excavated, and it contains numerous mine shafts. However, because of the abundant resources, there is no need to choose a direction. Just keep moving forward, and you will find a large number of pure gold mines. At this moment, the 4 of them stopped. Under the glow of the luminous pearl, the surroundings were bathed in golden light. Brother Yi, I'll dig. The disciple surnamed Lu handed the luminous pearl to another person and took a black iron shovel from behind his back. With a shovel, a gap appeared in the cave wall. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the disciple surnamed Lu dug out a piece of pure gold the size of a human head. This piece weighs about 100 pounds. Let us dig out the gold first. Rest here for one night, and tomorrow morning, take 200 jin 100 kilograms each in 2 trips, and then you can return to the clan. The disciple surnamed Lu explained his arrangements. Using his shovel, 3 pieces of gold were soon lying on the ground. The disciple surnamed Lu took care of Yi Tian and didn't let Yi Tian do anything. The 3 of them took turns digging for gold. He. Just as they were digging for the 4th piece of gold, an unpleasant, eerie laugh suddenly echoed through the mine. Who? The 3 disciples surnamed Lu immediately stopped digging and went to check inside the mine. They've arrived as expected. Yi Tian had anticipated this and quickly followed. We didn't see any trace of anyone else on our way here, so they must be up to no good. First, we need to figure out a way to get out of the mine. The disciple surnamed Lu said in a low voice. The 4 then retraced their steps. But as we passed a fork in the road, we saw a figure wearing a black mask. We've found you. The figure let out a sinister laugh, simultaneously unleashing its magical power. 7th level of Qi refining. The 3 disciples surnamed Lu immediately turned pale. Their strongest were only at the 4th level of Qi refining, and they had absolutely no chance of winning against someone at the 7th level of Qi refining. Fellow Daoist, we are from the fallen immortal sect. The disciple surnamed Lu invoked the name of his sect. I don't care about your fallen immortal sect, you all must die. The figure exuded murderous intent. As he spoke, a large hand gathered magical power and reached out to grab the four of them. Brother Lu, scatter, and escape. At the critical moment, Yi Tian suddenly shouted. Escape! The three disciples surnamed Lu were so frightened that they lost their composure and fled towards the side path as fast as they could. Yi Tian chose to escape in the opposite direction. Trying to escape? Impossible. The figure immediately spotted Yi Tian and quickly gave chase. His speed was more than twice as fast as Yi Tian's. In just a moment, the large hand of the dark figure was less than a foot away from his back. Luckily I came, otherwise my senior sister would have been a widow. In the darkness, there was a barely perceptible sigh. Chapter 23, Polar Reversal, Surrounded. Yi Tian. You can't escape now, can you? I'm going to break all four of your limbs and make you wish you were dead. The man at the 7th level of Qi refining grinned maliciously. You know Yi Tian's name? Never mind that, save them first. A dark figure tried to stop the person at the 7th level of Qi refining. But at that moment, Yi Tian stopped and sneered. You're the one who should run away. Before he finished speaking, the aura of the 3rd level of Qi refining on his body surged wildly. 4th level of Qi refining. 5th level of Qi refining. Until the 8th level of Qi refining. Terrifying magical power enveloped Yi Tian's body, making it as solid as an impenetrable wall. Bang! The man at the 7th level of Qi refining struck Yi Tian's right shoulder with a palm, but instead his own blood and Qi surged, and he staggered back 3 steps. How is that possible? The person at the 7th level of Qi refining was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, Yi Tian's magical power fluctuations were as heavy as a mountain. After cultivating the immortal jade falling technique, Yi Tian's magical power became far superior to that of the disciples outside. Nothing is impossible. Since you dare to attack me, you should be prepared to die. Yi Tian calmly turned around and looked at the man in black. But at that moment, a system notification suddenly flashed by. Lin Yingshue's favorability +1. Why did Lin Yingxue suddenly gain a little more favorability? Yi Tian was puzzled. It's nighttime now, so it's impossible for Lin Yingxue to be thinking of him from afar. Besides, even if you have feelings for him, it won't increase your affection for him if you're not by his side. He had proven this to be true with Su Yanran. Could it be that Lin Yingxue is here too? Having ruled out other possibilities, Yi Tian guessed the reason. He remembered that when Su Yanran left the sect to search for the Flood Dragon Scale Vermilion Fruit, Lin Yingxue had been responsible for protecting him. This time, Yanran went into seclusion and had Lin Yingxue protect me again? Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Aside from Su Yanran's reasons, Lin Yingxue couldn't have appeared here with him for no reason. Lin Yingxue was probably about to step in to save us. But I revealed my strength, so she continued to hide. Having guessed Lin Yingxue's whereabouts, Yi Tian deduced the reason for increasing her favorability. After all, aside from Yi Tian himself, who would have thought that an ordinary outer disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refining would actually be hiding a cultivation level at the mid-stage of the 8th level of Qi refining? Bluff! Seeing Yi Tian standing there in a daze, the black-clad man, who was at the 7th level of Qi refining, quickly launched another counterattack. Although Yi Tian exuded the magical power fluctuations of the 8th level of Qi refining. However, he did not believe that this was Yi Tian's true cultivation level. He must have taken some kind of forbidden drug. Yi Tian, even if you've taken banned drugs, you're still doomed once the others arrive. The man in black laughed smugly. He has already sent a signal to senior brother Zhu Shou, who is at the 9th level of Qi refining, along with one person at the 8th level of Qi refining and 2 people at the 7th level of Qi refining. Even if Yi Tian has the strength of the 8th level of Qi refining, he can't cause any big trouble. All he needs now is time to buy him. Is there anyone else? Yi Tian understood the information in the man in black's voice. This is normal, though. Zhao Rong would definitely not send out just one Qi refining stage 7 fighter if he wanted to deliver the final blow. Then I'll deal with you first. Yi Tian's gaze instantly turned icy. Then, he gathered his magic power in his right hand and slapped it towards the man in black. Bang! In this collision, the man in black felt as if his hand had struck a piece of divine iron. Click! The powerful magic penetrated his flesh and blood, directly breaking his arm bone. Yi Tian continued his momentum, his right hand, still holding the black-clad man's hand, slammed into the cave wall, creating a crater the size of a human head. The man in black's arm was mangled and bloody, as if it had been crushed. The broken arm was riddled with bone spurs, piercing through flesh and blood. It was an incredibly gruesome sight. Ah! My hand! The man in black screamed and fell to his knees, with copious amounts of blood flowing down the cave walls. This is just the beginning. Yi Tian struck again, shattering the black-clad man's other hand into pieces. Then it was the legs, and finally, as the man in black said, he was going to cripple Yi Tian's limbs. However, the situation on both sides was completely reversed. Tell me, how many people are behind you? Yi Tian kicked and broke 2 more of the man in black's ribs, then pressed him for an answer. You don't want to know, you just wait to die. The man in black lay motionless in a pool of blood, only able to stare at Yi Tian and curse viciously. Then I'll have to send you on your way first. Seeing the man in black so stubborn, Yi Tian was too lazy to waste words and directly used his magic power to pierce through his head. I have the ghost sound conch, and Lining Shui is lurking in the shadows. Unless Xiao Rong comes in person, he can't do anything to me. Having dealt with the man in black, Yi Tian remained completely calm. Junior brother. Just as Yi Tian was about to head towards the exit, 4 more figures in black appeared in front of him. One of them stared intently at the blood-soaked corpse on the ground. 4 people. Yi Tian looked at the 4 people, ready to face the enemy. You actually dared to fight back. Xu Shou, shrouded in black, stared at Yi Tian with murderous intent in his eyes. At the same time, an aura of the late stage of the 9th level of qi refining spread out. What a joke! Do you think I'll just stand there and let you kill me if you want to? Yi Qi was so angry that he laughed. This person's cultivation level is at the 8th level of qi refining. Their gazes fell on Yi Tian, and the 4 men in black realized Yi Tian's strength. 8th level of qi refining, no wonder he was able to kill my junior brother. Wasn't he just an ordinary handyman disciple before? How come he's already at the 8th level of qi refining in just a few days? Even if Su Yanran had the elixir of immortality, it would be impossible for her to do it. Behind Zhu Shou, 3 people were shocked. Never mind all that, we only have one objective today, kill him. Xu Shou stared at Yi Tian, his entire body's magical power sealing off any space for Yi Tian to escape. As he spoke, in his hand appeared a spirit weapon dagger, as long as an arm and radiating a cold light. As soon as the dagger appeared, Yi Tian even felt a stinging sensation on his skin. A magical dagger. Yi Tian immediately confirmed it. With this dagger and the cultivation level of the late stage of the 9th level of qi refining, an ordinary person at the 8th level of qi refining would definitely not survive a single encounter with this person. I still have to take action. Lining Shui, shrouded in darkness, was unaware that Yi Tian had discovered her and was preparing to deal with Zhu Shou and his companions. But at this moment, Yi Tian took the initiative and struck first. The 100 refined sword. Yi Tian clenched his right hand, and the 100 refined sword, which he hadn't used for a long time, fell into his hand once again. You also have a magical artifact? Zhu Shou was startled, but quickly calmed down. Would a disciple of the Enforcement Peak be afraid of an outer disciple? He held the dagger, and the magical power of the 9th level of qi refining extended along his arm, flowing along the blade of the dagger. When? The sound of metal clashing echoed through the mine. The dagger clashed with the long sword, and the 9th level of qi refining clashed with the 8th level of qi refining. The final result was that the magic power on the dagger was instantly annihilated. Zhu Shou's magic power was shaken, and even his own magical dagger was cut open. A magical artifact that can break through magical power? Zhu Shou suffered a great loss, and his face turned extremely ugly. Enough with the nonsense. But Yi Tian had the upper hand and wouldn't give Zhu Shou a chance to catch his breath, grabbing the 100 refined sword again and charging forward. Chapter 24, Counter Pursuit, Unexpected Gain. What are you still looking at? Let's attack together. Zhu Shou hurriedly called out. He thought he could easily deal with Yi Tian. But the current situation is beyond his control. With a cultivation level at the mid-stage of the 8th level of qi refining, the purity of his magical power is no less than that of someone at the 9th level of qi refining. And there's that powerful spirit sword, capable of breaking through magical power. As a result, Zhu Shou was no match for Yi Tian. Don't be so arrogant, brat. The remaining 3 quickly took out their magical weapons and attacked Yi Tian. You think you can overwhelm me with numbers? Yi Tian's eyes flashed, and he immediately came up with a solution. He activated the Jade Falling Immortal technique, and in the darkness, his skin glowed with a jade-like luster. The magical power surged within his body, bringing immense blessings. Wow! He gripped the 100 refined sword, his body blurring into afterimages, moving faster than the 3 attackers. Oh no! Get out of the way! Shu Shou's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly reminded him. But it was too late. Yi Tian was incredibly decisive. With the help of the 100 refined sword's ability to break through spells, he ignored the protective magic power of one of the Qi refining 7th level cultivators. Sizzle! The blade pierced a man's chest from the side. No! This person, at the 7th level of Qi refining, uttered only one word before collapsing backward to the ground. His sword is strange. The remaining 2 felt a chill run down their spines. But Yi Tian drew his sword again, relying on the power of the 100 refined sword and his own speed, and charged towards the last Qi refining 7th level cultivator. Clang! Clang! The 2 people's magical artifacts tried to resist the 100 refined sword, but they were all knocked away. The biggest difference between magical artifacts and ordinary weapons is that magical artifacts can contain magical power. But before the 100 refined sword, even a first-tier spiritual weapon is nothing more than broken copper and scrap iron. Moreover, the spiritual artifacts of these 2 are of low grade. Sizzle! Another sword strike, as easy as slicing tofu, pierced through the opponent's flesh. Of the 5 men in black who attacked, only 2 remained, one at the 9th level of Qi refining and the other at the 8th level of Qi refining. The intelligence is wrong. We are no match for them. Retreat! Shu Shou looked at Yi Tian, who resembled a god of death, his hands trembled, and he felt a desire to retreat. He uses a dagger and is skilled at stealthy assassinations. Facing the enemy head-on is not his forte. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility when facing Yi Tian. So, the assassin, who had initially come with great force, actually chose to turn around and run away. You think you can just leave now that you've come? Yi Tian had no intention of giving up and chased after them immediately. Now that their true strength has been exposed, none of these people can be let go. Senior brother Zhu, he seems to be faster than us. The person at the 8th level of Qi refining, following behind Zhu Shou, was so frightened that his face turned pale. What he cultivates should be the inherited immortal technique, the Jade Fall immortal technique. Although he is only at the 8th level of Qi refining, his strength is comparable to that of someone at the 9th level of Qi refining. Shu Shou said through gritted teeth. Then what do we do? The black-clad man, at the 8th level of Qi refining, had a blank mind and subconsciously asked a question. What to do? As Yi Tian drew closer, Zhu Shou grew increasingly anxious. Bang! Suddenly, Zhu Shou kicked out and struck him in the chest. The black-clad man, who was at the 8th level of Qi refining, stumbled after being kicked, lost his balance, and immediately fell 5 steps behind. Senior brother, you. The man in black asked incredulously. It's better for one of you to die than for us all to survive. Use your life to hold him off. Zhu Tao replied expressionlessly. What a cruel heart. The Qi refining 8th level cultivator was plunged into despair and could only turn around to face Yi Tian. Whoosh! But all he saw was a fleeting afterimage. Immediately afterwards, he felt himself flying and then saw a headless corpse standing. That was me? His last thought before he died was recognizing his own corpse. With a single sword strike, Yi Tian beheaded this Qi refining 8th level cultivator. This is the power of the 100 refinement sword and the Jade Immortal Falling technique. Now, below the foundation establishment stage, Yi Tian is already an invincible existence. You can't escape either. Yi Tian's voice was like a death knell. How exactly did he cultivate to the 8th level of Qi refining? Even Su Yanran herself couldn't possibly have such talent. Zhu Shou was filled with regret. Zhao Rong sent him here, but he felt it was a waste of his talents. As a result, even he had to flee in a sorry state, and was no match for Yi Tian at all. Yi Tian, if you keep chasing me, don't force me to fight you to the death. As Yi Tian drew closer, Zhu Shou gritted his teeth and threatened. If you were that capable, would you need to run away? Yi Tian chuckled lightly, unmoved. At the same time, he activated his magic power, increasing his speed even further. I need to go back and tell my senior brother the news, so he can send a foundation establishment cultivator. Zhu Shou gritted his teeth and ran through the mine. But his luck was not good. After rounding a corner, he found himself in a dark cave that led to a dead end. The cave was a maze of interconnected passages, and instead of finding an exit, he found himself on a dead end. Can't escape now? Yi Tian's voice came from behind. You forced me to do this. With his back to the cave wall, Zhu Shou, holding a dagger, turned to face Yi Tian. When Yi Tian's 100 refined sword came crashing down, and Zhu Shou hurriedly used his dagger to defend himself. However, he knew that if he fought like this, he would undoubtedly lose. Zhu Shou then gathered his magic power in his left hand and punched Yi Tian in the chest. Still trying to launch a sneak attack? Yi Tian had anticipated this, and with a sudden kick of his right foot, he knocked Zhu Shou's hand away and kicked him in the left shoulder. Splash! Zhu Shou's body was instantly kicked away and crashed into the cave wall on one side. A large amount of rubble fell down, almost burying Zhu Shou alive. What is that? Yi Tian stared at Zhu Shou, but keenly noticed that a rich spiritual energy was emanating from behind the rock wall. I'm going to kill you. Zhu Shou went completely mad, using his magic to push aside the rubble on his body and charged at Yi Tian once more. Yi Tian remained extremely calm, slicing the dagger in half with his sword, and then kicking Zhu Shou away like a dead dog. A powerful force was transmitted through his body to the rock wall. Another pile of rubble rolled down, the spiritual energy emanating from it growing even stronger. Yi Tian concluded. There's treasure behind this rock wall. He chased Zhu Shou and came to this dead end, but by sheer chance, he unexpectedly found a pleasant surprise. However, for now, we still need to deal with the troublesome Zhu Shou. Zhu Shou crawled out of the rubble for the third time, grabbed his tattered dagger, and stabbed at Yi Tian once more. It's over. Yi Tian said softly, and thrust his 100 refined sword straight forward. Click! The dagger, riddled with nicks and chips, was severed in two by the 100 refined sword. The sword continued its momentum, piercing through Zhu Shou's chest. You! Zhu Shou lowered his head, looked at the sword blade embedded in his chest, and breathed his last. Zhu Shou, at the 9th level of qi refining, is dead. Call! Yi Tian drew his 100 refined sword and let out a long breath. Although his magical power was greatly depleted, he managed to kill all 5 of Zhao Rong's subordinates. Lin Yinshue's favorability +4. Another system notification appeared in front of Yi Tian's eyes. Lin Yinshue certainly didn't expect that I would be able to kill Zhu Shou. Yi Tian thought to himself. But looking around, he still couldn't see Lin Yinshue. Yi Tian couldn't speak, so he walked towards the pile of rubble. I used the 100 refined sword to clear away the rubble. Yi Tian saw a faint golden light shining through a crevice in the cave wall. Chapter 25, The Spirit Nourishing Platinum, Lin Yinshue's shock. It looks like gold, but why is it whitish in color and has spiritual energy fluctuations? Yi Tian dug into the crack in the rock and muttered to himself. The substance that emits light is also a mineral, which grows tightly together with the rock. It looks similar to the previous gold mine, but its color is whiter. He didn't know the name of the mineral, but he knew it must be a treasure. Click! Just as Yi Tian was preparing to continue digging, he suddenly heard the sound of rubble being crushed behind him. Who? Yi Tian immediately took the 100 refined sword and pointed it at the source of the sound. Under the faint light of the luminous pearl, a figure draped in a gray cloak stood in the cave. The sword is nice, but if you point it at me again, believe me, I'll tell my senior sister. A clear and melodious voice came from under the cloak, and then the hood of the cloak was removed, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Miss Lin. Upon recognizing the person, Yi Tian lowered his sword. He already knew that Lin Yinshue was hiding in the shadows, and he guessed that it was her, but he had to play his part completely and couldn't let any flaws show. Lin Yinshue lightly touched the ground with her toes and appeared in front of Yi Tian. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she looked Yi Tian up and down. In the dim cave, Lin Yinshue's snow-white skin seemed to glow like moonlight. This item is called spirit-containing platinum. Turning her gaze away, Lin Yinshue pointed to the minerals in the rock wall and said. Then she reached out and touched the spirit-infused platinum, analyzing in a crisp voice. This spirit-infused platinum is gold, which transformed after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. However, only spirit stone mines generally contain a large amount of spiritual energy. The nearest spirit stone vein is over 20 miles long, and the probability of it producing spirit-infused platinum is extremely small. You're lucky. It must be a branch vein whose spiritual energy was absorbed by this piece of gold. As an inner disciple, her perspective was far beyond Yi Tian's. With just one glance, she could basically tell where the item came from. So it's a spiritual material. How much is this large piece of spirit-infused platinum worth? Yi Tian asked. The value of spiritual materials is calculated by weight. Spirit containing platinum is a rare second-tier spiritual material. It can help fuse with other different spiritual materials, and the effect is quite good. This piece should weigh over 200 Jin, be worth over 2,000 spirit stones, and be extremely sought after. If they were to be sold, they would be bought as soon as they appeared. Lining Xue replied. Actually, she was somewhat tempted when she saw this piece of spirit-infused platinum. After all, spirit stones don't grow on trees, and for an inner disciple like her, 2,000 spirit stones is no small sum. 2,000 spirit stones? That's a steal. Upon learning of the preciousness of the spirit-nourishing platinum, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Now that he had discovered it, Yi Tian immediately began digging and extracted a whole piece of spirit-containing platinum from it. This piece of spirit-infused platinum was larger than Yi Tian had expected. Standing on the ground, it was as thick as his waist and almost as tall as his waist. This piece of spirit-infused platinum weighs more than 200 Jin, it's almost 400 Jin. Upon seeing the complete spirit-infused platinum, Lining Xue couldn't help but exclaim. 400 caddies, isn't that worth 4,000 spirit stones? Yi Tian was increasingly pleasantly surprised. He reached out and stroked the spirit-infused platinum, then smiled and said, "This piece of spirit-infused platinum is a second-tier spiritual material, which I have no use for. However, Yanran should need it. Giving her the spirit-nourishing platinum would definitely make her very happy." Su Yanran taught him the Haoyu Luo Xian technique and promised to customize a magical spear for him. He didn't spend a single spirit stone, so he used this spirit material to repay Su Yanran. He actually plans to give all of this spirit-containing platinum to senior sister, leaving her with nothing? Lining Xue's eyes reflected Yi Tian's figure, and she looked somewhat incredulous. She sensed that Yi Tian was speaking from the heart, without a trace of falsehood. The spiritual materials, worth 4,000 spirit stones, were thus given to Su Yanran. If it were Lining Xue, she might have to think about it too. Lining Xue's favorability plus 10. Just as Yi Tian was imagining how happy Su Yanran would be, another system notification appeared. A 10-point increase in favorability at once? Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback. I glanced at the system panel. Lining Xue, appearance, 97, favorability, 20. Lining Xue's favorability rating reached 20, only 10 points lower than Ran Silei's. Could it be because Lining Xue treats Yanran like an older sister, and if I'm nice to Yanran, her feelings towards me will increase? Yi Tian guessed in his mind. Wow! Lining Xue waved her hand, and the magical power surged into a tangible form, a technique only available to those in the foundation establishment stage. The magic landed on the corpse's face, removing his mask. Zhu Shou? Lining Xue saw the unseeing face clearly and frowned. You know him? Yi Tian asked curiously. This person is the eldest disciple of the enforcement peak, Zhao Rong's trusted junior brother, named Zhu Shou. Many inner disciples in the sect know him. But why would he leave the mountain gate and bring people to hunt you down? Lining Xue looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. Also, how did your cultivation level suddenly rise to the 8th level of qi refining? Before Yi Tian could answer, Lining Xue pressed on with another question. She witnessed the entire process. She almost attacked twice. However, Yi Tian successively revealed his cultivation level of the 8th level of qi refining, as well as that mysterious 100 refined sword. They broke the seemingly inescapable trap and even managed to turn the tables on everyone. Even Lining Xue couldn't understand how Yi Tian had done it. Well, did Yanran send you to protect me? Yi Tian suddenly sighed and asked in a melodious tone. Lining Xue, not understanding, nodded. Actually, I once received a legacy called Hidden Sword. The method of cultivation is like forging a peerless divine sword, which requires 100 kinds of tempering before it can reveal its sharpness. Over the years, I have always kept to myself and kept to a simple life, all for the day when I can part the dark clouds and see the bright moon, and my sword will shine across 19 provinces. But today, being hunted down by these 5 people, I have no choice but to break the seal ahead of schedule. Yi Tian stood with his hands behind his back, his voice ethereal. Does such a miraculous lineage still exist in this world? As an inner disciple of the Luoxian sect, Lining Xue was hearing about it for the first time, but she was shocked by the phrase "a sword's light chills 19 continents." Moreover, Yi Tian's demeanor at this moment was completely different from usual. This is my biggest secret. I'm only telling you because of your relationship with Yanran. Yi Tian turned around and said. At the same time, his breath began to wane. 8th level of Qi refining. 7th level of Qi refining. Finally, he returned to the early stage of the 3rd level of Qi refining. Are you hiding your true intentions again? Lin Yingxue was dumbfounded. She even reached out and grabbed Yi Tian's hand, using her divine sense to probe him. But what I sensed was still the 3rd level of Qi refining. Lin Yingxue's favorability +5. Another notification flashed before Yi Tian's eyes. With the system around, not to mention foundation establishment stage, even core formation stage cultivators can't tell my cultivation level. Yi Tian felt smug. After witnessing him conceal his cultivation level, Lin Yingxue completely believed him. So all these years, you've been enduring humiliation and hardship. Lin Yingxue was deeply moved. Chapter 26, Secrecy, Return to the Sect. Will this breaking the seal cause all your previous efforts to be in vain? Lin Yingxue asked nervously. She had already believed Yi Tian's words. According to her understanding, this kind of secret technique could not be easily broken. It won't be a complete waste of all our previous efforts, but there will definitely be some impact. However, I don't know the exact extent of the impact yet. Yi Tian replied. His words were ambiguous, half true and half false, and Lin Yingxue couldn't make a specific judgment. Since she already believed it, she had no doubts. If I had known, I would have struck first, and you wouldn't have needed to break the seal. Lin Yingxue felt a little regretful. No one can predict the future, so there's no need to worry too much about this. Yi Tian waved his hand and said magnanimously. And what about Zhu Shou? And why did he want to kill you? Lin Yingxue pointed to the corpse on the ground and asked. I suspect it's related to what you mentioned, Senior Brother Law Enforcement Peak. That night, I was cultivating on the back mountain of Zai Peak when I saw someone meeting with a demonic cultivator. Later, when Yanran mentioned it, I learned that one of the people wearing the silver mask was Zhao Rong. Yi Tian continued to fabricate a story. He did see someone meet with the demonic cultivator, but the person he met was himself, and the demonic cultivator was of course Ran Siley. As for Zhao Rong, he also met him through Su Yanran. I see. That night, Zhao Rong might have killed a large number of disciples from the miscellaneous peak to silence them. But you survived, so he continued to hunt you down. After listening to Yi Tian's account, Lin Yingxue immediately connected the dots and speculated. That must be it. It was Zhao Rong, the dignified top disciple of the enforcement peak, who actually colluded with demonic cultivators. Lin Yingxue firmly believed in her own ideas. Moreover, Zhu Shou's body was lying on the ground. I'll go back right now and report this to the sect. With that, Lin Yingxue prepared to leave. But Yi Tian grabbed her hand. Miss Lin. Yi Tian stopped Lin Yingxue and analyzed. Zhao Rong is the top disciple of the enforcement peak, and his status is extremely high. We have no evidence. If we report it, we will only put ourselves in a passive position. You and Yanran aren't afraid of Zhao Rong's retaliation, but I am. Moreover, it's not time for my true cultivation level to be revealed yet. I want to give Yanran a surprise and marry her legitimately. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxue immediately calmed down. You're right. Lin Yingxue agreed with Yi Tian's statement. In that case, let's put Zhu Shou's body into the storage bag for now and preserve it as evidence. After returning to the sect, when my senior sister asked, we said it was a group of demonic cultivators, and I killed them all. Your secret can be kept, and your senior sister won't worry, okay? After a moment's thought, Lin Yingxue came up with a solution. Miss Lin is indeed exceptionally intelligent. Yi Tian praised. Lin Yingxue's idea was exactly what he wanted. It's not advisable to let Su Yanran deal with Zhao Rong. Otherwise, if Ran Siley's affair is exposed, Su Yanran will definitely kill Zhao Rong first and then commit suicide with Yi Tian. I've gone to great lengths for my future happiness. Yi Tian sighed inwardly. For now, Lin Yingxue's test can be considered passed. After these actions, Lin Yingxue became one of his own, and his favorability rating increased to 25 points, making him completely trustworthy. Next, Yi Tian began searching Zhu Shou and found a storage bag on him. Inside the storage bag were 32 Qi refining pills, worth 160 spirit stones, in addition to the original 180 spirit stones. Yi Tian earned 340 spirit stones. It's a pity the magical artifact was destroyed. Yi Tian glanced at the shards of the dagger on the ground. However, even if he destroys it, he can't sell it, otherwise the investigation will definitely trace it back to him. Use Zhu Shou's storage bag to put his body in. Yi Tian put the resources and the spirit-nourishing platinum into his storage bag. The remaining 4 poor people combined their resources to make 23 qi refining pills. They came to assassinate, and the qi refining pills were used to restore their magical power. They didn't bring much of their belongings with them. Finally, aside from the spirit-enriched platinum, Yi Tian made a net profit of 455 spirit stones. Give me back my monthly allowance, which is only 25 spirit stones. It's true that killing and robbing brings in resources much faster. Put the resources away, Yi Tian thought with a smile. Return to the sect now? Lin Yingxue asked from the side while waiting. I'll go back tomorrow. I need to go find the other 3. They've been quite kind to me, I can't forget them. If I don't complete this task, I'll have to take on other tasks this month. Yi Tian thought for a moment and then said. As soon as that qi refining stage 7 person appeared, he told the 4 of them to run separately. Zhu Shou and the others were drawn to him, so the other 3 should be safe. Brother Lu. Yi Tian and Lin Yingxue began searching inside the mine. The 3 disciples surnamed Lu, whose cultivation level was only at the 4th level of qi refining, could not escape far and hid in the mine in fear. Hearing Yi Tian's voice, and with Lin Yingxue's divine sense assisting them, the 4 of them quickly reunited. Brother Yi, is this Saintess Su? The 3 disciples surnamed Lu looked at Lin Yingxue, who was shrouded in a cloak, and asked cautiously. Even through the cloaks, the 3 could tell that one of them was a slender female cultivator, and one who was at the foundation establishment stage. Based on their understanding, they estimated that only Su Yanran would be here. No, this is my Taoist partner's junior sister, Miss Lin from the inner sect. Yi Tian introduced them to the 3 of them. Greetings, senior sister Lin. The 3 of them quickly bowed. The 3 of them may be much older than Lin Yingxue, but when they meet inner disciples, they must address her as senior sister or senior brother. Thank you, senior sister Xia Lin, for saving our lives. We will rest outside. The 3 disciples surnamed Lu were quite perceptive. They rested in the outer cave and gave the inner cave to Yi Tian and his companion. I cultivate. Lin Yingxue took off her cloak, placed it under herself, and took out spirit stones to begin cultivating. Nothing was said that night. Yi Tian cultivated for most of the night, slept for more than an hour, and when he got up, Lin Yingxue had already changed into a new cloak. Let's go back to the clan. Lin Yingxue stood up and said. Yi Tian had a storage bag, and he put all 800 jin of gold into it. Then Lin Yingxue used her magic to carry Yi Tian up the cliff, while the other 3 had to climb up. Brother Yi is indeed different. Even for a simple task, he has the help of an inner sect senior sister. If it were me, why would I even bother with any missions? Yes. The reward for this mission is only 5 spirit stones, so we're asking for the help of a foundation establishment cultivator. The 3 disciples behind them sighed deeply. For Lin Yingxue, the journey of 300 li only took a little over half an hour. However, because of Yi Tian and his group of 4, it took them most of the day to return to the Luo Xian sect's mountain gate. Finally back. Upon arriving outside the mission hall, the 3 disciples surnamed Lu felt a surge of relief. If it weren't for Lin Yingxue, they would have been stuck in that mine. Look, isn't that a fairy? A disciple at the 4th level of qi refining was stunned when he saw a beautiful figure standing in front of the mission hall. Yanran, you've emerged from seclusion? Yi Tian saw the beautiful figure and asked in surprise. Su Yanran was actually waiting for him to return outside the mission hall. Senior sister. Lin Yingxue removed her cloak, once again stunning the outer disciples around her. Chapter 27, Gift of Spirit Nourishing Platinum, System Shop opens. In an instant, the 2 stunningly beautiful women attracted a huge crowd. Don't block my view of the Holy Maiden. Some disciples even started fighting over a glimpse of her beauty. We'll be waiting for you in the courtyard. Su Yanran whispered something to Yi Tian, then took Lin Yingxue's hand and gracefully left. Only after the 2 beautiful figures disappeared did order return to the mission hall. Why don't I get the same treatment? With 2 fairies by my side, I would die without regrets. He actually wants to steal our mission. It's infuriating to compare ourselves to others. The surrounding outer disciples were utterly dejected, filled only with jealousy towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian ignored these people and went to hand over the mission with the disciple surnamed Lu. Upon arriving at the counter, Yi Tian and his companions took out their identity tokens. A total of 800 caddies of gold were placed on the counter. Mission accomplished. After counting the weight of the gold, the disciple behind the counter put it into his storage bag. Then, he took out 20 spirit stones, divided them into 4 portions, and handed them to the 4 people. Thank you for your care during this mission, Brother Yi. Farewell. The disciple surnamed Lu accepted the 5 spirit stones and thanked Yi Tian. For these disciples at the 4th level of Qi refining, 5 spirit stones were already quite a lot. However, it is not worth mentioning to Yi Tian now. Killing and robbing is still the fastest way to get spirit stones. With that thought in mind, Yi Tian put the spirit stones away. Back in the courtyard, Yi Tian sensed that Xin Tao's steady aura emanated from the outer room, indicating that he was cultivating. Yi Tian did not disturb Xin Tao and returned to his inner courtyard. At the open-air stone table in the inner courtyard, Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue sat facing each other, seemingly out of place in the simple courtyard, like celestial maidens descended to earth. However, neither of them cared. Yanran, Miss Lin. Yi Tian returned to the courtyard and called out. Lin Yingxue looked at Yi Tian with a half-smile, while Su Yanran's expression remained unreadable. Yanran. Yi Tian, unaware of the situation, could only walk towards Su Yanran. However, just as he stood in front of the stone table, a slender, fair hand landed on his waist, pinching the soft flesh there. The mission only happens once a month, and it can be cancelled with spirit stones. I'll just go into seclusion for 2 days. Can't you even wait? Su Yanran pinched Yi Tian's waist and asked through gritted teeth. Also, Yingxue said that once you left the sect, you encountered demonic cultivators again. If it weren't for Yingxue, what would I do alone in the sect? Before Yi Tian could answer, Su Yanran asked repeatedly, her pretty face full of worry. Yanran, I promise, it won't happen again. Touched, Yi Tian grasped Su Yanran's hand and made a promise. In the entire Luoxian sect, only Su Yanran would care so much about his safety. Because of him, Su Yanran was angry for the first time. After making some assurances, Su Yanran finally let go of Yi Tian's hand, but her beautiful eyes remained fixed on him. Senior sister really cares about Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian is also a genius. His hidden sword inheritance is unheard of. He and senior sister are quite a good match. Lin Yingxue looked at the couple and thought to herself. Yanran, there was an unexpected bonus on this mission. After calming Su Yan down, Yi Tian took out the spirit-nourishing platinum from his Qiankuan bag. Bang! The nearly 400-pound spirit-infused platinum slammed onto the ground with a dull thud. A rich spiritual aura emanated from it, and under the daylight, the entire piece of platinum shone with a dazzling and luxurious faint golden glow. This is spirit-nourishing platinum? Su Yanran immediately recognized the origin of this spiritual material. It's so huge, it must weigh almost 400 pounds, right? As she reached out and stroked the spirit-infused platinum, a strange light appeared in Su Yanran's eyes. Senior sister, it does weigh 400 jin. Lin Yingxue answered. Su Yanran was extremely knowledgeable about the spirit-nourishing platinum and blurted out. Spirit-containing platinum is an extremely rare second-tier spiritual material that can be compatible with most other spiritual materials. With just 200 caddies, a top-quality second-tier spiritual weapon can be forged. This piece weighs 400 jin and is worth more than 4,000 spirit stones. Even for her, this piece of spirit-infused platinum was something that could only be encountered by chance. If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have obtained this spiritual material, so I wasn't entirely wrong. Yi Tian sat down next to Su Yanran and said with a smile. No matter how important the spirit-nourishing platinum is, how can it compare to your safety? Upon hearing this, Su Yanran looked at Yi Tian again. Okay, Yanran, I'll remember that, and I won't do it again. Yi Tian could only hold Su Yanran's delicate hand and comfort her. Then, he pressed his advantage, saying, Yanran, I don't need this spirit-infused platinum. You can take it. Give them all to me? Su Yanran was taken aback, and her expression softened. You said that we don't need to distinguish between you and me. You need this item now, so it's natural that you should accept it. Yi Tian added. These are the words Su Yanran said when she gave him the Flood Dragon Scale Vermilion fruit, and now they're coming out of his mouth. Su Yanran opened her mouth, but had no reason to refuse. In the end, her face flushed, she suddenly leaned in and pressed her warm, cool lips to Yi Tian's face. Su Yanran's favorability +2. Su Yanran's favorability has reached 91 points. The system shop is now open. 2 consecutive prompts appeared before Yi Tian's eyes. The system shop is now open. Yi Tian was overjoyed and enjoyed Su Yanran's initiative. However, Lin Xue was still around, and Su Yanran only tried it briefly. Senior sister, that's enough. Lin Xue covered her eyes and peeked through her fingers. Xue, why don't you go back to the inner sect first? Su Yanran blushed and said to Lin Xue. You, senior sister, have forgotten your junior sister now that you have a Taoist partner, haven't you? Lin Xue, with her hands on her slender waist, asked confidently. The fellow disciples were just joking around, but Su Yanran's smile never disappeared all day long while she was by Yi Tian's side. Brother Yi, I will keep 200 caddies of this spirit-infused platinum to reforge a spirit sword. I'll have the rest forged into the spear you commissioned, and then give some to Xue. Before leaving, Su Yanran had already decided what to do with this spirit containing platinum. You can arrange it yourself. Yi Tian said with relief. I'll come again tomorrow. Su Yanran put away the spirit-nourishing platinum and left with Lin Xue. Yi Tian immediately activated the array in the courtyard, and vanished into the courtyard as a blur. Finally, I can check the system store. Back in his bedroom, after confirming that he was alone, Yi Tian used his mind to open the system shop that had just been activated. Gift to Su Yanran, Yin Yang Spirit Carp, Intimacy Level plus 10. Gift Su Yanran Spirit Infused Platinum, Intimacy Level plus 42. I just opened the store and 2 more notifications popped up. What is intimacy level? Yi Tian was puzzled. The system provided an immediate and helpful explanation. Intimacy points, gifting treasures to your Taoist partner will grant you intimacy points. These points can be used to redeem system items, but only items gifted by the corresponding Taoist partner can be redeemed. So you need intimacy points to exchange for items. Yi Tian suddenly realized. What can I exchange 52 intimacy points for? Muttering to himself, Yi Tian opened the system shop interface. Chapter 28, Exchanging Cultivation Points, Peak of Foundation Establishment Level 1. The store interface is a blue light screen. Yi Tian had thought there would be many items, but there were actually only 3. The first item is Su Yanran's current cultivation level of 1/10, which requires 50 intimacy points to exchange. The second item is Su Yanran's current cultivation speed, requiring 100 points of intimacy to exchange. The third item, Su Yanran's current level of comprehension, requires 200 points of intimacy to exchange. Are all the redeemed items related to Yanran? After looking at the 3 items, Yi Tian stroked his chin. But thinking about it carefully, this is quite normal. The previous newbie gift pack contained 1% of Su Yanran's cultivation, which helped him break through to the peak of the 6th level of qi refining. However, at that time, Su Yanran was only at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. She has now broken through the 5th level of foundation establishment, and her cultivation has become much more profound. If one could obtain even 1/10 of her 5th level foundation establishment cultivation, the resulting improvement would be absolutely astonishing. As for cultivation speed and comprehension, although they seem rather ethereal. However, Yi Tian knew that Su Yanran, as the sect leader's last disciple, possessed the greatest talent and comprehension among all the female disciples of the Luo Xian sect. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was once a good-for-nothing who had been stuck at the 1st level of qi refining for several years. If Yi Tian could obtain the same cultivation speed and comprehension as Su Yanran, he could leap into becoming a true prodigy. However, to exchange for cultivation speed and comprehension, you need at least 100 points of intimacy. I currently only have 50 points of intimacy. Yi Tian looked at the system shop, feeling somewhat conflicted. At the same time, he also added some mall panels. Binding more Taoist partners, or raising the current Taoist partner's affinity to 100, will unlock more items. Another system notification appeared. Currently, only Yanran has a favorability rating of 90, so there are only 3 items available for redemption. If Ran Siley and Lin Xue's favorability rating reaches 90, can I also exchange for their cultivation levels? Yi Tian speculated. However, those 2 are far from reaching 60 points of favorability. Moreover, one is Su Yanran's junior sister, and the other is a witch. Just thinking about it gives Yi Tian a headache. Never mind, cultivation is the most important thing. After thinking for a while, Yi Tian decided to convert his intimacy points into his own strength. Redeem complete. Yi Tian activated the system with his mind, and the 52 points of intimacy on the panel immediately turned into 2 points of intimacy. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. If Yi Tian could achieve the same cultivation speed and comprehension as Su Yanran, he could directly become a genius. But now, cultivation level is the more direct way to improve one's health. Wow! After the exchange was completed, just like last time, a massive amount of pure magical power merged into Yi Tian's body out of thin air. I have experienced Yanran's magic power. Her magic power can complement mine. But this magical power is attributeless, it is extremely pure and can be directly converted into my magical power. Yi Tian understood as he focused all his efforts on maintaining the circulation of his magical power. The magical power granted by this system does not come directly from Su Yanran, but is a reference. Su Yanran's cultivation level has reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Even if it's only 1/10 of the magic power, it's still extremely powerful. Fortunately, Yi Tian had already cultivated the Qian chapter of the Haoyu Luo Xian technique, so he could withstand it. As magical power continuously flowed into Yi Tian's body, his cultivation level began to surge. Late stage of the 8th level of Qi refining. Early stage of the 9th level of Qi refining. In less than half an hour, he reached the perfect level of the 9th level of Qi refining. Such a rapid rate of improvement would definitely shock everyone if word got out. Even Su Yanran is no match for Yi Tian now. Unfortunately, it can only be redeemed once. Yi Tian glanced at the shop again. The first item on it had disappeared. Otherwise, if he exchanged it 10 times, his cultivation level would reach the same level as Su Yanran, the 5th level of foundation establishment. Buzz! The magical power surged, and the spiritual energy in the bedroom trembled. Begin foundation building. Yi Tian gave a low shout. Ever since he joined the fallen immortal sect, he had been dreaming of this day. Whether or not one can establish a foundation is the threshold for becoming an inner disciple. After 7 years of wasted time, he is about to reach the foundation establishment stage in less than a month. In the past, he would never have believed that this day would come. His magical power spread throughout his flesh and blood. During the Qi refining stage, one absorbs spiritual energy and transforms it into one's own magical power. This magical power is stored in the dantian and will only extend to various parts of the body when needed. During the foundation establishment stage, magical power surges from the dantian, much like a tree taking root. Within a person's limbs and bones, magical energy channels are formed. After that, the magic power continuously washed over every part of his body. With the protection of magical power, it becomes very difficult to kill a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if the heart is pierced, the bleeding can be stopped with magic, and if the wound can be repaired, the person can continue to live. As for the limbs, they are even less likely to be fatal. Even after being cut off by the enemy, it can be nourished by various elixirs and grow new limbs. Its only weakness is its head. Yi Tian, on the other hand, cultivates the Qian chapter of the Haoyu Luo Xian Ju. The 108 acupoints that Su Yanran helped him open up before are now 108 nodes. With these nodes, Yi Tian could expand his magical energy channels more easily and make them more stable. The magical power surged, constantly washing over everything. Yi Tian was so engrossed in his work that time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Yi Tian's magical energy channels have begun to take shape, spreading throughout his limbs and head, and connecting to his internal organs. And he reached that level. Foundation building. Having successfully established his foundation, his body can be called a Dao body. Magical power flowed within it, and in the dimly lit bedroom, Yi Tian's skin became fair and smooth. It also emits a faint jade-like light, resembling a jade statue. His already delicate features were now even more handsome. However, Yi Tian did not wake up from his cultivation. He had not yet fully absorbed the magical power given to him by the system. At last, Yi Tian opened his eyes, and all the magical power in his body seemed to merge into one. Peak of the first level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian clasped his hands together, his face beaming with smiles. After condensing the Dao body, magical power can leave the body and take on a tangible form. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tian released warm, jade-colored magical power from his palm, which covered his skin. He took out a piece of scrap iron at any moment and held it in his palm. Click! The piece of scrap iron instantly turned into iron powder. Lin Yingxue, as an inner disciple, is only at the peak of the first level of Qi refining. My cultivation level is now the same as hers. If I were to face Zhu Shou again now, I could blow his head off with a single blow. Feeling his own power, Yi Tian compared it in his heart. This is the power of the peak of the first level of foundation establishment. Compared to that piece of spiritual gold, cultivation level is clearly more important. If we can get more treasures in the future, and they are not necessary, we should give them to Yanran first and convert them into intimacy points. Yi Tian has found a way to improve quickly. Fortunately, Zhao Rong, the day of reckoning is getting closer and closer. Thinking of the spirit-nourishing platinum and Zhu Shou, Zhao Rong's silver-masked face appeared in Yi Tian's mind. Zhao Rong was the previous holy son, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. Now is not the time for Yi Tian to seek revenge. Chapter 29, Zhao Rong's Wrath, Xinghui Shadow Spear Technique. Enforcement Peak. Wearing a silver mask, Zhao Rong paced back and forth in his cave. A bunch of useless idiots. It's already night, why is there still no news? The angry shouts echoed throughout the hall. He dispatched Zhu Shou, who was at the 9th level of qi refining, along with one person at the 8th level of qi refining and 3 people at the 7th level of qi refining. There were 5 people in total, following Yi Tian's footsteps, waiting for an opportunity to act. 2 days and 1 night have passed since yesterday morning. There should be some news by now. As a result, the 5 people seem to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Master, a disciple requests an audience. A beautiful maid stood outside the hall and spoke respectfully. Get them in here right now. Zhao Rong's gaze was icy as he spoke in a low voice. Yes. The maidservant responded. A moment later, a disciple dressed in gray walked in. Not Zhu Shou? Zhao Rong frowned. He thought that Zhu Shou and the other 4 had returned, but it turned out that they hadn't. Senior brother. The gray-robed disciple bowed. I remember you were in charge of guarding Yi Tian's courtyard, weren't you? Why are you back all of a sudden? Zhao Rong asked, puzzled. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Reporting to senior brother, Yi Tian returned to the courtyard this afternoon. The gray-robed disciple replied. What? Say it again. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Rong's body became a blur, and he grabbed the gray-robed disciple with his right hand. The terrifying power of the 7th level of foundation establishment erupted, making the gray-robed disciple unable to breathe. Senior brother. Yi Tian has returned after completing his mission. The gray-robed disciple's voice trembled as he repeated it. Bang! Zhao Rong released his grip, and the gray-robed disciple, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground, covered in dust. Yi Tian is back, he's back. Zhao Rong stood with his hands behind his back, gritting his teeth and repeating the same thing over and over. He dispatched his trusted confidant Zhu Shou, along with 5 disciples at the 7th level of qi refining, who could fight even someone at the 9th level of qi refining. Killing Yi Tian, who was at the 3rd level of qi refining, would be more than enough. As a result, Zhu Shou and the other 4 disappeared without a trace, while Yi Tian returned alive. There can only be one outcome. Zhu Shou and his 4 companions failed in their mission and were even killed in the ensuing conflict. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhao Rong's face was contorted with rage, and he was so angry that he was practically fuming. He never imagined that Zhu Shou and his group of 5 would fail, and the reality slapped him in the face. Senior brother, outside the courtyard, I also saw another inner disciple besides Su Yanran, Lin Yingxue. Furthermore, a disciple reported that Yi Tian seems to have returned to the mission hall together with Lin Yingxue. The gray-robed disciple added a sentence. Lin Yingxue? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Rong instantly understood the reason. I never anticipated that bitch Lin Yingxue. Su Yanran is Su Yanran after all. Even in seclusion, she still invited a foundation establishment cultivator to protect Yi Tian. Knowing the reason, Zhao Rong was furious. Things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. He, the senior disciple of the enforcement peak, failed to achieve anything against a mere qi refining stage 3 outer disciple 3 times. This made him feel incredibly frustrated, as if he had eaten half a worm and felt disgusted. Roll. Unable to vent his anger, Zhao Rong could only tell the gray-robed disciple to get out of the cave. Bang! After the gray-robed disciple left, Zhao Rong waved his hand, and the tea table in the main hall was smashed to pieces by his magic power. This failure meant more than just missing a great opportunity. It also means that he can no longer target Yi Tian at will. Since it was Lin Yingxue who made the move, Zhu Shou must have already been exposed. I need to be prepared for Su Yanran and Lin Xue to team up against me. As for Yi Tian, he will definitely not leave the mountain gate alone again. Zhao Rong was extremely angry and had a terrible headache. Damn Yi Tian. I refuse to believe you can keep having such good luck. Inside the cave, Zhao Rong's voice sounded like that of a demon. Spiritual practice knows no time. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. Lin Yuan Peak. Early morning. Yi Tian found Shen Tao and gave him 5 spirit stones. However, Shen Tao insisted on not accepting them. In the end, he took 2 spirit stones, but refused to accept the remaining 3 no matter what. Give him the resources next time. Shen Tao closed the door, and Yi Tian had no choice but to give up. He currently possesses resources exceeding 500 spirit stones, so taking out 5 spirit stones is nothing to him. Yi Lang. Just as Yi Tian was about to return to his cultivation, a melodious voice, like that of a nightingale, rang out. Su Yanran, dressed in a moon-white dress, stepped through the clouds and landed in the courtyard. Yanran. Yi Tian smiled broadly. Su Yanran broke through to the 5th level of foundation establishment and had some free time again. For the past half-month, she and Yi Tian have been inseparable, like a pair of celestial lovers. Look what I brought. Su Yanran's voice was playful as she clenched her right hand and took out a magical weapon from her storage bag. This is a spear nearly 10 feet long, entirely silver-white, with a thick, sharp spearhead that exudes a fierce aura. Is the spear I requested finished? Yi Tian reached out and took it. The spear felt heavy in my hand. It must weigh over 200 pounds. He casually channeled his magic power, which instantly merged into the gun, making the entire gun seem like an extension of Yi Tian's arm. Great gun! Yi Tian exclaimed in admiration. This gun used 98 gene of spirit-nourishing platinum. I wanted to use more, but this is the limit. Because of its superior materials, this gun, although a first-grade high-quality weapon, is as sturdy as a second-grade spiritual weapon. Su Yanran explained. The spirit-nourishing platinum came from Yi Tian. She didn't hold anything back. What Yanran gave was naturally the last one. Yi Tian, holding the gun and with his arm around Su Yanran's waist, was extremely satisfied. The spear had no name, so Yi Tian gave it a name, White Soul. I've also helped you choose a marksmanship skill. After delivering the gun, Su Yanran took out a scroll. The scroll bears 4 large characters, Qing Hui Ying. Since Yi Tian is going to practice shooting, he naturally can't neglect shooting skills. He took the scroll from Su Yanran's hand, and upon opening it, found it filled with dense text and various illustrations. That complicated? Yi Tian glanced at it and felt somewhat dizzy. If one possesses divine consciousness, one can use the transmission jade slip. But now, we can only honestly look at the transmission scrolls left by our predecessors. It does look a bit complicated, but I can help you. Su Yanran stood beside Yi Tian and said with a smile. Isn't what you practice swordsmanship? Yi Tian asked. By analogy, swordsmanship and spearmanship also have commonalities. Su Yanran replied with a smile in her eyes. The first sentence is setting up a gun. With each of them holding a scroll in one hand, Su Yanran began instructing Yi Tian on how to use his spear. With the White Soul Spear, comparable to a second-tier spiritual weapon, in hand, and the stunningly beautiful Su Yanran by his side providing close guidance, he was ready to assist him. Only Yi Tian could enjoy such treatment. The days I lived before were all so hard. Yi Tian cherished these happy days and immersed himself in practicing shooting. After a long day, Su Yanran sat at the stone table, sipping her spiritual tea, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Yi Tian put away his gun and stood there, somewhat embarrassed. It was clearly him practicing with the gun, but after a whole day, Su Yanran just demonstrated with the White Soul gun and actually mastered it faster than Yi Tian. The difference in comprehension is too great. For the first time, Yi Tian experienced the enormous gap in comprehension. However, Su Yanran did not mind and agreed to help Yi Tian practice shooting every day. The news of the secret realm in Chapter 30 has attracted widespread attention. 7 days have passed since Yi Tian started practicing his shooting. Su Yanran was not there that day. On the contrary, Lin Xue, dressed in a red dress and as beautiful as fire, was in Yi Tian's courtyard. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously from the open space of the small courtyard. Lin Xue held a long sword and kept stabbing at Yi Tian's White Soul Spear. Yi Tian parried for 10 rounds, then Lin Yingxue deflected the spear tip with her sword, the blade thrusting straight at Yi Tian's throat. Yi Tian, your senior sister has been training with you for 7 days, and this is your level? Lin Yingxue sheathed her sword, her clear eyes reflecting Yi Tian's figure, and said with a hint of disdain. Again. Yi Tian twirled his spear and prepared to continue. I'm not coming anymore. I've lost to them 10 times already, and I've even suppressed my cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refining. I don't know how my senior sister can stand you. Lin Yingxue sheathed her sword and shook her head. If you're not coming, you're not coming. Why are you making fun of me? Yi Tian pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Lin Yingxue's favorability towards Yi Tian has increased to 29 points in the past few days, and given the secret between them, they are already friends. But Lin Yingxue wouldn't be like Su Yanran, always looking out for Yi Tian. She would say it every time Yi Tian lost. In my opinion, with your hidden sword heritage and that special spiritual sword, wouldn't it be better to practice swordsmanship? Lin Yingxue poured herself a cup of tea and said in a low voice. She knew Yi Tian's true cultivation level. Compared to that clumsy marksmanship, that sword was the real killing weapon. I think you're the one who doesn't understand. Others don't know that I have the hidden sword lineage. I usually carry a gun and use marksmanship. If I need to use a sword in a critical moment, I can catch the enemy off guard. Yi Tian lowered his voice and said irritably. That's true. Lin Yingxue blinked, thinking that Yi Tian's words made sense. The 100 refined sword is only a first-tier spiritual weapon, and it is already somewhat outdated by the time one reaches the foundation establishment stage. If you want to protect yourself in the future, you'll still have to rely on your marksmanship. Yi Tian's true thoughts were completely different from what he said. He also admired Lin Yingxue and Su Yanran's exceptional comprehension. Unfortunately, he was ultimately just an ordinary person. Without the system, he would still be at the 1st level of qi refining, and the 1st level of foundation establishment, a level he wouldn't even dare to dream of. 200 points of intimacy can be exchanged for the same level of enlightenment as Yanran. Yi Tian was not discouraged. He figured it was okay to be slower. Once he has exchanged his comprehension for enlightenment, he will be completely transformed and will impress Lin Yingxue. Let's not talk about that. I came here to tell you something. Do you know why senior sister didn't come today? Lin Yingxue sheathed her spirit sword and asked. Why? Yi Tian also sat down. Yesterday, the sect received news that a secret realm has appeared in the southern part of the Falling Star domain. Among them are numerous opportunities for those in the foundation establishment stage. Today, the surrounding sects have all received the news that their sects are preparing to send inner disciples with senior sister as the core. Lin Yingxue told Yi Tian what she knew. A secret realm? Yi Tian became interested. He has already broken through to the 1st level of foundation establishment and is now worried about not having enough resources. If he can gain something in the secret realm, he will be able to break through to the 2nd level of qi refining. More importantly, this trip to the secret realm is centered around Su Yanran. If you gain something, you can also increase your intimacy level, which will allow you to exchange for enlightenment sooner. Yi Tian, I know your strength, although you are no match for a foundation establishment cultivator. But below the foundation establishment stage, no one should be your match. So I was thinking of having my senior sister take you with her, and we'll go to the secret realm together. With me and your senior sister protecting you, no one can hurt you. Lin Yingxue said with a smile. I do have that idea, but it's up to you to persuade Yanran. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. Lin Yingxue immediately assured her. Su Yanran arrived at the courtyard in the afternoon. Senior sister, what are the arrangements within the sect? Lin Yingxue rode on a cloud and came forward to ask. Su Yanran went to the sect's council hall early this morning and only returned now, so she must have been discussing the arrangements for the secret realm. Master has already decided that we will set off first thing tomorrow morning. This secret realm is appearing for the first time, and it offers a wealth of opportunities, not just for our sect. If other sects get ahead of us, our fallen immortal sect will definitely be overshadowed in the future. Su Yanran replied. As the sect leader's last disciple, she received many opportunities and also shouldered great responsibilities. There are also inner disciples like Lin Yingxue, who don't have to perform tasks every month. But at such a critical moment, one must fight for the sect. I'm going to say goodbye to Yi Lang. After Su Yanran finished speaking, she was about to go find Yi Tian. Senior sister. Lin Yingxue quickly stopped Su Yanran and said, "This time, both you and I will leave the sect. If Yi Tian stays in the sect, no one can instruct him in spear techniques. Why don't we bring Yi Tian along and go to the secret realm together?" If Yi Tian were to speak, Su Yanran would definitely refuse firmly. But for Lin Yingxue, Su Yanran did not make a choice immediately. "Senior sister, don't forget, there are opportunities for foundation establishment cultivators in the secret realm. There must be quite a few opportunities during the qi refining stage. If Yi Tian could obtain a few, it would be of great benefit to him, eliminating the need for him to focus solely on cultivation." Lin Yingxue continued to persuade her. But Su Yanran gazed at Yi Tian in the courtyard, somewhat hesitant. "Senior sister, there's no but about it. If all else fails, I'll take responsibility for Yi Tian's safety. You don't even trust me, do you?" Lin Yingxue's eyes were smiling, like a little fox. "Okay, I believe you." After a moment's hesitation, Su Yanran agreed to Lin Yingxue's request. "Now tell Yi Lang about this." The two sisters returned to the courtyard. Southwestern part of the Falling Star domain. Inside a secluded hall of the Xianin sect. Dressed in a purple fairy dress, the peerless beauty Ran Xili sat cross-legged behind layers of light gauze. Only a faint, captivating silhouette could be seen. Miss is getting more and more beautiful. Even we women are finding it hard to resist her charms. The two maids outside the hall glanced at the alluring figure, their faces flushed, and they quickly lowered their heads. At this moment, another maid entered the main hall. "Miss, convey the sect master's message. A secret realm has appeared in the Xixia Mountains in the south. The major sects in the south have all received the news and are preparing to send their inner disciples there. The sect leader has ordered that Miss lead the foundation establishment cultivators of the sect to the location tomorrow." The maidservant bowed and reported. "Xixia Mountains?" Ran Xili's pleasant voice rang out. "Since all the major sects in the south have sent disciples, what is the Luo Xian sect's intention?" Ran Xili asked leisurely. "Miss Wei, the leader of the fallen immortal sect, is a female cultivator named Su Yanran." The maid replied again. "Su Yanran?" Ran Xili's voice became uneven. "Miss?" The maid looked up, her face showing confusion. "It's nothing, you may leave." Ran Xili's voice returned to calm. "If I remember correctly, Yi Tian's Taoist partner is named Su Yanran." Within the sheer veil, Ran Xili's murmurs could only be heard by herself. Chapter 31, Xixia Mountain, the soul-devouring ant tide. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Yi Tian opened his eyes and saw Su Yanran, dressed in a light blue dress, standing gracefully by the window. "Yanran, it's time to go." Yi Tian immediately stood up and said to Su Yanran, "I have some unease, Yi Lang. Why don't you stay in the sect?" Su Yanran looked at Yi Tian and said with a slight pursing of her lips. Those who went to the secret realm this time were all disciples at least at the first level of foundation establishment. It was far too dangerous for Yi Tian, who was only at the third level of qi refining. "Yanran, we made a promise yesterday, you can't go back on your word, can you?" Yi Tian asked with a smile. In the end, Su Yanran kept her promise and took Yi Tian with her to the inner sect. For this trip, the Luoxian sect sent a total of 28 inner disciples. The strongest among them is Su Yanran, who is at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Besides these inner disciples, there's Yi Tian, who's at the 3rd level of qi refining. "Yingxue, once we reach the Xixia Mountains, you must protect Yi Lang well." After boarding the sect's treasure ship, Su Yanran gave Lin Yingxue another few instructions. "Understood, senior sister." Lin Yingxue readily agreed. The destination of this trip is the Xixia Mountains in the southern part of the Falling Star domain, which is tens of thousands of miles away from the Falling Immortal sect. Even traveling by treasure ship would take 2 hours. The treasure ship broke through the thick clouds and mist. Below appeared a massive mountain range, hundreds of miles long. The mountains are covered with lush, verdant vegetation, but the exposed rocks are red, like the sunset on the horizon. Therefore, this mountain range was named Xixia Mountain. The secret realm we're visiting lies beneath the mountains. Beneath this mountain range lies a massive nest of spirit-devouring ants. These spirit-devouring ants live by devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the spirit stones underground. But strangely enough, the various spiritual objects that can be used to refine elixirs are left behind by them. Therefore, everyone in the cultivation world knows that there must be a large number of spiritual items in the nest of the soul-devouring ants. The most powerful soul-devouring ant in this nest is only at the foundation establishment stage, which is why the sect sent us here. Su Yenran stood at the bow of the boat and introduced the situation of the secret realm to Yi Tian. Call out. In the distance, a whooshing sound came from the air. Yi Tian looked into the distance and saw another floating treasure ship. It's another sect. News of this secret realm has already spread in the south. It's not just us, other sects will also come to get a share. Su Yenran also noticed these floating treasure ships and said in a deep voice, "Please, Elder, speed things up." Su Yenran spoke to the core formation realm elder who was piloting the treasure ship. Half an incense stick later, the treasure ship landed on the mountain. Below was a dark cave entrance, more than 10 feet wide at its widest point, through which crimson beasts, about half the size of a human, went in and out. Those are the soul-eating ants? This strange beast looks like an enlarged version of an ant, and it should be the spirit-devouring ant that Su Yenran mentioned. Enter the nest. Su Yenran said something to everyone, then glanced at Yi Tian and Lin Xue before walking into the cave entrance first. Other sects also arrived, they couldn't fall behind. Yi Tian, keep up, don't stray more than 10 feet from me. Lin Xue reminded her. She knew that Yi Tian had the true cultivation level of the 8th level of qi refining, but here, it was not enough. Having promised Su Yenran, she had to ensure Yi Tian's safety. Whoosh! Su Yenran led the way, her spirit sword transforming into a stream of light. Any spirit-devouring ants that dared to approach were annihilated by her. These spirit-devouring ants, each half the height of a person, are comparable to those at the 5th level of qi refining. Moreover, their bodies are covered with crimson crystal armor, making them a formidable opponent even for cultivators of the same level. One by one, the soul-eating ants fell to the ground, their blue blood flowing out. As the group ventured deeper, the number of soul-eating ants around them increased, and Su Yenran could only hold them off head-on. The spirit-devouring ants that attacked from all sides were blocked by the other inner disciples. Click! The sound of the soul-devouring ant's crystal armor colliding echoed through the passage. Another spirit-devouring ant, equivalent to the 7th level of qi refining, set its sights on Yi Tian and squeezed through the gap. Swish! Swish! Almost simultaneously, 2 sword lights appeared, and the soul-devouring ant was split into 3 pieces, its corpse crashing to the ground. The 2 sword lights naturally came from Su Yenran and Lin Xue. Senior sister, I'm here for you. Lin Xue sheathed her sword and stood there proudly. Su Yenran nodded and began to deal with the soul-devouring ants that appeared in the passage ahead. If we can find the spiritual object, it will definitely be of great benefit to Yi Lang. Leading the team forward, Su Yenran gazed ahead, using her divine sense to search for traces of the spiritual creature. We bypassed 2 forks in the road. Senior sister Su, look! A female disciple pointed to the passage on the left and shouted. A faint spiritual aura emanated from that passage, and a glimmer of white light shone within the red cave. It's a first-tier spiritual item. You all wait here for now, I'll go get it. Su Yenran immediately gave the order. In front of the inner disciples, she was a dignified senior sister, and her strength was the envy of the other inner disciples. She picked the fruit alone, and actually did it faster than when everyone else went together. Your senior sister has gone to great lengths for you. Lin Xue stood beside Yi Tian, never leaving his side, and whispered. Oh no! It's an ant swarm. Su Yenran, who was less than 10 feet away from the spirit creature, suddenly turned around. In her divine sense, 10 powerful auras, comparable to those of the foundation establishment stage, suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the Luo Xian sect members behind her. Xue. Su Yenran was extremely anxious and quickly called out. Bang! But before she could finish speaking, the passage beneath their feet suddenly exploded. Click! 10 spirit-devouring ants, each 10 feet long, emerged from the ground. Their bodies were as thick as millstones. The ant pincers in front of it were even more terrifying in length, as long as a human arm, and extremely strong, able to cut through iron like mud. Get out of the way! The members of the fallen immortal sect, who had been gathered together, were scattered when the passage was broken through from the middle. But the rock strata beneath their feet had already been shattered. With no foothold, everyone was forced to take to the air. Damn beast! Lin Xue cursed under her breath, then quickly grabbed Yi Tian's hand and lifted him into the air. Click! But this was not the end. The rock above them cracked open again, and 8 more soul-devouring ants, comparable to those at the foundation establishment stage, crashed down. Separate, don't confront them head on. Su Yanran gritted her teeth and spoke to everyone. Although they were worried about Yi Tian, they knew that gathering together now would only lead to even greater losses. When Liningshua, with Yi Tian in one hand and her spirit sword in the other, slashed at a Foundation Establishment stage spirit devouring ant in front of her. This sword strike pierced through the spirit-eating ant's crystal armor, but the spirit sword was momentarily stuck. At this moment, another Foundation Establishment stage soul-devouring ant crashed into them. Liningshua quickly mobilized her magic to protect herself and Yi Tian. Bang! The magic exploded, and Liningshua and Yi Tian were sent flying backward, crashing into an unknown passage. The two spirit-devouring ants gave chase. Yi Lang. Ying Shui. Su Yanran's spirit sword was covered in blue blood, but she could only watch helplessly as Liningshua and Yi Tian tumbled into the passage. If anything happens to them, I will slaughter the entire ant colony. Su Yanran's eyes were red. Chapter 32, Temporary Safety, Corpse Puppet Mountain. Splash! The great battle between the fallen immortal sect and the devouring spirit ants caused numerous passageways to collapse. In order to protect Yi Tian, Liningshua was attacked by the soul-eating ant. Her vision went black, and her magic power was temporarily depleted, making it impossible for her to even maintain levitation. The two of them followed the rubble as it rolled down the passage. I must protect Yi Tian. Even when she was in danger, Liningshua did not forget her mission and held Yi Tian's hand tightly. To her surprise, Yi Tian suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Liningshua was not tall, and she was nestled in Yi Tian's arms, her body pressed against his. Yi Tian. You. Sensing Yi Tian's actions, Liningshua's eyebrows furrowed, feeling both ashamed and angry. She had never been so intimate with a man before. Moreover, Yi Tian is Su Yanran's Taoist partner. How can Yi Tian do this to Su Yanran? Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud was heard. Liningshua scanned the area with her divine sense and realized that Yi Tian had used his body to block a piece of rubble. I'll let it go for now. Liningshua then understood Yi Tian's meaning. The situation is critical now, so there's no time to worry about anything else. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought Yi Tian along. With a silent complaint, Liningshua once again mobilized her magical power. The two spirit-devouring ants seemed to think that Liningshua and Yi Tian were the easiest to deal with, and they relentlessly pursued them. Its thick limbs plunged into the rock face, chasing after it relentlessly. Liningshua was, after all, an inner disciple. Although her magic power was insufficient to levitate, she poured all her magic power into the spirit sword. With a single horizontal slash, the foremost soul-devouring ant, its arm-length pincers, was instantly severed. Squeak! The soul-eating ants, in pain, let out piercing screams. You still dare to chase me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? With Yi Tian blocking the falling rocks, Liningshua's divine sense focused on the soul-devouring ants. Bright sword light kept appearing. The limbs of the soul-eating ants were continuously severed, and soon they turned into a pile of rubble. The second soul-devouring ant was the same it had already been slashed by Liningshua's sword. When facing Liningshua later, his movements were slow. The two spirit-devouring ants were killed one after the other. Liningshua and Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief as they landed in a fairly spacious passage. How much longer are you going to hold me? Liningshua pinched Yi Tian's arm and asked. I didn't react in time. Yi Tian then released Liningshua. Liningshua's waist was extremely slender. Although it wasn't as curvaceous as Su Yanran's, it still felt wonderful to hold in one's arms. Snort! Yi Tian released his grip, and Liningshua let out a muffled groan. A quick scan with her divine sense revealed that her waist had been torn open by the claws of the first soul-devouring ant. Her dress was torn, revealing a patch of fair skin, which made the wound look even more gruesome. I need to treat my wound. Liningshua gathered her magic power to stop the bleeding and glanced at Yi Tian. Yi Tian understood what she meant and turned his head away. After confirming that Yi Tian hadn't been peeking, Liningshua took out 2 jade bottles from her storage bag and sprinkled medicinal powder on the wound. Then he took out 2 more pills and swallowed them. The bleeding from the wound stopped quickly, but it would take some time for it to fully recover, so Liningshua changed into a dress. Won't it leave a scar? Yi Tian couldn't see anything, but he asked a question as if possessed. Whether I leave a scar or not is none of your business. Besides, I can ask my senior sister for some elixirs. Lin Shui glanced at Yi Tian and replied, "Come over." After treating her wounds, she called Yi Tian over. Yi Tian shielded her from several pieces of rubble, and he also had several wounds on his back. Lin Shui sprinkled the medicine powder she had used on Yi Tian's wound to help stop the bleeding. "That's fine." After stopping the bleeding, Lin Shui put away her medicine powder. "Thank you." Yi Tian thanked him. He wasn't as delicate as Lin Shui, and he was still wearing his original clothes. "Where are we?" After treating their wounds, the two each took pills to restore their magical power. Lin Shui looked around and asked, "That's what I wanted to ask you too." Yi Tian spread his hands. Lin Shui is at the peak of the first level of foundation establishment and possesses divine sense, so she should be able to remember the route. I was just dealing with those two beasts. I only remember that it seemed to have rolled down 3 side roads. Lin Shui recalled in her mind. Now that we've gotten rid of the trouble, we should naturally reunite with Su Yanran first. Otherwise, given their combined strength, they would likely face dire consequences in this lair. Our senior sisters should be looking for us too. We can meet up with them as long as we head back. Lin Shui didn't think about it anymore, called Yi Tian, and they returned along the same route. The two walked through the dark passage, relying on Lin Shui's divine sense to identify where they came from, etc. After passing a fork in the road leading upwards, Lin Shui suddenly stopped and said, "There are 2 more foundation establishment stage soul-devouring ants ahead." The nest was teeming with spirit-devouring ants. She remembered that she hadn't noticed these 2 spirit-devouring ants when she passed by just now, but they had appeared now. They should just be passing by. Let's hide and wait for them to pass. After a moment's thought, Lin Shui came up with a solution. If she were alone, she certainly wouldn't be afraid of 2 soul-eating ants. But with Yi Tian by my side, there was no other way. Their location happened to be at a fork in the road. As the soul-eating ants drew closer, Lin Shui had no choice but to lead Yi Tian into a side passage. This horizontal fork in the road led nowhere, and Lin Shui's divine sense could not reach its end. However, the two were merely seeking refuge and did not pay any attention to it. The two hid in a side passage, while 2 enormous spirit-devouring ants stepped over the rubble and passed through the previous passage. "We haven't been found." Lin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared in the darkness and grabbed at her with astonishing speed. "Who is it?" Lin Shui slashed horizontally with her spirit sword to protect Yi Tian, and let out a low shout. The shadowy figure was extremely well hidden, but her divine sense was always spread out, and she detected it as soon as it approached. When the sword struck the shadowy figure, producing a sound like metal clashing. "This is?" Yi Tian took out the luminous pearl and saw the true face of the shadowy figure. This was a man with dry, bluish-gray skin that clung tightly to his bones. Although he could still move, he had no trace of human life. "This is a corpse." But at this moment, the corpse's eyes were staring straight at the two of them. "Ha ha ha. I never expected that we brothers would see such a stunningly beautiful fairy in this dark and sunless land." As Lin Shui remained vigilant, a triumphant laugh echoed from the passageway. Immediately afterwards, 2 more gruesome corpses emerged from the passage. But behind them were 3 people with deathly pale faces and bloodless skin. People from Corpse Puppet Mountain. Lin Shui's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Shadow Puppet Mountain? Yi Tian had heard of the Corpse Puppet sect. He had previously searched for information about the Xianin sect and came across records of the Corpse Puppet Mountain. Corpse Puppet Mountain, as the name suggests, is home to demonic cultivators who excel at crafting corpse puppets. All their strength lies in these corpse puppets. They would even share a bed with a corpse puppet in order to cultivate. Chapter 33, in Crisis, Yi Tian makes his move. 3 demonic cultivators at the first level of foundation establishment, plus their corpse puppets, are equivalent to 6 cultivators at the first level of foundation establishment. Lin Shui's heart sank to the bottom. Squeak! Targeted by 3 demonic cultivators, the voices of spirit-devouring ants could be heard from the back of the passage. The 2 spirit-devouring ants noticed the commotion inside the passage and turned back. Now, with demonic cultivators in front and spirit-devouring ants behind, the 2 are completely trapped in a desperate situation. "Brother, this female cultivator actually brought along a chi refining stage 3 cultivator. Isn't she courting death?" "Ha ha ha." A balding demonic cultivator spotted Yi Tian and sneered. The loud laughter of the three demonic cultivators echoed through the passage. In this situation, this stunning beauty will definitely not escape their grasp. Squeak! The three demonic cultivators stood still, while the two spirit-devouring ants behind them drew ever closer. I promised my senior sister that I would protect you. Wait a minute, let me think of a way to hold off the two soul-eating ants. You escape first, don't worry about me. Lin Yingxue took a deep breath and used her magic to transmit her voice to Yi Tian. If it weren't for Yi Tian, she wouldn't be in such a passive position now. But now is not the time for regrets. If she goes back alone, Su Yanran will definitely be heartbroken. If she sends Yi Tian out first, she might still have a glimmer of hope. Wildfire. After speaking, Lin Yingxue immediately gathered her magical power. The spirit sword in her hand glowed with bright flames as she fearlessly slashed at the two spirit-devouring ants behind her. Laugh. With the enhancement of magical power, the spirit sword sliced through the crystal armor of a spirit-devouring ant and severed its head. Run. Then, Lin Yingxue gathered her magic power in her other hand, enveloped Yi Tian, and tried to push him away. Big brother, she's going to send that kid away. The balding demonic cultivator spoke to the leading demonic cultivator. Send them away? Dream on. Since this woman cares so much about that boy, I'll keep this kid here to entertain the three of us brothers. The leader, a demonic cultivator surnamed Tang, had an evil glint in his eyes. Listen to your brother, get them going. The three demonic cultivators simultaneously unleashed their magical power. The three corpse puppets, sturdy as spiritual artifacts, reached out from behind and grabbed at Lin Yingxue. Damn it! Sensing the three auras behind her, Lin Yingxue gritted her teeth and once again activated her magic power. Her previous injuries had not yet healed, and her magical powers were still recovering. Facing the three demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain, her chances of escaping alive were extremely slim. But now there's no turning back. When? Lin Yingxue slashed at the foremost corpse puppet with her sword. This time, the sword was imbued with fire, and it severed the corpse puppet's arm with a single strike. But the other two corpse puppets had already surrounded her from the left and right. How dare you hurt my corpse puppet? I'll make that bastard wish he were dead. The demonic cultivator surnamed Tang said sternly. However, the thought that such a stunning beauty could fall into the hands of the three brothers stirred a burning desire within them. It's over. Seeing the two approaching corpse puppets, Lin Yingxue was exhausted and filled with despair. Get out of my way. At the critical moment, a loud shout echoed through the passage. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yingxue saw Yi Tian's figure. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you coming back to die? This was the first time Lin Yingxue had ever been so angry. She risked her life to save Yi Tian, and now, not only is she going to perish, but Yi Tian is also going to stay behind. But before she could finish speaking, she discovered. Yi Tian's aura suddenly surged, recovering from the 3rd level of qi refining to the mid-stage of the 8th level of qi refining. Then, to Lin Yingxue's incredulous gaze, he quickly broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Finally, a powerful aura of a peak foundation establishment stage 1 spread out. Peak of the 1st level of foundation establishment? How did Yi Tian achieve that? Lin Yingxue stared blankly at Yi Tian's retreating figure. Last time, Yi Tian displayed his qi refining 8th level cultivation, which was already quite astonishing. Now he has even reached the peak of the 1st level of foundation establishment, and his cultivation level is the same as hers. In fact, Yi Tian's aura was even stronger than hers. Demonstrating his true strength, Yi Tian took out the white soul spear. A glimmer of light. The white spear moved with great force in Yi Tian's hands, its tip emitting a dazzling white light, like a meteorite piercing through the air. Bang! The spear pierced the corpse puppet's body, and with terrifying force, pinned it to the cave wall. The first corpse puppet was dealt with instantly. Then, Yi Tian swept his spear horizontally, knocking the second corpse puppet away. The corpse puppet I painstakingly crafted has been destroyed. The balding demonic cultivator's eyes were bloodshot. The corpse puppet was practically half his life, and it was destroyed by Yi Tian. I misjudged him, he's only at the 1st level of foundation establishment. The demonic cultivator surnamed Tang had a gloomy expression, his eyes fixed on Yi Tian. He had just used his divine sense to investigate, and Yi Tian was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. He couldn't understand how Yi Tian had managed to conceal his cultivation level. However, even a foundation establishment stage 1 cultivator will die. The demonic cultivator surnamed Tang roared, black energy emanating from his body as he attacked Yi Tian. Although they rely on corpse puppets to fight, they still possess the strength of a first-level foundation establishment cultivator, including the remaining 2 corpse puppets. 5 more individuals, all at the first level of foundation establishment, surrounded Yi Tian. Let's fight them together. Lin Yingxue snapped out of her shock and charged forward again, carrying her spirit sword. I can handle them. Go and deal with that soul-eating ant, otherwise it'll be even more troublesome if we're attacked from both sides. Yi Tian declined Lin Yingxue's offer. Okay. Hang in there. Lin Yingxue immediately agreed. Since Yi Tian had the confidence, she was willing to believe him. Lin Yingxue turned around, took the spirit sword, and went outside the passage. Inside the passage, only Yi Tian remained, facing off against 5 Foundation Establishment Level 1 warriors. Court death. The balding demonic cultivator sneered and lunged at Yi Tian first. A glimmer of light. Yi Tian used his spear technique again, channeling the magical power he had cultivated from the Jade Falling Immortal technique into his spear. The white spear, as if transformed into a piece of white jade, pierced through the demonic cultivator. Big brother, save me. The demonic cultivator had just made his move when he realized Yi Tian's overwhelming power. His expression immediately changed, and he cried out for help. Waste. The leading demonic cultivator surnamed Tang cursed under his breath and quickly summoned his corpse puppet, attacking Yi Tian from the flank. I've been waiting for you. Yi Tian kept a close eye on the demonic cultivator surnamed Tang out of the corner of his eye, and Tang's reaction was exactly what Yi Tian wanted. Then, Yi Tian flipped his left hand over. A jet-black conch shell had appeared in his hand. Indeed, it's the ghost sound conch that Rand Siley gave me before. Ah! Yi Tian threw the ghost sound conch at the demonic cultivator surnamed Tang. Its magical power erupted, immediately emitting a shrill sound wave. These sound waves all locked onto the demonic cultivator surnamed Tang. You're from the Xianin sect's ghost sound conch. Where did you come from? The demonic cultivator surnamed Tang nearly popped his eyes out, but he realized it too late. Puff. The ghostly voice entered his brain, and the demonic cultivator surnamed Tang coughed up blood, followed by blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Although he appeared to have no wounds, the inside of his skull was a complete mess. Bang! The corpse of the demonic cultivator surnamed Tang fell to the ground, and his corpse puppet, losing control, also collapsed. Big brother. The remaining 2 demonic cultivators were both shocked and furious. They never expected that their leader would die at Yi Tian's hands in a single encounter. 2 more. Yi Tian's gaze swept over the remaining 2 people. Chapter 34, Wood Spirit Beans, Favorability Surges. Save yourself first. Yi Tian's spear pierced through, its white light dazzling. Using the ghost conch does not affect his own offensive. No. The balding demonic cultivator stared wide-eyed in terror. Sizzle. The white soul spear moved with unstoppable force, its tip tearing through his arm and continuing to pierce his heart. The spear tip twisted, completely shattering the fragile heart. Even someone at the Foundation establishment stage would surely die. In the blink of an eye, the 2 demonic cultivators were killed. Only 1 demonic cultivator remained inside the passage. If you want to kill me, you'll pay the price. The last demonic cultivator, his eyes bloodshot, chose to fight to the death. After saying that, he and his corpse puppet surrounded Yi Tian. After Yi Tian's attack, he needs time to recover his mana, and this is his chance. However, Yi Tian remained calm. He clenched his right hand, and the white soul spear in his hand disappeared, replaced by a long sword. Brush. The 100 refined sword swept across, and although it was a first-tier spiritual weapon, its spell-breaking effect still remained. The demonic cultivator's dark magic power was partially neutralized by the 100 refined sword. Yi Tian's magical power was even stronger than his. Sizzle. In the end, the 100 refined sword pierced the demonic cultivator's head, killing him. However, Yi Tian also had a wound on his shoulder. All resolved. Yi Tian took a deep breath and swallowed a chi refining pill. Yi Tian. Lin Yingxue rushed in from outside the passage, but was stunned when she saw what was happening inside. She wasn't needed. Yi Tian alone dealt with all the demonic cultivators. Lin Yingxue's favorability +10. A system notification appeared in front of Yi Tian's eyes. Including the favorability he gained from revealing his strength earlier, Lin Yingshua's favorability has now reached 40 points, surpassing Rand Silei's. You really killed 3 demonic cultivators with your sword? Lin Yingxue saw the broken ghost sound conch on the ground, but did not connect it to Yi Tian. Otherwise what? Yi Tian said, holding the 100 refined sword. He had mentioned during previous shooting practice that the 100 refined sword was suitable for use when there was a surprise attack. Of course, the ghost sound conch was indispensable in killing the 3 demonic cultivators. Let me treat your wound. Lin Yingshue's gaze softened as she walked to Yi Tian's side and took out the medicinal powder. You broke through to the first level of foundation establishment also because of the hidden sword secret technique? While treating the wound, Lin Yingxue asked curiously. Yi Tian nodded. It's impossible to talk about things that are part of the system. As for cultivation level, it can all be attributed to that fictitious secret technique. Your secret technique is incredibly powerful. Lin Yingxue exclaimed in amazement. She is also an inner sect genius, but after cultivating for so long, she has only reached the peak of the first level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian's cultivation level was already on par with hers. You shouldn't have any foundation establishment stage pills on you, right? Please accept this bottle of qi nourishing pills. After treating the wound, Lin Yingxue took out a jade bottle. During the qi refining stage, qi refining pills can be used to restore mana. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, qi refining pills become too inefficient, making qi nourishing pills a more suitable alternative. Thank you. Yi Tian thanked him. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be finished. Lin Yingxue smiled and replied. She still feels lingering fear when she thinks back to what just happened. 3 demonic cultivators, plus a 3-headed corpse puppet. If it weren't for Yi Tian, she would definitely be dead today. After taking a qi nourishing pill, Yi Tian stood up and walked towards the corpses of the 3 demonic cultivators. What's going on here? Lin Yingxue asked. Looking for my storage bag. Yi Tian replied. These 3, even if they're not the best, are still at least at the first level of foundation establishment, so they must have some good stuff on them. How could you bring yourself to harm these demonic cultivators? Lin Yingxue was somewhat disgusted, as she had no shortage of spirit stones and pills. Even if she leaves the sect, Su Yanran will take care of her. She would never do such a thing. Yi Tian had already started looting the corpse. So poor. A mere foundation establishment level 1 cultivator doesn't even have a storage bag. Yi Tian touched a corpse but couldn't find the storage bag, so he cursed. He, I told you not to touch me. Lin Yingxue sat to the side, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. There's no storage bag, but there are qi nourishing pills and spirit stones. Yi Tian found a leather bag containing 8 qi nourishing pills and 60 spirit stones. Each of these qi nourishing pills is worth 20 spirit stones, and 8 of them would be worth 160 spirit stones. The first demonic cultivator yielded 220 spirit stones. The second demonic cultivator also had a leather bag containing 10 qi nourishing pills, plus other items, totaling 280 spirit stones. He has a storage bag on him. Yi Tian finally found a storage bag on the leader of the demonic cultivators. Opening the storage bag, Yi Tian found 23 qi nourishing pills and 316 spirit stones. These add up to 776 spirit stones. In addition to the resources Yi Tian recognized, there were 3 other storage bags, each about the size of a fist and round with a light blue color. Miss Lin, do you recognize this? Yi Tian took out a round bead and asked. This is a wood spirit bean. Upon seeing the round bead, Lin Yingxue thought for a moment and suddenly stood up. What is its purpose? Yi Tian asked, holding the wood spirit bean. These wood spirit beans are formed from vines that have taken root deep underground and absorbed spiritual energy over many years. It contains a rich woody aroma and spiritual essence. Taking it will be beneficial for foundation establishment stage cultivation. Lin Yingxue stared at the wood spirit bean and explained. She had indeed looked down on the spirit stones and qi nourishing pills before, but this wood spirit bean was different. She is currently at the peak of the first level of foundation establishment. If she could get one, she would be able to break through to the first level of foundation establishment. I see. Miss Lin, please accept this wood spirit bean. Yi Tian handed the wood spirit bean in his hand to Lin Yingxue. No need. You've now broken through to the foundation establishment stage. You can use it yourself or leave it to your senior sister. Although she was tempted, Lin Yingxue still refused. After all, it was Yi Tian alone who killed 3 demonic cultivators. Miss Lin, there are 3 wood spirit beans in total. Yanran and I will each have 1, and you will have 1. Yi Tian understood Lin Yingxue's meaning and took out the remaining 2 wood spirit beans. 3? Thank you. Upon seeing 3 similar wood spirit beans, Lin Yingxue did not refuse any longer and took one. Lin Yingxue's favorability plus 10. Another notification flashed before Yi Tian's eyes. Lin Yingxue's favorability rating has reached 50. Yi Tian thought to himself. These wood spirit beans must have been obtained by these 3 demonic cultivators in this soul-devouring ant nest. Lin Yingxue put away the wood spirit bean and guessed. With this wood spirit bean, she can break through to the first level of foundation establishment ahead of schedule. It should be. Yi Tian nodded. He had used the ghost sound conch that Ran Siley had given him before, and he felt a little bad about it. These 3 wood spirit beans were a way to make up for his loss. Do you want to refine it now? I've put all the resources away, Yi Tian asked. Let's reunite with our senior sisters first, otherwise we don't know what dangers might come our way. Lin Yingxue shook her head. So the 2 left the passage and, following Lin Yingxue's memory, returned the way they came to find the people from the Luoxian sect. Chapter 35, Zhao Rong's secret arrival and his conspiracy. Soul-devouring ant nest. This seems to be the place. Lin Yingxue, dressed in a red dress, walked out of the passage. It's all your fault. You even got the way wrong and we went in a huge circle before we got back. Yi Tian followed from behind. After dealing with the 3 demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain, Yi Tian and Lin Yingxue returned the way they came to find the people from the fallen immortal sect. However, Lin Yingxue remembered the wrong way, causing the 2 to go around in circles before finally returning to their original location where they had separated. At this point, the entire cave was in a state of chaos. Lots of rubble, and scattered corpses of spirit-devouring ants. Where are my senior sisters? Lin Yingxue peeked out, searching for Su Yanran and the others. Bang bang bang. At that moment, the sound of fighting came from the other side of the passage. It must be my senior sisters. Lin Yingxue immediately headed towards the source of the fighting sounds. Etc. But Yi Tian suddenly stopped Lin Yingxue. I didn't sense Yanran's presence. Meeting Lin Yingxue's puzzled gaze, Yi Tian replied. He and Su Yanran both cultivated the Qiankuan chapter of the Haoyu Luoxian technique, allowing them to sense each other's subtle auras. But now, Yi Tian has not found anything. Could they be from another sect? Lin Yingxue understood Yi Tian's meaning and said warily. Possibly. Conceal your presence and go take a look. Yi Tian nodded. Then, he used the power of the Jade Falling Immortal technique to conceal his and Lin Yingxue's auras. The 2 cautiously approached the collapsed passage. The passage was in a mess. The 2 people peeked out and, using the rubble as cover, saw what was inside. The fighting had subsided, and several more corpses of the soul-eating ants lay on the ground. The one who annihilated the soul-devouring ants was a male cultivator wearing a silver mask. Zhao Rong. Yi Tian and Lin Yingxue recognized the man's identity at the same time. How did he end up here? Lin Yingxue used her magic to transmit her voice. That's what I wanted to ask you too. Yi Tian was also puzzled. You all disperse and search for the spiritual objects in the surrounding area. As the 2 were wondering, Zhao Rong suddenly spoke to the 4 disciples beside him. Yes, senior brother. The 4 foundation establishment stage disciples withdrew. That Zhao Rong, he's still up to his old tricks. Yi Tian cursed inwardly. The group from Luoxian's sect arrived on a floating treasure ship. Zhao Rong and the 4 foundation establishment stage disciples were not present at that time. But now, Zhao Rong has reappeared here. It must have been him who left the sect on his own. As the senior disciple of the enforcement peak, he has this authority. Come out. As Yi Tian was thinking, Zhao Rong suddenly said something. He spotted us? Lin Yingxue's delicate body tensed instantly. Even if Zhao Rong had divine sense, he wouldn't be able to find them hiding here. However, Lin Yingxue was wrong. The people Zhao Rong was talking about were not the 2 of them. Zhao Rong, you're too slow. From another passage, a male cultivator shrouded in a black robe emerged. A demonic cultivator. Zhao Rong is actually meeting with a demonic cultivator. Lin Yingxue's pretty face was covered in frost. Yi Tian had previously stated that Zhao Rong was colluding with demonic cultivators. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. You came early, but you didn't do anything, did you? Zhao Rong shrugged. Stop talking nonsense. The plan last time was flawless. Why did you fail? The man in black questioned him. Humph. Don't talk about being flawless. As the daughter of the Xianin sect master, she has countless ways to protect herself. Moreover, she also deciphered the item you gave her and restored her cultivation. Otherwise, do you think I would let that witch go so easily? Zhao Rong snorted coldly and asked in return. They had worked together before. Lin Yingxue grew increasingly disgusted with Zhao Rong. The plan they're talking about is definitely targeting Ran Xili's incident. From their conversation, Yi Tian immediately understood what they were talking about. Last time, at Miscellaneous Peak, Ran Xili's cultivation level dropped to the qi refining stage because of the bone corroding powder, which forced her to seek out Yi Tian. Yi Tian now knows that the bone corroding powder came from that black-clad demonic cultivator. Moreover, the black-clad demonic cultivator was also a member of the Xianin sect. Someone within the Xianin sect wanted to harm Ran Xili. No matter how much you say, it's useless if the plan fails, it fails. This time, the witch had quite a few disciples by her side, so they didn't have a chance to make a move. The black-clad demonic cultivator said coldly. Of course I know, but I helped you last time, so this time it's your turn to show your sincerity. As for that witch, we still have a chance to cooperate. Zhao Rong smiled and said. How to demonstrate it? The black-robed demonic cultivator pondered for a moment, then asked in a deep voice. He certainly wouldn't be able to deal with Ran Xili on his own. After all, Ran Xili is the daughter of the Xianin sect master, so he can only rely on Zhao Rong's power to deal with Ran Xili from the outside. It's very simple. This time, the people from the fallen immortal sect don't know that I'm in an ant nest. And their ultimate target must be the queen of the soul-eating ants at the very bottom. My target is the female cultivator from the fallen immortal sect, and that useless qi refining level 3 cultivator beside her. I need you to launch a covert attack, kill that useless qi refining level 3 cultivator, and then injure the female cultivator in charge. When I appear, lead the people from the fallen immortal sect away. Zhao Rong then revealed his plan. That Zhao Rong. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxue trembled with anger. The female cultivator Zhao Rong mentioned was naturally Su Yanran. And who else could be that useless person at the third level of qi refining besides Yi Tian? As the senior disciple of the enforcement peak, Zhao Rong actually colluded with the demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect to kill Yi Tian and also injure Su Yanran. Lin Yingxue couldn't believe that there were such vicious people in this world. That's a brilliant plan. Yi Qi was so angry that he laughed. The good news is that he and Lin Yingxue overheard the entire plan targeting him and Su Yanran. As long as we meet up with Su Yanran, we can take precautions in advance. But Zhao Rong's viciousness chilled the two of them to the bone. Sooner or later, I will kill Zhao Rong with my own hands. Yi Tian transmitted his voice to Lin Yingxue. In the past, Lin Yingxue probably wouldn't have believed it, but after learning about Yi Tian's strength, she felt it was very likely. I've got it, but next time I get the chance, you have to help me deal with that witch. The black-clad demonic cultivator left a message, then turned and disappeared into the passage. Yi Tian, with a Foundation Establishment Level 7 cultivator from the Xianin sect attacking, you are doomed. Ha ha ha. Zhao Rong stood with his hands behind his back, laughing wildly. Walk. Lin Yingxue couldn't bear to listen anymore and felt nauseous. She and Yi Tian left quietly. After navigating several passages, the two finally relaxed. This Zhao Rong is unworthy of being the top disciple of the enforcement peak. He is utterly despicable. Lin Yingxue gritted her teeth and cursed. Stop cursing. Cursing him won't hurt him. When I have enough power, I will pay him back everything he has today, with interest. Yi Tian said calmly. What do we do next? We have to find our senior sister before Zhao Rong and the others. Lin Yingxue stopped scolding and asked for a solution. Wait, Yanran is definitely looking for us too. Instead of blindly stumbling around like a blind cat, we should just stay put and wait for Yanran to come to us. Yi Tian came up with a solution. Chapter 36, Lin Yingxue breaks through, reunites with Ran Xili. That makes sense. After thinking it over, Lin Yingxue had no better option and could only agree. This underground nest of spirit-devouring ants has a complex network of passageways. Continuing to search may only lead you further astray. Moreover, given their strength, if they were to encounter other forces, it would be another fierce battle. Yi Tian, since we're going to wait, why don't I take advantage of this time to cultivate with the wood spirit bean and break through to the second level of foundation establishment as soon as possible? After waiting a while, Lin Yingxue made a suggestion. She sensed that she was only a hair's breadth away from the second level of foundation establishment. If she could break through to the second level of foundation establishment, she would be able to help even more. I will protect you. Yi Tian nodded. The two found a secluded corner in the passage, and then used their magic to gather rocks and soil to block the entrance. In this way, unless someone is deliberately looking for the two of them, they won't be discovered. Lin Yingxue sat cross-legged on a rock and first took out 20 spirit stones, placing them around her. He then took out the wood spirit bean and placed it in his dantian. 20 spirit stones, radiating rich spiritual energy, merged into Lin Yingxue's body. Meanwhile, pure wood elemental spiritual energy surged from the wood spirit bean. As the two merged, the speed at which Lin Yingxue's magical power flowed increased continuously. Her aura was also rising from the peak of the first level of foundation establishment to the second level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian held 2 spirit stones and absorbed their spiritual energy. If something unexpected happens, he can react immediately. It seems that Zhao Rong has his eye on Yanran. As he absorbed the spiritual energy, Yi Tian's mind was filled with Zhao Rong's vicious plan. He had the demonic cultivator from the Xianin sect injure Su Yanran before he reappeared. Isn't this supposed to be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Moreover, Zhao Rong had previously plotted against Ran Sili, which shows how treacherous he is. We must kill Zhao Rong as soon as possible. Yi Tian's heart was filled with killing intent. If Zhao Rong were allowed to live a little longer, who knows how many insidious plans he might come up with. Inside a passageway, a group of demonic cultivators walked through it. Most of them were men, except for the 4 women at the very core, who guarded a witch who wore a black veil and a light purple dress. The witch's face was veiled in black, revealing only her fair forehead and a pair of eyes. But those eyes were incredibly clear, like a bright starry river, breathtakingly beautiful. The witch is naturally Ran Sili. She received orders from the Xianin sect master to bring her disciples to share in the spoils. Miss, we haven't gained much along the way, a female cultivator said in a low voice. Just some low-level spiritual creatures, nothing special. My target is the queen of the soul-devouring ants. Ran Sili spoke calmly, her gaze serene. Miss is truly far-sighted. The maid replied with a smile. Ran Sili fell silent, her gaze drifting into the distance. At the core of the lair, we should be able to find Su Yanran from the fallen immortal sect. She cared not only about the soul-devouring ant queen, but also about another female cultivator. The Xianin sect's forces advanced swiftly. The foundation establishment staged soul-eating ants along the way would be reduced to dust by the terrifying sonic waves at the first encounter. Ran Sili was at the core of the group, her eyes half closed, completely ignoring these beasts blocking her way. But as they passed through a passage, Ran Sili suddenly opened her eyes. Miss, what are your orders? The female cultivator in front of her immediately asked respectfully. Ran Sili did not answer, but stared at a spot diagonally above, as if she could see through the thick rock wall. Her slender, long fingers stroked her lower abdomen. The Yin Gu has been detected. Ran Sili murmured to herself, her gaze somewhat complicated. You 4, come with me. The rest of you, stay where you are. Ran Sili, accompanied by 4 personal maids, left the Xianin sect's forces and headed towards a passage. What's wrong, miss? You dare ask about the young lady? Don't you want your tongue? The young lady told us to wait, so we'll wait here. Why all the nonsense? The demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect whispered among themselves for a few moments, then fell silent again, hiding in the dark passage. Inside the sealed cave. Wow! The spiritual energy surged, and the wood spirit bean in front of Lin Yingxue had already dried up by about half. The lost spiritual energy transformed into her cultivation level. He broke through to the second level of foundation establishment in just 1 hour. Lin Yingxue opened her eyes, her face full of joy. According to her expectations, it would take at least a month to make a breakthrough. Thanks to the wood spirit bean that Yi Tian gave her, she was able to break through the bottleneck and achieve a breakthrough so quickly. Congratulations! Yi Tian offered his congratulations, but suddenly felt that the hidden yang energy in his dantian was becoming restless. At the same time, he could sense a corresponding aura rapidly approaching. This is. Yi Tian looked in that direction and had already guessed the reason. Not good, Yi Tian, a demonic cultivator is approaching. The smile on Lin Yingshue's face vanished, replaced by tension. Run! With a shout, Lin Yingxue gathered her magic power in her hands, slapped away the piled-up rocks and soil, grabbed Yi Tian's arm with her other hand, and fled with him at top speed. In her divine sense, she sensed the auras of 4 demonic cultivators rapidly approaching. Trying to escape from me? I'll take them all down. A languid female voice echoed from the dark passageway. Immediately afterwards, 4 female demon cultivators appeared in Yi Tian and Lin Yingshue's line of sight. No, we can't keep up with their speed. Yi Tian gave a low shout. Then we can only fight and retreat at the same time. Lin Yingshue's pretty face turned pale. She took out her spirit sword and turned to face the 4 demonic cultivators. Wildfire. The magical power of the early stage of the second level of foundation establishment was poured into the spirit sword, transforming into bright flames. However, the 4 female demon cultivators she faced were all highly skilled. The female demon cultivators then took out magical artifacts that resembled seashells. After absorbing the magical power, the artifact opened up and simultaneously emitted tangible sound waves from 4 directions. Laugh. The moment Lin Yingshue's spirit sword struck, the flames that had gathered on it were extinguished by the sound waves. A mere chi refining level 2 cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly? The leading female demon cultivator chuckled lightly. Then, the seashells in the hands of the 4 female demon cultivators emitted even more powerful sound waves. I want to live. At this moment, another voice came from behind the 4 female demon cultivators. Using the light of the magic, Yi Tian saw the owner of the voice. Although her face was covered by a black veil, Yi Tian would never forget those beautiful eyes, even in death. Rand Siley. Her name appeared in Yi Tian's mind. The two have unexpectedly reunited in this underground lair since their last parting. She probably hasn't forgotten me yet. Yi Tian thought to himself. If Rand Siley were truly heartless and indifferent, she would never say that she wanted to live. However, Rand Siley didn't know that Yi Tian now was not the same Yi Tian as that night. Lin Yingxue was unaware of the underlying reasons, but if Yi Tian didn't take action soon, it would definitely arouse suspicion. A glimmer of light. Yi Tian gave a soft shout, and with a clench of his right hand, the white soul spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, his aura instantly surged from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the peak of the 1st level of foundation establishment. Peak of the 1st level of foundation establishment? A soft, incredulous exclamation rang out from the dark passage. Chapter 37, Meeting Again, Unveiling the Conspiracy. Rand Siley's beautiful eyes reflected Yi Tian's figure, filled with strange light. Last time, Yi Tian was at the 6th level of Qi refining. She ordered them to be captured alive because she didn't want to hurt Yi Tian, nor did she want to expose him. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian had already broken through to the 1st level of foundation establishment. Moreover, the magical power within his body is extremely strong, comparable to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. He sparred with the female cultivator, and her 4 maids were unable to subdue the 2 of them in a short time. He does have some skill. Rand Siley gave a soft snort, her expression unreadable. Bang! Within the passage, magical energies clashed. Yi Tian held the white soul spear, its light constantly bursting forth, restraining the 2 female demon cultivators. Lin Yingxue, on the other hand, tacitly restrained the other 2 female demon cultivators. Miss Lin, please go to the passage first, I'll be there shortly. Yi Tian swept his spear horizontally and used his magic to transmit his voice to Lin Yingxue. But my cultivation is higher. What will you do if I leave? Lin Yingxue asked anxiously. I have a way to get out unscathed. Yi Tian continued to transmit his voice. But Lin Yingxue frowned and still did not back down. Miss Lin, believe me, Yanran is still waiting for me. How could I possibly throw my life away in vain? Yi Tian transmitted his voice again. If you don't show up within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll fight them to the death. In the end, Lin Yingxue agreed. Bang! She unleashed 4 sword strikes in quick succession, forcing back 2 female demon cultivators, and flew into a side passage. Chase! The 2 female demon cultivators immediately gave chase. Kid, you'd better just surrender. The remaining 2 female demon cultivators suppressed Yi Tian and threatened him with words. Yi Tian glanced at Ran Sili behind the two demonic cultivators again, and with a thought, he suddenly withdrew his magic power. Bang! The sonic waves from the two female demon cultivators slammed Yi Tian against the rock wall. Then, Yi Tian was grabbed by the two men and brought before Ran Sili. "Miss, what should we do with this boy?" the two female demon cultivators inquired. "I will make my own decision." Ran Sili waved her hand, signaling the two to step back. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, she took out a purple stone, infused it with magic power, and formed a dark purple barrier that isolated the view and sound from both inside and outside. The two female demon cultivators outside looked at each other but said nothing. Their young lady is always cunning and mischievous. Is this how you treat your man? Yi Tian rubbed his back, breaking the silence. Whose man are you? Ran Sili raised an eyebrow, her eyebrows curving into a dangerous arc. See, I knew it. You'll turn your back on me once you've touched your skirt. Yi Tian pointed at Ran Sili and said with a wronged expression. I've never seen such a shameless person as you. Ran Sili was furious. But at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly gathered his magic power, and with a swipe of his right hand, a black veil appeared in his hand in an instant. Ran Sili's stunningly beautiful face was once again exposed to Yi Tian. Yi Tian's eyes were fixed on that pretty face. Although he had admired it carefully before, seeing it again still amazed him. What a nice view! Yi Tian said unconsciously. Oomph, glib tongue. Ran Sili's veil was removed, and she wanted to lash out, but in the end she only said one sentence. If others could see you, it would be worth dying for. It would be worth all the suffering I endured just to meet you. Yi Tian rubbed his lower back and said with a smile. Serves you right. Ran Sili crossed her arms, but her tone was noticeably gentler. She wore a veil only to block other people's view, but Yi Tian was not included. After all, he had seen everything, so it didn't matter if the veil was removed. You made the right bet. Yi Tian's lips curled up in a smile. When he saw Ran Sili, he knew she would soften her heart. After all, she knew him well and had a 30-point favorability rating. That's why he deliberately stopped, allowing the two female demon cultivators to capture him. Since you keep saying you're my man, then who was that woman just now? Ran Sili looked at Yi Tian and suddenly asked. She is an inner disciple of the Luo Xian sect named Liningshui. Due to an accident, the two of us were separated from the Luo Xian sect's forces. Yi Tian answered immediately. Although Ran Sili and he didn't have any official status, she was still a woman and would definitely care about the other women around him. Moreover, Liningshui is a stunning beauty with a beauty score of 97, so it would be strange if Ran Sili didn't care. Is that so? Ran Sili stood with her hands behind her back, leaving Yi Tian with a graceful silhouette, her expression unreadable. I'll believe you for now, but I've heard that you and Su Yenran, the holy maiden of the Luo Xian sect, have become Taoist partners. Turning around again, Ran Sili's tone turned cold once more. She wanted to see how Yi Tian would explain Su Yenran's situation. You said it yourself, it's just hearsay, and how could a Saintess possibly take a liking to me? If you don't believe me, surely you'll believe the yang gu inside my body now? Yi Tian answered calmly. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped Ran Sili's soft hand. Both of them knew about the constraints of the yin-yang love gu. If two people become overly intimate with someone of the opposite sex, the love curse within them will erupt. The fact that the love potion is still functioning normally is enough to prove Yi Tian's innocence. Believe it or not, I'll chop off your hand. Ran Sili didn't break free from Yi Tian, but instead narrowed her beautiful eyes and threatened him. How can you be so heartless when we rarely see each other? Yi Tian held Ran Sili's hand and said seriously. And I have more news to tell you. I was in this lair before. He revealed all of Zhao Rong's and that Xianin sect demonic cultivator's previous conspiracy to Ran Sili. So that's how Zhao Rong got the bone-corroding powder. It turns out it was Xie Duangxinglan, that scoundrel, who betrayed us. After listening to Yi Tian's story, Ran Sili's pretty face was filled with anger. So that demonic cultivator's name was Duan Xinglin. Yi Tian wrote the name down. I understand about this matter. I will be wary of Duan Xinglin from now on. Ran Sili nodded and said. Kylie, now that we know about their plot, why don't we turn the tables on them? If we really find it, then we'll deal with Zhao Rong first, including the soul-devouring Ant Queen. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian made his suggestion. Now that he's encountered Ran Sili, Yi Tian isn't going to let Zhao Rong off easily. But Ran Siley did not agree after hearing this. Instead, she looked Yi Tian up and down. Kylie, this is a long story. My current cultivation level comes from a hidden sword inheritance that I obtained. Yi Tian guessed Ran Siley's thoughts and repeated what he had said to Lin Yingxue. He also told Ran Siley about Zhao Rong's repeated attacks on him, but he concealed the fact that Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue had helped him. Ran Siley listened to his story, her gaze shifting. Since Zhao Rong dared to scheme against me, I will teach him a lesson this time. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Ran Siley finally changed her mind. Kylie still cares about me. Yi Tian held Ran Siley's hand and sensed the change in her attitude. Zhao Rong is their common enemy. Previously, Yi Tian couldn't get involved at all, but now he can help Ran Siley. Zhao Rong, get ready to receive this surprise. Yi Tian thought with satisfaction. Chapter 38, Building Favorability and Rebinding. Nothing else to say? That lovely girl is still waiting for you. Ran Siley looked at Lin Yingxue's location and said with a half smile. Although she knew Yi Tian was innocent, she still couldn't calm down knowing that Lin Yingxue was by Yi Tian's side. There's one more thing. Yi Tian thought for a moment and said. I used the ghost sound conch that you gave me last time. That night, besides the two of them planting the love potion, there was only that one ghost conch shell. He has already used the ghost sound conch, and he needs to tell Ran Siley this news. If I've used it, I've used it. I never take back anything I give away. Ran Siley glanced at Yi Tian out of the corner of her eye and said nonchalantly. Kylie is indeed generous, but it was that ghost sound conch that helped me obtain this item. Yi Tian smiled and took out a wood spirit bean that exuded a wood elemental spiritual aura. Wood spirit bean? Ran Siley recognized the wood spirit bean immediately upon seeing it. This kind of spiritual object also has many benefits for those in the foundation establishment stage. I used the ghost sound conch to kill a cultivator from Corpse Puppet Mountain and obtained this wood spirit bean from him. As you know, I was just a menial disciple before, and apart from that inexplicable hidden sword inheritance, I had nothing else on me. Of all the things we've met so far, only this wood spirit bean is worth mentioning. As Yi Tian spoke, he placed the wood spirit bean in Ran Siley's hand. Actually, he had another wood spirit bean, but that was meant for Su Yanran. He could only give his own one to Ran Siley. Although he needed it himself, Ran Siley was, after all, his first woman. As the saying goes, a small gift carries great meaning. Since we rarely get to see each other, I must give him something to show my affection. Really? Holding the wood spirit bean in her hand, Ran Siley's gaze shifted repeatedly. She remembered clearly the thatched hut where the two first met. It was indeed pitifully poor and dilapidated. This single wood spirit bean is worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian, however, chose to take it out and give it to her. I don't need it, take it back. After a long silence within the barrier, Ran Siley placed the wood spirit bean back into Yi Tian's hand. Why? Yi Tian held the wood spirit bean, somewhat taken aback. I have already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, so the wood spirit bean is basically useless to me. You might as well keep it yourself. Ran Siley and Yi Tian exchanged a glance and offered an explanation. Ran Siley's favorability plus 10. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of Yi Tian's eyes. My favorability rating has increased? Upon seeing the notification, Yi Tian realized that Ran Siley had not lied to him. All right. Yi Tian put the wood spirit bean away. You can go find your inner sect senior sister now. Ran Siley waved her hand, signaling Yi Tian to leave. But Yi Tian suddenly stepped forward and pulled Ran Siley into his arms. You. Ran Siley reached out to push Yi Tian away, but remembering what had just happened, she withdrew her hand. Yi Tian was also very sensible and quickly released Ran Siley. I will go to the Xianin sect to find you. Yi Tian stared at Ran Siley's face and said firmly. I don't have time to wait for you. Ran Siley was taken aback, but then suddenly smiled sweetly. That smile made her already stunningly beautiful face even more captivating, almost stopping Yi Tian's thoughts in their tracks. Take this item. Within 100 miles, this item can sense each other and can transmit 10 messages. Ran Siley took out a dark red talisman from her storage bag and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian knew this was Ran Siley's response, so he accepted the talisman. You're just going to leave like this? After explaining, Ran Siley suddenly asked a question. I almost forgot. Yi Tian realized what was happening and quickly took out the white soul spear, mobilizing his magical power. The restriction vanished instantly, and Rand Siley, who had once again donned the black veil, remained expressionless. Her foundation establishment level 8 mana surged forth, transforming into ripples that collided with the White Soul Spear. How dare you, a mere foundation establishment stage 1 cultivator, be so disrespectful to me? Rand Siley's cold rebuke spread. The ripples collided with the White Soul Spear, and Yi Tian even cooperated by withdrawing his magic power, causing his body to fly backward. Miss! The two female demon cultivators returned to Rand Siley's side immediately. Miss, let's kill him. Then, the two women looked at Yi Tian, intending to keep him there. No need. A foundation establishment stage is really boring. Rand Siley shook her hand and said calmly. Yes. The two female demon cultivators agreed. Let them come back too. Rand Siley spoke again. Inside the passage, Yi Tian, holding the White Soul Spear, found Lin Yingxue as quickly as possible. At this moment, Lin Yingxue was fighting two opponents at once and had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. A glimmer of light. A white spear light appeared on the White Soul Spear. Yi Tian swept the spear horizontally, forcing back a female demon cultivator. However, another female demon cultivator, wielding a seashell artifact, unleashed a sonic wave that struck Yi Tian in the back. Snort! Yi Tian let out a muffled groan, and his body flew backward again. Yi Tian. Seeing this, Lin Yingxue's pretty face was full of worry. Run! Yi Tian propped himself up, helped Lin Yingxue up, and quickly fled into the distance. The two female demon cultivators exchanged a glance and were about to give chase, but another female demon cultivator appeared behind them. The young lady has ordered that we not pursue a desperate enemy. Having received Rand Siley's order, the two female demon cultivators had no choice but to give up. They didn't chase after them. Seeing that there was no one behind her, Lin Yingxue said to Yi Tian. Let's stop here. Yi Tian found a passage he had passed through before and stopped. How did you do that? Panting heavily, Lin Yingxue looked at Yi Tian and asked. I told you I had a way to escape, didn't you believe me? Yi Tian replied casually. He certainly couldn't tell Lin Yingxue the specific reasons. Thank you. Lin Yingxue took out a qi refining pill and swallowed it, while handing one to Yi Tian at the same time. Lin Yingxue's favorability plus 10. Lin Yingxue's favorability has reached 60, the binding is complete, and you will receive a binding gift pack. Yi Tian took the qi refining pill and then saw the system's notification. Lin Yingxue successfully bound? Yi Tian glanced at Lin Yingxue secretly, and was extremely surprised. The series of encounters he had just experienced had raised Lin Yingxue's favorability towards him to 50 points. Just now, his acting with Rand Siley had led Lin Yingxue and him to a near-death experience. In addition, there were the previous protectors. The favorability rating has successfully exceeded 60 points, reaching the standard for binding. However, there is no newbie gift pack, only a bound gift pack. Although we have reached 60 points of favorability, we are still quite far from being true Daoist partners. Moreover, Yingxue is Yanran's junior sister. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, now that he already has 60 points of favorability with Lin Yingxue, he certainly won't give up. If all else fails, we'll figure something out later and have both fellow disciples. I can sense Yi Lang's presence. Just as Yi Tian was about to check the contents of the bound gift pack, a faint female voice came from inside the passage. It's senior sister, they really found them. Lin Yingxue immediately recognized Su Yanran's voice. Senior sister, we're here. Lin Yingxue used her magic to amplify her voice. Chapter 39, Opening the Gift Pack, The Soul Devouring Ant Queen. Yingxue. Upon hearing Lin Yingxue's voice, a beautiful figure instantly appeared in the passage. Then, she took the hands of Lin Yingxue and Yi Tian. It's good that you're all safe and sound. Su Yanran's gaze fell on the two of them, her eyes filled with relief. Just as Yi Tian had expected, Su Yanran followed the passage back and happened to run into the two of them. Senior sister Su. The other members of the fallen immortal sect appeared one after another in the passage. The person has been found. You will continue to search separately. Su Yanran gave the order. The members of the fallen immortal sect glanced at Yi Tian, then turned and dispersed. Having learned from her previous experience of being attacked, Su Yanran now sends people to scout out the passages beforehand. Yi Lang, you're injured. Su Yanran's divine sense detected the injuries on Yi Tian's back. Miss Lin gave me the medicine powder, which I have already processed. Yi Tian waved his hand, not caring. No, what if it leaves hidden injuries? Su Yanran, however, took it very seriously. So Yi Tian could only sit there and take off his upper body clothes. These are the second-tier spirit herbs we found in this nest. Su Yanran took out some spiritual herbs, crushed them with her magic power, and dripped them onto Yi Tian's wound. A cool sensation spread, and Su Yanran's gentle movements made Yi Tian feel incredibly relaxed. I met Kylie today, and Ing Shue's favorability towards me has increased to 60. Yanran is also very attentive to me. Yi Tian glanced at Lin Yingxue not far away out of the corner of his eye and felt that his life was complete. It will be fully recovered within 3 days. Soon, Su Yanran had applied medicine to Yi Tian's wound and bandaged it with a light gauze. And these first-tier star-spotted bamboo roots are beneficial to those in the qi refining stage. Then, Su Yanran took out 5 bamboo roots, each arm length and finger thick, with white light patterns. These are the first-tier spiritual items she collected. The others in the fallen immortal sect were all foundation establishment or inner sect disciples, except for Yi Tian, who was only at the qi refining stage. Naturally, these were all collected for him. Yanran, I also have a spiritual item for you. Yi Tian accepted the star-spotted bamboo root and took out a wood spirit bean. Wood spirit bean? Su Yanran was surprised to see the wood spirit bean. This is a second-tier spiritual item, containing wood-type spiritual essence, which is incomparable to ordinary spiritual herbs. It is worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. Even Su Yanran had never found it in the nest. Yi Lang, if Ing Shui and you found this wood spirit bean together, it should belong to Ing Shui. Su Yanran looked at Lin Yingxue and said. This wood spirit bean couldn't have been discovered by Yi Tian, who was at the 3rd level of qi refining, all by himself. Moreover, Yi Tian still needs Lin Yingxue's protection, so Lin Yingxue should take this wood spirit bean even more. Senior sister, I have already obtained one. This one was specially left for you by Yi Tian. Lin Yingxue replied with a smile. At the same time, she also released her magical energy fluctuations. You've broken through to the 2nd level of foundation establishment? Su Yanran sensed the aura and immediately realized Lin Yingxue's cultivation level. Only then did he believe that Lin Yingxue possessed a wood spirit bean. I'll accept it. Su Yanran didn't act coy. Her eyes reflected Yi Tian's image, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Su Yanran's intimacy level plus 10. A system prompt appeared. The wood spirit bean is worth 1,000 spirit stones, but it only bought me 10 points of intimacy. To exchange for enlightenment, you need 200 intimacy points, which requires resources worth 20,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian was calculating in his mind. But thinking about it, he realized that it was just a vague and elusive understanding, and he felt relieved. Anyway, with Su Yanran by his side, there will be plenty of opportunities to gain intimacy points in the future. Yi Lang, please wait here while I treat Yingshue's injuries. Having accepted the wood spirit bean, Su Yanran lightly touched Yi Tian's face with her rosy lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water, before walking towards Lin Yingxue. The two women avoided Yi Tian's gaze and went into a closed passage. Yanran and Yingxue. As Yi Tian watched the two women's figures disappear, he began to have some wild thoughts. The two women are both stunningly beautiful, one with a beauty score of 98 and the other 97. To be able to win the heart of either of them would be an immense blessing. Don't be impatient. Yi Tian composed himself. Then, with a thought, he opened the binding gift pack issued by the system. Bound gift pack now available. You have gained 1% of Lin Yingxue's current cultivation level. Do you wish to claim it? Obtained 1 Tier 2 Spirit Embryo. Claim it? The gift pack is the same as before, with 2 rewards. Yingxue is currently at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Her cultivation level of 1% is not much, but it should be enough to help me break through to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian thought to himself. He knew that breaking through to the 2nd level of foundation establishment would definitely be discovered by Su Yanran, so he chose not to claim it. This was the first time Yi Tian had ever seen such a second reward. 2nd-tier spirit embryo can be used on any 1st-tier spirit artifact, and depending on the artifact's material, it can be upgraded to a 2nd-tier spirit artifact of varying levels. Yi Tian saw the effect of the 2nd-order spiritual embryo. Simply put, it can upgrade the grade of a magical artifact. Now, I have the 100 refined sword and the white soul spear. The White Soul Spear was a gift from Yenran. If its grade is upgraded, it will definitely be discovered. And the 100 Refined Sword has the ability to break through magic, so it will definitely be more powerful when it is upgraded to the second tier. Yi Tian quickly realized the use of the second tier Spirit Embryo. Receive the second tier Spirit Embryo and use it on the 100 Refined Sword. Yi Tian gave the system a command. The 100 Refined Sword was already in the system's inventory. In Yi Tian's perception, a grayish liquid substance about the size of a human head enveloped the 100 Refined Sword. The moment they made contact, the blade of the 100 Refined Sword turned gray. More obscure and complex restrictions kept appearing on the ancient sword. Yi Lang. Once Su Yenran came out, the upgrade of the 100 Refinement Sword was complete. The 100 Refined Sword Tier 2, high grade, has a suppressive effect on the mana of Foundation Establishment cultivators, suppressing up to 50% and down to 10%. After the transformation was completed, the 100 Refined Sword became a second-tier high-grade weapon. The effect of breaking the spell has been transformed into a suppression effect. Suppressing up to 50% of one's mana is already quite good. Yi Tian was fairly satisfied with the transformed 100 Refined Sword. If he could unleash 50% of the suppressive effect of the 100 Refined Sword, with his current cultivation level, he would be able to deal with a Foundation Establishment Level 3 cultivator. The members of the Fallen Immortals sect gathered once again. The next goal is quite simple. Head straight down, searching for the core of the entire nest, the soul-devouring Ant Queen. In the blink of an eye, almost 2 days have passed. With Su Yenran and Lin Yingxue around, Yi Tian didn't have a chance to make a move. He only needed to collect the spiritual herbs. According to the rules, second-tier spiritual herbs are distributed among inner disciples based on their contributions, while Yi Tian can only pick up first-tier spiritual herbs. However, they did not encounter any more precious second-tier spiritual items like the wood spirit bean along the way. Most of the spiritual herbs need to be brought back to the Luoxian sect to be refined into pills. And so, after annihilating the soul-devouring ants along the way, the members of the Fallen Immortal sect arrived at the final level of the soul-devouring ant's nest. There are no interconnected passageways here, only a huge underground space, large enough to accommodate a training ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large number of spirit-devouring ants were scattered throughout the space, wary of the human cultivators. At the very center of the space, on a raised stone bed, lay a plump, white creature that was 10 meters long. That's the queen of the soul-devouring ants. Su Yenran spoke up. Chapter 40, All Parties Gather, and Zhao Rong is discovered. Senior sister, someone got here before us. Lin Yingxue pointed to the right front and said. The crowd looked and saw a group of 23 cultivators with the same insignia. They are from the Qingyuan sect. Su Yenran recognized their identities. So it's fellow Taoist Su from the Luoxian sect. No, it should be Saintess Su. I am Yang Lianhe from the Qingyuan sect. The disciples of Qingyuan sect also spotted the people from Luoxian sect. Yang Lianhe, who was dressed in green, led the group and revealed his name. I knew it was the Fallen Immortal sect, so many beautiful female cultivators. The two leading fairies are truly peerless beauties. Why doesn't my Qingyuan sect have even one? In the entire southern part of the Falling Star domain, who doesn't know that the Falling Immortal sect has the most female cultivators and the best looks? It's a pity that my cultivation level is too low to get close to them. The disciples of Qingyuan sect were whispering among themselves. The number of people on both sides was roughly the same, but the majority of the Luoxian sect side consisted of female cultivators. The Qingyuan sect only has 2 female disciples, and they are of average appearance, far below the average level of the Luoxian sect. This is why the holy maidens of the Fallen Immortal sect are all extremely famous. That's why Yang Lianhe recognized Su Yenran. Fellow Taoist Su, there are a large number of soul-devouring ants here. Our target is the queen of soul-devouring ants. Why don't the two sects join forces to wipe out these soul-eating ants together, and then divide the spoils? Yang Lianhe used his magic to transmit his message to the members of the Luoxian sect, making the suggestion. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist Yang, but my Luoxian sect does not need it. Su Yenran, with her aloof demeanor, refused without hesitation. How could she not know Yang Lianhe's little scheme? However, the Fallen Immortal sect is not weak and has no need to join forces with other sects. Kill these soul-eating ants that are blocking our way. Lin Yingxue's spirit sword struck first, piercing the head of a Foundation Establishment soul-devouring ant. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing that Su Yanran remained unmoved, Yang Lianhe had no choice but to continue leading the other disciples forward. With the arrival of the fallen immortal sect, 2 more forces subsequently appeared in this space. Besides the righteous sect, Sanyun Sword Pavilion, there are also demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain. It's that demon from Corpse Puppet Mountain again. Lin Yingxue was furious when she saw the vast and imposing corpse puppets. This space has already gathered 3 major sects and 1 major demonic sect. Under the siege of the 4 forces, the soul-devouring ants in the space turned into corpses and scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, the queen of soul-devouring ants was less than 300 feet away from the group. As everyone could see, inside the stone platform beneath the soul-devouring ant queen, there were more than 10 stone compartments, each containing a pale blue spiritual liquid. It's royal jelly from these spirit-devouring ants, which devour spirit stones and spirit ores. But besides their own cultivation, they send all the remaining spiritual energy to the queen of the soul-devouring ants. These spiritual liquids are made from mature spiritual herbs mixed with spiritual energy, and are extremely precious. If one could obtain a copy, it would be enough to elevate a foundation establishment cultivator to a minor realm. Su Yanran stared at the stone platform and explained to Yi Tian. The most valuable thing in this soul-eating ant nest is the ant royal nectar inside the stone compartment. Just 1 portion is worth more than a large quantity of spiritual herbs and items. Saintess, there are more than just our 2 forces here now. If our 2 factions join forces, we will definitely achieve more than if we go it alone. Yang Lianhe of Qingyuan's sect was not giving up and tried to persuade him again. No need for further explanation. Su Yanran still refused. The spirit sword in her hand exuded a chilling aura. With a casual strike, it could annihilate a spirit-devouring ant at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Let's speed things up too. Yang Lianhe was repeatedly rejected, and his face was not very pleasant. He could only vent his anger on the spirit-devouring ants. Given Yanran's personality, how could she possibly cooperate with an outside sect? Standing in the crowd, Yi Tian looked at Su Yanran's back and thought to himself. Su Yanran charged ahead alone, her divine sense fixed on Yi Tian. However, this actually relieved Yi Tian. Kylie will probably come too. I can't let her find out about my relationship with Yanran. Yi Tian looked around, feeling somewhat guilty. But upon closer inspection, he saw a figure disappearing rapidly in a passageway behind him. It must be Zhao Rong, he caught up so quickly. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened, and he had already guessed the identity of the figure. He knew that Zhao Rong had brought 4 disciples to this hideout, and they were all plotting to be heroes and rescue damsels in distress. Miss Lin, don't forget Zhao Rong. I estimate that Zhao Rong and the others are already waiting for us behind us. Yi Tian used his magic to transmit his voice to Lin Yingxue. Leave it to me. Lin Yingxue immediately realized what was happening and nodded in agreement. Senior sister, this place is extremely chaotic. You must be careful and not act impulsively for the sake of Ant Royal Jelly. After being reminded by Yi Tian, Lin Yingxue first went to Su Yanran and spoke. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Yanran wrote down Lin Yingxue's words. Zhao Rong's conspiracy was to have the demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect secretly attack Yi Tian and Su Yanran. With Su Yanran's strength, if she were prepared, even a demonic cultivator would have a hard time succeeding. As for Yi Tian, Lin Yingxue was always by his side, and since he himself was at the 1st level of foundation establishment, he was relatively safe. After doing all this, Lin Yingxue and Yi Tian quietly arrived among the people of the Luo Xian sect. Lin Yingxue mobilized her divine sense and used a special secret technique to probe behind her. She vaguely sensed it. 5 figures were hiding in a narrow passage behind them. I found Zhao Rong. Lin Yingxue immediately transmitted her voice to Yi Tian. If it weren't to avoid alerting them, she would have taken Su Yanran and found these people right now. Miss Lin, keep an eye on them now. Yi Tian glanced behind him and said. I know. Lin Yingxue has a secret method. She will tell Su Yanran when Zhao Rong appears. Finally, he told Su Yanran the whole story, revealing the fact that Zhao Rong colluded with the demonic cultivators. In the passageway, Qingyuan sect, Sanyun Sword Pavilion, and Corpse Puppet Mountain have all appeared. Su Yanran is currently engaged in a fierce battle and has no way of discovering me. This time, the timing, the location, and the people are all on my side. Hidden in the passage, Zhao Rong, wearing a silver mask, stared at the Luo Xian sect members with a look of delight on his face. However, before saving Su Yanran, it would be best to get rid of Yi Tian, who's in the way, first. Senior brother, when should we make our move? The 4 inner disciples inquired. No rush. Keep waiting. Zhao Rong raised his hand and pressed down lightly. But he found a dark red talisman in his storage bag. This talisman was his means of contacting Duan Xinglin of the Xianin sect. I've arrived. Where are you? Zhao Rong used his divine sense to transmit a message into the talisman. Duan Xinglin is the most crucial link in this plan. He will only have a chance to make his move if Duan Xinglin takes action. I'm in a place no one knows about now. Is not the time to make a move. When they've dealt with all the soul-eating ants and their guard is down, that's when I'll make my move. A message was quickly transmitted back from the dark red talisman. Very good. Upon seeing the news, Zhao Rong beamed with pride and was extremely pleased with himself. Yi Tian, I'd like to see how you'll survive this time. Chapter 41. A cunning plan leads to a chaotic battle. Behind Qingyuan Gate. Inside a very inconspicuous hole, there was a hidden world where 3 dark figures were hiding. One of them had just put away a dark red talisman. This Zhao Rong is blinded by lust. He will die sooner or later because of it. But it's best to make your contribution before you die. Duan Xinglin observed the changes below and thought to himself. Duan Xinglin. Suddenly, a clear female voice came from the back of the passage. How did she find me? Duan Xinglin was startled when he heard the voice. Miss. The other 2 figures quickly bowed to the ground behind them. Mississippi. Duan Xinglin was not required to bow, but he still bowed his head in greeting. In the dark passage, Xianin sect disciples led the way, and Ran Sili, her face veiled in black, descended gracefully, surrounded by 4 maids. Duan Xinglin, why are you here? Although she already knew about Zhao Rong and Duan Xinglin's conspiracy from Yi Tian, Ran Sili decided to play along. Miss, I came in secret. If you make a mistake, I can protect you. More manpower means more benefits. Duan Xinglin replied. Is that so? Ran Sili chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. If you don't believe me, miss, I'm willing to be your pawn. Duan Xinglin continued speaking with his head down. Ran Sili's sudden appearance disrupted his plans. He could have attacked Su Yanran and Yi Tian at any time. But now, without Ran Sili's permission, he cannot act on his own, so he must first deceive her and get the chance to make a move. I don't need it. You can wait here. Ran Sili said calmly. Yes. Duan Xinglin's eyelids twitched, but he could only agree. In doing so, his agreement to Zhao Rong's plan was completely disrupted. We can only take it one step at a time. Duan Xinglin thought to himself. Inside the underground space. I have stopped Duan Xinglin. He will not make a move. Ran Sili's message reached Yi Tian's talisman. In fact, Ran Sili's actions just now were all arranged by Yi Tian through talismans. With this talisman, things will be much more convenient. Yi Tian withdrew his divine sense, feeling grateful to Ran Sili. Although Ran Sili was being somewhat hypocritical, she clearly still cared about him a lot. Not only did they refuse the wood spirit bean, they also gave him this talisman. Without Duan Xinglin, I wonder what Zhao Rong will do. Yi Tian glanced at the spot where Zhao Rong was hiding and sneered inwardly. Boom boom boom. The magical power within the space continued to explode, and the number of soul-devouring ants decreased, but the remaining soul-devouring ants were stronger, with the lowest level being the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. That soul-devouring ant queen was equivalent to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Therefore, the most powerful soul-devouring ant in the nest is also at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Although Su Yanran's cultivation level was only at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, she relied on the 2nd-tier high-grade spirit sword in her hand, which was infused with spirit-infused platinum, along with her own talent. Even when facing the soul-devouring ants at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, he still held his own. The strongest members of the other 3 major forces are roughly at this level. To protect the Queen Ant, the remaining Soul Eaters went into a frenzy, determined to fight back even at the cost of their lives. My corpse puppet. The demonic cultivators of Corpse Puppet Mountain, by controlling corpse puppets, could reduce casualties, but the corpse puppets were already riddled with wounds. The other 2 major sects are not much better off. The battlefield reached a stalemate. Preserving strength is more important than resources. Life is more important. Su Yanran saw things very clearly and said to the people of Luoxian sect. Yes. The members of the fallen immortal sect gathered together again and methodically dealt with the soul-devouring ants on the periphery. Yi Tian was protected inside and was extremely safe. The demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect haven't made a move yet. Lining Xue transmitted her voice. She kept her eyes on Zhao Rong and also on the surroundings so she could remind Su Yanran in time. But after waiting for so long, the demonic cultivators from the Xianin sect did not appear, and Zhao Rong did not dare to show his face. This is a good thing for us, Yi Tian replied. Only he knows the specifics. Where is Duan Xinglin? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Zhao Rong was already getting impatient waiting in the passageway. However, when he used a talisman to send a message, Duan Xinglin on the other end did not respond. The four forces have now fought their way to within 20 feet of the soul-devouring Ant Queen. If Duan Xinglin doesn't make a move soon, Su Yanran will succeed. At that point, his plan would have completely failed. Senior brother, shall we wait any longer? Zhao Rong's four trusted junior brothers looked at each other and asked. I'm not waiting any longer. Zhao Rong's expression shifted between light and dark, before he finally let out a low shout. Since Duan Xinglin wouldn't take action, he would do it himself. Right now, all four factions are focused on the soul-devouring Ant Queen and are paying no attention to anyone else. His sudden move will surely allow him to seize the Ant Royal Jelly. Even if the plan fails, it won't be a wasted trip. Follow me. Zhao Rong immediately gave the order. Inside the passage, his aura, from the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, swept out like a tidal wave. Call out. 5 figures shot out from the passage, heading straight for the stone platform where the soul-devouring Ant Queen was located. Zhao Rong has made a move. Lining Xue noticed the moment the aura erupted. Senior sister, there are people behind us. Then, Lining Xue immediately reminded Su Yanran. What? The members of the fallen immortal sect were startled and immediately probed their rear with their divine senses. Zhao Rong? Su Yanran recognized the person who had come, and her brows furrowed. It's senior brother Zhao, what brings him here? Senior brother Zhao is at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Since he's here, why didn't he show up sooner? No, Zhao Rong is trying to bypass us and steal the Ant Royal Jelly. The disciples of the fallen immortal sect quickly realized what was happening. Zhao Rong was indeed a fellow disciple, but at this moment, his behavior was despicable. Since they entered the area, how many soul-devouring ants have they killed to get close to the soul-devouring Ant Queen? Now that success is almost achieved, is Zhao Rong coming out to reap the rewards? Once I return to the sect, I will definitely file a lawsuit against Zhao Rong. The disciples were filled with excitement. Zhao Rong, I will definitely report this to my master. Su Yanran's pretty face turned fierce as she spoke in a cold voice. The remaining soul-eating ants are still attacking everyone indiscriminately, and even the queen of soul-eating ants knows that they are in dire straits. He took out 5 portions of royal jelly and sprinkled it on the soul-devouring ants. The previously injured soul-eating ants quickly regained their strength. Therefore, the group was unable to escape and could only watch helplessly as Zhao Rong and his group of 5 passed over their heads. Junior sister Su, as long as I obtain the Ant Royal Jelly, you will definitely get a share. Why be so calculating? Zhao Rong said triumphantly from the air. However, he was too happy too soon. Boom! A corner of the space suddenly collapsed, and a large amount of rubble rolled down. Who is it? All eyes were drawn to it. As the rubble rolled down, a powerful aura spread out. 30 figures dressed in black descended from the passage. One of them, a slender figure in a purple dress, exuded an even more terrifying aura. 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Su Yanran was on guard and instinctively shielded the Luo Xian sect members behind her. The demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect. The cultivators from Qingyuan sect and Sanyun Sword Pavilion were also keeping a close eye on those demonic cultivators. Chapter 42 Rand Siley makes her move. The hardest thing to bear is a beauty's favor. Rainbow glass. 100 feet apart, Yi Tian and Rand Siley exchanged a glance. This female demon cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment is none other than Rand Siley. Which? Zhao Rong also recognized Rand Siley. If nothing unexpected happens, this witch should already be his prisoner. Some scores need to be settled. Rand Siley's ethereal voice echoed throughout the space. Then, Rand Siley pressed her hands down, and a dark purple guqin with residual flame patterns appeared in her hands. Whoosh! Those long, slender, fair hands caressed the strings of the zither. The magical power of the 8th level foundation establishment cultivator transformed into tangible sound waves, which rapidly surged forth. Puff! The sound wave was aimed at Zhao Rong. His 4 disciples in front of him were instantly blasted into serious injury by the sound wave, spitting out blood. The witch wants to kill me. Zhao Rong's eyes widened. He immediately took out a 6-foot-long, second-grade high-quality spiritual weapon sword from his storage bag. Having been targeted by Rand Siley, he had no chance to seize the Ant King elixir and could only deal with Rand Siley first. He. But Rand Siley chuckled softly beforehand. Whoosh! She stroked the strings again. On both sides of the guqin, a large amount of sound waves converged and condensed into a dark purple flying bird that was 10 feet long, which pierced through the void and flew away. Chaotic Lion Slash. Zhao Rong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately began to use his swordsmanship. He slashed down 3 times in succession, pouring his magic power into the blade, which transformed into an 8-foot-long, earth-yellow lion's paw. The lion's claws took shape and slammed down on the flying sparrow. Boom! The two collided, producing a deafening roar that echoed throughout the entire space. Retreat! Su Yanran used her magic power in advance to cover the retreat of the Luo Xian sect members. But Zhao Rong had no way out. Puff! Zhao Rong's move was broken, his magical power trembled, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. However, Rand Siley's flying sparrow was still formidable. Stop them! Trapped in a desperate situation, Zhao Rong's eyes turned bloodshot as he channeled his magical power into his silver mask. Buzz! The silver mask rapidly expanded, transforming into a silver shield that blocked Zhao Rong's path. Bang! The sparrow landed on the silver surface with terrifying momentum, but in the end, the silver surface blocked all its power, and it turned into spiritual energy and scattered between heaven and earth. Damn witch, if I had known this would happen, I should have killed you no matter what. Without the silver mask, Zhao Rong's disfigured face was exposed, making him look like a demon. So it was Senior Brother Zhao. The female disciples of the fallen immortal sect avoided eye contact in fear. Zhao Rong used to look dashing and debonair with his silver mask on, but now, with his hair disheveled and the mask gone, he looks ferocious. Zhao Rong's image collapsed. Withdraw! Zhao Rong's face turned grim, so he could only take out an iron mask and put it on, then told the other 4 disciples to leave. It's not that simple. At this moment, Rand Siley's voice came again. Whoosh! The sound waves from the guqin transformed into arrows, shooting straight at Zhao Rong's body. But Zhao Rong was still quite capable at the last moment. He turned around and avoided the fatal blow. However, his left arm was struck by an arrow and severed at the root. Ah! Witch, I will avenge this! Zhao Rong screamed in agony as he left, leaving behind only an arm. It's a pity that without that mask, he would already be dead. But it's all good, it gives me the chance to kill him with my own hands. Yi Tian thought to himself. The Xianin sect is so powerful. Everyone present, whether from Qingyuanzhu, Sangyun Sword Pavilion, or Corpse Puppet Mountain, also a demonic sect, was stunned by Rand Siley's methods. This royal jelly belongs to me. Do any of you have any objections? Having dealt with Zhao Rong, Rand Siley looked down at the crowd and said proudly. How domineering! Yang Lianhe of Qingyuan sect cursed in a low voice. But now, circumstances dictate that they are no match for the Xianin sect if they fight alone. Saintess Su, in this situation, the only way to win is to join forces. Yang Lianhe extended an invitation to Su Yanran from afar. My fallen immortal sect has no need to join forces. Su Yanran refused. Rejected again, Yang Lianhe's face darkened completely. But soon, he got in touch with the leader of the Sangyun Sword Pavilion. Corpse Puppet Mountain is a demonic sect, and it's impossible to cooperate with them. Now, Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion have become the most powerful forces. First, collect the royal jelly from the ants. Yang Lian had joined forces with the 5th level foundation establishment cultivators of Sangyun Sword Pavilion to eliminate the spirit-devouring ants blocking their way, and then reached out to grab the stone platform. The two had already agreed that they would leave immediately once they obtained a portion of royal jelly. Court death. Rand Siley watched this scene, her beautiful eyes turning icy cold. Whoosh! The zither in her hand once again erupted with sound waves, transforming into countless flying feathers that shot towards the stone platform. Yang Lianhe formed hand seals, his magical power surging and transforming into flowing clouds in an attempt to resist. The fifth level of the foundation establishment stage of Sangyun Sword Pavilion was achieved by using the sword control technique. Ta-da! The flying sword collided with the flying feather, and the entire space was filled with sound waves and sword energy. Puff! However, Yang Lianhe and the leader of Sangyun Sword Pavilion only lasted for 2 breaths before being suppressed by Feiyu, spitting out blood and flying backward. A great opportunity! Seeing this, the demonic cultivators of Corpse Puppet Mountain suddenly sprang up and rushed towards the stone platform. Duan Xinglin. Ran Sili did not make a move, but instead ordered Duan Xinglin. Leave Corpse Puppet Mountain to me. Duan Xinglin immediately shot out, unleashing his cultivation at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, and pressed down towards the Corpse Puppet Mountain. I didn't know Kai Li was so strong. Among the crowd of Luo Xian sect members, Yi Tian witnessed Ran Sili's true strength for the first time. However, 3 of the 4 major powers have made their moves. Su Yanran was naturally unwilling to accept this. 1,000 trees in bloom. Su Yanran moved with the grace of flowing wind and swirling snow, her spirit sword tracing an arc in her hand. The magic spread, turning into frost that spread in all directions, blocking the omnipresent sound waves. She herself gripped the spirit sword in reverse and thrust it toward a stone compartment on the platform. Yanran. Yi Tian's heart jumped instantly, and he subconsciously looked at Ran Sili. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Yi Tian saw the dissatisfaction in Ran Sili's eyes. Whoosh! Sure enough, as soon as Ran Sili strummed the strings, a devastating wave of sound swept over the area. Boom! The sound wave shattered Su Yanran's sword light and fell directly into the crowd of Luo Xian sect members, also shattering the stone platform. The entire space was in a mess, and everyone was trying their best to hide. Yanran and Sili have finally faced off. Yi Tian was extremely distressed. Both of these beauties were very important to him, and he absolutely did not want to see them turn against each other with swords drawn. Walk! In the chaos, Ran Sili rushed to the stone platform alone and instantly left. The queen of the soul-devouring ants was killed, and the entire space began to collapse due to the great battle. Rumble! It was as if the sky had collapsed. There were rubble everywhere and dust was flying everywhere. Ahem! Young Master Yi. Su Yanran, pale-faced, calmed her magic and searched for Yi Tian's figure in the ruins. I'm here. After confirming that Su Yanran was alright, Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief and called out. But at that moment, a message came from the talisman in the storage bag. 3 feet to your left. Upon seeing the message, Yi Tian was somewhat puzzled, but he still scanned it with his divine sense. 2 portions of royal jelly. Yi Tian was speechless. Before leaving, Ran Sili took advantage of the chaos and used the rubble to cover her as she gave him 2 portions of ant royal jelly. The kindness of a beautiful woman is the hardest to forget. Yi Tian quickly put the 2 portions of royal jelly into his storage bag, his mind filled with Ran Sili's stunningly beautiful image. Chapter 43 ends, The Tragic Zhao Rong. Yi Lang. Amidst the dust, Yi Tian was embraced by Su Yanran. Under the collapse of the rock strata, cultivators in the qi refining stage would undoubtedly die. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage can withstand it with their magical power. Therefore, Su Yanran chose to come and protect Yi Tian immediately. Senior sister, Yi Tian. Lin Yingxue was a step too slow, but she caught up. She knew Yi Tian's true strength, so she wasn't too worried. Find the rest of them and get them out of here. Su Yanran used her magic to envelop herself and Yi Tian, allowing them to roam freely within the space. Soon, all the remaining disciples of the fallen immortal sect were found. Before being submerged, the group returned to the previous passage. Has anyone been injured? Su Yanran looked around at the somewhat disheveled crowd and asked. Replying to senior sister, it's just a surge of qi and blood, nothing serious. Senior sister, that witch didn't kill us, she just sent us flying. Her goal was very clear, to obtain royal jelly. Unfortunately, even with senior sister's help, we didn't get a single piece of royal jelly. The members of the fallen immortal sect started talking all at once. Kylie probably attacked us because she wanted to give us the ant royal jelly. Yi Tian touched the storage bag and sighed inwardly. Ran Sili went to great lengths for him. He also controlled the power, preventing any harm to his fellow disciples. It doesn't matter if we didn't get the royal jelly, because no one else did either. The best news is that you have no casualties. Go back to your clan. Su Yanran didn't pay too much attention to it, and took Lin Yingxue and Yi Tian with her, returning the way they came. The vast majority of the soul-eating ants were killed, and the return journey was extremely easy, taking only half an hour. I don't know if other passageways collapsed. At the exit, the group from Luoxian sect unexpectedly encountered disciples from Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion again. Cough cough. The disciples of both sects were all injured, and many were missing limbs. Yang Lianhe, the leader of Qingyuan sect, and the eldest disciple of Sangyun Sword Pavilion were both seriously injured, with blood still dripping from their mouths. Saintess Su, you didn't get the ant royal jelly either, did you? Yang Lianhe clutched his chest, his face pale, and asked. So what if we don't have it? Su Yanran calmly countered with a question. Saintess Su, if you agree to join forces with our two sects, we might be able to get a share. But you didn't accept my good intentions, which is why no one has gotten royal jelly now. Yang Lianhe said with a hint of resentment. What a joke. Even if your two sects join forces, you still couldn't get it. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, if we join forces with you, my Luoxian sect will inevitably suffer casualties. Don't try to explain yourself afterward, I'm not buying it. Su Yanran spoke in a cold voice, then with a flick of her sleeve, she led her disciples away. The disciples of the two sects were left staring blankly at each other. She's capable of leading the team, so she naturally wouldn't be fooled by these words. Senior sister is right. Does Yang Lianhe really think he's someone important? Lin Ningxue linked arms with Su Yanran, her face beaming with smiles. Let's give Yanran another surprise when we get back to the sect. Yi Tian turned around and glanced at the eldest disciples of Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion, thinking to himself. Who said they don't have royal jelly? He had 2 copies in his storage bag. However, no matter how hard Yang Lianhe racked his brains, he could never have imagined that Yi Tian, a mere qi refining stage 3 cultivator, could obtain the Ant King elixir. Soon, the group returned to the location of the Luoxian sect's floating treasure ship. Junior sister Su. On the floating treasure ship, Zhao Rong, who had lost an arm and was now wearing an iron mask, exchanged a few pleasantries. Snort. Su Yanran's gaze grew colder and colder. She snorted and ignored Zhao Rong, boarding the treasure ship directly. The others didn't give Zhao Rong a friendly look either. When they encountered a crisis beneath the nest, Zhao Rong not only failed to help them but also tried to take advantage of them, making him utterly unworthy of being their senior brother. Dear fellow disciples. At the time, I was also trying to help the sect obtain a portion of Ant Royal Jelly. Rather than being surrounded together, I'd rather act on my own. I have my reasons. Zhao Rong explained to everyone. We're from the same sect, why be so formal? The elder in charge of piloting the airship also offered his advice. Elder, you haven't experienced it, you don't know. Yes. If he succeeds, it won't be the same story. Anyway, I don't believe it. I will never participate in any missions involving Zhao Rong in the future. The disciples were very dissatisfied. Zhao Rong heard this and his face turned extremely ugly. His image in the eyes of these disciples was completely ruined. That's enough. No matter what, Zhao Rong is your senior brother. Moreover, he lost an arm during this trip to the secret realm. Even if he didn't achieve anything, he certainly put in a lot of effort. The elder stopped everyone and steered the airship back to shore. Because Zhao Rong and his 4 companions were also on the airship. The entire airship was divided into 2 parts, front and back, separating Zhao Rong and his group of 5. On Su Yanran's side, the other disciples preferred to squeeze in. On the way back, Su Yanran sat cross-legged in her private cabin, recovering her magical power. Lin Ningxue and Yi Tian stood at the door. This Zhao Rong is truly heartless and treacherous, betraying his own sect. How can he face the sect? Lin Ningxue was extremely angry when Zhao Rong was mentioned. Yi Tian, I want to expose Zhao Rong. Lin Ningxue transmitted her thoughts telepathically. Miss Lin, Zhao Rong has lost an arm. After he returns to the sect will definitely investigate. If we expose him now, the sect won't believe us without solid evidence. Yi Tian shook his head and replied telepathically. 2. After thinking about it, Lin Ningxue had no choice but to give up. Zhao Rong is the top disciple of the enforcement peak, and her status is far beyond what Yi Tian and she can compare to. Zhao Rong also had his arm broken by Rand Siley, which was extremely tragic. Now, without concrete evidence, no one will believe the truth about his collusion with the demonic sect. On the contrary, it will put the 2 of them in a passive position. Don't worry, he'll get his comeuppance one day. Yi Tian said in a deep voice. This time, Ran Siley was a great help, destroying Zhao Rong's life-saving mask. When Yi Tian makes his move, Zhao Rong will have no way to protect himself. Moreover, the severed arm also significantly impacted Zhao Rong's strength. This trip to the secret realm did indeed yield a substantial return on investment. The airship successfully returned to the Luo Xian sect, and Su Yanran led a group of disciples back to the inner sect. You go back to the courtyard first, I'll be back shortly. Su Yanran escorted Yi Tian to Linyuan Peak, then turned and went to the inner sect. As for Zhao Rong and the others, since they went there privately, they could only return to the Enforcement Peak. Enforcement Peak, Main Hall. Zhao Rong, it's one thing for you to leave the clan without permission. He even had an arm broken. It will take at least 6 months to recover. You've absolutely infuriated me. Zhao Rong's master gave him a severe scolding. In the end, Zhao Rong obtained the elixir that could regenerate severed limbs and returned to his cave. The arm can grow back quickly, but it will only be an arm that is equivalent to that of an ordinary person. To refine it back to its original state, a large amount of resources will be required. Which, and Yi Tian and Su Yanran, I will not let you get away with this. Zhao Rong's resentful voice echoed within the cave. Chapter 44, Gift of Royal Jelly, Foundation Establishment Level 2. The outer gate faces Lin Yuan Peak. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Tian immediately went to visit Xintao. Still in seclusion? Yi Tian stood in the outer room and sensed Xintao's presence. After waiting for a while, Xintao still showed no signs of emerging from seclusion, so he had no choice but to return to the inner courtyard. When he was not around, Xintao would not set foot in the inner courtyard, which remained exactly as it had been when he left. Back in the bedroom, Yi Tian counted the spoils of this trip to the soul-devouring ant nest. They obtained nearly 2,000 spirit stones just from resources, including qi-nourishing pills that could be used for cultivation. As for those qi-refining pills, they are no longer sufficient to keep up with Yi Tian's cultivation level. Resources are still fundamental. Yi Tian also had a cultivation gift pack from the system that he hadn't claimed. After receiving it, you should be able to break through to the second level of foundation establishment. All that's left is the last with spirit bean and 2 portions of ant royal jelly. Give the royal jelly to Yanran and exchange it for intimacy points. For me, intimacy is more precious. Yi Tian has already made arrangements. As evening approached and the sky darkened, Su Yanran arrived bathed in the glow of the setting sun. This involves too many people, including Zhao Rong. Otherwise, I would have arrived an hour earlier. Su Yanran landed in the courtyard and said with a slight apology. You've had a hard time these past 3 days, you should rest in your cave. Looking at Su Yanran's tired face, Yi Tian said with heartache. Compared to the cave, I feel more at peace by your side. Su Yanran replied with a smile. It's getting late, we'll practice marksmanship again tomorrow. Su Yanran took Yi Tian's hand and led him back to his room. Back at the fallen immortal sect, no longer needing to live in fear as before, Yi Tian prepared several dishes in the kitchen. Su Yanran has reached the foundation establishment stage and has already abstained from grains, but she still eats with Yi Tian. As night deepened, the two returned to their bedroom. I do not wish to cultivate today. Unlike usual, Su Yanran walked to the bedside, wearing a lake blue fairy dress that cascaded down like a waterfall, leaving only a moon-white undergarment underneath. Yi Tian sat in the chair, his eyes fixed on the screen. Wearing only her undergarments, Su Yanran's alluring curves were completely exposed, giving Yi Tian a feast for the eyes. Hurry up and come here. Su Yanran lay on her side on the bed, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. They're here. Yi Tian felt as if his blood was about to boil, and he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. They sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at each other. In the dim candlelight, Su Yanran was as beautiful as a jade maiden under the moon, so beautiful that one dared not defile her. But at this moment, a burning pain suddenly appeared in Yi Tian's dantian. Yang Gu. Yi Tian immediately realized the source of the burning pain. Knowing the effects of the Yang Gu, Yi Tian could only calm down. But with such a beauty before him, he still bent down and pulled Su Yanran into his arms, his hand caressing the smooth, cool skin of her waist. Yi Lang. Su Yanran, being inexperienced in such matters, quickly blushed with a captivating blush on her pretty face, her voice soft and sweet. Damn Yang Gu. Yi Tian thought to himself with a sense of despair. Yanran, I have another surprise for you. Yi Tian withdrew his hand and said seriously. Curiosity appeared in Su Yenran's beautiful eyes, and she supported her body with her slender arms. Yi Tian's hands emanated magical power, and with a flash of light, 2 gray stone jars, each the size of a human head, appeared in his hands. Inside the stone jar, a light blue spiritual liquid was flowing slowly. As soon as the stone jar appeared, a rich spiritual aura spread out, accompanied by a unique fragrance. This is royal jelly? So close yet, Su Yenran didn't react immediately. It took her a moment to recognize the object. Reaching out to take a stone jar, Su Yenran extended her divine sense to verify the authenticity of the ant royal jelly. It really is royal jelly, Yi Lang, where did you get it? Su Yenran raised her head and looked at Yi Tian with a face full of surprise. She personally witnessed the great battle at the bottom of the nest. The Luo Xian sect, Qingyuan sect, Songyun Sword Pavilion, and Corpse Puppet Mountain were all suppressed by the Xianin sect. As far as Su Yenran knew, all the royal jelly should have been collected by Ran Sili. But now, Yi Tian took out 2 of them. Wasn't Ti covered by fallen rocks? When I was rummaging through the rocks, I found these 2 stone jars. I felt it was a bit like royal jelly, so I put it in my storage bag. There were too many people and too many eyes on the street, so I didn't take it out. Yi Tian replied. Found among the falling rocks? Su Yenran appeared dazed. The 4 major sects and hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators fought over it, but in the end, Yi Tian found it among the falling rocks. Yi Lang, your luck is just too good. Su Yenran's gaze was gentle as water as she softly sighed. She didn't suspect anything. After all, there was a huge difference in status and strength between Yi Tian and Ran Sili. The only possibility is that during the war, Ran Sili knocked away 2 stone jars, which Yi Tian picked up. Yen Ran, I am only at the 3rd level of qi refining. It would be a waste for me to keep this ant royal jelly on me. You should accept it all. Yi Tian placed both portions of ant royal jelly into Su Yenran's hands. Su Yenran's favorability +2. Su Yenran's intimacy level +200. 2 system notifications appeared simultaneously. These 2 portions of ant royal jelly are extremely valuable, each worth 10,000 spirit stones, thus giving Yi Tian 200 intimacy points. You can exchange them for comprehension points now. Yi Tian was overjoyed. In the secret realm, he realized his lack of comprehension. Otherwise, he could have killed the 3 people from Corpse Puppet Mountain with just his marksmanship. Young Master Yi, this ant royal jelly will be most effective if used in 1 dose. This item is rare and hard to come by, it's priceless and unavailable. Giving me both would be a waste. Keep one of them for yourself. If you keep it properly, you can use it when you break through to the foundation establishment stage. Su Yenran was filled with sweetness and spoke softly. The 2 Taoist partners discussed it, and in the end, Su Yenran only took 1 portion. You can get 200 intimacy points just by sending 1 gift? Yi Tian thought to himself. But thinking about it, Su Yenran only accepted 1 yin-yang spirit cart before, so he felt relieved. Fortunately, I didn't hold back any points from Yenran, otherwise I would only have 100 intimacy points. Yi Tian thought to himself belatedly. Because Su Yenran was by his side, Yi Tian couldn't absorb the cultivation power from the gift pack, so the 2 of them actually shared a bed and lay on the same couch. We talked all night. Su Yenran's heart melted as she leaned against Yi Tian, letting him enjoy the tenderness of a beautiful woman. Yi Lang, I need to go back to the inner sect. I'll be back this afternoon. Early in the morning, Su Yenran changed into a new dress and left the courtyard with a smile. As Yi Tian watched her retreating figure, another figure surfaced in his mind. Kylie. Yi Tian murmured softly. Compared to Su Yenran, he owed Ran Sili even more. Ran Sili was his first woman. She gave him gifts such as the Ghost Sound Conch, a communication talisman, and Ant Royal Jelly, but he didn't reciprocate with anything. I still need a stronger cultivation level to keep them all by my side. Recalling his conversation with Ran Sili in the secret realm, Yi Tian sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Open the cultivation gift pack. He opened the system's bound cultivation gift pack, and a pure magical power appeared out of thin air. Lin Yingshua's cultivation level of 1% is not considered high. But that was enough for Yi Tian to break through the shackles of the first level of foundation establishment. Ripples of spiritual energy spread through the bedroom, indicating that Yi Tian's cultivation had reached the early stage of the second level of foundation establishment. Chapter 45, Standing Up for the Wronged, Lu Xiao. Inside the bedroom, the magical power was withdrawn. Yi Tian opened his eyes. At the second level of foundation establishment, his cultivation level is the same as Yingshue's again. Feeling the abundant magical power within his body, Yi Tian was in a great mood. Go see Shen Tao and bring him some spirit stones and star-spotted bamboo roots. Although he had achieved great success, Yi Tian did not forget Shen Tao and went to the outer courtyard. He doesn't lack spirit stones now, and the star-spotted bamboo root is a first-tier spirit item, which has basically no effect on him. It would be more suitable to give it to Shen Tao. If Shen Tao could break through to the third level of qi refining and become an outside disciple sooner, it would fulfill one of his wishes. Shen Tao. Upon arriving at the outer courtyard, Yi Tian called out. Even if Shen Tao is still cultivating, he still needs to be called out, otherwise he won't have time next time. Shen Tao? Yi Tian couldn't sense the spiritual energy in the room, so he went to the door and called out again. But there was still no response from inside the room. Left with no other choice, Yi Tian could only use his divine sense to penetrate into the room. Not here? Where did they go? Yi Tian withdrew his divine sense, a question lingering in his mind. Shen Tao doesn't need to do menial tasks. He's an unfamiliar person in this outer sect, so he shouldn't have anywhere to go. Go and look for it. Since Shen Tao wasn't in the courtyard, Yi Tian had no choice but to go find him himself. The entire Lin Yuan Peak is 5 times larger than Zai Peak, and is extremely majestic. However, Yi Tian guessed that Shen Tao probably wouldn't go too far from the courtyard. So they searched for Shen Tao's figure around the courtyard. You shameless woman, you think you can curry favor with senior brother Tao? Dream on. Today, I'll show you just how much you're worth. Don't think that just because outer disciples can't kill each other, we can't do anything to you. As Yi Tian passed through a small, overgrown courtyard, he heard several female disciples shrill curses. Do female outer disciples also compete for outstanding male disciples? Yi Tian listened for a few minutes and understood the content. The fallen immortal sect has an equal number of male and female disciples, making it the sect with the largest number of female cultivators in the entire southern part of the fallen star domain. Moreover, because they were able to cultivate immortal techniques together, many disciples in the sect became Taoist couples. Female disciples of the inner sect, such as Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue, are all favored daughters of heaven and have no shortage of suitors. However, outstanding male disciples will also have suitors. During the previous Saintess Grand competition, there were 7 Saintess vying for 1 male disciple. The same applies to the outer sect. Outstanding male disciples are often pursued by many female disciples. Let's continue looking for Shen Tao. Yi Tian did not stop and continued forward. Everyone, could you please listen to me for a moment? Suddenly, Yi Tian heard a familiar male voice amidst the female voice. Shen Tao? Is he in the courtyard? Yi Tian immediately recognized Shen Tao's voice. He had been searching for so long, and Shen Tao was actually in this small courtyard. No wonder he couldn't find him. The gate to the courtyard was ajar, and Yi Tian peeked out from the doorway. The courtyards of the outer disciples are all quite similar. However, this small courtyard seems to be neglected, with weeds growing everywhere. At this moment, in the outer courtyard of the small courtyard, 5 rather pretty female disciples gathered, surrounding a female disciple dressed in a gray and white dress. Shen Tao, whom Yi Tian was looking for, stood helplessly to one side. Knock knock. Yi Tian knocked on the door, but the 5 female disciples, who were surrounding the female disciple, did not hear him at all. The female disciple who was surrounded kept her head down and did not notice Yi Tian's sudden appearance. Look at yourself, what are you compared to the 5 of us? Yesterday afternoon, you actually dared to wait outside senior brother Tao's courtyard. It was utterly shameful. I'm telling you, if you dare to get close to senior brother Tao again, I'll break your legs. The 5 female disciples continued their threats relentlessly. Their clothing indicated their status as outer disciples. Shen Tao had no chance to interrupt. And you, a menial disciple, dare to tell us what to do? Get out of here. A female disciple in a yellow dress looked at Shen Tao and was about to kick him. Disciples who perform menial tasks have no status whatsoever compared to outer disciples. Stop. Just as the female disciple in the yellow dress was about to kick, a loud shout came. At the same time, an extremely powerful magical force landed on the legs of the female disciple in the yellow dress from a distance. Who? The female disciple in the yellow dress turned around angrily. Yi Tian. Shen Tao saw Yi Tian and his face lit up with surprise. It's Yi Tian, the one who latched onto the holy maiden's coattails. The female disciple in the yellow dress, along with 4 other female disciples who were with her, recognized Yi Tian's identity. He is at the mid-stage of the 3rd level of qi refining, and the purity of his magical power is comparable to that of the 5th level of qi refining. The female disciple in the yellow dress said in a low voice. Shen Tao, what's going on? Yi Tian strode up and stood in front of Shen Tao, staring at the female disciple in the yellow dress, and asked expressionlessly. Shen Tao and he have been together all this time, and their relationship is like that of brothers. He would never allow anyone to bully Shen Tao. Sensing Yi Tian's anger, the female disciple in the yellow dress subconsciously took a step back. Yi Tian, it's like this. The day before yesterday, I passed by the courtyard and found that several medicinal herbs outside the courtyard were about to wither and die. I felt it was a bit of a waste, so I went to the river and fetched a bucket of water to irrigate the plants. Then this senior sister found out and asked me if I needed any spiritual herbs. She said I could take them if I needed them. I came here to water the plants today, but these senior female students stopped me. Shen Tao told Yi Tian how the incident had started. There was a side door in the outer courtyard. Following Shen Tao's hand, Yi Tian saw 3 spiritual herbs with sparse spiritual energy. Yi Tian no longer took these 3 spiritual herbs seriously. But for Shen Tao, it was equivalent to 10 spirit stones. Seeing that the spiritual herb was about to wither, Shen Tao's instincts as a long-time disciple of the water-carrying hall were awakened, and he thought of helping to water it. I see. Yi Tian nodded. Shen Tao did nothing wrong in this matter, it was just that these 5 female disciples were being aggressive. Senior brother Yi, we didn't know he was one of yours. The female disciple in the yellow dress forced a smile and said ingratiatingly. Yi Tian is currently at the height of his power among the outer disciples, and no one dares to offend him easily. What mistake has this junior sister made that warrants such a fuss? Yi Tian looked at the female disciple who had her head down and asked. Reporting to senior brother, she didn't do anything seriously wrong, it's just that she doesn't know what's good for her. Upon mentioning that female disciple, contempt immediately appeared on the faces of the 5 men. Enough! Get out of here! Yi Tian stopped the 5 women and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful magic of his Jade Immortal Descending technique swept out once again. Let's go! The 5 female disciples' expressions changed slightly, and they quickly left. Yi Tian not only has an amazing background, but his current strength is also beyond what these girls can match. Thank you, senior brother Yi. After the 5 female disciples left the courtyard, the true owner of the courtyard finally raised his head to thank Yi Tian. This female disciple can only be described as having a fairly pretty appearance. But within the vast Luoxian sect, without makeup and dressed in a plain dress, she appeared quite ordinary among the group of flamboyant female disciples. You're welcome. Yi Tian waved his hand. He came for Shen Tao, and driving away those 5 female disciples was also to help Shen Tao vent his anger. As for helping her, it was just something I did on a whim. But before he could finish speaking, a system notification appeared. Lu Xiao's favorability +2. Chapter 46, A Twist of Fate, the 9-tailed celestial fox's clone. Lu Xiao's favorability rating? Yi Tian was completely bewildered. Lu Xiao is most likely the name of the female cultivator in front of us. However, he remembered very clearly that in order to gain the system's approval, the other person's appearance score needed to be over 90. Currently, among the Su Yanran, Ran Siley, and Lining Shua appearing on the system, which one isn't an absolute beauty? According to Yi Tian's observation, Lu Xiao's appearance should be around 60 points. Is the system broken? A hint of doubt flashed through Yi Tian's mind. But out of caution, Yi Tian still asked. May I ask your name, junior sister? Lu Xiao. The female cultivator stared at Yi Tian's face as she answered. Junior sister Lu, please don't be so polite. Please have a cup of tea with us. Upon learning the female cultivator's name, Yi Tian became even more puzzled and abandoned his plan to leave immediately. I don't have any tea. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have. Yi Tian didn't know what to say, so he took out the tea he always kept in his storage bag. The 3 arrived at the inner courtyard, which, like the outer courtyard, was overgrown with weeds. Fortunately, the stone table and chairs would not decay, so the 3 of them sat down at the stone table to brew tea. At this moment, Yi Tian Kai opened his system to check. Lu Xiao Avatar, Appearance, 100, Favorability, 2, Notes, originally a nine-tailed celestial fox, living in a blessed land, carefree on her path to immortality, but her heart was troubled as she wandered the mortal world. 100 points in looks? Upon seeing the information about Lu Xiao, Yi Tian was filled with disbelief. Ran Xili's beauty score is only 99, which is already considered an unparalleled beauty that could topple kingdoms. And what kind of beauty would a 100-point beauty possess? Could she truly be so stunning that fish would sink and geese would fall from the sky, and the moon would hide its face in shame? Thinking to himself, Yi Tian glanced at Lu Xiao again. It was still just ordinary and unremarkable. Seeing Su Yanran's beauty, he looked at Lu Xiao without any emotion. Currently in the system, of the 4 women, only Lu Xiao has a clone. And she's also, what kind of nine-tailed celestial fox? Could it be that Lu Xiao before us is an avatar used by the nine-tailed celestial fox to travel through the mortal world? Yi Tian analyzed the information provided by the system. In any case, the system definitely won't break. Since the system shows that Lu Xiao's true appearance is 100, then it must be correct. The current situation may be that Lu Xiao is concealing her true appearance. Or, the clone's appearance has nothing to do with the original. Now that we've discovered it, we can't let it slip away. Yi Tian quickly made a decision. With one more Daoist partner, he would receive one more reward. Lu Xiao wasn't so ugly as to be unbearable to look at, so it wouldn't be a loss for him. If she really is a stunning beauty, he's hit the jackpot. Junior sister Lu, it's time to tidy up your little courtyard. Also, thank you for the spiritual herbs you gave to Shintao. Please accept these spirit stones. Yi Tian took out 10 spirit stones and placed them on the stone table. Putting aside the matter of goodwill, Lu Xiao's gift of 3 spiritual herbs to Shintao was also a favor. No need to tidy up, I like it this way. Lu Xiao shook her head and said. Then, she pushed the spirit stones on the stone table back and said. I don't want these spirit stones. If senior brother Yi wants to thank me, we can visit each other more often in the future. After speaking, Lu Xiao kept staring at Yi Tian's face, waiting for his response. Lu Xiao's gaze was undisguised. Even Yi Tian felt a little embarrassed and avoided her gaze. I promised junior sister Lu. Yi Tian agreed anyway. Lu Xiao's favorability +3. He had just finished speaking when the system notification appeared again. Just agreeing to visit each other can increase favorability? Yi Tian was filled with doubts. Senior brother Yi, where do you live? Seeing that Yi Tian agreed, Lu Xiao immediately pressed for more information. My little courtyard is in the southwest direction. Yi Tian pointed out the location of his small courtyard. I won't bother junior sister Lu today. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yi Tian and Shintao got up and left. Inside the courtyard, Lu Xiao kept staring at Yi Tian's back until he disappeared. This senior brother Yi is no less handsome than senior brother Tao, and he even helped me, making him easier to approach. Lu Xiao muttered to herself. Leave the courtyard. I knew you were back last night. Since Saintess was here, I didn't disturb you. Fearing Yi Tian's wrath, Shintao scratched his head and said. If Yi Tian hadn't come to his rescue today, he would definitely have suffered a beating. Take it. Yi Tian did not blame him, but simply took out 20 spirit stones and 2 star-spotted bamboo stalks. Yi Tian, this is too much. Shintao waved his hand as he looked at the many spiritual objects. If you still consider me a brother, then take it. Yi Tian firmly placed the item in Shintao's hands. He had over 2,000 spirit stones and a considerable number of spiritual items. Shintao was going to great lengths for the 3 spiritual herbs. How could he remain indifferent? Thanks. Shintao couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to accept it. I'll pick those 3 spiritual herbs for you once they're ripe. I've used up these, but I still have some left. Yi Tian continued. Soon, the two returned to the courtyard. Shintao returned to his room, placed his things on the table, and remained silent for a long time. I didn't misjudge him. After a long while, Shintao let out a long sigh. These resources are enough for him to use for several months. Back when they were on Miscellaneous Peak, he took care of Yi Tian, and now Yi Tian is helping him. Inner courtyard. Yi Tian sat at the stone table. In the process of searching for Shintao, I unexpectedly discovered Lu Xiao. And why does it feel like she really wants to get close to me? Yi Tian stroked his chin, recalling Lu Xiao's actions. Lu Xiao's cultivation level is at the early stage of the third level of qi refining, just reaching the threshold of an outer disciple. Moreover, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds and rarely maintained. But Lu Xiao doesn't want Yi Tian's spirit stones, nor does she care about spirit herbs, which is very strange. Since it's a nine-tailed celestial fox, it can also create clones. Her cultivation level is definitely not just the third level of qi refining. A divine ability that can create clones can only be used by those at least at the core formation stage. It's still unclear what her purpose is in traveling the mortal world in her clone. And that outer sect disciple surnamed Tao, I'll ask those female disciples about the details tomorrow. Yi Tian had made up his mind. Now that Lu Xiao's name is recorded in the system, he must investigate it thoroughly. It's not even noon yet. Su Yanran won't arrive until the afternoon. Yi Tian opened the system shop. The only two items among them are cultivation speed equal to Su Yanran's and comprehension equal to Su Yanran's. The former requires 100 intimacy points, while the latter requires 200. Let's exchange for enlightenment first. Right now, I need the clear radiance shadow spear technique to protect myself. Yi Tian chose to exchange for enlightenment. Redeem complete. The intimacy value of 212 instantly turned into 12 points, and the enlightenment exchange was completed. Buzz. Yi Tian felt his mind suddenly go blank, and a cool sensation spread throughout his head. The system's power began to enhance his comprehension. Su Yanran's comprehension is among the best in the Luoxian sect. Once he completes his transformation, he will be a true genius. Chapter 47, Lu Xiao's uninvited arrival. A boost in comprehension. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Tian opened his eyes again. What was originally an extremely ordinary courtyard had undergone a tremendous change in his eyes. A gentle breeze rustled the moss on the courtyard wall. His own magical power flowed, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy to converge. The 108 acupoints in the body reflect like stars, propelling the magical power throughout the body. Acupoints are divided into strong and weak, and also into yin and yang. I cultivate the Chen chapter of the Haoyu Luoxian sect. Therefore, I should focus on the 54 yang orifices among them. From the outside in, Yi Tian had a sudden realization. Buzz. As his magical power shifted, the changes within his body aligned with the rules of heaven and earth, instantly creating a vortex of spiritual energy within the courtyard. Yi Tian seized the opportunity and took out 20 spirit stones. The spiritual energy within continuously flowed into his body, making his magical power increasingly profound. After the spiritual energy of the 20 spirit stones was completely absorbed, Yi Tian's cultivation level has improved from the early stage of the second level of foundation establishment to nearly the middle stage of the second level of foundation establishment. Is this Yanran's level of understanding? Yi Tian felt the alternating light and darkness in his acupoints, his eyes shining like a galaxy. Every time he recalls the key points of the Haoyu Falling Immortal technique, he gains new insights. Then he took out the White Soul Spear and the Clear Radiance and Shadow Spear technique. What were originally obscure and difficult to understand texts and illustrations became immediately clear in his eyes. With a casual grip on the gun, the White Soul Spear seemed to possess a spirit, its movements as swift as a dragon. 200 intimacy points were definitely not wasted. Although my cultivation level didn't improve much after my comprehension was enhanced, the boost to my combat ability was extremely strong. Yi Tian practiced his marksmanship, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Even without Su Yanran's guidance, he continued to comprehend the new moves. Yi Lang. In the afternoon, a figure in lake blue gracefully descended from the clouds and softly called out. Yi Lang's marksmanship has improved at a rapid pace. Su Yanran landed in the courtyard and saw Yi Tian practicing his shooting. She couldn't even bear to interrupt him. At this moment, Yi Tian moved like a dragon, darting and leaping around the courtyard, as if he and his spear were one. Even with Su Yanran's perspective, Yi Tian's current state surprised and delighted her. It's an epiphany. Yi Lang has had an epiphany. Su Yanran's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, her eyebrows and eyes were smiling, and she restrained her aura to avoid disturbing Yi Tian. Yi Tian is now clearly in a state of sudden enlightenment. Many cultivators in this world, even after a lifetime, may never have the chance to achieve enlightenment even once. Even Su Yanran herself, who was accepted as a closed-door disciple by the leader of the Luoxian sect, has only experienced enlightenment 3 times so far. That's all. The beautiful woman looked on expectantly, while Yi Tian was immersed in a moment of enlightenment, and the courtyard was filled with peace. By the time Yi Tian emerged from his enlightenment, it was already evening. Yan Ran. Yi Tian, covered in sweat, stood holding his gun and looked at Su Yanran, who had been standing there all afternoon. With a smile on her face, Su Yanran took out her handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Yi Tian's forehead, saying, "Yi Lang, congratulations on your minor mastery of marksmanship." Su Yanran quietly observed for the entire afternoon. I witnessed firsthand how Yi Tian's marksmanship progressed from beginner to intermediate level. Is it partially completed? Yi Tian himself was somewhat surprised. He felt that he could now move his gun at will, as easily as wielding an arm. This Clear Radiance Shadow Spear is a second-tier, top-grade spear technique. With his Qi refining level 3 cultivation level, Yi Tian was able to achieve a minor success, which was enough to defeat a Qi refining level 5 perfection cultivator. Even if one is at the 6th level of Qi refining, they can still put up a fight. If he were to use his True Foundation Establishment level 2 cultivation, he would be able to defeat a Foundation Establishment level 3 perfection cultivator. If it were now, they would face the 3 demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain again. Yi Tian only needs 3 shots to kill them all. This is the advantage that marksmanship brings. Yanran, is there anything else I should be careful about? Yi Tian humbly sought advice from Su Yanran. Su Yanran shook her head and said, "There's nothing I can correct now, since I'm not practicing marksmanship. I can spar with you in the future, but you can figure out the marksmanship yourself." Previously, she was able to instruct Yi Tian on marksmanship because of her own insightful perspective. But now, Yi Tian has forged his own path. Her guidance might actually cause Yi Tian to go astray. It would be better to let Yi Tian figure it out on his own. I see. Yi Tian nodded, his eyes filled with joy. This was the first time Su Yanran had praised him like this. This is enough to prove that his current level of understanding far surpasses that of his past self. This is just the beginning. Once his comprehension improves, he will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort, no matter what he tries to understand in the future. I'll go cook. It was getting late, and Yi Tian headed towards the kitchen. No need, I brought the spirit fish, I'd like to eat grilled fish. Su Yanran grasped Yi Tian's hand and took out several plump spirit fish from her storage bag. In the small courtyard, Yi Tian was processing the scales of the spirit fish, while Su Yanran was using her magic to start a fire. In the eyes of many disciples of the fallen immortal sect, the ethereal fairy who was untouched by worldly affairs, now appeared to be just a loving couple in the mortal world with Yi Tian. Senior brother Yi. As Yi Tian and Su Yanran were grilling the spirit fish, a shout came from outside the courtyard. She is an outer sect female disciple I have never seen before. Does young Master Yi know her? Su Yanran used her divine sense to see the people in the courtyard and asked. I just met her today. Her name is Lu Xiao. Yi Tian immediately recognized the person and introduced him to Lu Yanran. Since you know her, let her come in and have a seat. Su Yanran said softly. As she spoke, she reached out and took the grilled fish from Yi Tian's hand. Why is Lu Xiao here so late? Yi Tian walked towards the outer courtyard. Even though it was daytime, he told him the location of his small courtyard. But Lu Xiao doesn't come during the day, she only comes now that it's almost night, and Su Yanran is still here. Senior brother Yi. As soon as Yi Tian opened the door, he saw Lu Xiao. She was still wearing a gray and white dress, standing outside the door, still in the act of knocking. Junior sister Lu, please come in and sit down. Yi Tian ushered the person into the courtyard. It smells so good. Is senior brother Yi grilling fish? I can smell the aroma from outside the courtyard. As soon as Lu Xiao entered the courtyard, she started talking non-stop. Upon arriving at the inner courtyard and seeing Su Yan, Lu Xiao finally calmed down. The outer sect of the fallen immortal sect actually has such a stunningly beautiful female cultivator, almost as beautiful as I was originally. Lu Xiao thought to herself after seeing Su Yan. Junior sister Lu, let me introduce you. This is my Taoist partner, the inner sect Saintess, Su Yanran. Yi Tian introduced it to Lu Xiao. I have met Saintess Su. Lu Xiao bowed to Su Yanran, then stood there, somewhat at a loss. She rarely inquired about the fallen immortal sect and had no idea that Yi Tian had a holy maiden Taoist partner. Senior brother Yi, Saintess Su, I apologize for disturbing you. Lu Xiao glanced at the two of them, then turned to leave. Yi Tian and Su Yanran exchanged a glance, and Su Yanran nodded almost imperceptibly. Junior sister Lu, we've grilled quite a few spirit fish. Since you haven't yet achieved the great abstinence from grains, why don't you stay and join us? Yi Tian spoke up, trying to persuade Lu Xiao to stay. Really? Thank you, senior brother Yi. Lu Xiao's eyes immediately lit up, her face full of joy. Lu Xiao's favorability plus 10. As Lu Xiao stayed behind, a system notification appeared in front of Yi Tian's eyes. Chapter 48, Lu Xiao's past. Turns out she was naive and inexperienced. Su Yanran was already fasting, so she only tasted Yi Tian's cooking. Yi Tian himself was also in the foundation establishment stage, so he wasn't hungry. Of the last 9 grilled fish, 7 ended up in Lu Xiao's stomach. Did I eat too much? Seeing Yi Tian and Su Yanran staring at her, Lu Xiao asked somewhat shyly. Being able to eat is a blessing. If it's not enough, you can ask your senior brother to bake some more. Su Yanran smiled and said. As a saintess, she still has that much magnanimity. Although Lu Xiao, the outer sect female disciple, was of average appearance, Su Yanran found her quite pleasing to the eye. No need to bake anymore, but can I come again in the future? Lu Xiao rubbed her lower abdomen and asked expectantly. Can. Su Yanran stared into Lu Xiao's eyes for a while before agreeing. Thank you, senior sister Xia Shang. Having received Su Yanran's reply, Lu Xiao left the courtyard overjoyed. Yi Lang, how did you come to know this junior sister Lu? After Lu Xiao left, Su Yanran asked. Actually, it's because of Shen Tao, this morning. Yi Tian recounted how they met, but of course, he wouldn't mention the system or the 9-tailed fox clone. This junior sister Lu is quite a remarkable person. After listening to Yi Tian's story, Su Yanran couldn't help but chuckle. Go back to your room and rest. Su Yanran didn't pay much attention to Lu Xiao, and said she believed Yi Tian. Even in terms of appearance, which is the most important thing for women, Lu Xiao is worlds apart from her. There is no way Yi Tian and Lu Xiao could have anything going on. The next morning, Su Yanran was about to return to the inner sect. What's going on with Lu Xiao? How come her favorability rating is so easy to raise? Yi Tian stood in the courtyard, looking at the favorability rating displayed on the system. Lu Xiao's favorability rating has now reached 15 points. However, Yi Tian doesn't know much about Lu Xiao yet. Go and find out. Lu Xiao was all alone, without even any friends, so Yi Tian had to investigate on his own. He had just left the courtyard when he happened to run into the female disciple in the yellow dress from yesterday on the road. Good morning, senior brother Yi. The female disciple in the yellow dress immediately smiled obsequiously upon seeing Yi Tian. I have something to ask you. Yi Tian stopped the female disciple in the yellow dress and asked. Why did you cause trouble for junior sister Lu Xiao yesterday? Also, what's the deal with this senior brother Tao you're talking about? Upon hearing this, the female disciple in the yellow dress looked distressed and quickly begged for mercy. Senior brother Yi, I know I was wrong. I promise I will never cause trouble for Lu Xiao again. She thought that Yi Tian had come to settle scores today. As an outer disciple at the 4th level of qi refining, she couldn't afford to offend Yi Tian. I won't cause you any trouble, just answer me first. Yi Tian interrupted the female disciple. Senior brother Yi, senior brother Tao, is senior brother Tao Mingda from the outer sect, who has already reached the 6th level of qi refining. Not only is his cultivation high, but he is also handsome. Of course, senior brother Yi has sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and is also exceptionally handsome. The female disciple in the yellow dress glanced at Yi Tian and said with a hint of shyness. Yi Tian has now undergone a complete transformation. He was already good-looking, but now he stands out even more. Among the male disciples of the outer sect, he is among the top in terms of appearance alone. However, all the disciples knew that Yi Tian was Su Yanran's Taoist partner. Moreover, male disciples cannot be judged solely on their appearance, their talent and cultivation level must also be considered. Yi Tian's talent is still too ordinary. Don't interrupt. Yi Tian didn't care about being flattered. Because senior brother Tao does not yet have a Taoist partner, many female disciples, including myself, want to get to know him. As for why we're causing trouble for Lu Xiao, it's because of Lu Xiao herself. She's only at the early stage of the 3rd level of qi refining, she has no looks, no talent, and no discernment. No one paid attention to her originally, but in the past month, including senior brother Tao, she came into contact with 7 outer sect senior brothers, which is why people dislike her. The female disciple in the yellow dress continued to explain. 7 outer disciples? Tell me the details. Yi Tian frowned and asked. Although it was called contact, Lu Xiao didn't even enter the courtyards of those senior brothers. After all, those senior brothers aren't blind. Why would they take a liking to an ugly and stupid girl? And she still has some self-respect. Every time she was kicked out, she immediately replaced her with someone else and never bothered them. This time, Wei taught her a lesson, and she shouldn't dare to bother senior brother Tao anymore. Senior brother Yi, I advise you to sever ties with that girl as well, otherwise, if Saintess Su finds out. As the female disciple in the yellow dress spoke, she began to consider Yi Tian again. Alright, consider these 10 spirit stones as payment. Go on with your work. Yi Tian waved his hand and took out 10 spirit stones to send the female disciple in the yellow dress away. Senior brother Yi is so generous. If there's another good opportunity like this, remember to call me again. I live at. Upon seeing the spirit stone, the female disciple in the yellow dress immediately beamed with joy. After the female disciple in the yellow dress left, Yi Tian returned to his courtyard and fell into deep thought. Judging from the account of the female disciple in the yellow dress, Lu Xiao's behavior was indeed very strange. However, Yi Tian knew that Lu Xiao was actually a clone of the nine-tailed celestial fox, traveling through the mortal world. This explains it. Could it be that Lu Xiao came to the Luoxian sect to experience the emotions of the human race? Yi Tian touched his chin. But upon closer inspection, it's not that simple. The system showed that Lu Xiao's true appearance was 100, but she concealed her beauty and cultivation level, and infiltrated the Luoxian sect. I understand. Lu Xiao traveled through the mortal world and came to the Luoxian sect in search of her Taoist partner. But she didn't want to expose herself and attract unwanted attention. What she wants is a Taoist partner who doesn't mind her appearance and cultivation level, and who truly cares about her. Yi Tian suddenly realized. Not only that, Lu Xiao also has very high standards. Ordinary male disciples are not worthy of her attention. This led to her repeated failures. The woman in the yellow dress said that unless those outstanding male disciples were blind, no one would become a Taoist couple with Lu Xiao. But does Lu Xiao know that I have already seen through her disguise? Yi Tian smiled smugly. The 100% beauty rating displayed by the system is definitely not fake. Now that he had discovered Lu Xiao, he certainly couldn't let her go. As for yesterday, Lu Xiao probably didn't expect Yi Tian to be so polite to her. Yi Tian knew all too well how to treat a naive and inexperienced woman like Lu Xiao. It's best not to be too conspicuous, lest Lu Xiao become wary. Like boiling a frog in lukewarm water, if I'm not mistaken, she'll come again today. Yi Tian had intended to strike while the iron was hot and try to win back Lu Xiao's favor, but after thinking about it, he stopped. Really? In the afternoon, Lu Xiao came to his courtyard again. You can eat more if you like. Yi Tian prepared a table full of dishes, and after a few bites with Su Yanran, Lu Xiao devoured them all. Senior brother Yi, senior sister Saintess, you were so kind to me. Feeling grateful for Yi Tian and Su Yanran's care, Lu Xiao said. Lu Xiao's favorability +3. As expected, Lu Xiao's favorability increased again after dinner. Chapter 49, Lin Yingshue's unbelievable mastery of marksmanship. Spiritual practice knows no time. In the blink of an eye. 10 days have passed. Brother Yi, I have refined all the spiritual essence of the wood spirit bean. Now that my cultivation at the mid-stage of the 5th level of foundation establishment has stabilized, I plan to use the King Ant elixir to go into seclusion and break through to the 6th level of foundation establishment. In the early morning, Su Yanran said to Yi Tian. Yi Tian gave Su Yanran the wood spirit beans and ant royal jelly last time, which will be of great use. She had already refined the wood spirit beans these past few days, but the ant royal jelly was far too precious. The spiritual energy in Yi Tian's courtyard is too thin. If she doesn't want to waste it, Su Yanran must return to her inner sect cave to cultivate in seclusion. Yes, you can focus on your cultivation. Yi Tian nodded in reply. Su Yanran stretched out her slender arms and wrapped them around Yi Tian's waist. The two kissed for a long time before separating. With a heavy heart, Su Yanran reached out and stroked Yi Tian's face before turning and leaving. These past few days, the two have shared a bed, and Yi Tian has experienced everything except for the final step. It's all the Yang Gu's fault. Next time I see Ran Siley, I'll make her pay me back the interest. Yi Tian fought with grief and indignation. Since I can't cultivate with Su Yanran, I can only turn to Ran Siley. Yi Tian. Not long after Su Yanran left, Lin Yingxue, whom she hadn't seen for 10 days, came to the courtyard. Su Yanran is currently in seclusion, and she will send her most trusted Lin Yingxue to protect Yi Tian. Reflecting snow. Yi Tian had a sudden thought and changed the way he addressed him. He used to call her Miss Lin, but now that his favorability rating has reached 60, we should be able to get closer. Senior sister always knows how to trouble me. And you, hurry up and practice your shooting, don't even think about slacking off. Lin Yingxue sat down at the stone table, poured herself a cup of tea, and said to Yi Tian. She cared more about Yi Tian's marksmanship than Su Yanran. Because she knew Yi Tian's true cultivation level. Yi Tian's clumsy marksmanship completely failed to unleash his true strength. I'll start practicing now, but would you like to practice with me? Yi Tian stood in the courtyard, holding the white soul spear. Go ahead and practice. You've been itching for a beating after 10 days? Lin Yingxue, not one to tolerate Yi Tian, took out her spirit sword. Senior brother Yi. The two got into position, but Lu Xiao's figure could be heard outside the courtyard. Who is this? Lin Yingxue stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Lu Xiao at the courtyard gate with suspicion in her eyes. This is my junior sister from the outer sect, Lu Xiao, whom I haven't known for long. Yanran knows that you only arrived today and this is the first time we've met. Yi Tian explained and let Lu Xiao in. After seeing Lu Xiao's appearance, Lin Yingxue's suspicions were completely dispelled. Given her and her senior sister's looks, if Yi Tian could be attracted to Lu Xiao, it would only prove that Yi Tian is blind. But Yi Tian didn't think so. Lu Xiao's favorability rating has increased to 41. Just 19 points left to complete the binding. Yi Tian was calculating in his mind. These days, he has asked the female disciple in the yellow dress again. Lu Xiao usually stays in her own courtyard or comes to Yi Tian's courtyard, and never has any contact with other people. Yi Tian's guess was correct. As long as he treated Lu Xiao as a friend, he could win her favor. Junior sister Lu, you just watch from the side, I want to spar with him. After getting to know each other, Lin Yingxue said something to Lu Xiao, and pointed her spirit sword at Yi Tian again. I suppressed my magic power to the same level as you, the mid-stage of the third level of qi refining. Lin Yingxue tilted her head back, her face beaming. Yi Tian suffered repeated defeats in the last sparring session, so she still didn't care much this time. Here we go. A smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips as he swept his spear horizontally. Whoosh! The sharp blade tore through the air and swung towards Lin Yingxue. Lin Yingxue deftly twisted her right hand, flipping her spirit sword in an attempt to break Yi Tian's attack. However, as the spear and sword clashed, the spear suddenly jerked, and Lin Yingxue's sword blade was immediately deflected, causing even her hand holding the sword to tremble uncontrollably. Your marksmanship. When her attack was thwarted, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Yingxue's pretty face. But making her lose is not that simple. Lin Yingxue steadied her sword, channeled her magic into the blade, and thrust it straight at the tip of Yi Tian's spear. When? Like a needle against a blade, the tip of the sword clashed with the tip of the spear, and both men were forced back. However, Yi Tian tucked the gun into his waistband, drew an arc to dissipate the force, and changed direction at an even faster speed, aiming for Lin Yingxue's throat. Finally, the sharp spear tip stopped a foot away from Lin Yingxue. If it were just an inch closer, the spear's edge would pierce her fair and delicate skin. How about it? Yi Tian held the gun in one hand and asked with a smile. Again. Lin Yingxue bit her lip lightly, her face full of resentment. Inside the courtyard, Lin Yingxue's red dress fluttered as she wielded her sword, its movements as fluid as dancing flames. But Yi Tian, standing before him, wielded the white soul spear with unparalleled agility, leaving no opening whatsoever. You lost again, this is the 7th time. Yi Tian's spear tip stopped in front of Lin Yingxue. Your marksmanship has reached a high level? Sweat beaded on Lin Yingxue's forehead as she asked incredulously. The fact that she was in such a sorry state could only prove that Yi Tian's marksmanship had reached an extremely high level. Even with her cultivation suppressed, she was no match for the fully mastered Qinghui Shadow Spear. Moreover, Yi Tian's true cultivation level is the peak of the first level of foundation establishment. Even if she fought with all her might, she might not be Yi Tian's match. I'm not playing anymore, it's pointless. Lin Yingxue sheathed her spirit sword, and with a fragrant breeze, turned around and sat down at the stone table. Lu Xiao sat on the other side, her eyes fixed on Yi Tian. A loss is a loss, don't deny it. Yi Tian also put his gun away. Lin Yingxue mocked him last time, but now that his marksmanship has improved, he naturally wants to regain his dignity. "You've finally gotten it, you blockhead." Lin Yingxue's beautiful eyes flickered, and she finally spoke. Lin Yingxue's favorability +5. A system notification flashed by. In just 10 days, Yi Tian's spear technique reached the pinnacle, which is truly remarkable. Although Lin Yingxue was stubborn, she still admired Yi Tian very much. "I almost forgot, I received the news when I came here. 5 days from now, the Spirit Ginseng Valley of the Outer Sect will open once every 3 years. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Yingxue kicked Yi Tian's shin and said, "What Spirit Ginseng Valley?" Yi Tian asked. Spirit Ginseng Valley is a treasure trove within the sect, where a large number of 3-flower spirit ginseng are cultivated. This kind of spiritual ginseng is different from ordinary spiritual objects. The parts of it that are on the ground can attack people, so there is a danger if you want to pick them. Ordinary herb-gathering disciples are no match for it, and this 3-flower spirit ginseng is not particularly precious. Therefore, the sect chose to open the treasure land to outer disciples. If they want to obtain spiritual ginseng, they can pick it themselves. Lin Yingxue explained. Lingshan Valley is one of the few perks available to outer disciples. Similar to the spirit fish migration that Yi Tian participated in at the miscellaneous service peak before. Moreover, the location of Lingshan Valley is within the Luoxian sect, so Yi Tian doesn't need to worry about Zhao Rong causing him trouble. "I'm planning to participate, junior sister Lu, are you going?" Yi Tian looked at Lu Xiao. "Go." Lu Xiao nodded quickly. She doesn't need any resources, she just wants to stay by Yi Tian's side. Chapter 50, Encounter with Tao Mingda in Lingshan Valley. 5 days passed quickly. Lin Yingxue also needed to cultivate, so she only stayed in Yi Tian's courtyard for 1 or 2 hours a day. With the resources he had, Shen Tao spent all his time in seclusion. Even if he didn't go into seclusion, he would still seek Yi Tian's guidance on his cultivation questions. Yi Tian's comprehension has greatly improved, and a few words of guidance are enough to enlighten Shen Tao. At this rate, Shen Tao will soon be able to break through to the late stage of the 2nd level of qi refining. "Senior brother, we're going to Spirit Ginseng Valley today." Lu Xiao, still dressed in a gray and white dress, came to the courtyard and invited Yi Tian. "Let's go." Yi Tian had told Shen Tao before that Shen Tao would take care of the courtyard while he was away. Lingshan Valley is located inside the outer peaks and is usually closed off. It only opens once every 3 years, giving the 3-flowered ginsengs ample time to grow. From the foot of Linyuan Peak, we circled around another mountain. Yi Tian and Lu Xiao arrived outside the Spirit Ginseng Valley. A large number of outer sect disciples were gathered around, with cultivation levels ranging from the 3rd to the 9th level of qi refining. Many outer disciples at the 9th level of qi refining look like they had gray hair. However, as long as they can successfully establish their foundation, they can become outer disciples. Even if Zhao Rong sends disciples, I can handle it. Yi Tian looked around at everyone and thought to himself. With his current strength, no matter how many qi refining stage cultivators there are, they will not be his match. The trip to Lingshan Valley was very safe. Spirit Ginseng Valley will open soon. Outer disciples, please enter in an orderly manner. The voice of the outer sect elder rang out. Buzz. The valley, which had been shrouded by the Great Formation, suddenly opened up, revealing an entrance with a diameter of 10 zhang. Charge. My breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refining depends on the 3-flower spirit ginseng. I've waited 3 years, and today has finally come. I'm going to establish my foundation and become an inner disciple. Get out of my way. Numerous outer disciples frantically poured into the Spirit Ginseng Valley. Follow me. Yi Tian grabbed Lu Xiao's hand and followed the crowd with her. Passing through the crowded entrance, a rich spiritual energy greets you, and what's even more remarkable is that this spiritual energy also contains wood-type spiritual essence. At this moment, a large number of disciples had already started fighting at the entrance. Let's go inside. Yi Tian glanced at it once and then took Lu Xiao inside the Spirit Ginseng Valley. The 3-flower ginseng at the entrance is only available for 1 or 2 years in most years. Even older varieties of Sanhua Lingshan must be found deep in the valley. If you have a 3-flower ginseng that is over 10 years old, it will also be effective for the foundation establishment stage, but it is extremely rare. Because most of them were picked by the inner disciples. Only some rare and hidden Sanhua Lingshan, or those less than 10 years old, might be lost. Target, 3-flower ginseng that is over 10 years old. If there are any that are more than 5 years old, we can also pick them and give them to Shintao. Yi Tian thought to himself. Both he and Lu Xiao were at the 3rd level of qi refining. However, he cultivates the immortal technique inherited by the fallen immortal sect, the Jade Fallen Immortal Technique, which is as fast as the 6th level of qi refining. On the contrary, Lu Xiao, who cultivated ordinary techniques, was not slow at all. Lu Xiao's cultivation level is definitely not just the 3rd level of qi refining. Yi Tian was certain of it. The direction they chose was one that wasn't crowded to begin with. Given their incredible speed, in no time they were the only 2 left around. There is a 5-year-old 3-flower ginseng. Yi Tian looked around and found a suitable 3-flower spirit ginseng. The 3-flower ginseng takes 3 years to mature. 3 small white flowers will grow on top, and 3 main roots will grow from the ginseng body in the soil. The plant in front of us has 5 small flowers on top, proving that it has been growing for 5 years. Yi Tian and Lu Xia walked towards the 5-year-old 3-flower ginseng. When they were about 5 zhang away, thorny vines suddenly appeared under their feet. Careful! Yi Tian reminded him, and the white soul spear was already in his hand. Sizzle! The spear tip sliced through the air, instantly severing the sprawling vines. A 5-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng is comparable to the 5th level of qi refining, and is extremely difficult to deal with. Yi Tian pierced through repeatedly with his spear, and said in a low voice. These 3-flowered ginsengs are not so easy to harvest. But for Yi Tian, it wasn't too difficult. With the white soul spear in hand, plus the mastered clear radiance shadow spear technique, he was ready to fight. Yi Tian thrust out several times in succession, severing all the vines. Without the protection of the vines, this 3-flowered ginseng could only be picked by Yi Tian. Using his magic to dig through the soil, a spiritual ginseng, about the thickness of 2 thumbs, with 5 main roots and its entire body as white as jade, fell into Yi Tian's hands. Junior sister Lu, would you like to accept this spiritual ginseng? Yi Tian looked at Lu Xiao and said. I don't need it. Lu Xiao blinked and shook her head in refusal. Since Lu Xiao didn't need it, Yi Tian didn't insist and put the spirit ginseng away. The 2 did not harvest the remaining 2 or 3-year-old Sanhua Lingshan, but instead continued to search for even older ones. 3 hours after entering the spirit ginseng valley, Yi Tian obtained 4 3-flowered spirit ginseng plants that were over 5 years old. The 2 crossed a stream and found a 3-flowered ginseng that was over 5 years old under a blue stone. 7 flowers, this is a 7-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng. Lu Xiao counted and said. Looks like we're pretty lucky. Yi Tian nodded. A 7-year-old 3-flower ginseng is already considered extremely rare. Wait. Just as Yi Tian was about to approach, a male voice suddenly came. Yi Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man dressed in a black robe, with a tall and upright figure and a fairly good appearance. Moreover, besides him, there were 6 female cultivators surrounding him. The group consisted of 7 people, the weakest of whom was at the 5th level of qi refining. It's Yi Tian. One of the female disciples in the group exclaimed in surprise. Yi Tian then realized that this female disciple was one of the 5 women who had threatened Lu Xiao that day. So it's senior brother Yi. I've heard so much about you. My name is Tao Mingda. I wonder if senior brother Yi could lend me this 3-flower spirit ginseng? The male cultivator stepped forward and asked with a smile. Although it was a question, Yi Tian sensed a strong sense of threat in it. It turns out we've met by chance. Yi Tian sneered inwardly. This Tao Mingda is naturally the same Tao's senior brother. Now it seems they are indeed extraordinary. They have arrived at the spirit ginseng valley with 6 female cultivators by their side. What if I don't allow it? Yi Tian calmly countered with a question. If senior brother Yi doesn't allow it, then I have no choice but to offend you. This is Spirit Ginseng Valley, where disciples compete fairly. Even if Saintess knows, she cannot make things difficult for me. Tao Mingda smiled and had already reached the edge of the bluestone. He was just 1 step away from being within the attack range of the 3-flower Spirit Ginseng. This Yi Tian, a mere qi refining stage 3 cultivator, dares to compete with senior brother Tao. Exactly, they're asking for it. Isn't that the bitch we kicked out next to Yi Tian? How did she get involved with him? Could it be that you're tired of seeing such a stunning beauty as Saintess every day and want to try something different? To change things up, you don't need to go for this girl, do you? If Saintess finds out, she'll skin them alive. The 6 female cultivators huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Yi Tian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, who was originally somewhat carefree, was now gritting her teeth, her eyes reddening. Chapter 51, Marksmanship Displayed, Binding Lu Xiao. Yi Tian, don't think that just because we call you senior brother Yi, you really consider yourself someone important. Without Saintess Su, you would be nothing but a useless chi refining stage 3 cultivator. I'm giving Saintess Su some face, so get out of my way right now. Tao Mingde stepped forward, took out the long sword from his back, and pointed it at Yi Tian. He was at the 6th level of chi refining, and in this spirit Ginseng Valley, without Su Yenran backing him up, he was not afraid of Yi Tian. Moreover, there is also a rare 7-year-old 3-flower ginseng. Xiao, step back first. Yi Tian's eyes were filled with cold light. He waved his hand to protect Lu Xiao behind him, and with a clench of his right hand, the white soul spear was already in his hand. Today, there is only one battle. A storage bag, and this gun too. Saintess Su is truly generous. Upon seeing the white soul spear that suddenly appeared, a hint of jealousy flashed in Tao Mingde's eyes. In terms of strength, he is still above Yi Tian. In terms of appearance, he believed he was no less handsome than Yi Tian. Why is it that Yi Tian, a mere chi refining stage 3 cultivator, has a storage bag and a top grade tier 1 spirit spear? Don't think that just because you rely on external things, you can be my opponent. Tao Mingde shouted and thrust his long sword repeatedly. Instantly, 3 illusory sword lights pierced towards Yi Tian's brow and shoulders respectively. A glimmer of light. But Yi Tian remained expressionless, and with a light tap of his toes, he leaped into the air. The magical power condensed at the tip of the white soul spear, transforming into a bright spear beam that cleaved down from the sky. When the white soul spear fell, its tip striking 3 streaks of sword light. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sword lights were annihilated into nothingness by the blazing spear light. The spear continued to fall, aiming for Tao Mingde's head. How is that possible? The sword light was shattered, and Tao Mingde's face immediately filled with terror. He was clearly at the 6th level of chi refining, 3 realms higher than Yi Tian. But he had no power to resist that spear. Stop them! Tao Mingde was horrified and, in a panic, raised his longsword to block the attack. When the spear crashed down, and the blade of the longsword bent into a full moon. Powerful magic flowed along the blade and landed on Tao Mingde's arms. Bang! The magic exploded, Tao Mingde's tiger's mouth split open, and his body was smashed and sent flying backward. Senior brother Tao. The 6 female disciples who followed Tao Mingde were immediately thrown into a panic. Avenge senior brother Tao. One of the female disciples, who was at the 6th level of chi refining, suddenly shouted and charged at Yi Tian with her sword. Whoever helps me avenge myself, I promise to make them my Taoist partner. Cough cough. Tao Mingde slammed his fist against the tree trunk, pointed at Yi Tian, and shouted with a ferocious expression. Revenge! Upon hearing this, the other 5 female disciples also rushed towards Yi Tian. Tao Mingde, you actually let your Taoist partner revenge you. Since that's the case, then let's settle accounts all at once today. Yi Tian gripped the white soul spear and sneered. His mastery of the Qinghui Yiying spear technique was not just for show. Point the star. Yi Tian pushed his chi refining stage 3 mid-stage magic power to its limit. A white spear, like a white serpent piercing through the Milky Way, transformed into brilliant starlight in the sky. None of the 6 female disciples could touch Yi Tian's body. Instead, Yi Tian defeated them one by one, striking their bodies with the white soul spear. Bang bang bang! When Yi Tian put away his gun and stood up, all 6 female disciples were covered in bruises. They had been hit in the knees and had to kneel down. And the direction in which they knelt was exactly where Lu Xiao was standing. Who said Yi Tian is a good-for-nothing? We are no match for them at all. How could someone be considered worthy of the Holy Maiden's favor be an ordinary person? If I had known Yi Tian was this powerful, I wouldn't have gone with him. Kneeling on the ground, with Yi Tian's spear flashing fiercely beside them, the 6 female disciples were filled with regret. Apologize to Xiao, or I'll ruin your faces today. Yi Tian's voice, filled with coldness, came through. Junior sister Lu, we know we were wrong, and we will never scold you again. Upon hearing this, the 6 female disciples trembled and immediately apologized to Lu Xiao, tears streaming down their faces. Lu Xiao pursed her lips, remaining silent, but her eyes were fixed on Yi Tian. Lu Xiao clone affection plus 10. Lu Xiao clone current favorability, 61, binding successful, receive a binding gift pack. The system notification appeared quickly. Lu Xiao has been at the Luoxian sect for over a month, and this is the first time someone has stood up for her like this. The favorability rating has reached 60? Yi Tian saw the system message. There are 4 women in the system, and Lu Xiao's favorability is currently the easiest to increase. Tao Mingda, you actually ran away alone? Yi Tian turned around and suddenly shouted. Senior brother Tao? The 6 female disciples also turned around and were shocked to find that they were kneeling there while Tao Mingda had fled alone. All we can see now is his back. Snort! Yi Tian snorted coldly, poured all his magic power into the spear, and threw it out fiercely. Ah! Yi Tian, you're too vicious. A white light pierced the sky, and a scream from Tao Mingda echoed from afar. But he didn't stop. Instead, he sped up. What do we do? Tao Mingda disappeared, leaving his 6 female disciples dumbfounded. In their pursuit of Tao Mingda, they made a move on Yi Tian, but Tao Mingda turned around and abandoned them, completely disregarding their fate. Get out! Yi Tian's cold gaze swept over the 6 women. Yes. The 6 female disciples quickly got up, helped each other, and left in the opposite direction. That guy surnamed Tao is utterly inhuman. We were so blind to even want to be his Taoist partner. Once we leave Spirit Ginseng Valley, I'll make sure he's infamous. The 6 female disciples cursed under their breath, filled with rage. Giggle. Seeing this, Lu Xiao actually laughed out loud, which was a rare occurrence for her. What Yi Tian did today was indeed very satisfying. After dealing with Tao Mingda, Yi Tian, and Lu Xiao, they retrieved the white soul spear. That 7-year-old 3-flower ginseng still lies beneath the blue stone. Wait here for me, I'll go get the ginseng. Yi Tian had Lu Xiao stand at the edge, shook her hand, and whispered his instructions. Lu Xiao nodded, her quiet eyes reflecting Yi Tian's image. So this is what it feels like to be cared for and cherished. As Yi Tian stepped forward, Lu Xiao thought to herself. A glimmer of light. Point the star. Beside the stream, beneath the bluestone, Yi Tianxian moved like a dragon, his figure nimble and agile, single-handedly dealing with the 3-flower spirit ginseng, which was comparable to the 7th level of qi refining. With the blessing of the Great Perfection Spear technique and the Jade Falling Immortal technique, Yi Tian cut off the vines of the 7-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng and dug out its main body. It's getting late. After nightfall, it's too dangerous to see the surroundings clearly. Why don't we rest here? Knowing that Lu Xiao didn't need the spirit ginseng, Yi Tian put it into his storage bag, glanced at the sky, and said to Lu Xiao. There's a stream here, so there's no shortage of water. There happened to be a blue stone that could block the view of the surroundings. The two lit a fire under the blue stone and rested there. I'll go look for spirit fish. After lighting the fire, Yi Tian went to the stream and soon caught 10 spirit fish. Chapter 52, Revealing the True Face, Bound Gift Pack. Yi Tian skillfully prepared the spirit fish and grilled it over the fire. Lu Xiao sat beside him, her hands cupping her face, watching quietly, occasionally glancing at Yi Tian out of the corner of her eye. The two have known each other for more than half a month. This has always been our way of getting along. However, today, Su Yanran is not here, nor is Lin Yingxue. There are only the 2 of them. Junior sister Lu, don't you have any other friends in the sect? Yi Tian spoke, breaking the silence. No, I only have senior brother Yi as a friend. Lu Xiao gently shook her head. You and I are very similar, but at least I have one friend. Shen Tao and I used to be handyman disciples. Yi Tian started talking, recounting his past with Shen Tao. Lu Xiao blinked and listened obediently. So senior brother Yi has such an experience. After listening, Lu Xiao said with some surprise. Yes, I was able to become an outer disciple and have my own courtyard, so at least I can stand on my own 2 feet. Shen Tao was bullied that day, and I couldn't stand it, so I chased those people away. Only by meeting you again today can I truly help you invent your anger. Yi Tian said with a smile. Lu Xiao nodded, seemingly lost in thought, as if pondering something. The fish is cooked, let's eat it. They chatted for a long time and got to know the spirit fish well. Yi Tian picked one up and handed it to Lu Xiao. Was this fish grilled for me today? Lu Xiao took the fish and suddenly asked a question. Besides you, who else is here? Yi Tian smiled and pinched Lu Xiao's cheek, saying. Not only today, but from now on, whenever you come to my courtyard, I can grill for you. And with me here, if anyone bullies you in the outer sect of Luoxian sect, just tell me and I'll stand up for you. Under the firelight, Yi Tian smiled gently as Lu Xiao bit into the tender and delicious fish.
Is this what humans call liking?
Lu Xiao stared blankly at the fire, then touched her chest and felt a new kind of emotion.
Although this spirit fish was very ordinary to her,
Yi Tian, who was at the third level of qi refining, was nothing more than an ant in front of her. But she felt a sense of reliance on Yi Tian.
Senior brother Yi, who do you think is more beautiful, Saintess Su or senior sister Lin?
After Lu Xiao finished eating a spirit fish, she asked. In my heart, they are all pretty much the same, but Yanran is more important to me.
Yi Tian thought for a moment and replied. And what about me? Lu Xiao suddenly raised her head and faced Yi Tian.
In the flickering firelight, that delicate little face, like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water, began to show subtle changes. Yi Tian felt a blur before his eyes, and a face that could captivate all beings came into view. With bright eyes and white teeth, red lips and white teeth, a high and beautiful nose, and fair and smooth skin, her originally dark eyes had turned into a light gold. Her jet black hair cascaded down, and her rosy lips smiled, as if a celestial maiden had descended to earth. Even though Yi Tian had seen countless beauties, he was still stunned. This face is so perfect and flawless, embodying the beauty of heaven and earth and showcasing all the colors of the world. Even the most beautiful women, those who could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, and those who could make the moon hide and flowers blush, could not capture even a fraction of her beauty.
What a nice view!
Yi Tian subconsciously admired her, reaching out to touch her face, but stopped mid-air, unwilling to defile her. Yi Tian only regained consciousness after Lu Xiao had regained her previous appearance.
You haven't answered me yet. Lu Xiao smiled and gently reminded him.
I haven't seen it clearly yet, let me take another look.
Yi Tian grabbed Lu Xiao's delicate hand and said shamelessly. I think you're just after beautiful women. Lu Xiao smiled and said, but did not agree. What kind of man is he if he doesn't lust after beautiful women? Yi Tian countered with a question.
Humph, that's just sophistry.
Lu Xiao gave a soft hum, but didn't ask any more questions. Yi Tian's reaction just now has already answered her question.
Her original form was the most beautiful creature in the world, and when she took human form, she was naturally stunning.
Luckily, I have a system. Yi Tian held Lu Xiao's delicate hand, feeling fortunate.
Her flawless beauty, like that of a goddess, would surely cause the gates of the fallen immortal sect to be trampled down if outsiders were to see her. The saying, beautiful women bring disaster, is no exaggeration. Even though Yi Tian had anticipated it, he was still amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time when he actually saw her 100% beautiful face.
Even Yi Tian felt a sense of shame, as if he couldn't bear to desecrate it.
On the contrary, Lu Xiao's current appearance made him feel closer to her, without the pressure of blaspheming a goddess. As before, Yi Tian ate one spirit fish, and the rest went into Lu Xiao's stomach. Since Lu Xiao was willing to reveal her true face, she had already decided on Yi Tian. The two nestled together by the fire, and Lu Xiao fell into a deep sleep. Yi Tian stared at Lu Xiao's face for a long time, but still couldn't see anything. Xiao is an avatar of the nine-tailed celestial fox, so her methods of concealing her appearance must be extremely sophisticated. Yi Tian recalled the scene from just now and was still amazed. He originally thought that Ran Silei's 99-point appearance was already exquisite and indescribably beautiful. But Lu Xiao's 100% beauty score broke the limits of his understanding. Even her face is the embodiment of beauty. If any woman in the world resembles her even slightly, she would be an unparalleled beauty.
There's also a bound gift pack, let's open it and take a look. Yi Tian remembered the binding gift pack he had just received today. Bound gift pack now available. Congratulations on obtaining 1% of Lu Xiao's avatar's current cultivation level. Note, Lu Xiao's current cultivation level is the 4th level of the core formation realm.
Congratulations on obtaining the Tier 2 Supreme Grade Spiritual Artifact, 3 Life Spiritual Rhinoceros Bell.
The gift pack contains 2 rewards. Xiao's cultivation level is at the 4th level of the core formation realm? Upon seeing the information displayed by the system, Yi Tian was taken aback.
The petite woman beside him was actually at the 4th level of the core formation realm. With such cultivation, he is qualified to become an intersect elder of the fallen immortal sect. Even exceptionally talented women like Ran Silei and Su Yanran cannot compare.
We've made a fortune. Yi Tian was overjoyed.
That day, I had a chance encounter with Lu Xiao, and not only did I gain a stunning beauty, but her cultivation was also so profound. The cultivation levels of the clones are all at the 4th level of the core formation realm.
Then Xiao's cultivation level must be at least at the golden core, nascent soul, or even above the nascent soul stage? Yi Tian guessed. He finally understood why Lu Xiao had appeared at the outer gate of the Luo Xian sect. No one in the entire outer sect was able to harm Lu Xiao. Moreover, if his true form were to descend, the entire Luo Xian sect would likely be instantly annihilated. In this way, even if it's only 1% of Xiao's cultivation level, it can also help me break through to the 6th level of qi refining. After doing some calculations, Yi Tian became even more excited. Lu Xiao's arrival was a great help to him. He raised his goodwill to 60 points with almost no effort. In return, he gained at least the 6th level of foundation establishment cultivation, which was a huge profit. There are also second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts. Yi Tian gently stroked Lu Xiao's hair as he examined the second reward. According to his calculations, the stronger he is, the more valuable the rewards he will receive after binding. Chapter 53 The 3-Life Spirit Bell, Free Spirit Ginseng. The 3-Life Spirit Bell, 1 main bell and 2 secondary bells, totaling 3 bells. Every 10 days, it can withstand a full-force attack from someone below the 9th level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian examined the function of this magical artifact. The magical artifacts are still in the system warehouse. There are 3 bells in total, 1 gold and 1 silver. One of them, slightly larger in size, should be the main bell. Each of the 3 bells can withstand an attack from someone below the 9th level of foundation establishment. However, after resisting the ailment, it takes 10 days before it can be used again. Such an effect is already extremely powerful. Zhao Rong's silver mask had managed to withstand the attack once before shattering. However, the 3-Life Spirit Bell can be reused. In addition, it has a powerful function. No matter how far apart the parties are, the main bell can be used to detect the location of the branch bell. After the secondary bell withstands a fatal attack, it will send a message to the main bell. This is far more powerful than a typical second-tier top-grade spiritual weapon. Yi Tian was amazed when he learned about the effects of the 3-Life Spirit Bell. Of these 3 bells, the main bell is definitely in his own hands, while the divided spirit can be left to his Taoist partner. One of them must be given to Kai Li. Firstly, she gave me so many spiritual items, so I must reciprocate. Secondly, even though she is far away in the Xianin sect, I can still sense her location. Yi Tian thought to himself. But there was still one more bell, with 3 choices, Su Yanran, Lin Ningxue, and Lu Xiao, which made him somewhat hesitant. Xiao is staying in the sect, and she already has the cultivation of the 4th level of core formation, so there shouldn't be any need for her. Then, for the other one, let's see who needs it more, Ningxue or Yanran. After careful analysis, Yi Tian stopped worrying about it. Lu Xiao fell asleep in his arms, but he didn't rest and sat by the fire all night. The sky gradually brightened. Lu Xiao woke up in Yi Tian's arms. After a quick wash with water, Yi Tian grilled a few spirit fish. Once they were full, they continued their journey. The Spirit Ginseng Valley will be open for 3 days, and the 2 of them will stay for 2 more days. Soon, another hour passed. The 2 found an 8-year-old 3-flower ginseng. An 8-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng is equivalent to a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining. Standing on the edge of the 3-flower ginseng territory, Yi Tian was in a dilemma. To harvest the spiritual ginseng, his apparent qi refining level 3 strength was no longer sufficient. He needed to reveal more of his cultivation level. Leave it to me. But at this moment, Lu Xiao patted her chest and said. After saying that, her aura, which was originally at the early stage of the 3rd level of qi refining, surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Whoosh! As she entered the territory of the 3-flower ginseng, the vines on the ground immediately sprang up. Xiao, watch out! Yi Tianxia subconsciously reminded him. Compared to the menacing vines, Lu Xiao's petite body seemed as if it could be torn to pieces at any moment. But Lu Xiao stood still, her slender fingers flicking repeatedly. The magical power condensed into a white dot and popped out, then extended in the air, turning into a foot-long beam of bright moonlight. Sizzle! The vicious vines were severed the moment they touched the crescent moon. I almost forgot, Xiao's true strength is at the core formation stage. Yi Tian then remembered. With Lu Xiao's strength, this 3-flower spirit ginseng is no match for her at all. In less than 5 breaths, Lu Xiao had cut all the vines and retrieved the 8-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng. The ginseng has 3 roots about the thickness of a thumb and 8 main roots. It has a rich, pleasant fragrance when held in your hand. Here you go. From now on, if you come across any 3-flower ginseng, leave them to me.
You'll be in charge of grilling fish for me.
Lu Xiao walked gracefully up to Yi Tian and handed him the 3-flower spirit ginseng. I'll listen to you. Yi Tian put away the 3-flower spirit ginseng, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. Following Su Yanran, he also ended up living off Lu Xiao.
For the rest of the journey, the 3-flower spirit ginseng was as if it were free. Yi Tian didn't need to lift a finger. However, the quantity of Sanhua Lingshan, a type of ginseng aged 10 years or older, is still too small. Together, the two of them only found 10 ginseng plants that were over 7 years old today. As darkness fell, the two found a small river and rested by its banks. Yi Tian not only caught the spirit fish, but also took out a lot of other spirit beast meat. After opening up to each other yesterday, the two became much closer.
Senior brother Yi, now you know my strength, don't you?
From now on, you'll protect me openly.
If anyone dares to bully us, then I'll take action. Lu Xiao waved her little fist as she spoke.
What Yi Tian said yesterday, she said again today. I'm counting on you from now on.
Yi Tian replied with a smile.
Lu Xiao's thoughts were simple and pure. She just wanted the two of them to live their lives together in the outer sect. The two sat together by the fire, and Yi Tian grew increasingly fond of Lu Xiao. The 4 women on the system have different personalities, but they are all worth cherishing.
Another night has passed. On the 3rd day after entering Lingshan Valley, everyone will be leaving this afternoon. If anyone lingers, all their possessions will be confiscated by the sect. Yi Tian held Lu Xiao's hand as they walked through the valley.
For him, the 3-flower spirit ginseng was no longer important. His greatest gain from this trip was Lu Xiao. If it weren't for this opportunity, their relationship wouldn't have progressed so quickly.
One morning,
Yi Tian got another freebie, 8 3-flower spirit ginseng plants that were over 7 years old. In the afternoon, with 2 hours left before leaving the spirit ginseng valley, Yi Tian finally discovered the first 3-flower spirit ginseng that was over 10 years old. This 3-flowered ginseng has 10 flowers on top. The growing vines covered an area of 10 zhang in all directions.
Senior brother, be careful. Lu Xiao shielded Yi Tian behind her. Now, it's her turn to protect Yi Tian. Yi Tian readily agreed and stood behind her. Now that we've encountered this opportunity, we can't let it pass us by. Whoosh!
This 10-year-old 3-flower ginseng suddenly sprouted, and a large number of vines attacked. Even someone at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining would have to be careful when facing this 3-flower spirit ginseng.
However, it was nothing to Lu Xiao.
The bright moonlight sliced through the air, severing all the attacking vines. After all the vines were cut down, the main body of the 3-flower spirit ginseng underground lost its ability to resist.
I'm going to get the ginseng.
Lu Xiao stepped on the vines scattered on the ground to collect the spiritual ginseng.
Senior brother, come quick.
After digging through the ground, she seemed to have discovered something else and shouted to Yi Tian.
Yi Tian walked over and then realized it.
Surprisingly, there were 2 3-flower ginseng roots in the soil. After the 3-flower ginseng has grown for 10 years, its 9 root systems will degenerate, and all the spiritual essence within them will converge into the main body.
The once white jade-like ginseng will develop numerous wrinkles and turn yellowish-brown.
Then, every 10 years, a new root will grow. At most, in 99 years, the 3-flower ginseng will completely wither and return to the world.
And in this soil, there are 2 3-flowered ginseng roots, both withered and yellow.
One of them has a root system, which is a 10-year-old Sanhua Lingshan. The other one has 4 roots, which means it has been growing for 40 years. This ginseng, which is 40 years old, must have been discovered by someone who removed the vines but did not take it away.
Thanks to the nutrients from another 3-flower ginseng, it has survived until now. Yi Tian took out the 2 spirit ginseng roots and speculated.
Chapter 54, The Death of Tao Mingda, Breakthrough to the 7th Level of Foundation Establishment.
Senior brother, we're lucky.
Lu Xiao said with a smile. Yi Tian looked at her, but he already knew the reason. It is estimated that Lu Xiao, with her powerful divine sense at the 4th level of the core formation realm, had already discovered this 40-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng.
I found it for Yi Tian as well. That's good, it's time to leave.
After putting away the 2 spirit ginsengs, Yi Tian and Lu Xiao embarked on their journey home. On this trip, Lu Xiao revealed her true appearance, but still concealed some things, which is normal. After all, her favorability rating is only in the 60s.
Once it reaches 90, Lu Xiao should reveal her true cultivation level. Even without showing his true strength, Yi Tian knew that Lu Xiao would not harm him.
He would accept these 3-flower ginseng. On their way back to the exit of Lingshan Valley, the two saw several outer disciples watching something.
Don't you know your own strength? You dare to touch an 8-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng?
Greed comes at a price. You deserve to die.
For the sake of being fellow disciples, write down the position and tell the elder.
The disciples discussed it among themselves.
What are you talking about? Yi Tian walked over and asked. So it was senior brother Yi.
It's nothing, just a disciple who was killed by the 3-flower spirit ginseng.
The disciples dispersed and answered.
The 3-flower spirit will retaliate, although it is relatively safe as long as one does not step into its territory.
But no one can guarantee that they won't accidentally stumble into this situation.
At that moment, on the ground lay a corpse with its heart pierced. The 3-flower ginseng that killed him has already been picked by others. Only the vines on the ground bear witness to the great battle that once took place.
This is Tao Mingde. Yi Tian glanced at the corpse on the ground, its eyes wide open in death.
To his surprise, he recognized it was Tao Mingde, the one who had escaped.
The body was here.
Yi Tian looked around but did not find the 6 female disciples who had accompanied him.
But thinking about it, it makes sense. Tao Mingde abandoned those 6 female disciples. How stupid must they have been to continue following Tao Mingde?
He reaps what he sows. Yi Tian withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Lu Xiao also discovered that the corpse was Tao Mingde, but she felt no emotion. In the entire Luoxian sect, the only person she cared about was Yi Tian.
The corpses will be handled by the outer sect elders.
The two left Lingshan Valley before the formation was closed. I'll take you back to your courtyard. After leaving Lingshan Valley, the two walked side by side back to Lingyuan Peak. Lu Xiao's ordinary appearance after her disguise has now become a good thing. He met Yi Tian's outer sect disciples on the way, but didn't think much of it.
Let's go to your little courtyard instead, Lu Xiao said. So the two of them returned to Yi Tian's courtyard. It's just the two of us today. Lu Xiao paced back and forth in the courtyard with her hands behind her back.
Although she hadn't said it before, as a woman, she was still somewhat bothered to see Su Yanran and Lin Ningxue by Yi Tian's side. I'll visit your courtyard when I have some free time in the future.
Yi Tian thought for a moment and then said. Lu Xiao immediately beamed with joy. Yi Tian was the only one in her small courtyard. As dusk fell and the sun set, Yi Tian escorted Lu Xiao back to the courtyard. Yanran, Xiao, and Ningxue.
Back in his bedroom, Yi Tian lay on the bed, his heart filled with a happy kind of trouble. Although Lin Ningxue has not yet made their relationship clear, Yi Tian certainly wouldn't let Lin Ningxue become someone else's Taoist partner. Currently, his relationships with the 3 women are still in a balanced state.
But that may not be the case in the future.
And then there's Kylie, who's in the Xianin sect.
I don't know how far away she is, I can't even see her.
Yi Tian sat up and muttered to himself. He has 4 beautiful women, each of whom he misses. All he can do now is to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible.
Open the cultivation gift pack. Yi Tian activated the cultivation gift pack in the system. Boom!
Instantly, a massive amount of magical power erupted from his body. This magical power was even more immense than the cultivation level he had first received from Su Yanran. This is Xiao, only 1% of her magical power. Just how powerful is Xiao in reality? As he refined this magical power, Yi Tian couldn't help but think to himself. The Jade Immortal technique was being activated at full power. Now that his comprehension has greatly increased, he can adjust his acupoints and magical energy channels at any time to fully accommodate this magical power. Moreover, Lu Xiao's magical power was extremely pure. Yi Tian didn't need to refine it, it could be directly converted into his own magical power.
Inside the bedroom, Yi Tian's cultivation level is rapidly improving. Later stage of foundation building, 2nd floor.
Initial stage of foundation building, 3 layers. The magical power provided by the system can ignore bottlenecks and directly improve his cultivation level. Coupled with his comprehension being comparable to Su Yanran's, his current realm is extremely stable.
1 night, 5 hours. Yi Tiankai fully absorbed this immense magical power.
Inside the bedroom, ripples of spiritual energy rippled, forming visible tides. Yi Tian opened his eyes, and a glint of jade light flashed in his dark pupils.
The Jade Immortal's Decree. As a traditional technique passed down by the fallen immortal sect, it is extremely powerful. His magical power emanated from within, radiating a jade-like luster that made Yi Tian even more handsome and extraordinary. Early stage of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. In one night, I advanced 5 minor realms. My cultivation level even surpassed Yanran's. Yi Tian clenched his fists, thinking excitedly. Once upon a time, inner disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage were someone he could never reach. Now, his cultivation level has even surpassed that of his Taoist partner, Su Yanran. Su Yanran is currently in seclusion and has not yet broken through to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. However, he had already taken the lead and reached the early stage of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. He and Su Yanran cultivated the same immortal techniques, and with the completion of the Qinghui Shadow Spear technique, his strength had already surpassed Su Yanran's. The day has finally come. Yi Tian had a big smile on his face. In the future, if Su Yanran encounters danger, he will be able to stand in front of her. Of course, he did not forget Zhao Rong of the Enforcement Peak. Zhao Rong's cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Even if Zhao Rong comes in person now, I can still kill him. Recalling Zhao Rong's actions, Yi Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He used to be able to only react to each move because he was too weak. This time, we're heading to Lingshan Valley. He thought Zhao Rong would send someone to suppress him, but he didn't. However, Yi Tian had kept track of every single debt from before, and it was time to settle accounts. Senior brother. Early in the morning, Lu Xiao appeared outside the courtyard. Xiao. Yi Tian's voice was gentle. His cultivation level came from Lu Xiao, so he naturally couldn't be negligent. However, Lu Xiao didn't need special care, she just wanted to spend more time with Yi Tian to pass the time. Lu Xiao sat in the courtyard, while Yi Tian continued practicing his shooting. Yi Tian, how's the harvest at Spirit Ginseng Valley? Why is she here again? After practicing with a gun for half an hour, Lin Yingxue, dressed in a red dress, appeared in the sky above the courtyard, stepping on the clouds. Lu Xiao looked at Lin Yingxue and narrowed her eyes slightly. Yingxue, come down here to talk. Yi Tian quickly stepped forward, blocking Lin Yingxue's view. I'll be leaving the sect on a mission in a few days. My senior sister won't be out of seclusion for a while, so don't wander off. Lin Yingxue landed in the small courtyard and went straight to the door. Chapter 55, Burial in the Ancient Ice Cave, Gift of a Bell. Another mission? What kind of mission? Yi Tian asked curiously. The fact that even inner disciples have to be mobilized means it's no small matter. It's in the southeast of the Falling Star domain, where there's an ancient ice cave. It is said that the ice cave has existed for hundreds of thousands of years and contains many ancient relics. However, the cold air inside is extremely terrifying. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator cannot stay inside for more than 3 days. Otherwise, one's own magical power will be frozen along with one's physical body, turning into an ice corpse, forever fused with the ice cave. Therefore, the remains in the ancient ice cave have not been fully excavated to this day. Lin Yingxue sat down and answered. Your mission is to go to the burial ancient ice cave? Yi Tian pressed for an answer. Indeed, there have been unusual occurrences at the burial ancient ice cave recently, with a 1,000-foot-long glacier cracking open. According to the disciples nearby, colorful clouds are spreading and strange phenomena are appearing in the rift. Over the past century, every time the burial ancient ice cave has experienced unusual activity, treasures have appeared. The sect determined that there should be ancient ruins there, so it dispatched inner disciples to go there. Lin Yingxue nodded and continued. The ancient ice cave is one of the largest ancient sites in the Falling Star domain. Because of its unique cosmic rules, it is shrouded in cold currents and contains traces of human activity. Even the major sects do not have the ability to fully explore it. We can only wait for the ruins to change and for them to see the light of day again. This time, Yanran is in seclusion. Who is your leader? After learning about the mission details, Yi Tian asked with some concern. If the burial ancient ice cave is truly as Lin Yingxue said, then even those at the second level of Foundation Establishment would face danger. The last time senior sister took the lead, it was actually because the sect was deliberately training and developing her. The soul-eating ant nest is not too dangerous. But the burial ancient ice cave is different, so this time, the senior brother who was dispatched was senior brother Xiaofan, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage in the inner sect.
He is highly skilled and has participated in many missions, so he is very experienced. As long as nothing unexpected happens, at least we can get out unscathed. Knowing that Yi Tian was concerned about her, Lin Yingxue replied with a light smile.
Xiao Fan? Yi Tian murmured. He had heard of that name before.
On the day he was chosen by Su Yanran as her Taoist partner, he was fought over by 7 holy maidens in the martial arts arena.
This left a very deep impression on Yi Tian.
So he's already at the peak of the 8th level of foundation establishment.
No wonder he's so popular. Yi Tian thought to himself. What? You've heard of senior brother Xiao Fan?
Lin Yingxue asked with a smile. However, she then continued. Senior brother Xiao Fan is indeed one of the most prominent figures in the inner sect today. But by all accounts, he is already 50 years old. Senior sister is less than half his age, yet she is about to break through to the 6th level of foundation establishment. In fact, senior sister has higher talent. In the future, senior sister can also become the eldest senior sister of the inner sect.
Yi Tian had heard some rumors about Xiao Fan.
Xiao Fan started as a menial disciple and gradually worked his way up to his current position. He has good talent, but he relies more on his own hard work. Yi Tian, actually your talent is no less than that of senior brother Xiao Fan. Senior brother Xiao Fan is the same age as you, and he has only just broken through to the 1st level of foundation establishment.
Moreover, he had more resources than you back then, and you can become someone like him in the future.
Having guessed Yi Tian's thoughts, Lin Yingxue clenched her snow-white fist and lightly punched Yi Tian's shoulder, her eyes full of encouragement.
So you can compliment people. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and said, feigning surprise. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Lin Yingxue rolled her eyes at Yi Tian.
She doesn't know yet that I've already broken through to the 7th level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian held the white soul spear, stretched his body, and smiled broadly. Lin Yingxue also wanted to use Xiao Fan as an example to encourage him to cultivate. But last night, his cultivation level surged again. If it were Xiao Fan of the same age, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Xiao Fan's shoes. Therefore, he didn't take Lin Yingxue's words to heart. His cultivation speed was always faster than Lin Yingxue imagined. Hurry up and practice your shooting, or I'll tell your senior sister you're slacking off. After explaining the mission details, Lin Yingxue urged Yi Tian to practice shooting. Although she said it in Su Yanran's name, only she knew her true thoughts. Lin Yingxue suffered another crushing defeat in her sparring match with Yi Tian. This time, it was Yi Tian who pointed out the shortcomings in Lin Yingxue's swordsmanship.
Come again at the same time tomorrow. Lin Yingxue was unconvinced, but she remembered what Yi Tian said. After watching Lin Yingxue leave, Yi Tian continued practicing his shooting.
Although his marksmanship has reached a high level, it is still some distance from perfection. Moreover, now that his cultivation has broken through, he can use even more powerful killing moves and spear techniques, so he must practice diligently. Lu Xiao stayed in the courtyard, occasionally talking to Yi Tian and accompanying him as he practiced shooting.
In the blink of an eye, 4 days have passed. Yi Tian refined the 10-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng.
The 3-flower spirit ginseng is, after all, just an ordinary spiritual object. Yi Tian's current cultivation level has reached the high stage of foundation establishment. Therefore, the resulting improvement in cultivation level is not significant, and it is still some distance away from the mid-stage of the 7th level of foundation establishment. However, his marksmanship has become increasingly refined. In addition to Inch of Light and Starpoint, he has fully mastered the remaining 2 major killing moves. Relying on the Jade Immortal Falling technique and the Clear Radiance Shadow Swaying Spear technique. With my current cultivation level, I could even put up a fight against someone at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Inside the courtyard, Yi Tian held the white soul spear, his gaze intense.
Yi Tian.
Suddenly, Lin Yingxue, dressed in a red dress and as beautiful as fire, appeared in the courtyard.
Yi Tian already knew why she had come.
Today is the day she goes to the burial ancient ice cave, so she came to say goodbye early in the morning.
I'm leaving right away.
Be careful not to give Zhao Rong a chance.
There are no outsiders in the courtyard, Lin Yingxue instructed. She knew very well that the biggest threat to Yi Tian at the moment was Zhao Rong. Su Yanran isn't here, and neither is she. Once Yi Tian leaves the sect, Zhao Rong will definitely try to kill him. I know. Yi Tian nodded.
He knew Zhao Rong's ruthlessness all too well.
Wait for me to come back. Lin Yingshue's beautiful eyes reflected Yi Tian's figure.
She murmured something and then turned to leave.
Yingxue.
At this moment, Yi Tian called out again.
Is there anything else? Lin Yingxue stopped in her tracks.
She turned around and saw Yi Tian flip his right hand, revealing a bell the size of a chicken egg, in gold and silver, engraved with intricate and ornate patterns.
Please accept this. Yi Tian walked up to Lin Yingxue and said. This bell is indeed exquisite, I'll accept it.
Lin Yingxue took the bell and said softly.
This was actually the first time Yi Tian had given away jewelry as a gift on his own.
Generally speaking, within the fallen immortal sect, this only applies to couples.
If Yi Tian is going to give something away, he should give it to Su Yanran. As Su Yanran's junior sister, Lin Yingxue should refuse.
But the moment Lin Yingxue saw Jin Yinling, a surge of joy welled up in her heart, and she couldn't bring herself to refuse. It was given to me by Yi Tian, so it shouldn't matter.
No outsiders would know anyway. Holding the bell, Lin Yingxue thought to herself.
Yingxue, this is the 3 Lives Spirit Bell, a second-tier top-grade spiritual artifact. Every 10 days, it can withstand a full-force attack from someone below the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Keep this safe, it can save your life if you encounter danger. After giving it as a gift, Yi Tian explained the function of the 3 Lives Spirit Bell.
A second-tier top-grade spiritual weapon?
You should give it to your senior sister. Upon learning the function of the 3 Lives Spirit Bell, Lin Yingxue felt flattered and wanted to return it to Yi Tian.
Since I've given up the image, why should I take it back? Moreover, Yanran is in seclusion, so you need this even more. Yi Tian pressed Lin Yingxue's hand and said.
Then I'll accept it for now, and return it to you after we return to the sect.
Under Yi Tian's gaze, Lin Yingxue's pretty face flushed red, and she left without looking back. Lin Yingxue's favorability +5.
A system prompt appeared.
Chapter 56, Lin Yingxue's heart is in turmoil, a message arrives via talisman. Luo Xian Sect, Inner Sect. Junior Sister Lin, why have you been so absent-minded? Have you taken a fancy to some genius?
Several close female disciples from the inner sect gathered around Lin Yingxue and asked her questions.
No way. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yingxue quickly denied it. Giggle giggle.
However, the senior sisters, all of whom had Taoist partners, could easily see through her thoughts. They simply smiled and did not directly expose her. The 3 Life Spirit Bell, a second-tier top-grade spiritual artifact.
I don't recall my senior sister mentioning this before. Was this really a gift for me?
Lin Yingxue ran her right hand under her skirt sleeve over the delicate bell, gazing absently towards the outer door.
But Yi Tian is clearly my senior sister's Taoist partner, could it be that he also? For the first time in her life, Lin Yingxue panicked. She once thought that she would never be interested in any man in her entire life. Moreover, Su Yanran was her best senior sister, whom she regarded as a sister. Yi Tian is Su Yanran's Taoist partner, so he can also be considered her brother-in-law.
But now that I think about it, her attitude towards Yi Tian has indeed become unusual without me even realizing it. And Yi Tian felt the same way about her. Even the way she was addressed changed from Miss Lin to Yingxue as her senior sister called her. If it were her in the past, she would have acted decisively, taught Yi Tian a lesson first, and then made her senior sister find a new partner. But now, she doesn't even have the courage to refuse Yi Tian. I can't let my senior sister down, and I can't let Yi Tian let her down either. When I get back, I'll explain to Yi Tian, then hand over the 3 Lives Spirit Bell to my senior sister and sever this relationship. From now on, I will still be my senior sister's junior sister, and he will still be my senior sister's Taoist partner. Once aboard the airship, Lin Yingxue had come up with a solution. But for some reason, after making the decision, she felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, and she felt more uncomfortable than ever before.
Small courtyard. We should leave the sect. It's more than 200 miles away, and they can still sense it.
Yi Tian held the main bell and muttered to himself. The 3 Lives Spirit Bell also has the function of sensing the location of the bells, which he did not tell Lin Yingxue. He held the main bell, while Lin Yingxue held the secondary bell.
His divine sense could detect Lin Yingxue's location remotely and even vaguely determine the approximate distance.
They have now traveled 200 miles and have most likely left the Luoxian sect's mountain gate.
Su Yanran went into seclusion, and Lin Yingxue left the sect.
Only Lu Xiao remained in the courtyard. As the two spent every day together, Lu Xiao's favorability rating steadily increased, and it has now exceeded 70.
Currently, she is the highest ranking among the 4 women, second only to Su Yanran. Lin Yingshua's favorability rating increased by 5 points, bringing it to just 70, which is lower than Lu Xiao's. Xiao, why don't you stay in my courtyard tonight? While practicing with his gun, Yi Tian suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao exchanged a glance with Yi Tian and then nodded. Only between Taoist partners can share a bed. Although Lu Xiao was inexperienced in the ways of the world, she was still aware of these kinds of things. The day passed quickly, and it got dark again. After the two had dinner, Yi Tian heated water in the side room to take a bath. After taking a bath and changing into his undergarments, Yi Tian returned to his bedroom and saw Lu Xiao sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Shen Tao had been in seclusion, and there was also an array blocking his path. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue will not appear, no one will disturb them tonight. Sitting on the bed, Yi Tian naturally put his arm around Lu Xiao's waist. Although Lu Xiao wore a plain gray-white dress, it did not accentuate her beautiful waist like the other female cultivators. But only Yi Tian knew that Lu Xiao had an extremely slender figure and delicate, smooth skin, like the finest white jade. He has a Yanggu in him, so he shouldn't dare to do anything reckless. Lu Xiao leaned against Yi Tian's chest, but she had her own little scheme in mind. Her true cultivation level was at the 4th level of the core formation realm. Although the aura of the Yanggu within Yi Tian's body was faint, it could not escape her notice. Because Yanggu itself is a kind of spiritual object of heaven and earth, a cultivator at the 4th level of core formation might not be able to detect it. But she is not a human cultivator. Knowing that Yi Tian wouldn't go too far, Lu Xiao felt at ease staying. If he makes me reveal my true face, I'll go back. Lu Xiao had another little thought in her heart. Although she has accepted Yi Tian, he has not yet agreed to let her become his Taoist partner, and she is not going to be foolish enough to blindly obey him. Xiao, do you want to cultivate? Holding Lu Xiao in his arms, Yi Tian asked. Lu Xiao did not answer, but simply shook her head. Since you're not going to cultivate, you should rest early. Yi Tian lifted Lu Xiao's soft, boneless body into his arms and placed her on the inside of the bed, then lay down on the outside himself. The hazy moonlight streaming through the window made it difficult to clearly see Lu Xiao's face. But Yi Tian didn't care about any of that today. Since Lu Xiao is also his person, he cannot show favoritism. Xiao, you should know that Yan Ran is my Taoist partner. Lying beside Lu Xiao, Yi Tian's voice echoed in the darkness. Lu Xiao responded softly. Since you know that, I'll be frank with you today, I will not give up on Yan Ran. But between us, there is no formal title of Taoist couple, and we are no different from ordinary Taoist couples. If you don't mind, you can be my Taoist partner in the future, but I can only keep our relationship a secret for now. Yi Tian held Lu Xiao in his arms and continued speaking. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it's time to give Lu Xiao an explanation. After Yi Tian finished speaking, Lu Xiao waited a while before responding. You agreed? Yi Tian was somewhat excited. If it were any other woman, she would definitely have objections if she heard Yi Tian say that. But Lu Xiao is different. She is not human and her thoughts are different from those of humans. She can only let Yi Tian become her Taoist partner. As for whether Yi Tian had other Taoist partners, she didn't care much. Xiao, from now on, we. After clarifying their relationship, Yi Tian said a lot, including guarantees and suggestions. The main purpose was to prevent Lu Xiao from revealing their relationship in front of Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue. I've got it. Lu Xiao's voice was light and melodious, and extremely pleasant to the ear. She understood that letting Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue know about their relationship would not do her any good. Not only will Yi Tian be affected, but her own strength and identity will also be exposed, forcing her to leave the Luoxian sect. In this way, her purpose in coming to the Luoxian sect failed. Buzz. Just as Yi Tian was about to speak, a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy appeared in his storage bag. Was it the talisman Kylie gave me? Does she want to see me? Yi Tian sensed it slightly and realized it was the talisman that Rand Siley had given him. However, the other talisman is not in Rand Siley's possession, but in the possession of one of her maids, outside the gate of the Luoxian sect. Because talismans can only transmit messages within 100 miles. Xiao, I've said everything I needed to say. From now on, we'll be Taoist partners. I'm leaving the sect tomorrow and may not be back for another 2 days. Yi Tian said calmly. In the darkness, Lu Xiao slightly opened her eyes, then immediately closed them again.
He must be going to see the person who planted the yang gu. She had already guessed the reason.
Chapter 57, Leaving the Sect, Meeting Up.
Lu Xiao's original little scheme had no effect. Yi Tian talked a lot, then put his arm around her slender waist and fell into a deep sleep in the middle of the night. There was no request for her to reveal her true appearance, not even a mention of it.
Could it be that my appearance doesn't attract him? In the early morning, Lu Xiao opened her eyes, reached out and stroked Yi Tian's face, thinking to herself.
She didn't want Yi Tian to become her Taoist partner only because of her appearance.
But unexpectedly, Yi Tian really didn't care about her appearance. In that case,
with a thought, Lu Xiao's appearance changed once again. Her originally delicate face revealed a stunning beauty that could captivate all beings. In an instant, everything else paled in comparison, even the morning light streaming through the window seemed dim and lifeless. But the only person in the entire Luoxian sect who could appreciate it was still asleep. Lu Xiao smiled and closed her eyes, waiting peacefully. After about half an incense stick's time, Yi Tian opened his eyes.
Evening.
Yi Tian called out softly, but the image of a beautiful woman sleeping in the morning before him made his voice freeze. That flawless beautiful face, like the countenance of a goddess, was so close yet commanded no respect. Yi Tian held his breath, not daring to even exhale, for fear of disturbing this celestial being. It took him even a breath to realize that this was Lu Xiao's true appearance. He would never forget that fleeting glimpse he had seen before, not even on his deathbed.
What a nice view.
After realizing what had happened, Yi Tian admired Lu Xiao's true appearance and felt a genuine sense of awe, as if time had stood still for a moment. After admiring her for an unknown amount of time, a smile appeared on her pretty face, and her clear, bright eyes slowly opened.
Have you seen enough? The stunningly beautiful woman asked with a smile. Not enough, even a lifetime wouldn't be enough. Yi Tian replied immediately. I want to switch back.
After a while, Lu Xiao said something, and her pretty face changed. All the beauty and amazement subsided, and a more familiar face appeared to Yi Tian. Staring into Yi Tian's eyes, Lu Xiao thought he would stop her.
However, Yi Tian only showed some regret and did not show any disgust. It's time to get up.
Yi Tian picked up Lu Xiao's delicate body again and left the bed with her. As usual, Yi Tian made breakfast. Xiao, I need to leave this sect after dinner.
I told you last night.
Put the food on the table, Yi Tian said.
Lu Xiao was in a good mood and softly agreed.
After escorting Lu Xiao back to her courtyard, Yi Tian turned around and went to another courtyard.
Since the last time I asked the female disciple in the yellow dress for information.
The female disciple in the yellow dress had been bribed by Yi Tian, so even if Yi Tian wasn't around, no outer sect disciple would cause trouble for Lu Xiao.
After explaining everything,
Yi Tian arrived at the mission hall and randomly accepted a mission that took a long time.
These missions require leaving the sect, and the reward is only a few dozen spirit stones.
Yi Tian had no intention of actually completing the task, he was merely looking for a reason to leave the sect. I was still thinking about how to see Kylie when she actually sent someone to find me.
With these thoughts in mind, Yi Tian left the sect and headed to the agreed upon location. This kid actually dared to take on a mission, what a great opportunity.
Outside the mission hall, as soon as Yi Tian left, 3 figures followed him. Outside the Luoxian sect,
Yi Tian walked alone along the mountain path.
However, his divine sense had already spread out.
3 Qi refining stage 8 cultivators? They're asking for death. Yi Tian sneered inwardly. His current cultivation level is the 7th level of Foundation Establishment.
He was capable of fighting even someone at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, and he was not afraid even if Xiao Rong came in person.
Moreover, they are only 3 Qi refining stage 8 cultivators.
This place is relatively close to the sect, so they won't dare to make a move, and I can't reveal my strength either.
Walking down the street, Yi Tian was in no hurry to make a move.
Anyway, it's 3 dead people, it's only a matter of time. The place agreed upon in the talisman was a dilapidated temple 30 miles away from the Luoxian sect, a location no longer under the control of the Luoxian sect.
The sect's guardian elders shouldn't be able to detect us anymore, let's make our move. The 3 figures following Yi Tian finally couldn't hold back any longer and bared their fangs.
The magical power fluctuations of the 8th level of Qi refining erupted from the grass, stirring up a field of fallen leaves. It's a pity that this kid suddenly left the sect, and our senior brother hasn't received the news yet, otherwise there would be more than just the 3 of us.
Enough nonsense. You're just a chi refining stage 3 cultivator. What makes you think you can fight me? Our senior brother said that with Lin Yingxue from the inner sect not here, if Yi Tian dares to leave the sect, he's a dead man. 3 chi refining stage 8 cultivators whispered to each other as they rushed towards Yi Tian at top speed. Yi Tian stood in front of the dilapidated temple, turned around, and looked at the 3 people calmly. With his cultivation level, he wouldn't even need to use the White Soul Spear to deal with these 3. It seems I don't need to take action anymore. Just as Yi Tian was about to reveal his strength, his divine sense detected another powerful aura within the dilapidated temple. This aura must be the person who contacted me. You're about to die, and you still dare to play dumb. Seeing that Yi Tian remained motionless, the 3 chi refining 8th level cultivators sneered. The leader of the 3 used a throwing knife. The magic power of the 8th level of chi refining was poured into the flying knife and shot out towards Yi Tian. Call out. A violent whooshing sound rang out. This throwing knife was powerful enough to pierce Yi Tian's most resilient skull. Take his head and go to the senior brother to collect the spirit stones. The leader seemed to have already seen the large amount of spirit stones that were about to be obtained. Yi Tian's head is now worth 2,000 spirit stones. When? Just as the throwing knife was about to pierce Yi Tian's head, a materialized soundwave struck, deflecting the knife. Magic power leaving the body, foundation establishment stage. The 3 chi refining stage 8 cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they searched for the person who had made the move. The fact that the person who used sound waves to deflect the flying knife proves that they are at least at the foundation establishment stage. The 3 of them are likely in grave danger today. Aren't you afraid that if I'm a step too late, you'll be torn to pieces? A woman wearing a black mask emerged from the dilapidated temple and asked in a low voice. If I die, how will you explain it to your young lady? Yi Tian didn't take it to heart and asked in return with a smile. If this female cultivator hadn't made a move, these 3 chi refining 8th level cultivators would already be corpses, with no chance to speak. Oomph, glib tongue. I don't know why Miss wanted to find someone like you who's only at the 3rd level of chi refining. The female demon cultivator snorted coldly, her impression of Yi Tian extremely poor. Ran Siley instructed her to politely take Yi Tian to the Xianin sect, and not to let Yi Tian suffer any harm. Otherwise, she would definitely teach Yi Tian a lesson. The female demon cultivator used a pipa, a Chinese lute. With the pipa in hand, he plucked out a series of sound waves. Ah! The 3 disciples at the chi refining stage were no match for them. In a single exchange, 2 of them died with screams, leaving only the leader still alive. Tell me, who sent you? Approaching the 3, the female demon cultivator plucked the strings of her pipa and coldly questioned them. It's Xiao Rong, the senior brother of the enforcement peak. Give me a quick death. The leader felt as if his brain was about to explode, writhing and begging on the ground in agony. It really is Xiao Rong. The female demon cultivator got the answer she wanted and her fingers swept across the pipa. Bang! The disciple's head exploded, and yellow and white matter flew everywhere. Chapter 58, The Location of the Xianin Sect, The Battle of the Frozen Lake. Come over. Having dealt with the tale, the female demon cultivator turned to Yi Tian and said, Is this how your young lady sent you to invite me? Yi Tian remained standing in the same spot and asked. The carriage is ready, don't force me to take action. The female demon cultivator squinted as she spoke. Yi Tian then followed the female demon cultivator down the mountain via the path behind the dilapidated temple. What's your name? Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to address you. On the way down the mountain, Yi Tian asked casually. This female demon cultivator is at the 3rd level of foundation establishment and should be a confidant of Ran Siley. Given Ran Siley's personality, she would definitely not let outsiders know about the relationship between the 2 of them. Therefore, Yi Tian Kai did not bother to argue with the female demon cultivator. I was just teasing her. You can call me Miss Chiu. The female demon cultivator did not reveal her name. Following the autumn maiden, Yi Tian arrived at the foot of the mountain. There are also 8 demonic cultivators at the 1st level of the foundation establishment stage here, and a magical artifact resembling a horse-drawn carriage is placed on the road. It should be similar to the airship of the Luo Xian sect. However, it can only run on the ground and cannot fly in the sky. The Xianin sect is, after all, a demonic sect and has few weapon refiners. For them, it was already quite an achievement to be able to produce even 1 carriage. They even sent 9 foundation establishment cultivators. Kylie still cares about me.
Seeing this group of demonic cultivators warmed Yi Tian's heart. However, the 8 demonic cultivators looked at Yi Tian with strange expressions. The young lady actually sent us to pick up a disciple of the fallen immortal sect who was at the 3rd level of qi refining? These demonic cultivators were unaware of the reasoning. The message they received was simple: follow Qiu to pick up the person. We don't even know who we're picking up or where we're going. It wasn't until last night, when they finally arrived at their destination, that they guessed it was the fallen immortal sect. Before they met Yi Tian, they were still thinking. Did Ran Sili become acquainted with the prodigy of the Luoxian sect and become an inside agent for the Xianin sect? Otherwise, there would be no need for the 8 of them to give such a grand welcome. The result was that he was at the 3rd level of qi refining. Go up! Autumn Girl guessed what they were thinking, and in fact, she thought the same thing, so she urged Yi Tian to get into the carriage. Yi Tian glanced around at everyone and entered the carriage. The carriage was quite spacious. Xiu and Yi Tian boarded the carriage together, and there was still plenty of room inside. Return to the clan. Autumn Girl spoke to someone outside the carriage. The carriage immediately started moving. Yi Tian peeked through the crack in the window. Although he was walking on the ground, he was moving at an extremely fast speed. It's already comparable to the speed of the 1st level of Foundation establishment. This magical artifact is indeed extraordinary. We're heading to the Xianin sect. Yi Tian was somewhat lost in thought, his hand resting on his storage bag. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I'll give the 3 live spirit bell to Ran Sili. Of course, if the opportunity arises, he will also collect some interest. Because of the Yanggu, Ran Sili is his first woman, and currently his only woman. Even though he shared a bed with Lu Xia last night, he still couldn't cross the line. As Lu Xia's true face and Ran Sili's stunning beauty flashed through his mind, Yi Tian felt a surge of heat in his heart. Why did Miss send you to the Xianin sect? Inside the carriage, Xiu's loud voice interrupted Yi Tian's thoughts. My name is Yi Tian. You should know my name. Yi Tian looked at Xiu and said calmly. Yi Tian, why did Miss want you to go to the Xianin sect? Autumn could only ask again. She was just a maid, only carrying out the tasks assigned by Ran Sili, and dared not ask any more questions. Therefore, the only answer can be sought from Yi Tian. Since your young lady didn't tell you, it means that you, with your status, are not qualified to know. Yi Tian shifted to a more comfortable position and replied leisurely. You, a mere qi refining stage 3 cultivator, dare to speak to me like that? Upon hearing this, Xiu's eyes nearly blazed with fury. She revealed her Foundation Establishment Level 3 aura and asked in a deep voice. Am I wrong? If you want to know the answer, go ask your young lady yourself. I'm not a member of your Xianin sect. Yi Tian closed his eyes to rest and calmly said. Ran Sili didn't tell Qiu about their relationship, and he certainly wouldn't. As for what Miss Qiu thinks, that has nothing to do with him. Based on his understanding of Ran Sili, since she sent Qiu, she definitely wouldn't lay a hand on him. Chatting for a few minutes can help relieve the boredom of the journey. Once I return to the Xianin sect, I will definitely report this matter. Autumn Girl said through gritted teeth. She was Ran Sili's maid, and no man had ever dared to speak to her like that before. Casual. Yi Tian looked completely indifferent. The Xianin sect was extremely far from the Luoxian sect, and the carriage took a full day and night to travel. According to Yi Tian's estimate, this journey is at least tens of thousands of miles long. That's understandable, though. If the Xianin sect were closer to the righteous sects, it would probably have been destroyed long ago by the combined forces of the Luoxian sect, Qingyuan sect, and Songyun Sword Pavilion. Why is it so cold? As Yi Tian drew closer to the Xianin sect, he felt a deep chill. Our Xianin sect is located near the ancient burial ice cave, so it's naturally cold there. Autumn glanced at Yi Tian, and although she disapproved, she still replied. What is the connection between this person and Miss? Why is he so fearless in coming to my Xianin sect's mountain gate? Autumn was full of doubts. But unfortunately, she was kept in the dark and knew nothing about it. No one in the entire Xianin sect could guess Ran Sili's thoughts. The ancient ice cave? This place is so bitterly cold, why establish a sect here? Yi Tian asked curiously. If my Xianin sect were to occupy a blessed land, do you think the other prestigious sects would agree? Autumn Girl gave a cold laugh. It's not Yi Tian's fault. Although he was just a menial disciple before, he was at least from a prestigious sect and didn't have to worry about being suppressed by other sects. However, the Xianyin sect is different. Its mountain gate is located here, thus avoiding the attention of other sects.
So the demonic sect isn't as glamorous as it seems on the surface. Yi Tian sighed inwardly.
However, the demonic sect has nothing to do with him. He only cares about Rand Siley.
Boom!
As the carriage was moving forward, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside, almost overturning the carriage.
What happened?
Yi Tian frowned and quickly looked outside. He believed that Rand Siley would never harm him.
Boom! Another booming sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The carriage has now stopped in a dense forest, surrounded by withered trees frozen in ice. The world is a blanket of white, and everything in sight is covered in silver.
Looking in the direction from which the sound came, there was a vast frozen lake. At this moment, different magical powers erupted in the sky above the frozen lake. There were 4 figures in total, all with extremely powerful auras, and all were high-level Foundation establishment cultivators.
3 figures were attacking one person.
Yi Tian recognized the besieged figure at a glance as none other than Rand Siley, whom he had been longing for.
Miss. Autumn Girl also witnessed this scene and immediately left the carriage.
Rand Siley, who was fighting, suddenly turned around, seemingly having spotted Xiao and her group.
A black veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of clear eyes that met Yi Tian's gaze from afar. It's Kylie. Yi Tian instantly realized that he could not possibly be mistaken. Chapter 59 Falling into a disadvantageous position, Rand Siley's weakness. It's Yi Tian. Rand Siley, who was in the sky, also noticed Yi Tian.
The day before yesterday, she was thinking of Yi Tian, so she sent her maid, Xiao Yu, to Luo Xian sect to contact Yi Tian. However, this round trip will take more than 2 days.
Moreover, her relationship with Yi Tian must not be exposed.
So she left the Xianyin sect's mountain gate and went to one of her own villas to wait for Yi Tian's arrival.
However, not long ago, these 3 people suddenly came to us.
Of the 3, one was at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, and the other 2 were at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Rand Siley left the sect with only her trusted confidants by her side. There were no other powerful figures from the Xianyin sect, so she had to fight alone. Fortunately, she is now at the peak of the 8th level of Foundation establishment. With his versatile sonic magic, he still has the strength to fight against the 3 of them.
However, Yi Tian's sudden arrival gave her something to worry about.
Purple bird. Rand Siley held the guqin in her left hand, while her slender, white fingers swept across the strings with her right hand. Whoosh! A burst of sound waves erupted, transforming into an 8-foot-long purple flying bird in the void, which shot towards the 3 of them.
The methods of the Xianyin sect are indeed troublesome.
Among the 3, Chu Li Xiong, who had a scar on his face, spoke first. As he spoke, the 3 joined forces, their magical powers clashing, and in the void, they transformed into a dark green snake, a full 10 feet long.
Boom!
The giant serpent clashed with the purple sparrow, and the sound waves and magical power converged, continuously creating powerful aftershocks. Even from dozens of feet away, the aftershocks spread out, making the group on the ground extremely uncomfortable.
Cough cough.
Such powerful magic.
Those 3 were actually able to fight against Miss?
They must be at least at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Their presence alone can cause my blood and chi to surge.
Where did these 3 people come from, and why did they attack Miss?
The 8 Foundation establishment Stage 1 cultivators outside the carriage were all forced back by the shockwave, and they gritted their teeth and said,
Rand Siley was attacked by 3 people.
As their subordinates, they naturally had to help Rand Siley out of that predicament. But as soon as they took off, they were shaken down by the aftershocks of the magic. The battlefield in the sky was something they couldn't interfere with at all.
I'll go help Miss. At this moment, Autumn could no longer stand it.
With the power of a Foundation establishment level 3 cultivator erupting, she was about to rush out of the carriage to help Rand Siley. Of those present, Yi Tian was only at the 3rd level of chi refining, and she was the only one who could put up a fight.
Don't go.
Just as Qiu was about to leave the carriage, Yi Tian stopped her.
Don't stop me, that's my young lady.
Qiu was grabbed by Yi Tian's hand, and she quickly turned around and glared at him, her eyes bloodshot. She had been by Rand Siley's side since she was a child, and they were as close as sisters. Even if she has to die, she wants to die before Rand Siley.
The weakest of those 3 is at least at the 8th level of Foundation establishment.
Kylie can handle it on her own. Going up there with only a Foundation establishment level 3 is just suicide, and it will only distract Kylie and hold her back.
Yi Tian said in a deep voice. I don't care, even if it means death. Chiu was extremely anxious and couldn't hear Yi Tian's words at all. Without even a second thought, Yi Tian, a mere Qi refining stage 3 cultivator, could discern the cultivation levels of the three people in the sky. Show you, I don't need your help. The only thing you can do now is to take the person away safely. Shoyu broke free from Yi Tian's hand, but Ran Sili's voice suddenly reached the carriage. Her thoughts were the same as Yi Tian's. Rather than sending Shoyu to her death, it's better to protect Yi Tian first. Miss. Autumn rain filled me with doubt. She didn't understand why Ran Sili would care so much about Yi Tian, who was only at the third level of Qi refining. Even when facing an attack from three powerful figures, he still had to be distracted and concerned about Yi Tian's safety. Did you hear that? Yi Tianyi shrugged and said. With Ran Sili giving the order, Shoyu had to obey. Withdraw. Shoyu's eyes were red and swollen. Ignoring Yi Tian, she gave orders to the 8 people outside. Boom! Above the sky, the flying sparrow that Ran Sili had conjured was bitten to pieces by a dark green serpent. Although the dark green snake had become ethereal, it still existed, piercing through the air and lunging towards Ran Sili. You think killing this witch is that easy? Not at all. Ran Sili gave a soft shout, holding the guqin, and unleashed even more sound waves. The sound waves converged and transformed into hundreds of purple feathers, which swirled in the west wind, enveloping Ran Sili's delicate body and heading in the opposite direction from the carriage below. Ta-da! The approaching dark green serpent was bombarded by a large number of feathers, making it appear increasingly illusory. As long as they chase me, Yi Tian will be safe. Surrounded by flying feathers, Ran Sili said softly. Although these three were quite strong, with her methods, escaping would be a piece of cake. These three were not from any force in the southern part of the falling star domain, so they certainly wouldn't dare to linger. This witch is trying to lure us away from our prey? Little did she know, I had already detected her telepathic communication. Chu Lixiong stood in the air, watching Ran Sili walk away, and sneered. Brother, what do we do now? Should we keep chasing them? A Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivator asked. Don't chase them, go kill those ants. Chu Lixiong looked down at the crowd rushing below and said with certainty. He had already realized that Ran Sili was doing it on purpose to lure them away. The carriage below is now Ran Sili's weakness as a witch. Big brother is right. 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivators were flattering Chu Lixiong. You two make your move, I'll save my tricks for dealing with that witch. Chu Lixiong immediately gave the order. Buzz. Upon receiving the order, the 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivators immediately mobilized their powerful magical energy, conjuring 2 5-foot-long snake shadows with wing membranes in the sky. The snake's shadow was incredibly fast. Even someone at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment would face certain death if targeted by 2 snake shadows. Oh no, they've come after Yi Tian. Having already gone far away, Duran Kylie discovered the three's scheme and her expression immediately changed. Yi Tian has a yang gu in his body. If Yi Tian dies, she will definitely be seriously injured. Moreover, Yi Tian's image had already been imprinted in her heart. Moreover, Shoyu was also in the carriage. We have no choice but to fight. Ran Sili changed direction and flew towards the carriage. For Yi Tian and Shoyu's sake, she had no other choice. Miss Chiu, we've been targeted. Outside the carriage, the terrified voices of the crowd could be heard. Faced with that terrifying magic, the 8 of them had no power to resist. As long as Miss is safe and sound, even death would be worthwhile. Seeing this, Shoyu breathed a sigh of relief. No, Miss is back again. The autumn rain, which had been prepared for, was suddenly interrupted by a figure rushing back through the carriage window. Ha ha ha. That carriage was indeed this witch's weakness. Let's join forces. Duan Lixiong burst out laughing and shouted at the other 2. Yes, brother. The 2 responded immediately, their magical power surging forth. The 2 snake shadows flew back from the sky, merging with Duan Lixiong's great magic power, and transformed into a giant python 12 feet long, which pounced on Ran Sili. At this moment, Ran Sili could only gather a head full of purple feathers to cover her delicate body. She was at the peak of the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. If she withstood this attack, she would at most be seriously injured. But Yi Tian and Shoyu couldn't withstand it. Miss. Shoyu's eyes were red and her heart was breaking. She could only vent her emotions on Yi Tian. If it weren't for you, Miss wouldn't have needed to.
But before she could finish speaking, Yi Tian's aura surged wildly, as if by a thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, he had already progressed from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. You. Xiao Yu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as she watched Yi Tian become a blur and disappear into the carriage. Chapter 60, Using the 3-Life Spirit Bell to slay a 9th level Foundation Establishment cultivator. High-level Foundation Establishment? How is that possible? The 8 people outside the carriage were completely dumbfounded when they sensed a fleeting, terrifying aura. Yi Tian, who was at the 3rd level of Qi refining, was actually a powerful expert at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Even those at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment couldn't sense Yi Tian's specific cultivation level. Yi Tian? Foundation Establishment Level 7? Surrounded by purple feathers and holding a guqin, Ran Xili sensed this familiar aura, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Last time, it was in the nest of the soul-eating ants. She knew that Yi Tian was not the useless person he appeared to be, but rather possessed a true cultivation level of the 1st stage of Foundation Establishment. But this has only been less than a month. Yi Tian actually broke through to the early stage of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. What an astonishing breakthrough speed! However, even someone at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment would be unable to withstand a combined attack from 3 individuals at the 8th level or above. It turns out there was a Foundation Establishment Stage 7 hidden inside the carriage. Since that's the case, then let's suppress them together. After a slight start, Duan Lixian lowered his guard. Yi Tian, come in quickly. The dark green snake was almost within reach. Ran Xili spread her purple feathers, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. With Ziyu blocking their way, she and Yi Tian shouldn't be seriously injured. Although Yi Tian couldn't offer much help, he still chose to assist her at this crucial moment. For Ran Xili, that was enough. Xili. Leave it to me now. Yi Tian's voice was firm and resolute as his gaze met Ran Xili's. Before he could finish speaking, in his left hand, a bell of gold and silver had appeared. With a thought, Yi Tian unleashed the power within the bell. Buzz! A burst of dazzling gold and silver light erupted, intertwining and transforming into a 3-zhang-sized gold and silver dome that enveloped Yi Tian and Ran Xili. At that moment, the 2 figures handed over to each other. Yi Tian, holding the white soul spear in his right hand, stopped Ran Xili's slender waist. Ran Xili then stretched out her slender arms and wrapped them around Yi Tian's neck. Yi Tian, what is this? After reuniting with Yi Tian, Ran Xili noticed the dazzling golden and silver light surrounding her. It's too late to explain now, they can't hurt us. Yi Tian held Ran Xili in his arms and said quickly. What he used was naturally the 3-Live Spirit Bell. Although the dark green serpent was a powerful spell cast jointly by 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators at level 8 or above. But it still didn't exceed the scope of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. The restrictions of the 3-Live Spirit Bell were set in motion, and the giant green serpent outside could not harm the 2 of them in the slightest. However, Yi Tian noticed a striking bloodstain on Ran Xili's left shoulder. Ran Xili is injured. We were caught off guard earlier. Noticing Yi Tian's gaze, Ran Xili explained. After all, it was 3 Foundation Establishment level 8 experts working together, and Ran Xili alone could not possibly fight against all 3. Kylie, since they dared to hurt you, they must pay the price. They can't see us. You cooperate with me and attack that 9th level Foundation Establishment cultivator first. Yi Tian looked at Ran Xili with heartache and said in a deep voice. Ran Xili's pretty face, hidden beneath the black veil, revealed a smile. She had always been the one taking care of Yi Tian before, but this time, being protected by Yi Tian seemed to be a good thing. But now is not the time for reminiscing. Inside the golden and silver light barrier, Yi Tian, holding the white soul spear, stood in front of Ran Xili. The magical power of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment was surging and powerful. Your magical power at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment is already comparable to that of the 8th level. Ran Xili gazed at the broad back before her and sighed softly. Purple bird. After she finished speaking, she poured her magic power into the guqin, which once again transformed into a surging sound wave and condensed into the phantom of a flying sparrow. Yi Tian is right. Anyone who dares to hurt her must pay the price. Even if you're not the opponent, you should still make them lose a piece of your flesh. Yi Tian's magical power surged, mobilizing the perfected clear radiance shadow spear technique, preparing for his ultimate strike. Outside the gold and silver shimmering cover,
It was Yi Tian. He used a magical artifact to protect Miss. 8 Foundation Establishment Stage 1 cultivators exclaimed in surprise. They saw with their own eyes that Yi Tian took out something, and then the light shield appeared. I misunderstood him. Xiaoyu then realized how ridiculous her previous actions had been. Brother, it's at least a high-grade second-tier defensive magical artifact. In the sky, a Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivator pointed at the golden and silver light shield and shouted excitedly. Even they don't have such a powerful defensive artifact. If we can manage to snag one, this trip will be incredibly profitable. I'm not blind. No matter what, we can't let them go today. Chu Lisheng's face was etched with greed, and his eyes gleamed with greed. Bang! The dark green serpent, having exhausted its power, exploded in the void, and the golden and silver light shield of the 3 live spirit bell also dissipated. Contrary to the expectations of the 3, 2 of them were not injured. Instead, it continued to exert its terrifying power, wanting to retaliate. Call out! Ran Siley's condensed purple sparrow, carrying hundreds and thousands of feathers, attacked the 3 of them. Stop them! The 3 men's expressions changed slightly, and they frantically tried to defend themselves. Unleashing powerful spells requires consuming a large amount of mana. Otherwise, Ran Siley wouldn't have thought of enduring it just now. But now, it's Chu Lisheng and his 2 companions' turn to take on the challenge. Clang! 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 A barrage of flying feathers struck, impacting the 3's protective magic and leaving numerous wounds on their bodies, leaving them in a very disheveled state. However, it's not enough to seriously injure all 3. Boundless Radiance. However, in front of Ran Siley, Yi Tian, holding the White Soul Spear, had been waiting for this moment. A surge of magical power was poured into the White Soul Spear. The tip of the White Soul Spear burst forth with a 10-foot-long radiance, surrounded by countless streams of light, like a volcanic eruption piercing through the sky. No! Chu Lisheng, who was at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, turned pale upon seeing the shot. He used every means at his disposal, unleashing his magical power to envelop his body. But it was still no use. The fully mastered Qinghui Shadow Spear, under Yi Tian's control, was completely beyond his ability to withstand. The spear pierced through, its tip tearing through the thick magical energy, and plunged into Chu Lisheng's chest, after which a burst of radiance erupted. Boom! The glaring crimson spread, and Chu Lisheng's eyes widened as he slowly lowered his head. His chest was a bloody mess. The heart that should have been beating inside had turned into filthy blood, scattering from the air. My elder brother is dead. Having witnessed Chu Lisheng being killed by Yi Tian with a single shot, the 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 8 members of the Chu family were terrified and completely lost their composure. Escape! Without hesitation, the 2 turned and fled. Chase! Yi Tian, filled with murderous intent, grabbed Ran Siley's hand and chased after them together. The match, originally 3 against 1, became 2 against 2, and the 2 teams gained the upper hand. Ran Siley stared at Yi Tian's profile with her beautiful eyes, her brows and eyes full of smiles. Ran Siley's favorability plus 10. Yi Tian ignored the system notification. All he wanted to do now was help Ran Siley avenge herself. Miss and the others have caught up. Miss Chiu, what should we do? Seeing the 4 people in the sky turn into 4 black dots, the 8 Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivators were at a loss. Wait for Miss and the others to come back. The autumn rain returned. Given their strength, they definitely can't catch up with the 4 of them, so they might as well wait where they are. However, Xiaoyu became increasingly curious about how Yi Tian and Ran Siley met and what their relationship was. Chapter 61, Annihilation, Healing. Which, if you continue to pursue me so relentlessly, my Chu family will never let your Xianin sect go. The 2 injured Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivators uttered harsh threats. Ridiculous. Do you think the Chu family will let this go so easily if we let you go? Ran Siley chuckled lightly, not believing their explanations at all. If it were just her alone, she probably wouldn't waste her time. But with Yi Tian added, things are different. She must kill these 2 people today. Call out. She brushed her delicate hand across the zither, and the sound waves burst forth, transforming into purple feathers that swiftly caught up with the 2. A glimmer of light. Point the star. Yi Tian then unleashed his spear technique once more, combining 2 deadly moves into one. He thrust his spear in 9 consecutive thrusts, the 9 dazzling spear beams merging into a white incandescent starlight, pointing towards the back of a Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivator. Sizzle!
The sound of flesh tearing apart rang out, and the Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivator met his end.
You have no way to keep me here now. The last person took this opportunity to quickly create distance.
At the same time, he used magic to condense his magical power into a 7-foot-long snake shadow, which attacked Yi Tian.
Yi Tian! Ran Siley exclaimed in surprise and quickly made a move to try and block the snake shadow. She didn't want to see Yi Tian get hurt, rather than kill one more person. Kylie, don't worry about me, you kill that person. Yi Tian, however, declined Ran Siley's offer.
With a flick of his right hand, the white soul spear vanished, and he produced a long sword.
Buzz! The longsword swept across the room without any pattern, but the attacking snake shadows instantly dimmed and were finally annihilated by a single strike.
The 100 refined sword, upgraded to the second tier, can reduce the enemy's mana by 50%.
This attack posed no threat to Yi Tian whatsoever. Good.
Seeing that Yi Tian was unharmed, Ran Siley's eyes were filled with killing intent.
Whoosh!
The guqin in his arms emitted a series of sounds, which, though their nature was unknown, traveled through time to the ears of the last person.
Ah! I don't want to die.
The last person covered his ears, bleeding from all 7 orifices, but in the end, his head exploded, turning him into a headless corpse.
It's solved. Ran Siley's body went limp, and her mind relaxed.
The spell to kill the last person consumed a great deal of her magical power.
If Yi Tian weren't around, she would only use it in a life or death situation. Let's find a place to heal first.
Seeing Ran Siley's already fair face now completely devoid of color, Yi Tian felt an immense pang of heartache.
Remove their storage bags first, there's a cave down here.
Leaning against Yi Tian's chest, Ran Siley said softly. Yi Tian quickly retrieved the storage bags from the two of them and, with Ran Siley in tow, found a hidden cave in the icy snow below. This place is near the burial ancient ice cave, and it is extremely cold.
Yi Tian could only use his own magic power to block out the bone-chilling cold. Ran Siley lay quietly in Yi Tian's arms and reached out to remove the black veil from her face.
Her stunningly beautiful face was revealed to Yi Tian. It was breathtakingly beautiful and captivating.
I don't have any healing powder.
Yi Tian was amazed, but he was more concerned about Ran Siley's injuries.
I have. Ran Siley smiled and took out 4 jade bottles from her storage bag. Let me apply the medicine for you. Yi Tian took the jade bottle and carefully sat down behind Ran Siley. Ran Siley was injured on her left shoulder.
Although the injury was not serious, it looked extremely gruesome compared to her fair skin. It's like a flawless jade figure that has developed a defect. It's not convenient to apply the medicine powder. Now you need to take off the dress on your shoulders. Yi Tian paused for a moment before speaking.
You help me.
Ran Siley, with her back to Yi Tian, replied. Yi Tian then reached out and placed his hand in front of Ran Siley, finding the front of her dress.
Etc.
Ran Siley suddenly said something, and then untied the purple silk ribbon around her waist. The originally form-fitting purple fairy dress suddenly loosened. With just a gentle touch, Yi Tian made the soft fabric slide off like water, but to him, Ran Siley's skin felt even smoother. With such a beautiful woman in front of him, Yi Tian was completely unguarded, and his mouth went dry. But she still took out some water from her storage bag and helped Ran Siley wipe away the bloodstains. Then, gently sprinkle on the medicine powder, and the wound heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half an hour, only a patch of skin with a reddish tinge remained, with no trace of the previous wound. After helping Ran Siley change into a new outer dress, Yi Tian put his arm around Ran Siley's waist and asked, Kylie, do you know the origins of those 3 people? Mentioning those 3 people, Ran Siley's eyes turned cold as she replied. Those 3 people are from the Chu family in the central part of the Falling Star domain. The Chu family is a family of cultivators with immense power, even more profound than the fallen immortals sect you belong to. This time, it must be because of the strange changes in the burial ancient ice cave that we have arrived. Before Yi Tian arrived, she had overheard the 3 of them talking about their past. She also had some understanding of the powerful forces in the Falling Star domain.
And why did they come looking for us? Yi Tian pressed for an answer. It's all because of you that I secretly left the sect and waited at the villa. These 3 people seem to have been lured here. After discovering my manner, they started fighting with me. Not only was the villa destroyed, but I was also chased to the frozen lake. Ran Siley rolled her eyes at Yi Tian and replied. It is indeed my fault, and I was late. Yi Tian held Ran Siley's delicate hand and took the responsibility upon himself.
If it weren't for him, Rand Siley wouldn't have been in danger.
You've got a sweet tongue, but is your cultivation all due to that hidden sword secret technique? Rand Siley smiled and asked in a sweet voice. She didn't blame Yi Tian at all, on the contrary, she was extremely happy. If it weren't for Yi Tian, she wouldn't have been able to deal with those three people today. Yes, I had an epiphany more than half a month ago, and my marksmanship improved rapidly. As a result, my cultivation level has also increased significantly. Yi Tian replied. Even Rand Siley couldn't say anything about the system's issues, she could only attribute it to the secret technique. This is your opportunity. Rand Siley nodded, without saying anything more.
In less than half a month, Yi Tian's marksmanship and cultivation level had greatly improved.
There must have been a significant opportunity.
The fact that you were being hunted down is probably related to Duan Xinglin.
After exchanging a few jokes, Yi Tian guessed. It should be him. Last time we returned to the clan, I had my father strip him of his power.
He can only stay within the sect, but I didn't expect that even so, he could still cause trouble. However, this time there is no evidence, and we will need some methods to deal with him.
Rand Siley squinted and said in a low voice.
She is the daughter of the Xianyin sect master.
Duan Xinglin has dared to plot against her in secret time and time again, and she will not show any mercy. However, Duan Xinglin is from another faction within the Xianyin sect. If Duan Xinglin were killed directly, the Xianyin sect would definitely fall into internal strife.
Speaking of Duan Xinglin, Yi Tian thought of Zhao Rong again. He now has enough power, and the day he settles his score with Zhao Rong is getting closer and closer.
Open these 2 storage bags and take a look.
With a wave of her hand, Rand Siley used her magic to roll the 2 storage bags into her hands. These are storage bags left behind by 2 individuals from the Chu family, both at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment.
Chapter 62, Wishes Fulfilled, Lin Yingshua's Crisis.
The 2 storage bags contained a large amount of spiritual materials, pills, and spirit stones.
There are even second-tier spiritual artifacts.
The resources in this storage bag are worth at least 15,000 spirit stones. After examining the 2 storage bags, Rand Siley and Yi Tian learned the value of the resources inside.
He is at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, extremely close to the core formation realm. For Yi Tian in the past, they were an unattainable existence.
If it weren't for his sudden surge in strength, coupled with Rand Siley's help, he wouldn't have been able to kill these 2 Foundation Establishment level 8 cultivators.
Take these 2 storage bags. Rand Siley handed 2 storage bags to Yi Tian. She knew that Yi Tian needed resources more.
I want spirit stones, and some pills that I can use. Otherwise, I won't be able to use those spiritual materials, and second-tier spiritual artifacts would easily expose my strength.
Yi Tian said, holding the storage bag.
Rand Siley did not refuse, and in the end Yi Tian took the resources worth 8,000 spirit stones, which could be used directly. The remaining spiritual materials and second-tier spiritual artifacts can be exchanged for resources through the Xianyin sect's channels.
At least I was able to help you, Yi Tian said, rubbing Rand Siley's hand.
Of the 4 beauties, he owed Rand Siley the most.
Who needs your help? Rand Siley's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled and asked in return.
Also, you asked me today how I withstood the attacks of those 3 people, it was actually because of this.
Yi Tian took out the dim 3 live spirit bell from his storage bag. There are 3 live spirit bells in total.
One of them has already been given to Lin Yingxue. What he is taking out now is his main bell.
He thought he wouldn't need it.
As a result, it came in handy today. If it weren't for the 3 life spirit bell, the 2 of them would definitely have been injured, and they wouldn't have been a match for those 3.
A second-tier top-grade spiritual weapon?
Upon seeing the exquisite gold and silver bell, Rand Siley immediately reached out and took it. Although she is the daughter of the Xianyin sect master, the resources she can obtain are very limited.
After all, the Xianyin sect is a demonic sect, and the entire sect has nothing to offer, so how could she possibly obtain it? The only thing she possessed was that ancient zither, a top-grade second-tier spiritual artifact.
This defensive magical artifact is even more precious than her ancient zither. There isn't a single one like it in the entire Xianyin sect. Rand Siley played with the 3 live spirit bell, which was covered with restrictions and had intricate patterns. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and she couldn't help but say,
"Could you give it to me?"
But she regretted it as soon as she said it. In the Xianyin sect, her father and the elders doted on her and gave her any treasures they had.
But Yi Tian is different, and this bell is extremely precious. even she wouldn't be willing to give it away. I was just saying, it's a good treasure. Ran Siley returned the 3 live spirit bell to Yi. Seeing Ran Siley's mischievous and clever appearance, Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He came today to deliver the bell. This one won't do. Yi held the main bell, then with a clench of his right hand, another 3 live spirit bell appeared and was handed to Ran Siley. This one is for you. 2 bells? Ran Siley stared in disbelief as she took the second 3 live spirit bell from Yi hand. The 2 3 live spirit bells were almost identical, but Yi bell had already been used once and appeared somewhat dull. The one in Ran Siley's hand, however, was glittering with gold and even more exquisite and delicate. Ran Siley couldn't take her eyes off her after just one glance. It is called the 3 live spirit bell. You saw it today. It can withstand one full force attack from someone below the 9th level of Foundation establishment. However, it takes 10 days after each use before it can be used again. Also, with this 3 live spirit bell, I will be able to sense your approximate location no matter how far away you are. Yi smiled and explained the function of the 3 live spirit bell. They actually gave me one? Ran Siley held the 3 live spirit bell in both hands, listening to Yi story with a heart full of joy. Ran Siley's favorability +5. The system notification appeared, indicating that Ran Siley's current favorability rating has increased to 55 points, only 5 points away from 60 points. Having obtained the 3 live spirit bell, Ran Siley liked it more and more the more she looked at it. She regretted asking for it first, but unexpectedly, Yi gave her a big surprise. Leaning against Yi chest, the two were very close. They could even sense the aura of the yin-yang love goo within each other's bodies. Put it on my wrist. Ran Siley turned around, took out a purple silk rope, stretched out her fair wrist, and said with a big smile. Yi took it, and the silk rope passed through the 3 live spirit bell and tied it to Ran Siley's fair wrist. All right. After the knot was fastened, before Yi could react, Ran Siley in his arms suddenly pushed against his chest, knocking him to the ground. Then, she took out a formation plate and sealed off everything inside the cave, and then reached out and took off the hairpin from her head. The smooth, jet black-blue hue cascaded down like a waterfall. Under the glow of the luminous pearl, Ran Siley looked unreal, like a fairy from a dream. Rainbow glass. Yi guessed what was about to happen and called out with difficulty. Lie down properly for me. Ran Siley squinted her eyes, pointed with her right hand, and the already loose purple fairy dress slipped down just as Yi remembered. All I can say is that a witch is a witch she dares to love and hate. Considerate interest on the love potion. Listening to the pleasant ringtone in his ears, Yi thought to himself. Because of the love goo, even his Taoist partner Su Yenran could only look at him but not touch him. However, it had no effect on the two people who had planted the yin and yang goo respectively. On the contrary, it made them even more harmonious. Looking at Ran Siley's mesmerizing face with a beauty score of 99, Yi finally got his wish. Buried in the ancient ice cave. At a cracked glacier crevice, a glacier river converges once more, and the cascading water creates a deafening roar. Lin Yingxue, dressed in a red dress, stood on the edge of the crevice. Before her stood Zhao Rong, whose face was covered by an iron mask. Junior sister Lin, stop struggling. You have no Taoist partner. Young Master Chu has taken a liking to you, why refuse him? If you agree, it will benefit you, me, and the fallen immortal sect. Zhao Rong stared at Lin Yingxue and smiled sinisterly. Get out. Go if you want, people like you deserve to die a horrible death. Lin Yingxue's face was pale, and she was already above the rift. She had originally come to the burial ancient ice cave with the others from the fallen immortal sect. But then they encountered Zhao Rong, and surprisingly, Zhao Rong became the Chu family's guide. The Luoxian sect and the Chu family know each other, but they don't have much contact. So the two sides only made a brief encounter. However, the young master of the Chu family took a liking to her beauty and publicly proposed to take her back to the Chu family. Lin Yingxue had always been indifferent to men, so naturally she wouldn't agree. The young master of the Chu family did not openly make any demands. However, later, when the Luoxian sect went deep into the burial ancient ice cave and split up, they sent Zhao Rong to bring her back. Lin Yingxue's two senior sisters who were traveling with her had already died at the hands of Zhao Rong. She was left alone, facing off against Zhao Rong. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have come. Lin Yingxue smiled sadly, and 2 lines of clear tears fell. She should have realized that Zhao Rong, unable to deal with Yi and Su Yenran, would definitely target her. Junior sister Lin, you'd better stop struggling.
Zhao Rong sneered, gathering the magic power of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment in his right hand.
Even if you die, you won't succeed. Desperate, Lin Yingxue gritted her teeth and charged headlong into the icy waterfall. Chapter 63, Falling into the Ice River, heading to the ancient burial ice cave. Not good.
Zhao Rong shouted loudly, his face extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Lin Yingxue to be so resolute. That glacier was extremely special, although it was still flowing, it was even colder than ice.
Come back here.
Zhao Rong, having reached the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, channeled his magical power, which transformed into a 6-foot-long lion's claw, reaching out to grab Lin Yingxue from afar. He still needed to rely on Lin Yingxue to curry favor with Chu Ning, the young master from the Chu family. But he was still a step too slow.
Thump!
Lin Yingxue, dressed in a fiery red dress, was swept away by the icy river and became nothing more than a splash of water. Zhao Rong was still not giving up, and with one of his lion claws, he reached for the icy river. But in just a moment, the lion's claws were frozen and then shattered. He quickly flew over the glacier and looked down. The dark glacial fissures, like bottomless abysses, seemed poised to devour everything. The icy river rushed downstream relentlessly, and Lin Yingxue's figure could no longer be seen.
Where are they?
Zhao Rong scanned the area with his divine sense, and at the same time, he condensed another lion claw and grabbed at the icy river.
Wow!
Water splashed, the lion's claw shattered again, and a chill even swept towards him. He quickly severed this magical force.
This glacier is terrifying. Without the cultivation of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, one cannot even touch this river. Lin Yingxue, a Foundation Establishment Stage 2 cultivator, would surely die if she fell into this place.
I'm afraid she wouldn't even be able to leave behind a complete corpse.
What a pity. A beauty whose looks were no less than Su Yanran's, yet she ended up like this.
Zhao Rong said with some regret that he would not try again. Even in the Luo Xian sect, where beauties abound, Lin Yingxue is enough to stand out among all the women.
Su Yanran's choice of Yi Tian broke the hearts of countless male disciples.
But they still have hope, namely Lin Yingxue, because she has not yet chosen a Taoist partner.
Little did they know that this stunning beauty had already passed away. It's better to be dead. That way, no one will know that I was here.
It's just that it's not easy to explain to young Master Chu Ning. Zhao Rong took one last look, then turned and left.
At this time, beneath the glacier, a hidden golden and silver light shone. Senior sister, and Yi Tian.
Lin Yingxue fell into the icy river, closed her eyes, and saw two figures deep in her heart.
Su Yanran's is the clearest. But another man's face forcefully entered her heart. She didn't know when it happened, but she couldn't forget Yi Tian. But when a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. You can't take anything with you when you die. It's all over.
Lin Yingxue smiled with relief and opened her eyes again, but the scene in front of her made her whiten her beautiful eyes.
This is.
Instead of a frigid icy river, she was enveloped in a golden and silver light shield 3 zhang in diameter. She then discovered that the 3-life spirit bell on her wrist was now covered in numerous restrictions.
It's the 3-life spirit bell, Yi Tian.
Lin Yingxue recalled what Yi Tian said when he handed her the 3-life spirit bell. Even though Yi Tian Yuan was in the Luoxian sect, he still saved her life. A tear slid down from the corner of her eye, but before it could fall into the air, it was swallowed by the cold and turned into an ice bead.
Consider it a debt I owe you, but I can only repay it in the next life.
Lin Yingxue muttered to herself, lost in thought. This golden and silver protective shield can temporarily save her life. But the outside world was covered by icy river water, and her magic would be frozen as soon as it extended outwards. She could only continue to fall with the glacier. Moreover, at this moment, the light shield had begun to dim and would soon dissipate. She remained unchanged, unable to escape death.
There's an ice cave.
Just as the light shield was about to dissipate, Lin Yingxue suddenly discovered a human-sized ice cave on the glacier to the side. Without a second thought, Lin Yingxue used all her magical power to activate the light barrier.
Finally, before the light shield disappeared, she fell into the ice cave. Outside Xianin's sect. Inside a hidden cave. With bright eyes and white teeth, Ran Sili squinted and leaned lazily against Yi Tian's chest.
Yi Tian held her slender waist, his fingers caressing her smooth, delicate skin, feeling utterly satisfied.
Last time, in the thatched hut on Zai Peak, Yi Tian was passive.
The whole process felt rushed and superficial. I didn't get a chance to fully appreciate its beauty. But today, their relationship blossomed naturally. Although Yi Tian was initially in a passive position, he ultimately succeeded in turning the tables and taking the initiative. This mischievous and stunningly beautiful witch transformed into a charming and alluring little fox in his arms, allowing him to make up for his previous regrets.
The torment caused by the Yanggu poison has completely vanished.
It was all worth it to remain steadfast and unmoved these past few days.
Kylie, how about I come to see you every month from now on?
Yi Tian stroked Ran Xili's soft hair and whispered in her ear.
Since I'm fairly satisfied with it, I agree.
Ran Xili shook the bell on her fair wrist and answered groggily. Today's battle against 3 powerful members of the Chu family not only consumed a large amount of my magical power, but also significantly depleted my spiritual energy. Having taken the initiative earlier, she was now so exhausted that she couldn't even lift her fingers.
Don't speak, Ran Xili said softly and then fell asleep.
Yi Tian did not disturb her, but took his outer robe and covered the two of them with it.
It was late at night, but Yi Tian was not sleepy.
He continued to use his divine sense to cover the entire cave. If anything unexpected happens, he will be able to react immediately. However, no one came to disturb them that night. Just as dawn was approaching, Yi Tian felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if he had been hit by a hammer. It is the 3 Lives Spirit Bell. Yi Tian opened his eyes and immediately realized what was happening. At this moment, the main bell in his storage bag flickered on and off, like a candle flame about to go out.
There are 3 life spirit bells in total.
Yi Tian's main bell can sense the status of the 2 branch bells, and he will know if they encounter danger. Now, a minute's bell is right in front of me.
The only one who would encounter danger is Lin Yingxue. Wasn't Yingxue with the Luoxian sex forces? How come she's suddenly in danger? Yi Tian was puzzled.
But now that he had sensed something, he couldn't just sit idly by. Lin Yingxue is only at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. If she encounters a crisis that triggers the 3 Lives Spirit Bell, she will definitely be in extreme danger. Yi Tian was anxious, but he was holding Ran Xili in his arms, so he couldn't move at this moment. At this moment, Ran Xili, who was in his arms, suddenly let out a soft moan and woke up.
Xili, you're so heavy. Yi Tian said something.
Ran Xili raised her head instantly, her eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. She was in a good mood before, but now things are different.
I mean, you mean a lot to me, Yi Tian said with a smile. Glib tongue.
But Ran Xili, carrying a fragrant breeze, flashed by and changed into a new dress, concealing her slender figure.
Now that you've seen them, you should go back.
Ran Xili tucked her hair back and said calmly.
It can't be that heartless, can it?
Yi Tian, still dressed, said softly, but this is exactly what I want. Ran Xili's favorability rating has increased to 59 points, just 1 point away from being bound together. If he stays a little longer, he should be able to reach 60 points.
But for Lin Yingxue, who was in the ancient burial ice cave, this was the only way. I'll come see you again next time.
Yi Tian walked over, hugged Ran Xili, left a message, and departed from the cave. Ran Xili didn't speak, but just played with the 3 Lives Spirit Bell in her hand, watching Yi Tian leave. Actually, she was somewhat reluctant to part with him, but given her personality, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask Yi Tian to stay.
Chapter 64, Lin Yingxue in despair, Su Yanran emerges from seclusion. Buried in the ancient ice cave. Beneath the glacial crevasses. It's so cold.
Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Yingxue wrapped herself in a fiery red sable fur coat, curling up inside, yet her body was already chilled to the bone.
The ancient ice cave is like that, its biting cold cannot be blocked by clothing.
Lin Yingxue, who avoided a tragic end, has only found herself in another desperate situation.
Wow!
Looking out from the ice cave, one can see the glacial water rushing down. Lin Yingxue had tried it with her strength. Once she left the ice cave, she would instantly turn into an ice corpse and be swept to the bottom of the glacier crevice. But even inside the ice cave, death is not far off. I had already spent a day at the burial ancient ice cave. Starting from now, in 2 days my magic will be frozen. Lin Yingxue calculated in her mind, closing her eyes to reduce the loss of magical power.
Here, once her magic is frozen, it means her death. The only good news is that she can live for 2 more days.
Moreover, they were able to leave behind a complete corpse. If, after hundreds or thousands of years, the glacier continues to crack, perhaps someone will be able to find her body and witness her stunning beauty. But now, she is in despair. Even someone at the core formation stage wouldn't be able to find me in 2 days. Moreover, it will take most of a day for the news to reach the fallen immortal sect. I will never see my senior sister or Yi Tian again in this life."
Lin Yingxue was in deep despair, and even her long eyelashes were covered with frost.
Of all her belongings, only the 3 live spirit bell hanging on her wrist could bring her a sliver of comfort.
Fallen immortal sect.
Inside the main peak of the inner sect, there is a cave dwelling shrouded in spiritual mist and shrouded in colorful clouds, resembling a fairyland. The protective barrier shimmered, and the spiritual energy from the underground veins flowed continuously into the cave. In a secluded chamber, the incomparably beautiful Su Yenran is immersed in a clear pool of water. The pool water, imbued with a sense of ethereal beauty, conceals all that is beautiful, allowing only a glimpse of her rounded and shapely shoulders.
Wow!
Suddenly, within the secret chamber, spiritual energy swirled, and a powerful surge of magical energy erupted.
6th level of foundation building. Su Yenran opened her clear eyes.
Amidst the misty air, a pale white veil had already draped over her body. These past few days, she has been using the ant royal jelly that Yi Tian gave her. Although this royal jelly contains spiritual essence, it cannot be ingested, it can only be added to water for bathing. Today, the pool of medicinal liquid has become crystal clear.
The spiritual essence within was completely transformed into Su Yenran's cultivation level.
Using her magic to shake off the water droplets, Su Yenran took out a lake blue dress and changed into it. Having confided in Yi Lang for so long, it's time to get married. Cultivating together here will also allow Yi Tian's cultivation level to improve rapidly. Su Yenran dressed neatly, looked around the secret room. Yi Tian's image floated into her mind, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. This secret chamber has never been visited even by her master, the sect leader of the fallen immortal sect, since its inception. Apart from her, only Yi Tian in the entire world has this qualification.
Go see Yi Lang in Yingshui. After disabling all the restrictions, Su Yenran left the secret room.
Despite thinking of Yi Tian, Su Yenran went to Lin Yingshue's cave immediately. The 2 cave dwellings were not far apart. Lin Yingxue, this junior sister, had gone to great lengths for Yi Tian, and Su Yenran could not let her junior sister feel disheartened.
"I am looking for my junior sister." Su Yenran landed gracefully and spoke to the maid outside Lin Yingshue's cave. Reporting to Saintess Su, senior sister Lin has gone to the burial ancient ice cave. The maid bowed respectfully and replied, "The ancient ice cave? Why go there all of a sudden?" Su Yenran frowned. She knew all too well the dangers of the burial ancient ice cave. "Saintess Su, there is an unusual phenomenon at the ancient ice cave, and it is suspected that ancient ruins have appeared. This trip is led by senior brother Xiaofan from the inner sect, so Saintess Su need not worry too much." The maid answered. "Xiaofan is leading the team? Yingxue should be safe and sound."
Upon hearing who would lead the team, Su Yenran felt somewhat relieved.
"If Yingxue returns, let me know immediately."
Su Yenran said something, then rode the cloud again and headed to the outer gate. Lin Yingxue is not in the sect, but Yi Tian should be. But when she actually arrived at the courtyard, a quick scan with her divine sense revealed that the courtyard was empty, with only the aura of Shin Tao and seclusion in the outer courtyard fluctuating.
"Yi Lang isn't here either?"
Su Yenran frowned, a sense of unease rising in her heart.
What exactly is going on? Su Yenran was concerned and wanted to ask Shin Tao about Yi Tian's whereabouts.
But at that moment, she saw Lu Xiao standing outside the courtyard. She was still wearing a loose gray-white dress, and her pretty face, free of makeup, had a pair of eyes gazing into the courtyard.
Junior sister Lu. Su Yenran remembered Lu Xiao and landed in front of her. Saintess Su. Lu Xiao gave a slight bow. No need for formalities. Do you know where Yi Lang has gone? Su Yenran asked the question directly. My senior brother accepted a mission and left the sect. Lu Xiao replied. She guessed that Yi Tian was going to see another woman who had been infected with a love potion. But she had to keep Yi Tian's secret, so naturally she couldn't tell him. Yi Lang has also left the sect? Upon hearing this, Su Yenran felt dizzy. It had already been agreed that Yi Tian would not need to take on any missions, and would only need to hand over 50 spirit stones each month. As a result, Yi Tian accepted another mission. At this moment, Su Yenran felt her mind was in complete turmoil. Senior sister Su, senior brother Xiaofan has sent word that senior sister Yingxue has gone missing. On the horizon, an inner sect female disciple rushed over and said to Su Yenran. What? Su Yanran felt a sudden darkness engulf her, as if the sky had collapsed. So many things happened during just one seclusion. Junior sister Lu, it's inconvenient for me to stay any longer. See you next time. Su Yanran said something to Lu Xiao and left immediately. Lu Xiao shook her head and returned to her courtyard. With Yi Tian away, she would only visit him once a day in the morning and otherwise stay in her own courtyard. They returned to the main peak of the inner sect of the fallen immortal sect. Su Yanran already knows about Lin Yingshue's situation. She was in the ancient burial ice cave, searching for traces of the ruins with 2 female disciples at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. The 2 female disciples died tragically, while Lin Yingxue completely disappeared. My 2 junior sisters died tragically. Upon receiving the news, Su Yanran turned deathly pale. Of the 3 traveling together, 2 died tragically, and the probability of Lin Yingxue surviving was extremely slim. No, I need to ask my master for help. Su Yanran rushed to the main hall where her master was. Inside the magnificent main hall of the sect, Lu Yuqing, the sect leader of the Luoxian sect, dressed in a luxurious silver white gown and with a dignified expression, sat high in the main seat. Master! Su Yanran flew into the main hall and bowed to Lu Yuqing. Yanran, why are you so rash? Lu Yuqing looked at his last disciple and asked. Yingxue has gone missing in the ancient burial ice cave. Please, master, lead your disciple there to search for Yingxue. Su Yanran pleaded. Yingxue has disappeared? How could Xiao Fan be so careless? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqing's face showed displeasure. Today, only you and I, master and disciple, can go to the ancient burial ice cave. With that, Lu Yuqing waved his sleeve, and the terrifying aura of a high-level core formation realm expert swept out, taking Su Yanran with him and making her disappear. Chapter 65, Beneath the Glacier, Arrival. Faster, faster. Yi Tian pushed his foundation establishment level 7 magic power to its limit. The aura emanating from the 3 live spirit bell was already extremely weak. He didn't know Lin Yingshue's current situation, nor did he know if he could save her. But he must do his best. Since meeting Lin Yingxue, although she has said she looks down on Yi Tian, she has actually been secretly helping him. Who wouldn't like a woman like that? It was only because of Su Yanran that Yi Tian had never been completely honest with Lin Yingxue. But at this moment, knowing that Lin Yingxue was in dire straits, Yi Tian realized that he had already reserved a place for Lin Yingxue in his heart. By continuously consuming pills, Yi Tian's speed had exceeded its limit. If it weren't for his pure magical power, his body would have already given out. It crossed the boundary of the ancient ice cave. The vast snowfield filled his vision. If it were anyone else, they would probably have lost their way, but he had the 3 live spirit bell, which guided him roughly in the right direction. Buried in the ancient ice cave. The headquarters of the Luoxian sect. Xiao Fan, dressed in black and with an ordinary appearance, was standing in a wooden house. Where did junior sister Lin go? Xiao Fan stood in the wooden house, gazing into the distance. But he himself cannot leave. Because this place, besides the Luoxian sect, also has the Qing Yuan sect and the Tsang Yun Sword Pavilion. And above, suspended in the sky, is the ceremonial carriage from the Chu family in the central part of the Falling Star domain. The 4 major powers are all waiting for a relic ahead to open. Lin Yingxue is important, but for Xiao Fan, the ruins cannot be lost either. Xu Jiayi was in the carriage. Zhao Rong, wearing an iron mask, stood respectfully before a richly dressed man. This man is Chu Ning, the young master of the Chu family. The 3 elders who went to quell the witch of the Xianin sect have disappeared without a trace. The person I asked you to find also died in the icy river. Tell me, what use do I have for you? Xu Ning's gaze was icy as he shouted a question. Young Master Ning, it is my fault for not handling this matter well. Zhao Rong immediately bowed down. The young Master Chu before us holds a high position and wields great power, and is always protected by 2 mid-stage core formation realm experts. It is said that his father was a powerful expert at the Golden Core stage. Zhao Rong is someone you can't afford to offend. Young Master Ning, my Luoxian sect is filled with beauties. Besides Lin Yingxue, there are other stunning beauties. As long as young Master Ning trusts me, I will definitely be able to find a beauty for you who is no less beautiful than Lin Yingxue. Zhao Rong said with a fawning expression. I'll trust you this once, now get lost. Xu Ning waved his hand impatiently and said. Yes. Zhao Rong quickly withdrew. That bitch Lin Yingxue actually ruined my plans. However, the news should have reached the fallen immortal sect by now. If Su Yenran comes out of seclusion, she will definitely come in person. At that time, we will use her to replace Lin Yingxue. After leaving Chu Ning's pavilion, Zhao Rong grinned maliciously. Since the last time, his arm was broken by Ran Xili. He vowed to take revenge on Ran Xili and Yi Tian at all costs. As for Su Yenran and Lin Yingxue, it's their own fault for having ambiguous relationships with Yi Tian. In the glacier, Yi Tian braved the wind and snow to move forward. Fortunately, the Xianin sect is not far from the burial ancient ice cave. If I were still in the fallen immortal sect, it would take me a day and a half just to travel. Yi Tian thought to himself with relief. According to the Three Lives Spirit Bell, he is now less than 200 miles away from Lin Yingxue's location, which is very close. The chill in the air grew stronger. It was a complete wasteland. If I had known, I would have stopped Yingxue. Yi Tian looked around and muttered to himself. This place is far too dangerous. Bang! He crossed a glacial rift valley, where the snow in front of him suddenly burst open. It was a strange beast with 4 legs, whose head and tail were indistinguishable. It was about 6 feet long, and its entire body was like ice crystals, appearing semi-transparent. Previously hidden beneath the ice and snow, it seemed to have sensed Yi Tian's presence before revealing itself. Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged, and the white soul spear was already in his hand. Today, no one can stop him. This strange beast moved very quickly, climbing the glacier as if it were flat ground, and rapidly approached Yi Tian. A glimmer of light. Yi Tian channeled his magical power into his spear, the tip piercing through the wind and snow, and striking the strange beast. When? This powerful shot only managed to create a small opening in the beast's body. Yi Tian had no choice but to thrust out his spear again to finally shred the beast's body. This strange beast is comparable to the second level of Foundation Establishment. Even a typical Foundation Establishment Level 3 cultivator would be difficult to deal with. Yi Tian determined the strength of this strange beast. After dealing with the strange beast, Yi Tian continued on his way. During his journey of 200 miles, he encountered 4 more strange beasts hidden under the snow, all of which he killed. Finally, he arrived at a glacial crevasse. Splash! The glacial waters flowed ceaselessly, exuding a bone-chilling cold that even Yi Tian's magical power could not withstand. Yingxue is right here beneath this glacier. Yi Tian held the main bell of the Three Lives Spirit Bell, and his senses were very clear. He remembered what Lin Yingxue had said. If you stay in the ancient ice cave during the Foundation Establishment stage for 3 days, your magical power will be frozen. It has taken him more than 3 hours to get here. There was no trace of anyone else around. If it weren't for the Three Life Spirit Bell, Lin Yingxue would have surely died. Having determined his location, Yi Tian immediately flew downwards. During the flight, he also had to carefully avoid the splashing glacial water. It was just a drop that landed on the back of his hand. On that patch of skin, ice crystals formed. With Yingxue's strength, she would probably die without a doubt in this icy river. Yi Tian's mood was extremely heavy. The Three Life Spirit Bell can sense each other's location, but it cannot confirm whether Lin Yingxue is alive or dead. But now that we're here, we need to see them alive or dead. Avoiding the glacial water, Yi Tian slowly searched for Lin Yingxue's whereabouts in the cracks. Using the Three Lives Spirit Bell as a sensory aid, Yi Tian continuously narrowed down the search area. Finally, it was determined that the area was less than 3 zhang in diameter. This place is a full 20 feet above the surface of the glacier, and it is completely dark all around. This is it. Yi Tian gripped his spear, his gaze unwavering. Boundless radiance. The magical power of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment was poured into the white soul spear. A 10-foot-long spear beam extended from the tip of the spear, its white light surrounding it dispelling the darkness. Boom! Then, Yi Tian thrust his spear into the icy river, unleashing his magical power. The icy water splashed everywhere, and a booming sound echoed within the cracks. But this attack was not enough to sever the glacier. It simply blocked the glacial water to one side. Through the remaining glacial water, Yi Tian saw a blurry red figure. It's Yingxue. Upon finally seeing Lin Yingxue, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Is anyone there? Lin Yingxue, her body stiff, opened her eyes, brushed the frost off her eyelashes, and looked out of the ice cave, where there was a faint light. How could anyone possibly find this place? After waiting a moment, Lin Yingxue smiled sadly again, taking it all as her own illusion. Boom!
But the next moment, a clear roaring sound came again.
Chapter 66, Through Wind and Snow, Lin Ningshua's heart is poured out. Is someone really there? This marksmanship, could it be Yi Tian?
Lin Ningxue looked incredulous and guessed.
Yi Tian, is that you?
To verify her guess, Lin Ningxue shouted loudly. But beneath the glacier, magical power and divine consciousness are frozen, and sound is washed away to an extremely faint level.
It's me. Yi Tian heard the faint sound and quickly responded.
The fact that she can still speak means that Lin Ningxue is still alive.
It really is Yi Tian. Hearing Yi Tian's voice again, Lin Ningxue was overwhelmed with excitement. Tears welled up and froze into ice beads.
Lin Ningxue covered her lips, her eyes red. At her most desperate moment, Yi Tian appeared like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, traveling tens of thousands of miles from the Luoxian sect to arrive here. She would never have believed it was true if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes.
Yi Tian. As Lin Ningxue murmured Yi Tian's name, hope surged within her once more.
At this moment, Yi Tian's figure occupied her heart, and even her senior sister Su Yanran was not as good as Yi Tian.
Lin Ningxue's favorability +10. A notification appeared, but Yi Tian ignored it.
This glacier is too troublesome. Yi Tian fired another shot, blocking a large amount of river water, but still failed to cut off the icy river.
Even the most masterful marksmanship is not enough. We must rescue Ningxue today.
Yi Tian's aura was like a rainbow, and his gaze was like a torch.
Boom! 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 Shot after shot relentlessly bombarded the glacier.
As the saying goes, you can't stop a flowing river by cutting it with a knife. Yi Tian couldn't stop the river from flowing on.
Otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted and everything will be in vain.
If he could create a passage through the glacial river, he would be able to see Lin Ningxue.
No, how could Yi Tian possibly break through the ice river? After her initial excitement, Lin Ningxue calmed down.
She was unaware of Yi Tian's true cultivation level, only believing that he was at the second level of foundation establishment. Although it's unclear how Yi Tian found him. However, given Yi Tian's strength, it was all a waste of effort.
If this continues, once Yi Tian's magical power is exhausted, he might perish before her. No!
Realizing this, Lin Ningxue turned pale, cried out, and said with tears streaming down her face.
Yi Tian, you should leave. Don't waste your magic power anymore, you'll die. Since Yi Tian is the only person outside, it means that Su Yanran has not yet come out of seclusion.
It's impossible for the other members of the fallen immortal sect to come looking for us. If Yi Tian also perishes, then the two of them will be stuck here forever. She would rather stay behind than let Yi Tian perish with her.
Yi Tian, stop. Lin Ningxue continued to shout into the ice cave.
But Yi Tian, on the outside, remained unmoved, continuing to unleash his spear like a dragon, bombarding the icy river.
Yi Tian, think of your senior sister. You are her Taoist partner, you cannot die. In the end, Lin Ningxue brought up Su Yanran. I know. But right now, only I can help you, and you can't stay. Yi Tian's will was as firm as iron.
Even though the surrounding chill had frozen his limbs and the flow of his magic power was slowing down.
So close.
Yi Tian gritted his teeth, using all his magical power to fight against the chill.
Boom!
With the final shot, the glacier exploded, but the glacier never ceased to flow. A thin layer of water curtain separated the two worlds.
Give up. Lin Ningxue, inside the ice cave, was already in tears. But unexpectedly, Yi Tian's figure suddenly magnified. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian's body smashed through the water curtain, bringing the white soul spear into the ice cave. Splash! The next instant, the glacial water surged in again, sealing off the entire ice cave. Yi Tian! Lin Ningxue exclaimed in surprise, disregarding her and Yi Tian's identities, and hugged him tightly. Yi Tian was drenched in the icy river water, his body stiffened, and his face turned bluish. Ningxue!
Yi Tian called out softly, his spiritual energy greatly depleted, and he fainted in Lin Ningxue's arms.
He never stopped along the way.
With the repeated bombardments of the glacier, his body had reached its limit.
This is all for me.
Lin Ningxue's eyes were red, and she could only hold Yi Tian tightly, using her own body to warm Yi Tian's body.
How could you be so silly? Senior sister is more beautiful and more talented than me.
You were just a hair's breadth away from being swept into the icy river.
Lin Yingshue's self-talk echoed in the ice cave. If Yi Tian were awake, he would see that Lin Yingshue's favorability rating had exceeded 90 points. Yi Tian's body was stiff, and his magical power was nearly exhausted. Lin Yingxue took out a qi-nourishing pill, but she was unable to feed it to Yi Tian. It's freezing cold here. If this continues, Yi Tian will become an ice corpse before her. How can I save him? Lin Yingxue was at a loss. Finally, she thought of the only way. She reached out and placed her hand on the front of her dress, but still hesitated. She was originally pure and innocent, and had never had a Taoist partner. If that's the case, she will have no choice but to become Yi Tian's person from now on. You risked your life to save me, what am I hesitating for? Lin Yingxue suddenly smiled and unbuttoned her dress. Inside the ice cave, the two were pressed together, and Yi Tian's gradually cooling body finally began to warm up. Lin Yingxue closed her eyes, her face flushed. Only Taoist partners should be this close. But Yi Tian was Su Yanran's Taoist partner, not hers. In the end, she still did something that betrayed Su Yanran. As time passed, Yi Tian's magical power began to flow. Lin Yingxue took out a qi-nourishing pill, put it in Yi Tian's mouth, and fed it to him. Now that the last barrier has been broken down, and they are now relying on each other for survival in the wind and snow, with no idea what the future holds, Lin Yingxue no longer has so many worries. Did Yi Tian consume some kind of spiritual substance? Lin Yingxue reached out and stroked Yi Tian's dantian, exclaiming in surprise. Within Yi Tian's dantian, there was an extremely powerful and scorching aura circulating. This aura, combined with Lin Yingxue's magic power, completely dispelled the chill emanating from Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian's body had recovered, and his expression was peaceful, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. However, it will take quite some time to regain consciousness. There's still more than a day left. Even if we die together in this ice cave, I'm willing to accept it. Lin Yingxue leaned against Yi Tian's chest, and her heart calmed down. Buried in the ancient ice cave, a powerful aura of a high-level core formation realm expert descended from the sky. It was none other than Lu Yuqing, the leader of the Luoxian sect. Behind her was a beautiful figure dressed in a lake blue dress, as beautiful as a fairy, but her face was full of anxiety. Master, we must find Yingxue. Su Yanran pleaded. I will do my best as your teacher. Lu Yuqing sighed softly, and her powerful divine sense spread out. Below, Xiao Fan and the others came up to Lu Yuqing and told him the clues Lin Yingxue had left behind before she disappeared. What a beautiful woman, Zhao Rong was right. As expected, the fallen immortal sect has women even more beautiful than Lin Yingxue. Xu Ning saw Su Yanran's stunningly beautiful face in the Chu family's ceremonial carriage and was immediately captivated. Let Zhao Rong in, tell me the name of that fairy. Xu Ning couldn't wait to give the order. Lin Yingxue's appearance was already stunning enough, but this one is even more amazing. Chapter 67, Zhao Rong's Scheme, Another Exchange of Comprehension. Young Master Ning. Zhao Rong, with a broad smile, entered the pavilion. At this moment, Lu Yuqing, the sect leader of Luoxian sect, had already disappeared into the horizon with that fairy. Enough with the nonsense, what's the background of that fairy? Xu Ning stood by the window, regretfully turning her gaze away, and asked anxiously. Young Master Ning, that woman is named Su Yanran, and she is the holy maiden of my Luoxian sect. Zhao Rong quickly replied. When Su Yanran arrived, he had already anticipated that, given Xu Ning's lecherous nature, he would definitely take a liking to Su Yanran. Holy maiden? That fairy Su has a Taoist partner? Xu Ning frowned and asked. He had some understanding of the rules of the fallen immortal sect. Becoming a Saintess inevitably involves choosing a Taoist partner to be one's holy son. If that's the case, his interest in Su Yanran will be greatly diminished. Young Master Ning, although Su Yanran has a Taoist partner. But that Taoist partner was only an outer disciple at the third level of qi refining, and they had never consummated their marriage. Given young Master Ning's status and strength, why not ask Sect Master Lu for Su Yanran's hand in person and have them dissolve their Taoist partnership? Zhao Rong's eyes lit up as he offered Xu Ning some advice. I see, Zhao Rong, you've put your mind to it. If this matter can be accomplished, you will be an honored guest of the Chu family from now on. Upon hearing this, Xu Ning burst into laughter and made a promise. Let's wait for Sect Master Lu to return. Xu Ning returned to the main seat and waited patiently. He is the eldest son of the Chu family. If he could become a Taoist couple with Su Yanran, he would not only win the heart of the beauty.
Furthermore, it can further enhance the relationship between the Chu family and the Luo Xian sect.
Su Yanran shows him, isn't he much better than an outer disciple at the third level of Qi refining? Above the ancient ice cave, Lu Yuqing released her divine sense, searching along the surrounding traces. Master, have you found any trace of junior sister Ring Xue? Su Yanran asked. Lu Yuqing sighed softly. Alas!
Unexpectedly, even magical power can be frozen in this icy and snowy world. We've been here for most of the day, and the hope of finding anything is extremely slim. With her cultivation at the high level of the core formation stage, her divine sense only had a wider coverage area than that of the foundation establishment stage.
Perhaps my junior sister was simply forced to hide somewhere. Su Yanran still held on to hope. The master and apprentice searched in the icy snow. The ceaselessly flowing glacial river amidst the numerous glacial crevasses went unnoticed by the two.
Time passed quickly, and night soon fell.
They could not find any trace of Lining Xue inside the ice cave. It's the second day, my magic power.
Lining Xue, who was nestled against Yi Tian, barely had the strength to speak. Her long, jet-black hair was covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. Even her long eyelashes were covered in frost. She felt very sleepy and thought she might close her eyes at any moment. But Lining Xue knew that if she really closed her eyes, she would truly never wake up again. Although she had made preparations, she still had a glimmer of hope. The chill deepened, and her magic began to freeze. She could no longer feel the existence of her limbs, only her body still had a trace of warmth.
Reflecting snow.
As her consciousness gradually faded, in a state between dreaming and waking, Lining Xue heard a gentle call.
Ing Xue.
This time, the call was clearer.
I am here.
Lining Xue forced her eyes open and responded weakly. Yi Tian beneath her had regained consciousness. Their eyes met, and in this desperate situation, they finally met.
Silly girl. Yi Tian already knew about the two of them.
His clothes were undone, and their skin touched, just to bring each other a little warmth. Lining Xue lived up to her name. Her skin was as white as snow, flawless to the touch, like a fairy in the snow, with unparalleled beauty. Even compared to Ran Siley, she is in no way inferior. However, this is not the time to appreciate it. If this continues, the beauty will turn into an ice statue. You're the fool, coming to this desperate situation for me. Lining Xue spoke up in rebuttal, but because of her weakness, her lips trembled.
Compared to Yi Tian's long journey to this ancient ice cave, her efforts were nothing.
Yi Tian, I have lived a clean life, and you have been the only man in my life. My magic is about to freeze, but you won't. After I die, find a way to leave this place. I cannot be your Taoist partner in this life. I only hope to continue this bond in the next life. With her magical powers almost completely extinguished, Lining Xue knew her days were numbered. With her eyes closed, she almost uttered her last words in a delirium.
No!
Yi Tianxin felt as if she were being cut by a knife. When he woke up, he discovered that Lining Xue's favorability rating had reached 100 points.
It's much higher than Su Yanran's 93 points. This shows that Lining Xue has completely fallen for him. Yi Tian absolutely could not stand by and watch Lining Xue perish. What do I do?
Holding Lining Xue's gradually cooling body tightly, Yi Tian forced himself to calm down and search for a solution.
System.
Yi Tian grasped at this straw and activated the system. As Lining Xue's favorability rating reached 100, her corresponding system shop was unlocked. Like Su Yanran, the shop includes 1/10 of the cultivation level, equal cultivation speed, and equal comprehension. Because of the spiritual items given before, including the 3 live spirit bell, Lining Xue's corresponding intimacy value is 310 points. The wood spirit bean is worth 10 points, and the remaining 300 points should be due to the 3 live spirit bell. Her cultivation level is definitely not good enough. By the time she absorbs more cultivation, Ing Xue will be powerless to reverse the situation. Cultivation speed is useless, only comprehension might offer a glimmer of hope. Yi Tianxin was in a state of utter confusion and had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless.
Exchange for comprehension. After choosing to exchange for enlightenment,
the intimacy level instantly decreased by 200 points, leaving only 110 points.
Buzz.
Yi Tian felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, and his past memories became incredibly clear.
His already extraordinary comprehension improved once again. The confusion I had previously had regarding the immortal jade falling technique and the clear radiance shadow spear technique was now easily resolved, and my mind was completely clear. It's as if one has seen through the ways of heaven and grasped the mysteries of all things. I must save Xue. Yi Tian knew this was an illusion. He only wanted to find a way to save Lin Xue. Got it. His comprehension really worked. He actually found a new way to use the immortal jade descending technique in his mind. Xue also cultivates the Haoyu Luoxian sect, but it's the Kuan chapter. I can use my magic to guide Xue's magic, reversing the natural cycle to resist the cold. Having found a solution, Yi Tian immediately took action. We must do what he says. Just like Su Yanran helped him before, he must first find Lin Xue's 108 acupoints. Yi Tian used his magic power to press on Lin Xue's first acupoint. With her eyes closed and her breath faint, Lin Xue let out a soft moan, her pretty face flushed with a light blush. Her magic was about to be frozen, but her consciousness remained. Xue, this is the only way. Yi Tian said something and continued to the second acupoint. These acupoints are located all over the body. After locating them all, Yi Tian had a complete understanding of Lin Xue's body. But at this moment, Lin Xue felt no shame, because her consciousness was about to fade away. Countercurrent. Yi Tian finally finished, and the almost identical magical powers of the two began to merge. Chapter 68, Rescuing People, Marksmanship Perfected. Inside the ice cave, the two figures were intertwined. To maximize efficiency, Yi Tian even sealed Lin Xue's rosy lips. Buzz. The magical power flowed continuously, and Yi Tian's method began to work. The Immortal's Descendant technique is divided into two parts, Xian Heaven and Koan Earth. Xian corresponds to Yang, and Koan corresponds to Yin. At this moment, even when going against the Yin principle, a trace of the true meaning of Yang can be brought out. Lin Xue's frozen magical power was broken by the restless magical power and reintegrated into it. Click. Even inside the ice cave, you can hear the faint sound of ice crystals breaking. Starting from his dantian, Yi Tian carefully controlled the flow of energy to his limbs and bones, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Because if anything goes wrong, the magic power will break through Lin Xue's physical body, and all her previous efforts will be in vain. Yi Tian was completely focused, and even in this bitterly cold place, sweat broke out on his forehead. Gradually, the magical power within Lin Xue's internal organs was unfrozen. Her consciousness also returned. This is. Lin Xue was startled when she sensed the changes in her body. The reverse jade falling immortal technique? A storm raged in Lin Xue's heart. This immortal technique is a traditional cultivation method of the fallen immortal sect, and only the most talented disciples of the inner sect can inherit it. But she had never heard of anyone being able to reverse the flow of this immortal technique. But at that moment, she saw it in herself. And all of this was brought about by Yi Tian. Then, she sensed their current situation, and her delicate body stiffened instantly. She was a virgin. She had never even been touched by a man's hand. Previously, their skin had been touching, which was already their limit. Now, the two of them were only one step away from true dual cultivation. She was filled with shyness. However, she knew very well that Yi Tian was saving her. Moreover, her heart could no longer accommodate anyone else. Yi Tian was the only one in her life. Soon, her delicate body relaxed again, allowing Yi Tian to guide her magical power. Half an hour passed. From her dantian to her limbs, her magical power circulated completely in reverse for a full cycle. The frozen magic was completely thawed. She could even stay in this ice cave for another day. Buzz. Inside the ice cave, another ripple of magical energy spread, this time originating from Lin Xue's delicate body. I'm about to break through. Lin Xue opened her eyes, pressed on Yi Tian's shoulders, gently separated them, and said with a blush on her face. Wait a minute. Sensing the change in Lin Xue's magical power, Yi Tian took out a palm-sized, withered yellow ginseng with 4 main roots. A 40-year-old 3-flower ginseng? Lin Xue recognized the origin of this item at a glance. A 3-flower spirit ginseng that can grow to 40 years is already comparable to a second-tier spirit animal. But Yi Tian was not stingy at all. He used his magic to cut off a slice and fed it to Lin Xue. Lin Xue understood Yi Tian's meaning and immediately closed her eyes, entering a meditative state. Yi Tian then took out 50 spirit stones and placed them around the room. The reverse fortune jade falling immortal sect was deduced by Yi Tian through his comprehension, which can be considered as a sudden enlightenment. Not only did they successfully save Lin Yingxue, but they also brought her an opportunity for a breakthrough. Inside the ice cave, Lin Yingxue's aura was rising towards the mid-stage of the second level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian relaxed and sat to the side, his gaze constantly wandering over Lin Yingxue. Have you seen enough? After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yingxue's embarrassed and annoyed voice came, and her originally sitting cross-legged body curled up, blocking Yi Tian's view. Of course I haven't seen enough. Yi Tian smiled and leaned closer, pulling Lin Yingxue into his arms. Snort! Lin Yingxue gave a soft snort and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Tian. She had already broken through to the mid-stage of the second level of foundation establishment and knew that Yi Tian had seen everything. What am I going to do after you treat me like this? Lin Yingxue lowered her head and asked in a voice barely audible. What else can we do? Of course, we'll make her my woman and my Taoist partner. Yi Tian replied immediately. You'd better keep your word. Lin Yingxue suddenly looked up, bit her lip, and stared intently into Yi Tian's eyes. Of course I keep my word. If I lie to you, I'm worse than an animal. Yi Tian smiled and took Lin Yingxue's delicate hand in his. He understood Lin Yingxue's thoughts all too well. She just wanted a promise. Although she had already expressed her feelings, she was still a woman and had to save face. It was Yi Tian who should take the initiative to say it. What about senior sister? The image of Su Yanran involuntarily appeared in Lin Yingxue's mind. Yi Tian was originally supposed to be Su Yanran's Taoist partner and her senior brother-in-law, but now the two of them have also become Taoist partners. She always felt sorry for her senior. Yanran is naturally my Taoist partner as well. Yi Tian still smiled, extended his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, then clenched them tightly, and said domineeringly. I want you two, the most beautiful senior and junior sisters of the fallen immortal sect. You, bastard. Lin Yingxue blushed and pinched Yi Tian's soft waist. However, she has no right to interfere, because she is one of them, and she does so willingly. How did you find me? The ice cave fell silent again. Lin Yingxue leaned against Yi Tian and asked softly. Yi Tian reached out and grasped her fair wrist, which was adorned with the 3 life spirit bell, and replied. It's it. I didn't tell you before. It's on you. No matter how far away you are, I can roughly sense your location. Is this fate? Having received the answer, Lin Yingxue murmured to herself. What fate? Yi Tian was puzzled. When I left the sect, I thought this bell was too precious. When I come back, I will give it to my senior sister for you. And then I'll tell you, don't have any improper thoughts about me, and I'll distance myself from you. In the end, it saved my life and also guided you in the right direction. Lin Yingxue shared her personal journey. Having gone through life and death together, there was nothing left to hide. This proves that I gave this 3 live spirit bell to the right person. Yi Tian said with relief. The gift of the bell successfully helped the two break down their barriers. And you, how did you get here? It was Yi Tian's turn to question Lin Yingxue. It's Xiao Rong. A deep-seated hatred surfaced in Lin Yingxue's beautiful eyes. The two women already hated Xiao Rong, and now their hatred intensified. She wished she could tear Xiao Rong to pieces. It's him again. Yi Tian felt the same way and was also furious. Yingxue, I am now at the 7th level of foundation establishment. Why don't we settle accounts with Xiao Rong this time and avenge you? Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian said in a solemn voice. Lin Yingxue nodded obediently, her beautiful eyes filled with sweetness. But for now, let's leave here first. Having made up his mind, Yi Tian stood up. Lin Yingxue changed into new clothes herself, and then helped Yi Tian get dressed. After the two were dressed, Lin Yingxue asked. You just exhausted all your efforts to break through the ice river. Do you want to rest for a while and recharge your magic power? She believed in Yi Tian's abilities, but didn't want him to take any risks. No need. When I saved you just now, my marksmanship improved even further. It's now at the perfect level. Yi Tian said confidently. Perfect marksmanship? Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxue felt reassured and filled with admiration. She has been with Yi Tian since he first picked up a gun, and in just over a month, Yi Tian's marksmanship has already reached perfection. Without another word, Yi Tian clenched his right hand, and the white soul spear was in his grasp. Boundless radiance. With his magical power surging, Yi Tian once again used a deadly move from his spear technique. Chapter 69, Xu Ning proposes marriage, Yi Tian returns. Wow! In Yi Tian's hands, the white soul spear transformed into a white python, sweeping away everything in its path. After the spear pierced through and the spear technique was completely perfected, the magical power within became a unified whole, almost twisting into a tangible spear beam. Even the unstoppable ice river sleep had to retreat in the face of such a powerful spear light. The spear's edge erupted. The ever-flowing glacier was suddenly cut off, and the ice cave opened up, reconnecting it to the outside world. When Lin Yingxue saw the sky outside, her eyes immediately reddened. After enduring hardship, they finally emerged alive. Walk! With one hand holding a gun and the other around Lin Yingxue's slender waist, Yi Tian leaped into the air, and with their clothes fluttering, the two had already left the ice cave. Perfect marksmanship, truly exceptional. Suspended in the air, Lin Yingxue glanced back, her bright eyes sparkling like a galaxy. Compared to their previous disheveled state, the two were now extremely relaxed and at ease. Go find Xiao Rong. Yi Tian didn't turn around. Holding Lin Yingxue's hand, he flew towards the top of the glacier crevice. Zhao Rong is now a lackey of the Chu family, and he must be working with them. Lin Yingxue pointed out the direction, and the two returned to the Luoxian sect's residence. Buried in the ancient ice cave. The headquarters of the Luoxian sect. At this moment, the Chu family's ceremonial carriage had already arrived above the Luoxian sect's territory. Greetings, Sect Master Lu. Xu Ning of the Chu family, hovering in the air, bowed to Lu Yuqing. Young Master Chu, there's no need for such formalities. Lu Yuqing replied politely. After searching for a whole day and night, even with her abilities, she still couldn't find any trace of Lin Yingxue. She could only advise her closed-door disciple, Su Yanran, to give up hope and accept reality. Having suffered such a devastating blow, Su Yanran was distraught and has returned to the treasure ship of the Luoxian sect to rest. At this moment, at the Luoxian sect's encampment, Lu Yuqing was the leader, surrounded by inner disciples such as Xiao Fan. Zhao Rong, why are you following the Chu family? At this moment, Xiao Fan noticed Zhao Rong standing behind Xu Ning and couldn't help but ask. Zhao Rong was not qualified to participate in this operation. But not only did he come, he also mingled with the Chu family. Junior brother Xiao Fan, young master Xu Ning comes from the central part of the Falling Star region and invited me to guide the way. I should do my best to be a good host. Your aggressive manner is quite impolite. Zhao Rong, wearing an iron mask, stepped out and said with a half-smile. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you have indeed come at my invitation. Xu Ning spoke up. Looking at Xu Ning's identity, Xiao Fan withdrew his gaze and said nothing more. Young Master Chu, is it because of the ruins? Please rest assured, young master, this sect master will not interfere in this matter. Lu Yuqing said calmly. The ruins beneath this glacier are about to be opened. She thought that Xu Ning came to see her because he was afraid that she would bully the weak. Sect leader Lu has misunderstood. The reason I have come to pay my respects is actually for the sake of your sect's holy maiden, Su Yanran. Xu Ning glanced at the treasure ship behind Lu Yuqing and said with a smile. Yanran? Lu Yuqing was somewhat surprised. The inner disciples around, including Xiao Fan, also had strange expressions. Young Master Chu, since you know that my disciple is a Saintess, you should also know that all the holy maidens of our sect have Taoist partners. Lu Yuqing said calmly. Su Yanran was her last disciple, so she naturally treated her like a daughter. She had inquired about Su Yanran's choice of Yi Tian as her Taoist partner. However, Su Yanran had made up her mind. Given her personality, once she set her mind on something, she would never turn back, even until death. That is why her cultivation progressed so rapidly. This kind of personality is best suited for someone who is single-mindedly devoted to the Tao. Over the past few days, Lu Yuqing has been secretly observing her disciple. After Su Yanran and Yi Tian became Taoist partners, their cultivation speed not only did not decrease, but actually increased significantly. In just 2 months, he has already broken through from the 4th level of foundation establishment to the 6th level. Since this was Su Yanran's own choice and it didn't affect her cultivation, Lu Yuqing naturally couldn't interfere anymore and tacitly accepted the Taoist couple agreement. I do know about this, but I also know something else. This Saintess Su's Taoist partner is merely an outer disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Moreover, in the cultivation world, it's not like couples can't separate. Therefore, I would like to ask Sect Master Lu for your hand in marriage and become Taoist partners with Saintess Su. Hearing Lu Yuqing's words, Xu Ning did not give up.
Instead, he revealed his intentions in public.
What? He's taken a liking to Senior Sister Sue? They actually want Senior Sister Sue to get a divorce? That's outrageous. Exactly, and how did he know about Senior Sister Sue's partner's strength?
It must be Zhao Rong, that traitor. The inner disciples of the Luo Xian sect were abuzz with discussion.
They didn't actually think highly of Yi Tian.
But now we are outside the Luo Xian sect, and no matter what Yi Tian does, he is still a disciple of the Luo Xian sect. And the other person was their senior, Su Yanran. Xu Ning actually dares to try and undermine the fallen immortal sect. If this sets a precedent, the fallen immortal sect will never have peace again. Consequently, the way they looked at Zhao Rong also changed. They at least knew they were disciples of the fallen immortal sect, but Zhao Rong, the senior disciple of the enforcement peak, had forgotten even that. They even sided with outsiders, interfering in the marriages of Luo Xian sect disciples. Young Master Chu, the holy maiden of my fallen immortal sect, chooses her holy son based entirely on her own will. As the sect leader of Luo Xian sect, I have no right to interfere.
Young Master Chu, please leave. Lu Yuqing's expression turned cold, and she gave him the order to leave.
She knew that Chu Ning's father was a golden core realm cultivator. However, the fallen immortal sect has not yet reached the point of selling out its disciples for personal gain. Sect Master Lu, I have come with the utmost sincerity. If Saintess Su becomes my Taoist partner, I am willing to offer 1 million spirit stones, 3 top-grade second-tier spiritual artifacts, and 10 second-tier spiritual items. Xu Ning stood still and presented his terms.
1 million spirit stones. And other resources too. The Chu family is indeed well-founded.
The inner disciples were astonished. Xu Ning's behavior is indeed despicable, but this large sum of resources is certainly tempting.
I don't need it, please leave.
At that moment, a clear and melodious voice finally rang out from inside the treasure ship.
Su Yanran refused Xu Ning's request without hesitation.
No amount of resources could compare to the bond between her and Yi Tian.
Saintess Su, please show yourself. Whatever you need, as long as I can provide it, I will gladly offer it to you.
Upon hearing this voice, Xu Ning felt a surge of excitement and quickly replied.
Not see.
The sounds from the treasure ship carried an endless chill.
Saintess Su, am I, the dignified young master of the Chu family, inferior to someone at the 3rd level of Qi refining? After being repeatedly rejected, Xu Ning's face darkened, and he questioned loudly. Junior Sister Lin. It's Junior Sister Lin.
The treasure ship fell silent again.
A female inner disciple of the fallen immortal sect noticed Lin Yingxue flying rapidly across the ice field.
Not just Junior Sister Lin, but also
Yi Tian?
Xiaofan glanced at her and recognized the man next to Lin Yingxue. That day, he was in the sky, standing with his Taoist partner, and saw Yi Tian's appearance.
Yingxue and Yelong?
At this moment, a beautiful figure flew out from the treasure ship, transforming into a stream of light and heading towards the distance. Despite Xu Ning's repeated calls and pleas, Su Yanran, who had not been able to see him, walked straight away without even glancing at him.
Chapter 70, Revealing Strength, Suppressing and Killing Zhao Rong. On what grounds? Xu Ning watched Su Yanran's retreating figure, gritting her teeth.
Despite his sincere efforts, he still couldn't get Su Yanran to meet him. It was just a name, yet it made Su Yanran show up on her own initiative.
He couldn't accept such a disparity. Broken.
Zhao Rong, standing to the side, had an extremely ugly expression. Lin Yingxue, who was supposed to be dead, actually came back alive.
Lu Yuqing is still here, and all his actions will be exposed today. Young Master Ning, I'll return to the carriage first. Zhao Rong reacted quickly and whispered to Chu Ning. Once Lin Yingxue reveals the truth, he will definitely be taken down by Lu Yuqing. But if you hide inside the ceremonial carriage, it's a different story. Even a 9th level core formation realm cultivator might not be able to break through Chu Ning's chariot. Moreover, attacking Yizhu meant offending Chu Ning's golden core realm father. Even Lu Yuqing would have to think twice. Therefore, as long as Zhao Rong hides in the ceremonial carriage, he can save his life. As for his status as the eldest disciple of the enforcement peak, it is definitely irrelevant to him. Go. The order to arrest Lin Yingxue was given by Chu Ning, who understood Zhao Rong's situation and agreed. Yes. Zhao Rong breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the ceremonial carriage as quickly as possible. Far away. On the vast ice plain, Lin Yingxue used her magic to carry Yi Tianfei through the air.
Because they were close to the Luoxian sect, the two simply stood side by side and did not become too intimate. The two had already agreed that when Su Yenran was around, they would keep their distance. When Su Yenran was not around, they would become Daoist partners. Oh no, Zhao Rong is trying to escape.
Yi Tian keenly noticed Zhao Rong's movements.
Yingxue, Yelong. At this moment, Su Yenran had already moved closer, her eyes red-rimmed.
She thought she would never see Lin Yingxue again.
Upon their reunion, she even forgot to ask Yi Tian why he was there. All she wanted was to be reunited with the two of them. Senior sister. Upon seeing her senior sister again, Lin Yingxue's pent-up grievances erupted, and 2 lines of tears streamed down her face. If it weren't for Yi Tian, the two of them would have truly been separated by life and death.
Yenran.
Yi Tian responded to Su Yenran, but did not take her hand. Then, to Su Yenran's incredulous gaze, Yi Tian suddenly took a step forward.
Yi Lang.
Su Yenran was puzzled and hurriedly tried to use her magic to lift Yi Tian up. Yi Tian only has the cultivation level of the 3rd level of qi refining. Without Lin Yingxue, he would probably fall onto the glacier.
However, under Su Yenran's gaze,
Yi Tian's aura suddenly surged. With 1 step, he had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. 2 steps forward, and you've reached the 5th level of qi refining. With his 7th step, Yi Tian's aura had already broken through the 1st level of foundation establishment, and his magical power flowed on its own, supporting his Dao body.
1st level of foundation establishment? Su Yenran's lips parted slightly, her face filled with disbelief.
Her Daoist partner actually broke through the foundation establishment stage and reached the standard of an inner disciple. But this is not the end. With his 8th step, Yi Tian's aura rose to a new level, reaching the 2nd level of foundation establishment. It continued until after the 13th step.
7 layers of foundation.
A powerful and solid surge of magical energy spread out, like a meteor falling from the sky, stirring up a raging storm. I'm only at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage.
Sensing Yi Tian's surging magical power, Su Yenran's mind went blank. 7th level of foundation establishment? How is that possible? Isn't Yi Tian an outer disciple? An outer disciple at the 7th level of foundation establishment? What's the point of having us inner disciples?
It turns out we all misjudged him. Yi Tian Kai is an absolute genius, and his cultivation is even higher than senior sister Su's. The disciples of Luoxian sect were utterly shocked. Throughout the sect, everyone knows that Yi Tian is just an outer disciple at the 3rd level of qi refining. But now, that terrifying aura has slapped them in the face. Foundation building. 7th level. Xiao Fan saw Yi Tian streaking across the sky, and his feelings were incredibly complicated. He never mocked Yi Tian, but he still felt a sense of superiority to some extent. But now, Yi Tian, who is less than half his age, has reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. At his age, he has only just broken through to the 1st level of foundation establishment. Even now, his cultivation level is only at the peak of the 8th level of foundation establishment. Even Yi Tian's aura gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. If it were a head-on battle, he might not be a match for Yi Tian. His pride, which had risen from a menial disciple, was utterly crushed by Yi Tian.
Well done, Yi Tian. Even I, the sect master, misjudged him.
Lu Yuqing looked down at Yi Tian, her eyes narrowed, and she couldn't stop smiling. She had secretly observed Yi Tian several times with her divine sense, but she couldn't find anything amiss.
She was certain that Yi Tian's talent was very ordinary, and could even be considered a waste.
However, Yi Tian gave her a huge surprise. She knew that Yi Tian and Su Yenran were childhood sweethearts, and their ages were opposite.
Yi Tian's cultivation level is now even higher than Su Yenran's.
Moreover, his magical power was extremely profound, and his foundation was as solid as could be.
What incredible talent! Didn't Zhao Rong say that Yi Tian was just an outer disciple at the 3rd level of qi refining? This is called the 3rd level of qi refining?
Xu Ning pointed at Yi Tian and angrily started cursing. Even the Chu family couldn't find many foundation establishment stage 7 cultivators this young.
Yi Tian. It must be him, he ruined my plans.
Knowing Yi Tian's true cultivation level, Zhao Rong gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Otherwise, with Lin Yingxue's foundation establishment level 2 cultivation, even if she had wings, she wouldn't have been able to survive the icy river.
But now is not the time to talk about these things. Yi Tian's speed is astonishing.
And they were heading straight for him, clearly intending to kill him in one strike.
Young Master Ning, please save me.
Zhao Rong screamed in terror.
Yi Tian's aura was too terrifying, he had no ability to resist it at all. Stop! Xu Ning gave a cold shout.
As soon as he finished speaking, the two old men beside him immediately unleashed their auras. The two mid-stage core formation realm cultivators unleashed their magical power, causing the power of heaven and earth to permeate the air, and radiant light to fill the sky. Yi Tian felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him. A cultivator at the core formation stage is completely beyond his reach. Yi Tian. Lin Yingxue, who was holding Su Yanran in the distance, exclaimed in surprise. She knew very well that Yi Tian had revealed his true cultivation level today in order to help her avenge herself. Such an opportunity will never come twice.
While feeling happy, Lin Yingxue didn't do anything foolish.
Senior sister, ask the sect master to intervene and stop those two.
Lin Yingxue's voice startled Su Yanran awake.
Good. Su Yanran realized what was happening and was both surprised and delighted.
What in this world could be more joyful than one's beloved Taoist partner achieving immortality in one step? Master, lend Yi Tian a hand.
Su Yanran used her magic to speak to Lu Yuqing.
Lu Yuqing was prepared. Yi Tian was Su Yanran's Taoist partner and could be considered her half-disciple. If she didn't help Yi Tian, who would she help? Boom!
Lu Yuqing waved his right hand, and the omnipresent power of heaven and earth gathered into a majestic jade palm 30 feet in size, sweeping away the two mid-stage core formation realm cultivators.
Above the sky, no one can stop Yi Tian anymore. Fleeting light and shadow.
Yi Tian's killing intent solidified into a tangible form, shaking the heavens and earth as he unleashed his maximum and final killing move. Between heaven and earth, a white light pierced the sky, as if it were about to create a new world.
No!
Faced with that astonishing shot, Zhao Rong only had time to let out a scream.
Sizzle!
The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out, and Zhao Rong, mask and all, was killed by a single shot. Blood stained the sky.
Zhao Rong, die. Chapter 71 Yanran protects her husband, Zhao Rong deserves to die.
Zhao Rong's headless body fell from the sky. The room fell silent.
He killed senior brother Zhao Rong?
The disciples of the fallen immortal sect broke the silence. In their eyes, Zhao Rong was still the senior disciple of the enforcement peak, and he shouldn't have died at Yi Tian's hands.
Yi Tian, why did you kill your fellow disciple?
Sect leader Lu Yuqing also frowned. She initially thought that Yi Tian simply had a grudge against Zhao Rong and was just venting his emotions. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian actually resorted to murder. Yi Tian, your strength is indeed formidable, but you cannot act recklessly.
Come back now. After you return to your clan, come with me to the enforcement peak and give me an explanation. Xiao Fan stopped and said coldly. He is the key figure in this operation.
Logically speaking, as long as Lu Yuqing doesn't speak, all the disciples should be under his command.
Zhao Rong died here, and he needs to give an explanation to the enforcement peak. The murderer is Yi Tian again.
Even if Yi Tian is Su Yanran's Taoist partner, according to the sect's laws, he should bring Yi Tian back to the enforcement peak. As he spoke, Xiao Fan had already gathered the power of the peak 8th level of foundation establishment and reached out to grab Yi Tian.
It seems I don't need to take action?
Xu Ning was extremely dissatisfied with the killing of his henchmen, but seeing the situation, he did not give any orders for the time being.
The situation in the sky.
It has now become that Xiao Fan wants to suppress Yi Tian.
Madness.
Yi Tian chuckled lightly, pointing the white soul spear at Xiao Fan. Even at this point, these people were still kept in the dark and even tried to attack him.
Stop! As their auras clashed, a clear shout rang out.
Immediately afterwards, a lake blue dress fluttered, her long black hair swayed, and Su Yanran, carrying a fragrant breeze, opened her arms and stood in front of Yi Tian.
Junior sister Su. Seeing Su Yanran blocking Yi Tian's way, Xiao Fan withdrew his magic power.
Su Yanran was not only Lu Yuqing's last disciple, but also the most beautiful woman in the Luoxian sect. Xiao Fan knew he couldn't bring himself to harm her. Yanran, you must not violate the clan rules. Seeing this, Lu Yuqing frowned and said, a life for a life, but today's situation is special. Yi Tian will not die, but he will certainly suffer physical pain.
Otherwise, what kind of order would the enormous Luoxian sect maintain?
Master, since it was my Taoist partner who made the mistake, I am willing to bear all the punishment.
Su Yanran looked at her master and said firmly. Junior sister Su, this matter has nothing to do with you, why bother? Xiao Fan said, unable to bear it. Yan Ran, you. Lu Yuqing also hesitated to speak.
She also felt sorry for her disciple, but she didn't know what to say.
Su Yanran was well aware of Yi Tian's deep affection for her. Yanran.
Yi Tian looked at the powerful, protective back of the woman in front of him and was deeply moved. Despite being stronger now, Su Yanran stood before him without hesitation. But today, he did nothing wrong, and Su Yanran doesn't need to bear any consequences.
Yanran, I did nothing wrong, you don't need to worry. Yi Tian placed his hand on Su Yanran's shoulder and stood beside her.
Then, he exchanged a glance with Lin Xue across the distance. Lin Xue immediately tossed a storage bag to Yi Tian from a distance. Sect Master, Senior Brother Xiao, I had my reasons for killing Zhao Rong. As Yi Tian spoke, he waved his hand and opened the storage bag. One of them was a mangled, bloody corpse.
What's this? Xiao Fan looked disgusted and took several steps back. Lu Yuqing stood high in the air, waiting for Yi Tian's explanation. I know him. He seems to be one of Senior Brother Zhao's trusted confidants, named Zhu Shou.
I heard that he was about to become an inner disciple, but then he suddenly disappeared.
This person died at Yi Tian's hands? He killed someone and dared to take out the body? Several inner disciples recognized Zhu Shou. Zhao Rong wielded significantly more power than ordinary inner disciples.
Consequently, Zhu Shou, who was at the 9th level of qi refining, also frequently appeared in the inner sect, and all these disciples knew him.
What can the body of Zhu Shou prove? Xiao Fan questioned. Yi Lang, when did Zhu Shou die at your hands? Su Yanran was also completely confused, so she asked via telepathy. Yi Tian squeezed Su Yanran's soft palm and replied.
It's not that I want to kill Zhu Shou, it's that Zhu Shou was acting on Zhao Rong's orders. When I first left the sect to carry out a mission, I was ambushed and killed by someone. These words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. So Zhao Rong had been eyeing Yi Tian all along. They knew about the relationship between Zhu Shou and Zhao Rong, and if that was the case, it must have been Zhao Rong who instigated it.
Even so, why would Zhao Rong, a top disciple of the enforcement peak, target you? Xiao Fan glanced at Zhu Shou's corpse and continued to ask. Because I discovered traces of Zhao Rong colluding with the demonic sect. Yi Tian answered calmly. What? Senior Brother Zhao is colluding with the demonic sect? Everyone was shocked once again.
If what Yi Tian said is true, then Zhao Rong truly deserves to die.
Do you have any evidence? Xiao Fan did not believe Yi Tian's one-sided story.
The evidence is simple. Go find Zhao Rong's storage bag, it will definitely contain items that are connected to the demonic sect.
Yi Tian pointed at Zhao Rong's corpse and said.
Then, an inner disciple flew over and delivered Zhao Rong's storage bag to Xiao Shan.
Xiao Fan searched around and found a dark red talisman.
Yi Tian knew very well that only the Xianin sect could make such talismans, because he himself had one.
This talisman comes from the Xianin sect. Lu Yuqing spoke, establishing the evidence of guilt.
Now that we have both witnesses and physical evidence, it is enough to prove that Zhao Rong wanted to kill Yi Tian to silence him and cover up his collusion with the demonic sect.
Yi Tian killed Zhao Rong, and there was a reason for it. Even if he colluded with the demonic sect, why didn't you report it to the sect?
But Xiao Fan still wouldn't let go of Zhao Rong's death. Because he attacked his fellow disciples, killed 2 senior sisters, and almost drove me to my death.
Lin Xue stepped forward and answered for Yi Tian. Xue, was it Zhao Rong who caused your disappearance? Upon hearing this, Su Yanran's hatred for Zhao Rong intensified.
If she had known that Zhao Rong was secretly targeting Yi Tian and Lin Xue, she would never have let Zhao Rong get away with it until today. Yes, senior sister. The night before last, Senior Brother Xiao ordered us to split up and search for the ruins. My 2 senior sisters and I, it was Yi Tian who rescued me. Lin Xue recounted what had happened, looking at Yi Tian with gratitude.
Zhao Rong.
Su Yanran almost ground her teeth to powder as she tightly gripped Yi Tian in Lin Xue's hands.
She never expected that Zhao Rong would be so vicious. If it weren't for Yi Tian, her Taoist partner and junior sister would both be separated from her by death.
Xiao Fan, Zhao Rong assassinated fellow disciples, attempted to harm inner disciples, and colluded with the demonic sect.
They deserve to die. What crime has Yi Lang committed? Standing in front of Yi Tian, Su Yanran asked in response. Yi Tian is innocent.
In the end, Xiao Fan had no choice but to admit it. However, Zhao Rong is dead, and the matter of Lin Xue has not yet been resolved.
Young Master Chu, how do you explain your collusion with Zhao Rong to kidnap my inner sect disciple?
Lu Yuqing looked down at the Chu family members, her voice as cold as ice.
Lin Yingxue has already recounted what happened.
Zhao Rong certainly deserved to die, but Chu Ning, who was behind him, was also implicated.
Sect leader Lu, these are just one side of the story. It is clearly Zhao Rong who, lusting after the beauty of his fellow disciple, deliberately ruins my reputation.
Chu Ning defended himself.
Chapter 72 Chu Ning departs, ancient ruins open. Shameless.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxue gritted her teeth in anger. If you do not believe me, I can ask sect leader Lu for Miss Lin's hand in marriage right now.
I can offer 800,000 spirit stones and a second-tier spirit weapon.
Looking at Lin Yingxue's pretty face, Chu Ning felt no shame, and instead asked Lu Yuqing for marriage again.
Roll. Lin Yingxue's pretty face flushed red with anger, and she cursed.
If she weren't so weak, she would have torn Chu Ning's mouth apart. Having survived these past few days of life or death crises, she would rather die than agree to Chu Ning's request. Moreover, she and Yi Tian had already pledged their lives to each other.
How shameless.
Just now she wanted senior sister Su to get a divorce, and now she's eyeing junior sister Lin. If someone like that keeps getting on your mind, you'll probably have nightmares every night. Junior sister Lin is right, Zhao Rong must have been acting under his orders.
Even the disciples of the fallen immortal sect couldn't listen to it anymore. Make Yanran divorce? Yi Tian looked at Su Yanran.
He didn't doubt Su Yanran, he just didn't know what had just happened. This man is shameless and lustful just now. Su Yanran leaned close to Yi Tian's ear and told him what had just happened.
Why aren't those two fairies by my side?
Chu Ning felt extremely jealous when she saw Yi Tian surrounded by Lin Yingxue and Su Yanran, who were behaving intimately with him.
That's enough, young Master Chu. Since you want to avoid suspicion, then please leave. Lu Yuqing already knew the truth and issued an order to leave. Sect Master Lu, until we meet again.
Chu Ning knew that he could no longer stay here, so he can only take 2 mid-stage core formation realm cultivators and a group of guards with him and leave. Before leaving, his gaze passed through the window and met Yi Tian's gaze across the distance.
If I can't have it, no one else can.
Chu Ning narrowed his eyes, his gaze as cold and venomous as a scorpion. One day, I will definitely help Yingxue avenge herself. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. In fact, Chu Ning was the culprit who almost killed Lin Yingxue. However, Zhao Rong is bloodthirsty, and Chu Ning is not someone he can deal with right now. Yanran, Yingxue, Yetian, you should go back to the treasure ship to rest for now. After Chu Ning left, Lu Yuqing spoke gently. However, Lin Yingxue was still furious. She took out her spirit sword and stabbed Zhao Rong several more times before she could quell her anger. Yingxue, stab me a few more times to help me vent my anger.
After Lin Yingxue finished stabbing, Su Yanran suddenly spoke. Good. Lin Yingxue stabbed him dozens more times.
Zhao Rong's body was so mangled and bloody that it was almost unrecognizable as human before they stopped.
This time, the two women were truly angry.
The surrounding disciples remained silent.
After all, Zhao Rong's actions were indeed worse than those of pigs and dogs, and he deserved to die.
If it were them, they would probably tear Zhao Rong to pieces. The fact that Lin Yingxue and Su Yanran only stabbed her a few times already shows that they were very well-mannered.
Don't let this beast upset you and ruin your health. Yi Tian held Su Yanran's hand and said to the two women.
The body was collected by other disciples, and after returning to the Luoxian sect, the matter was to be reported to the enforcement peak.
However, this matter is no longer related to Yi Tian.
Inside the treasure ship, Lin Yingxue and Yi Tian sat on either side of each other, while Su Yanran sat in the middle, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as she stared intently at Yi Tian. You kept this from me for so long. Su Yanran parted her lips slightly and said in a soft voice.
As a Taoist couple, she only now realizes Yi Tian's true strength.
Even Lin Yingxue knew before her that no matter how good-natured Su Yanran was, she would definitely have some thoughts.
Senior sister, Yi Tian told me to keep it from you.
It's all his fault. Lin Yingxue quickly walked to Su Yanran's side, hugged her arm, and said in a sweet voice. In this way, instead of two people giving their confessions, Yi Tian had to give his own.
This girl.
Yi Tian rolled his eyes at Lin Yingxue, but Lin Yingxue just smiled and winked.
Anyway, she is Yi Tian's Taoist partner. If he wants to enjoy the bliss of having two women, he has to pay the price.
However, Su Yanran did not blame her. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. Yi Tian had no choice but to repeat his story again, recounting all the other malicious acts Zhao Rong had committed against him, besides those involving Ran Siley. If I had known, I should have stabbed Zhao Rong myself a few times.
After hearing Yi Tian's story, Su Yan regretted it. Senior sister, it's too late now.
Lin Yingxue said with a smile.
You're still laughing? You almost didn't see me again.
Su Yanran pinched Lin Yingxue's cheek, her eyes welling up with tears.
Only after learning the whole story today did she realize how dangerous it all was. The evidence wasn't complete before, so even if I told you, it wouldn't have done anything to Zhao Rong. That's why I waited until today.
Yi Tian walked up to Su Yanran and told her his troubles.
You've worked hard.
Su Yanran rested her head on Yi Tian's arm, her gaze gentle.
Su Yanran's favorability +2.
A system prompt appeared. Su Yanran's favorability rating has reached 95, which is very close to 100. If it weren't for the life or death crisis, Su Yanran's favorability rating would actually be the highest. When the affection level reaches 100, it means a relationship of life and death. At that time, even if Yanran knew about my relationships with other people, she probably wouldn't have broken off relations with me.
Yi Tian glanced at Lin Yingxue out of the corner of his eye, thinking to himself.
Lin Yingxue, whose favorability rating is currently at 100, is willing to humble herself and become his hidden Taoist partner. This affection is enough to be described as being able to live and die together. The array on the treasure ship can insulate against the cold. The frozen magical power in Yi Tian and Lin Yingxue's bodies quickly recovered, allowing them to stay in the burial ancient ice cave for another 3 days. Su Yanran, on the other hand, pulled the two of them aside and talked for a long time. One was her Taoist partner, and the other was her junior sister. They were the two most important people in her life.
Rumble.
Suddenly, a tremendous roar came from outside the treasure ship.
Yanran, the ancient ruins have been opened. Lu Yuqing's voice reached Su Yanran's ears.
Su Yanran quickly led the two of them outside the cabin. The glacier ahead, which had been broken into pieces, finally shattered completely, revealing a space with a large number of ice pillars piled up below, where excavation was continuing.
Yingxue's life was almost lost because of this ancient ruin. We can't go back empty-handed. Yi Tian said. Su Yanran nodded. Only Lin Yingxue didn't seem to care much. Yi Tian.
At this moment, Lu Yuqing suddenly landed beside the three of them.
Metropolitan. Yi Tian immediately bowed. No need for formalities. If there's more to it, Yanran should have already told you.
I only have one thing to say. A month from now, on an auspicious day, you should officially get married. Lu Yuqing's gaze fell on the couple, and she said with a smile.
Thank you for making the decision, master.
Su Yanran blushed and gazed at her Taoist partner with deep affection. She had long dreamed of becoming a true Taoist partner with Yi Tian. Today, even Master took the initiative to speak, and all obstacles were removed, leaving only Yi Tian to say a word.
If I had known, I wouldn't have revealed my cultivation level. Yi Tian's heart jumped.
Lu Yuqing suddenly brought up their marriage. It must be because of his talent, otherwise why would he wait until today to say it? However, with the yang poison in his body, the wedding night was actually a calamity for him.
However, in such a moment, one certainly cannot refuse. Thank you for your kindness, sect master. I will definitely treat Yanran well from now on. Yi Tian replied solemnly. Su Yanran's favorability +1. Another system notification.
Chapter 73, The Ice Crystal Centipede, engaged in a bitter battle.
Hearing Yi Tian's agreement, Su Yanran's heart almost melted.
The two were childhood sweethearts and have been inseparable since they learned to read and write. After arriving at the Luoxian sect, I experienced some twists and turns, but eventually I arrived at where I am today. After marriage, the two become husband and wife, sharing joys and sorrows.
Congratulations to senior sister and Yi Tian. Lin Yingxue offered her congratulations. But Yi Tian noticed that Lin Yingxue's bright eyes were somewhat dim.
With her talent and beauty, she should have been able to find her own Taoist partner, just like them. But now, Lin Yingxue can only keep her feelings to herself and silently stay by Yi Tian's side.
Yi Tian felt a pang of heartache, but there was nothing he could do about it. We can only try to make it up to Lin Yingxue later. I hope that you two will be forever united in heart and soul, and never let each other down in this life. Lu Yuqing also said with a smile. Yi Tian's current foundation establishment level 7 cultivation is incredibly stable.
He and Su Yenran have a perfect relationship and similar talents. They are truly a golden couple. Even within the fallen immortal sect, you couldn't find a Taoist couple as well matched as them.
Senior sister, Yi Tian, let's set off.
Lin Xue urged.
The ruins below are about to be fully opened.
After the Chu family was driven out and buried in the ancient ice cave, only the Qingyuan sect and the Canyun Sword Pavilion remained, the two major local sects. According to the rules, unless there are huge casualties, the core formation realm experts of the three major sects cannot interfere in the battles between their disciples. Therefore, even if Lu Yuqing appears to obtain the resources within the ruins, one must rely on the disciples' own strength.
Yingxue, stay close to me and Yenran, don't stray too far.
As Yi Tian left the treasure ship, he gave some instructions.
TCH, so what if you have high cultivation level? Lin Yingxue pouted and said.
Giggle giggle. Su Yenran covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The last time the three of them went to the soul-devouring ant's nest together, she said these words to Yi Tian, who was the weakest among them. Now, it was Yi Tian, who had the highest cultivation level, who spoke to Lin Yingxue, who had the lowest cultivation level.
Looking back, Yi Tian's improvement was truly remarkable.
Lin Yingxue and Yi Tian bickered as the three of them landed outside the ancient ruins and joined the other disciples of the Luoxian sect.
Everyone looked at Yi Tian with admiration in their eyes.
They used to envy Yi Tian for being a kept man, but now it seems that the two are clearly a perfect match. Junior sisters, junior brother Yi, once the ruins open, try to stay with me. The other two major forces have disciples at the 9th level of foundation establishment.
Xiao Fan reminded him.
He already had a Taoist partner, so he wasn't jealous of Yi Tian. He was just somewhat surprised by Yi Tian's cultivation level. As the core of this trip and the senior brother with the highest cultivation, he had to shoulder his responsibilities.
Rumble.
As they were talking, a large number of ice pillars, some tens of feet long and even hundreds of feet long, collapsed in front of them, revealing the dark space inside.
Quick! Enter the ruins! Xiao Fan reacted quickly and immediately shouted.
Not only him, but disciples from the other two major forces around him were also frantically rushing towards the gap.
Let's go too.
Su Yenran, with her 6th level foundation establishment cultivation power enveloping herself and Lin Yingxue, was about to set off.
Wait a minute.
However, Yi Tian grasped her hand, and his even stronger magical power enveloped her and Lin Yingxue. Yi Lang's magical power is even purer than mine, probably comparable to the 8th level of foundation establishment.
Sensing Yi Tian's powerful magic, Su Yenran smiled. Starting today, it will be Yi Tian's turn to protect her. Yi Tian protected the two women and did not rush to act.
Because he keenly observed that as the icicles collapsed, one bulge after another appeared beneath the thick ice and snow.
Moreover, the bulge was moving rapidly, rushing into the ruins at an extremely fast speed.
It's that kind of strange beast that has no head or tail. Yi Tian recalled the strange beast he encountered on his way to rescue Lin Yingxue.
He only encountered a few at the time. However, the number of strange beasts gathered around the ruins probably exceeds 600.
Such a terrifying number, piled up, is extremely frightening.
If I rushed in like everyone else, I would definitely be attacked.
Therefore, Yi Tian preferred to be a step behind rather than follow along.
Su Yenran and Lin Yingxue were unaware of this, but both firmly believed in Yi Tian. Isn't this being too cautious?
As fewer and fewer people remained at the ruins, Lin Yingxue whispered a few words.
Boom!
Before the words were even finished, the collapsed ice pillar exploded with a deafening roar, sending a large amount of shattered ice flying, along with disciples from the three major sects.
Ah!
For a moment, screams filled the air. The disciples with higher cultivation levels were alright, but some disciples at the 1st level of foundation establishment had their hands and feet broken by the shattered ice.
What did you say? Yi Tian looked at Lin Yingxue and asked. Snort! Lin Yingxue snorted and kicked Yi Tian with her leg. But soon, Lin Yingxue realized that this was no different from flirting. So he glanced at Su Yenran. Su Yenran didn't look at her, and Yi Tian didn't react either. Both of them were looking in the direction of the ruins. After the ice shards fell, the culprit behind everything was revealed.
Those were 6 creatures, each over 30 feet long, with bodies resembling centipedes. If you look closely, their segmented bodies are the same strange beasts that Yi Tian has seen before.
They converged into the ruins and merged together? Yi Tian looked completely surprised.
He had assumed that the first person to break in would be surrounded and attacked. As a result, a large number of strange beasts gathered together and transformed into a six-headed combined ice crystal centipede. Each of these ice crystal centipedes exudes a powerful icy aura comparable to the 9th level of Foundation establishment. The six heads gathered together, still launching a sneak attack. So all the disciples of the three major forces were blasted out. They were still gathered together, stretching out their bodies, trying to devour these disciples. Retreat quickly! Xiaofan held a long staff in his hand, clashing it with an ice crystal centipede, and spoke to the disciples of the fallen immortal sect. Even for him, dealing with this kind of strange beast was extremely difficult. Yi Lang, have you ever seen this kind of strange beast? Su Yanran heard Yi Tian's words and asked curiously. I saw them on the way to rescuing Xue, but they were separated, one after another. This is the first time I've seen something like this, all gathered together. I don't know how it happened. Yi Tian nodded in reply. Look, those are the white blue beads inside their bodies. Upon hearing Yi Tian's answer, Su Yanran stared at the ice crystal centipede and noticed something amiss. The ice crystal centipede was 30 feet long with a half-transparent body. In the middle section, a fist-sized, white blue bead with some mysterious patterns could be clearly seen. As these ice crystal centipedes moved, the orb continued to rotate. A frost centipede with only one round bead. Clearly, this bead is extremely important. Boom! Boom! The 6 ice crystal centipedes are extremely powerful. Each sect has to face 2 of them. The disciples have already rushed forward and are engaged in a fierce battle. On the side of the fallen immortal sect, Xiaofan alone, along with 3 inner male disciples at the 6th or 7th level of Foundation establishment, fought against an ice crystal centipede. The remaining disciples managed to barely handle one of them. Yi Lang, let's go help those disciples. Seeing this, Su Yanran couldn't sit still any longer. As the senior sister, she should naturally contribute to the sect. Good. Yi Tian immediately set off, leading the 2 women to meet one of the ice crystal centipedes. Chapter 74, Unstoppable Momentum, Ice Spirit Orb. Junior Sister Su, Junior Brother Yi. This ice crystal centipede is incredibly powerful, you are definitely no match for it. Let me and my fellow disciples deal with this one first, then we'll go help you. Seeing Su Yanran and the other 2 enter the battlefield, Xiaofan spoke up to remind them. He held a lapis lazuli staff, his magic power concentrated, each strike capable of severing a limb of the ice crystal centipede. However, this ice crystal centipede is a combined alien beast. Once a limb is broken, the surrounding energy gathers and it will recover immediately. Even if you smash their heads, new 4-legged beasts will quickly appear to replenish their ranks, making them seem immortal. Even with Xiaofan's cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of Foundation establishment, dealing with it was extremely difficult. Yi Lang, Ying Shui, be careful. Su Yanran recognized the power of the ice crystal centipede and warned Yi Tian and Lin Yingxue. However, this time it was much easier than the last time. Yi Tian, wielding the white soul spear, stood in front of the 2 women. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue, holding spirit swords, were responsible for covering Yi Tian and blocking the ice crystal centipede's attack. Yi Lang, if I had known your cultivation level earlier, I should have had the weapon refiner refine the white soul spear into a 2nd-tier spiritual weapon. Fighting alongside her Taoist partner, Su Yanran discovered that the white soul spear was holding Yi Tian back. Fortunately, we used Yi Tian's spiritual platinum. The white soul spear is tough enough, otherwise, it would break after a few collisions. It's time to refine it again. Yi Tian shared the same thought. However, the shortcomings in magical weapons can be made up for with spear techniques. A glimmer of light. The white soul spear in Yi Tian's hand condensed a dazzling spear light, covering the entire spear shaft. His powerful magic was compressed and condensed once again, bursting out with a dazzling sharpness. Perfect 2nd-tier spear technique. Sensing Yi Tian's presence, Xiaofan looked over, his face full of surprise. He practiced a 2nd-tier staff technique. It has been more than 20 years, and it is still only in the stage of great achievement. It is still a long way from perfection. But Yi Tian has already reached the perfect stage. Yi Lang's marksmanship. Su Yanran was also extremely surprised. This clear radiance and shadow spear technique was a gift from her to Yi Tian, and she taught it to him personally. From beginner to now, it has taken less than 2 months. That speed is even faster than hers. Her 2nd-tier sword technique had also reached perfection, but it took her more than 3 years, which was nothing compared to Yi Tian's. Senior sister, you don't know, Yi Tian's comprehension is frighteningly high right now.
Lin Xue couldn't help but say.
Yi Tian was using the Haoyu Luoxian sect technique in reverse within the ice cave that was a true divine method.
She couldn't even imagine the extent of Yi Tian's comprehension.
In comparison, a perfect second-tier spear technique is nothing special.
But only Yi Tian knows the truth.
He relied on the system to exchange for the comprehension of Su Yanran and Lin Xue, and combined it with his own comprehension, which enabled him to have such a high level of understanding.
Without the two women, he wouldn't be who he is today. Boom! Yi Tian's spear pierced through the void, like a rainbow piercing the sun, its light dazzlingly bright.
The 30-zhang-long ice crystal centipede was actually pierced by this spear and fell backward, crashing heavily onto the glacier.
This attack destroyed its 6-segment body. They didn't even replenish it in time. Yi Tian's strength is that great? Nonsense.
Zhao Rong is at the 7th level of foundation establishment, how could he be killed in one blow?
From now on, should we call Yi Tian senior brother?
The inner disciples behind were dumbfounded.
We underestimated Yi Tian.
Xiao Fan's gaze shifted. Although he didn't want to admit it, his strength was indeed inferior to Yi Tian's.
At least his full force attack couldn't achieve the same effect as Yi Tian's. Senior brother Xiao, let us handle this ice crystal centipede. Lin Xue was overjoyed and said to Xiao Fan. Then she said to Yi Tian.
Yi Tian, according to the sect's rules, whoever can kill this kind of strange beast will get the biggest spoils.
I think that ice bead is unusual, you should retrieve it quickly. Lin Xue's little scheme was extremely shrewd.
Even among fellow disciples, there is competition. Since Yi Tian is her Taoist partner, she must think of Yi Tian's well-being.
Xue, don't be silly. Do you think this ice crystal centipede is so easy to kill? Yi Lang, it's better to be careful. Su Yanran shook her head and said to the two of them.
In her eyes, the safety of the two of them was definitely more important than the ice crystal centipede.
I see.
Being gazed upon by two beautiful women, Yi Tian felt his blood boil.
Just as Xue said, let's kill one first.
Yi Qi's aura changed suddenly, his magical power surged, and the aura of the white soul spear in his hand surged violently. He deduced the reversed fate of the Haoyu Luoxian Ju, a magical technique, and his magical power underwent another transformation, even surpassing that of Su Yanran, who had the same cultivation level.
The enlightenment points that require 200 intimacy points to redeem are not free. A glimmer of light. Point the star. Boundless radiance. Yi Tian twirled his spear, his aura reaching its peak, and unleashed his 3 ultimate moves simultaneously. Call out.
Amidst the horrified gazes of the disciples of the fallen immortal sect, Yi Tian soared upwards like a white python. The spear collided with the ice crystal centipede's body, a vast and clear light spread out, and a terrifying spear light burst forth.
Click. This shot pierced through the ice crystal centipede's body from both ends, and then the spear's light burst forth from within. Destroy.
Yi Tian shouted, gripped the gun with both hands, and charged downwards with unstoppable force. The gun blade pierced through the body of the ice crystal centipede, reaching the round bead.
The ice crystal centipede's body trembled, and countless limbs twisted. Bang!
Finally, his body exploded, and the bead fell into Yi Tian's hand. Just as Su Yanran had predicted, after obtaining the round bead, the ice crystal centipede, having lost its source of power, instantly disintegrated. The upper body was crushed by Yi Tian. The strange beasts that made up the lower body scattered and hid back in the ice and snow.
Yi Tian is amazing.
Lin Xue was overjoyed and hugged Su Yanran's arm, beaming with happiness. If there weren't so many outsiders, she would have hugged Yi Tian directly.
Senior sister Su, Yi Tian, can we collect these ice crystals?
On the other side, a disciple whose cultivation level was below the 3rd level of foundation establishment pointed to the scattered ice crystals on the ground and asked. Those ice crystals are fragments of the corpse of the ice crystal centipede. It contains spiritual energy, with effects comparable to spirit stones, and because it is in the snow and ice, the spiritual energy is even purer. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran did not reply, but simply glanced at Yi Tian. Yi Tian killed the ice crystal centipede, she has no right to make that decision.
Pick it up. Yi Tian waved his hand and said magnanimously.
Compared to the round bead in his hand, those scattered ice crystals were nothing. 1 ice crystal centipede has been dealt with, but there are still 5 ice crystal centipedes remaining.
Right now, the fallen immortal sect is under the least pressure.
Yi Tian returned with the round bead, opened his mouth, and took the qi-nourishing pill that Su Yanran fed him.
The surrounding disciples were so envious they didn't know what to say. This should be the Ice Spirit Orb.
It contains rare ice spirit essence, and its spiritual energy has been condensed for hundreds of years, making it extremely precious even among second-tier spiritual items.
Taking the round bead from Yi Tian's hand, Su Yanran found its origin in her mind. Really? Then I'll take a few more.
Upon hearing this, Yi Tian smiled and said,
There are 3 of them here, how should they divide the Ice Spirit Orb? Chapter 75 3 Ice Spirit Orbs, Entering the Ruins.
Yi Tian absorbed the medicinal power of the Qi-nourishing pill, restoring his mana as quickly as possible. They arrived at the battlefield where Xiao Fan was, accompanied by Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue. At this moment, Xiao Fan, along with 4 disciples at or above the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, was locked in a fierce battle with the Ice Crystal Centipede.
Senior brother Xiao, do you need my help? Yi Tian asked kindly. Thank you, junior brother Yi. However, you must be quite exhausted. You should rest for now. Xiao Fan replied with a dark expression.
Yi Tian's strength was evident to all the disciples present. They swept through the enemy lines with unstoppable force, annihilating an ice crystal centipede and obtaining an ice spirit pearl containing powerful spiritual energy. If Yi Tian kills the ice crystal centipede, the ice spirit pearl inside its body will belong to Yi Tian. When the time comes, Xiao Fan will come with great difficulty and do all sorts of things, but he won't get anything in return. Although things are tough now, he can still manage. As long as the battle continues, this ice crystal centipede will be no match for him.
Senior brother Xiao Fan is far too considerate. Lin Yingxue's eyes lit up with a smile. Who in the inner sect doesn't know that Xiao Fan is a genius who rose from a menial disciple?
But today, Yi Tian, who also rose from the ranks of menial disciples, has surpassed Xiao Fan, and Xiao Fan's words just now can be considered an admission of this. Xiao Fan bowed his head to his Taoist partner Yi Tian, and Lin Yingxue was in a very good mood.
Young Master Yi, if we have the capacity, we might as well.
Su Yanran, with her composed personality, gently shook her head and turned her gaze to the other 4 ice crystal centipedes. There are also 5 ice crystal centipedes here, which are 5 ice spirit beads. There's no need to keep an eye on Xiao Fan.
That's what I was thinking too.
Since Qingyuan sect and Sanyun Sword Pavilion are both forces in the south, I'll help them.
Yi Tian smiled.
After saying that, the 3 of them took to the air and headed towards another battlefield.
Fortunately, Yi Tian didn't try to take it by force.
If he can really steal the ice crystal centipedes from the other 2 sects, it will certainly enhance the prestige of my fallen immortal sect.
But what kind of inheritance did Yi Tian obtain to have such heaven-defying talent?
Seeing this, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. Based on the strength Yi Tian just displayed, he is indeed inferior to Yi Tian, that is a fact.
Take this ice spirit orb first.
Xiao Fan set his sights on the ice crystal centipede's ice spirit orb, and the long staff in his hand became even more ruthless. On the other side, Yi Tian has his eye on the ice crystal centipede of the Qingyuan sect. Senior brother Bai, the people from the fallen immortal sect have arrived. The disciples of Qingyuan sect discovered Yi Tian and his group and quickly alerted their senior brother. That senior brother in white, dressed in a green robe, exuded an aura that clearly indicated he was at the early stage of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. At this moment, just like the fallen immortal sect, he chose to lead his own experts to deal with one of the ice crystal centipedes, leaving the remaining one to other disciples.
This person previously killed Zhao Rong of the Luoxian sect.
I wonder what his background is.
I have never seen this person before.
Senior brother Bai frowned. The disciples of the 3 major sects in the south often meet in various secret realms. He knew Zhao Rong and Xiao Fan from the Luoxian sect, as well as Su Yanran and other geniuses. But Yi Tian, he had never even heard of him. He only remembered Yi Tian's face because of the events that happened above the ice cave, where he saw Yi Tian kill Zhao Rong. Just now, Yi Tian's 2 shots that killed the ice crystal centipede left an even deeper impression on him. With his perfected second-tier spear technique and abundant magical power, Yi Tian's combat strength was comparable to the late stage of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Find a way to stop him, otherwise if the ice spirit orb is stolen, our Qingyuan sect will lose all face. Senior brother Bai gave the order with a gloomy expression. Senior brother Bai, but if we stop him, the ice crystal centipede will retaliate. A disciple at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment asked. The 2 ice crystal centipedes, each 30 feet long, were no pushovers. The Qingyuan sect, with a total of over 50 disciples, found it extremely difficult to withstand them.
If you get distracted, stop Yi Tian.
The ice crystal centipede would then take the opportunity to attack other disciples with lower strength.
Have your disciples feign an attack first? Protect yourselves and don't let that person gain any advantage. Senior brother Bai thought for a moment and then answered. Yes. The disciples of Qing Yuan's sect responded. Boom, boom, boom.
In the sky, the roar of magical power continued to explode.
However, the ice crystal centipede did not suffer any real injury. It was merely being held back by the disciples of the Qing Yuan sect.
They discovered our intentions and slowed their offensive.
Su Yanran stood beside Yi Tian and reminded him. No rush.
Yi Tian also stopped and calmly said. There were only 3 of them on their side, so they could attack or stop at any time, simply by watching from the sidelines. However, the disciples of Qing Yuan's sect were truly facing the pressure of 2 ice crystal centipedes.
Ah! Help me!
Due to a moment of carelessness, a Foundation Establishment Level 2 disciple of the Qing Yuan sect had his waist bitten off, and he screamed as he retreated. Fortunately, other disciples came to his aid, preventing his death.
Saintess Su, you have harmed my junior brother.
Senior brother Bai couldn't sit still any longer and shouted.
Stop talking nonsense. What does it matter to us whether your junior brother lives or dies? Which eye of yours saw us make a move? Su Yanran immediately retorted.
She would not back down in the slightest when dealing with people from other sects.
Senior brother Bai was so angry he was speechless.
Yi Tian and the other 2 were indeed just bystanders and did not attack the disciples of his Qing Yuan sect. While Yi Tian and his 2 companions waited to the side, the entire Qing Yuan sect remained on high alert.
Su Yanran and her Taoist partner are truly hateful.
With disciples getting injured one after another, senior brother Bai's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. But he still dared not go all out and could only try his best to minimize the casualties among his disciples.
Yanran, Ingxue, go to Sangyun Sword Pavilion. Yi Tian suddenly transmitted his voice. Good.
The 2 women set off immediately. It turns out that Yi Tian and his 2 companions had been on the Qing Yuan sect's side, while the Sangyun Sword Pavilion had used their sword control techniques to severely injure an ice crystal centipede.
Su Yanran and her 2 companions are coming towards us.
The disciples of Sangyun Sword Pavilion screamed in horror.
But it was too late. Fleeting light and shadow.
Above the sky, Yi Tian Bai soul spear in hand, his figure transformed into a blur, stretching across the sky as he came across the void.
Boom!
The cold, sharp light of the spear, carrying an unstoppable aura, pierced through the heavily wounded ice crystal centipede.
Thank you.
Yi Tian made another move, holding a second ice spirit pearl in his hand, and addressed the people of Sangyun Sword Pavilion.
I'm so angry.
The disciples of Sangyun Sword Pavilion were so angry that they shouted to the sky.
Following the same method, Yi Tian launched another surprise attack and seized an ice spirit pearl from the Qing Yuan sect. Now, we each have one. Yi Tian handed the ice spirit pearls to the 2 women and said.
Hee, senior sister, this is Yi Tian's way of showing his affection for us. Lin Ingxue accepted the ice spirit pearl and took Su Yanran's hand, saying.
Su Yanran nodded.
Although she didn't contribute anything, the 2 of them were like family, and she would repay Yi Tian later. However, she did not understand the meaning behind Lin Ingxue's words.
Yi Tian is ruthless. He even managed to snatch 2 ice spirit orbs.
Sisters, I'm so envious of junior sister Lin.
I want the ice spirit orb too. Who wouldn't want that? But it's too late now. Who knew Yi Tian could suddenly soar to great heights?
The inner disciples of the Luo Xian sect, both men and women, were filled with emotion.
Did Yi Tian really steal the ice spirit pearls from Qing Yuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion?
Xiao Fan was also extremely surprised.
To this day, he hasn't even obtained a single ice spirit orb. Let's go into the ruins. After obtaining the 3 ice spirit orbs, Yi Tian did not covet them any further.
Instead, before the others could react, he and the 2 women rushed into the ruins. Chapter 76, Body Refining Technique, Immaculate Glazed Body. The various sects faced 2 ice crystal centipedes.
Yi Tian killed 3, but they still had to deal with the second one.
If he kills them all, they'll be free to do so, and Yi Tian won't gain any advantage. The ruins beneath this glacier were originally frozen in ice. Now, when it's opened again, it's protected by 6 ice crystal centipedes. Yi Tian made his move last, but was the first to enter the ruins. Passing through the collapsed icicles, below is a vertical passage.
Stay close to me. Yi Tian reminded the 2 women.
There might be dangers below the passage. Su Yanran is alright, but Lin Yingxue needs to be careful. The three of them flew down the passage together. The chill here is almost tangible.
The breath you exhale instantly turns into tiny ice particles.
The passage was 50 feet deep, and once we reached the end, the chill dissipated. Here is an ancient stone chamber with no other passageways around it, only a stone platform on which a purple jade slip is placed. Below the jade slip was a palm-sized square black jade box.
Is this the legacy left behind within the ruins?
After confirming that there was no danger, Yi Tian walked towards the stone platform.
Su Yanran stayed by his side, never leaving his side, ready to retreat with Yi Tian at any moment.
However, there were no mechanisms on the stone platform. Yi Tian easily obtained the jade slip, on which were written 5 large characters, "Immaculate Glazed Body."
Is this a body refining technique?
Su Yanran saw the text above and guessed.
Have you heard of this martial art?
Yi Tian held the jade slip and asked. I've never heard of it, but most body refining techniques have lost their lineage.
Currently, within my fallen immortal sect, there are only some incomplete first and second tier body refining techniques.
Even if you cultivate, there is no future, so basically no one would choose it. I just had some free time, so I looked at a few and got a general understanding of them.
Su Yanran shook her head and replied. Body refining techniques are so useless? Upon hearing Su Yanran's explanation, Yi Tian felt somewhat disappointed.
Since you're here, you can take them back to the sect, which will add to the sect's collection. Furthermore, the sect will reward you with contribution points, which you can use to exchange for other resources. Su Yanran replied with a smile.
All right. Yi Tian nodded. Since we're here, we can't just leave our things behind. Yi Tian used his magic to collect the jade slip, and then he also collected the black jade box below it. This black jade box might contain a treasure, yet I can't open it?
Yi Tian tested it, and his magic power landed on the black jade box without causing any damage.
Take it back and let Master come, Su Yanran said considerately.
Having obtained the jade slip and the black jade box, the three dispersed, searching back and forth with their divine senses. There were no other items left in the stone chamber.
Let's go back.
After about half an incense stick's time, the three of them returned the way they came. But by this time, the people from Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion had already killed the ice crystal centipede and blocked it outside the ruins.
However, the members of the Luoxian sect were also outside the ruins. The three forces are locked in a standoff. The person is out. Someone shouted. Yi Tian and his two companions flew out from the vertical passage.
Buzz. Upon seeing this, the disciples of Sangyun Sword Pavilion immediately activated their swords, and their sharp sword energy surrounded the three of them.
Do you think my fallen immortal sect has no one left?
Upon seeing this, Xiao Fan immediately made his move, sweeping his long staff horizontally.
Ta-da!
The long sword in the sky was immediately deflected. Xiao Fan, your Luoxian sect not only stole the ice spirit pearl from my Qingyuan sect.
Now you've trespassed into the ruins and are trying to monopolize the opportunities. Do you think my Qingyuan sect is easy to bully? Senior brother Bai from Qingyuan sect couldn't sit still any longer.
Wearing a magical gauntlet on his right hand, he threw a punch at Yi Tian and the other two.
Boom! A 9-foot-long red fist-shaped imprint appeared in the air, unstoppable. A glimmer of light. Chasing the wind.
Faced with this attack, Yi Tian and Su Yanran, one on the left and one on the right, one with a gun and the other with a sword, launched a counterattack simultaneously. A pale blue sword light appeared, continuously erasing the fist imprint. Yi Tian's spear strike was even more devastating, piercing through the fist and its light pointing directly at the Qingyuan sect members. Fortunately, the disciples of Qingyuan sect joined forces to block the spear and sword.
Cough cough. 2 against 1, what a fine Luoxian sect.
Senior brother Bai of the Qingyuan sect, his magical power surging, stared at Yi Tian and his companion with a sinister gaze. We are Taoist partners, it is only natural for us to fight together against the enemy.
Su Yanran replied in a deep voice.
I obtained the ice spirit orb myself, and I also obtained the opportunity myself.
What does it have to do with your Qingyuan sect? Yi Tian countered with a question.
If this person is not convinced, he can fight to the end. Junior brother Yi, now that the opportunity has fallen into our hands, there's no need to pay them any attention.
Let's go. Xiao Fan stepped forward and spoke up for Yi Tian.
Xiao Fan, Yi Tian, and Su Yanran covered the rear, while the disciples of Qing Yuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion could only watch helplessly as the Luoxian sect members departed. Falling immortal sect, Su Yanran, and that Yi Tian, just you wait. Senior brother Bai gritted his teeth and had no choice but to retreat. The remaining members of the Sangyun Sword Pavilion had no choice but to leave. The greatest benefit of this trip to the ancient burial ice cave fell into the hands of the fallen immortal sect. The most important factor is Yi Tian, the variable. Otherwise, even with Su Yanran, the fallen immortal sect would not be able to suppress the two major sects. Junior brother Ye's strength has impressed me greatly. Back on the treasure ship, Xiao Fan cupped his hands and said, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Tian is a member of the Luoxian sect, so if Yi Tian benefits, then the Luoxian sect benefits. Master. Metropolitan. The members of the Luoxian sect met their sect leader, Lu Yuqing, once again. You did a good job this time, with minimal casualties, especially Yi Tian, who enhanced the prestige of my Luoxian sect. Lu Yuqing looked around at everyone, her gaze landing on Yi Tian, and praised him. Although she didn't participate in the great battle within the ruins, she witnessed it all. The path of spiritual cultivation requires experiencing life and death. This is an ironclad rule. However, Yi Tian's performance was extremely impressive, reducing the pressure on the other disciples. Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Tian returned the gift. Junior brother Yi, what kind of opportunity did you obtain in the ruins? After paying his respects to Lu Yuqing, Xiao Fan couldn't help but ask. I obtained a body refining technique and a black jade box. Since everyone present was from the same sect, Yi Tian took out the jade slip and the black jade box. Please take a look, Master. Su Yanran handed the two items to Lu Yuqing. Lu Yuqing scanned the jade slip with his divine sense and had already discerned its contents. This is a complete fourth-order body refining technique. Lu Yuqing withdrew her divine sense and slowly spoke, her eyes filled with surprise. A complete fourth-tier body refining technique? The disciples were also shocked. If it's a fourth-tier immortal technique, its value will be even higher. Xiao Fan thought to himself. A complete fourth-order body refining technique is indeed more powerful than the incomplete body refining techniques within the sect. But the present era is no longer suitable for the path of body cultivation. Since Yi Tian obtained this secret technique, he can examine it directly. This black jade box contains the matching ointment, which also belongs to Yi Tian. After returning to the sect, the participating disciples can use half of their contribution points to check their records. Lu Yuqing decided who would own this body refining technique. Thank you, Sect Master. The group bowed again. However, most people will not spend contribution points to look up this body refining method. The treasure ship took off and left this bitterly cold land, returning to the fallen immortal sect. Chapter 77, Wedding Date Set, Sect Leader Bestows Treasure. The disciples withdrew. Inside the cabin, only Su Yanran, Lin Yingxue, Yi Tian, and Xiao Fan remained. Yi Tian, this technique, although it is a body refining method. But in the process of inheritance, a medicinal ointment was also left behind. I have taken a look at it. Using this ointment in conjunction with this method will benefit you in your practice. However, without this ointment, it's best not to cultivate. Not only will it be a waste of spiritual medicine, but the effect will also be weak. Lu Yuqing returned the two items to Yi Tian and said, I see. Yi Tian nodded. Afterwards, Yi Tian and Su Yanran returned to Su Yanran's cabin. Young Master Yi, once you've memorized the contents of this jade slip, you can give it to me and send it to the transmission pavilion. If someone wants to borrow it in the future, they will have to spend contribution points. You can take half of these contribution points. Su Yanran explained considerately. In that case, should we also contribute points to the Qinghui Yiying spear technique that we borrowed before? Having grasped the key points, Yi Tian asked. You're only finding out now? Lin Yingxue pouted and said. Reflecting snow. Su Yanran pressed Lin Yingxue's hand down, then said to Yi Tian. A second-tier spear technique won't cost many contribution points. I can't stand you two showing off your love like this. Lin Yingxue shook Su Yanran's hand and said in a sweet voice. Yingxue, stop fooling around. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue were playfully fighting. Yi Tian watched from the side. The two stunningly beautiful sisters were a feast for the eyes. Most importantly, both of them were his Taoist partners. After looking at it for a while, Yi Tian used his divine sense to explore the contents of the jade slip.
This was his first time encountering body refining techniques. It is completely different from the Haoyu Luo Xianju that he is currently cultivating. Body refining techniques do not require drawing spiritual energy into the body, nor do they require opening acupoints.
Instead, it starts from the outer skin, working its way inward, like forging a magical weapon, undergoing countless trials and tribulations, until finally reaching a level where the physical body is comparable to a magical weapon.
However, the pain one has to endure is extremely astonishing. Moreover, the cultivation technique also includes the necessary spiritual herbs.
If Yi Tian hadn't known that this was a body refining technique, he would have thought it was a prescription for a medicinal pill.
To refine the first level, you'd need at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, right? Yi Tian was speechless after reading the contents.
However, he still had that black jade box in his hand, so if he wanted to cultivate, he wouldn't need any other medicine for the time being.
With Yi Tian's current comprehension, this technique is very simple. However, the process of cultivation requires patience and perseverance. Yanran, Yingxue, would you like to take a look at this cultivation technique? After reading it, Yi Tian handed the jade slip to the two women. I don't want to practice body tempering. Lin Yingxue quickly shook her head, trying to avoid it. Su Yanran didn't say anything.
She took the jade slip, closed her eyes, and used her divine sense to probe into it. A moment later, she opened her eyes, as if she had suddenly realized something.
Senior sister, you wouldn't. Lin Yingxue's expression was somewhat strange.
I am wholeheartedly cultivating the Jade Falling Immortal technique. This technique contains the principles of heaven and earth and has its merits. I have gained some insights, but as for cultivation, I'll leave it at that. Su Yanran shook the jade slip and returned it to Yi Tian, saying, Young Master Yi, the first level of this technique is relatively easy for now. Once you master it, you can use it for self-defense, but don't become too obsessed with it. The Jade Immortal technique is the foundation from now on, our dual cultivation will advance even faster. The two are about to get married, and Su Yanran makes no secret of her dual cultivation practices.
Dual cultivation.
But Lin Yingxue, who was standing to the side, looked away when she heard this. She also cultivates the Koan chapter of the Haoyu Luo Xian technique, which can complement Yi Tian's magical power. Inside the ice cave, the two had already engaged in dual cultivation, but they had not yet broken through the final barrier.
I've got it. Yi Tian retrieved the jade slip.
After all, it can improve one's strength. If progress is really slow, then he will only cultivate the first level. The three chatted as the treasure ship quickly returned to the Luo Xian sect.
Sect Master, I'm going to the enforcement peak.
Xiaofan left the treasure ship and headed to the law enforcement peak.
Zhao Ron's death still needs to be explained, but Yi Tian will certainly not be punished. The other inner disciples all left. They don't need to hand over tasks like outer disciples because they have accompanying elders.
Yingxue, go help Yi Tian collect the items for the inner disciples.
Lu Yuqing took out a token and said to Lin Yingxue. Yes.
Lin Yingxue accepted the token and disappeared into the mountains of the inner sect.
From now on, I will be an inner disciple. Yi Tian was still somewhat dazed.
Back when he was on the miscellaneous servants' peak, he never dared to dream of this day.
Follow me. Lu Yuqing spoke to the remaining two.
After leaving the ritual peak, the three walked through the inner gate of the mountain. The inner gate is larger than the outer gate, nestled among mountains, with various ancient trees and spiritual plants scattered about, and spiritual mist drifting by. Celestial birds rise and fall, and disciples occasionally pass by.
Tranquil and peaceful, like a fairyland on earth. This was Yi Tian's first time visiting the inner sect. Following Lu Yuqing, the two arrived at the sect leader's main hall. Sit.
Lu Yuqing sat in the main seat, and two female disciples brought chairs for Yi Tian and Lu Yuqing to sit down.
Lu Yuqing nodded to herself as her gaze fell on Yi Tian and Su Yanran. Yi Tian's talent and strength are even greater than Xiaofan's.
He and his closed-door disciple are kindred spirits and a perfect match.
Buzz. Lu Yuqing's magical power surged, forming a trigram in the air.
She moved her 5 fingers in quick succession, causing the hexagram to change and finally settle into a hexagram representing time. This day is the most auspicious day in the last 3 years.
This is the most suitable marriage for the two of you. What do you think? Lu Yuqing asked. I will follow Master's instructions.
Su Yanran glanced at Yi Tian and replied with a smile.
Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Tian bowed. This was a wedding date personally chosen by the Sect Master of Luoxian Sect. How could he dare to refuse? If I calculate it, there are still more than 40 days left. What should I do with this Yang Gu? Looking at Su Yanran's beautiful face, Yi Tian felt bitter. But for now, we can only take it one step at a time. The date has been set, so I have ordered people to begin preparations. In addition, I have something else to give you. As Lu Yuqing spoke, he waved his right hand. A large, light golden seal, about the size of a fist, bearing the image of two Mandarin duck spirit beasts, landed in front of the two. It exuded the aura of a second-tier top-grade spiritual artifact. This seal will be replaced with the seal of unity, and the two of you will pledge your allegiance to the Lord by dripping your blood together. Lu Yuqing continued. Su Yanran and Yi Tian extended their fingers together. Su Yanran gathered her magical power into a fine needle, pierced her own fair fingertip, and then pierced Yi Tian's fingertip. Their blood pressure dropped, and the Mandarin duck spirit beasts on the seal opened their eyes, seemingly memorizing their appearances. A flash of crimson light, and the seal returned to its original state. Both of them could sense the presence of this seal. This seal of unity will last as long as the two of you are together. It can unleash 3 times the power of the full force attack of the one with the lower cultivation level between you two. Lu Yuqing explained the function of this concentric seal. Yanran, please accept the Tongxin seal. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian placed the heart seal in Su Yanran's hand. From now on, you and I will be one, husband and wife, inseparable and never abandoning each other. Su Yanran accepted the heart-to-heart seal and said with a smile. As long as the two are together, it doesn't matter whose hand holds the seal of unity. Chapter 78, Becoming an Inner Disciple and Beginning Body Refinement. They set a wedding date and exchanged vows. Lu Yuqing then dismissed the two. As for Yi Tian's cultivation level and background, as long as Su Yanran was there, she didn't need to care. Now, shall we go to my cave? Leaving the sect leader's main hall, Su Yanran asked with a smile. In fact, Yi Tian should have arrived the day the two became Taoist partners. But it has been delayed until today, and it has finally arrived. They should have come sooner. Following Su Yanran, Yi Tian arrived at her cave dwelling. Miss, this must be young Master Yi? The 4 maids in the cave saw Yi Tian and guessed his identity. Outside Su Yanran's cave dwelling was a lotus pond shrouded in spiritual mist, filled with the fragrance of lotus blossoms, a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere. From the outside, all you can see is a hazy, foggy expanse. But the interior was extremely quiet, with incense burning, like a celestial palace, extremely magnificent and grand. The two walked side by side, with Su Yanran carefully leading Yi Tian to each side hall. Finally, the two arrived at Su Yanran's bedroom. The furnishings inside the bedroom were relatively simple, with the most eye-catching item being a large, carved jade bed. Perhaps because the beautiful woman had been staying there for a long time, Yi Tian could still smell her refreshing fragrance. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, I rarely sleep and usually cultivate in a secret room. Su Yanran walked to the snow-white bed and said softly. Senior sister, Yi Tian. Just then, Lin Yingshua's voice came from behind them. She had already helped Yi Tian change his inner disciple identity token and collect his uniform. So you were in the bedchamber. I thought you were. Lin Yingxua appeared outside the bedchamber, saw the two of them, and said with a playful expression. Pa! Stop making fun of your senior sister. Su Yanran rolled her eyes at Lin Yingxua. Lin Yingxua handed a storage bag to Yi Tian. Becoming an inner disciple entitles one to receive a storage bag. Of course, you can also buy one for 1,000 spirit stones. An inner disciple can receive 700 spirit stones a month? Upon seeing the resources in the storage bag, Yi Tian asked. Since you are at the 7th level of foundation establishment, you can naturally receive 700 spirit stones. But that's definitely not enough. If you want to cultivate, you still have to rely on yourself. Lin Yingxua replied. However, these 700 spirit stones were nothing to Yi Tian. The ice spirit pearls he gave to the two women were worth 20,000 spirit stones each, so 2 of them would be worth 40,000. Would you like to go to your cave? After Yi Tian put away the storage bag, Lin Yingxua asked. No need, my small courtyard outside the gate suits me better. Besides, after Yanran and I get married, we will definitely live in her cave. Moving around would be too much trouble. Yi Tian waved his hand and said. What Yi Lang said is true. Upon hearing these words, Su Yanran's pretty face was full of smiles. Then you can stay in your courtyard. Lin Yinshue's eyes darted around. After seeing Su Yanran's cave dwelling, Yi Tian returned to the outer sect. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue, along with matters concerning the inner sect, will meet him at the outer sect in the afternoon. After returning to the outer gate and confirming that no one was around, Yi Tian went to Lu Xiao's courtyard. "Xiao, it's me." Yi Tian knocked on the door and called out. After a while, Lu Xiao poked her little head out, pulled Yi Tian inside, and closed the door again. There was no one else in the courtyard, so Yi Tian simply hugged Lu Xiao and kissed her on the cheek. "Why are you back so late? Senior sister Su even came looking for you." Sensing Yi Tian's affection, Lu Xiao asked in a gentle tone. "It's a long story. This time I originally left the sect." Yi Tian told Lu Xiao about his experiences, picking and choosing what to say. "You're actually at the 7th level of foundation establishment?" After listening, Lu Xiao stared at Yi Tian in surprise. Yi Tian could only release his cultivation aura. However, he knew very well that Lu Xiao was at the 4th level of the core formation realm, and her cultivation was far superior to his. "But this time, I have to tell Lu Xiao. Otherwise, once the news of him becoming an inner disciple spreads, Lu Xiao will also find out. This is the cultivation technique I obtained, and the Ice Spirit Orb." Yi Tian took out the cultivation technique Jade Slip and his Ice Spirit Pearl. "Senior brother needs the Ice Spirit Pearl more, but I am interested in the cultivation technique." Lu Xiao sat in Yi Tian's lap, her legs gently swaying as she looked at the Jade Slip. Yi Tian had anticipated her reaction and put the Ice Spirit Orb away again. "So? Do you want to cultivate?" After Lu Xiao finished reading the cultivation technique, Yi Tian asked. She shook her head and replied, "I can help you cultivate." Lu Xiao's words were unexpected by Yi Tian. However, upon closer examination, Lu Xiao's true form is a 9-tailed celestial fox, which should be considered a special bloodline of the demon race. Demons are known for their physical strength, so it's normal that they could help him cultivate. Since Lu Xiao had already agreed to be his Taoist partner, Yi Tian didn't need to be polite and let Lu Xiao guide him in body refinement. "Take off your clothes, I'll help you apply the ointment." Lu Xiao led Yi Tian to the bedroom and said, "I've never even seen you." Yi Tian felt he had been taken advantage of. "You can do that too." Lu Xiao sat on the chair, looking at Yi Tian obediently, as if she were ready to be taken advantage of. "Let's get down to business. I know Xiao is the best." Yi Tian was just joking. He kissed Lu Xiao's face again and began to take off his clothes. Lu Xiao sat upright, holding a black jade box in her hand, her eyes fixed on Yi Tian with curiosity. Although Ran Xili and Lin Yingxue had already met him openly before, neither of them had been as bold as Lu Xiao. Even Yi Tian felt a little embarrassed watching it. "Xiao, can we start applying the medicine now?" Yi Tian urged. "Come here." Lu Xiao took a piece of ointment with her hand, and placed her cool and smooth palm on Yi Tian's lower abdomen. After applying the ointment, which was from who knows how long ago, still retained its medicinal properties and was quickly absorbed by the skin. Yi Tian put on his clothes and began to get into position for his first body training session. As the medicine took effect, Yi Tian felt as if he were being pricked with needles all over his body. "Your legs are too weak." Lu Xiao circled around him and then placed her hand on his thigh. Hiss. Yi Tian felt as if a piece of his flesh had been cut off, and he gasped for breath. But that wasn't the end of it. Lu Xiao reached out and massaged that muscle for him, making the pain even worse. "If you can't handle it, then forget it," Lu Xiao said. "I can handle it, I'll continue," Yi Tian said through gritted teeth. Although it was painful, he could definitely feel his skin becoming tougher. The places where Lu Xiao applied the ointment were all weaknesses that he hadn't noticed before. Chapter 79, 3 Women Gather Together, Purifying the Dust Body. The ointment is a set with the Immaculate Crystal Body. It contains a large number of spiritual herbs that can increase qi and blood, most of which are now impossible to find. Although Yi Tian's cultivation progressed rapidly, his cultivation time was still too short. At this moment, the medicinal power was frantically repairing the weaknesses in Yi Tiandao's body. The path of body refinement, since it exists, must have its reasons for existing. If it were before, I don't know how powerful I would have been if I had cultivated both body refinement and qi refinement. Yi Tian endured the pain, thinking to himself.
It was precisely because he experienced the effects of the body refining technique that Yi Tian persisted. Now that cultivation speed has slowed down, body tempering is also a way to quickly improve strength. Moreover, Yi Tian also has 4 stunningly beautiful women by his side. After Chu Ning leaves, he will definitely not let the matter rest. The power of the Chu family is extremely large, far beyond what Zhao Rong can compare to. In addition, there is Rand Siley. She was in the Xianin sect, where the demonic sect and the righteous path were irreconcilable enemies. If Yi Tian wants to keep Rand Siley by his side openly and legitimately, he must single-handedly appease both the demonic sect and the righteous path. Just thinking about it gave Yi Tian a headache. Therefore, strength is still needed, strength strong enough to suppress everything. It's unavoidable to greedily enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives. They stayed in Lu Xiao's courtyard until noon. The effects of the medicine had weakened somewhat, and Yi Tian was finally able to barely bear it. Xi Yao. Yi Tian looked at Lu Xiao, who was staring at him, and called out. The sect leader has already set a wedding date for me and Yanran, which is in a month. I might have to move to the inner sect later. He hadn't told Lu Xiao about this earlier, and was only bringing it up now. The concern is that Lu Xiao might find it difficult to accept immediately. So, is my senior brother going to abandon me? Lu Xiao was taken aback upon hearing this, and asked pitifully. How could that be? Seeing Lu Xiao's reaction, Yi Tian quickly said. He knew that Lu Xiao didn't actually have much experience living among humans, and that she had been very attached to him ever since they met. Yi Tian himself couldn't possibly feel comfortable leaving Lu Xiao alone in the outer sect. Xiao, I've said it before, you are also my Taoist partner. However, your identity cannot be revealed yet. I'd like to discuss with you whether it would be possible for you to stay by my side and pretend to be a maid? Yi Tian explained his solution. I'm willing to stay by my senior's side as long as I can. Lu Xiao agreed without much thought. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Yi Tian put away his stance and hugged Lu Xiao in his arms. However, the 3 women in the fallen immortals sect could only maintain the balance in this way. After discussing it with Lu Xiao, the 2 returned to the courtyard. He was late in returning. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue were already sitting in the courtyard, staring at him and Lu Xiao. Yanran, Yingxue. Yi Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Lu Xiao's pretty face didn't make the 2 women realize the threat. Yi Lang, did you go to see junior sister Lu? Su Yanran looked at Lu Xiao and asked. I was originally planning to go back to my own courtyard, but I just happened to pass by junior sister Lu's courtyard. And I only found out today that junior sister Lu has been bullied by other female disciples in the outer sect. Yi Tian remained calm and embellished the story, telling the 2 women about Lu Xiao's past experiences. He only revealed his purpose at the very end. Yanran, I want to keep junior sister Lu by my side and take care of her daily life. Otherwise, if I go to your cave, when you are in seclusion, there will only be your maid in the cave, which will not be very convenient for me. These were things he had thought of after visiting Su Yanran's cave. Although Su Yanran's 4 maids were not stunning beauties with a 90% appearance rating, each of them was as pretty as a flower, with an appearance rating of at least 85%. Yi Tian is, after all, a man. If something were to happen, it would be hard to say. In contrast, Lu Xiao seemed much more at ease. Therefore, his words are reasonable and well-founded. It was my oversight. In that case, I'll have to trouble junior sister Lu. Su Yanran's gaze softened as she stood up, walked over, and took Lu Xiao's hand. Then she took out a storage bag containing spirit stones and new clothes, and gave it to Lu Xiao. In her eyes, since Lu Xiao was to take care of Yi Tian's daily life, she was naturally considered half the mistress of the house. Why do I feel like Yi Tian's thoughts aren't that simple? Lin Yingxue sat to one side, resting her chin on her hand, her face full of suspicion. In Su Yanran's eyes, Yi Tian was an ideal Taoist partner. But Lin Yingxue knew very well that Yi Tian, who could say I want them all, could not possibly be an honest person. But with Lu Xiao's looks, and with me and my senior sister around, he shouldn't even look at her. Lin Yingxue stared at Lu Xiao for a long time, but she couldn't understand it. And so, Yi Tian had promised all 3 women a title, and they all gathered together, each with their own thoughts, yet they managed to live in peace in the small courtyard. I'm going to start body tempering. Yi Tian couldn't stand being stared at, so he continued to train his body in the courtyard. Let me apply the ointment for you first. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran took Yi Tian's hand and led him to the bedroom. She had read the immaculate glass body and knew how to apply the ointment. However, Yi Tian had already applied the ointment once, and faced with Su Yanran's thoughtfulness, he could only accept it with tears in his eyes. After Su Yanran left the bedroom with a shy expression, Yi Tian started grimacing in pain again.
Body refinement. With 3 beautiful women watching him, Yi Tian was full of motivation.
As the medicinal effects continued to penetrate his body, Yi Tian felt as if he were in a furnace. His comprehension has greatly improved, and he can achieve twice the results with half the effort in whatever he cultivates, especially with double the amount of ointment.
Yi Tian's progress in body tempering was rapid. Body refinement is different from qi refinement. The magical power condensed during qi refinement flows inside the body and is difficult for outsiders to see.
Body refinement, on the other hand, can be directly manifested in the body.
In just one afternoon, Yi Tian's skin became fair and firm.
The minor scratches left from carrying water have all been repaired.
As a result, Yi Tian's appearance became even more handsome. As darkness fell, faint, transparent light began to appear beneath Yi Tian's skin. This is the immaculate crystal body, the first level, the purifying body.
The human body, from the moment we are born, consumes grains and cereals, just as a bright mirror is covered with dust.
The process of body refinement is to remove these impurities until one returns to the innate body.
The name pure dust body is derived from the idea of removing dust and impurities. Yi Tian understood this clearly and became so immersed in it that he even isolated himself from the physical pain. Senior sister, Yi Tian seems to have a talent for body refinement.
Lin Xue whispered to Su Yanran. After his sudden enlightenment, Yilang seemed to have suddenly become enlightened, and his comprehension increased dramatically.
For him, any technique he can understand is no challenge.
Su Yanran stared intently at Yi Tian and spoke without blinking. Senior sister, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think your eyes are practically glued to Yi Tian. Noticing Su Yanran's change, Lin Xue teased. What's wrong with me looking at my own Taoist partner?
Su Yanran smiled gently. Alright, you couples are showing off your love, but I, your junior sister, am left unloved. Lin Xue hugged Su Yanran's waist and pouted as she spoke. But actually, she also enjoyed the time she spent with Yi Tian.
Chapter 80 Lin Xue's Night Raid, Lu Xiao's Little Thoughts.
Yi Lang, give me the white soul spear, and I'll find someone to reforge it for you. I still have some matters to attend to in the inner sect, so I will not stay any longer today.
As dusk fell, Su Yanran said one last thing before taking the white soul spear and riding away on a cloud.
In the previous battle, the white soul spear couldn't keep up with Yi Tian's strength.
Su Yanran kept this in mind, so she prepared to help Yi Tian reforge the white soul spear into a second-tier spiritual weapon.
The two were to get married a month later. It wouldn't make a difference to wait a day or two.
Besides, Su Yanran wanted to leave more room for anticipation.
Maintaining some distance before the wedding night would actually enhance their relationship.
I'm going back too.
Lin Xue quickly followed and they returned to the inner sect together.
Senior brother, I'm hungry. After the two women left, Lu Xiao rubbed her lower abdomen and said, I'll go make dinner now.
Yi Tian stopped his stance and exhaled a breath of stale air. In just one day, he has already entered the stage of the immaculate crystal body. The immaculate glazed body is a fourth-tier body refining technique with 3 levels. The first level is the cleansing body, the second level is the glazed body, and the third level is the immaculate body. Once the first level of cultivation is perfected, one can use their physical body to fight against cultivators at the 9th level of foundation establishment. After practicing the body refining technique, Yi Tian's defensive power far surpasses that of other cultivators, achieving 2 goals at once. The courtyard quieted down, and Yi Tian and Lu Xiao began to prepare dinner. Soon, a steaming hot meal was served. The two sat together, like a young married couple, having dinner.
Lu Xiao's current identity is Yi Tian's maid, and she can stay in the courtyard openly and legitimately.
But in order to avoid suspicion, a side room had to be prepared to serve as Lu Xiao's bedroom. While the two were cleaning the side room, Yi Tian suddenly discovered that the array in his courtyard had opened a small gap. At the same time, his 3-live spirit bell responded again.
Lin Xue is back again? Yi Tian learned the identity of the person who came.
Besides him and Su Yanran, only Lin Xue was able to open his formation silently.
Xiao, you can rest in the side room tonight. Yi Tian thought for a moment and said. Lu Xiao noticed Lin Xue and guessed Yi Tian's intentions, so she obediently agreed.
My senior brother has a yang gu poison. No one can cure it except me and the person who cast the poison. Watching Yi Tian leave, Lu Xiao squinted her eyes and thought to herself. Then she extended her divine sense and enveloped the bedroom next door.
What happens between my senior brother and other women at night? Lu Xiao was curious.
Last time, she and Yi Tian shared a bed, but she didn't know how true Taoist partners should get along. Today, Lin Yingxue is the one she is verifying.
You little thief.
Yi Tian appeared in the courtyard and said something softly. Lin Yingxue, dressed in a gray cloak that completely concealed herself, was secretly closing the side door when Yi Tian startled her. Her delicate body trembled, and she almost fell over.
However, Yi Tian caught her waist in time. You're the thief. Knowing it was Yi Tian, Lin Yingxue reached out and pinched his waist. Then Lin Yingxue took Yi Tian's hand and went back to the bedroom. Aren't you afraid your senior sister will find out? Inside the bedroom, Yi Tian asked with a smile.
Lin Yingxue clearly went home in the afternoon, but she unexpectedly launched a night raid on Yi Tian. My senior sister said that a woman should be reserved before marriage.
Therefore, I will not stay in your room overnight before our wedding night.
Before I came, I told the maid that if my senior sister looked for me, she should say that I was in seclusion.
Lin Yingxue replied.
Since she dared to come, she must have made countless preparations.
You, Yingxue, are taking this opportunity to find your senior brother-in-law, huh? Yi Tian understood Lin Yingxue's feelings and was touched, but he didn't hold back his words. Don't say that. However, Lin Yingxue suddenly turned pale and looked like she was about to cry.
Her relationship with her senior sister was as strong as a rock, and Yi Tian's words made her feel sorry for Su Yanran.
It's my fault, I won't say it again.
Yi Tian realized what was happening and gently comforted him. I'm sorry, senior sister, but if you continue like this, I'd rather die than break off this relationship. Lin Yingxue closed her eyes and said sadly.
No. I was really just joking.
Yi Tian continued to reassure him. Lin Yingxue is a man of his word, just like when he rejected Su Yanran, and Su Yanran wanted to commit suicide with him.
He wanted to tease Lin Yingxue, but he didn't consider Lin Yingxue's feelings.
However, the two had a 100% affinity rating, otherwise Lin Yingxue wouldn't have taken the initiative to come to Yi Tian at night.
Yi Tian understood that as long as he didn't tease Lin Yingxue with words, everything else was fine.
Leaning against Yi Tian's chest for a long time, Lin Yingxue's expression softened again. Her beautiful face was flushed with a blush, and in the dim light, she was truly a feast for the eyes. Yi Tian felt a surge of desire and his right hand wandered over her slender waist.
Anything is fine today.
Lin Yingxue did not stop him, but leaned against Yi Tian and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
Really, anything is possible? These words instantly ignited Yi Tian's passion, making his eyes burn with fervor. That last one won't work, but the others are fine.
Lin Yingxue blushed, biting her lip with her pearly teeth, and said ambiguously.
Why? Although Yi Tian didn't have that thought, he couldn't help but ask.
Because your senior sister is your rightful partner. After you and your senior sister consummate your marriage, I will grant you whatever you desire.
Lin Yingxue replied.
Yi Tian's gaze softened, and Lin Yingxue still held Su Yanran, her senior sister, in high esteem.
If that's the case, then why did you come over at night? Having learned the reason, Yi Tian pressed for an answer. It's all because of you.
Lin Yingxue sat up, glared at Yi Tian, and said confidently. I'm afraid that because your senior sister isn't here, you'll be desperate and make a move on that junior sister Lu. Your senior sister might not be able to tell, but I know you're not honest at all. So I can only sacrifice myself to help my senior sister and protect her Taoist partner.
After hearing Lin Yingxue's explanation, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle.
Lin Yingxue did understand him, but she was only half right.
Lu Xiao's looks are a perfect 100 in terms of beauty, she surpasses even Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue. My dear Yingxue, don't you trust me at all? Yi Tian held her hand and asked in return. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I'm afraid of what might happen.
Lin Yingxue's gaze wandered. In truth, she still harbored selfish motives. Since they came out of the ice cave, the two of them haven't even had a chance to talk alone.
She was very envious that Su Yanran could be openly by Yi Tian's side.
Understanding Lin Yingxue's little scheme, Yi Tian sighed and hugged her in his arms.
Stay here and cultivate tonight.
Lin Yingxue launched a night raid, but Yi Tian's heart calmed down instead. Firstly, because of the Yang Gu, he might not be able to resist Lin Yingxue's charm. Secondly, Lu Xiao was right next door, so it was best to be careful.
In a side room. If I hadn't hidden my identity, How could she possibly compare to me? No, all men are lustful. I need to show my true face to my senior brother more often in the future. Lu Xiao heard what the two were saying and thought angrily. Both bedrooms fell silent. Knowing that Yi Tian hadn't actually laid a hand on her, Lin Yingxue kissed him and sat on the bed to begin her cultivation. Her current cultivation level has been completely surpassed by Yi Tian. If she doesn't hurry up and cultivate, she won't be able to keep up with him and Su Yanran at all. Yi Tian sat to one side, not cultivating, but instead opened the system shop. Chapter 81 New System Items, Redeem Again. The system store interface has opened, and now there are two stores. One corresponds to Su Yanran, and the other corresponds to Lin Yingxue. If Lu Xiao and Ran Xili's affection level increases to 90 points in the future, two new shop interfaces should be unlocked. The intimacy level displayed at the bottom varies depending on the interface. Su Yanran's current intimacy level is 212 points. Last time, Yi Tian spent 200 intimacy points to exchange for enlightenment, and he still has 12 points left. The additional 200 points came from the Ice Spirit Orb. One Ice Spirit Pearl is worth 20,000 Spirit Stones, making it even more precious than Ant Royal Jelly. In Lin Yingxue's system shop, a new row of items has been added, which are newly unlocked after her favorability rating reaches 100. He hadn't had time to check on things earlier because the situation in the ice cave was critical. Now I have time. Among them, Yi Tian exchanged for the same level of comprehension as Lin Yingxue. There are currently 5 items remaining. The newly unlocked item is Lin Yingxue's equal cultivation level, which requires 500 intimacy points to redeem. Yingxue's cultivation level is only at the second level of foundation establishment, so there is no need to exchange for her now. Yi Tian glanced at Lin Yingxue's figure and thought to himself. Since we're going to exchange it, we definitely need to consider the cost effectiveness. To reach 500 intimacy points, you must gift Lin Yingxue a spiritual item worth 50,000 spirit stones. The cultivation points obtained through the exchange are estimated to be only enough for Yi Tian to break through from the early stage of the 7th level of foundation establishment to the middle stage of the 7th level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian glanced at it and saw that Lin Yingxue's intimacy level was 330 points. After exchanging for enlightenment points last time, I had 110 points left. Then I received an Ice Spirit Orb, which added 200 points. The remaining 20 points were a 40-year-old 3-flower spirit ginseng. I'm still far from 500 points, so even if I wanted to redeem them, I couldn't. In addition to this one, there are 2 other newly unlocked items. These are, respectively, Lin Yingxue's cultivation speed tenfold, and Lin Yingxue's comprehension tenfold. The quantity has increased tenfold, and the required intimacy points have also increased tenfold, requiring 1,000 and 2,000 intimacy points respectively. Yi Tian is still far from being there. But he had already set his sights on both of these products. Yingxue's talent, though not as good as Yanran's, is still among the top in the Luoxian sect. If I could obtain Yingxue's cultivation speed and comprehension 10 times over, I could even leap into the ranks of true prodigies, and I doubt anyone in the entire Falling Star domain could compare to me. Yi Tian thought excitedly. He had previously exchanged for the same level of comprehension as Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue, and now he has become a genius. Not only is his marksmanship impeccable, but his progress in cultivating body refining techniques is also astonishingly fast. In the path of cultivation, comprehension is indispensable. Yi Tian had even heard of some extraordinary geniuses who would have sudden enlightenments every day and ascend to immortality in just a few decades. He had no idea how extraordinary that level of understanding was. However, if he could acquire 10 times the comprehension of Lin Yingxue, he would definitely surpass his current level. Not only that, Su Yanran's favorability rating has also reached 96 points, only 4 points away from 100 points. After the two consummate their marriage, they should reach 100 points. At that time, he estimated that he could exchange for 10 times Su Yanran's comprehension. With the two combined, his comprehension would be beyond his own imagination. In that case, Yingxue's intimacy level can be retained and used to exchange for 10 times the comprehension. We can use Yanran's intimacy points first. We can exchange them for cultivation speed. After thinking for a long time, Yi Tian decided to only exchange for the same cultivation speed as Su Yanran. It only takes 100 points of intimacy to greatly accelerate his cultivation speed. Exchange. Yi Tianxin had a thought. Buzz. Su Yanran's intimacy level decreased by 100 points, and the system's power appeared out of thin air, merging into his limbs and bones.
This force penetrated deep into his bones, flesh, tendons, skin, and even his internal organs. A sharp, intense pain surged through him, even more intense than during his body refining practice.
With Lin Ningxue by his side, Yi Tian could only do his best to endure the pain.
Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Yi Tian felt like each day was an eternity, gritting his teeth in despair.
Finally, the system's power disappeared. Yi Tian felt his magical power flowing into a more intricate network of magical energy.
His original 108 acupoints, which had already been expanded to their limit, now have new room for expansion.
Wow! The spiritual energy in the room began to converge towards Yi Tian.
The spiritual energy emanating from the spirit stones that Lin Ningxue took out was also attracted by Yi Tian. It can be said that even while Yi Tian was eating and sleeping, his cultivation level was slowly improving.
Is this Yanran's cultivation speed? Feeling the changes in his body, Yi Tian was filled with emotion.
If he had such a cultivation speed, would he have wasted all these years on the miscellaneous servant peak? Even without any special opportunities, he could still cultivate to the foundation establishment realm with just spirit stones.
This is the difference between ordinary people and geniuses. It seems like I'm about to break through.
The pain receded like a tide, and Yi Tian suddenly felt something. The insights gained from the foundation establishment realm flooded into his mind, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered into a vortex. Yi Tian quickly took out 50 spirit stones and placed them around him.
The spiritual energy within was almost entirely absorbed by Yi Tian's body, with virtually no dissipation.
After spiritual energy is integrated into the body, it can be compressed and condensed into magical power in one cycle, and finally gather in the dantian.
The speed at which it absorbs spiritual energy is outrageous.
Yi Tian sighed from the bottom of his heart, wondering what kind of hard life he had lived before.
Wow!
The spiritual energy kept gathering, almost transforming into a spiritual energy tornado. Consequently, Yi Tian also stole the spiritual energy surrounding Lin Ningxue.
What happened? Where is my spiritual energy? In the dimly lit bedroom, Lin Ningxue opened her beautiful eyes.
When she dispersed her divine sense, she discovered that Yi Tian had actually absorbed the spiritual energy around her.
They're even stealing spiritual energy?
Lin Ningxue pursed her lips, but stopped cultivating. Yi Tian could give her treasures like the 3-life spirit bell and the ice spirit pearl, so what's a little spiritual energy?
As a result, Yi Tian absorbed all the spiritual energy in the room.
After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, jade-colored ripples of magical power suddenly appeared in the room.
Yi Tian's cultivation level suddenly increased by 1 level. Mid-stage foundation establishment level 7?
He broke through so quickly?
Lin Ningxue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise.
However, this also means that the gap between her and Yi Tian has widened again. With his cultivation breakthrough, Yi Tian's aura calmed down, and he opened his eyes to see Lin Ningxue staring at him.
Did I wake you up? Yi Tian asked with a smile. How could I not sense your breakthrough in cultivation?
You too, you're both incredibly talented, it's really discouraging.
Lin Ningxue pouted and said coquettishly.
Your talent is quite high too, countless disciples in the sect envy you. Furthermore, in the future, our dual cultivation can help you improve your cultivation level. Yi Tian held her in his arms and whispered in her ear. You should cultivate with your senior sister first. Lin Ningxue was overjoyed, but her face flushed red with embarrassment. Since accepting Yi Tian, she has also been looking forward to the future of the three of them. The bedroom fell silent again. Yi Tian took out spirit stones, and the two began to cultivate together.
Chapter 82 The Chu Family Envoy, with Malicious Intent. The night was pitch black.
Under the cover of night, a figure dressed in black swiftly traversed the mountains and rivers of the Falling Star domain. He had several talismans on his body. It was incredibly fast and extremely well hidden. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment couldn't sense his presence. If a high-level core formation cultivator were here, they would realize that this was actually a powerful cultivator at the 9th level of the core formation realm. He came from who knows where, but his destination was a tranquil, vast lake nestled among the mountains.
Upon reaching the lake, the rapidly speeding figure came to an instant stop. Fellow Taoists of Corpse Puppet Mountain, please show yourselves. His figure stood above the lake and spoke in a low voice. The sound contained magical power and traveled down into the lake. But there was no reaction in the lake. Fellow Taoists, I know you are here, there is no need to hide. After a moment, the figure spoke again. Wow!
Finally, the lake reacted, and two withered, dark figures rushed towards the figure. Under the moonlight, a dark face emerged. These were not cultivators, but two stiff, blackened corpses. However, these two corpses exuded a powerful aura of core formation realm cultivators. You dare to come to my corpse puppet mountain? You will not be spared today. One of the zombies spoke human language. If it weren't for this figure, who would have thought that the sect of Corpse Puppet Mountain, infamous for its creation of corpse puppets, was actually hidden beneath this vast lake? If the news gets out, Corpse Puppet Mountain will surely be besieged. Therefore, these two zombies must use swift and decisive measures to keep this uninvited guest here. You think you can keep me here with just two corpses at the third level of the core formation realm? The figure merely sneered at the two zombies. Then, beneath his robes, a powerful magical force surged, connecting with the power of heaven and earth and the outside world. Within a 10-foot radius around him, a blue light spread, transforming into two chains that lashed out at the two walking corpses. Boom! The chain was nearly 100 feet long, and even with the zombie's sturdiness, its body was still sent flying backward by the pull. Ninth level of core formation. Two incredulous exclamations came from the lake. I have come here for cooperation, yet you refuse to see me. Please have someone in charge come up and speak. The figure looked down over the lake and shouted. Quickly, invite Vice Sect Leader Sue. The two people in the lake immediately retreated into the depths of the lake. A quarter of an hour later, an old man with a withered face and cloudy eyes appeared on the lake. If it weren't for the aura emanating from him that of a high-level core formation realm cultivator, people would probably mistake him for an old man on his deathbed. My surname is Sue, and I am the deputy sect leader of Corpse Puppet Mountain. The old man revealed his identity. I come from the Chu family in the central part of the Falling Star domain. The figure introduced himself. The Chu family? I've only heard of them. A few days ago, a young master from the Chu family came to visit. Vice Sect Master Su lowered his eyes and said in surprise. The Chu family is located countless miles away from this place. This person actually came to his door, which puzzled him greatly. Moreover, Corpse Puppet Mountain has never had any connection with the Chu family. Vice Sect Master Su was well informed. My young master Chu Ning did indeed come here. That is why I, the young master of the Chu family, am extremely dissatisfied with the fallen immortal sect in this place. Therefore, I will cooperate with your sect to deal with the fallen immortal sect. The 9th level core formation cultivator from the Chu family revealed his purpose. The Chu family is located in the central region, which is too far away for them to exert influence. How can we cooperate? Besides, my Corpse Puppet Mountain is a demonic sect. Aren't you afraid that the Chu family will ruin its reputation? Vice Sect Master Su asked with a dry laugh. There is no need for your clan to worry about this. My Chu family is extremely sincere and is willing to offer 500,000 spirit stones. In addition, there are 5 second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts, 3 sets of second-tier top-grade spiritual items, and 10 kinds of third-tier pills, totaling 500 pills. The cooperation method is that my Chu family will provide resources, and your clan will provide manpower. My Chu family only requires your sect's disciples to kill as many disciples of the fallen immortal sect as possible for a period of 1 month. The 9th level core formation cultivator from the Chu family replied. After returning to the Chu family, Chu Ning felt utterly humiliated and disgraced. So he was immediately ordered to take a large amount of resources back to the southern part of Falling Star domain and contact Corpse Puppet Mountain for cooperation. The Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion probably won't agree to this approach. But for a demonic sect like Corpse Puppet Mountain, it's a simple matter. Anyway, they killed more than just 1 or 2 righteous disciples. With the Chu family making such a grand gesture, aren't they afraid that Corpse Puppet Mountain will turn its back on us? Vice Sect Master Su was extremely surprised and asked with a low laugh. Since I am here, I can provide these resources. I have the means to make Corpse Puppet Mountain relinquish its resources. A hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 9th level core formation cultivator from the Chu family. You flatter me, Envoy Chu. Corpse Puppet Mountain will accept this cooperation. Vice Sect Master Su agreed. Dealing with the disciples of the fallen immortal sect is a piece of cake. These resources are practically free, why not take them? Good. Chu Jia, a 9th level core formation cultivator, waved his hand and recognized a large storage bag with ornate and intricate patterns. Vice Sect Master Su, his face filled with greed, opened the storage bag. But after scanning with his divine sense, his expression turned ugly, and he asked. Envoy Chu, among these items, 3 top-grade second-tier spiritual artifacts, 2 sets of top-grade second-tier spiritual items, and 300 third-tier pills are still missing.
The Chu family member replied. The rest will definitely be delivered in a month.
These resources are quite a lot.
Please remember what I said, sect leader Su. After saying that, the Chu family members disappeared into the night. Vice sect master, do we really have to?
The 2 figures that had disappeared earlier reappeared.
Nonsense? Do you think the Chu family's resources are so easy to take?
As for the fallen immortal sect, just send someone to keep an eye on their disciples.
We are in the dark, they are in the light, this is an easy task. Vice sect master Su sneered and put away the storage bag. Under the cover of night, the Chu family's core formation stage cultivators sped off once more.
When his figure became clear again, he was already at the edge of the burial ancient ice cave.
These 2 demonic sects are indeed well hidden.
The figure whispered something and landed among them.
Where are the fellow Taoists from the Xianin sect?
The figure's voice echoed throughout. Since we're going to cooperate, 1 demonic sect is still a form of cooperation, so having 1 more would be even better. Soon, a vice sect leader of the Xianin sect appeared in the sky. After giving the 9th level core formation cultivator of the Chu family a show of force, they offered the same resources and invited the Xianin sect to cooperate.
The Chu family? Report this to the sect leader immediately.
After the Chu family members left, the vice sect master of the Xianin sect returned to the sect's mountain gate with his storage bag.
For the Xianin sect, cooperation is entirely beneficial. Even if the sect leader knew, he would definitely agree.
This deputy sect leader arrived deep in the mountains and met the sect leader of the Xianin sect in a glacier thousands of feet high. It was a refined-looking figure in a scholar's robe, reclining behind layers of curtains.
Greetings, sect master.
The deputy sect leader bowed to the refined figure.
What business do you have with me? The voice of a refined figure rang out.
Reporting to the sect master, just now in the central part of the falling star domain, a cultivator at the 9th level of the core formation stage from the Chu family came to visit. The deputy sect leader replied respectfully. Chapter 83 Caught in the demonic sect, unable to free herself, the witch's plan.
Xianin sect. Miss, the sect leader summons you.
Xiao Yu entered Ran Silei's bedroom and transmitted her voice into the cultivation chamber through an array.
Will my father see me?
A moment later, in the quiet bedchamber, the hidden door opened, and a stunningly beautiful figure stepped out. Ran Siley wore a purple-black fairy dress, her slender waist swaying gracefully, making her figure appear like the most perfect enchantress in the world. Even Xiao Yu, a woman herself, couldn't take her eyes off her young mistress. Miss, you are naturally charming and growing more and more beautiful. Upon seeing Ran Kai wearing a veil, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But at the same time, Yi Tian's image appeared in her mind. She and Ran Siley grew up together. Only Yi Tian was a man who could be so close to her young lady, and her young lady hadn't returned home that night.
What are you thinking about?
Ran Siley walked to Xiao Yu's side, her fair hand tracing Xiao Yu's face as she asked. I'm thinking about the relationship between Miss and Yi Tian. The autumn rain answered softly.
Humph, don't let your imagination run wild.
Ran Siley gave a soft snort and withdrew her hand.
Yes, Mississippi.
The autumn rain quickly lowered its head. Stepping out of the serene hall, Ran Siley, accompanied by 4 maids, disappeared into the night amidst the cold wind. Half an hour later, Ran Siley arrived at a magnificent hall that was entirely covered in ice crystals. In the main seat of the hall sat a refined middle-aged man. Below them stood many elders of the Xianin sect, as well as a young man, Duan Xinglin. Upon seeing Duan Xinglin, a hint of coldness flashed in Ran Siley's beautiful eyes, her pretty face remaining expressionless.
Father. Ran Siley entered the main hall and called out to the person in the main seat.
The refined middle-aged man was her biological father, Ran Xingyuan, who was also the current sect leader of the Xianin sect.
Father, why have you summoned me here so late at night? Ran Siley entered the hall and asked calmly.
Lear, an hour ago, an envoy from the Chu family of the Falling Star domain came to cooperate with my Xianin sect. He took out 500,000 spirit stones, 2 second-grade top-quality spirit weapons, 1 second-grade top-quality spirit item, and 200 third-grade pills. Let my Xianin sect send out disciples to intercept and kill the disciples of the Luo Xian sect. You and Xinglin are now the leading figures of my Xianin sect, so it is only natural that you two should lead this kind of mission.
Ran Xingyuan replied. Intercept and kill disciples of the fallen immortal sect?
Upon hearing this, Ran Siley let out a soft exclamation. As a disciple of the demonic sect, she was at odds with the righteous sects, and naturally showed no mercy when killing righteous cultivators. But now that she is in the fallen immortal sect, she has someone she cares about, so she is naturally moved.
However, those present did not notice any change in her. My daughter understands.
Ran Siley nodded in response.
Very good.
Since you have sent out the disciples, distribute all 500,000 spirit stones as a reward.
There are 2 top-grade second-tier spiritual artifacts. You two, each of you, choose one. As for the top-grade spiritual item of the second tier, there is only one.
1 month later, it will belong to whoever has more blood on their hands.
How about that? After explaining the cause, Ran Xingyuan then decided on the rewards. The sect leader is wise.
Before Ran Siley could speak, Duan Xinglin on the other side responded loudly.
I will follow my father's arrangements. Under the watchful eyes of many elders, Ran Siley could only respond.
Alright, you two can accept these 2 top-grade spiritual items.
With no objections from either of them, Ran Xingyuan waved his hand, and the 2 magical artifacts fell into their hands.
In Ran Siley's hand was a crystal waist token, while in Duan Xinglin's was a modeled bronze halberd. You will figure out the function of the magical artifacts yourselves.
Tomorrow, you will lead your disciples and leave the sect.
After taking out the magical artifact, Ran Xingyuan gave his final order.
Yes, disciple takes his leave. Duan Xinglin put away the bronze halberd and turned to leave.
The elders in the main hall also left one after another. In the end, only Ran Xingyuan and his daughter Ran Siley, along with 4 maids, remained. Ran Siley then gestured with her eyes, and the 4 maids withdrew.
Leer. After the outsider left, Ran Xingyuan's tone softened.
Father, Duan Xinglin colluded with outsiders to harm your daughter.
Why did you not only fail to capture him, but also offer him a second-tier top-grade spiritual weapon?
Ran Siley looked at her father and asked, puzzled. Ever since she returned from the soul-eating ant's nest, she had reported Duan Xinglin's actions to her father. There was also the incident where Duan Xinglin orchestrated a scheme to lure powerful members of the Chu family into attacking her. In her eyes, she would not be at ease as long as Duan Xinglin was alive. Just now, Ran Xingyuan even wanted to give away a magical artifact to win over Duan Xinglin, which made her even more unable to accept it. Leer, as your father has said, this vast Xianin sect is not ruled by your father alone. When you were 12, your mother passed away, and you were my only daughter. If you want the stars, your father will find a way to get them for you, but now that you've reached the peak of the 8th level of foundation establishment, you should also be more considerate of your father. I was just putting on a show for the elders. On the surface, I can't be too biased. However, this time, you have a stronger force under your command, and that second-tier spiritual plant will basically fall into your hands.
This is all I can do as your father. When confronted by his daughter, Ran Xingyuan looked as if he had aged 20 years. My daughter understands.
After listening to her father's words, Ran Siley calmed down and replied rationally.
Daughter takes her leave. Ran Siley then turned and left.
Leer, if you break through to the core formation realm, your father will be able to find a reason to take down Duan Xinglin.
Ran Xingyuan's voice came before they left the main hall. Ran Siley left the main hall without looking back, accompanied by 4 maids.
She could understand her father's difficulties. The Xianin sect was not a monolithic entity, but rather divided into 2 major factions. The 2 factions are evenly matched in strength.
Ran Xingyuan is the core of a major faction, which is why he became the sect leader. Although he holds great power, he cannot act arbitrarily. Being part of the demonic sect is not a matter of personal choice.
In the darkness of night, Ran Siley's beautiful eyes dimmed. Even as a witch, she had her own troubles.
Mississippi.
Back in his palace, Xiaoyu was waiting for him.
Step back.
Ran Siley waved her hand, dismissing the 4 maids, and then lay down on the bed.
Xiaoyu, just now, father.
Ran Siley closed her eyes and recounted what had just happened. In the vast Xianin sect, she could only confide these worries to Xiaoyu.
Miss, the sect leader is right.
The matter of dealing with Duan Xinglin requires careful consideration. Xiaoyu massaged Ran Siley's shoulders and said softly.
Take a long-term view? I refuse.
Ran Siley suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with obsession.
Miss.
Xiaoyu covered her mouth, unsure of what to say.
Her words just now made Ran Siley fixate on the issue. Since my father won't help me, I have no choice but to find a way myself. Show you, tomorrow you will deliver a message to me, go to Luoxian sect to find Yi Tian again. A figure appeared in Ran Siley's clear eyes and spoke to Choyu. Yi Tian's strength is now comparable to the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Since Duan Xinglin can unite with outsiders to deal with her, why can't she unite with Yi Tian to deal with Duan Xinglin? I've written it down. Upon hearing Yi Tian's name, Choyu understood what Ran Siley meant. Never mind, there's no need to go.
As if she had thought of something, Ran Siley then denied what she had said.
Why? Choyu asked, puzzled. Teaming up with Yi Tian to deal with Duan Xinglin is indeed the best option at present. He said he would contact me every month. I want to see if he will forget about it.
And I don't want him to feel like I'm begging him for a favor. Ran Siley closed her eyes again and murmured something. Chapter 80 for the purifying body is completed, exorcising demons and protecting the righteous path.
Early morning. The outer gate overlooks Linyuan Peak, where Yi Tian's small courtyard is located. The weather is nice, perfect for body training.
Yi Tian stepped out of the bedroom and stretched.
Squeak!
Just then, the door to the next room opened, and a sleepy-eyed figure emerged.
She wore a gray and white dress and looked unremarkable. But that lovely face was breathtakingly beautiful, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Lu Xiao had regained her true appearance.
With a perfect score of 100, she is the fusion of all beauty. Just one glance at her is enough to make the world lose its color, and even the most beautiful women would be captivated by her beauty.
Shi Yao. Yi Tian flashed and had already pulled Lu Xiao into his arms. Yi Tian could never get enough of such an unparalleled beauty.
However, Yi Tian not only admired her, but also kissed her. He lowered his head slightly and kissed Lu Xiao's warm, red lips.
I'm hungry.
After Yi Tian released her, Lu Xiao blinked and said,
I'll go cook right away.
Yi Tian replied with a smile. As the saying goes, beauty is food for the eyes, and he was satisfied.
With such a beautiful woman making a request, how could he dare to refuse? Ying Xue has been a great help to me.
As Yi Tian made breakfast, he stared at Lu Xiao, who was leisurely sitting in the courtyard, and thought to himself. 20 days ago, Lin Yingxue launched a surprise attack at night, which may have triggered Lu Xiao. In the days that followed, whenever there were no outsiders around, Lu Xiao would reveal her true appearance, giving Yi Tian a feast for the eyes. Although Yi Tian had gotten used to Lu Xiao's disguised appearance, her true face, with a perfect 100% beauty rating, was still more pleasing to the eye. However, Lu Xiao's favorability rating has not yet reached 90 points, and he has a yang gu in his body, so he can only stop there.
Breakfast was ready quickly. There were only 2 people in the courtyard. Only Yi Tian could appreciate Lu Xiao's beauty. Shi Yao, help me apply the ointment.
After the 2 finished breakfast, Yi Tian continued his cultivation for the day.
Back in the bedroom, Lu Xiao skillfully applied ointment to Yi Tian's face, a faint blush on her cheeks. Originally, Lu Xiao didn't understand what shyness was.
However, one night, Yi Tian felt he had been wronged, so in his bedroom, he made Lu Xiao experience what had happened to him. Yi Tian experienced the ultimate bliss brought by the beautiful woman, while Lu Xiao also learned that there is a difference between men and women.
That's fine. Lu Xiao put down the ointment. This ointment is really expensive.
Yi Tian glanced at the medicine box and thought to himself with a pang of regret.
The first box of ointment only lasted 15 days.
This box of ointment was newly prepared and cost Yi Tian a full 5,000 spirit stones. He didn't have enough spirit stones on him, but fortunately Lin Yingxue had donated 1,000 and Su Yanran gave him 2,000. Since they were both his Taoist partners, Yi Tian had no concerns. Spirit stones only have their greatest value when they are transformed into strength.
But I can't take any more.
I need to find a way to earn spirit stones myself.
With these thoughts in mind, Yi Tian returned to the courtyard and continued cultivating his body refining technique.
Lu Xiao didn't need to cultivate, so she sat by the stone table, her legs swinging gently, looking relaxed and peaceful. Their eyes occasionally met, and everything was peaceful and natural. But after an hour, Yi Tian suddenly discovered that Lu Xiao had returned to her previous ordinary appearance.
Is it Yanran and the others? Yi Tian immediately guessed the reason. Sure enough, a moment later, Su Yanran's beautiful figure appeared in the sky.
Buzz! Yi Tian intended to greet him, but his body underwent a change. The medicinal power surging within his body caused Yi Tian to quickly close his eyes and begin to circulate his qi and blood.
Yi Lang? Su Yanran quietly entered the courtyard, her gaze fixed on Yi Tian.
At this moment, Yi Tian was bathed in sunlight, and his whole body was covered with points of clear light, like countless star projections, which was extremely mysterious.
This is a sign of the completion of the purification body. Recalling the contents of the immaculate glass body, Su Yanran was overjoyed.
I obtained this body refining technique in a total of 20 days. Yi Tian's cultivation speed has been astonishing, progressing from beginner to minor mastery, and now to mastery.
Boom!
After an incense stick had burned, Yi Tian's robes billowed, supported by his vital energy, creating a tangible fluctuation. However, compared to magical power, his blood and qi could only cover the surface of his body and were extremely limited.
Purifying body, great success. Yi Tian opened his eyes, his face full of joy.
After mastering the first level of the immaculate glazed body, the purifying body, Yi Tian's body was comparable to a second-grade high-quality spiritual weapon. If he gets close, even a qi refining level 6 cultivator wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, those below the 6th level of qi refining cannot use magic to harm him. He can withstand even spells from qi refining level 9 and above. In short, his defensive capabilities are astonishing.
For Yi Tian, this is an additional defensive measure. Yanran.
After calming his blood and qi, Yi Tian looked at Su Yanran. As Lin Xue said, Su Yanran hasn't come to the courtyard at night these days, but she comes over whenever she has time during the day.
Congratulations.
Su Yanran smiled radiantly. The two sat down, and Su Yanran poured Yi Tian a cup of tea, saying softly,
Master has already sent our wedding invitations to Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion. The news has already spread within this sect.
Several close junior sisters are helping me set up my cave dwelling and prepare necessary supplies. As she spoke, Su Yanran's eyes were filled with tenderness, as if she wanted to melt Yi Tian into them.
Yes, thank you for your hard work.
Yi Tian grasped Su Yanran's soft hand. However, upon hearing this, Lu Xiao secretly glanced at the two of them, her eyes darting around. I guess only I can get rid of the Yanggu in my senior brother's body, but I can't let him succeed so quickly. Lu Xiao squinted her eyes, thinking to herself. Having been with Yi Tian for so long, she has learned a lot and realized that as a woman, she cannot be too generous in front of other women.
Yi Lang, the main reason I came here today is not about our marriage.
In recent days, my Luo Xian sect has suffered extremely heavy losses among its inner and outer disciples, exceeding 70%. The remaining 30% were also mostly injured, causing panic within the sect and few disciples dared to leave.
After chatting for a few minutes, Su Yanran explained her purpose for visiting. Is someone targeting my Luo Xian sect? Yi Tian immediately guessed the reason.
Previously, when Zhao Rong had his eye on him, he dared not leave the sect's territory.
That's right.
According to the news from the returning disciples, both Corpse Puppet Mountain and Xianin sect, the two great demonic sects, are assassinating our disciples.
Wherever my Luo Xian sect disciples might appear, their traces can be found. Su Yanran nodded in reply. The two major demonic sects have always been at odds with the three major righteous sects.
Disciples of the fallen immortal sect often die at the hands of the two major demonic sects, but the three major sects will retaliate. This time, however, the two major demonic sects only targeted the fallen immortal sect.
The other two sects did not suffer such heavy casualties, and in fact, their casualties were even fewer. After receiving the news, Sect Master Lu Yuqing concluded that it must have been the two major demonic sects doing this on purpose. My master issued a written order today.
From this day forward, the inner disciples of the fallen immortal sect shall eliminate demons and protect the righteous path. While ensuring our own safety, we should do our best to eliminate the demonic cultivators of the two major demonic sections. After explaining, Su Yanran said, As my master's last disciple, I naturally have to be the leader. Chapter 85 Sect Bounty, Encounter with Corpse Puppet Mountain.
Yanran, we are husband and wife as one. Your responsibility is my responsibility. Besides, I'm not comfortable with you leaving the sect alone. After listening to Su Yanran's words, Yi Tian took the initiative to speak. Since Su Yanran is going to deal with those demonic cultivators, he will go with her even if she doesn't say so. Moreover, judging by the time, it has been almost a month since I last saw Ran Siley.
According to the Three Lives Spirit Bell, Kylie has left the sect to a great distance. I didn't know her purpose at first, but now it seems that it was also because of this matter. However, with the two major demonic sects attacking together, she was probably forced into a passive position. I'll take this opportunity to meet with Kylie.
Yi Tian thought to himself. I shouldn't have bothered you. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Su Yanran was delighted and said softly.
No need for further words.
As an inner disciple, this is my responsibility. Yi Tian waved his hand in reply.
The two of them are participating in this mission together. It's unclear how long it will take. With Yi Tian away from the sect, Lu Xiao returned to her own courtyard.
Shin Tao has been in seclusion and is not far from reaching the third level of qi refining.
Lin Yingshua's strength was too low, and participating in the mission was too dangerous, so Su Yanran left her inside the sect to refine the medicinal power of the three-flower spirit ginseng and go into seclusion to break through to the third level of foundation establishment. Therefore, this is the first time this couple has carried out a mission alone.
What are the rewards for this mission? Holding Su Yanran's hand, Yi Tian asked as they left the sect. Yes, and the sum is quite generous. Master personally ordered that killing a demonic cultivator of equal cultivation level be rewarded with 100 contribution points. Killing a demonic cultivator one level lower will reward you with 30 contribution points. Killing one level lower will reward you with 10 contribution points. For example, if I am at the 6th level of foundation establishment and kill a demonic cultivator at the 4th level of foundation establishment, I can get 10 contribution points. Su Yanran answered in a crisp voice. Killing a demonic cultivator of the same level is probably more than 10 times harder than killing 10 demonic cultivators 2 levels lower, right? But if you calculate it this way, the contribution points you get don't match the difficulty, right? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. You're right, but that's what Master's purpose is. Master wants to get rid of the demonic threat, but he doesn't want too many inner disciples to be injured or killed. Therefore, disciples are encouraged to hunt down demonic cultivators who are weaker than themselves, rather than thinking about killing demonic cultivators of the same level. After all, geniuses like you who can leap through realms to kill enemies are ultimately a minority. Moreover, killing enemies while leaping through realms only yields 100 contribution points, which prevents some talented disciples from taking risks. As she answered, Su Yanran looked at Yi Tian with a smile. I wanted to earn more contribution points, but the path was blocked. Meeting Su Yanran's gaze, Yi Tian shook his head. 1 contribution point in the Luoxian sect is worth 30 spirit stones. 100 contribution points is equivalent to 3,000 spirit stones, which is by no means a small amount. Because of his cultivation, Yi Tian, whose immaculate glazed body is a major consumer of spirit stones, is currently short of spirit stones. This mission will allow him to earn spirit stones. Yanran, what if someone, relying on their high cultivation level, severely injures a demonic cultivator, only to have a fellow disciple with lower cultivation level kill them? Wouldn't that allow me to get more contribution points? Yi Tian thought about it and discovered one of the loopholes. No, the tokens of inner disciples contain formations. After killing the demonic cultivator, you must use your identity token to verify your identity. Once the primary injury is detected, the contribution points will be credited to that person. Su Yanran continued to answer. Since the sect has issued the mission, they must have already thought of the rules. Therefore, one still has to rely on oneself, and at most, one can cooperate with one's Taoist partner to obtain sect contribution points. The two moved extremely fast, and while chatting, they had already arrived outside the fallen immortal sect. Currently, the disciples' activity range is limited to 1,000 miles around the mountain gate. What we need to do is to find 2 demonic cultivators from the demonic sects within this area. After leaving the mountain gate, Su Yanran cautiously released her divine sense and whispered a reminder. The 2 are indeed among the best in the inner sect. However, one should not be careless when facing demonic cultivators. Moreover, with their wedding imminent, Su Yanran didn't want any unexpected incidents to occur. We'll each explore 2 areas that's safer. Yi Tian suggested. Su Yanran agreed. The cooperation between Taoist partners is more harmonious than that between others. Divine sense can change, probing only 2 directions, yet its range of perception extends further. The 2 are now heading in a direction far away from the sect. After traveling nearly 600 li, intense fluctuations of magical power emanated from the sky ahead. 7 figures were fighting in the sky. 1 man and 1 woman stood back to back, dealing with the other 5 figures. Yi Tian was the first to discover them. He used his divine sense to probe over and found that 2 of the 5 figures had no life force. They were clearly corpse puppets. The remaining 3 figures, shrouded in corpse energy, should be the demonic cultivators of Corpse Puppet Mountain. It's junior sister Jiang and her Daoist partner. After being reminded by Yi Tian, Su Yanran recognized the identities of the man and woman.
Yi Tian remembered that the female cultivator was beautiful. She was a saintess with the same status as Su Yanran. However, at this moment, the couple was already engaged in a fierce battle. Both of those corpse puppets were at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. The 3 demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain were 2 at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment and 1 at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. The male disciples of the fallen immortal sect are indeed blessed. Leaving the sect, you'll also have a beautiful and charming Taoist companion following you. We 3 brothers will gladly accept them for you today.
Ha ha ha. The demonic cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment had lewd glint in his eyes. The fallen immortal sect is famous for having many female disciples.
For the demonic cultivators of Corpse Puppet Mountain, these female disciples were not only a means to satisfy their lust, but also a means to refine corpse puppets.
Big brother, stop wasting time talking to them, I can't wait any longer. A demonic cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment licked his lips and said with a sinister grin. A bunch of beasts, don't even think about it. The male disciple, with his 5th level Foundation Establishment cultivation power, unleashed his full strength to resist these demonic cultivators. But that Saintess surnamed Zhang was only at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. All I can do is stay by his side and offer some assistance. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The magical power poured out, creating a continuous booming sound. The male disciple used a sword, but the sharp sword light could only leave small wounds on the corpse puppet. Corpse puppets are impervious to pain, so such wounds are as good as non-existent. 2 terrifying corpse puppets, shielded by sword light, approached the 2 step by step. Meanwhile, on the periphery, 3 demonic cultivators continued to cast spells, their demonic energy surging and transforming into ghostly claws that reached out to grab the 2.
Cough cough, damned demonic cultivators.
The male disciple's sword light was shattered by the 2 corpse puppets, his magic power was impacted, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth.
Su Lang!
Jiang Xingnu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes reddening. If her Taoist partner were to perish, her fate would surely be extremely tragic.
Even if I die today, I will protect you.
The male disciple surnamed Su said resolutely.
If you die, I will go with you.
Jiang Xingnu said, her voice trembling with tears. What a pair of star-crossed lovers.
Too bad, you have no choice today. Ha ha ha.
The demonic cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment laughed heartily, extremely smug.
Call out.
Just as the corpse puppet's claws grabbed Jiang Xingnu's hand, a blazing white spear light pierced through the void in the sky.
Chapter 86 Saving Lives, Yi Tian, a man now different from before. Who is it?
The one at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment was the first to react and shouted loudly. But in the void, all that responded to him was an unstoppable, terrifying power.
Boom!
The blazing white spear light, incredibly sharp, started from the corpse puppet's head and slanted downwards with unstoppable force, piercing through the dry, stiff flesh and bone. To create a Foundation Establishment stage corpse puppet, one needs more than just the corpse of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator.
A large amount of demonic beast blood is also needed to inscribe runes and restrictions within its body. It even requires refining spiritual materials and integrating them into the process.
The resulting corpse puppet was comparable to a humanoid spirit artifact and was extremely powerful. Even cultivators of the same level would find it difficult to break through the corpse puppet's defenses in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, with demonic cultivators lurking behind and using spells to restrain them, it's difficult for righteous cultivators to gain the upper hand in a 2-on-1 situation. But now, this powerful corpse puppet was pierced through in mid-air by a single spear thrust and pinned to the ground. The spear spun, unleashing a burst of light. Starting from the head, fine cracks appeared on the corpse puppet, with a blazing white light emanating from within.
Bang!
Finally, the corpse puppet exploded, breaking into hundreds and thousands of fragments that fell from the sky. Only one hand remained, still gripping Jiang Xingnu's arm.
Ah!
Jiang Xingnu screamed, tore off her sleeve, and flung away the terrifying corpse puppet's arm.
Beneath her sleeve, a dark claw mark was clearly visible on Jiang Xingnu's skin.
However, she knew very well that she had been saved. She looked up and saw a figure in a white robe standing tall in the sky, his body slender and upright, like an ancient pine tree. The powerful magical energy fluctuations of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment surged like ocean tides, profound and pure.
The white spear in his hand was as swift as a dragon, powerful and domineering. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life." Jiang Shengnu blushed and quickly thanked her. At the same time, she was recalling her senior brothers in the inner sect, but it seemed that none of them matched the figure in front of her. "Are there any senior brothers in the inner sect that I haven't met yet?" Jiang Shengnu was curious. "Wow." While Jiang Shengnu was still in a daze, the figure moved again. At this moment, the corpse puppet that attacked her was dealt with, but her Taoist partner was still in dire straits. The second corpse puppet had already seized her Taoist partner's spirit sword, and its other hand had torn open the flesh of the male disciple's shoulder, causing blood to gush out. In the blink of an eye, the figure transformed into a white streak of light, tearing through the void. Another shot was fired, sweeping towards the second corpse puppet. "We have reinforcements." The disciple surnamed Su was overjoyed upon sensing this aura. However, this shot came faster than he had imagined. Sizzle! The spear, like a dragon's tail, swept diagonally upwards from the corpse puppet's waist. The sound of flesh tearing was incredibly clear, and even the tough skin could not withstand the spear's light. The second tier top grade white soul spear is even more powerful than before. Yi Tian muttered to himself. The gun in his hand became increasingly fierce in his attacks. The spear tip tore through the flesh and bones of the corpse puppet, unleashing its power. The ferocious and resilient body of the corpse puppet was turned into soft tofu, crushed into dust from the waist down. The putrid smell of blood and flesh splattered, and the lower half of the corpse puppet vanished into thin air. Only a pair of arms and shoulders remained, supporting a head. "Get out of my way." The male disciple, being at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, was able to fight back and quickly pushed away the corpse puppet's remains. The wound on his shoulder was still oozing blood, which had a dark tinge. The corpse puppet's claws were still coated with corpse poison. However, the corpse puppet itself has already been dealt with. These corpse poisons can be isolated with magic power and then expelled from the body. "Thank you, senior brother." The male disciple surnamed Su, pale-faced, swallowed a pill and thanked Yi Tian before him. However, like Jiang Xingnu, he had never seen this powerful senior brother in the inner sect. "I don't know your name, senior brother." The disciple surnamed Su spoke up, wanting to ask Yi Tian's name. "Senior sister Su." Suddenly, a joyful exclamation came from behind. The disciple surnamed Su turned his head and, sure enough, saw Su Yanran, dressed in a lake blue fairy dress, with an elegant temperament and beauty like a fairy. "Senior sister Su, what brings you here?" Jiang Shengnu recognized Su Yanran, and was both surprised and delighted. As a fellow Saintess, she was not only less beautiful than Su Yanran, but also far inferior in strength. "My Taoist partner and I came here together on a mission from our sect." Su Yanran helped Jiang Xingnu up and replied. "A Taoist partner? Senior sister, you mean that senior brother is Yi Tian?" Jiang Xingnu immediately realized what was happening, looked at the figure beside her Taoist partner, and cried out in disbelief. News of Su Yanran's upcoming marriage has spread. Yi Tian's name is now known to everyone, both inside and outside the Luo Xian sect. However, very few people know Yi Tian's true appearance. Moreover, Yi Tian has now cultivated the jade falling immortal technique and the immaculate glazed body, washing away all his worldly impurities. His temperament, appearance, and strength have all undergone earth-shattering changes. Who would have thought that the figure standing proudly in the sky was Yi Tian, who came from a humble background as a disciple? Yi Tian, senior brother. The male disciple surnamed Su, having also learned of Yi Tian's identity, called out to him. Now that Yi Tian is Su Yanran's Taoist partner and his strength is even more formidable, he should address Yi Tian as senior brother, both out of courtesy and reason. He was also present on the day the Saintess chose her spiritual partner. He had some impression of Yi Tian, but even so, he didn't recognize the figure in front of him. These beasts, let Yi Lang handle them. Faced with the two dumbfounded people, Su Yanran smiled and said. With Yi Tian taking action, there's absolutely no need for her to do anything. This man is too strong to fight, run. Yi Tian made a series of moves, and the demonic cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation establishment was terrified. Yi Tian's strength, capable of annihilating a corpse puppet at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, has exceeded their expectations. Want to leave now? Too late. Yi Tian's clear voice echoed across the sky, but when it reached the ears of the three demonic cultivators, it was like a death knell. Stop him. The demonic cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation establishment gritted his teeth and threw out his corpse puppet.
A dense aura of corpses, comparable to that of a 6th-level Foundation establishment cultivator, spread out. He didn't even need to use his corpse puppets to deal with Jiang Xingnu and the other two. But now, in order to save his own life, he had to have his corpse puppet cover his retreat. The corpse puppet, having received its master's command, immediately set its sights on Yi Tian and charged straight at him. A glimmer of light. With the white soul spear in hand, Yi Tian's magical power surged and flowed into the spear blade, making the blazing white spear light as dazzling as stars. Sizzle! With a single thrust, the spear tore apart the corpse puppet's head with overwhelming force, then pierced through it completely. The corpse puppet, which had taken a great deal of effort to refine to the 6th level of Foundation establishment, had already turned into scattered flesh and blood. Yi Tian used his magic to isolate the flesh and blood, his figure moving as fast as lightning. Even a corpse puppet at the 6th level of Foundation establishment couldn't withstand senior brother Yi Tian's spear. Senior brother Yi Tian, just how strong are you now? Jiang Xingnu was stunned when she saw this scene. In her knowledge, there are very few disciples in the entire Luoxian sect who can compare to Yi Tian now. No wonder senior sister Su took a liking to senior brother Yi Tian. From a menial disciple to a top inner disciple, in less than 4 months, is this what a true genius is? The disciple surnamed Su was so shocked that his scalp tingled, and he stood there at a loss for what to do. He didn't even have the right to intervene in such a major battle. Chapter 87: Suppressing the Demonic Cultivator and Contacting Rand Siley. The corpse puppet at the 6th level of Foundation establishment was annihilated by Yi Tian with a single spear thrust. The remaining 3 demonic cultivators were no match for Yi Tian in terms of escape speed. Boom! Yi Tian quickly caught up, his magic power surging into his spear, causing the spear to gleam. Quickly, bring out your life-saving item. The demonic cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation establishment shouted. Yi Tian's spear light was incredibly terrifying. If you don't use your life-saving items now, you'll never have another chance. The 3 demonic cultivators simultaneously threw out various kinds of white bones. As soon as the skeletons appeared, they erupted, transforming into a dark green, foul-smelling poisonous mist that spread outwards. These demonic cultivators have taken countless lives. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian's killing intent grew even stronger. Senior brother Yi, be careful. Once this poisonous mist is contaminated with magic power, it will spread corpse poison. From behind came Jiang Xingnu's voice reminding them. Laugh. Sure enough, after Yi Tian's magic power was tainted by the poisonous mist, green threads extended towards his body. He channeled his magic, and the threads stretched faster and faster. Die. However, Yi Tian had already unleashed his spear, and it pierced through the head of one of the 5th level Foundation establishment demonic cultivators. As his magical power erupted, the speed at which the threads spread accelerated. They were already in front of him in no time. If you keep chasing us, you'll be in for a world of corpse poison. That Foundation establishment level 6 cultivator threatened him fiercely. They were no match for Yi Tian, so they had to resort to this method to force him to give up the pursuit. He even sped up, leaving the Foundation establishment level 5 cultivator behind. Big brother. Don't leave me behind. The demonic cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation establishment turned pale with fright and screamed wildly. Corpse poison? Yi Tian continued the pursuit from behind, but he didn't want to get tainted by the green corpse poison. I wonder if purifying the body's qi and blood will have any effect? Yi Tian suddenly remembered the body refining technique he was cultivating. How Yu Luoxianju cultivates magical power. Since magic power cannot block the corpse poison, perhaps blood and qi can. Buzz. Yi Tian activated the dormant blood and energy within his body, and his tall body radiated a shimmering glow, as if stardust was flowing within him. This power of qi and blood transformation can only leave the body by less than half a foot. Yi Tian extended his left hand and shook it. Bang! The green threads that were following the magical attack were instantly crushed. Qi and blood can suppress corpse poison. Yi Tian instantly understood. This means that the strange corpse poison has no effect on him. So Yi Tian simultaneously activated his qi and blood and magic power, and like a shooting star, he streaked across the sky and crashed straight into the poisonous fog. In less than 2 breaths, Yi Tian reappeared from the poisonous fog, his entire body enveloped in stardust light, untouched by any corpse poison. How is that possible? He's immune to corpse poison. Upon discovering Yi Tian's condition, the 2 demonic cultivators nearly popped their eyes out. Even the last resort failed.
The two demonic cultivators had no chance to struggle any longer. Sizzle!
Yi Tian swept his spear horizontally, the spear light filling the sky, directly killing the two demonic cultivators.
No!
A series of shrill screams echoed as the two corpses turned into a bloody mist in midair, leaving behind storage bags that ended up in Yi Tian's hands.
50 contribution points.
Yi Tian glanced at the identity token at his waist and noticed that it had an extra number on it. He is at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Killing one person at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment earns him 30 contribution points, and killing two people at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment earns him 20 contribution points. In total, it cost 500 spirit stones, which was less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn.
Thank you, Senior Brother Yi.
Returning to their original positions, the disciple surnamed Su expressed his gratitude.
Su Yanran quickly moved closer and asked with concern. How are you feeling? Do you need me to help you get rid of the corpse poison?
She saw Yi Tian pass through the poisonous fog, because Yi Tian had already been infected with corpse poison. Yes, senior brother, we must not be careless about corpse poison. Although it is not a highly toxic poison, if it remains in the body for too long, it may affect the Dao body. Jiang Shengnu also flew over, her face full of concern. Yi Tian chased down the three demonic cultivators in order to save the two of them. She would feel guilty if Yi Tian were poisoned by the corpse and his cultivation was affected. The corpse poison has no effect on me.
Yi Tian waved his hand and said calmly. No impact?
Jiang Xingnu looked astonished. I have cultivated a body refining technique, and my qi and blood can crush corpse poison.
Yanran knows this. Yi Tian offered an explanation.
Indeed, Yi Lang's pure dust body has reached its peak, so this corpse poison is nothing to him.
After Yi Tian explained, Su Yanran also recalled the events.
She was so preoccupied with Yi Tian that she forgot about this. Don't worry about us, you guys heal your wounds first.
Yi Tian looked at Jiang Xingnu and the other woman and said.
Compared to him, these two were more seriously injured. Upon hearing this, the two took out pills and powders, and the two Taoist partners healed each other's injuries. I got 50 contribution points, and these 3 storage bags.
Yi Tian said, holding Su Yanran's hand.
Yi Tian opened the storage bag with his divine sense and saw the resources inside. Among them were various bottles and jars containing animal blood, human blood, and the remains of various cultivators, which was nauseating.
Yi Tian could only suppress his nausea and take out the useful spiritual materials and stones.
The 3 storage bags together contain approximately 1,000 spirit stones worth of resources.
These demonic cultivators are living in constant fear.
Most of the resources are used on themselves or on the corpse puppets, so there aren't many spirit stones.
Su Yanran has killed many more demonic cultivators and is very experienced.
It's better than nothing, it's still a gain.
Yi Tian nodded, cleaned out the 3 storage bags, and buried the remains inside in an open space.
After Jiang Shengnu and the other woman finished cleaning their wounds,
Su Yanran told the two of them about the sex mission.
Senior sister Su, senior brother Yi, Su Lang, and I also want to do our part for the sect.
Could we come with you?
Jiang Xingnu's gaze lingered on Yi Tian and the other person as she made her request.
Yi Tian has already demonstrated his strength.
The two of them are of average strength, so it's definitely safer for them to stay with Yi Tian. Yes, but it would be best if we separated by about 10 miles, so we could explore a greater distance.
If we encounter demonic cultivators, we can react in time. Su Yanran agreed and made the arrangements.
So, 2 more people joined the team that originally consisted of 2. The 2 couples were 10 miles apart, but they could see each other from the air.
Junior sister Jiang just now praised you highly.
Let's set off again, Su Yanran said softly. Many inner disciples are unaware of my strength. But later, they will definitely know that they didn't understand your choice before. However, I will prove to everyone in the fallen immortal sect that your judgment is correct.
Yi Tian squeezed Su Yanran's hand and whispered his assurance.
With his current strength, he is qualified to make such a guarantee.
Su Yanran was overjoyed, her smile incredibly sweet.
With the addition of Jiang Xingnu and the other 2, it was found that the efficiency of the demonic cultivators improved somewhat. On the way, they encountered several more demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain, whose cultivation levels were below the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. They were killed by their junior brother surnamed Su. At this moment, the 4 of them arrived at a location 900 miles away from the fallen immortal sect.
We're within 100 miles of Kylie now. Let's find out what's going on.
Yi Tian pondered for a moment, then used the talisman in his storage bag to send a message.
Chapter 88: The Truth Behind the Demonic Sect's Attack, The Conspiracy. In a secluded mountain stream, the slender and graceful Ran Xili sat lazily in a waterside pavilion.
Xiao Yu, who was beside her, was massaging her shoulders. Suddenly, Ran Xili opened her beautiful, half-closed eyes.
Did I press the wrong spot?
Xiao Yu quickly asked.
Ran Xili didn't answer.
She flipped her right hand, revealing a dark red talisman, and murmured.
That heartless person actually contacted me. It's Yi Tian.
Xiao Yu didn't know the contents of the talisman, but from Ran Xili's words, she knew who sent the message. He asked me why we in Corpse Puppet Mountain attacked the fallen immortal sect.
Ran Xili answered Yi Tian, then looked at Xiao Yu and said. Should you tell him, miss? Autumn Rain asked. The two major demonic sects attacked the Luoxian sect, of course, because of the Chu family's envoy. What good would it do me to keep this from him? Ran Xili rolled her eyes at Xiao Yu and then told Yi Tian the reason.
Although she didn't say she cared much, she was actually quite satisfied to receive Yi Tian's message.
Firstly, it confirmed that Yi Tian was indeed able to sense her location through the 3 Live Spirit Bell. Secondly, it proves that Yi Tian has indeed not forgotten her.
This relieved a lot of the little witch's distress these past few days. With this heartless bastard around, the area outside the fallen immortal sect will be Duan Xinglin's burial ground. As Ran Xili spoke with Yi Tian, a hint of killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. I've been sent out of the Xianin sect by my father for nearly 20 days now. The sect's mission is to see which side kills more disciples of the Luoxian sect. However, because of Yi Tian, Ran Xili only had her disciples gather within 100 miles of the surrounding area and did not take the initiative to attack. This has given Duan Xinglin's side a significant advantage. The elders within the sect were extremely dissatisfied and had already urged them several times. If Yi Tian doesn't show up soon, the witch will have to reveal her true colors.
But why compare now?
Once Duan Xinglin is killed, no one will compete with her anymore.
On a hill,
Yi Tian and Su Yanran sat on a tree branch to rest.
So it's the Chu family. From Ran Xili, Yi Tian finally learned the truth about the demonic sect's attack. Xu Ning's face reappeared in Yi Tian's mind.
He knew that, given Xu Ning's ruthless nature in achieving his goals, he would never give up easily. But Yi Tian did not expect that Xu Ning would join forces with the two major demonic sects to take revenge on all the disciples of the fallen immortal sect in this way. In the past 20 days, the Luoxian sect has suffered more than 70% casualties among its disciples.
What's wrong? Su Yanran noticed Yi Tian's unusual behavior and asked softly.
Nothing much, we're already too far from the mountain gate.
We'll change direction and go to other areas later. Yi Tian gave an excuse in response. That's true.
There aren't many demonic cultivators here, and the demonic cultivators from the Xianin sect haven't been discovered either.
Su Yanran agreed. The reason there are no demonic cultivators from the Xianin sect is because of Kylie. Upon hearing Su Yanran's words, Yi Tian sighed inwardly.
Ran Xili just sent him a message saying that she had been restraining her disciples, which prevented further casualties. Kylie, thank you, but I still need you to tell me the location of the demonic cultivators in Corpse Puppet Mountain.
Yi Tian sent another message.
Ran Xili is in the Xianin sect, but he has no burden in dealing with the Corpse Puppet Mountain.
The people from Corpse Puppet Mountain are located at. Ran Xili told Yi Tian what she knew. Young man, could you do me a favor?
As she spoke, Ran Xili's tone suddenly changed within the talisman, becoming extremely alluring.
You can say it. Yi Tian glanced at Su Yanran out of the corner of his eye and replied.
My Xianin sect is divided into two factions.
If you help me kill Duan Xinglin, the Xianin sect will retreat. If you can do that, I will agree to anything you ask.
Ran Xili's gentle voice continued to resonate, entering Yi Tian's sea of consciousness. I have already killed Zhao Rong. Since Duan Xinglin is also here, I will kill him today to vent your anger. Yi Tian's heart was stirred by the witch's voice, and he agreed. This was the first time Ran Xili had asked him for a favor. Moreover, Yi Tian should also settle scores with Xinglin and Zhao Rong for their treacherous collusion.
In the mountain stream. Upon receiving the news, Ran Xili's pretty face showed a hint of surprise. Miss, what's wrong now? Autumn Rain asked.
Zhao Rong has been killed. Ran Xili suddenly smiled, her beauty beyond compare. She had an inside contact in the Luoxian sect, but the contact's status was not high, so she learned about Zhao Rong's death from Yi Tian. That heartless person actually did it. Holding the talisman, Ran Silei's voice was clear and crisp. However, this news is not enough. It would be best to keep Duan Xinglin here for good. After telling Yi Tian Duan Xinglin's location, Ran Silei closed her eyes again, waiting for Yi Tian's good news. This operation involves a large number of people and many eyes. If she takes action herself, it will definitely give others grounds for criticism. Therefore, Yi Tian can only rely on his own methods. If you can kill Duan Xinglin, why not let me become your Taoist partner? Ran Silei thought to herself. Yan Ran, let's continue on our journey. Having figured out the next steps, Yi Tian called Su Yanran and they changed direction. Ran Silei said that she would gather her men within 100 miles of the surrounding area. Yi Tian can avoid her as long as he stops the disciples of the fallen immortal sect. The remaining targets are Corpse Puppet Mountain and Duan Xinglin's men. Yi Tian can kill these demonic cultivators without worry. After changing their location, they indeed encountered more demonic cultivators. Before they had gone 20 miles, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! The four were traveling normally, about 10 miles apart, when suddenly a burst of corpse energy erupted from the dense forest below, and 5 corpse puppets soared into the sky, heading straight for Yi Tian and Su Yanran. One head reaches the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, 3 heads reach the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, and 1 head reaches the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. The demonic cultivators behind them haven't shown themselves yet. Yi Tian reacted quickly and said to Su Yanran. If there are corpse puppets, there must be demonic cultivators controlling them. I'll deal with these corpse puppets. You go and look after junior sister Jiang and the others. Yi Tian remained fearless in the face of the 5 corpse puppets. Be careful. If you can't win, wait for me to come back. Su Yanran left a message and headed towards junior sister Jiang. 5 corpse puppets, you think you can take me down? Yi Tian was enveloped in magical power, and the aura of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment spread out. Having exchanged for Su Yanran's cultivation speed, he also used a portion of Ant Royal Jelly given to him by Ran Silei. His cultivation level has now broken through to the late stage of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. With the pure body fully developed, dealing with this kind of corpse puppet is more than enough. Point the star. Seeing the 5 demonic cultivators appear behind the corpse puppet on the other side, Yi Tian used his killing move. The blazing white light of the gun shone like stars. 5 grotesque-looking corpse puppets were annihilated one after another by the spear's edge. In less than 10 breaths, Yi Tian had dealt with the 5 corpse puppets. Not good. On the other side, the 5 corpse puppet mountain demon cultivators who appeared immediately felt their hearts sink. Most of their strength lies in their corpse puppets. However, they couldn't withstand Yi Tian for even 10 breaths. Quickly, kill those 2 first. The 7th level Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator gritted his teeth, wanting to kill Saintess Jiang and the male disciple surnamed Su before Yi Tian arrived. Chapter 89 Yi Tian's Fame and Reunion with Xiao Fan. You dare! Su Yanran realized their purpose and immediately sped up. Fu Lu. The spirit sword in her hand, even from dozens of feet away, whipped up dozens of wind blades in the air, which then slashed towards the 5 demonic cultivators. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingnu was also resisting alongside her Taoist partner. Sizzle! The wind blade pierced through, leaving the 5 demonic cultivators covered in wounds and forcing them to retreat. A sword technique at the 2nd tier perfection. How come the fallen immortal sect has so many monstrous geniuses? The demonic cultivator at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment was greatly alarmed. Yi Tian's cultivation level is at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, but his combat strength is comparable to that of a 9th level Foundation Establishment cultivator. The beautiful female disciple in front of me has a cultivation level of the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, and her strength is comparable to that of the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Even against 5 opponents, they are not at a disadvantage at all. Ah! While the 5 were defending themselves, several wind blades seized the opportunity, slicing through the protective magic of the 5th level Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator and killing him with a single sword strike. Only 4 demonic cultivators remained present. Withdraw. The 7th level Foundation Establishment cultivator finally realized he had kicked a hornet's nest and quickly retreated. However, Su Yanran's pretty face was full of coldness, and she swung her spirit sword one after another, with wind blades continuously flying in the air. The demonic cultivator at the 7th level of foundation establishment could barely hold on, but the remaining 3 were suffering terribly. Senior sister Sue's strength has also greatly improved. I was overshadowed by senior brother Ye's brilliance before, which is why I couldn't unleash my full potential.
Jiang Shengnu was amazed. In fact, Su Yanran was able to break through 2 minor realms in succession thanks to the resources Yi Tian provided.
With her talent, she was able to stand out from most disciples of the fallen immortal sect at the same cultivation level.
Only Yi Tian now can consistently outmaneuver her.
However, Yi Tian is her Taoist partner, and the stronger Yi Tian becomes, the happier she is than if her own strength has increased.
Me too.
At this moment, Yi Tian also arrived, assisting his Taoist partner from the side. The two exchanged a glance across the distance, needing no words at all.
Point the star.
Yi Tian passed through the wind blades like thunder in a downpour, his movements incredibly graceful and elegant.
No. How can there be such a powerful foundation establishment stage 7?
The leader, a 7th level foundation establishment cultivator, stared at the enlarged spear before him. The poisonous mist it unleashed had no effect whatsoever, leaving only a scream in agony.
Sizzle.
Flesh and blood were torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere.
Foundation establishment stage 7, death.
Having annihilated the leading demonic cultivator, the remaining 3 foundation establishment stage 6 cultivators were no match for him. In the end, Yi Tian killed 1 foundation establishment level 7 and 1 foundation establishment level 6, and the rest were all killed by Su Yanran. Yi Tian received 130 contribution points, while Su Yanran received 230 contribution points, even surpassing Yi Tian. You should be given a foundation establishment level 6 cultivator. The two stood together again, and Su Yanran looked at her contribution points and said,
"What's this about giving way or not?" Yi Tian didn't care at all.
In their mouths, a demonic cultivator at the 6th level of foundation establishment is like an ordinary beast that they can be humbled to.
Jiang Shengnu thought enviously from behind the two of them.
She never imagined that one day she would envy Su Yanran's Taoist partner.
Let's keep going. After confirming that Jiang Shengnu and the other woman were unharmed, Yi Tian continued on his way.
However, he learned his lesson, and the distance between the two couples was reduced to within 5 miles. They traveled 30 li. Ahead, more disciples of my fallen immortal sect are being besieged. Jiang Shengnu discovered this in advance and informed Yi Tian and the other person. There were 3 disciples of the fallen immortal sect in total, 2 men and 1 woman, among whom the man and woman were likely a Taoist couple. Opposite them were the 4 demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain, along with 4 corpse puppets. The situation was extremely urgent. That couple both had cultivation levels at the 3rd level of foundation establishment.
The demonic cultivator was at least at the 5th level of foundation establishment.
The 2 male disciples, covered in blood, were protecting the female disciple. Su Yanran and Jiang Shimi, who were present, were both moved.
Boundless radiance. Yi Tian used his trump card to save people.
Within the White Soul Spear, the magical power was condensed to its extreme. Yi Tian and the spear became one, unleashing a dazzling, blazing white light that descended from the sky.
What is that?
The 3 disciples of the fallen immortal sect, who had been in despair, raised their heads.
It's over.
The 4 people from Corpse Puppet Mountain were in utter despair.
Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and spear light burst forth like a volcanic eruption. The 3 members of the fallen immortal sect couldn't even open their eyes.
As the white light dissipated, Yi Tian stood proudly. The 4 demonic cultivators, along with the corpse puppet, were wiped out.
Which senior brother is this?
The 3 disciples were stunned, their hearts filled with gratitude for the figure before them.
This is senior brother Yi Tian.
The voices of Jiang Xingnu and her partner came, answering the 3 people's questions.
Yi Tian. Senior brother? However, upon hearing the name, a look of bewilderment appeared on the faces of the 3. Among the inner disciples, there doesn't seem to be anyone named Yi Tian. He is my Taoist partner. Su Yanran arrived in front of the 3 people before Jiang Xingnu and the other 2. Senior sister Su? He's your Taoist partner, isn't he that Yi Tian? Upon meeting Su Yanran, the 3 finally learned Yi Tian's true identity.
The name Yi Tian was familiar, but they dared not connect the name with the figure before them.
Let's heal our wounds first. Yi Tian turned around and said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life.
The 3 quickly thanked him, took the pills, and began to heal their injuries on the spot. Yi Tian's shot just now completely resolved their problem.
Senior brother Ye's strength has already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment?
While the three were healing, they learned about Yi Tian's experiences from Jiang Xingnu and the other woman, and their admiration for Yi Tian grew even stronger. After the three of them finished healing, they joined Yi Tian and Su Yanran's team. Of course, apart from Su Yanran, the main role of the rest of them was to discover the traces of demonic cultivators. Following the information provided by Ran Siley, Yi Tian began to clear out the demonic cultivators near the fallen immortal sect. During this process, Yi Tian saved more and more inner disciples.
These inner disciples now have a very deep understanding of Yi Tian's current strength. The demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain and Xianin sect almost all came out.
After 2 days of continuous killing, Yi Tian and Su Yanran had only managed to clear most of the area. The vast majority of them were demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain, while a small portion were Duan Xinglin's subordinates.
We should be getting close to Duan Xinglin's location soon.
On the third day, Yi Tian and Su Yanran walked side by side, calculating their positions. Around the two, there were 27 more inner disciples, all of whom had been rescued in the past 2 days. Senior brother Yi, senior sister Su, we've spotted senior brother Xiaofan 20 miles to the southwest. He seems to be locked in a fierce battle with the demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect. A beautiful female disciple reported to Yi Tian and his companion. With more than 20 people gathered together, the observation distance was increased. Senior brother Xiaofan is already locked in a fierce battle. The Xianin sect must have some powerful experts. But senior brother Ye's strength is not much weaker than senior brother Zhao's, and he should be able to put up a fight. With senior brother Yi here, he can definitely help senior brother Xiao. Upon hearing the news, the inner disciples looked at Yi Tian with great interest. Over the past 2 days, Yi Tian's strength has been beyond doubt. The only people present who could help Xiaofan were Yi Tian and Su Yanran. Since senior brother Xiao is in trouble, we'll take our leave first. Yi Tian nodded, took Su Yanran's hand, and the couple transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. Waiting for these inner disciples would be too slow.
Chapter 90, Turning the Tide of Battle, a large amount of contribution points.
Whoosh!
Before Yi Tian and Su Yanran even entered the battlefield, a demonic sound pierced their ears.
The methods of the Xianin sect are truly troublesome. The demonic sound came, and Su Yanran frowned. However, with a thought, Yi Tian unleashed his own blood and chi towards Su Yanran. Su Yanran was initially confused, but when the power of her blood and chi entered her ears, she discovered that the demonic sound had disappeared.
Body refining techniques have such wondrous uses? Su Yanran was surprised. I just realized that too. Let's go. Yi Tian smiled.
He maintained his pure body, and the demonic sound was greatly weakened as it attacked. Therefore, it is speculated that it is the effect of the chi in blood. So far, the power of chi in blood can not only crush the corpse poison, but also block the demonic sound, far exceeding Yi Tian's expectations. The power of chi in blood has many wonderful uses, but for now, it cannot leave the body within a foot.
Yi Tian thought to himself.
The only way to block out these magical sounds is through physical contact. The only person he could help was his own Taoist partner. He couldn't help anyone else.
Ah! My ears!
Upon entering this basin, the disciples of the fallen immortal sect all covered their ears. The terrain here is like a drum, and the sound waves from the Xianin sect converge here, amplifying their power. If these junior brothers and sisters stay any longer, their brains will probably be shaken to mush.
Seeing the pitiful state of these disciples, Su Yanran's pretty face was filled with pity.
At the same time, he felt fortunate that Yi Tian's blood and energy were able to block the demonic sound.
It's too slow to rescue people now.
The only way is to help senior brother Xiao deal with those demonic cultivators.
Yi Tian looked around and said. Currently, there are demonic cultivators from the Xianin sect in all 4 directions of the basin.
4 different demonic sounds came and reverberated inside the basin. Before the disciples of the fallen immortal sect could even fly outside the basin, their internal organs were injured by the sound waves. As a result, more than 30 disciples were trapped in the basin, waiting to die. However, there were also more than 20 corpses of demonic cultivators from the Xianin sect in the basin. If it weren't for sonic techniques, the Xianin sect wouldn't have gained much advantage.
At this time,
Xiaofan and 2 inner disciples at the 7th level of foundation establishment were attacking the demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect in the south.
Once one direction is breached, the magical sound array in the basin will be instantly broken. However, Xiao Fan's strength was insufficient to defeat the 8th level Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator while enduring 4 layers of demonic sounds. In each of the 4 directions within the basin, there is a demonic cultivator at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. To break through any point is extremely difficult. It's Senior Sister Su and Yi Tian. We're saved. With Senior Sister Su here, we should be able to break through one of the positions. I can't take it anymore. This Xianin sect is truly hateful. The disciples of the Luoxian sect in the basin spotted Su Yanran and were immediately filled with hope. Junior Sister Su, quickly help Senior Brother Xiao. One of the beautiful female disciples at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment covered her ears and said in pain. She is Senior Brother Zhao's Taoist partner. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yanran recognized the female disciple. Everyone placed their hopes on Su Yanran. It's Junior Sister Su. The 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 7 members beside Xiao Fan turned around and also noticed Su Yanran and Yi Tian. Junior Brother Yi, please help me. However, when Xiao Fan saw the 2 of them, he shouted at Yi Tian. Yi Tian? Everyone looked bewildered, wondering if Xiao Fan had called the wrong person. But the next moment, they found out why. Boundless radiance. Yi Tian, standing in the sky, protected Su Yanran with one hand and held the white soul spear in the other. The 2 of them transformed into blazing white meteors and fell from the sky. The aura of someone at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment was incredibly powerful. The magical power fluctuations of the 6th level of Foundation Establishment on Su Yanran's body were completely concealed. None of the disciples in the basin participated in the last trip to the burial ancient ice cave. Because the inner disciples of the Luoxian sect usually go into seclusion after completing one mission. The disciples who went on the last trip to the burial ancient ice cave are still in seclusion. Xiao Fan had received orders from the inner sect elders before leading his team out of the sect to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path. However, he was stronger than Su Yanran, so the location he came to was also more dangerous. But Yi Tian and Su Yanran were extremely efficient. They went around in circles and even met up with Xiao Fan. If Yi Tian hadn't appeared, the disciples present today would have suffered heavy casualties. Amidst the incredulous gazes of numerous disciples, Yi Tian and Su Yanran appeared from the east with a single spear thrust, as if they were celestial beings descending from the heavens. Is that Yi Tian? Xiao Fan's Taoist partner, pale-faced, stared speechlessly at the divine couple in the sky. Humph, still not giving up? Since you're here, why don't you stay too? The 8th level Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator guarding the southern part of the basin, holding a pipa, coldly shouted. Whoosh! Led by him, the sound waves within the basin converged once more, transforming into black waves that crashed towards Yi Tian in the sky. Can Yi Tian and Senior Sister Su hold them off? Everyone stared at the battlefield in the sky, their hearts pounding with anxiety. If Yi Tianqing cooperates with Xiao Fan, they will have a chance to break through this demonic sound formation. If they are defeated, the disciples in the basin will suffer heavy losses. Boom! Above the sky, the 2 sides collided, black waves and white meteors crushed each other, and the aftershocks were earth-shattering. Even a person at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment would be reduced to ashes if caught in the turmoil. The terrifying aftershocks spread and extended into the basin. Puff! Many of the injured disciples were struck again, spitting out blood. However, this collision ultimately resulted in a miracle. The blazing white spear light pierced through the sound waves and struck straight at the heart of the enemy. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out as the unstoppable spear pierced through the void and crushed the pipa-shaped magical artifact. Impossible! The demonic cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment sat cross-legged, eyes wide open, pinned to the mountain peak by a long spear. As the spear's edge dissipated, Su Yanran's stunningly beautiful figure was revealed, along with Su Yetian's immovable, towering figure, holding a long spear. A corner of the demonic sound array inside the valley was broken, greatly weakening the demons. Yi Tian's spear thrust from the east turned the tide of the entire battle. Is this still the same Yi Tian? The rescued disciples, panting, swallowed the pills and looked up with difficulty at the figure standing atop the mountains. That stunning shot just now defied everyone's expectations. They finally understood why Xiao Fan had asked Yi Tian for help. Compared to Su Yanran, Yi Tian Kai is the real savior. Junior Brother Yi, thank you. After Xiao Fan and his 2 companions escaped their predicament, they thanked Yi Tian. However, at this moment, the 3 of them noticed the identity token on Yi Tian's waist. The number above is 2,280 contribution points.
Because I just killed a demonic cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, the number changed to 2,380 contribution points.
So many contribution points? How many demonic cultivators did Yi Tian kill?
Xiao Fan and the other two were filled with shock. Even Xiao Fan, who was at the peak of the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, has only obtained 1,020 contribution points, which is less than half of Yi Tian's. Then, the three of them discovered that Su Yanran's identity token also had 1,260 contribution points.
It wasn't just Yi Tian, Su Yanran also killed a large number of demonic cultivators. How did they do it?
The three looked at each other, unsure of what to say.
Ugh!
Just when everyone thought they were saved, an even stronger and more shrill sound wave suddenly came from the heavens and earth.
Duan Xinglin!
Yi Tian looked over upon hearing the voice and instantly recognized the person who had come. Chapter 91, A Shocking Battle, Duan Xinglin severely injured.
When did Yi Tian acquire such strength?
Standing in the sky, overlooking the basin, Duan Xinglin's face was cold, but his heart was filled with horror. Zhao Rong had previously ordered him to kill Yi Tian. Inside the soul-devouring ant's nest, Yi Tian was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. But now, he is at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment.
He even killed a Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivator from the Xianin sect with a single shot.
Although Xiao Fan and others shared some of the pressure, Yi Tian's strength should not be underestimated. Now that he's in my hands, I'll get rid of this major threat first. Duan Xinglin locked his gaze on Yi Tian, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Yi Tian's talent has already surpassed Xiao Fan's.
Once Yi Tian grows up, he will surely become another monstrous genius.
This is not good news for the Xianin sect.
Charge! At Duan Xinglin's command, the demonic sound that had just weakened became noisy again.
Ah!
The disciples of the fallen immortal sect in the basin had just caught their breath when they were pierced by the demonic sound again, causing their heads to throb with pain.
Junior brother Yi, let's join forces and destroy this demon.
Upon seeing this, Xiao Fan immediately shouted to Yi Tian.
We've just dealt with one of the 4 locations.
Now we have to deal with Duan Xinglin, the leader, or we'll definitely be picked off one by one.
Good. Yi Tian agreed. Then, Yi Tian said to Su Yanran, Yanran, I'll be right back.
Since he was dealing with Duan Xinglin, he couldn't be careless, so he could no longer use his qi and blood to protect Su Yanran. I can handle it, so you can focus on helping senior brother Xiao.
Su Yanran replied.
Yi Tian then withdrew his blood energy, and immediately a large amount of demonic sound entered Su Yanran's ears, which was extremely jarring.
Humph.
No wonder these junior brothers and sisters are in so much pain.
Su Yanran covered her ears, experiencing the terror of the demonic sound.
Now, we can only rely on senior brother Xiao and Yi Tian. That demon is at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, even senior sister Su can't get involved.
Who would have thought that the heavy responsibility of my fallen immortal sect would fall on Yi Tian's shoulders?
The male and female disciples discussed among themselves, gazing up at the sky. Yi Tian was dressed in white, moving like the wind, while Xiao Fan wore a black robe.
The two stood firm, like pillars stabilizing the sea, resisting Duan Xinglin's overwhelming magical power fluctuations.
Kill! Xiao Fan held a long staff in his hand, pointing it straight into the sky. War! Yi Tian's white soul spear soared upwards like a dragon. He had promised Ran Sili that he would kill Duan Xinglin, and now was the best opportunity.
Court death.
Facing the two men who were approaching aggressively, Duan Jinyun sneered. As the power of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment spread out, a 6-foot-wide drum made of human skin appeared before him. He took 2 pale, thin human leg bones and struck the drumhead.
Knock, knock, knock.
Suddenly, the drums roared, and black sound waves surged one after another, blotting out the sky.
Damn it! Put!
Holding the long staff, Xiao Fan felt as if his heart was about to burst, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
The sound waves from this human skin drum can actually attack a person's internal organs. Junior brother Yi, be careful.
Xiao Fan forcibly used his magic to protect his internal organs and spoke up to remind Yi Tian. However, he discovered that the sound of the human skin drum had almost no effect on Yi Tian. He was enveloped in stardust, shimmering with light, and continued to advance towards Duan Xinglin.
That's the power of qi and blood.
Xiao Fan was speechless.
It's the power of qi and blood. Yi Lang's cleansing body can isolate sound waves. Su Yanran's voice rang out. I see.
No wonder senior sister Su seemed unaffected just now. Judging from his qi and blood, Yi Tian must have made some progress in body refinement.
Now, we can only rely on Yi Tian.
Everyone stared at the tiny white figure between heaven and earth at this moment. He was the only hope for all the disciples.
Body refining techniques? There are actually people practicing body refining techniques?
Duan Xinglin never expected that in today's cultivation world, there would still be a cultivator like Yi Tian who cultivates both the physical body and the spiritual body.
But at that moment, Yi Tian had already attacked. Boundless radiance.
Yi Tian's spear pierced through, and endless clear light spread out, merging into the blade, making it unstoppable. The drums of death resound. Duan Xinglin, who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, did not sit idly by and wait for death. The human skin drum in front of him burst out with blood-red sound waves. The sound waves solidified and transformed into hundreds of blood-stained bone claws.
Boom!
The heavens and earth trembled as the spear's edge and bone claws collided and crushed each other, with white light and blood radiance each occupying half of the sky. In the end, the bone claws were annihilated, and the spear's edge was also shattered.
This kid actually managed to force me to reveal my trump card. Duan Xinglin was shocked and wanted to suppress Yi Tian. Fleeting light and shadow. However, Yi Tian below unleashed another burst of power, unleashing his final killing move. He and the gun were almost one.
The light shone through, merging into the gun in his hand, leaving only a white shadow, layer upon layer. But in Duan Xinglin's eyes, this shot was even more terrifying. Even just a glance caused his eyes to sting.
Break!
Yi Tian's gaze was firm as he broke through layers of sound waves, his spear soaring straight up to the 9th heaven.
Bang!
The vast sound waves dissipated, and the spear pierced directly through the surface of the human skin drum. The spear light burst forth, leaving a line of blood on Duan Xinglin's body.
My human skin drum!
Duan Xinglin's face was contorted with rage, covered in blood, as he screamed in agony. The destruction of the human skin drum was tantamount to severing his limbs.
Cloud-turning staff.
Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind Yi Tian, wielding a long staff. With the human skin drum broken, Xiao Fan's pent-up anger finally erupted. The powerful magic of the 8th level of foundation establishment was poured into the long staff, and it was cleaved in two with a single blow.
Stop them!
In the moment of crisis, Duan Xinglin clenched his right hand, and a bronze halberd appeared in his hand.
A second-tier top-grade spiritual weapon?
Xiao Fan was surprised, but he still brought the stick down.
When?
The clang of metal against metal was deafening as the two men collided. Xiao Fan attacked in anger, and Duan Xinglin hastily responded.
Puff!
Duan Xinglin's magical power was impacted, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The deadly trap he had set was actually broken by Yi Tian, and he himself was also caught in a crisis.
Escape!
Duan Xinglin, his mouth full of blood, gritted his teeth and shoved Xiao Fan away.
A glimmer of light.
But at this moment, Yi Tian regained his magic power and attacked with another spear. Xiao Fan struck down with his long staff once more. Duan Xinglin could only fight his way out, his body covered in wounds, his blood staining the sky.
Don't even think about leaving. Yi Tian, dressed in a white robe, exuded a murderous aura.
Junior brother Yi, don't be impulsive, there are other junior brothers and sisters.
Xiao Fan came up and stopped Yi Tian. At this point, the disciples in the basin were almost at their breaking point.
Good. Yi Tian was unwilling, but he had no choice but to return. Upon seeing the two return, the demonic cultivators who had been sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop in 3 different directions immediately turned pale and fled.
Stay here, all of you.
Xiao Fan, holding a long staff, headed west to pursue the pursuer.
Yi Tian's white robes fluttered as he pointed straight east.
In the end, Yi Tian killed 1 Foundation Establishment Level 8, 2 Foundation Establishment Level 7, and 5 Foundation Establishment Level 6, and gained 450 contribution points. Xiao Fan dealt with the Foundation Establishment Level 8 opponent, leaving behind a Foundation Establishment Level 7 opponent, and received 130 contribution points. The demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect escaped, and the disciples in the basin managed to save their lives.
Yanran. Yi Tian returned to Su Yanran's side in the basin.
Xiao Fan, on the other hand, went down to take care of his Taoist partner. At this moment, everyone in the entire basin, except for Yi Tian and Su Yanran, was injured.
It's a pity we didn't kill Duan Xinglin. Yi Tian felt a pang of regret. Chapter 92, Blood for Blood, people from the Chu family arrive. Senior Brother Yi.
Outside the basin, more than 20 inner disciples appeared, shouting,
"It's my junior brothers."
The two groups of inner disciples gathered together, and everyone then realized that the demonic cultivators of the Xianin sect had been almost entirely wiped out by the two men. At the same time, Yi Tian's previous record was also exposed.
So Yi Tian and senior sister Su saved so many people along the way?
From now on, Yi Tian's name will probably be above senior brother Xiao Fan's.
In terms of strength, Yi Tian is superior. Truly, new talents emerge in every generation.
The inner disciples were filled with emotion. From this day forward, no one will dare to underestimate Yi Tian.
Thank you, senior sister Su, and Yi Tian as well. Xiao Fan's Taoist partner also thanked the two of them. If it weren't for Yi Tian, Xiao Fan alone wouldn't be a match for the Xianin sect. Everyone, please heal your wounds first. There is still a tough battle ahead, Yi Tian said calmly.
He had cleared most of the area along the way, but he knew that some of the powerful figures from Corpse Puppet Mountain had not yet shown themselves.
I'll listen to junior brother Yi, Xiao Fan responded.
Originally, he was the disciple with the highest cultivation level, but now he has chosen to follow Yi Tian's arrangements. This is the recognition that comes with great strength. After everyone took the healing pills, the group, in a grand procession, covered for each other and followed Yi Tian and Xiao Fan to the remaining area. After traveling several dozen miles, they indeed encountered more demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain.
This is a plain that has been occupied by the Corpse Puppet Mountain, and a dense aura of corpses faintly emanates from it.
You can even see demonic cultivators in the distance using the corpses of Luoxian sect disciples to create corpse puppets.
The people from the fallen immortal sect have arrived.
Before the news could even get out, a demonic cultivator responsible for reconnaissance was shot in the throat by Yi Tian.
Bang bang bang.
The earth and rocks exploded, and 9 corpse puppets emerged from the ground.
A bunch of beasts worse than pigs and dogs. Yi Tian's gaze turned cold upon seeing this scene. Because of Ran Sili, Xianin sect only mobilized less than half of its demonic cultivators.
The Corpse Puppet Mountain was different, they came out in full force.
Today, those who have committed blood debts will pay with blood. Xiao Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, his voice echoing through the sky.
Then, he and Yi Tian took the lead and charged into the plains.
It's over.
The demonic cultivators hiding in Corpse Puppet Mountain were killed one by one, and the corpse puppets were crushed. These demonic cultivators, with cultivation levels between the 5th and 7th levels of Foundation establishment, could still manage to defeat some ordinary inner disciples, but when faced with Xiao Fan and Yi Tian, they could only admit defeat. Moreover, there is Su Yanran, as well as other disciples at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. On the plains, the remains of many disciples of the Luoxian sect are still scattered. The members of the fallen immortal sect were all bloodthirsty. Like a tidal wave, they surged into the depths of the plains.
Who is it? Amidst the billowing demonic mist, a demonic cultivator exuding the aura of the 8th level of Foundation establishment emerged. Sizzle!
But before he could react, a gun pierced his skull. Then, he vaguely heard a voice.
The one who will kill you.
After instantly killing the Foundation establishment level 8 cultivator and gaining another 100 contribution points, Yi Tian circulated his chi and blood power, carrying Su Yanran, and charged directly into the demonic mist. The fallen immortal sect's counterattack came faster and was more ferocious than that of the demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain.
Run!
The plains were filled with the screams of the demonic cultivators. The inner disciples were cleaning up the demonic cultivators of Corpse Puppet Mountain.
Outside the gate of Luoxian sect, a luxurious airship suddenly descended. Above, there is a huge flag with the character Chu written on it. Who goes there?
The elder guarding the mountain appeared and asked in a deep voice. The Chu family in the central part of the Falling Star domain. A core formation cultivator with a long beard stepped out of the treasure ship and answered. So it's the Chu family.
May I ask what brings you here, fellow Taoist? The elder guarding the mountain asked again.
I am Chu Chongshan, entrusted by young Master Chu Ning, and I have come to pay a visit to your esteemed sect leader Lu.
Chu Chongshan replied calmly. To pay a visit to the sect leader? The mountain guarding elder looked puzzled and immediately used an array to contact the sect leader, Lu Yuqing.
A moment later, he received a response from Lu Yuqing.
Fellow Taoist Chongshan, the sect leader invites you.
The mountain guarding elder stepped aside, allowing Chu Chongshan's floating ship to enter the Luoxian sect's mountain gate. The airship landed at the outer gate, and Chu Chongshan, accompanied by 4 maids, headed towards the main hall of the inner peak of the Luoxian sect. Soon, Chu Chongshan's figure appeared in the sect master's hall. Lu Yuqing, dressed in the sect leader's robes, sat in the main seat and looked at Chu Chongshan with a puzzled expression. Why would the Chu family travel hundreds of thousands of miles for no apparent reason? Greetings, sect leader Lu. Chu Chongshan greeted him. May I ask what brings you here, fellow Taoist? Lu Yuqing remained calm and asked. Since sect leader Lu has asked, I will speak frankly. My Chu family has heard that the fallen immortal sect has recently been secretly targeted by 2 major demonic sections. Many disciples have already died at the hands of demonic cultivators. But Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion remain unmoved, which is truly heartbreaking. Chu Chongtian said with a face full of grief. But no matter how Lu Yuqing looked at it, it all seemed like crocodile tears. Moreover, the Chu family is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Luoxian sect. This matter is neither a big deal nor a small one. How did the Chu family know about it? Unless, the Chu family was also involved. Upon realizing this, Lu Yuqing's gaze immediately turned cold. But she still calmly asked. Fellow Daoist Chu is well informed. This sect master has indeed been having some headaches because of this matter recently. I wonder what insightful opinion fellow Daoist Chu may have. If the Chu family was indeed involved, then they must have had ulterior motives. Reporting to sect leader Lu, my Chu family has learned of this matter and is concerned for the fallen immortal sect. Therefore, young Master Chu Ning of the Chu family sent me here to contribute to the fallen immortal sect's fight against the demonic sect. As long as the Luoxian sect marries either Su Yanran or Lin Ningxue into my Chu family, my Chu family will not only send a betrothal gift, but will also assist the Luoxian sect in wiping out the demonic cultivators of the 2 demonic sections. Chu Chongshan stated the Chu family's requirements. They came for Yanran and Ningxue? Lu Yuqing immediately understood the reason, and felt a chill in her heart. The Chu family actually dared to join forces with the demonic sect to target my Luoxian sect for the sake of 2 of my female disciples? Lu Yuqing stood up, unleashing the aura of a 9th-level core formation realm cultivator, and demanded an explanation. Sect leader Lu, don't make baseless accusations. If my Chu family has joined forces with the demonic sect, please provide evidence. Our Chu family offered our help with good intentions, yet we were treated this way. It's truly disheartening. Upon hearing this, Chu Chongshan shook his head and said. Although Lu Yuqing was basically certain that the demonic calamity was related to the Chu family, he couldn't produce any evidence. Moreover, the Chu family is powerful, so she couldn't possibly capture Chu Chongshan on the spot and interrogate him. Pass on my order, report on the progress of the demon-slaying operation? Lu Yuqing secretly transmitted her voice. As long as the fallen immortal sect can stabilize the situation, the Chu family scheme will collapse on its own. As the sect leader of the fallen immortal sect, she would never do something like selling out her female disciples for personal gain. Moreover, Su Yanran is about to get married, and Lin Ningxue is also a leading figure in the family. How could we possibly let the Chu family have their way? Chapter 93, with unstoppable momentum, Rand Siley is contacted again. Outside the Luoxian sect, the demonic cultivators on the plains were all wiped out. Xiao Fan was covered in blood, and his magical power was almost exhausted. Yi Tian possessed the power of blood and qi, and although there was no blood on his body, he had also expended a great deal of energy. He sat leaning against Su Yanran. The disciples around them looked at the two with admiration on their faces. This divine couple, in this battle, were like gods descending to earth, slaughtering countless people. Most of the demonic cultivators at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment or above in Corpse Puppet Mountain died at the hands of these two. Everyone had to admit that, in the current Luoxian sect, only Yi Tian was worthy of a prodigy like Su Yanran. Kai Li is still nearly 700 li away from me. As he recovered his magical power, Yi Tian used the 3-live spirit bell to sense Rand Siley's location. Duan Xinglin escaped with serious injuries thanks to the 2nd-tier top-grade bronze spear, and Yi Tian was unable to kill him. But there is still hope. Rand Siley might know Duan Xinglin's location. If he doesn't escape, Yi Tian will catch up and he will surely die. If Rand Siley is unaware, Yi Tian is powerless to help and can only seek other methods, but contacting Rand Siley is definitely imperative. In the past 2 days, he has already circled most of the Luoxian sect. They were about 600 li away from completing a full circle and entering Rand Siley's 100 li radius, where they could contact her again via the talisman.
Senior brother Xiao, let's continue.
After most of the disciples had recovered their magical power, Yi Tian spoke to Xiao Fan.
Junior brother Yi. Xiao Fan looked somewhat dazed and shook his head, saying,
You have indeed fulfilled your duties to the sect. Along the way, Yi Tian killed more demonic cultivators than him, whose strength was lower, and who were full of fighting spirit.
He genuinely admired Yi Tian. This is all part of my duty.
Yi Tian and Su Yanran exchanged a smile. The group, full of vigor, set off again. In the previous battle, 4 Foundation Establishment Level 8 cultivators and 1 Foundation Establishment Level 9 cultivator from Corpse Puppet Mountain were killed. Even among demonic cultivators, most at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment will choose to go into seclusion to break through to the core formation realm and rarely show themselves. The elites of Corpse Puppet Mountain have been almost entirely wiped out.
The remaining demonic cultivators will be easier to deal with.
Led by Yi Tian and Xiao Fan, the group from Luoxian sect marched with overwhelming momentum.
2 hours later, in the afternoon,
Yi Tian finally completed his task of clearing out the demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain.
They're back again. Su Yanran looked at the familiar hills inside.
Senior brother Yi saved us right here.
Jiang Shengnu addressed her female disciples.
Senior brother Yi is truly ruthless, he killed from beginning to end.
All things considered, senior brother Yi put in far more effort than senior brother Xiao. Most of us disciples were saved by senior brother Yi. Isn't senior brother Yi getting married in a few days?
I need to send him lots of congratulatory gifts.
Me too.
The disciples were exhausted of their magical power, but they were very excited.
As they chatted, they talked about Su Yanran and Yi Tian's marriage. Su Yanran is the sect leader's last disciple, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will be the next sect leader.
Her wedding day was naturally different from that of the other saints. Now that Yi Tian is beginning to show his talent, the scale of their wedding ceremony will be even higher as these 2 prodigies unite.
On behalf of Yi Lang, I thank all my fellow disciples. Hearing everyone's words, Su Yanran blushed and replied with a smile. Once Yi Tian's achievements spread, the entire Luoxian sect will recognize their union.
Yi Tian didn't speak, but simply grasped Su Yanran's soft hand. At the same time, he secretly contacted Rand Siley.
In a mountain stream.
Outside the waterside pavilion, a maid reported.
Miss, your disciple has sent a message.
Today, Corpse Puppet Mountain suffered a fierce counterattack from the fallen immortal sect. We lost 2 Foundation Establishment Level 9 cultivators and 7 Foundation Establishment Level 8 cultivators. The losses were extremely heavy. The remaining disciples have scattered and fled, daring not to linger any longer. Upon hearing this news, Rand Siley immediately opened her eyes.
I understand. You may leave.
Rand Siley waved for the maid to leave, her eyes filled with surprise.
Could it really be that heartless person?
Rand Siley muttered to herself. Over the past 20 days, Corpse Puppet Mountain has killed quite a few disciples of the fallen immortal sect. Yi Tian contacted her 3 days ago, and today Corpse Puppet Mountain suffered heavy losses. There must be a connection between the 2. Therefore, Rand Siley guessed that it was Yi Tian who brought about the change. However, she cannot be sure at the moment.
Miss. After a moment, Shou Yu entered the waterside pavilion and said with a hint of joy.
News came from Duan Xinglin's side that he was seriously injured by 2 people from the Luoxian sect, and even his human skin drum was destroyed. I escaped with my life by sheer luck, but I don't have enough medicine on me, so I sent someone to ask Miss for some healing medicine. She knew that Rand Siley and Duan Xinglin didn't get along. Duan Xinglin's loss was, of course, good news for them.
Real?
Rand Siley, who was originally calm, smiled and her eyes narrowed when she heard the news. Her smile was as beautiful as that of an angel. Therefore, she was almost certain that Yi Tian was the one who did it. Suddenly, she took out a dark red talisman. It really was that heartless bastard who did it. Rand Siley discerned the information, her beautiful eyes filled with smiles.
Miss must have feelings for Yi Tian.
Shou Yu also confirmed her young mistress's feelings. Anyone could see the girl's longing for her lover, but only Shou Yu could see it.
Shou Yu, since Duan Xinglin is asking for medicine, then I will reward him.
Rand Siley sat up straight and said with a smile. As she spoke, she took out 2 bottles of healing pills. Miss, you don't even have many of these pills yourself.
Are you really going to give them to Duan Xinglin? Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Don't worry, it's not certain whether he'll even live to take it. Ran Siley chuckled softly, feeling immense pleasure in her heart. If you do this, you'll send demonic cultivators. After taking out the pills, Ran Siley gave Xiaoyu another order. Yes, Mississippi. Soon, Xiaoyu left with the pills. Duan Xinglin, this time, you are doomed. Inside the waterside pavilion, Ran Siley made no attempt to hide her laughter. On the hills, most of the disciples of the Luoxian sect gathered together to rest. Those with Taoist partners stayed with their partners, while those without partners huddled together in twos and threes among their fellow disciples. After a day of fierce fighting, most of the disciples were exhausted. There's the aura of a demonic cultivator. Yi Tian's voice suddenly rang out from the hills. Demonic cultivator? Su Yanran immediately became alert, and Xiao Fan also looked over. Weren't most of the demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain dead? Are there still any left? The disciples roused themselves once again. It should be a demonic cultivator from the Xianin sect. Senior brother Xiao and fellow disciples, you should rest first. Leave this demonic cultivator to me and Yanran. Yi Tian stood up and addressed the crowd. There are indeed demonic cultivators here, but they were sent by Ran Siley. He already knew that Duan Xinglin's location for healing was just a convenient excuse. Good, senior brother Xiao, you are responsible for staying behind to protect the others. Su Yanran stepped forward and spoke. She supported whatever Yi Tian wanted to do. Moreover, she possesses the heart-to-heart seal given to her by her master, Lu Yuqing. Combined with their combined strength, ordinary demonic cultivators would certainly be unable to defeat them. Be careful. Xiao Fan didn't insist, but only offered a reminder. Afterwards, Yi Tian and his companion left the hills again and headed into the distance. Chapter 94, The Annihilation of Duan Xinglin, the demonic calamity vanished. Yi Lang, that demonic energy has disappeared. Not long after leaving the hills, Su Yanran frowned. She did sense a faint demonic aura just now, but it quickly disappeared. Yanran, my divine sense is stronger, I can track it down. That should be a Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivator, who seems to be one of those demonic cultivators who escaped. Yi Tian kept his eyes fixed on the southwest direction as he replied. Definitely. Su Yanran had no doubts. There were 4 demonic cultivators at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment in the 4 directions of the basin. Yi Tian killed 2 of them, Xiao Fan killed 1, and the last one escaped. Actually, that demonic energy just now came from Xiaoyu. If Su Yanran finds out, Xiaoyu will surely die, so she has no choice but to hide. As for Yi Tian's words, he made them up. However, his spiritual sense was indeed stronger than Su Yanran's, and Su Yanran could not verify whether what he said was true. Yi Tian and that female cultivator. Autumn rain hid in a crevice in the rocks and saw a pair of figures in the sky from afar. This Yi Tian, even with a young lady by his side, is still having an ambiguous relationship with a female cultivator from the fallen immortal sect. Xiaoyu was furious and fought through gritted teeth. However, she had to admit that the female cultivators beside Yi Tian were not much less beautiful than Ran Siley, but that was not a reason. By this time, the 2 figures in the sky had already disappeared into the distance. They traveled nearly 80 miles. Su Yanran never detected the aura of the demonic cultivator again. But as she approached a cliff, she discovered a very subtle demonic aura. Really? Su Yanran gripped Yi Tian's hand tightly. This is it. Yi Tian stared at the cliff, already confident of success. The seriously injured Duan Xinglin was hiding among them this time, he couldn't escape. Yanran, don't alert them. We'll use our qi and blood to conceal our presence. Yi Tian transmitted his voice. The power of qi and blood cannot stray too far from the body, but it has many wonderful uses. As long as they do not release their divine sense, Duan Xinglin and the others will not be able to detect them. Su Yanran nodded, and she had already taken the love seal that Lu Yuqing had given her. When the 2 are together, their combined power can unleash an attack 3 times stronger than her full force strike. In other words, it was a full force attack comparable to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. With Yi Tian added in, dealing with someone at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment would be more than enough. The 2 concealed their divine senses and magical powers and approached the cliff. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, the 2 saw 2 intersecting rock fissures below, forming a cave. There were still figures standing guard at the cave entrance. Yi Lang, that heavily injured Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivator, might also be there.
Upon seeing the figure, Su Yanran immediately guessed.
Possibly. Yi Tian replied.
Knowing that Duan Xinglin might be there, Su Yanran tightened her grip on the heart seal once more. Having reached the edge of the cliff, the two had to reveal their magical powers.
Wow! The moment their vital energy vanished, their auras exploded. Oh no, those people have come knocking on our door. The disciple on guard duty immediately shouted. Fu Lu!
Su Yanran slashed horizontally with her sword, the sword light soaring into the sky. The disciple on guard duty was only at the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment stage and was completely powerless to resist. His head was severed by a single sword strike. But he still managed to get the message into the cave.
Who dares to be so bold?
More than a dozen demonic figures appeared at the cave entrance. The one leading them was none other than the one above the basin, the escaped 8th level Foundation Establishment cultivator, who was still holding a bronze gong in his hand. As soon as he appeared, he struck the gong in his hand, the sound incredibly jarring. However, he forgot about Yi Tian's blood and qi power. The demonic sound was blocked by the blood and qi, and the remaining magic power was swept away by Yi Tian's spear.
Boundless radiance. Yi Tian gathered his magical power and unleashed a thunderous spear strike.
Disciples below the 6th level of Foundation Establishment were directly crushed into mincemeat by the terrifying spear light.
However, the enemy outnumbered them, and the demonic cultivators at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment only coughed up blood. 11 people survived this attack. But Yi Tian and Su Yanran saw Duan Xinglin hiding inside the cave, and he was fleeing into the cave. Stop these two! The person at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment shouted. Yi Lang, leave these people to me.
You focus on dealing with that Foundation Establishment level 9 guy.
At the crucial moment, Su Yanran stepped forward. United as one.
Su Yanran held the heart seal and pressed forward to suppress it.
Boom!
The magical power surged, and the heart-to-heart seal sensed the presence of the two people. The Mandarin duck spirit beasts on it seemed to come alive, transforming into two phantoms each 10 feet long. Each illusory figure was comparable to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. When the two come together, it becomes even more terrifying. Mandarin ducks flew together, their feathers filling the sky. Their two pairs of wings transformed into scythes that reaped lives, slicing through the air.
Sizzle, sizzle. Wherever the phantom of the Mandarin ducks passed, the demonic cultivators' bodies were shredded into mangled flesh. No!
Even the demonic cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment could only let out a miserable scream before being crushed by the phantom of the Mandarin ducks.
Leave the rest to me.
The two exchanged a glance, and Yi Tian spoke in unison.
Fleeting light and shadow.
Yi Tian's white soul spear, like a swimming dragon, pierced through the cave and pointed directly at Duan Xinglin.
Damn Yi Tian! Duan Xinglin's face was contorted with rage, and he once again produced that second-tier top-grade bronze halberd in his hand, attempting to defend himself.
However, this time, he was already seriously injured.
How could they possibly withstand Yi Tian's killing move?
A white shadow flickered, its sharpness concentrated to the extreme. The white soul spear pierced through Duan Xinglin's head, blood and flesh splattering everywhere.
Duan Xinglin, die!
At this point, Yi Tian had finally fulfilled his promise to Ran Sili. Previously, Duan Xinglin had also settled accounts with him and Su Yanran in the soul-devouring ant nest.
Finally solved.
Su Yanran smiled, but there was a hint of fatigue in her eyes. She was tired too.
Let's go back. Yi Tian touched Su Yanran's forehead with his own and said with heartache.
After collecting the storage bags scattered on the ground, the two returned the way they came.
Back in the hills, Xiao Fan was talking with a female disciple.
Senior Sister Su, the sect leader, has ordered me to inquire about the progress of eliminating the demonic cultivators. When the female disciple saw Su Yanran return, she stepped forward and asked. More than 90% of the disciples of Xianin's sect in Corpse Puppet Mountain have died.
Yi Tian answered the female disciple. 90%? The female disciple looked on incredulously. Report the truth. Su Yanran's voice was unquestionable. Yes. The female disciple agreed and headed towards the sect. Fallen Immortal Sect.
In the main hall, Lu Yuqing received a reward from the female disciple.
More than 90% of the disciples from the two major demonic sects died? Yanran and Yi Tian said that?
Lu Yuqing was also surprised when she learned of this number.
But considering his disciples' character, Lu Yuqing chose to trust the two of them. Since the two major demonic sects suffered such heavy casualties, this demonic calamity can be considered to have been averted.
Now, Zhu Chongshan, who was inside the main hall, naturally no longer had the confidence to make threats.
Sect leader Lu, what are your thoughts?
Zhu Chongshan, unaware of what had happened, asked with a smile.
Fellow Daoist Chu, more than 90% of the demonic cultivators sent by the two major demonic sects have been killed by my Luoxian sect. As for you, you'd better get out of my fallen immortal sect. Lu Yuqing said without any mercy. What?
Upon hearing this news, Zhu Chongshan's expression finally changed. If that's really the case, then all of Chu Ning's resources will have gone down the drain.
Moreover, all his objectives for this trip were thwarted. Farewell. Zhu Chongshan's face darkened, and he quickly left with his 4 maids. Luckily, Yi Tian was there, otherwise we would have really been tricked by the Chu family. Lu Yuqing said coldly. Chapter 95, Victory Without a Fight, Demanding Rewards. In the mountain stream, inside the waterside pavilion. A light veil swirls around her, making Ran Siley's figure appear and disappear.
But only autumn rain can reach this place.
Miss, the mission is complete.
The autumn rain passed through layers of light gauze, reporting its arrival.
I know, that heartless one has already told me. Ran Siley nodded slightly and replied with a smile.
The moment Yi Tian returned to the hills, he sent the message to her. My father didn't help me, but I never imagined I had such methods.
Ran Siley held the talisman and said leisurely.
This time, neither the elders in the sect could help her kill Duan Xinglin, nor could her father, Ran Xingyuan.
On the contrary, Yi Tian killed Duan Xinglin without offering any assistance. As for the deaths of the other demonic cultivators, Ran Siley didn't care at all. Miss, now that we've dealt with Duan Xinglin, shouldn't we return to our sect? Xiao Yu asked in a low voice. The two leaders of the Xianin sect, Ran Siley and Duan Xinglin, are in a competitive relationship. With Duan Xinglin dead, Ran Siley has already won without a fight. What's the rush? If we retreat now, wouldn't that confirm that Duan Xinglin's death is related to me?
We should now adopt a strategy of remaining unchanged in the face of all changes.
Ran Siley replied.
But actually, besides that reason, she was also waiting for Yi Tian to come and see her. Come and massage my shoulders.
With Yi Tian's image appearing in her mind, Ran Siley said to Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu walked behind her and reached out to massage her shapely, fair shoulders.
In the entire Xianin sect, the only people we can trust are you and my father. Besides you guys, now there's finally Yi Tian.
Ran Siley closed her eyes and murmured to herself. Being in the demonic sect and possessing such a beautiful face, if it weren't for her father's protection and her own intelligence, she probably wouldn't even be able to protect herself. Over the years, she has had a very tiring life. But today, Yi Tian helped her share her burdens.
Miss, there is something else I need to tell you. Hearing Ran Siley's words, Xiao Yu said in a low voice. Explain.
Ran Siley kept her eyes closed and said calmly.
As Miss instructed, I went into that dense forest. Yi Tian once flew through the air, accompanied by a female cultivator from the fallen immortal sect whose beauty was like that of a celestial being. Xiao Yu told her about Su Yanran's situation.
Since Ran Siley has developed romantic feelings for Yi Tian, she must tell Ran Siley about this.
A female cultivator with celestial beauty? How does she compare to me? Ran Siley opened her eyes and asked. As a woman, I am most sensitive about this kind of thing.
She is not much different from the young lady. Autumn Rain replied softly.
It must be Su Yanran. Ran Siley immediately understood the identity of the female cultivator.
Her informant within the Luoxian sect had reported that Yi Tian had a holy maiden as his Daoist partner.
But when asked last time, Yi Tian said that the two didn't have much of a relationship. Ran Siley believed it, but Xiao Yu couldn't possibly lie to her. The relationship between Yi Tian and Su Yanran was definitely not that simple. Luckily, I used a love charm. Since he has cultivation, he certainly wouldn't dare to do anything to betray me. But if he sees me again, I have to ask him something. Ran Siley thought to herself.
If it weren't for the love potion, Yi Tian and Su Yanran would never have agreed to share a husband, with both women serving the same man. However, given the presence of the love poison, Yi Tian must adhere to his bottom line. Yi Tian must be mine. The image of Su Yanran in the soul-devouring ant's nest appeared in Ran Siley's mind, and she let out a soft hum. She believed that her looks were second to none. outside the Luoxian sect. The disciples were exhausted and were resting.
Fellow disciples, since junior brother Yi says that 90% of the demonic cultivators have been killed, how about we celebrate tonight? As darkness fell, Xiaofan's Taoist partner stepped forward and spoke. How will we celebrate? The surrounding disciples asked a question.
I know there is a mountain hot spring pool nearby. There are many hot spring pools, which can accommodate thousands of people. We can go together and use the pool water to relieve our spiritual and physical suffering.
Xiaofan's Taoist partner replied. A high-altitude hot spring pool? Such a wonderful place exists.
If it were a hot spring pool, it would be much better than these hills. My body is covered in the blood of demonic cultivators, it's time to wash it off. Upon hearing this, the disciples all expressed their agreement.
Yi Lang, I've been to that mountain hot spring pool with my senior sister and a few others. The pool water is warm, which is perfect for relieving fatigue.
Su Yanran and Xiaofan have a good relationship as Taoist partners, they've been together before, so they know each other.
Is that so?
Hearing Su Yanran mention it, Yi Tian also became somewhat interested.
The hot spring water is so smooth and gentle that it would be wonderful to bathe with Su Yanran. Yanran. Yi Tian held Su Yanran's waist, his breath hot.
Our wedding is just around the corner, as long as
I will do whatever you say.
Su Yanran knew exactly what Yi Tian was thinking. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she leaned close to his ear and whispered something sweet in his breath.
Yanran is still the best to me. Yi Tian was thrilled and kissed Su Yanran on the lips.
Not only the two of them, but also the disciples around them who had Taoist partners were extremely excited. Sometimes, even couples need some romance. Now, after such a great victory, the thought of the couple soaking in a hot spring together is exhilarating. Senior sister, senior brother Xiao, senior brother Yi, let's go. The disciples couldn't contain themselves and urged him on. So Xiaofan and his companion led the way, while Yi Tian and Su Yanran covered the rear. A group of about 100 disciples left the hill in a grand procession. After traveling for 100 miles, nestled among the mountains, the group found the high-altitude hot spring pool.
The entire mountain is shrouded in mist and clouds due to the heat of the hot springs, resembling a fairyland. At this moment, the hazy moonlight further inspires endless imagination.
The mountain is over 1,000 feet high and extremely towering, with hundreds of hot spring pools of various sizes distributed from top to bottom. This is the place.
Upon arrival, the disciples became even more excited. However, Xiaofan suddenly stopped everyone and said,
The female disciples will accompany my Taoist partner, while the other male disciples will remain. These words caused an uproar among the disciples.
Can't even cultivation partners be together? A disciple asked a question.
No, there are also male and female disciples present who are not Taoist couples.
Everyone, it's best if male and female disciples separate. It won't make a difference for couples to stay together for a day. I'll set an example. Xiaofan replied. All right.
The disciples had no choice but to agree. The male and female disciples quickly separated, leaving only Su Yanran nestled beside Yi Tian. Senior sister Su, I know you and senior brother Yi are very much in love, but everyone has already agreed.
Jiang Shengnu offered words of advice.
My love, I'll only have another chance after I get married. Su Yanran was shy and, under the watchful eyes of her fellow disciples, she finally let go of Yi Tian's hand. It's only for one day, so it won't have much of an impact. The female disciples went to the highest point, to the largest hot spring. They used their magic to cover the hot spring with water mist, even blocking out divine senses, so that only laughter and cheerful voices could be heard.
Fellow disciples, there's no need to overthink it.
As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and meeting again tomorrow will only strengthen our bond. We are in the hot spring pool below, and our respective partners are on the mountain. We must keep an eye on each other and not offend each other.
Xiaofan addressed the remaining male disciples.
After thinking about it, I realized that Xiaofan made sense. The male disciples tacitly chose the outermost hot spring pool and withdrew their divine senses. Now, anyone who dares to have any improper thoughts will immediately be surrounded and attacked by all the disciples.
Junior brother Yi, I'm sorry. Xiaofan looked at Yi Tian with an apologetic expression.
He was also thinking of all his disciples.
In that case, I won't go for a soak. I'll just wander around the area. Yi Tian replied, then turned and disappeared.
He is different from Xiaofan and the others, he has more than one Taoist partner.
This is a good opportunity to demand payment for killing Duan Xinglin. Chapter 96, A Secret Meeting with Rand Siley, Successfully Bound. In the mountain stream. Rand Siley, wearing a black veil, appeared in the sky. Standing before her were two elders at the core formation stage. May I ask what brings you two elders here? Rand Siley's voice was flat.
Miss, I have received news that Duan Xinglin was discovered by the Luoxian sect and died a violent death. Now we can only rely on the forces under Mrs. Command to carry out the sect leader's orders. One of the elders, with a kind face, answered. Humph, Rand Siley, if your men had spread out earlier, Xinglin would not have died.
Another elder said with a dark face.
The two elders came from different factions within the Xianin sect. The kind-faced elder naturally supported Rand Siley.
The elder with a dark expression clearly supported Duan Xinglin.
However, now that Duan Xinglin is dead, Rand Siley is the #1 genius of the younger generation of Xianin sect, and no one can rival her.
Shut up.
What the young lady does is none of your business.
Duan Xinglin died at the hands of the Luoxian sect. Why don't you go and cause trouble for the Luoxian sect?
The elder with a kind face coldly rebuked another elder.
Humph. I won't interfere.
The elder who supported Duan Xinglin waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Duan Xinglin is dead, so there's no point in him saying anything more, and besides, this matter really has little to do with Rand Siley.
Elder, I will have my men disperse immediately. Rand Siley gave orders to the maids around her.
The demonic cultivators under her command, who had gathered around, quickly dispersed upon receiving her order.
As night fell, the demonic cultivators quickly disappeared into the distance.
Miss, there's no need to take it so seriously.
Duan Xinglin is dead. For the next few days, we just need to go through the motions.
I've heard that Corpse Puppet Mountain suffered heavy losses. There's no need for us to throw our lives away.
The elder lowered his voice and said.
Although Duan Xinglin died, Xianin sect still has a large number of disciples. But at least on Rand Siley's side, there were almost no losses. It's definitely much better than Corpse Puppet Mountain, and they've already paid a heavy price for this cooperation.
Even the Chu family can't say anything about it. I see. Rand Siley nodded and gave the order again.
Those demonic cultivators left the mountain stream, but stayed far away from the Luoxian sect, so the probability of them encountering Luoxian sect disciples was extremely small. This way, the fighting can be reduced.
The sect leader can certainly trust Miss to do things.
The elder praised him and then left the mountain stream. In this mountain stream, only Rand Siley, Xiao Yu, and her trusted maid remained. Miss, you've killed two birds with one stone.
After the elder left, Xiao Yu said with a smile.
Rand Siley used Yi Tian to kill Duan Xinglin, which strengthened her own power. Consequently, the arrogance of another faction was also suppressed.
Don't say anything now, go do something for me. Rand Siley then assigned her another task.
Yes. Upon learning the details of the mission, Xiao Yu looked somewhat worried.
100 miles away in the mountain stream, Yi Tian appeared.
Since I can't bathe with Yanran today, I'll go find Siley. Let Xiao Fan, that stubborn guy, wait outside all night. Concealing his aura, Yi Tian thought to himself.
He had just contacted Rand Siley using a talisman. Sure enough, not long after, a figure shrouded in a black cloak approached. It's me.
As the figure drew closer, a beautiful face appeared beneath the cloak. It was none other than Xiao Yu, Rand Siley's personal maid.
Autumn Rain Girl. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Yi Tian greeted her.
Come with me, and conceal your presence.
When facing Yi Tian, Xiao Yu's gaze was somewhat evasive.
The last time she went to the fallen immortal sect, she looked down on Yi Tian for being only at the 3rd level of qi refining, but it turned out that Yi Tian was a genius at the 7th level of foundation establishment. Not only did it impress her, but it also saved Rand Siley. Therefore, after receiving Rand Siley's mission, Xiao Yu was hesitant to face Yi Tian.
Concealing one's aura?
With a thought, Yi Tian activated the system's power, instantly transforming him into an ordinary person without any magical fluctuations.
You?
Xiao Yu scanned the area with her divine sense, and if she hadn't seen Yi Tian with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to sense his presence at all.
Enough of this, take me to see Kai Li. Yi Tian urged.
Xiao Yu shut up, but since Yi Tian had such methods, it was even more convenient for her. The large cloak enveloped Yi Tian, so even if other demonic cultivators discovered him, they wouldn't be able to sense his presence.
After traveling 100 miles, Xiao Yu brought Yi Tian to the mountain stream.
Below the mountain stream flows a mighty river, and on the cliff face stands a waterside pavilion.
Kylie must be in the waterside pavilion.
Upon arriving at the mountain stream, Yi Tian immediately guessed where Ran Siley was. Following the autumn rain, the two crossed the mountain stream and entered the waterside pavilion.
Miss, the person has been brought. Autumn Rain said to the waterside pavilion. You may leave. Remember, no one is allowed to come near. Ran Siley gave the order. Yes.
Xiaoyu glanced at Yi Tian, already guessing what was going to happen next, and withdrew, pursing her red lips. Only 2 people remained beneath the waterside pavilion. Behind layers of light gauze, Ran Siley's stunning figure appeared both near and far, making Yi Tian's mouth go dry.
Up to now, Ran Siley is Yi Tian's only true woman. Rainbow glass.
Yi Tian called out, and through the light veil, he saw the person who had haunted his dreams. He reached out and removed Ran Siley's veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, breathtakingly gorgeous. Nearly a month later, the two finally met again. Yi Tian walked over and took Ran Siley's fair and delicate hand in his. This waterside pavilion is hidden in the mountain stream, completely invisible to the outside world, especially with the autumn rain outside.
You don't have anything to say? Ran Siley, under Yi Tian's intense gaze, calmly asked. Of course I have.
I killed Zhao Rong in the burial ancient ice cave, and I also fulfilled my promise to you to kill Duan Xinglin. Yi Tian held Ran Siley's slender waist in his arms and told her what he had done. Zhao Rong and Duan Xinglin were common enemies of the two men, and now they have both been dealt with.
Tell me, how did you kill Duan Xinglin? Ran Siley leaned against Yi Tian's chest and asked softly. In the talisman, Yi Tian only gave a general account of what happened, she didn't know the specifics. After you tell me Duan Xinglin's location. It was a rare opportunity to meet Ran Siley in private, but in order to win her favor, he had no choice but to give her an answer first. Ran Siley's favorability +2.
Ran Siley's favorability has reached 60.
Binding successful. You have received a binding gift pack. Do you wish to view it?
As he spoke, 2 system notifications appeared.
Killing Duan Xinglin would indeed increase Ran Siley's favorability. The specific details are actually not complicated.
Xiao Fan helped in some aspects, but most importantly, it was Yi Tian's own strength.
Rainbow glass.
After he finished speaking, Yi Tian called out softly.
Ran
Siley closed her eyes, looking like a flawless jade statue.
The payment you promised me. Yi Tian finally brought up the matter of payment.
However, Ran Siley did not respond.
Silence means consent.
Yi Tian's gaze burned with fervor, and he could no longer contain himself. With one hand supporting Ran Siley's waist, he used the other to untie the silk ribbon around her waist that outlined her slender figure, causing her pale purple fairy dress to fall loose. Under the hazy moonlight, Ran Siley was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away.
Chapter 97, Relationship Exposed, Open the gift pack. The night was alluring.
Inside the waterside pavilion, clothes were scattered and disheveled. Yi Tian leaned back on the wooden chair in the waterside pavilion, while Ran Siley leaned against him. This was the 3rd time the two had met, and this time it was Yi Tian who finally took the initiative. Compared to last time, Ran Siley appeared extremely submissive. At this moment, Ran Siley's pretty face was flushed, but she was radiant and her beauty was as lovely as a flower.
Why do I feel like I've been drained of my essence by you, you witch? Yi Tian looked down at Ran Siley's pretty face and asked. What? You're not happy about it?
Ran Siley opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes radiating an astonishing charm.
Of course I'd love to. I'm willing to serve the witch like a dog.
Yi Tian quickly replied, his blood and chi becoming somewhat hot again.
Your body tempering has indeed benefited me.
Ran Siley pressed her hand against Yi Tian's chest and said in a crisp voice. Body refining techniques not only enhance the strength of one's chi and blood, but also improve all aspects of the body. Moreover, Yi Tian's cleansing body technique has reached its peak, and Ran Siley does indeed appear more charming because of his nourishment.
Then I'll have to work even harder.
Yi Tian pressed his advantage, saying, I'll take an inch and then a mile. He hadn't expected that body tempering would bring such benefits. What's the rush? Ran Siley, who had always been obedient, now held Yi Tian's arm, leaned close to his ear, and whispered.
First, explain to me what Su Yanran is all about.
The silvery voice, usually a heavenly sound, made Yi Tian's body stiffen at the moment. Given Ran Siley's personality, if his relationship with Su Yenran were exposed, let alone romantic feelings between them, it would be a luxury for them to even see each other again.
Has my relationship with Yenran been exposed?
With a beautiful woman in his arms, Yi Tian was in utter turmoil.
Why aren't you saying anything?
Ran Siley's voice became increasingly soft and charming, absolutely captivating.
But to Yi Tian, it sounded like a death warrant. If he didn't answer correctly, he would be doomed.
Kylie, didn't I explain this to you before?
Yi Tian replied, trying to appear calm.
But Xiao Yu said she saw you and Su Yenran behaving intimately today.
How do you explain that? Ran Siley asked again.
At this moment, their skin was pressed together, incredibly intimate, but Yi Tian felt as if he were walking on thin ice. It's because I killed Zhao Rong, which exposed my strength.
Su Yenran has taken a liking to my talent and wants to turn our fake relationship into a real one. Yi Tian, quick-witted, found an excuse. This time, Ran Siley didn't ask any more questions, and the waterside pavilion remained silent. I'll trust you one more time. Ran Siley reached out and pressed on Yi Tian's dantian. Among them, the Yanggu sensed the aura of the Yinggu and became extremely active. Because of the Yanggu, Ran Siley was certain that there was nothing between Yi Tian and Su Yenran.
Considering Yi Tian's recent behavior, she didn't want to dwell on it, lest it make it seem like she was determined to marry no one but Yi Tian. Kylie, as you know, I have a Yanggu in my body.
You're my only woman, you have to believe me. Yi Tian grasped Ran Siley's hand and began to work on the Yanggu. You know that now.
With the Yanggu around, you'll never escape my grasp for the rest of your life. At this moment, Ran Siley once again overlapped with the figure of the witch on Zashi Peak that night.
She was different from the other three women, including Su Yenran.
She was always a witch. She could control others, but no one could control her.
However, she also knew that after giving Yi Tian a warning, she had to offer him something in return. While Yi Tian was in a daze, Ran Siley pushed him back down again. Inside the waterside pavilion, their figures intertwined once more. This is the price of enjoying earthly bliss. Yi Tian sighed inwardly. Ran Siley's looks are 99, even better than Su Yenran's.
Being able to share a bed with her would be an absolute blessing in life. The price to pay is that, for the time being, he can only maintain a distance from Su Yenran and the other two women.
The night was deep.
Inside the waterside pavilion, Ran Siley was so tired that she didn't want to move a single finger. After Yi Tian refined his body, his physical strength was even better than before.
I'm not an unreasonable person.
If you become my person, I won't treat you badly.
Ran Siley, feeling weak and listless, spoke her innermost thoughts. You should rest. Yi Tian kissed Ran Siley's forehead and said gently.
As soon as she finished speaking, Ran Siley had already drifted into a dream.
After several interactions, he actually learned a lot about Ran Siley.
For example, this time, Ran Siley could only rely on him to deal with Duan Xinglin, which shows that Ran Siley's days in Xianyin sect were not easy either. The daughter of the dignified demon sect master has no one under her command. In truth, it was Yi Tian's greed that led him to not want to give up any of the women.
I will not abandon any of you four.
Yi Tian thought to himself as he covered Ran Siley with his own robe.
In the cultivation world, strength still matters.
If his fist is big enough, he can flatten the Xianyin sect, and even a witch would have to bow down. But right now, he hasn't broken through to the core formation stage, so he doesn't have that kind of strength at all. Fortunately, Ran Siley's favorability rating has reached 60, and the binding was successful. At least in Ran Siley's heart, no one can replace him.
Open the gift pack. Yi Tian was not sleepy and opened the binding gift pack given by the system. Ran Siley's bound gift pack is now available. Congratulations on acquiring 1% of Ran Siley's cultivation.
Congratulations on obtaining the one-time use, no-rank magic item, the Tearful Silver Phoenix Hairpin.
A one-time use, gradeless magic weapon?
Upon seeing the contents of the gift package, Yi Tian was filled with doubt.
Ran Siley's cultivation level of 1% was within his expectations. Her current cultivation level is at the peak of the 8th level of Foundation Establishment.
1% of her cultivation level is just a drop in the ocean for Yi Tian at his current level.
However, this unranked magic weapon is different. It's the first time Yi Tian has ever heard of it. Tears of Silver Phoenix Hairpin can withstand one attack from a nascent soul stage or lower, and can also teleport the bound person to the owner's side.
Yi Tian saw the description of the magic weapon. The magic weapon has two functions. one is to resist attacks from cultivators at the nascent soul stage. It is essentially a one-time defensive magical artifact. Another function is that if this magic weapon is given to Ran Siley, Yi-Tian can teleport her to her location no matter how far away she is if she encounters danger. Of course, Yi-Tian could also choose not to teleport. This ability to teleport regardless of distance is already incredibly exaggerated. As expected of a magic weapon produced by the system, Yi-Tian took out this magical artifact and held it in his hand, thinking to himself. Since he obtained the magic weapon by binding it to Ran Siley, Yi-Tian planned to give it to her directly. Su Yanran, Lin Ningxue, and Lu Xiao are all in the Luoxian sect, so they have no use for this magic weapon. On the contrary, Ran Siley may be in danger. But if I'm going to teleport, I have to guarantee that I can save Kylie. Yi-Tian knew very well the key to teleportation. For the time being, Ran Siley is safe. As for the future, his cultivation level will definitely be higher than Ran Siley's. Time passed quickly, and the night soon came to an end. Ran Siley, who was in Yi-Tian's arms, slowly opened her eyes. The sky was not yet fully bright. Knowing that she was in Yi-Tian's arms, Ran Siley was very relaxed and changed to a more comfortable position. But she saw the hairpin in Yi-Tian's hand. Chapter 98, Not Letting Down My Lord, Contribution Point Ranking. This tear-stained silver phoenix hairpin. It has an overall silvery white color, but it also has a dazzling crystalline luster. It was as if inlaid with star crystals, or like drops of fairy tears, dazzlingly bright. The whole thing resembles a phoenix spreading its wings, incredibly exquisite, with every feather meticulously detailed and lifelike. Almost any woman would be unable to look away upon seeing her, and Ran Siley was no exception. This is for you. Now that he had been discovered, Yi-Tian simply placed the phoenix hairpin in Ran Siley's hand. After finding a Taoist partner, he actually knows how to give jewelry as gifts? Ran Siley held the phoenix hairpin, her heart filled with joy, but she still wouldn't let it go. This is not jewelry, it is a magical artifact that I obtained. If you carry it with you, it can withstand one attack from someone below the nascent soul stage. Yi-Tian explained the function of the tear silver phoenix hairpin. However, he didn't mention the teleportation. Is this a magic weapon? A strange light appeared in Ran Siley's beautiful eyes. She didn't sense the aura of a spiritual artifact at first because it was just ordinary jewelry. Unexpectedly, it was such a powerful magic weapon. After accepting the tear silver phoenix hairpin, Ran Siley's mood improved significantly. Help me comb my hair. Ran Siley got up, changed into a new dress, and sat down in front of Yi-Tian. Yi-Tian had combed Su Yanran's hair before, and Ran Siley's hair was extremely smooth, so the jade comb could easily slip off. After combing her hair, Ran Siley tied it up herself and inserted the tear silver phoenix hairpin. She was already extremely beautiful, and this hairpin suited her perfectly. Ran Siley took out a bronze mirror, reflected her beautiful face, and examined herself for a long time. Are you trying to make up for what you owe me? After a long while, Ran Siley and Yi-Tian looked at each other and asked. You can say it. Stared at by Ran Siley, Yi-Tian didn't have much of a mind to do anything and was too lazy to explain. Are you angry? However, Ran Siley actually sat down beside him, speaking softly. Yi-Tian didn't speak, he just looked at her quietly. He could guess what Su Yanran and Lin Ningxue were thinking, but he couldn't figure out what this witch was thinking. After gazing at each other for a long time, Ran Siley suddenly smiled. Although she was still stunningly beautiful, there was an unyielding sorrow in her eyes. My mother passed away in an accident when I was 12 years old. After that, Xiaoyu was all I had by my side. Even my father rarely spoke to me. Inside the waterside pavilion, Ran Siley suddenly began to recount her past. Yi-Tian could tell that Ran Siley was not lying to him. He listened quietly without saying a word. Ran Siley's personality is related to her background being in the demon sect. She cannot fully trust anyone. That's why she's so unpredictable now. Every family has its own problems. Yi-Tian sighed inwardly. He had only seen the witch's outward appearance, but he didn't know her inner thoughts. Even witches have their own troubles. Hello. After Ran Siley finished speaking, she suddenly kicked Yi-Tian. How? Yi-Tian looked puzzled. Ran Siley met his gaze and said, word by word. I've only said these words to you. If you dare to tell anyone, I'll kill you. I won't spread it. Yi-Tian immediately assured him. He also felt very strange, as Su Yanran, Lin Yingxue, and Ran Xili had all said similar things to him.
You can go now.
After saying that, Ran Xili suddenly relaxed and waved her hand.
But Yi Tian stood still, as if he wanted to say something. I know what you want to say, if you don't betray me, I won't betray you.
Under Yi Tian's gaze, Ran Xili made a promise for the first time.
Ran Xili's favorability +9.
A system notification appeared, indicating that Ran Xili's favorability rating had increased to 70.
I've got it.
Yi Tian nodded and, just as he had come, followed Zhou Yu away. This time, he finally got Ran Xili to open up.
I will not let you down.
Yi Tian returned to the location of the mountain hot spring pool, still muttering to himself. This is Ran Xili's guarantee. As long as he doesn't have anything going on with other women, he will be Ran Xili's only Taoist partner.
With an additional 70% favorability rating, he no longer needs to worry about Ran Xili in the Xianin sect. We return to the mountain hot spring pool.
By this time, the male disciples had finished soaking and gathered at the foot of the mountain. The female disciples were still shrouded in mist and had not yet come out.
Su Yanran would not have noticed that Yi Tian was not there last night. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother Yi.
The disciples assumed that Yi Tian had not returned home all night to protect their safety.
Wow!
After about half an hour, the water curtain covering the hot spring pool broke open, and the group of female disciples reappeared. They had already changed their clothes, leaving them with no opportunity to take advantage. As the mist dissipated, the female disciples descended one after another, among whom Su Yanran was the most dazzling and incomparably beautiful. However, Su Yanran already has a Taoist partner, the powerful Yi Tian, so the other disciples can only look on with envy.
Yi Lang. Su Yanran returned and naturally took Yi Tian's arm. I've received word that I can return to my clan. Xiaofan called out loudly. The demonic cultivators have been dealt with. Ran Xili told Yi Tian that the demonic cultivators from the Xianin sect would not approach again. It was just a show. Yi Lang, you seem a little distracted. On the way back to the sect, Su Yanran asked considerately. Nothing. Yi Tian waved his hand.
He was distracted because of Ran Xili. Among the four beauties bound to the system, Ran Xili's background is the most tumultuous. Naturally, this is also what he cares about the most.
Moreover, his wedding date with Su Yanran was approaching, and he needed to find a way to avoid the wedding night.
The two returned to the inner sect with the other disciples.
Greetings, sect leader.
In the main hall, everyone bowed in unison.
No need for formalities. Who earned the most contribution points in this operation? Lu Yuqing looked around at everyone and asked.
No one spoke. They all looked at Yi Tian. Those disciples who participated know just how astonishing the contribution points Yi Tian received were.
Yi Tian, how many contribution points did you get? Lu Yuqing looked at Yi Tian and asked curiously. Yi Tian took out his inner sect identity token from his storage bag. 4,720 contribution points.
The numbers on the token silenced the entire hall.
Nearly 5,000 contribution points? Even Lu Yuqing looked on in disbelief.
With so many contribution points, given Yi Tian's strength, he would need to kill 47 Foundation Establishment Level 7 demonic cultivators of the same level. If we were to kill someone at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, we would have to kill 156 people. Converted to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, that's 472 people.
It could be said that Yi Tian alone could kill so many demonic cultivators that rivers of blood would flow. Sect leader, junior brother Ye's contribution points are still too few.
He also killed quite a few Foundation Establishment Level 9 and Foundation Establishment Level 8 cultivators, but he only got 100 contribution points.
Xiaofan said.
Compared to Yi Tian, he only received 1,930 contribution points, less than half of Yi Tian's.
Su Yanran scored 2,140 points, second only to Yi Tian among those present.
Alright, these 4,720 contribution points are equivalent to 47,200 spirit stones. If there's any more, Yi Tian will empty the entire treasure trove of my fallen immortal sect.
Lu Yuqing said with a smile.
The Luoxian sect's resources, amounting to nearly 50,000 spirit stones, are not likely to be completely depleted.
However, this is not a small amount for a Foundation Establishment disciple.
With these contribution points, Yi Tian could exchange them for spiritual medicine and continue cultivating his immaculate glazed body. Chapter 99, A Bountiful Harvest. The Dao Discussion Competition in the Falling Star Domain.
You've all had a tough time with all these battles. Go back and rest. As for the celebration banquet, it will be held at Yanran and Yetian's wedding banquet. After giving a brief summary, Lu Yuqing dismissed everyone. Thank you, sect leader.
After bowing and saying goodbye to Su Yanran and Yi Tian, everyone left the sect's main hall. Su Yanran and Yi Tian left the sect master's hall and went to the resource peak together. In this campaign to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path, Yi Tian not only gained a large number of contribution points, he also acquired a large number of storage bags, which he was carrying with him at the moment. Most of the spiritual materials and herbs in them were useless to him and Su Yanran. It would be best to exchange them for spirit stones and chi nourishing pills. Resource Peak. Because of Su Yanran's identity, the two were arranged to share a private room. Saintess Su, are you two here to exchange resources? An elderly woman dressed in blue, who looked to be around 30 years old, walked in and asked. Let's exchange for spirit stones. Su Yanran replied. 1 sect contribution point of the Luoxian sect can be exchanged for 10 spirit stones. However, 10 spirit stones cannot be exchanged for a single contribution point. Only disciples who are in dire need of spirit stones will exchange them in small batches. Therefore, Yi Tian's resources can only be exchanged for spirit stones. Sure. The female elder in green smiled and said. How many resources do you two need to exchange? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian and Su Yanran exchanged a glance and took out a large number of storage bags, almost filling the entire table. So much? The female elder in green was startled. Generally speaking, only disciples at the foundation establishment stage can afford to buy storage bags. Each storage bag essentially represents the life of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Elder, this is what I obtained from the demonic cultivator. Yi Tian offered an explanation. It is only right. Those demonic cultivators who killed my Luoxian sect disciples should pay with their blood. The elder in green immediately softened her gaze. Then, she began to take stock of the resources in the storage bag. Before returning to his sect, Yi Tian had already dealt with those evil and bloodthirsty demons. However, the value of the items in the storage bag has also decreased significantly. However, given the sheer number of them, it's no small number. Gentlemen, first of all, these 109 storage bags. Most of them are extremely old and not very valuable. Each one is worth about 200 spirit stones. These storage bags add up to 21,800 spirit stones. The female elder in green had calculated the value of the storage bag. The price for buying and selling storage bags is definitely not the same. In addition, these storage bags came from demonic cultivators, and most of them were stolen by them, so they were quite old. The price offered by the female elder in blue was already quite high. No problem. Seeing Su Yanran nod slightly, Yi Tian agreed. Then there are the resources in these storage bags. These spiritual materials and herbs, if added together, amount to a total of 41,287 spirit stones. If we're going to exchange them, together with what we had before, it will total 63,000 spirit stones. What do you two think? After calculating it again, the female elder in green determined the final value. Elder Xia, please make the exchange. Yi Tian was very satisfied upon hearing the number. Please wait a moment, both of you. The female elder in green placed the storage bag on the tray and left the private room. Yanran, you deserve half the credit for these spirit stones, so you can take half. Yi Tian said to Su Yanran. I don't lack spirit stones, you can keep them. You'll need a lot of resources for your future cultivation. Su Yanran shook her head and did not agree. However, Yi Tian could also gain intimacy points by gifting spirit stones. In the end, Su Yanran accepted 10,000 spirit stones, but refused to accept the rest no matter what. In the end, it all came to a conclusion. On this trip, Yi Tian received 47,200 spirit stones plus 53,000 spirit stones, totaling 100,200 spirit stones. Even a cultivator who has just entered the core formation realm wouldn't be able to produce so many spirit stones. For a long time to come, Yi Tian will not lack spirit stones. The female elder in green brought back a large storage bag containing more than 60,000 spirit stones. The storage bag was considered a gift. Before leaving, Yi Tian also exchanged for body refining elixirs for cultivating the immaculate glazed body, spending 1,000 contribution points, leaving him with 3,720 contribution points. This body refining elixir is really expensive. Leaving Resource Peak, Yi Tian said with a pained expression.
There is a reason why body refining techniques have been cut off from the lineage. However, without body refining techniques, we wouldn't have been able to succeed so smoothly. Su Yanran replied with a light laugh. Body refining techniques require a lot of resources, but they are definitely worth it. I'm going back to the inner sect. After bidding farewell to Yi Tian, Su Yanran went to the inner sect.
Upon returning to Ling Yuan Peak, Yi Tian first visited Lu Xiao and then encountered Xin Tao, who had just emerged from seclusion. After several periods of seclusion, Xin Tao's cultivation level has reached the late stage of the second level of qi refining. He is just one step away from breaking through to the third level of qi refining. You spend all day cultivating in your room, shouldn't you also balance work and rest? As the two walked on Ling Yuan Peak, Yi Tian spoke to Xin Tao. You've already reached the 7th level of foundation establishment and become an inner disciple, so I have to work harder too. Xin Tao replied. The more Yi Tian tried to persuade him, the more determined he became. Take it. Yi Tian didn't try to persuade him any further, but instead took out a storage bag. Xin Tao took it and opened it with his magic power. Inside lay 500 spirit stones, along with a large number of qi refining pills and first-tier spiritual herbs. Most importantly, there is also a flood dragon scale vermilion fruit. This vermilion fruit can allow disciples in the qi refining stage to directly break through a minor realm. Su Yanran had once picked one for Yi Tian, and this one was obtained by Yi Tian from Duan Xinglin's storage bag. He doesn't need it now, so it's most suitable to give it to Xin Tao. This is far too valuable. Xin Tao's eyes widened. Take it, that's all I can do for you. Yi Tian patted Xin Tao on the shoulder and said. Yi Tian. Xin Tao held the storage bag, speechless. In the entire Luoxian sect, only Yi Tian would treat a menial disciple like him so well. In the blink of an eye. It's been 3 days since I returned to my clan. In the courtyard, Lu Xiao was eating pastries while Yi Tian was practicing his body-strengthening exercises. A beautiful, fiery red figure gracefully descended from the sky. Reflecting snow. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Tian smiled. Lin Xue went into seclusion for more than 10 days before finally emerging. Why isn't your friend in the outer courtyard anymore? Lin Xue glanced at the outer courtyard and asked curiously. Xin Tao became an outer disciple and had his own small courtyard right next door. Yi Tian replied. Xin Tao broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining yesterday and became a true outer disciple. So as not to affect Yi Tian, they moved away. I heard that you killed 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain and another Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivator from Shenin sect? Walking up to Yi Tian, Lin Xue asked in a clear voice. Would Yanran lie to you? Yi Tian countered with a question. Lin Xue immediately fell silent, then reached out, clenched her fist, and tapped Yi Tian's shoulder. She had only been in seclusion for a little over 10 days, and Yi Tian's strength was becoming increasingly astonishing. He could even easily kill someone at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Although she was delighted, Lin Xue was not going to let Yi Tian get too cocky. You can kill a demonic cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, which is nothing special. A month from now, the Falling Star Domain Dao discussion competition will be held. If you can win first place, then I'll consider you amazing. Lin Xue crossed her hands behind her back and said with a smile. Chapter 100 Suppressing the Yanggu, the Wedding Day. What kind of grand debate? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. He had been busy cultivating for the past 3 days, and Su Yanran had only visited once, so he had no idea about the news. This Taoist Grand Competition is a major event in the entire Falling Star domain, held every 5 years. At that time, all the geniuses below the core formation realm from more than 20 righteous forces in the entire Falling Star domain will gather together. Many Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators who are in seclusion will also emerge from seclusion. Their strength is far beyond what a newly entered Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivator can achieve. The higher your ranking in the competition, the richer the rewards. Many of these rare resources are not even available in the sect's treasury. Lin Xue explained. The Luoxian sect is located in the southern part of the Luoxing domain. Compared to the entire Falling Star domain, it is extremely remote, with only 3 righteous sects in existence. Some powerful forces, such as the Chu family, are entrenched in the central part of the Falling Star domain. This grand competition is not only a judgment of the genius disciples of each sect, but also a way of allocating resources in the Falling Star domain. In many previous sessions, the fallen immortal sect had been ranked near the bottom. However, this time, the fallen immortal sect produced a genius named Yi Tian. In Lin Yingshue's eyes, Yi Tian was no less than any other genius, and she happened to bring this news with her. However, even if the competition is important, it will have to wait until after you and your senior sister get married. I still need to cultivate, so I'll head back now. After discussing the Taoist competition, Lin Yingxue sat for a while and then left. With Yi Tian and Su Yanran's wedding imminent, she felt guilty if she secretly contacted Yi Tian these past few days. The courtyard became deserted again, with only Lu Xiao keeping Yi Tian company. Marriage, the bridal chamber. The thought of getting married gave Yi Tian a headache. He came up with many excuses, but he still couldn't face it. Spiritual practice knows no time. Soon, the day of the wedding arrived. Tomorrow is the wedding day, and even Yi Tian's courtyard has been decorated with great festive decorations. Lu Xiao changed into a lotus root-colored dress and sat in the courtyard, looking extremely charming. Senior brother Yi will be there on time tomorrow. Several couples from the inner sect waved goodbye and left the courtyard. Tomorrow at the auspicious hour, they will come to welcome Yi Tian and take him to the inner sect. For the past 3 days, Lin Yingxue has only been sending messages, saying that the two will officially get married tomorrow. The new bright red robe has already been placed in the bedroom. Yi Tian looked on, but he was feeling troubled. With the help of the Ant Royal Jelly, his cultivation level broke through to the 8th level of foundation establishment. However, he still couldn't get rid of the yang goo in his abdomen. He searched through countless ancient books but couldn't find a way to get close. Because of his wedding, Yi Tian had no interest in physical training and spent the whole day lying in his bedroom. Senior brother, I'm hungry. It wasn't until evening that Lu Xiao entered the bedroom and called out. I'm not hungry. Yi Tian replied. They usually ate dinner together, but today, he wasn't in the mood at all. But Lu Xi stood in the bedroom, quietly staring at him. I'll go make dinner. Lu Xiao stood in the bedroom for half an hour before Yi Tian finally got up to make dinner. Yang gu it is. If it really doesn't work, I'll just cultivate for one night tomorrow. Yi Tian had no choice but to accept his fate, as he was powerless to resolve the yang gu problem. Dinner was ready quickly. The two sat at the table, but Yi Tian lay slumped over it, not even touching his chopsticks. Senior brother, aren't you going to eat? Lu Xiao turned her head and asked. I'm not only hungry, you eat. Yi Tian replied, gazing absently at the night sky outside the window. Lu Xiao understood the reason, but remained calm and finished all the food on the table. Senior brother, actually, I can help you solve your troubles. Seeing Yi Tian staring blankly, Lu Xiao suddenly spoke. What? Yi Tian immediately perked up. He knew that Lu Xiao was an incarnation of the nine-tailed celestial fox, and while he couldn't deal with the yang gu, Lu Xiao might be able to. Xiao, are you serious? Yi Tian asked in surprise. When have I ever lied to my senior brother? But you must tell me, where did the yang gu in your body come from? Lu Xiao stared at Yi Tian's dantian and said in a crisp voice. This yang gu has a long story to tell. After thinking it over, Yi Tian decided not to hide it from Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's current favorability rating has reached 89, so she will definitely not be a threat to him. Xiao, I've told you, shouldn't you help me now? After telling Lu Xiao about Ran Sili, Yi Tian couldn't wait to ask. He now dreams of getting rid of this yang gu. Okay, but I have one more condition. Lu Xiao blinked. What are the conditions? Yi Tian would agree to any condition, let alone one. Tomorrow night, I want to see how you celebrate your wedding night. Lu Xiao said somewhat shyly. To this day, she still doesn't know what a wedding night is. Can. Yi Tian agreed without hesitation. Lu Xiao was also his person, so this kind of thing was nothing to him, and he could guess Lu Xiao's true thoughts. Come here, senior brother. Finally, Lu Xiao reached out and placed her hand on Yi Tian's dantian. An incredibly mysterious power emerged, one that even Yi Tian could not fathom. Subsequently, the yang gu that had accompanied him for months fell into a deep sleep. It's really solved. As if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders, Yi Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother, this yang gu will only be asleep until the morning after tomorrow. Please pay attention to the time. Lu Xiao offered a reminder. The morning after tomorrow? Yi Tian's heart, which had been at ease, started racing again. Fortunately,
we'll be able to get through tomorrow's wedding day.
As for the future, if things really don't go well, we can always ask Lu Xiao for help again.
Lu Xiao returned to the side room, while Yi Tian slept in the bedroom. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning,
led by Lin Yingxue, a group of inner disciples came to welcome Yi Tian.
Since it is a celestial sect, it is different from the mortal sect. With the Yanggu dormant, Yi Tian felt more relaxed than ever before.
He changed into his groom's robes, and with Lu Xiao, who was disguised as a maid, he boarded the airship and headed to the inner sect. Today, the mountains around Naiman are all decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, creating a festive atmosphere.
Junior brother Yi is here. Xiaofan stood on the main peak of the inner sect, welcoming the floating ship.
Yi Tian's strength has now spread throughout the entire Luoxian sect, and all the inner disciples no longer dare to underestimate him.
Led by Lin Yingxue, Yi Tian met Su Yanran, dressed in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, in the hall of ceremonies. Su Yanran was already stunningly beautiful, but now she is even more radiant.
Standing in the magnificent ceremonial hall, she is like a celestial maiden descended to earth, her beauty unparalleled.
Yanran! Yi Tian called out and went over to meet Su Yanran.
The two of them standing together are a match made in heaven.
They are a perfect match. Lu Yuqing and the elders nodded in approval upon seeing the couple. The Chu family, Chu Chongshan, has come to pay his respects.
Just then, a shout came from among the mountains.
It's the Chu family again.
Su Yanran held Yi Tian's hand, her pretty face full of coldness. Lu Yuqing had told her that the last time the two major demonic sects joined forces against the Luoxian sect, it was inextricably linked to the Chu family. This time, on the day of her wedding to Yi Tian, the Chu family actually sent people again, which must have been with ill intentions.
It must have been someone sent by Chu Ning.
Yi Tian looked at the people approaching from the horizon, his expression not looking too good either.
Chapter 101: The Uninvited Guest, a perfect match. Above the Hall of Ceremonies,
Chu Chongshan, who had a long beard, was accompanied by 4 core formation realm cultivators.
The aura of the 5 core formation realm cultivators was made no attempt to conceal. It spread from the sky throughout the entire ceremonial hall.
Faced with such pressure, the Foundation Establishment stage disciples' magical power almost came to a standstill, and their faces turned pale.
Yanran! Yi Tian let out a low shout, stepped forward, and blocked Su Yanran's path. The aura of someone at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment erupted without any concealment. 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Upon sensing Yi Tian's aura, the disciples present exclaimed in surprise.
Yi Tian is less than half the age of Xiaofan, yet he has already reached the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. By the time Yi Tian reaches Xiaofan's age, he will probably have already broken through to the core formation realm.
Yi Lang.
Looking at Yi Tian in front of her, Su Yanran felt incredibly sweet.
Presumptuous. At this moment, Lu Yuqing's cold shout rang out, and he released his aura to block Chu Chongshan's aura.
The elders within the fallen immortal sect also released their auras, locking onto Chu Chongshan. The Chu family is powerful, but the Luoxian sect is no small or insignificant sect either. If Chu Chongshan dares to make a move, they can suppress him instantly.
Sect leader Lu, there's no need to be nervous. The 5 of us are here on behalf of young Master Chu Ning to congratulate this perfect couple.
Chu Chongshan concealed his aura and said with a low laugh.
Congratulations? Where's the gift?
Lu Yuqing's gaze was icy as she questioned him. She didn't believe that Chu Chongshan's sudden burst of energy as soon as he approached the Hall of Ceremonies meant he was there to deliver a congratulatory gift.
If it weren't for the fact that the Luoxian sect is welcoming guests from all directions today and it's inconvenient to turn people away.
She had already joined forces with the elders to expel these 5 people from the mountain gate.
A congratulatory gift? Chu Chongshan gave a forced smile, looked around, and said loudly. I have come here today with only one sentence as a congratulatory gift.
If anyone from Qingyuan sect or Tsangyun Sword Pavilion is here, they are making enemies of my Chu family.
Today is Su Yanran and Yi Tian's wedding day. Not only were disciples of the Luoxian sect invited, but the Qingyuan sect and Tsangyun Sword Pavilion also received invitations. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the 2 major sects were in the ceremonial hall below. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people from the 2 major sects instantly changed. Are you all doubting the strength of my Chu family?
Chu Chongshan looked down at the Hall of Ceremonies, his words full of threat.
Let's go. Inside the Hall of Ceremonies, the elders and disciples of the 2 major sects could only get up and leave.
Chu Chongshan was at the 8th level of the core formation realm and represented the Chu family, so the elders and disciples dared not offend him.
Moreover, this is a joyous occasion for the Luo Xian sect. They are only here to deliver congratulatory gifts. Soon, outside the hall of ceremonies, the elders and disciples of the two major sects separated themselves from Rang of the fallen immortal sect.
I knew it. The Chu family came with ill intentions.
Lu Yuqing and the others looked grim.
However, as the host, Luo Xian sect could not force the guests from the two major sects to stay.
Wait.
Upon seeing the people from the two major sects emerge, Chu Chongshan spoke again.
Besides fellow Taoist Chongshan, what other requests do you have?
The elders of the two major sects asked.
Since you are leaving, you should naturally take back what you brought with you.
Chu Chongshan replied calmly.
Yes.
The people from the two major sects looked at each other, and had no choice but to comply. All the congratulatory gifts were recorded, but they were not yet stored in the treasury. People from the two major sects can find the congratulatory gifts they sent by simply stating their names.
Sect leader Lu, I'm so sorry.
The elders of the two sects each took back their congratulatory gifts and expressed their apologies to Lu Yuqing.
This matter is not your fault.
Lu Yuqing shook her head and stared at Chu Chongshan as she spoke.
Does sect leader Lu mean to blame my Chu family?
Chu Chongshan asked with a face full of contempt.
Lu Yuqing remained silent, her face as cold as ice, while the other elders all wore dark expressions.
Chu Chongshan's actions were a complete slap in the face to the immortal sect. However, with the Chu family as his backer, the Luo Xian sect cannot act rashly. Master Lu is not speaking. It seems that he is very satisfied with the gift from my Chu family.
In that case, I shall take my leave.
Finally, let me say this, in the Taoist competition, swords and spears have no eyes, so please, all you prodigies of the fallen immortal sect, be careful.
Ha ha ha.
Having completed his mission, Chu Chongshan, along with 4 core formation realm experts, departed laughing.
The people from Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion dared not linger any longer and left with them. The once festive ceremonial hall was now eerily silent and seemed rather desolate. Ignore it, Yanran, Yi Tian, let the wedding continue.
Lu Yuqing broke the silence, returned to the hall of ceremonies, and spoke to the two.
Yes, master. Su Yanran agreed, took Yi Tian's hand, and walked into the ceremonial hall. The unexpected arrival of the Chu family left everyone in the Luo Xian sect seething with resentment.
Not only did they drive away the guests from the two major sects, but they also threatened a group of disciples. At the Dao discussion competition a month from now, the Chu family will definitely target the disciples of the fallen immortal sect. Yi Tian knew very well that all of this was because of Chu Ning. You disrupted my wedding day, I will repay this grudge 100-fold in the future. Chu Ning's image appeared in Yi Tian's mind, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Only the people from the Luo Xian sect remained in the hall of ceremonies. After completing all the rituals, the two were escorted into Su Yanran's cave by a group of female disciples. Senior brother Yi, senior sister Su is the most beautiful fairy in our Luo Xian sect. You must cherish her.
Yes. Senior brother Yi is still practicing body cultivation.
I wonder if senior sister should be happy or worried. Wishing my senior sister and senior brother a lifetime of love and happiness. The group of beautiful female disciples, chatting and laughing, left the sleeping quarters. Most of the female disciples had partners, and their suggestive remarks made Su Yanran blush. Yi Tian, remember this, you must never bully your senior sister again. When Lin Yingxue was the last one left, she said something to Yi Tian and then left.
Lu Xiao, who looked unremarkable at the entrance, reached out and closed the palace door. Yi Tian knew that Lu Xiao was secretly watching the two of them.
Yi Lang. Su Yanran called out softly and reached out to stroke Yi Tian's face. The sleeping quarters were extremely quiet. The annoyance brought by the uninvited guest was now pushed out of his mind by that beautiful face with bright eyes and white teeth.
Do you remember that day when you rejected me?
Su Yanran smiled and said softly. She was referring to her meeting with Yi Tianxue alone.
At that time, I thought you were going to cut ties with me. Yi Tian explained.
At that time, he was just a menial disciple, his status was worlds apart from Su Yanran's, so he dared not have any hope. But now, the clouds have finally parted and the sun is shining.
True love will eventually prevail. Young Master Yi, it's getting late, let's take off our clothes. As night deepened, Su Yanran leaned against Yi Tian's chest and said with a hint of shyness.
For the sake of today, she deliberately avoided seeing Yi Tian these past few days.
Su Yanran gently helped Yi Tian undress, while Yi Tian helped Su Yanran untie her dress.
The vibrant red dress accentuated Su Yanran's snow-white skin, and her stunningly beautiful face was now filled with captivating affection. There was no need for further words between the two. As if by natural flow, their hearts merged. In the festive palace, candlelight flickered, a moment of spring night worth 1,000 pieces of gold. So this is how the wedding night goes. Outside the hall, Lu Xiao covered her eyes, but her divine sense was activated to its limit.
Chapter 102 Husband and Wife United in Heart, transmitting the Dharma Pavilion.
It was early morning, and the sky was just beginning to lighten. Yi Tian was the first to wake up from his sleep. On the snow-white bed, Su Yanran leaned against Yi Tian's chest, her beautiful face radiant, and even in her sleep, a smile remained on her lips.
Yi Tian smiled, feeling incredibly satisfied. After their wedding night, Su Yanran's favorability rating finally reached 100 points.
3 new items have been unlocked in the system shop: cultivation level equal to Su Yanran's, 10 times the cultivation speed, and 10 times the comprehension.
The required intimacy level is also 500, 1000, and 2000. If I had 10 times the comprehension and 10 times the cultivation speed of Yanran, wouldn't I be able to sweep away all the geniuses in the Falling Star region? Yi Tian was lost in thought.
He has now achieved the same level of comprehension and cultivation speed as Su Yanran, and has entered the ranks of geniuses. If it were 10 times greater, his talent would be beyond his wildest imagination.
Moreover, starting today, the two can truly begin their dual cultivation.
Holding Su Yanran in his arms, the smooth, silky touch of her skin was irresistible, and Yi Tian's hands unconsciously began to wander. Since Su Yanran is a light sleeper, she had already opened her eyes at some point.
However, she didn't say anything, but just quietly looked at Yi Tian's profile. You woke up and didn't tell me?
When Yi Tian came to his senses, his gaze met Su Yanran's, and he asked with a smile.
Just looking at you makes me feel more satisfied than anything else.
Su Yanran gently rubbed her soft hair against Yi Tian's chest and whispered.
Yi Tian fell silent upon hearing this, and the two snuggled together, enjoying the rare tranquility. Although Su Yanran was not Yi Tian's first woman, and her looks were even slightly inferior to Rand Siles, who was born in 1999.
However, their feelings for each other were the deepest. Without saying much, the two could understand each other's thoughts.
This tacit understanding between husband and wife is something Rand Siles lacks.
At this moment, Yi Tian no longer needed to think about increasing favorability, nor did he need to worry about the irreconcilable conflict between the demonic sect and the righteous path. Their souls seemed to be in perfect harmony from birth.
Get up and wash up, you have to go see your master.
Yi Tian glanced at the sky and squeezed Su Yanran's hand. Su Yanran's voice was sweet as she sat up, her moon-white inner garment brushing against her snow-white skin, concealing her alluring figure.
As a newlywed, Su Yanran exuded an invisible charm.
The more elegant and quiet her personality was, the more easily it aroused a man's desire to conquer her.
The Yanggu has reappeared.
Yi Tian felt a burning desire, but the Yanggu in his dantian forced him to remain calm. Both of them were at the high level of the foundation establishment stage, their bodies were spotless, and they only needed to wash their faces with water. After changing into new clothes, Yi Tian and Su Yanran walked arm in arm toward the sect leader's main hall. Since the two are already Taoist partners, Su Yanran's master is Yi Tian's master. Senior brother Yi, senior sister Su. The inner disciples they encountered along the way all greeted the two of them.
Yi Tian and Su Yanran responded one by one. Now they respect you more than they respect me.
Upon arriving outside the sect leader's main hall, Su Yanran lowered her voice and said with a smile.
After the last demon-slaying battle, Yi Tian's powerful image in everyone's mind has surpassed hers.
Seeing Yi Tian grow to where he is today makes Su Yanran even happier than if she herself had made a breakthrough. The two walked side by side into the main hall, where Dao Yuqing, with a dignified expression, sat in the main seat.
Greetings, master.
Yi Tian and Su Yanran bowed together, addressing each other with the same form of greeting. Then a maid brought 2 cups of spiritual tea, which the two carried to Lu Yuqing.
Lu Yuqing took a sip, and the ceremony was completely completed.
Yi Tian, with your current strength, you have no shortage of spirit stones, but your master does not have any suitable spirit items.
How about I make the decision?
You and Yanran can go to the transmission pavilion and choose a suitable spear technique. After finishing the spiritual tea, Lu Yuqing spoke kindly.
Thank you, master. Yi Tian bowed again.
He had perfected his Qinghui Ying spear technique over a month ago, and there was no further room for improvement.
That's perfect.
He can choose a higher level spear technique to further refine his skills, which will also help him break through to the core formation realm and comprehend the power of heaven and earth in the future.
Don't be shy, please sit down. Lu Yuqing waved his hand, signaling a maid to bring over 2 chairs.
She has always been very easygoing in front of Su Yanran, and now Yi Tian is no stranger to her either. Yesterday's events with the Chu family were due to my poor handling, leaving a regret on your joyous day.
Lu Yuqing sighed softly and spoke. The Chu family's actions yesterday were a slap in the face to the entire Luo Xian sect.
But the 2 main characters, Yi Tian and Su Yanran, will definitely be the most affected.
Master, there is no need for that.
The Chu family is powerful, there is no need to jeopardize the sect's overall situation for our sake.
Su Yanran's eyes were clear as she shook her head and said.
She is Lu Yuqing's last disciple and may succeed him as the sect leader in the future, so she naturally has a very clear understanding of the sect's overall situation. It's nothing for her to suffer some grievances, but if the 2 major forces really clash, even elders in the core formation stage might perish. Master, Chu Ning from the Chu family, because of Yanran's beauty, has been lusting after her and his lustful intentions have not been repented.
How dare you threaten us?
When I achieve success in my cultivation, I will definitely seek justice for Yanran and for the sect.
Yi Tian held Su Yanran's hand, his firm words resounding. Yi Lang. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran's eyes were filled with tenderness. How many men in this world can shoulder such a responsibility?
Good, with such ambition, it was definitely the right decision to entrust Yanran to you.
Lu Yuqing nodded with a smile.
However, my fallen immortal sect has not yet reached the point where it can rely on you alone.
The threat from the Chu family is not something my Luo Xin sect is afraid of.
For this Dao discussion competition, I will send 5 disciples who have reached the 9th level of foundation establishment.
With them, we will be able to withstand the pressure from the Chu family. Lu Yuqing changed the subject and said seriously.
Generally speaking, once one reaches the 9th level of foundation establishment, they are only 1 step away from the core formation stage.
Once you break through, you become an elder within the sect. Such disciples do not easily emerge from seclusion.
However, for the sake of the grand debate, Lu Yuqing still decided to invite them out.
It's decided then, Yanran. Take Yi Tian to choose a marksmanship technique.
After saying a few more words, Lu Yuqing waved for the 2 to leave. They were newlyweds, in the throes of a blissful and inseparable relationship. She should dedicate her time to the 2 of them.
The 2 left the main hall and arrived at the inner sect's Dharma Transmission Pavilion.
Outside the Dharma Transmission Pavilion stood an elderly man and woman, their eyes lowered, looking very old. However, in Yi Tian's perception, the 2 were like 2 towering mountains, their aura majestic and unapproachable. These 2 are probably very close to the Golden Core realm.
Yi Tian thought to himself.
Grandpa Sher, Grandma Sher, Yi Lang, come and greet Grandpa Sher and Grandma Sher. Upon seeing the 2 elderly people, Su Yanran bowed to them and then greeted Yi Tian.
After Yi Tian also bowed, the 2 old men slowly nodded.
Su Yanran, accompanied by Yi Tian and holding the edict given to her by her master, entered the transmission hall. Inside the Dharma Transmission Pavilion, there are rows of wooden frames and a large array that covers the entire pavilion, with spiritual light flowing and illuminating its interior. From the outside in, the wooden frame becomes increasingly precious, and the spells and immortal techniques placed on it are of a higher grade. Spear techniques of level 3 and above are here.
Su Yanran guides Yi Tian on his way. Chapter 103 Incomplete Spear Technique, Kuei Nyo Ben Lei Spear.
The Qinghui Shadow Spear technique that Yi Tian learned before was brought to him by Su Yanran from the Transmission Pavilion. The immaculate crystal body that he obtained was also engraved into a new jade slip by Su Yanran and placed in the Transmission Pavilion. Walking to a rosewood shelf, Yi Tian saw the scroll of Qinghui Yang Spear.
It says on it that each item is worth 500 contribution points. So expensive? Yi Tian was astonished when he saw the price. You've gone to great lengths.
Then, he looked at Su Yanran and said.
Even if Su Yanran has contribution points, 500 points is not a small amount.
However, Su Yanran received more than 2,000 points from the last cleanup of demonic cultivators, which made up for it.
What's the expense of giving you this marksmanship? Su Yanran smiled and didn't seem to care.
As Yi Tian walked past again, he saw his immaculate glazed body, a 4th-tier cultivation technique, but because it was a body refining technique.
Therefore, its value is only 1,000 contribution points.
If someone were to redeem it, Yi Tian could get 500 contribution points, but unfortunately, no one has redeemed it so far, and he can't get any contribution points.
The other disciples have no vision. Yi Tian shook his head inside. Giggle, giggle.
Upon hearing this, Su Yanran covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "We can't blame others. Body refining techniques are indeed difficult to cultivate.
Moreover, it consumes a huge amount of resources.
You've already spent 15,000 spirit stones by now, not counting that box of ointment.
Moreover, where do the other disciples have your comprehension? Even if they cultivate, they can't compare to you." She was telling the truth. The power of body refining techniques coexists with their drawbacks. Even its disadvantages outweigh its advantages. Otherwise, Yi Tian would be the only one to allow the cultivation of body refining techniques.
That's true. But I cultivate the immaculate glazed body not just for myself, but also for my good Yanran.
Yi Tian chuckled mischievously and whispered in Su Yanran's ear. Last night, Su Yanran must have also learned about the wonders of the immaculate glass body. Understanding Yi Tian's meaning, Su Yanran blushed and pinched the soft flesh on Yi Tian's waist. The couple playfully bickered as they entered the area for marksmanship at level 3 and above.
Gun techniques of the 3rd rank and above are extremely valuable, and each one is covered by the light of the array, making it spotless.
Moreover, the value is astonishing, often amounting to thousands of contribution points.
It was even higher than the total number of contribution points Yi Tian had.
Luckily, my master let me choose one for free. My master is so generous. Yi Tian sighed.
Since the goal is to choose a shooting technique, Yi Tian needs to calm down and carefully examine the strengths of different techniques.
Su Yanran stood to the side, watching quietly.
The spear techniques displayed here are mostly 4th tier techniques, which can be cultivated to the golden core realm. The most powerful one even reached the 5th rank, allowing even those in the nascent soul stage to continue cultivating. This spear technique is called Surging Waves Piercing the Sky Spear, and it's worth a full 30,000 contribution points, which is equivalent to 300,000 spirit stones. Even if you drain Yi Tian dry, you still wouldn't be able to produce this many contribution points. It's a pity it's a water-based spear technique. Its strength lies in its balanced and moderate approach, and it's the only 5th tier spear technique.
Yi Tian thought to himself.
He didn't choose immediately because this marksmanship would determine his future path to immortality.
His water-based marksmanship wasn't powerful enough and didn't suit his personality. Let's take another look.
Yi Tian continued to select, picking up and putting down one after another 3rd and 4th level spear techniques. Suddenly, he picked up a pale blue jade slip with blackened edges. This jade slip is less than 1/3 the size of the others, and its edges are damaged, clearly indicating that it is a missing copy of a spear technique.
Even the text on it is illegible.
Only look at the bottom, at the scroll at the bottom.
Kueino Ben Lei Chang. That's the name of the marksmanship.
Kueino is a mythical beast that has 1 eye and 2 horns and resembles a bull. Born with a single eye, it is engraved with innate Dao patterns, and it controls all the thunder in the world, making it the most powerful among all thunder.
Among mythical beasts, they are also extremely terrifying. Even immortals would find it difficult to suppress.
This spear technique originated from the Dao pattern of the Kueino's 1 eye, and it is the only lightning attribute spear technique here. Brother Yi, this spear technique has always been kept here. Some people have tried to cultivate it, but none of them have succeeded. On the contrary, many disciples suffered injuries to their bodies due to the power of thunder within.
Upon seeing the jade slip, Su Yanran immediately offered a reminder. Thunder is fierce and unyielding, domineering and unparalleled.
This marksmanship, also containing its true meaning, is extremely domineering, harming not only others but also the user.
Many disciples injured themselves before they could even harm others. Su Yanran knew this, which is why she chose to dissuade Yi Tian. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian became even more curious.
Then, he probed it with his divine sense.
Boom!
In an instant, thunder roared, and before Yi Tian's eyes, it seemed as if a sun of thunder, obscuring the sky, appeared, illuminating the heavens and earth, with boundless lightning descending and the world collapsing. But Yi Tian simply closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw the Dao patterns flowing after the thunderous sun.
That wasn't Lei Ri, but the one-eyed Kueino.
I have a body refining technique that allows me to control this power of thunder. Staring at the single eye again, Yi Tian felt a tingling sensation on his skin, but no stinging pain. And if he could control this thunderous power, then his marksmanship would be like this thunderous heavenly thunder, soaring straight to the heavens and penetrating the earth.
Yanran, I want this marksmanship. Yi Tian regained his senses and looked at Su Yanran. But
Su Yanran frowned, her pretty face full of worry.
Yanran, there's no but about it. I feel this marksmanship suits me well.
Moreover, to deal with the Chu family, I need even greater power.
The power of thunder is the most domineering. If I can master it, I will surely be able to forge a different path to immortality. Yi Tian grasped Su Yanran's hands and said seriously.
Su Yanran's formidable strength stemmed from her comprehension of that wisp of wind power. The power of the five elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth is naturally inferior to the power of otherworldly elements.
The power of thunder not only brings great destructive force, but also helps Yi Tian go further on the path to immortality. If that doesn't work, I'll use my contribution points to exchange for another marksmanship manual, how about that?
Knowing that Su Yanran was concerned about him, Yi Tian put his arm around her shoulder and said gently.
Yes, if you don't have enough contribution points, you can come to me. Su Yanran and Yi Tian exchanged glances and nodded. As long as Yi Tian guarantees his safety, she will support any choice he makes.
And so, Yi Tian chose Kueino Ben Lei Chang. Later, from the elder of the transmission pavilion, Yi Tian learned that the entire Luoxian sect only had this one spear technique related to the power of thunder.
No one could guide Yi Tian. He can only figure it out on his own.
However, this only strengthened his resolve. Because no one else had chosen this marksmanship, and it was Lu Yuqing who personally gave the order. The elder of the transmission pavilion waved his hand, allowing Yi Tian to take away the original cultivation technique, thus saving him time in comprehending it.
Thank you, elder. Yi Tian thanked her and left with Su Yanran.
Chapter 104 Comprehending Spear Techniques. The spear unleashes a thunderous roar.
After leaving the Dharma transmission pavilion, the two returned to Su Yanran's cave dwelling. From now on, I will only go to see Shintao. Yi Tian and Lu Xia will both stay in Su Yanran's cave. Senior sister, Yi Tian, why are you only coming back now?
Upon returning to the cave, Lin Yingxue, her beauty as fiery as fire, was already waiting at the entrance.
Yi Lang chose a marksmanship, but he's a bit late. Su Yanran replied.
With Lin Yingxue by their side, the three of them arrived at the backyard of the cave. The place was shrouded in spiritual mist, making it extremely quiet. The ground was paved with jade slabs, which Yi Tian could use to refine his spear. In the southeast corner of the courtyard, there is a pavilion that separates the backyard from the lotus pond. Sitting in the pavilion, brewing a pot of tea, one can admire the lotus flowers or feed the fish below, enjoying a leisurely and pleasant experience. Lin Yingxue was a frequent visitor and easily found her way to the pavilion.
The two women sat together. Su Yanran's gaze fell on Yi Tian, while Lin Yingxue stared at Su Yanran.
Senior sister seems even more beautiful now. Her skin is fair and rosy, like a winter plum blossom, even I am amazed.
Lin Yingxue sized up Su Yanran, comparing them in her mind.
In the past, she would have been happy for Su Yanran. But now, she is extremely conflicted. Now that Yi Tian and Su Yanran are officially married, she should fulfill her responsibilities as a Taoist partner. No, senior sister and Yi Tian just got married.
I can't let senior sister down.
Lin Yingxue bit her lip, reminding herself.
In the backyard,
Yi Tian had already taken out the white soul spear, stood still, and probed the jade slip with his divine sense. Previously, he had only seen the general principles of marksmanship. Now comes the real content of marksmanship. The Kuei-Nyo Ben Lei spear is incomplete, but the third-tier spear technique is complete. Even after Yi Tian broke through to the core formation realm, he could still continue cultivating. But now, he has encountered problems as soon as he started. He exchanged his comprehension with Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue's, and his comprehension of the Qinghui Shadow Spear technique was extremely fast.
However, this third-tier spear technique is extremely obscure. There were no specific moves involved. All Yi Tian saw was a phantom figure. Each move is different. Rumble.
Only the deafening roar of the gun proved its exceptional marksmanship. Yi Tian closed his eyes and looked for the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, but he still had no clue and could not figure out the specific moves. In the end, he had no choice but to open his eyes and start from the basics.
Wow!
Yi Tian swept his spear horizontally, stirring up spiritual mist, but there was no trace of a person.
Wrong!
Yi Tian had no choice but to sheath his spear and thrust it out again. But as his gaze swept across the pavilion, he saw a pair of beautiful, watery eyes gazing at him.
Yi Tian's movements immediately slowed down. Keep practicing your shooting.
But he only paused for a moment before continuing to swing his gun. Time passed quickly, and the courtyard was shrouded in mist, but the gunfire continued intermittently.
That's enough. Lin Yingshue's voice rang out. What's wrong, Yingxue? Su Yanran looked at Lin Yingxue and asked, puzzled. You're still asking me?
You and Yi Tian have been exchanging glances all the time. Forget about practicing the Kue Nyo Ben Lei spear, just practice the eyebrow exchange spear instead.
Lin Yingxue replied irritably.
For the past hour, whenever their eyes met, Yi Tian's spear would slow down, and she couldn't bear to watch anymore.
When Lin Yingxue pointed it out, Su Yanran's pretty face turned red. Indeed, we can't delay Yi Lang's spear practice.
Although she harbored feelings for Yi Tian, Su Yanran still maintained a sense of propriety.
Yingxue, I'm going back to my secret chamber to cultivate. Keep an eye on Yi Lang for me. If anything happens, tell me immediately.
Su Yanran handed the task over to Lin Yingxue. The power of thunder may harm your health, so don't be careless. But her presence here would disturb Yi Tian, and she herself wouldn't be able to calm down. It would be better to let Lin Yingxue come instead. After speaking, Su Yanran nodded slightly to Yi Tian and returned to her cave.
Junior sister Shi Yao.
Su Yanran returned to the cave and encountered Lu Xiao standing at the back gate.
Senior sister Su. Lu Xiao blinked.
She is now Yi Tian's maid, so she can stay in the backyard.
Su Yanran didn't pay any attention and went straight to the secret room.
You're sending the lamb to the slaughter.
Watching Su Yanran disappear, Lu Xiao shook her head. Sure enough, Su Yanran was no longer in the backyard, but Yi Tian looked at Lin Yingxue. Aren't you going to practice your shooting? Do I have any marksmanship skills on my face?
Lin Yingxue had intended to be firm, but in the end, she spoke in a soft, coquettish tone. All told, the two have barely had a chance to meet in the past month.
There wasn't even a single opportunity for them to be alone together.
Facing Yi Tian again, Lin Yingxue felt that she had completely changed from the pure-hearted girl she used to be. However, she still knew her place and ignored Yi Tian.
Yi Tian quickly became engrossed in practicing his shooting. The power of thunder. Yi Tian kept repeating that shot, each shot extremely fierce. The marksmanship, imbued with the spirit of thunder, is incredibly domineering.
One shot, and either the enemy dies or you die. It is more ferocious than the Qinghui Shadow Spear, and the damage it causes is naturally more powerful.
But Yi Tian just couldn't grasp that lingering feeling.
One shot after another, the spiritual mist was pushed aside. The sound of gun tips piercing the air echoed in the backyard. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yingxue was lying on the jade table, staring at Yi Tian in a daze.
Yi Tian's gun drawing speed also increased.
Without using any magic, it was able to create a gust of wind. Yi Tian's comprehension has now surpassed Su Yanran's, and no one in the entire Luoxian sect can compare to him. However, this incomplete third-tier spear technique is extremely difficult. Otherwise, it's impossible for no one in the entire Luoxian sect to be able to enter the sect. The more difficult it is to comprehend, the more it proves the power of thunder.
Yi Tian's gaze was firm. Chu Chongshan's arrogant voice from yesterday still echoed in my mind. He absorbed the cultivation brought by Lin Yingxue and ran silently, and is now at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment.
He can fight against the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, but he is not enough to suppress the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. The Chu family can definitely mobilize more than 5 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 perfection cultivators. He had to step forward during the grand debate. And this third-tier spear technique is the key. The gun moved faster and faster, and Yi Tian was unaware of the changes happening to him. He only thought about piercing the void in front of him with a single shot and breaking his own limits.
Boom!
After an unknown amount of time, a thunderclap suddenly rang out, and Yi Tian stopped.
Thunder? 2 pleasant female voices rang out from the backyard. Yi Tian, have you really mastered the basics? Lin Yingxue stood up and asked.
On the other side, Su Yanran returned, smiling as she stared at Yi Tian. If someone could truly master the basics of third-tier spear techniques in a single day, that would be truly astonishing.
I haven't even begun to understand it, but I've gained some insights. Yi Tian shook his head.
His shot just now did produce a thunderous sound, but there was no lightning. Moreover, this is only one of the spear techniques in that jade slip.
One must comprehend at least 35 more techniques to reach the entry-level stage.
This marksmanship is too difficult. But this also proves that this marksmanship is absolutely beyond my imagination. Yi Tian stared at his gun, his eyes filled with joy. Choosing this marksmanship was the right decision. If he could master the killing move within, he would truly be able to comprehend the power of thunder.
Chapter 105 Formal Dual Cultivation, Heading to Jing Mountain.
Senior sister, weren't you supposed to be cultivating?
Why are you out here again? Lin Xue noticed Su Yanran and asked curiously.
Look at the sky.
Su Yanran replied.
Lin Xue glanced around and realized that the sun had already set.
Xue, it's getting late, you should go back.
Before Lin Xue could speak, Su Yanran smiled and took her hand, leading her away from the backyard.
Senior sister, you have forgotten your junior sister now that you have a Taoist partner.
Lin Xue quickly realized what was happening, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise.
Normally, she could stay overnight at Su Yanran's cave, let alone be kicked out.
But today, Su Yanran urged her to leave for the first time, and it's easy to guess why.
Senior sister is really. But is even senior sister addicted to dual cultivation?
Lin Xue stood outside the cave, thinking about her experiences with Yi Tian, and a sense of anticipation welled up in her heart. It's all Yi Tian's fault, and senior sister is being unreasonable too.
Just thinking about Su Yanran and Yi Tian made Lin Xue blush and she quickly left.
In the past, she would never have had such wild thoughts, not even having touched a man's hand. But inside the ice cave, Yi Tian touched everything he should and shouldn't have, and Lin Xue was no longer the naive girl she once was.
Inside the cave,
Su Yanran closed the palace door, returned to the main hall, took Yi Tian's hand, smiled brightly, and led him towards the bedroom. Given their mutual understanding, Yi Tian knew exactly what she meant without needing to say a word. The two of them didn't practice together yesterday, so they should make up for it today.
But I still have the Yang Gu. Yi Tian inwardly groaned. If he doesn't suppress the Yang Gu first, he won't even be able to protect his cultivation once the Yang Gu takes effect. Yan ran.
Left with no other option, Yi Tian had to stop outside the sleeping quarters. Su Yanran also stopped and looked at her with a puzzled expression.
Is Yi Tian not willing? Do you remember that day at the Takayama hot spring pool? I want to be with you. Yi Tian leaned close to Su Yanran's ear and whispered something.
Yes, as you wish. After listening to Yi Tian's words, Su Yanran kissed Yi Tian and then went to the side hall with a fragrant breeze. There is also a hot spring pool in Su Yanran's cave, located in the side hall, with hot spring water all year round. Having temporarily escaped, Yi Tian hurriedly searched for Lu Xiao in the cave. He spread his divine sense and found Lu Xiao in the backyard.
Xiao, could you help me suppress the Yang Gu again? Yi Tian asked anxiously.
Sure. Lu Xiao looked obedient, but she opened her arms to Yi Tian. Yi Tian immediately understood what she meant, pulled her delicate body into his arms, and kissed her lips. But to his surprise, Lu Xiao turned around and hugged his neck tightly. Lu Xiao's lips were moist and cool, and her figure was the most exquisite, making her feel wonderful to hold in one's arms. If he were in his own courtyard, Yi Tian would definitely enjoy it.
But now, Su Yanran could appear at any time.
Yi Tian was terrified, but in order to suppress the Yang Gu, he could not push Lu Xiao away.
But then he discovered that Lu Xiao seemed to be imitating the intimacy between him and Su Yanran the night before. Yi Lang.
From inside the cave, Su Yanran's voice called out.
Lu Xiao then released Yi Tian, and the Yang Gu was suppressed again. A whole day and night. Lu Xiao's eyes were glazed over, and her voice was extremely alluring.
Why do I feel like I've corrupted Xiao? Yi Tian sighed inwardly, gave Lu Xiao a final kiss on the forehead, and returned to his cave. Inside the side hall, water vapor and spiritual mist mingled.
Upon Yi Tian's arrival, the two maids immediately withdrew.
Yi Tian arrived at the hot spring pool and saw Su Yanran submerged in the water, surrounded by scattered flower petals, with only her head visible. Her features were exquisite. She cupped the flower petals in her hands and gently blew on them. The magic spread, and petals carrying the fragrance of flowers and water droplets landed on Yi Tian's nose. With this picture of a beautiful woman bathing, and the fluttering flower petals, Yi Tian felt like his nose was about to bleed. Such an elegant fairy, when truly moved, is even more alluring than a witch.
Giggle giggle. Looking at Yi Tian, Su Yanran's silvery laughter echoed.
Yi Tian quickly took off his clothes, jumped into the water, and grabbed a shapely, slender, and smooth calf from underwater.
What are you going to do? Su Yanran pressed her fair toes against Yi Tian's chest and asked, feigning ignorance. Want. Yi Tian replied, grasped the jade-like ankle, and immediately pounced on it.
The hot spring water rippled, petals splashed, and after a long while, Su Yanran, her hair disheveled, leaned against Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian was satisfied, gazing at the goddess's ethereal face in his arms.
Let's practice dual cultivation.
Su Yanran wrapped her arms around Yi Tian's neck, her breath sweet as orchids. Yi Tian agreed, supporting her waist and channeling his magic power. The two of them cultivated the Qian Kuan chapter of the Haoyu Luoxian Ju. Qian corresponds to Yang, Kuan corresponds to Yin. When Yin and Yang intersect, they are as one. At this moment, the two were in perfect harmony, and after satisfying their desires, all that remained was their mutual affection.
Your magic power is so strong and pure?
With their fingers interlocked and palms facing each other, Su Yanran clearly felt the profound power of Yi Tian's magic after receiving it. As Su Yanran praised him, Yi Tian suddenly felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. After learning the reverse jade fall immortal technique last time, his mastery of this technique has surpassed that of Su Yanran. Even now, he can let go of giving Su Yanran pointers. Yanran, follow my incantation, concentrate your mind on the heavenly palace, and channel your energy. Yi Tian helped Su Yanran regulate her magical energy channels without holding back. With dual cultivation and incredibly detailed guidance, Su Yanran's cultivation level improved almost visibly. The whole night, Su Yanran's cultivation level broke through from the mid-stage of the 6th level of foundation establishment to the late stage of the 6th level of foundation establishment. Moreover, the aura it exudes is even more solid. I had thought that I could help Yi Lang break through by practicing dual cultivation, but I never expected that Yi Lang would help me break through instead. Stopping their dual cultivation, Su Yanran rested her head on Yi Tian's shoulder and said with her eyes narrowed. Between us, why should we distinguish between you and me? Yi Tianyu gently stroked Su Yanran's back. Yi Lang, you. Suddenly, Su Yanran sensed something again. Then, the hot spring water rippled again. Spiritual practice knows no time. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Because Yi Tian has a high level of cultivation and also practices body tempering, Su Yanran has benefited greatly from dual cultivation and has already broken through the 7th level of foundation establishment. She is about to break through to the middle stage of the 7th level of foundation establishment in seclusion. Yi Tian, on the other hand, came to the sect leader's main hall alone. Master. Yi Tian bowed to Lu Yuqing. Yi Tian, you are now at the 8th level of foundation establishment, and your strength is comparable to that of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Now that Yanran is in seclusion, most of the other inner disciples are not free. And I received news that Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion secretly sent disciples to Jingshan. So this time, I want to send you to lead a team to explore Jingshan. Lu Yuqing looked at Yi Tian and smiled kindly. She is becoming more and more satisfied with Yi Tian, her son-in-law. She even felt a little guilty for not discovering Yi Tian's potential sooner. Disciple obeys. Yi Tian naturally wouldn't refuse a task assigned by the sect leader. Chapter 106. Yi Tian leads the team, flying Fire Ridge. Yi Tian, how's your Kuei Nyo Ben Lei spirit technique coming along? After explaining the task, Lu Yuqing asked Yi Tian about himself. Reporting to Master, I am almost there. Yi Tian replied. In 1 month, he learned 34 out of the 36 shots. However, the power of thunder is too obscure and difficult to understand, making even beginners extremely difficult. You've actually come close to mastering the basics, but right now, there's no one in the Fallen Immortal sect who can guide you. Near Jingshan, where this mission is taking place, there is a place called Flying Fire Ridge. It gets its name from the fact that it is frequently struck by lightning, like fire flying from the sky. You might as well try to use that special terrain to complete your training. Lu Yuqing nodded slightly and said appreciatively. Flying Fire Ridge? This disciple will remember it. Yi Tian memorized the place name. To control the power of thunder, one must come into contact with the true thunder of heaven and earth. Although it was a mission, Lu Yuqing actually arranged it for Yi Tian's cultivation. There are less than 20 days left until the grand debate competition. Watching Yi Tian leave, Lu Yuqing's brows furrowed with worry. They returned to their cave dwelling. Yi Tian immediately entered the cultivation chamber. Su Yanran, dressed in a light blue fairy dress and with an elegant and refined demeanor, opened her moist eyes. My master asked me to lead a team, along with my junior brothers and sisters, to Jing Mountain. Yi Tian then recounted the task that Lu Yuqing had assigned him. Jingshan seems to be not far from the gate of Corpse Puppet Mountain, so you must be careful.
Su Yanran gave her instructions.
The two had already agreed that Yi Tian could go alone, but she still had some concerns.
Don't you know my strength? Yi Tian smiled.
As they were about to depart, the two embraced one last time, and Su Yanran watched Yi Tian leave the cave. Upon arriving at the inner sex ritual hall, the disciples tasked with this mission were already waiting. There were both male and female disciples, among whom was a strikingly beautiful figure in red.
Reflecting snow. Yi Tian called out. Are you leading the team this time?
Lin Yingxue pursed her lips and asked in surprise.
It's me. Yi Tian nodded. With senior brother Yi leading the team, we'll definitely have a lot of fun.
Senior brother Yi was able to kill a demonic cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment when he was only at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment.
His strength must be even more terrifying now.
Now that senior brother Xiao is in seclusion, senior brother Yi is the strongest combat force that the inner sect can mobilize. Upon learning that Yi Tian was leading the team, the disciples were overjoyed.
Yi Tian's strength is evident to everyone in the Luoxian sect. Let's board the airship. Yi Tian fulfilled his duty and led everyone onto the airship.
Having cultivated the Jade Falling Immortal technique and acquired the Immaculate Glazed Body, Yi Tian has now undergone a complete transformation. Not only is he handsome and dashing, but he also possesses a kind of unyielding and steadfast determination that is as solid as Mount Tai, making him fully deserving of the title Senior Brother Yi. However, despite the intense gazes of the many female disciples, Yi Tian only occasionally exchanged a glance with Lin Yingxue. During this time, Lin Yingxue frequently visited Su Yanran's cave. However, the two rarely had time to be close. Lin Yingxue remained outwardly calm, but in her heart, she missed Yi Tian terribly. With my senior sister absent on this mission, it's a great opportunity. Lin Yingxue felt nervous, but also very excited. The airship departed, leaving the Luoxian Sect's mountain gate. In addition to Yi Tian, who is at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, there are two other male disciples at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, Liao Jun and Li Feng.
Are you too clear about the mission details? Yi Tian asked Liao Jun and Li Feng. Understood. The main purpose is to investigate why Qing Yuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion secretly went to Jingshan. The slender Liao Jun answered. That's good, but I have another place to go. I'm going to Flying Fire Ridge near Jingshan, so if there's no danger, let's split up first.
Send a signal immediately if danger is encountered.
Yi Tian made the arrangements. Yes.
The two Foundation Establishment Stage 7 members responded. The team leader doesn't provide close protection generally, they only intervene when others are unable to handle the situation. After flying for most of the day, the group reached their destination.
Jingshan.
This is a mountainous area, and for some reason, the wind is very weak here, and the sounds are all drowned out by the abundant vegetation. Upon entering the area of Jingshan, it felt as if the world had become quiet and isolated from the outside world.
Standing on the airship, looking down, one or two figures can be seen from an extremely distant location.
These cultivators were naturally from the Qingyuan sect and the Sangyun Sword Pavilion, but they were extremely scattered and almost invisible, and it was unknown why they had come. Junior brothers, have the other disciples disperse and secretly investigate. Report immediately if you find out what these people are looking for. Yi Tian gave orders to Liao Jun and Li Feng. Yes, senior brother. The two agreed, and everyone descended from the airship.
If anything happens, we'll meet here. Yi Tian stood by a small pond and addressed the crowd.
After deciding on the meeting point, the 18 disciples of the fallen immortal sect, including Lin Yingxue, dispersed. Yi Tian, on the other hand, headed towards the location of Flying Fire Ridge.
But halfway there, he sensed something, and in a flash, he went to a mountain forest. That way, no one will notice my movements.
Lin Yingxue was shrouded in a gray cloak, which concealed her red dress. The other disciples headed towards Jing Mountain, but she did not. As Lin Yingxue was walking forward, a handsome figure appeared in front of her.
Yi Tian can sense her whereabouts at any time through the 3 Lives Spirit Bell. There are no outsiders here.
Lin Yingxue pursed her lips and stood in front of Yi Tian, who then pulled her into his arms.
Eating what's in your bowl while eyeing what's in the pot.
Leaning against Yi Tian's chest, Lin Yingxue hummed softly.
I said, I want them all.
The two had long since overcome their differences, Yi Tian said with a smile. There was no point in being sentimental any longer. The two walked side by side from the dense forest toward Flying Fire Ridge. Flying Fire Ridge gets its name from the frequent lightning strikes there. Its terrain may be special and could help me comprehend the power of lightning. As they walked, Yi Tian explained.
Aren't you just asking for trouble? Lin Yingshue's expression was strange.
Yeah. He asked for trouble, and now you're going to get struck by lightning too.
Yi Tian pursed his lips and put his arm around Lin Yingshue's slender waist. Who wants to get chopped down with you? Lin Yingshue's giggling voice echoed through the mountains.
Actually, she just wanted to talk to Yi Tian more. After traveling nearly 200 miles, the two arrived at a barren cliff edge. There are no plants or trees here, and the soil and stones are a grayish-white color, completely different from the surroundings.
Rumble.
Just as the two arrived outside Flying Fire Ridge, a beam of white lightning suddenly struck down from the clear sky, landing on the highest mountain. The lightning crackled and disappeared among the rocks. Even though they were dozens of miles apart, both of them felt a sense of dread. As expected, it is the most domineering power of heaven and earth. Yi Tian looked up at the sky with awe on his face. However, this power is what he is pursuing.
You'll have to stay outside, won't you?
Yi Tian looked at Lin Yingxue, whose face had turned pale, and said.
No, I still have it.
If we're together, I can still help you. Lin Yingxue rolled up her sleeves, revealing the 3 live spirit bell on her fair wrist. She hadn't forgotten that this item could withstand one attack from someone below the 9th level of Foundation establishment.
Then let's go together.
Yi Tian grasped her wrist and walked into Flying Fire Ridge. Chapter 107 The Reason for Attracting Lightning, the One-Horned Thunder Tiger. The two walked among the rubble of Flying Fire Ridge.
To avoid being struck by lightning, the two dared not touch the ground, nor did they fly too high. Rumble.
Just as they rounded a low hill, another bolt of lightning struck the highest mountain. Blinding lightning flashed everywhere, making Yi Tian's eyelids twitch.
If lightning really strikes us, I'll give up. Yi Tian turned around and glanced at Lin Yingxue before speaking.
The power of thunder is important, but their lives are more important. Both of them had the 3 life spirit bell to protect their lives. After all, they had already come all this way, and Yi Tian was unwilling to give up like this. The two continued deeper and arrived at the middle of Flying Fire Ridge.
This is at the foot of the main peak. Rumble.
Thunder roared again, 200 feet directly above their heads. Lin Yingxue was so frightened that she hugged Yi Tian tightly from behind, while Yi Tian looked at the sky, lost in thought.
The true power of thunder cannot be sensed through jade slips. Yi Tian made the right choice in coming.
Yingxue, we're right here. I need to master the spear technique. Yi Tian used his spear to dig a stone cave, and he and Lin Yingxue hid inside.
Rumble.
Outside the cave, it descends every so often. Yi Tian kept his eyes fixed on the mountaintop, and the true meaning of the power of thunder became clearer and clearer in his mind.
Swift as lightning, powerful as thunder. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Lin Yingxue quietly hugged Yi Tian from behind.
The thunder and lightning outside actually made her feel at ease, because she knew no one would come to disturb them.
Half an hour passed.
The lightning that was supposed to strike suddenly stopped.
What happened?
Yi Tian felt that he had grasped a glimmer of opportunity, but it was interrupted.
Could it be that the power of thunder has been exhausted? Lin Yingxue guessed.
However, for safety's sake, the two remained in the cave to continue waiting. After isolating the stone cave with a restriction, Lin Yingxue took out a luminous pearl.
Reflecting snow.
Yi Tian looked at Lin Yingxue's pretty face and placed his hand on her waist.
Lin Yingxue and Su Yanran were known as the two beauties of the Luoxian sect.
Now, Su Yanran has become Yi Tian's Taoist partner, and Lin Yingxue has also accepted him. It was a rare opportunity for the two of them to spend time together, and Yi Tian's gaze gradually became intense. Lin Yingxue blushed, but allowed Yi Tian to take liberties with her.
Don't you have anything to say?
Lin Yingxue asked breathlessly. After all, as a woman, at times like this, she still wants to hear her beloved say some intimate words of love. Then I'll tell you, from the first time I saw you on the miscellaneous service peak, I've been thinking about making you mine.
Yi Tian spoke his true feelings.
The moment they met, Lin Yingxue's beautiful face, which could be both happy and angry, was imprinted in his heart. What a shameless scoundrel. Lin Yingxue gritted her teeth and cursed in Yi Tian's ear, but this only made Yi Tian more excited.
Even if he is a shameless scoundrel, he is a shameless scoundrel who has succeeded.
Roar. Just as Yi Tian was about to untie the sash around Lin Yingshua's waist, a deafening roar suddenly came from Flying Fire Ridge.
What is that?
Lin Yingshua's voice trembled, and her delicate body stiffened. Yi Tian held her protectively in his arms, his gaze instantly sharpening as he looked out of the cave. He saw it at the foot of the main peak of Flying Fire Ridge. There was a strange beast that was 5 zhang long. The beast was covered in light blue crystal armor and had a 6-foot-long silver horn on its head. Its shape resembles a giant tiger. This is a one-horned thunder tiger.
With its roar, lightning struck down once more from that mountain peak.
The fragmented lightning, blending into the rocks, eventually struck the one-horned thunder tiger. It was this one-horned thunder tiger that attracted the lightning.
Lin Yingxue said in surprise.
Most people wouldn't dare to venture deep into Flying Fire Ridge.
If we hadn't come in, we might not have discovered it. Yi Tian stared at the one-horned thunder tiger and said, "Roar."
As the two were talking, the eyes of the one-horned thunder tiger turned over.
"We've been discovered." Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise and immediately led Lin Yingxue through the rocks. Boom!
The rocks shattered, and under the cover of night, the one-horned thunder tiger pounced on Yi Tian with its claws, its aura of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator overwhelming everything. This thunder tiger had no idea how much thunder power it had absorbed. I'm now only one step away from the core formation realm. Should we use the 3-life spirit bell? Lin Yingxue was so frightened by this terrifying aura that she lost her composure.
No need for now, I can fight. Yi Tian replied immediately.
The 3-life spirit bell is a trump card, it cannot be used now. Otherwise, it will be difficult to kill this thunder tiger later.
Hide behind me.
After saying that, Yi Tian grabbed the white soul spear and charged forward.
Boundless radiance.
With mana gathering nearing the mid-stage of the 8th level of foundation establishment, the white soul spear unleashed a dazzling spear light, sweeping towards the tiger claw.
When?
The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the sturdiness of the thunder tiger's claws was comparable to that of a second-tier spiritual weapon. This attack, comparable to the 9th level of foundation establishment, only managed to withstand the immense power of the one-horned thunder tiger. The crystalline scales on the one-horned thunder tiger's body erupted with lightning like flowing water.
Sizzle! The lightning bolts traveled along the white soul spear and landed on Yi Tian. Yi Tian's sleeves instantly turned black and burst open. Yi Tian! Lin Yingxue was extremely anxious when she saw this. "Don't come any closer, I can hold them off," Yi Tian said in a low voice. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely be seriously injured by this attack. But Yi Tian was different. He had cultivated the immaculate glazed body, and the power of his blood and chi within his body was able to withstand the terrifying lightning. "Retreat first." Yi Tian spoke to Lin Yingxue, and his chi and blood surged forth, deflecting the claws of the one-horned thunder tiger. Roar! The thunder tiger was furious that these two dared to trespass into its territory, and it opened its huge mouth to bite Yi Tian. Fleeting light and shadow. Yi Tian had no choice but to unleash his killing move once again. The white soul spear in his hand transformed into a white shadow and stabbed towards the gaping maw of the one-horned thunder tiger. Seemingly aware of the power of this shot, the one-horned thunder tiger ultimately chose to twist its body and use its tail to strike Yi Tian. Boom! When magic and demonic energy collide, the earth in Flying Fire Ridge trembles. Even if Yi Tian's attack didn't reach the peak of foundation establishment, it wasn't far off. Walk! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Tian headed out of Flying Fire Ridge. Lin Yingxue knew that Yi Tian was not in any danger, so she immediately fled as fast as she could to avoid hindering him. Roar! 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 The tiger's roar shook not only Fihuoling, but also the surrounding mountains. Despite his dual cultivation of body and magic, Yi Tian still managed to fly to the outside of Flying Fire Ridge. Cough, cough. Yi Tian coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was covered in dozens of charred spots. But the one-horned thunder tiger, seeing that the two had left Flying Fire Ridge, stared at Yi Tian for a long time before slowly retreating. As long as we leave Flying Fire Ridge, it won't chase us? Yi Tian made a guess in his mind. Leave here. Lin Yingxue flew over quickly, helped Yi Tian up, and then turned and left. She dared not gamble on whether the one-horned thunder tiger would come back to fight. After traveling dozens of miles, the two landed on an ancient tree. Lin Yingxue used her skirt sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of Yi Tian's mouth.
Yi Tian, if it really doesn't work, just give up.
That thunder tiger is too terrifying. Lin Yingshue's face was filled with fear. No need, I already have a way to kill it. Yi Tian's voice was firm. Chapter 108 The Plan, Jade Bamboo Shoots. Killed the one-horned thunder tiger? How? Lin Yingxue asked curiously.
That one-horned thunder tiger possessed immense power of thunder, and its body was incredibly strong, comparable to the peak of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Lin Yingxue estimated that even a cultivator at the first level of the core formation realm would not gain much advantage against the one-horned thunder tiger. She simply couldn't fathom how the two of them could have killed that one-horned thunder tiger.
Moreover, in the battle just now, Yi Tian's clothes were tattered, his flesh was charred in many places, and he was covered in wounds.
She saw it all and felt extremely distressed. He quickly took out the medicine powder and ointment he always kept in his storage bag and cleaned Yi Tian's wounds.
These are just superficial wounds. As for how to kill him, that's very simple.
After I achieved the great perfection of the pure body, my progress became increasingly slow. Just now, after being struck a few times, I felt the medicinal power within my body become a bit more active. After being struck a few more times, my pure dust body will reach perfection. Relying on my blood and qi, I will be able to kill the one-horned thunder tiger.
Yi Tian sat cross-legged and explained his plan.
There really are people who seek to be struck by lightning?
Lin Yingxue felt both sorry for him and amused.
She was protected by Yi Tian and was not struck by the lightning, but she was well aware of its power.
Even with Yi Tian's powerful physique, being struck by the blade would leave him a bloody mess, and he certainly wouldn't feel good.
The chopping isn't for nothing. Firstly, it helps me refine my body.
Secondly, it also helped me to comprehend the power of thunder and marksmanship.
Besides, it dared to ruin my plans.
I won't be able to get rid of this anger until I kill it. Yi Tian's killing intent was resolute.
I'll stay with you. Lin Yingxue didn't try to persuade her, but just said softly. On the ancient tree, Lin Yingxue sprinkled medicinal powder on Yi Tian and then applied body-refining ointment to him. The power of thunder had depleted Yi Tian's vital energy, making now the perfect time for body tempering. In the darkness, Lin Yingxue leaned against a tree trunk, watching Yi Tian perform one difficult body-refining movement after another, with the power of blood and qi permeating the surroundings. It really works. As Yi Tian's blood and qi surged, the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He decided that starting tomorrow, he would use the power of the one-horned thunder tiger to hone his cleansing body. In this way, the unique thunder tiger's capabilities can be maximized.
The night passed quickly. The sky gradually brightened.
Yi Tian's wounds have completely healed, leaving no trace.
The cleansing body is indeed powerful. If it were me, I'd probably be torn to pieces. Lin Yingxue stood up and exclaimed in surprise.
If one doesn't cultivate their body, they would likely be severely injured in a single encounter with the one-horned thunder tiger.
I couldn't bear to let you get struck by lightning. Yi Tian laughed. Then I'll follow you and let you get struck by lightning more often.
Knowing that Yi Tian wanted to use lightning to temper his body, Lin Yingxue said irritably.
Are you going to find Lei Hu again?
After Yi Tian changed into his new robes, Lin Yingxue asked. Let's go back to Xiaotan first, otherwise junior brother Liao and the others will definitely come looking for me if they can't find me.
Yi Tian replied. This time, he's leading the team, so he can't forget his responsibilities.
The two left the ancient tree and returned to the small pond they had been before. After passing through the dense forest, Yi Tian indeed saw Liao Jun waiting by the small pond.
I'll wait for you here. Lin Yingxue stopped in her tracks.
On the surface, the two are junior sister and senior brother-in-law, and they need to keep their distance. Otherwise, Lin Yingxue wouldn't have gone out of her way to meet up with Yi Tian again.
Good.
Yi Tian nodded, then turned into a blur and headed towards the small pool.
Senior brother. Liao Jun sensed Yi Tian's presence and bowed respectfully. What are Qing Yuan's sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion doing here?
Yi Tian landed by the small pond, his figure graceful and elegant. Reporting to senior brother, we have already made some discoveries. Liao Jun flipped his right hand and took out a piece of bamboo shoot that was entirely green, like a piece of jade.
Bamboo shoots exude a delicate fragrance and possess a rich spiritual essence. Senior brother, this is the jade spirit bamboo shoot.
We found it in this quiet mountain.
The Qingyuan sect and Sangyun Sword Pavilion must have come for this item.
This substance can be swallowed directly or used to refine pills, which is of great benefit to foundation establishment cultivators. However, before it sprouts, it cannot be detected with divine sense, and its sprouting is extremely rapid. Therefore, we can only rely on a large number of disciples to search within these quiet mountains.
Liao Jun took out the jade bamboo shoot and explained. This jade bamboo shoot is a second-tier spiritual item.
It is not extremely rare, but it still has considerable value. This one is worth hundreds of spirit stones. Collecting more would be a considerable gain. Especially for disciples at the lower levels of foundation establishment, this jade bamboo shoot is a treasure.
I see. You're collecting jade spirit bamboo shoots. Will the Qingyuan sect and Sanyun Sword Pavilion make things difficult for you? Yi Tian pressed for an answer. Jingshan covers a vast area, which even the two major sects cannot occupy.
Besides, junior brother Li Feng and I are not just for show.
Liao Jun said confidently.
There is competition among the three major powers, but it's not a life or death struggle.
Besides, it's not worth it for these jade bamboo shoots. For the time being, Yi Tian doesn't need to take action.
In Flying Fire Ridge, I encountered a one-horned thunder tiger that had reached the peak of foundation establishment. Since you can handle this, then go and find the jade spirit bamboo shoots on your own. These past few days, I have focused on dealing with that one-horned thunder tiger.
Yi Tian nodded slightly and told Liao Jun where he was going. A beast at the peak of foundation establishment? Can senior brother handle it alone? Liao Jun asked in surprise. I am enough on my own. Even if you and Li Feng are included, they can't help me much. You can focus on finding bamboo shoots. Yi Tian waved his hand and said.
If he can't handle them, then Liao Jun and Li Feng, both at the 7th level of foundation establishment, will only be a hindrance. Moreover, Lin Xue was with him, so it was best for the other disciples to act separately. I await my senior brother's good news.
Liao Jun bowed again, then turned and left.
Yi Tian watched him leave, then reunited with Lin Xue and told her about the jade bamboo shoot.
Why don't you go and pick some jade bamboo shoots too? Yi Tian asked. No, I'm going with you. Lin Xue's attitude was clear.
Return to Fire Ridge. With Lin Xue by his side once again, Yi Tian returned to Flying Fire Ridge.
Rumble.
Thunder rumbled once more amidst the mountains piled high with gray-white rocks. This time, the two were no longer afraid and quickly approached the highest peak. Changing direction, the two saw a hidden grotto. The one-horned thunder tiger stood at the edge of the cave, its head raised, using its single horn to absorb the lightning flowing between the rocks. Strands of lightning merged into its body, making its crystalline scales even more dazzling.
Those lightning bolts are its nourishment,
Lin Xue said in a low voice. This was the first time she had ever seen such a strange beast that fed on lightning. It's not just about nutrients, it has been living here for who knows how long. He absorbs the power of thunder every day and is now close to breaking through to the core formation realm. Once it breaks through, we'll have no chance.
Yi Tian looked at the one-horned thunder tiger and said.
In his perception, the one-horned thunder tiger was already very close to the core formation realm.
He didn't have much time left to hunt.
Roar!
The one-horned thunder tiger, having devoured the lightning, spotted Yi Tian again, roared, and pounced on him once more. Chapter 109 Thunderous Body Refinement, Perfection of the Cleansing Body. Xue, retreat. Yi Tian soared into the sky once more, protecting Lin Xue behind him.
This time, the thunder tiger with one horn was even more enraged and used its one horn's power.
Sizzle! The 6-foot-long horn emitted streaks of blue electricity.
Several streaks converged and transformed into lightning, striking Yi Tian from dozens of feet away. Yi Tian immediately took out the white soul spear, poured his magic power into it, and clashed the spear with the lightning.
The magic power was submerged and transformed into spiritual energy, which scattered. Lightning extended from the tip of the spear, enveloping Yi Tian's body.
The robes I had just changed into were tattered again.
Snort! The intense pain caused Yi Tian to groan. The power of qi and blood is resisting. How can one wield thunder without experiencing it firsthand?
Yi Tian gritted his teeth and relied on his qi and blood to withstand the attack, then counterattacked with the Kuei-Nyo thunder spear.
Boom!
Thunder roared and exploded, but the sound did not come from the one-horned thunder tiger, but from Yi Tian's white soul spear. His marksmanship produced a thunderous roar. Roar! The one-horned thunder tiger roared, a look of doubt appearing in its huge tiger eyes.
It couldn't understand why the human in front of it could unleash thunder with a gun. Again! Yi Tian shouted loudly, his momentum unstoppable. He pushed his chi and blood to the limit, even wanting to go head-to-head with the one-horned Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger attacked again, its crystalline scales shimmering with lightning, and its claws were imbued with the power of thunder as it slammed towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian braced his hands against the white soul spear, using the spear shaft to block its claws. Sizzle! Another bolt of lightning struck, charring Yi Tian's entire body, even turning his blood into charcoal. However, he still has a continuous source of vital energy within his body. The medicinal power that had been hidden deep within the flesh and blood was all activated, like a vast ocean. However, he also has his limits. After exchanging 9 blows with the one-horned Thunder Tiger, Yi Tian immediately retreated. At this moment, Lin Yingxue had already retreated to the edge of Feihua Ridge. When she saw Yi Tian, who was almost completely in the dark, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Roar! In the end, Yi Tian withdrew from Flying Fire Ridge. The one-horned Thunder Tiger stood in the air, glaring angrily at Yi Tian. After a moment of stalemate, it left. Cough cough. Yi Tian coughed, and the blood he coughed up flowed down his charred skin. Yi Tian, let's not go, okay? Lin Yingxue hugged Yi Tian, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sobbed as she pleaded. If we don't go, won't we just get chopped up for nothing? Yi Tian forced a smile. Taking Yi Tian away, they found a waterfall where water sprayed everywhere. Lin Yingxue helped Yi Tian wipe his body and prepared to apply medicine to him. Yingxue, help me apply the body refining ointment. Yi Tian grabbed Lin Yingxue's fair wrist and said. Your skin is almost completely torn apart. Applying ointment now is no different from being cut into 1,000 pieces. Lin Yingxue said in a trembling voice. The body strengthening ointment is not a healing medicine. Although it has healing properties, it's essentially like peeling off the old skin first and then letting new skin grow back. Now, Yi Tian's skin was already broken and tattered, so applying ointment would only make matters worse. Trust me, help me apply it. Yi Tian insisted. Lin Yingxue bit her lip but still agreed to Yi Tian's request, because even if she didn't agree, Yi Tian would apply it himself. A fair, delicate hand, coated with ointment, landed on that dry skin. Hiss! A sharp pain, like being pricked by needles or roasted by fire, made Yi Tian gasp. Lin Yingxue subconsciously withdrew her hand. Yingxue, continue. Yi Tian said with his eyes closed. Lin Yingxue's delicate hands trembled as she applied the ointment to Yi Tian from head to toe. After applying the ointment, Yi Tian felt as if he had fallen into lava, his muscles twitching from the intense pain. But the effect is also very obvious, dry skin peels off, and fair skin is reborn. Lin Yingxue did not mind the blood and grime on Yi Tian's body. She held him in her arms and gave him her only support. An hour later, the excruciating pain subsided, and Yi Tian fully recovered, with no trace of his injuries. It'll be over soon. Although it's painful, the results are very noticeable. Yi Tian felt the surging power of qi and blood within his body and thought to himself. As long as it improves my strength, any amount of suffering is worthwhile. Yi Tian opened his eyes and met her red, beautiful eyes. He reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm doing this to improve my strength, and also so that I can keep you by my side forever. Yi Tian said with a smile. Without her powerful cultivation, Lin Yingxue would have been a stunningly beautiful ice corpse in the ice cave that day. The threat from the Chu family is still fresh in our minds. Without strong cultivation, how can we protect Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue? Body tempering is imperative. Lin Yingxue nodded silently. She understood this as well, but she couldn't bear to see Yi Tian in such pain. Grabbing Lin Yingxue's fair wrist, the two fell into the waterfall, washing away the bloodstains from each other's bodies. Again! After changing into new robes, Yi Tian reappeared in Flying Fire Ridge. Roar! The roar of the one-horned Thunder Tiger was earth-shattering. Then came a thunderous roar, and lightning illuminated Flying Fire Ridge. Fleeting light and shadow. Yi Tian unleashed his trump card, thrusting his white soul spear in rapid succession, the spear moving like a dragon, directly confronting the one-horned Thunder Tiger. His body was enveloped in the power of blood and qi, making him resemble a war god. Ripples of magical power spread out, extinguishing the vast lightning. Boom! After an incense stick's time, Yi Tian, covered in wounds, once again created distance and flew backward. Lin Yingxue caught Yi Tian's body and brought him to the waterfall. Clean his wound again and apply ointment. He entered Flying Fire Ridge,
provoked the one-horned thunder tiger, and was eventually blasted out.
This process repeats itself continuously. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Tian was wearing only trousers and sat cross-legged under the waterfall.
Dressed in a striking red dress, the stunningly beautiful Lin Yingxue stood silently by the waterfall, her lips pursed. In the past 2 days, she has applied ointment to Yi Tian countless times. Every time she saw Yi Tian's reaction, she felt incredibly distressed. Struck by lightning and afflicted with ointment, Yi Tian was barely recognizable as a human. Each time, he seemed like a charred corpse resurrected in her arms. All she knew was that Yi Tian's cultivation level had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Only now did she realize how much suffering Yi Tian had endured behind his public image of success and prestige.
In the entire Luoxian sect, there is no other man like him.
Lin Yingxue gazed at Yi Tian intently, murmuring softly.
Boom!
Suddenly, a large amount of water splashed up from beneath the cascading waterfall, interrupting Lin Yingxue's thoughts. At this moment, Yi Tian sat cross-legged under the waterfall, and an invisible force emanated from his body, pushing away the water within 3 feet. In Lin Ying's eyes, Yi Tian at this moment exuded a terrifying aura like a prehistoric beast.
Like a real dragon, it emerged from the abyss. However, this aura posed no threat. On the contrary, it reassured her.
Then, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in a vast expanse of dazzling light, like stars condensed from the sky, radiating starlight, making him appear like a celestial being.
For a moment, Lin Yingxue was captivated by the extraordinary aura emanating from Yi Tian.
Purified body, perfected. Yi Tian spoke, his voice filled with excitement. After 2 days of hardship, he finally reaped the rewards. Yi Tian was in high spirits after breaking through his body refining technique. In a flash, he grabbed Lin Yingxue on the shore and pulled her into the water.
I need to change my dress again. Resurfaced, Lin Yingxue rolled her eyes at him. We can buy as many new ones as we want.
Now, it's time to cause trouble for that one-horned thunder tiger.
Yi Tian said with a smile. Chapter 110: The Power of the Cleansing Body, Annihilating the One-Horned Thunder Tiger. Change into new clothes.
Yi Tian and Lin Yingxue returned to Flying Fire Ridge for what seemed like the umpteenth time.
Roar! As soon as the one-horned thunder tiger sensed their presence, it rushed out, its eyes bloodshot.
It was originally expected that it would have been able to devour the lightning and break through to the core formation stage in a few more days. However, these past 2 days, being disturbed by Yi Tian has caused its cultivation to stagnate, leaving it extremely frustrated.
However, it was no match for Yi Tian. Its thunderous power was enough to kill any human cultivator below the core formation stage.
But when it came to Yi Tian, it could never extinguish his vitality.
It's time to end this.
Protecting Lin Yingxue behind him, Yi Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Last night, to his surprise, the one-horned thunder tiger chased him out of Flying Fire Ridge. He almost hurt Lin Yingxue, but fortunately his pure dust body was nearing perfection, and he forcibly drove away the one-horned thunder tiger.
And today,
he was completely perfected, and his blood and chi were as thick as silver syrup. He was no longer afraid of the one-horned thunder tiger. The one-horned thunder tiger seemed to have noticed Yi Tian's change as well, and kept growling, its eyes filled with fear.
If it can't deal with Yi Tian today, then it will leave Flying Fire Ridge.
If you can't afford to mess with it, you can at least avoid it.
But this battle was unavoidable. Yingxue, do as we say.
Yi Tian said something, then charged forward with the white soul spear in his hand. The gun swept horizontally, colliding with a tiger's claw that was thicker than his waist.
Boom!
A shockwave rippled outwards, but Yi Tian's hand remained completely still. After achieving perfection in the purifying body technique, his chi and blood strength became comparable to that of a fully matured 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Even if Lin Yingxue were to slash him with her spirit sword now, she wouldn't be able to leave any marks on him.
This is the power of body refining techniques.
The thunder tiger with a single horn discovered Yi Tian's terrifying power and became extremely angry.
The single horn on its head once again erupted with lightning. Sizzle! Lightning enveloped Yi Tian's upper body.
Lin Yingxue's heart jumped again, but before she could say anything, she relaxed again.
Yi Tian's clothes were shattered by the lightning and scattered from the sky.
What appeared was not a dark wound, but Yi Tian's fair and well-proportioned upper body with clearly defined muscles, radiating a faint glow. He is now almost immune to that lightning.
Roar!
The one-horned thunder tiger stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Yi Tian now seems not to be a human cultivator, but an ancient ferocious beast of the same level. It immediately activated its horn again, gathering even more powerful lightning.
It's my turn to fight back. But Yi Tian wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. He shouted loudly and his hands erupted with qi and blood. Those arms seemed to possess boundless power. Under Lin Yingshua's watchful gaze, they grabbed the claws of the one-horned thunder tiger, propelling its body towards the ground.
Boom!
The earth shook violently, rocks shattered, and Yi Tian smashed a huge crater into the massive body of the one-horned thunder tiger.
This is too brutal.
Lin Yingshua's eyelids twitched as she watched.
But she likes it. No one knows better than Yi Tian how much she has suffered these past few days.
You think you can chase me? You think you can hack me to pieces? Yi Tian put away the white soul spear and punched the one-horned thunder tiger in the chest again and again.
The one-horned thunder tiger's eyes were bloodshot as it tried to slap Yi Tian away, but its claws were deflected by Yi Tian's punch.
Yi Tian's punches landed squarely.
The thunder tiger with its unicorn condensed lightning, but it was dispersed by Yi Tian's blood and energy. The once ferocious Lei who had turned into a sick cat, and was pinned to the ground by Yi Tian.
Click!
Even its shimmering, iridescent scales were shattered by Yi Tian, and blood gushed from its wounds.
Ugh!
The roars of the one-horned thunder tiger turned into painful wails, and blood flowed from its mouth.
That's it, give it back.
Lin Yingxue waved her small fists, feeling incredibly relieved.
Boom! The one-horned thunder tiger found an opportunity. Its tail swept across Yi Tian's waist, knocking him down.
With a flip, it stood up, kicking up a lot of rubble. Yi Tian was unharmed, standing proudly amidst the rubble, his entire body radiating stardust light, like a god descending to earth.
It's trying to escape. Lin Yingxue exclaimed in surprise.
Knowing he was no match for Yi Tian, the one-horned thunder tiger overturned Yi Tian and fled towards the outside of Flying Fire Ridge without looking back. Yi Tian was once the one who fled in a sorry state, but today the tables have turned.
This is the change brought about by the improvement of strength.
Her anxiety these past few days, and the pain Yi Tian has endured, have not been in vain.
It can't escape.
Yi Tian flashed forward, the white soul spear reappeared, and with one arm around Lin Yingshua's slender waist, he quickly chased after her. The thunder tiger suffered internal organ rupture and was severely injured, greatly reducing its speed. At their speeds, Yi Tian will be able to catch up before they leave Flyfire Ridge.
Roar! The one-horned thunder tiger noticed this, and a fierce glint flashed in its eyes.
If it doesn't use its trump card now, it might never have another chance. Its single horn lit up again, but instead of gathering its own lightning power, it attracted the lightning from the sky.
Rumble!
Lightning struck down from the clear sky.
Go to hell!
A human-like emotion flashed in the eyes of the one-horned thunder tiger. This is heavenly lightning, far more powerful than its own thunder, so powerful that even it dares not take it head-on. Previously, it lay dormant in Flyfire Ridge, actually using the terrain of Flyfire Ridge to weaken the power of the lightning before absorbing it.
But now, there is no other way.
Without the rocks to weaken the power of the thunder, it would be torn to shreds and need several months to recover.
However, the two people behind him were doomed to die. Now! Lin Yingxue was prepared.
With a clear shout, she raised the 3-live spirit bell on her wrist.
Buzz! A golden and silver light shield protected her and Yi Tian.
Blue lightning struck down, hitting the light shield and instantly dimming it. When the two arrived, they had discussed it and guessed that the one-horned thunder tiger would have a trump card.
This 3-life spirit bell was their way of dealing with it.
However, the two of them underestimated the power of heavenly lightning.
Click!
The golden and silver light barrier blocked it for a moment, then shattered. This means that the power of heavenly lightning has exceeded the limits of the foundation establishment stage.
Me too. Yi Tian reacted quickly, took out his main bell, and another gold and silver light shield unfolded.
A second protective barrier appeared, weakening the power of the heavenly lightning once again, but ultimately, it shattered. Fortunately, by this time, the power of the thunder had diminished considerably. Yi Tian shielded Lin Yingxue in his arms, blocking most of the power.
Lin Yingxue only felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. You still got caught in the crossfire.
As the lightning dissipated, Yi Tian said with a hint of reluctance. Lin Yingxue had been well protected these past 2 days, but today she was struck by lightning along with him. I only realized the pain you've endured these past 2 days after being struck by lightning.
Enough of that, let's kill that beast first.
Lin Yingxue shook her head and looked at the one-horned thunder tiger. Both of their protective shields were cleaved open, and the one-horned thunder tiger fared even worse. It was already severely injured, and now its entire body was charred black. Die! Yi Tian gripped the white soul spear, his killing intent and magical power condensing into a single line and flowing into the spear. At this moment, all my insights about the Kuei Nyo Benlei spear merged and transformed into this spear. Sizzle! White lightning burst forth from the white soul spear. Yi Tian has truly mastered the basics of the Kuei Nyo Benlei spear. Roar! The one-horned thunder tiger stared wide-eyed, its head pierced through, dying with its eyes wide open. It fed on lightning, yet it died under Yi Tian's lightning spear. Chapter 111 Thunder Source Core, Dual Cultivation with Lin Yingxue. Finally, we killed that beast. Lin Yingxue landed and kicked the head of the one-horned thunder tiger. Yi Tian stood still, his eyes closed. In that instant, he finally sensed that faint, ethereal essence of thunder. Yi Tian has had an epiphany? Seeing this, Lin Yingxue quickly shut her mouth. She knew that Yi Tian's comprehension was even greater than Su Yanran's, and sudden enlightenment was nothing special for him. However, this moment of enlightenment only lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yi Tian opened his eyes, and two barely perceptible strands of lightning flashed in his dark pupils. Finally, I've mastered it. Yi Tian smiled. Even without the help of heavenly lightning, he will be able to use the Kuei Nyo Benlei spear technique in the future. But now is the time to reap the rewards. Its single horn and its crystal armor must be a treasure. Yi Tian said to Lin Yingxue. This crystal armor, having withstood a great battle, only had a few pieces broken off at the chest, demonstrating its astonishing defensive capabilities. With simple refining, it can be transformed into a second-tier defensive artifact. Moreover, this thunder tiger is extremely large, so it can be made into more than one defensive artifact. As for the unicorn, it can summon heavenly lightning, making it even more extraordinary. I'll go strip the crystal scales, you dig out the unicorn. Lin Yingxue took out her spirit sword and began cutting through the crystal armor along the wound on Lei Hu's head. Yi Tian used the white soul spear to slice open Lei Hu's head. That single horn connected directly to the inside of its skull, measuring 6 feet on the outside and 1 foot inside the skull, making it a total of 7 feet long. After unearthing the unicorn, the two of them peeled off all the crystal scales together. The one-horned thunder tiger transformed into a blood tiger and collapsed in a pool of blood. Thump! At that moment, the two of them clearly heard a heartbeat. It's not completely dead yet? Lin Yingxue turned pale and quickly grabbed Yi Tian's hand. It's definitely dead. No matter how strong it was, it hadn't broken through to the core formation stage. With its head pierced by me, it was certain to die. Yi Tian said with certainty. As for the source of the heartbeat, he has already made some discoveries. Sizzle! Yi Tian fired another shot, slicing through Lei Hu's back and exposing his spine. In the location of the heart, between the heart and the spine, there is an organ resembling the heart, where blue and silver light blend together. It looked as if the thunder tiger had 2 hearts. However, the blood-red heart below, which was the size of a bucket, had stopped beating. This heart, the size of a human head, is still beating. Is this the core of the one-horned thunder tiger, which absorbs and stores the power of thunder? Lin Yingxue said in surprise. She had read in some ancient books that certain special beasts would have this special core inside their bodies. Its importance is comparable to that of the heart, and it is also the source of their power. This is the source of its thunderous power. It should be called the Thunder Source Core. Yi Tian waved his hand, using his magic power to extract the Thunder Source Core, and at the same time, sealed it away. It seems the magic power can't be sealed? We must refine this Thunder Source Core as soon as possible. Holding the Thunder Source Core in his hand, Yi Tian discovered that its spiritual essence was constantly being lost. Let's go to that beast's den. No one should bother us there. Lin Yingxue said, holding Yi Tian's hand. Leaving the body behind, the two returned to Flying Fire Ridge. This time, the two will not be driven away again. The cave of the one-horned thunder tiger was already secluded, and Lin Yingxue took out 2 talismans to isolate it from everything outside. 2 luminous pearls illuminated the interior of the cave. Yi Tian took out the Thunder Source Core, and an incomparably pure spiritual aura spread out. Since Yi Tian could use lightning to refine his body, he could also use it to refine spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within this Thunder Source Core has been refined through countless trials, making it even purer than the spiritual energy within the Ice Spirit Pearl. Lin Yingxue stared at the thunder source core, her own magical power circulating faster on its own, emanating a sense of longing. But she knew that Lei Yuanxin's core was Yi Tian's. Absorb it quickly, don't waste it. Lin Yingxue kicked Yi Tian's shin and said. But Yi Tian turned around and grabbed her ankle, gently kneading it. The girl, who was originally pure and innocent, blushed instantly. Yingxue, it would be a waste for me to absorb this thunder source core by myself. Why don't we absorb it together? Yi Tian said with a smile. The one-horned thunder tiger is only one step away from the core formation realm, and the power within this thunder source core is extremely vast. If he were to absorb it all by himself, it would be a waste of a lot of spiritual energy. But I haven't comprehended the power of thunder. Lin Yingxue replied. I can absorb the power of thunder, you only need to absorb pure spiritual energy. Yi Tian has a solution. However, this requires the two people's magical powers to merge, so they must first enter a state of dual cultivation. As he thought about it, Yi Tian's gaze grew even more intense. 2 days ago, in this flying fire ridge, the two were about to get married, but were disturbed by the one-horned thunder tiger. Now that we've killed the one-horned thunder tiger, we should naturally finish what we haven't done yet. Using a jade plate, Yi Tian placed the thunder source core, reached out and scooped Lin Yingxue into his arms. You're only after the thunder source core? Lin Yingxue's face flushed as she grabbed Yi Tian's arm and asked. She had long been prepared sooner or later she would have to come to this point, and she couldn't bring herself to refuse Yi Tian. The thunder source core is just a side effect, the main thing is that today, it's just the two of us. No one knows we are here except for heaven and earth. Yi Tian said softly. If he gets too close to Lin Yingxue and the Luoxian sect, they will definitely be discovered. This mission will give the two of them a chance to be alone together. If they miss it, they don't know how long they'll have to wait. Yi Tian, I want to tell you about my experience with my senior sister. Nestled in Yi Tian's arms, Lin Yingxue felt at peace and began to recount her past with Su Yanran. From the very beginning, Su Yanran took care of her and even guided her in cultivation, so she could be considered her half-master. That's why the two of them are like sisters. Yi Tian knew that Lin Yingxue was saying these things to get over her own conscience. Consider it an obligation I owe you. I don't ask anything of you, nor do I ask for any title or status. I only ask that you treat your senior sister well. After saying a lot, Lin Yingxue closed her eyes and gave her final instructions. Even if she was willing to become Yi Tian's woman, she didn't want to affect the relationship between Yi Tian and Su Yanran because of herself. In her heart, Su Yanran was more important than herself. I understand. Yi Tian guarantees this. After saying that, he placed Lin Yingxue on the bluestone where a mink coat had already been placed. The sash around her waist came undone, and Lin Yingxue's red dress fell loose, like a snow orchid blooming in red, breathtakingly beautiful. Don't practice dual cultivation yet. Lin Yingxue closed her eyes, not daring to look at Yi Tian, her voice trembling. Like Su Yanran, Lin Yingxue didn't want her first time to be affected by dual cultivation. I know. Yi Tian responded softly, gently stroking her skin to ease Lin Yingxue's shyness. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yingxue opened her eyes again and met her lover's gaze. Without a word, their figures overlapped. Lin Yingxue's figure was not as tall as Su Yanran's, and she was completely overshadowed by Yi Tian's figure. Snort. A seductive hum echoed through the cave, stirring the imagination. Chapter 112, Refining the Thunder Source Core, Internal Strife Among Demonic Cultivators. A long time. Yi Tian lay on his side, holding Lin Yingxue in his arms. Lin Yingxue's skin was as white as snow, and the light shining down on her was even more dazzling than a luminous pearl. However, at this moment, her entire body was flushed crimson, even her delicate earlobes were so red they seemed to be dripping blood. So you were. Yi Tian glanced at it and found it all very novel. It's all your fault, and you still dare to say that. Dissatisfied, Lin Yingxue bumped Yi Tian with her forehead. I won't say. Yi Tian quickly tried to comfort him. Lin Yingxue's heart is pure, and she only undergoes this change when she is moved by love. However, in this world, only Yi Tian knows this secret. As Yi Tian caressed every inch of Lin Yingxue's skin, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The two most beautiful women of the Falling Immortal sect have now become his women, an achievement that would be the envy of every man in the Falling Star domain. After a long while, the blush on Lin Yingxue's body faded, and she opened her eyes. Let's practice dual cultivation. Yi Tian spoke up.
The two sat up, Yi Tian supporting Lin Inshua's slender waist, and their magical power surged forth, forming a yin-yang cycle.
Since you taught me the reverse jade falling immortal technique last time, my cultivation speed has increased again. Lin Inxue said softly. She is now at the peak of the second level of foundation establishment, only a step away from the third level. If it weren't for Yi Tian, even with the ice spirit pearl, her cultivation speed wouldn't have been this fast. We'll be able to cultivate together even faster. Yi Tian replied calmly. The process of their magical powers merging was incredibly smooth. Lin Inxue carefully sensed that the speed at which her magical power circulated had increased by more than 10 times.
Yi Tian was at the 8th level of foundation establishment, 6 minor realms lower than her. Even Su Yanran experienced a significant improvement, let alone her.
Having successfully entered a state of dual cultivation, Lin Inxue focused her mind and isolated herself from everything outside. Not long after, Yi Tian's already extremely powerful magical energy grew even stronger. It's the spiritual power of the Thunder Source Core.
Lin Inxue guessed the reason. Outside world.
The Thunder Source Core was already hovering above their heads. The thunderous power and spiritual energy within first merged into Yi Tian's body.
Then Yi Tian absorbed all the lightning power, leaving a portion of pure spiritual energy for Lin Inxue to absorb. Yi Tian was comprehending the true meaning of thunder, while Lin Inxue's cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds.
In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had already broken through to the third level of foundation establishment. Because Yi Tian is in charge, the Jade Falling Immortal Technique and the Qian Kuan chapter complement each other, so she doesn't need to worry about a weak foundation. Once she broke through, her cultivation level became completely stable and she began to climb towards the mid-stage of the third level of foundation establishment.
So dual cultivation has so many benefits, no wonder senior sister.
Lin Inxue couldn't help but think of Su Yanran, and her pretty face turned blush again.
No, this is between me and Yi Tian, it has nothing to do with my senior sister.
Lin Inxue felt guilty, yet she was also deeply immersed in the moment. If it weren't for Su Yanran, she would never have wanted to be separated from Yi Tian, but there are no what-ifs in life.
Time passed.
Only a small portion of the spiritual energy from Lei Yuan's core dissipated, the rest was absorbed by the two of them.
Yi Tian's cultivation level broke through to the late stage of the 8th level of foundation establishment in one fell swoop. Lin Inxue's improvement was even more astonishing.
He broke through from the second level of foundation establishment to the middle stage of the fourth level. Another portion of their spiritual energy was stored in their dantian, which would make their subsequent cultivation speed much faster than usual.
Mid-stage foundation establishment level 4.
Lin Inxue had exited her cultivation state, felt her own strength, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. In just one day and one night, she broke through 2 minor realms in succession, and her foundation became even more solid. All of this was brought by Yi Tian. The joy in her heart was beyond words. Then, Yi Tian also woke up, and their eyes met, both of them smiling. With you and my senior sister by my side, I would have no regrets even if I died. Lin Inxue rested her head on Yi Tian's chest, feeling an unprecedented sweetness in her heart. Even if she were given the chance to become an immortal, she wouldn't trade it.
There's still a long way to go.
Let's achieve immortality together and live as long as heaven and earth.
Yi Tian said with a smile. Lin Inxue heard this but didn't say anything. Instead, she pushed Yi Tian backward, responding with her actions.
Having annihilated the one-horned thunder tiger, the two should have left, but Lin Inxue only wished that time could stand still at this moment. You silly girl, you'll hurt yourself if you don't practice body training. In the end, it was Yi Tian who pressed down on Lin Inxue's shoulder and said helplessly.
Once we go back, there won't be another chance.
Lin Inxue's eyes were moist, and her slightly hoarse voice sounded like a sob. Yi Tian understood, but he still kept his distance and didn't let her do anything reckless. Yi Tian took out some water, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and fed her a few sips to replenish her fluids.
That's settled then. I'll meet up with my junior brothers and sisters tomorrow.
Yi Tian leaned against the cave wall, embracing the warm and soft woman in his arms, looking at the night view outside the cave, enjoying a brief moment of tenderness with Lin Inxue.
It was already late at night, not long before dawn.
The two had hoped to spend the night in peace.
Boom!
But suddenly they heard a roaring sound coming from afar.
Is anyone there?
Lin Inxue opened her eyes and said warily.
They probably didn't come for us. Yi Tian remained calm.
The two hid in the cave and continued to wait.
30 breaths later, 7 figures shrouded in black robes appeared in the distance.
Their black robes were tattered, and they looked extremely disheveled.
It could only continuously spray green poisonous mist backward.
Behind them, 2 gaunt, dark figures could be seen.
As these people approached, the two recognized their identities.
The demonic cultivators of Corpse Puppet Mountain.
Lin Yingshue's small face was full of disgust. However, at this moment, these demonic cultivators were being hunted down. The 2 corpse puppets behind them were covering their retreat.
Senior brother, flying fire ridge is ahead, you'll get struck by lightning.
One of the demonic cultivators shouted.
Being struck by lightning is better than dying at the hands of those people.
The leader replied.
As they spoke, they flew towards the interior of Flying Fire Ridge. They don't know that the lightning in Flying Fire Ridge was attracted by the one-horned thunder tiger.
Yi Tian thought to himself.
Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of chains clanging came from behind. Immediately afterwards, from within the poisonous fog behind them, blood-stained black chains emerged, piercing through the void and penetrating the bodies of those demonic cultivators from behind. None of the 7 demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain escaped.
Whose tactics are these? Yi Tian looked down at Lin Yingxue. Never seen it before. Lin Yingxue shook her head. Ah!
Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the night. The 7 demonic cultivators from Corpse Puppet Mountain suddenly widened their eyes, blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and finally their eyeballs burst out, turning them into corpses that fell from the sky.
Their souls have been extracted. This bizarre scene sent chills down Lin Yingshue's spine. After killing 7 demonic cultivators, they emerged from the poisonous fog as 3 gaunt figures shrouded in cloaks. This is actually an internal conflict among demonic cultivators.
The one who killed the disciples of Corpse Puppet Mountain was also a demonic cultivator.
Unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise.
Among the 3, the leading demonic cultivator suddenly looked toward the cave where Yi Tian and Lin Yingxue were hiding. Chapter 113 Overestimating One's Abilities, Leaving Jingshan. The entrance to the cave was concealed by talismans, but the 3 demonic cultivators had already seen through it.
Whoosh!
In an instant, a blood-stained, jet-black chain shot towards the cave entrance.
Leave it to me, you can rest.
Just as Lin Yingxue was about to get up, Yi Tian shielded her behind him. Then, Yi Tian's white soul spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he thrust it straight forward.
Boom!
White arcs of electricity exploded on the gun barrel, and the menacing chain shattered instantly. These chains target the soul, but are extremely difficult to use against other cultivators. They were invincible against the demonic cultivators of Corpse Puppet Mountain.
However, it was completely restrained by the intense and blazing thunder. The power of thunder? How is that possible?
The chains shattered, and an incredulous gasp came from beneath the cloak of the leading demonic cultivator. It had never seen a cultivator who could wield the power of thunder.
1 at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment and 2 at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, how dare they overestimate themselves and come knocking on our door?
Yi Tian chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The peaceful night was disturbed by these 3 damned demonic cultivators. They will make up for it with their lives.
Call out. Yi Tian moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of the 3. Not good. The 3 finally realized they had kicked a hornet's nest. But it was too late. A glimmer of light.
Yi Tian thrust his white soul spear straight forward, crushing the incoming chains and instantly killing one of the Foundation Establishment Stage 7 cultivators.
Escape! The leading demonic cultivator fled without hesitation. The 2 demonic cultivators fled in different directions. Point the star.
Yi Tian remained expressionless as he unleashed the white soul spear, which hurtled towards one of the Foundation Establishment Stage 7 cultivators like a meteor. Immediately afterwards, his entire body's energy and blood surged forth. As night fell, his body shimmered with stardust, more dazzling than the stars in the sky. With a burst of blood and chi comparable to the peak of Foundation Establishment, his speed increased dramatically again, allowing him to catch up with the demonic cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment.
No!
The demonic cultivator only had time to scream once before Yi Tian grabbed him by the neck, and with terrifying force, crushed his skull.
In less than 2 breaths, all 3 demonic cultivators were annihilated.
Yi Tian removed the storage bags from them, as well as from the 7 people from Corpse Puppet Mountain, and returned to the cave.
Which faction do they belong to? Lin Yingxue came up to her and asked. I don't know, we can only look for information in their storage bags. Yi Tian handed Lin Xue a storage bag. The two first searched through the storage bags of 3 demonic cultivators of unknown origin, and found resources worth more than 20,000 spirit stones. However, no items related to their identity were found. Among these are pills produced by the Qingyuan sect and the Tsangyun Sword Pavilion. Lin Xue took out 2 pill bottles and said. In addition, there were also quite a few jade bamboo shoots, which most likely came from the disciples of the 2 major sects that were killed. My junior brothers and sisters might be in danger. Yi Tian's gaze instantly turned icy. These demonic cultivators dared to kill disciples of the Qingyuan sect and the Tsangyun Sword Pavilion. If they encountered disciples of the Luoxian sect, they would certainly not show any mercy. Let's go. Concerned about the safety of the other disciples, Lin Xue disregarded everything else and urged Yi Tian to leave. Without time to inventory, the two packed up the storage bags and left Flying Fire Ridge. As dawn approached, Yi Tian and Lin Xue flew together at top speed into the vicinity of Jingshan. Bang! Yi Tian took out the fireworks distributed by the sect and activated them with his magic power. It's a signal from my senior brother. Upon seeing the fireworks in the sky, the disciples of the Luoxian sect returned one after another. It took Yi Tian 2 days to kill the one-horned thunder tiger, and then 4 days have passed since he began dual cultivation with Lin Xue. The disciples have almost finished collecting the jade bamboo shoots. After the fireworks explosion, disciples within the Jingshan area appeared one after another. Lin Xue, who was beside Yi Tian, did not attract their attention. They simply assumed that she was the first to return. Senior brother Yi. The disciples returned and bowed to Yi Tian. In less than an hour, all of them, including disciples such as Liao Jun and Li Feng, returned. Fortunately, none of the disciples are missing. Yi Tian counted the number of people and breathed a sigh of relief. When inner disciples leave the sect, there will be more or less casualties. Even if 1 or 2 are injured or killed, it has little to do with Yi Tian. Last time, when Xiaofan led the way in the ancient burial ice cave, Lin Xue disappeared and 2 disciples perished. Xiaofan was not punished either. However, it would be even better if none of them were missing. How was your harvest? Yi Tian looked around at everyone and asked. Reporting to senior brother, the probability of finding jade bamboo shoots in this Jing mountain is not small. Each of us received several jade bamboo shoots. Liao Jun replied with a smile. For them, this mission posed little risk. The jade bamboo shoots were practically free. Senior brother, how is the one-horned thunder tiger in Flying Fire Ridge? Liao Jun asked curiously. He knew the strength of that one-horned thunder tiger. News of Yi Tian's hunt and killing of the one-horned thunder tiger had spread, and the other disciples had also come to take notice. Let's see. Yi Tian smiled, clenched his right hand, and a 7-foot long horn appeared. The unicorn was as smooth as jade, with lightning flowing inside. As soon as it was taken out, it exuded a terrifying and ferocious aura of a 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator. Many disciples subconsciously took a step back. Senior brother, did you kill that one-horned thunder tiger? Liao Jun asked, dumbfounded. From this single horn, one can glimpse how ferocious and unparalleled the one-horned thunder tiger was when it was alive. Yet Yi Tian was able to remove that single horn intact. Just how powerful must he be? Hiss. The disciples present gasped in shock. They thought that Yi Tian's ability to kill a Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivator was already the limit, but they never imagined that Yi Tian had far exceeded their expectations. Senior brother, we've been digging for 5 days, and all the disciples combined probably don't have a single horn as precious as yours. Bringing this one horn of yours back to the sect, it can fetch at least 20,000 spirit stones. Li Feng exclaimed in amazement. Yes. Senior brother is still the best. Senior brother Ye's improvement speed is even faster than senior brother Xiaofan's. In the future, senior brother Yi will definitely be the #1 holy son of our inner sect. Who would have thought that senior brother Yi could rise to prominence so quickly? The disciples were filled with emotion. Senior brother, shall we leave now? Liao Jun asked. He was still unaware of the reason Yi Tian had summoned them. That's right. Last night, I discovered 3 demonic cultivators of unknown origin at Flying Fire Ridge. They were hunting down the demonic cultivators of Corpse Puppet Mountain, but I killed them in the end. I found pills produced by Qingyuan sect and Tsangyun Sword Pavilion in their storage bags. I'm afraid that if I stay in Jingshan any longer, you will also suffer a terrible fate. Yi Tian nodded in reply. It was really that dangerous? The group looked at each other in bewilderment.
Now that they had gathered and there weren't many jade bamboo shoots left, the group decided not to linger and prepared to leave the Jingshan area together.
Boom, boom, boom.
As the group passed a mountain peak, the sound of clashing magical forces echoed from below. Then everyone saw more than 10 disciples of the Tsanyun Sword Pavilion clashing with 6 figures in black. The Tsanyun Sword Pavilion was at a disadvantage, leaving behind a field of corpses.
Everyone looked at Yi Tian. If Yi Tian hadn't acted in time, they would probably have ended up like the people below.
Fellow Taoists of the Fallen Immortal Sect, please lend a helping hand. Upon seeing the people from the Fallen Immortal Sect, cries for help came from below.
Chapter 114. An outrageous demand, Yi Tian takes action. Tsanyun Sword Pavilion has 16 disciples remaining.
He was powerless to resist the 6 demonic cultivators. Those eerie chains were designed to target the soul. If you're accidentally grazed, your soul will be shaken, and by the time you regain consciousness, you'll be dead. If the fight continues, all 16 of them will lose their lives here. The people of Luoxian sect were their lifeline.
Senior brother, these demonic cultivators have strange abilities. Could they be the same group of demonic cultivators you encountered yesterday? Liao Jun looked at the battlefield below and asked. It's this kind of evil magic. Yi Tian nodded. Senior brother, these demonic cultivators are powerful.
It would be best if we didn't get involved. Li Feng said with a frown. Their strength is comparable to that of the Tsanyun Sword Pavilion, and if they were to participate, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. I am only responsible for protecting my fellow disciples, they are none of my concern.
Yi Tian shared the same thought. With that, they continued on their way. Fellow Taoists of the Fallen Immortal Sect.
The leader of the Foundation Establishment 9th level members from Tsanyun Sword Pavilion shouted again. If you fellow Taoists would be so kind as to help us, we are willing to give you all the jade bamboo shoots. He knew that once the Fallen Immortal Sect left, they would completely forget about it. Empty words alone cannot persuade the people of Luoxian sect, they can only offer benefits as a reward.
Senior brother, all of these jade spirit bamboo shoots? Isn't that too many?
A female disciple of the Tsanyun Sword Pavilion, riding a flying sword, gritted her teeth and asked. Their purpose in coming here was to collect the jade bamboo shoots, but now they have to take them all out.
Wouldn't that be a waste of their time?
There's no other way now, we can only try to lure them in with incentives first. The senior brother leading the Tsanyun Sword Pavilion replied telepathically.
Ta-da!
More than 10 flying swords collided with 6 blood-stained chains. With each collision, the strange power would affect their sea of consciousness. The feeling was like an ordinary person being hit on the head with a wooden hammer. Although not fatal, it gave them splitting headaches.
Bring out all the jadeite bamboo shoots?
In the sky, Yi Tian finally showed some interest upon hearing this. The Tsanyun Sword Pavilion arrived several days before the Luoxian sect, and they must have collected far more jade spirit bamboo shoots in this quiet mountain than the Luoxian sect. According to Yi Tian's estimate, it is worth at least 30,000 spirit stones.
This is indeed not a small amount. It seems that those 6 demonic cultivators are indeed powerful. Otherwise, given the Tsanyun Sword Pavilion's consistently arrogant style, how could they possibly beg us for help with such a massive loss? Liao Jun analyzed.
However, he did not directly advise Yi Tian to give up. After all, Yi Tian is the core of the team, and whether to keep him or not depends on Yi Tian's decision.
These jade bamboo shoots are worth taking. Yi Tian looked around at everyone and said.
He killed the one-horned thunder tiger, obtained the thunder source core, a single horn, and the thunder tiger's crystalline scales.
However, he didn't get a single one of those jade bamboo shoots.
If one could obtain the jade spirit bamboo shoots from Tsanyun Sword Pavilion, it would be a considerable gain. As cultivators, we need spirit stones everywhere, so who would complain about having too many spirit stones?
Senior brother, are you going to agree? Li Feng asked in a low voice. You two don't need to do anything. Just protect the other disciples. But if you want me to take action, this reward isn't enough. A smile appeared on Yi Tian's lips as he calmly spoke.
He knew how powerful these demonic cultivators were, so he wouldn't let his fellow disciples take the risk. But it doesn't affect his ability to earn spirit stones.
Bang!
Below, a blood-stained chain pierced through, deflecting 2 flying swords before crushing the head of a Foundation Establishment Level 5 disciple of the Tsanyun Sword Pavilion.
Fellow Taoists of the Fallen Immortal Sect, I keep my word.
If you can save us, we will offer you the jade bamboo shoot with both hands. The senior brother leading the Tsangyun Sword Pavilion shouted again, his voice filled with anxiety. If we delay any longer, the other disciples won't be able to hold on. I can help. Finally, the members of Tsangyun Sword Pavilion received Yi Tian's response. Thank you, fellow Taoist. My Tsangyun Sword Pavilion is deeply grateful. The members of Tsangyun Sword Pavilion immediately showed joy. The 6 demonic cultivators looked at Yi Tian with eyes full of threat. But we waited for several more breaths. Ah! 2 more disciples died with screams of agony. Yi Tian, however, showed no sign of making a move from the sky. Fellow Taoist, didn't you promise us? Why haven't you made your move yet? The senior brother leading the Tsangyun Sword Pavilion could only grit his teeth and ask. I agreed, but those jade bamboo shoots aren't enough. Yi Tian's voice came again. This fallen immortal sect is simply insatiable. Upon hearing this, the members of Tsangyun Sword Pavilion cursed inwardly. But now, with 6 demonic cultivators eyeing them covetously, they have no other choice. May I ask, fellow Taoist, what would it take for you to lend a hand? The senior brother in charge asked in a deep voice. Besides all the jade bamboo shoots, I also want all the spirit stones on your bodies. Yi Tian's light, airy voice came through. But to the people of Tsangyun Sword Pavilion, it was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. All the spirit stones? Why don't you just rob them? If we have to take out all the spirit stones, won't we lose everything? Without spirit stones, how am I supposed to cultivate? The first reaction of everyone in Tsangyun Sword Pavilion was that they did not want to agree. Taking their spirit stones is taking their lifeblood. Boom! But then, another disciple had his head smashed by the chains, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The discussions abruptly ceased. Ultimately, even a spiritual stone is not as important as one's own life. Fellow Taoist, we are willing to hand over the spirit stones. Despite the threat of death, the leading disciple of Tsangyun Sword Pavilion still agreed to Yi Tian's exorbitant demands. Because he didn't want to die. If you had agreed earlier, none of this would have happened. Yi Tian chuckled softly and descended from the sky alone. Only one of you made a move, fellow Taoist? Seeing this, the senior brother leading the Tsangyun Sword Pavilion felt that he had been tricked. These 6 demonic cultivators were unpredictable and incredibly powerful. Yi Tian alone was practically committing suicide. A foundation establishment stage 8? He's courting death. The 6 demonic cultivators of unknown origin also let out sinister sneers. If it were all the members of the fallen immortal sect coming together, they might be a little more wary. But they didn't take Yi Tian seriously at all. Whoosh! 2 of the demonic cultivators at the 8th level of foundation establishment turned their chains around and lashed out at Yi Tian. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Their chains can shake your soul. The leading senior brother of Tsangyun Sword Pavilion reminded him. Yi Tian came to save them after all. If Yi Tian dies and the others from Luoxian sector scared away, they will still face certain death. Fleeting light and shadow. However, Yi Tian remained calm and composed, took out his white soul spear, and unleashed his magical power. The immense magical power was poured into the white soul spear, causing the spear to radiate a dazzling spear light, unleashing a powerful aura comparable to that of a 9th level foundation establishment cultivator. You've got some skill. The demonic cultivators stared at Yi Tian, their expressions becoming more serious. Comparable to the 9th level of foundation establishment, no wonder he dared to come alone. The disciples of Tsangyun Sword Pavilion also looked over. Yi Tian's aura was earth-shattering, making him the center of the entire battlefield. Wow! The spear's light exploded, and Yi Tian, becoming one with the spear, swept towards the 6 demonic cultivators, leaving numerous afterimages. Chapter 115 A Great Harvest, The Ghost Palace. His cultivation level broke through to the late stage of the 8th level of foundation establishment. Yi Tian's strength is becoming increasingly formidable. If he were to face the one-horned thunder tiger now, even without using his blood energy, he could fight it to a standstill. Dealing with these demonic cultivators was incredibly easy. Boom! The spear flashed brightly, colliding with the 2 incoming chains. Bombard his soul. The 2 demonic cultivators exchanged a glance and said in a cold voice. Then, the dark red bloodstains on the chains began to flow, and a chilling, decaying spiritual power emanated from them. The disciples of Tsangyun Sword Pavilion were all terrified just by sensing this aura.
If Yi Tian were in their shoes, they would surely die. But for Yi Tian himself, this force was utterly vulnerable. The true meaning of thunder.
Enveloped in a blazing spear light, a flash of white lightning streaked across Yi Tian's eyes. The power of thunder is the perfect weapon against these evil spells.
Ah! The thunderous true meaning protected Yi Tian's body.
Before anyone could see clearly, the two demonic cultivators suddenly screamed in agony, blood streaming from their eyes.
It's thunder!
They pointed at Yi Tian and shouted in terror. But before he could utter the word thunder, Yi Tian's gun arrived.
Whoosh!
The white soul spear twisted, and wherever the spear tip passed, the chains shattered.
In less than a breath, Yi Tian was already in front of them. Sizzle! The white soul spear swept across, sending two heads flying into the sky. You dare kill our people?
I'll tear you to pieces.
The demonic cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation establishment stared intently at Yi Tian, his entire body radiating demonic energy. He really killed two demonic cultivators all by himself?
On the other side, the disciples of Tsang Yun's Sword Pavilion were extremely shocked.
They gathered many disciples, yet they were no match for just one person from the Luoxian sect? Whoosh!
The remaining 4 demonic cultivators realized the threat posed by Yi Tian, so they withdrew their chains and used them to deal with Yi Tian alone. The 4 demonic cultivators, working in perfect unison, stood in 4 different positions.
4 chains were linked end to end, trapping Yi Tian inside. The dense demonic energy blotted out the sky, threatening to devour Yi Tian completely, leaving not even a trace. Senior brother, what do we do now? The members of Tsang Yun's Sword Pavilion looked at their leading senior brother. What else can we do? The best outcome would be for them to die together. We can eliminate the demonic cultivators without paying a price.
The senior brother in charge had a glint in his eyes and said in a low voice. He was forced to agree to the previous conditions.
Now that they've escaped danger, they don't have to keep their promises. Senior brother Yi.
In the sky, the members of the fallen immortal sect panicked upon seeing this scene. No matter how strong Yi Tian is, he is still only one person.
Surrounded by 4 demonic cultivators, his chances of survival are slim. Don't worry, these demonic cultivators can't do anything to him.
At this moment, Lin Yingxue stepped forward and said firmly.
Senior brother Yi,
The group still had some concerns.
Boom!
Suddenly, from within the surging demonic energy, as if a volcano had erupted, a terrifying spear light exploded.
Its terrifying power could be clearly felt even in the sky. Impossible!
The screams of the 4 demonic cultivators echoed among the mountains, shattering the tranquility of Jingshan.
Bang bang bang!
Immediately afterwards, the 4 demonic cultivators fell backward, their front bodies charred black, their flesh rotting, almost turning into charcoal.
With just one shot, Yi Tian instantly killed 4 demonic cultivators.
This includes one of the 9 foundation layers. The white light dissipated, and Yi Tian, gripping the white soul spear in reverse, stood between heaven and earth, his white robes fluttering in the wind, his body completely unharmed. All 6 demonic cultivators were wiped out.
This. The people of Tsang Yun's Sword Pavilion stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked.
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that these demonic cultivators could be killed so easily.
When did the fallen immortal sect produce such a genius?
The senior brother leading the Tsang Yun's Sword Pavilion was shocked. If Yi Tian continues to grow stronger, the disciples of the current generation of the 3 major sects in the southern part of Falling Star Domain will be overshadowed by him and unable to lift their heads.
Senior brother Yi is invincible.
In contrast to the Tsang Yun's Sword Pavilion, the disciples of the Luoxian sect were cheering. This is their senior brother, one man and one gun, who vanquishes demonic cultivators with a wave of his hand.
Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi.
The senior brother in charge realized what was happening and thanked Yi Tian.
No need for thanks. You should give me what you promised. Yi Tian landed gracefully and said calmly. Yes. What about what you promised?
The members of the fallen immortal sect landed and stood behind Yi Tian.
Fellow Taoist Yi, we can now present the jade bamboo shoots that we promised. But aren't all these spirit stones too many?
The senior brother who was leading the group still wanted to bargain and didn't want to hand over the spirit stones.
You agreed to these conditions, and now you're going back on your word? Liao Jun couldn't help but ask in a cold voice.
Your senior brother shouldn't have saved you.
Li Feng said with a livid face. If Yi Tian doesn't save them, and the demonic cultivators kill them, then Yi Tian will kill the demonic cultivators, and all the storage bags will end up in his hands anyway.
Why is it so troublesome?
Fellow Taoists, that's true, but we are indeed.
The senior student who was in charge still wanted to argue.
Buzz.
The gunshot was clear and resonant. Yi Tian's white soul spear had already landed in front of him.
Do you think I'm easier to talk to than those 6 demonic cultivators? Yi Tian's voice was icy.
That incomparably powerful aura swept out once again.
No. I wouldn't dare. The people of Sanyun Sword Pavilion felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The scene of Yi Tian annihilating 6 demonic cultivators was still vivid in my mind. No one would have the illusion that they could rival Yi Tian. We'll hand it over right away.
The senior brother in charge, looking unwilling, took out his storage bag.
Liao Jun, Li Feng, go check it out for me. Yi Zi said to her 2 junior brothers. Yes.
The 2 agreed and went to the senior brother who was leading them, probing their storage bags with their divine senses. Without their supervision, these people might not behave themselves again. In the end, every disciple of Sanyun Sword Pavilion was forced to take out their storage bags, and the jade bamboo shoots and spirit stones inside were confiscated. Yi Tian was very honest. He only took these 2 items and didn't even glance at the others. In the end, Yi Tian obtained 134 jade spirit bamboo shoots, worth 40,000 spirit stones. The spirit stones obtained directly amounted to more than 20,000. The storage bags of the 6 demonic cultivators also contained various resources worth over 30,000. Yi Tian made a net profit of 90,000 spirit stones this time, a great harvest.
Fellow Taoist Yi, farewell. The members of Sanyun Sword Pavilion, carrying the corpses of their other disciples, slunk away. Senior brother's cultivation is becoming increasingly unfathomable.
After the outsiders left, Liao Jun and the others praised him.
Yi Tian earned those 90,000 spirit stones entirely through his own efforts. They couldn't possibly envy that. These demonic cultivators come from the Netherworld Palace? Yi Tian held a jet black iron identity token and saw the sect to which the demonic cultivator belonged.
Of the 6 demonic cultivators, only the one at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment possessed an identity token.
Just as Yi Tian had thought, these demonic cultivators were not from the southern part of the fallen immortal sect. Senior brother, we have never heard of this force. Everyone shook their heads.
It's alright, we'll investigate again when we return to the sect. However, these demonic cultivators are extremely strange, possessing a host of evil techniques.
We must be extra careful in the future. Yi Tian put away his identity token and gave everyone a reminder. The members of the Luoxian sect left Dingshan along their original route.
Chapter 116 Preparations before the competition, Departure.
The airship returned to the fallen immortal sect. The disciples greeted Yi Tian and then left.
I'll be waiting for you in my senior sister's cave.
Lining Xue said something softly and left first.
Within the Luoxian sect, the 2 were simply junior sister and senior brother-in-law.
After the disciples left, Yi Tian headed to the sect master's main hall. Master.
In the magnificent sect hall, Yi Tian paid his respects to Lu Yuqing. He then reported the details of the mission, excluding Lining Xue, to Lu Yuqing.
Good. Not only did we kill those demonic cultivators, but we also boosted the morale of our fallen immortal sect.
You have made a great contribution by leading the team on this mission.
You are hereby awarded 1,000 contribution points. Lu Yuqing smiled broadly and praised him.
1,000 contribution points are equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones, but they are more precious than spirit stones.
This is a reward given to the disciple who leads the team.
However, Yi Tian received more this time. Xiaofan only received 400 contribution points when he led the team.
This is because Yi Tian is now much stronger. I have never heard of the ghostly palace before. Perhaps it is a force outside the falling star domain. I will order the elders within the sect to investigate this force. Finally, Lu Yuqing brought up the matter of demonic cultivators. Thank you, Master. Yi Tian bowed again and left the sect master's hall.
For an inner disciple of his caliber, he cannot rely entirely on the sect's rewards. He must acquire resources through his own efforts. Compared to other gains, 1,000 contribution points are nothing.
Soon, Yi Tian returned to his cave. Su Yanran has emerged from seclusion, but her aura as a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator has not yet been completely concealed.
At this moment, she and Lining Xue were sitting in the backyard.
Yi Lang is back? Sensing Yi Tian's presence, Su Yanran stood up to greet him. Yanran.
Several days later, Yi Tian also missed his beloved.
In front of Lin Yingxue, the two did not show much intimacy, but Su Yanran's gaze remained fixed on Yi Tian.
Yi Lang, Yingxue told me you killed a one-horned thunder tiger that was about to break through to the core formation stage? Su Yanran stared at Yi Tian and asked with a smile. In her eyes, Yi Tian was full of merits, but she wouldn't mind having even more. I still have a surprise for you. Yi Tian repeated what he had said. At the same time, he took out the unicorn horn and the crystal scales all over the body of the unicorn thunder tiger. 2 days have passed since the horn was removed, yet it still pulsates with the power of thunder, which is truly astonishing. Those crystal armors were also extremely beautiful, like natural spirit armor. Yanran, and the thunder tiger with the one-horned horn, the thunder source core left behind is difficult to preserve. I then took out a portion and gave it to Yingxue. Yi Tian looked at Lin Yingxue and said. Yingxue told me about it and even asked me to thank you. Su Yanran didn't pay much attention. In her eyes, Lin Yingxue was as close as a sister to her, and the benefits Lin Yingxue received were roughly the same as the benefits she received. Yanran, you can keep both the horn and the crystal scales, they can be used to refine spiritual artifacts. Yi Tian then prepared to give the 2 spiritual items to Su Yanran. Yi Lang, I'll take this unicorn. As for the crystal scale, consider it a gift for Yingxue, so she can use it for self-defense. Su Yanran expressed her thoughts. This arrangement is exactly the same as what Lin Yingxue said. These 2 sisters, as expected, know each other very well. Yi Tian thought to himself. They were all his women, and Yi Tian had no objection to how they were divided. He also wanted to share the jade bamboo shoot and spirit stones he had obtained with the 2 women, but neither of them accepted them. Su Yanran received a lot of contribution points last time. With her own savings, there was more than enough to make magical artifacts. The time for the grand debate is drawing ever closer. To be on the safe side, Yi Tian spent 2,000 contribution points to send his white soul spear to the refining peak, where he added 3rd-tier spiritual materials to further upgrade it to the limit of a 2nd-tier spiritual weapon. He then sold all the jade bamboo shoots and other resources to Resource Peak. He already possesses over 150,000 spirit stones. That's not all, there are the remaining contribution points he has. Since they don't accept spirit stones, let's wait until we reach the central part of the falling star domain. Take a stroll through the cultivators' market over there and buy some trinkets they like. Yi Tian returned from Resource Peak, thinking to himself. After giving away 2 spiritual items, Su Yanran's intimacy value increased by 400 points, bringing her total intimacy value to 520 points. Lin Yingxue's intimacy value increased by 300 points, bringing her total intimacy value to 760 points. The Thunder Source core is absorbed by both of them together and does not count towards intimacy points. To exchange for Lin Yingxue's tenfold comprehension, 2,000 intimacy points are needed, which is still quite a bit short. Anyway, they're all mine, I'll just slowly build up our intimacy points. Yi Tian muttered to himself as he returned to his cave. Inside the cave, Su Yanran was practicing her sword alone in the backyard. The long sword moved as lightly as the wind, and her graceful figure was like flying flowers and flowing snow, like a celestial being dancing, standing alone and aloof from the world. Yi Tian did not disturb the beauty. He waited until she sheathed her sword before embracing her from behind. Let's go back to our bedchamber. Su Yanran sheathed her spirit sword, and the feelings in her heart turned into a soft murmur. Yi Tian could no longer contain himself, so he picked up Su Yanran and carried her to the bedroom. Last time, Lu Xiao's favorability rating exceeded 90 points. Lu Xiao left a power in his body that could suppress the Yang Gu at any time. All you need to do is occasionally ask Lu Xiao for help. The grand debate is drawing ever closer. Yi Tian and Su Yanran would cultivate together every other day. Su Yanran's cultivation progressed rapidly, and with Yi Tian's pure dust body reaching perfection, Su Yanran received even more benefits. The last day before departure. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue's magical artifacts have finally been completed. The 3 gathered in the backyard of Su Yanran's cave. Su Yanran held a 7-foot-long precious umbrella in her hand. The umbrella was covered with restrictions and contained a large number of crystals. It was light blue in color and emitted the fluctuations of a 2nd-tier top-grade spiritual artifact. This umbrella was made from that unicorn horn. Because it was obtained from Flying Fire Ridge, it is called the Flying Thunder Umbrella. Once this umbrella is unfolded, it can cover an area of 60 feet in radius and unleash lightning. When it closes, it can also unleash a powerful attack, comparable to a strike from a 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator.
Su Yanran placed the umbrella in Yi Tian's hand and introduced it with a smile.
The unicorn horn was carved into an umbrella, and every bit of the spiritual material was perfectly utilized to create this magical artifact. Lin Yingshua's crystal scales were crafted into 2 sets of spirit armor capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator. Because Yi Tian's body refinement realm was so profound, only the 2 sisters could each receive one. Yi Tian also retrieved the white soul spear that he had reforged. Xiao Yu brought news that Kylie has gone into seclusion. I told her to tell Kylie that it might be a long time before she returns from this Taoist competition.
Listening to the 2 women's laughter, Yi Tian was lost in thought. The next day, the 3 of them reunited and went to the Hall of Ceremonies.
Today is the day when everyone from the Luo Xian sect will gather and head to the central part of the Luo Xian sect. The south is extremely far from the central region, so you must travel there 3 days in advance. There were over 100 disciples in total, including several faces that Yi Tian had never seen before. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they should be the Foundation Establishment 9th-level perfection cultivators who had previously gone into seclusion.
Gentlemen, let's set off.
Lu Yuqing personally escorted his disciples onto the giant airship.
Chapter 117 Molan City, Auction.
A large airship carrying over 100 people departed from the Luo Xian sect.
This trip was led by an elder at the 8th level of the core formation realm, accompanied by 10 other elders at the core formation realm.
Even at the speed of a large airship, it would take more than a day to travel. Each disciple has a cabin, which they can use for cultivation.
Su Yanran, Lin Yingxue, and Yi Tian's cabins were adjacent.
Although the cabins were separated by a magic array, it was still a sex floating ship. Yi Tian and Su Yanran simply cultivated normally on the way and did not engage in dual cultivation. A day passed quickly, and the airship entered the central part of the falling star domain.
Senior sister, Yi Tian, we've arrived at Molan City. Yi Tian and Su Yanran were immersed in cultivation when Lin Yingshua's voice came from within the formation.
The 2 opened their eyes at the same time.
Let's go out and take a look. Su Yanran stood up and took Yi Tian's hand.
Upon opening the door, Lin Yingxue saw the loving couple, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. The 3 arrived at the outside of the airship and saw a city below. This city stands amidst the mountains, and the rocks here are also somewhat peculiar, all being black. The city walls were built of black rock. Nestled among lush, verdant mountains, it is extremely magnificent and grand. At this moment, a large floating structure similar to the fallen immortal sect had already landed outside that city. Cultivators were constantly entering and leaving the city gate. Those who can come here are at least Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Su Yanran said softly. Beyond Blackstorm City, in the distance lies a vast, desolate land, which is the venue for this Taoist grand competition.
The airship continued its journey and landed at the designated location. Let's go to town and buy you some jewelry and clothes.
As soon as Yi Tian stepped off the airship, he put his arm around Su Yanran's shoulder and said with a smile. Senior sister, he has over 100,000 spirit stones on him.
We should rip him off. Lin Yingxue took Su Yanran's hand and said with a smile. I don't need anything, you buy it for Yingxue. Su Yanran and Yi Tian exchanged a glance and said considerately.
Buy them all, and each person can have one of whatever they like. Yi Tian waved his hand and said with great enthusiasm. He had 150,000 spirit stones on him, and giving them to the 2 women would increase their intimacy level, so it was definitely worth it.
Accompanied by 2 smiling women, Yi Tian headed towards Black Mist City. Junior brother Yi, an auction will be held in Blackstorm City today.
Since all the sects in the Falling Star domain have gathered here, there should be quite a few good items at the auction.
We've also received an invitation, shall we go and take a look?
Xiao Fan, accompanied by his Taoist partner, stopped Yi Tian and his 2 companions at the city gate.
An auction? Yi Tian looked at the 2 women. I think an auction might be more interesting. Lin Yingshue's eyes sparkled as she spoke in a crisp voice.
I'll do anything as long as I'm with you.
Su Yanran said.
Then I shall respectfully comply. Yi Tian had a sudden thought and decided to go take a look. This was his first time visiting the central part of the Falling Star domain, and it was a good opportunity for him to broaden his horizons.
As for visiting the market, there will be time tomorrow.
So Yi Tian followed Xiao Fan, along with more than 20 other disciples, and entered Black Mist City under the guidance of an elder.
The auction was held at the City Lord's Mansion of Blackstorm City. The auction was called the Black Mist Auction and was held in a huge auction hall in the city center. The entire auction hall has 7 floors and is shaped like a round tower. By this time, quite a few people had gathered there. Upon entering, Yi discovered its profound mystery. The middle of the first floor is actually a continuous passage that extends all the way to the 6th floor. The higher you go, the smaller the suspended area becomes, so the corridor protrudes outwards. Looking up from the first floor, all you can see is the protruding corridor. However, if you are on the upper level and look down, you can see the situation of everyone. What beautiful female cultivators, and there are 2 of them. Why is that male cultivator allowed to hold that fairy's hand? They're disciples of the fallen immortal sect. They're probably a couple. Don't be a toad trying to eat swan meat. As the group entered the auction hall, the stunningly beautiful Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue immediately attracted a lot of attention. However, everyone possessed the identity tokens of the fallen immortal sect, so these cultivators only dared to whisper among themselves and did not dare to approach. But if looks could kill. Yi Tian, who was holding Su Yanran's arm, has probably already been torn to pieces. Our room is on the 3rd floor. Ignoring the cultivators, Xiao Fan addressed the crowd. After all, they are a major sect, and they were invited here. These first floor locations are for individual practitioners. You'd need at least the 2nd floor or higher to avoid overcrowding. The group arrived at the 3rd floor, which had only 20 rooms. The innermost part is a circular corridor with tea tables and chairs, where you can sit and overlook the auction stage below. Of the 20 rooms, 5 belong to the Luo Xian sect. One of the rooms was reserved for the elder leading the group. Yi Tian and his 2 companions were assigned to one room, while the other disciples were scattered throughout the room and the outer corridor. The auction will begin in 1 hour. Yi Tian spent 200 spirit stones to buy a lot of pastries, which he then distributed to his disciples. The auction is about to begin. An hour later, a charming female voice rang out. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, the array in the entire auction hall lit up, illuminating the auction stage on the 1st floor. Here we go. Yi Tian led the 2 women to the corridor. Please have a seat, senior brother. The disciples stepped aside, giving Yi Tian his seat. There were only 2 best viewing spots, and they had 3 people. I'll give the seat opposite to Yingxue, and I'll sit in your lap. Su Yanran looked at Yi Tian and thought of a solution. Yi Tian, it's been a long time. How have you been? Just as I was about to sit down, a cold laugh came from above. Yi Tian looked over and saw that the sound came from the 6th floor, the highest floor. There was no corridor, only individual rooms. At that moment, one of the rooms opened, and a man looked down at him. Xu Ning. Yi Tian's gaze turned cold. If the Luo Xian sect received an invitation, the Chu family naturally did as well. Moreover, the Chu family is a powerful force in the central region, which is why they were able to secure a VIP seat on the 6th floor. And there are also Saintess Su and Miss Lin, still as graceful as ever. Xu Ning's gaze fell on Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue, and he greeted them with a smile. Ignore him. Lin Yingxue completely ignored Xu Ning, acting as if he didn't exist. Humph, the fallen immortal sect only deserves to be on the 3rd floor. Seeing that the 3 did not respond, Xu Ning snorted and said smugly. However, no one paid any attention to him. Yi Tian sat down opposite Lin Yingxue, and then Su Yanran, holding up her dress, sat in her lap. What? In broad daylight, actually. Upon seeing this, Xu Ning's expression froze. Even if he were on the 6th floor, there wouldn't be a woman as stunning as Su Yanran by his side. Just you wait, I'll show you what real wealth is. Xu Ning sat back in her seat, expressionless. The next item is the first one to be auctioned. On the auction stage on the 1st floor, the scantily clad female auctioneer had already brought out the first item for auction. Chapter 118: A Battle from Afar, a Frenzied Price Hike. The female auctioneer lifted the red cloth from the tray beside her and said loudly. A water spirit pearl contains the essence of water, which is extremely gentle and greatly beneficial to any cultivator. Starting bid, 20,000 spirit stones. On the tray was a white, semi-transparent, slightly cloudy spirit pearl. I'll offer 21,000 spirit stones. Soon, a monk from the 1st floor made a bid. 21,000 spirit stones, is there anything higher? The female auctioneer smiled charmingly, her eyes gazing up at the building. 21,000. A male cultivator on the 2nd floor immediately made a bid. 21,000, and
The female auctioneer glanced at the male cultivator who had made the bid, gave him a flirtatious look, and then looked at the higher floors again.
the entire auction hall instantly became abuzz with excitement. This auctioneer is clearly using her looks to inflate the price.
Lin Xue rested her chin on her hand and looked away as she spoke. The female auctioneer was very beautiful according to Yi Tian's standards. Her looks would be around 89 out of 100. Among female cultivators, she is already considered rare. However, compared to the two beside Yi Tian, they were far inferior. This water spirit pearl is of average quality.
Yi Tian wasn't interested either. With such a stunning beauty as Su Yanran in his arms, the female auctioneer wasn't worth a second glance from him.
As for the water spirit pearl, it was even more ordinary, lacking in spiritual essence and containing impurities.
It is far inferior to the ice spirit orb that Yi Tian obtained before. 29,800 spirit stones, is there a higher price? 1. Sold. Congratulations, fellow Daoist.
Ultimately, the water spirit orb sold for a high price. It was bought by a middle-aged male cultivator with 2 moles on his face.
Water spirit orbs can sell for nearly 30,000 spirit stones? If our ice spirit orb were auctioned, it would probably fetch at least 50,000 spirit stones, right? Lin Xue looked at Yi Tian and asked playfully. Why put such a spiritual item as the ice spirit orb up for auction? Yi Tian smiled and shook his head.
He had one of the 3 ice spirit orbs, and the 2 women each had one. They had already used them all and were keeping them for themselves, which was much better than a pile of spirit stones. You're being hypocritical, you got the benefit but still act innocent. Su Yanran looked at Lin Xue and smiled. If it weren't for Yi Tian, the 2 of them wouldn't have been able to obtain the ice spirit orb.
The auction below is still ongoing.
These are a string of spirit-nourishing beads. Carrying them with you will help you calm your mind more quickly during cultivation. Although it is not a spiritual artifact, it has been crafted by skilled artisans and is made of rare nourishing yellow jade. Starting bid, 18,000 spirit stones. After selling more than a dozen items, a beaded necklace was placed in front of the female auctioneer. There are a total of 18 nourishing beads, and they are also inlaid with many pearls and colorful crystals, making them extremely beautiful. Lin Xue, who had initially shown little interest, had her beautiful eyes light up when she saw the string of spirit-nourishing beads.
Senior sister, do you think this string of spirit-nourishing beads is suitable for you? Lin Xue turned her eyes to Su Yanran and asked.
Too flashy, not suitable for me, but it should look good on you.
Su Yanran looked at Lin Xue and answered.
She has always preferred simplicity and rarely wears brightly colored clothes. Lin Xue wore a stunning red dress, and no matter how gorgeous the accessories were, they didn't seem to overshadow her at all.
Senior sister, you said it yourself. Then let Yi Tian buy it for me. Lin Xue smiled and looked at Yi Tian.
Their eyes met, and Yi Tian's heart immediately burned with passion. It's a rare opportunity to buy something for Lin Xue.
If you want it, I'll buy it for you.
Su Yanran did not agree, but instead prepared to buy it for Lin Xue herself.
She wasn't reluctant to part with the spirit stones, but rather reluctant to let Yi Tianhua spend them. Yanran, I can handle this. 20,000 spirit stones isn't much to me.
Besides, Xue is also my junior sister, so it's the same if I buy it for her.
Yi Tian held Su Yanran's hand and tried to persuade her.
I'll offer 21,000 spirit stones. As he spoke, Yi Tian called out a price. The highest price just now was 20,000 spirit stones, and he directly offered 21,000, a full 1,000 more.
Not worth. The cultivators on the lower floors began to hesitate.
This isn't a magical artifact. 20,000 spirit stones is already a lot, adding any more would be too much.
21,000 spirit stones.
The female auctioneer smiled broadly, repeated the price, and looked toward the direction from which the voice came, trying to wink at her as before.
However, when she saw Su Yanran in Yi Tian's arms and Lin Xue opposite him, the female auctioneer's smile suddenly froze.
One woman was as beautiful as a fiery lotus, while the other was as serene as the moon. In terms of both looks and temperament, she completely outshines her. Young master, if you were to purchase this spirit-nourishing pearl, it would be the perfect match for the beauty in your arms.
The female auctioneer changed her wording. Since the guest has a partner, then praise the partner, especially since Su Yanran is an absolute beauty. So it was bought for your Daoist partner. Didn't I notice before?
There's such a beauty on the 3rd floor.
If I had such a stunningly beautiful Taoist partner, I would buy her too. Many people looked at Yi Tian's position because of the auctioneer's words, and were immediately filled with jealousy. Yi Tian not only has a Taoist partner, but he can also casually produce 21,000 spirit stones. He's practically the ultimate winner in the cultivation world. How can anyone compare? 25,000 spirit stones. Just as everyone was about to give up, a disdainful male voice rang out. An additional 4,000 spirit stones? Who's so generous? That's the VIP seating on the 6th floor. I remember, it's the Chu family's position. This is going to be interesting. Everyone looked toward the source of the other voice. Yi Tian looked up and, as expected, saw Chu Ning sneering. If I can't steal 2 fairies, can't I at least afford a string of spirit-nourishing beads? Chu Ning was extremely pleased with himself. Yi Tian, we don't need this string of spirit-nourishing beads. Lin Ningxue felt disgusted and took the initiative to persuade him. Although she liked it, she also had to consider the cost-effectiveness. 25,000 spirit stones was too much. I know what I'm doing. Yi Tian nodded, and then immediately spoke. 30,000 spirit stones. Chu Ning adds 5,000, and he adds 5,000 too. For Lin Ningxue, 30,000 spirit stones are worth it. Lin Ningxue pursed her lips, her gaze gentle. That being said, Yi Tian did care about her because he offered her a higher price. 30,000 spirit stones? Those are spirit stones, not stones. No wonder he was able to win the heart of a beauty. He really has the skills. But the Chu family has no shortage of spirit stones. What can he use to compare with the Chu family? The crowd was discussing it. It's now quite clear that the two sides are engaging in a war of words from afar. 35,000 spirit stones. Without even needing the female auctioneer to stir up emotions, Chu Ning raised the price again. Yi Tian, give up, really, I don't need it anymore. Lin Ningxue tried to persuade him again, saying she felt sorry for Yi Tian's spirit stones. She originally only wanted one item. After all, she was Yi Tian's woman, and 20,000 spirit stones wasn't too much to ask. But the current price is already too high. 40,000 spirit stones. However, Yi Tian offered another price. 40,000? Are there any higher prices? The female auctioneer was secretly pleased and looked towards the 6th floor. You still dare to follow? Chu Ning, on the 6th floor, had a glint in her eyes. He thought that Yi Tian would give up after receiving 35,000. 45,000 spirit stones. Chu Ning raised the price again. Are there any higher prices? The female auctioneer was beaming with joy. 50,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian's calm voice rang out. Chapter 119 Yi Tian's scheme, the nameless map. 50,000 spirit stones. This price shocked the entire auction hall. Even Lin Ningxue didn't know what to say. Su Yanran leaned against Yi Tian's chest, feeling somewhat puzzled. Senior brother Yi. The other disciples of the fallen immortal sect hesitated to speak. The price has more than doubled, and that spirit-nourishing pearl isn't even a spiritual artifact. 60,000 spirit stones. Chu Ning on the 6th floor lost her smile and immediately added 10,000. It's yours. However, this time, Yi Tian did not raise the price again. Instead, he calmly said something. 60,000 spirit stones. Quickly send the nourishing spirit pearl to the VIP room on the 6th floor. The female auctioneer urged the maid beside her. The two maids immediately withdrew, and soon, led by a core formation realm expert from the auction hall, they arrived at the 6th floor. Young Master Chu Ning, here is the spirit-nourishing pearl you requested. The core formation cultivator said obsequiously. This spirit-nourishing pearl sold for 60,000 spirit stones, and the auction house can earn nearly 50,000 spirit stones, which is not a small amount. Give him 60,000 spirit stones. Chu Ning's expression was not good, and he spoke in a low voice to the guard. Soon, the nourishing spirit pearl fell into Chu Ning's hands. But his expression remained grim. He had no use for the item. Moreover, it cost 60,000 spirit stones, and its only purpose was to annoy Yi Tian. I have no shortage of spirit stones, let's keep playing. Chu Ning gripped the nourishing spirit pearl, his eyes practically spitting fire. 3rd floor, by the railing. Luckily, Chu Ning is stupid, otherwise we would have been stuck with him. With the dust settled, Lin Ningxue patted her chest and said. It's not really smashing, Chu Ning is clearly trying to scatter spirit stones in front of you. This is just the beginning, he'll definitely raise the price further later. My original idea was to buy it for 50,000 and be done with it, but 60,000 is really too much. Yi Tian looked at the two women and explained. You'll buy it even for 50,000 spirit stones. Lin Yingxue said she didn't understand, but she was very touched. What Yi Lang said makes sense. Su Yanran agreed. Since Chu Ning has a lot of spirit stones, you guys will cooperate with me from now on. If you find a suitable item for auction, you can all come and look at me together. Then Chu Ning will think that we really want it and will definitely raise the price, making him pay more spirit stones. Yi Tian telepathically told the two women about his plan. The two women exchanged a glance, their eyes full of smiles. Their relationship with Yi Tian needs no further explanation, it is something that cannot be affected by anything external. They would be more than happy to help Yi Tian set a trap for Chu Ning. This is A. Soon, the female auctioneer brought out a silver-white anklet. This anklet is only a second-tier low-grade spiritual artifact, but it is only suitable for women to wear. Moreover, the female auctioneer's description of it was extremely ambiguous, clearly indicating that this item was intended to enhance the romance in the bedroom. Starting bid, 23,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer announced the price. 23,100 spirit stones. Surprisingly, the first to make a bid was also from the fallen immortal sect. Senior brother Xiao? Yi Tian looked at Xiao Fan. Junior brother Yi, my Taoist partner has taken a liking to this item. Xiao Fan replied. Senior brother, it's not that I want to take it from you. Yi Tian shook his head. 25,000 spirit stones. As expected, Xu Ning made another bid. Take it from me? Dream on. On the 6th floor, Xu Ning stood with his arms crossed, looking extremely smug. But his pride soon turned into jealousy. Because he saw that on the 3rd floor, Su Yanran, who was in Yi Tian's arms, suddenly hugged Yi Tian's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Why should I? In what way am I inferior to Yi Tian? Xu Ning was consumed by jealousy upon witnessing this scene. 40,000 spirit stones. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian made a bid. They added a full 15,000 spirit stones, displaying an air of absolute certainty. It's definitely Su Yanran who wants to buy it, but I won't let you have your way. Xu Ning gritted his teeth. The actions of the two people just now convinced him of his own ideas. If it were him, and a beautiful woman offered him a kiss, he would buy it and give it to her even if it meant going bankrupt. 50,000 spirit stones. Xu Ning immediately raised the price. 60,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian's voice came out. 70,000 spirit stones. Before Yi Tian could finish speaking, Xu Ning raised the price again. I don't want it anymore. Yi Tian's next words left Xu Ning dumbfounded. 70,000 spirit stones were spent just like that. He definitely did it on purpose. When Xu Ning realized what was happening, she was so angry she almost spat out blood. The Chu family is really rich and powerful. The voices below made Xu Ning's face turn ashen. 3rd floor. Senior brother Xiao, this is not my fault. Yi Tian looked at Xiao Fan and spread his hands. I know, you can continue. Xiao Fan and his companion already knew the situation. Today's auction has become a clash between Yi Tian and Xu Ning. The same thing happened next whenever an auction item suitable for a female cultivator appeared. Su Yanran would fawn over Yi Tian. For example, massaging his legs and shoulders, or feeding him pastries while nestled in his arms. Xu Ning's eyes turned red with jealousy, her blood rushing to her head, and she threw spirit stones around as if they were free. Young master, you've already spent 2 million spirit stones today. If the master knew, he would definitely be unhappy. An old man behind Xu Ning gave a reminder. I know. Xu Ning regained consciousness. 2 million spirit stones were not enough to buy a top-grade second-tier spirit weapon. Instead, they bought some accessories suitable for female cultivators. Although he is a young master of the Chu family, he is not the young master of the Chu family. 2 million spirit stones were wasted, which was a painful blow to him. 20,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian's voice, announcing his bid, rang out again. 21,000 spirit stones. Xu Ning is still following up, but he only dares to add 1,000 more. At this point, he couldn't afford to lose too many spirit stones. In the end, Yi Tian bought the hairpin that the two had been fighting over, spending 29,000 spirit stones.
Xu Ning watched as Yi Tian placed the hairpin in Su Yanran's hair, and it fit perfectly. If I had known, I should have added another 10,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, Xu Ning regretted it again. In the latter half of the auction, nearing its end, Yi Tian purchased 2 items. They were Su Yanran's hairpin and Lin Yinshua's purple jade waist token, totaling 43,000 spirit stones. It was indeed not cheap, costing an extra 13,000 spirit stones, but Yi Tian felt it was worth it to make the 2 girls happy. I've been calculating, and Xu Ning has already spent a full 2,480,000 spirit stones.
Yi Tian looked at the 2 women and said with a smile. He, you're really something.
Lin Yinxue fiddled with the purple jade waist token, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. Su Yanran smiled gently as she looked at the 2 of them.
Next up is an unmarked treasure map that was discovered by chance, according to the appraiser's assessment.
This treasure map should be related to a 4th-tier spell. Starting bid, 40,000 spirit stones. At this moment, the female auctioneer took out a 3-foot-long animal hide and showed it to everyone. What kind of junk is this? A treasure map? 40,000 spirit stones? I wouldn't even consider 1 spirit stone too much. Take the smaller one and get a different one. The appearance of the animal hides immediately drew the ire of the crowd. The runes on it seemed somewhat similar to the Kuei Nyo Benlei spear. Yi Tian saw the animal hide and thought to himself. The Luoxian sect's Kuei Nyo Benlei spear only has a 3rd-tier section. If this treasure map is indeed related to the future of the spear technique, then 40,000 spirit stones is definitely not a bad deal. Chapter 120 Map in Hand, Competition Rules. 40,100 spirit stones. Someone made a bid on the 4th floor. The minimum bid increment at the auction was 100 spirit stones, and he bid just in time for that minimum. Perhaps this map really holds a secret, 40,200 spirit stones. Someone on the 5th floor made a bid. These are all VIPs, they have plenty of money, and they all have the idea of finding a bargain. If they picked up the wrong ones, these spirit stones wouldn't mean much to them. 43,200 spirit stones. Yi Tian waited until few others were bidding before adding 100 spirit stones. This is a map whose exact location is unknown. Su Yanran and Lin Yinxue remained calm, appearing uninterested. I'll go with whatever price Yi Tian makes. 44,000 spirit stones. Xu Ning had already made it a habit, so he immediately added 800 spirit stones. Young master, we don't have enough spirit stones for today. The old man behind Xu Ning gave a reminder. Not enough? If not, go home and get some. Xu Ning spoke, but he clearly lacked confidence. He didn't want to waste any more spirit stones on a broken map. He now has only one thought, to raise the price and make Yi Tian, this penniless wretch, bleed money. For him, 2 million spirit stones was a painful price to pay. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was about to go bankrupt if he took out 100,000 spirit stones. Keep going. Xu Ning's voice echoed in the auction hall. Although he didn't name names, everyone knew he was talking to Yi Tian. Even the female auctioneer didn't say anything, she just glanced at Yi Tian. That Xu Ning is truly disgusting. Lin Yinxue cursed angrily. 50,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian remained calm and casually announced a price. 51,000 spirit stones. This time, Xu Ning only added 1,000 spirit stones. Because he was also afraid of losing the product, and at the same time, he was also testing the waters. How many spirit stones do we have left? Xu Ning asked the question behind him. Young master, there are still a little over 90,000 left. The old man responsible for protecting Xu Ning replied. You've already spent over 2 million, so I'm going to play this game with you to the very end today. Xu Ning thought to himself. Soon, the two continued to bid, and the price had reached 83,000 spirit stones. 84,000 spirit stones. Xu Ning added another 1,000 spirit stones. Young master. The elderly man in the room gave a stern reminder. I know. Xu Ning rebuked him. How could he, the young master of the Chu family, lose face? 3rd floor. Yi Tian immediately stopped asking for a higher price. He did want the map, but he didn't know how many spirit stones Xu Ning had left. He could earn more spirit stones, but once the map fell into Xu Ning's hands, he could never get it back. Fortunately, he had spent a lot of spirit stones before. Yi Tian took a deep breath. 84,000 spirit stones, is there a higher price? If not. The female auctioneer below, exuding charm, raised her gavel.
100,000 spirit stones.
At this moment, Yi Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Then, he put his arm around Su Yanran's waist and looked provocatively towards the 6th floor.
Increase it directly to 100,000 spirit stones?
Now it's Chu Ning's turn to be unsure of Yi Tian's thoughts. Young master, we only have 90,000 spirit stones left. The elderly man behind them reminded them again. Chu Ning glanced at him, then met Yi Tian's gaze across the distance.
You can have this lousy map.
In the end, Chu Ning still felt that Yi Tian was probably trying to scam him, and that Yi Tian would definitely suffer a significant loss if he took out 100,000 spirit stones. I got the map, but unfortunately I'm almost out of spirit stones. While Yi Tian was overjoyed, he also felt a pang of regret. He had worked hard and saved up only 150,000 spirit stones, which were almost all spent in this auction.
Congratulations, fellow Daoist. The female auctioneer brought down the gavel, and her maid immediately went upstairs.
100,000 spirit stones is no small sum.
Yi Tian, do you have enough spirit stones? Lin Xue took out her storage bag.
Su Yanran didn't speak, but she had already placed her storage bag on Yi Tian's right hand.
I have a spirit stone.
Looking at the two considerate ladies, Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. When the auction house staff arrived, Yi Tian took out a storage bag and handed it to the leader, a core formation realm cultivator. 100,000 spirit stones, no more, no less, sir.
Here is your map.
The leader, a core formation realm cultivator, presented the map with both hands.
This map is worth 100,000 spirit stones?
The disciples of the fallen immortal sect were astonished. It wasn't just the price of the map, but also the fact that Yi Tian could actually come up with 150,000 spirit stones.
Senior brother, let's go first.
Having obtained the map, Yi Tian no longer wanted to stay.
Let's go too.
Xiaofan also found it pointless, so he simply led the disciples of the fallen immortal sect away.
Yi Tian, you made me lose more than 2 million spirit stones. Just you wait until the grand debate begins.
Chu Ning stared at Yi Tian's back, her voice icy. In the Daoist Grand Competition, I will make the Chu family pay me back with interest.
With these thoughts in mind, Yi Tian left the auction hall.
This grand debate was held on a plain not far from Molan City. The longest stretch of the plain exceeds 2,000 miles, and a large array is set up below it. The competition was conducted by having disciples from all the forces in the Falling Star domain enter the formation from its edge. The ranking is determined by a kind of talisman. The entire plain was covered by a large array. Every day, spiritual energy condensed within the array, randomly forming spiritual talismans.
The more spirit talismans a faction collects, the higher its ranking.
However, the time and place where the talisman appears are random. The closer you get to the center of the plane, the more talismans appear. Simply put, this rule is about seizing territory. The larger the territory you occupy, and the closer it is to the center of the plane, the more spirit talismans you can collect.
Besides collecting, you can also eliminate your opponent and plunder their spirit talismans. But the opponent can also choose to avoid battle and keep maneuvering.
Therefore, the final ranking will test the disciples' overall strength.
Soon,
the group returned to the airship. The auction lasted for most of the day, and it was now the afternoon of the second day. Tomorrow is the grand debate, and it's just the beginning.
Senior sister, although the Dao discussion competition will not endanger your life. But when you're eliminated, you can only keep one thing besides your clothes. Should we wear this spirit armor? Back on the airship, Lin Xue was a little worried. After the competition began,
each person receives a jade tablet, which can be used to collect spirit talismans. When faced with mortal danger, the jade tablet will connect to the underground array, forming a protective barrier. The restriction can withstand attacks from those below the core formation realm. The outside cannot attack the inside, and the inside cannot attack the outside. We can only wait for the elders to come and rescue us. However, within the restriction, all the treasures on your body will be ejected, leaving only one item. Furthermore, it cannot be placed in the storage bag, otherwise it will pop out along with the storage bag. In this way, at least by eliminating the opponent, one can obtain the treasure and retain one's own spiritual weapon, which is the significance of the Dao discussion competition. Lin Xue's concern was that she had brought spirit armor and a spirit sword.
If you are eliminated, you must discard one item. Bring them all. With me here, you won't be left behind. Yi Tian said with certainty.
Chapter 121. The Grand Competition begins. Trapped Sky Mountain. Su Yanran and Lin Yingshue's spirit armor was made from the crystal scales of the one-horned thunder tiger. What use would it be if they didn't wear it? I'll listen to Yi Lang. Su Yanran believed in Yi Tian. A day passed quickly, and hundreds of disciples of the Luoxian sect gathered at the edge of the plain. The grand formation had been activated, and all disciples received a jade token. If the jade pendant is broken, it is eliminated. Even if you carry the jade token, leaving the formations area will result in elimination. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to begin. The sect leader asked me to remind everyone to be careful of the disciples of the Chu family. However, you'll have to figure out the specifics yourselves. The leading elder, at the 8th level of the core formation realm, loudly reminded them. The Chu family? Don't let me run into them, or I'll rip all their storage bags clean. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian chuckled. Now that he has perfected the pure dust body, he is not afraid of even the 9th level of foundation establishment. Moreover, they are not afraid of being attacked by groups of people, as long as they are not from the Chu family. He can break the other person's jade pendant. Although he can't kill them, he can steal their storage bag. He's going to get back the 100,000 spirit stones he lost yesterday in the Dao discussion competition. Clang! 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 A deep, resonant bell tolled between heaven and earth. Enter the formation. The elders made way for them. Call out. The disciples took to the air and entered the formation. Inside the formation, there was nothing particularly special, except for a very obvious light screen at the edge of the formation. There's a magic talisman. As soon as she entered the formation, Lin Yingxue noticed a white talisman floating on an ancient tree. Lin Yingxue flew over, and as the jade tablet approached, the talisman disappeared. Then a white character appeared on the jade tablet. Yingxue is lucky, Su Yanran said with a smile. Finally, the number of spirit talismans is calculated based on the sect as a whole. Therefore, within the sect, it doesn't matter who gets the talisman. However, due to the different strengths of the disciples, there are still some differences in who receives the spirit talisman. Just as Lin Yingxue put away the talisman, an ordinary-looking female disciple flew over. Are you Lin Yingxue? If you found the talisman, you should have told me immediately, instead of taking it yourself. The female disciple said solemnly. This. Lin Yingxue was inexplicably scolded, and her pretty face was full of grievance. Senior sister Miao Peng, it's just a talisman, there is no need to be so strict. Su Yanran recognized the female disciple and stood protectively behind Lin Yingxue as she spoke. Yi Lang, Yingxue, this is senior sister Miao Peng, one of the 5 foundation establishment perfection experts sent by the sect. As she spoke, Su Yanran introduced Miao Peng's identity to the two of them. In fact, Yi Tian had already sensed it. Miao Peng didn't emit any aura, but she still gave Yi Tian a faint pressure. To reach the 9th level of foundation establishment, just one step away from core formation, is indeed no small feat. No wonder they are so arrogant. This will not be repeated. Out of respect for Su Yanran, Miao Peng waved her hand and said, Why can't I take the talisman without prior notice? Yi Tian stepped forward to defend Lin Yingxue. Are you teaching me how to behave? Upon hearing this, Miao Peng's face immediately turned cold. According to the established plan, you are all under my command. This Lin Yingxue is only at the 4th level of foundation establishment. If the spirit talisman is stolen from her, who will take responsibility? Miao Peng questioned. Unless eliminated, the talisman cannot be transferred, not even between fellow disciples. Therefore, it's best to concentrate the talismans in the hands of the strong. It's been stolen. Senior sister Miao can report this to the sect leader, and I'll take responsibility. Faced with the aggressive Miao Peng, Su Yanran shielded the two of them behind her. Good. Very good. Junior sister Su, you actually acted so impulsively. Miao Peng stared at Su Yanran, then with a flick of her sleeve, turned and left. She is indeed stronger, but Su Yanran's status and position are much higher. After entering the formation, the disciples picked up a few scattered talismans and gathered together. Yingxue, next time you encounter a spirit talisman, let Yi Lang collect it. Su Yanran held Lin Yingxue's hand and said gently. Miao Peng's words were harsh, but they did make some sense. The three of them then gathered together with the other disciples. More than 100 disciples gathered together, with Miao Ping and 4 others who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment standing at the very front. They were the strongest, and naturally, they were the leaders of this expedition. The plan had actually been agreed upon according to the rules. To obtain more talismans, one must occupy more territory and protect one's own territory. We must both defend and attack. Therefore, the 5 who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment split into 4 groups, which attacked from 4 directions to seize territory. The remaining disciple led the other disciples, responsible for protecting the territory and searching for spirit talismans in the rear. Miao Ping's mission is to attack. Since it's an offensive, we must bring elite disciples. Yi Tian was the elite of the elite, and he and Su Yanran were assigned to Miao Ping's command. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, was assigned to another person's command. Lin Xue, stay behind and be responsible for finding the spirit talisman. Once you find it, do not collect it, and remember to report to your senior brother. Miao Ping, accompanied by her 7 other disciples, approached Yi Tian and his 2 companions and spoke. Lin Xue's cultivation level was too low in her eyes, she was completely a burden. No, Xue will stay with me. I can protect her safety. If they don't agree, I can only apply to join the team of other senior students. Yi Tian looked directly at Miao Ping and rejected her decision. Yi Tian, is it? You do have some strength, but I will definitely report this matter to the sect leader after the Dao discussion competition. Miao Ping's face turned ugly after being repeatedly contradicted by Yi Tian. But Yi Tian's strength was indeed outstanding, so she had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Junior sister Su, keep up. Finally, Miao Ping said something to Su Yanran and turned to leave. Led by Miao Ping, 8 disciples led the way. Let's go. Yi Tian smiled gently, took Su Yanran's hand, and set off with Lin Xue. His relationship with Miao Ping has become strained, and if the stalemate continues, Su Yanran will be in a very difficult position. Yi Tian only wanted to protect Lin Xue, he would still cooperate with her as needed. Xue, Yalong, don't take it too seriously. Senior sister Miao has no cultivation partner, and she has been able to cultivate to this point today through her own efforts. So she's only thinking about the sect, not targeting us. As they walked, Su Yanran explained to the 2 of them. Senior sister, I know, and Yi Tian has already helped me get revenge. Lin Xue looked at Yi Tian and said with a smile. Led by Miao Ping, the group of 11 people traveled through the mountains and forests. Flying is possible here, but flying in the air makes one too conspicuous and easily surrounded, so Miao Ping chooses to keep a low profile and move forward on the ground. Along the way, they found 8 more talismans. Miao Ping collected them all into her jade pendant. There are people in the sky. As they were walking, Miao Ping suddenly stopped and said something. The group looked up and saw a group of 10 people moving swiftly through the air, searching for traces of the talisman. It's a force from the central region, people from Trapped Sky Mountain. Su Yanran recognized the identities of these people. Central forces? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately frowned. They're from the fallen immortal sect. Looks like we're in luck. A cold laugh echoed from the sky. Chapter 122 Battle at Trapped Sky Mountain, Yi Tian's strength. As Yi Tian expected, since Chu Ning had made such a harsh statement, he must have made some preparations. He had given instructions to almost all the forces in the central region. As long as we target the fallen immortal sect, we can gain benefits from him. Anyway, the fallen immortal sect is just a force in the south. Targeting them is just a convenient thing to do, so why not? Moreover, it can also steal the spirit talisman from the fallen immortal sect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Superior. Kai Changlin, a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment in the void, gave an order. Buzz. Several powerful auras suddenly erupted from the sky. Although, like the fallen immortal sect, it only has 1 person at the 9th level of foundation establishment, Trapped Sky Mountain has 2 at the 9th level of foundation establishment. The remaining ones are at least at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, besides Miao Ping, only Yi Tian and another male disciple of the Luo Xian sect are at the 8th level of foundation establishment. The remaining 8 people, including Su Yanran, were all at the 7th level of foundation establishment, and there was even a 4th level foundation establishment Lin Xue. Junior sister Su, you all take the other disciples and leave first. Junior brother Zhang and I will cover our retreat. Miao Ping made a decision immediately. In a head-on fight, they would definitely be no match for the people from Xiankong Mountain.
Therefore, we can only temporarily avoid direct confrontation and try to reunite with the others first. Miao Ping was unsure of Yi Tian's strength, so she could only have Su Yanran and Yi Tian lead the others to retreat first. Fellow disciples, please follow me. Su Yanran immediately addressed the crowd.
Meanwhile, Miao Ping, along with Zhang, a Foundation Establishment Level 8 cultivator, had already met the disciples of Trapped Sky Mountain.
Boom!
Miao Ping's power, having reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, erupted with a thunderous roar, creating tangible ripples. At her cultivation level, she was only one step away from the core formation realm.
With every move, the magic could unleash astonishing power. However, she still underestimated Kai Chenglin of Xiankong Mountain.
Both having reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, Kai Chenglin's strength is no less than Miao Ping's.
The two were locked in a fierce battle, and Miao Ping was completely unable to free herself to hold off the other disciples. In this way, the Foundation Establishment Level 8 disciple surnamed Zhang will now face two Foundation Establishment Level 9 disciples from Trapped Sky Mountain.
Junior brother Zhang, you step back first, I'll be there shortly. Miao Ping said to her junior brother Zhang. The disciple surnamed Zhang could only flee in a sorry state.
Chase them. Don't let a single one escape. Kai Chenglin also gave orders to his fellow apprentices.
He couldn't do anything to Miao Ping, but his junior brothers were more than capable of dealing with the people from the Luo Xian sect. In the sky, powerful magical energy surged and exploded.
The disciple surnamed Zhang was struggling to avoid them. Puff!
His internal organs were shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Yi Tian.
Seeing this, Lining Shui exchanged a glance with Yi Tian.
Yi Tian's strength is in no way inferior to Miao Ping's. If this continues, the disciple surnamed Zhang will be eliminated. That's enough of a lesson, it's my turn to take action. Yi Tian nodded and immediately turned around. With the white soul spear in hand, Yi Tian transformed into a white rainbow and soared upwards. Junior brother Yi, take me away. The disciple surnamed Zhang sensed Yi Tian's presence and shouted.
However, Yi Tian did not intend to take him with him when he fled. Instead, he directly confronted the 9 disciples of Trapped Sky Mountain behind him.
A Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivator dares to resist?
The 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators from Trapped Sky Mountain discovered Yi Tian's idea and were immediately delighted.
Let him see what we've got.
The 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators unleashed their magical power, creating 2 fist-shaped imprints, each 10 feet in size, that pressed down on Yi Tian from the sky.
They didn't use their full strength when dealing with the disciple surnamed Zhang. But Yi Tian dared to fight back, and they couldn't tolerate it.
The 2 fist imprints, like 2 towering mountains, pressed down mercilessly, their imposing force terrifying.
Junior brother Yi was too impulsive.
The disciple surnamed Zhang sighed.
Those are 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 experts, how dare Yi Tian? This is what you call a prodigy? They have absolutely no self-awareness.
Miao Ping, who was watching the battlefield from the other side, shook her head, utterly disappointed. She had assumed that Yi Tian's self-willed behavior must be due to the presence of a retinue. The result was that they had to fight head-on against 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators, and go to their deaths. She even felt that there was no point in her staying here and delaying Kai Chenglin's time.
Boundless radiance.
Facing the 2 fist imprints, Yi Tian remained calm, and all his magical power surged wildly into the white soul spear. A blinding white spear light erupted from the tip of the spear, engulfing Yi Tian. Like a volcanic eruption, it swept towards the 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators. At that moment, their expressions changed. The dazzling white light of the gun was incredibly sharp, just one glance at it was enough to sting one's eyes.
And its power far exceeds that of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Boom!
The spear's edge collided with the fist's imprint, creating a deafening roar. But the 2 fierce fist imprints crumbled the moment they collided, engulfed by the white spear light.
Isn't he at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment? How is that possible? No!
Faced with a single shot, the 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators felt utterly powerless to resist, leaving only 2 screams behind. Fortunately, this was a grand debate on philosophy, and there was no danger to life.
Click! Click!
2 crisp sounds rang out, and the jade pendants on the 2 people, sensing that they were in mortal danger, shattered automatically. 2 beams of light instantly appeared on the ground below, extending into the air and enveloping the 2 people.
When?
Yi Tian's spear light collided with the pillar of light, only causing a few ripples.
This pillar of light is connected to the formation. It cannot be broken through by those below the core formation realm. Knowing the origin of the pillar of light, Yi Tian abandoned his plan to break it. Buzz. After the pillar of light appeared, two beams of spiritual light landed on the jade pendant at Yi Tian's waist. A white 5 immediately appeared on the jade tablet, indicating that these two Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators had collected 5 spirit talismans. But now, they all belong to Yi Tian. And hand over your storage bags as well. Yi Tian held the white soul spear and stared at the two of them. The color of the beam of light changed, gradually turning from white to red. If they don't hand over their storage bags before the color change is complete, all the spiritual items on their bodies will be ejected by the formation. They were actually eliminated by a Foundation Establishment Stage 8 cultivator from the fallen immortal sect. Their expressions changed, and they were filled with resentment. But the rules are very clear. The two quickly took out their most important magical artifacts and threw out their storage bags. Yi Tian didn't look at the items inside, but instead looked at the remaining disciples of Trapped Sky Mountain and said with a faint smile, "I almost forgot, there are you guys too. Escape." The remaining 7 disciples' expressions changed drastically, and they frantically fled towards Kai Chenglin's location. A Foundation Establishment Level 8 cultivator eliminated 2 Foundation Establishment Level 9 cultivators with just one shot? Not only the other disciples, but also Kai Chenglin, who was at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, was filled with shock. Yi Tian single-handedly turned the tide of the entire situation. I misjudged her. Junior sister Su's Taoist partner actually possesses such strength? Niao Ping was also extremely surprised. The strength Yi Tian just displayed was comparable to the late stage of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. She could now disregard the fact that Yi Tian had just contradicted her. Yi Lang's strength has improved again. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue were together, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. She had only heard about Yi Tian's battle against the one-horned thunder tiger and knew nothing about the specifics. Only now did she realize just how powerful her lover was. Senior sister, this isn't Yi Tian's full strength yet, just you wait and see. Lin Yingxue smiled, her eyes filled with Yi Tian's image. The man she loves has more than just this much ability. Chapter 123 Suppressing the Perfected Foundation Establishment Stage, Niao Ping apologizes. Since you're here, don't leave. Yi Tian's voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The erupting aura, like a raging storm, enveloped the remaining 7 disciples of Trapped Sky Mountain. Fleeting light and shadow. The magical power surged once more, flowing into the white soul spear. Yi Tian merged with his spear, transforming into a white swan that streaked across the sky. Even 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivators were no match for Yi Tian. The remaining disciples were naturally no match for them. No! A vast expanse of white light erupted, and the 7 disciples screamed as they were enveloped within the pillar of light. Although they knew they had a chance to save their lives, the shadow of death lingered when Yi Tian's spear light struck them. Yanran, Yingxue, tell them to hand over the items. Yi Tian eliminated 7 people in succession and handed over the task of collecting the storage bags to the 2 women. Okay. Lin Yingxue rode the clouds and flew over. Senior sister Su, senior brother Ye's strength has improved again. This is already close to the strength of the Foundation Establishment Stage, isn't it? If we had known senior brother Yi was this strong, why did we run away? The remaining disciples watched in amazement as Lin Yingxue collected her storage bag. Is Yi Lang going to suppress that Foundation Establishment 9th level cultivator? Su Yanran stared at Yi Tian's figure, a startling idea popping into her mind, and her heart pounded. How could such a prodigy emerge from a mere sect like Luoxian sect? On the horizon, Kai Chenglin, who was locked in combat with Miao Peng, was filled with horror. He thought that the 9 of them would surely suppress the disciples of the fallen immortal sect, but instead, they were all wiped out. I can't stay any longer, otherwise if that man cooperates with this woman, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape either. Yi Qi's momentum was astonishing, and Kai Chenglin began to consider retreating. Trapping seal. Kai Chenglin took out a purple seal and slapped it towards Miao Peng. Buzz. The surrounding magical power, mixed with a trace of the power of heaven and earth, formed a 10-foot-long imprint that already contained some of the power of the core formation stage. A second-tier top-grade spiritual weapon. Niao Ping's expression immediately changed. Kai Chenglin suddenly launched an attack, catching her off guard. She could only forcefully use magic to retreat dozens of feet.
She then took out her own magical longsword and thrust it out over 100 times to weaken the power of the seal.
Take this opportunity.
Kai Changlin put away his magical weapon, turned around and fled into the distance, shouting as he did so.
So this is the fallen immortal sect.
Just you wait, my trapped Sky Mountain will never let this go.
Call out.
At this moment, Yi Tian, transformed into a streak of light, passed by Miao Ping. Junior brother Yi, that person has 2 second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts. There's no need to chase after him anymore. Miao Ping said to Yi Tian. A second-tier top-grade spiritual weapon can only unleash its full power in the hands of a cultivator who has reached the foundation establishment stage.
However, Kai Changlin had 2 items in his possession.
If Yi Tian had acted sooner, he might have been able to save Kai Changlin, but now it's too late.
2 top-grade spiritual artifacts? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up.
According to the rules of the Dao discussion competition, if Kai Changlin is eliminated, he must keep one of the 2 second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts he has.
We must stay. Yi Tian's eyes burned fiercely. Purify the body.
With a single thought, the power of qi and blood hidden within the limbs and bones bursts forth. The vast, ocean-like blood energy emanated from the skin, projecting stardust like light, its magnificent starlight illuminating the heavy clouds. Like a celestial being enveloped in starlight, descending upon the world.
Boom!
With a burst of qi and blood comparable to the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, Yi Tian stirred up a tangible wave of qi, and his speed increased dramatically.
Body refining technique. Miao Ping was dumbfounded.
She had only heard of Yi Tian's battle record, but she had never heard that Yi Tian had achieved extraordinary success in body refining techniques. A body cultivator comparable to the perfected 9th level of foundation establishment is even rarer than a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment.
What?
Even Kai Changlin, who had escaped a mile away, was so shocked by the terrifying aura that he couldn't help but turn around, his face filled with horror.
Damn it, it's actually a dual cultivation of body and magic.
Kai Changlin gritted his teeth and cursed. He could still handle the marksmanship Yi Tian had just displayed. But that overwhelming surge of vital energy was something he couldn't withstand.
Leave your things behind, and I'll send you away from the formation.
With the support of his vital energy, Yi Tian's voice sounded like a vast, heavenly melody. He was faster than Kai Changlin, and he was about to catch up with Kai Changlin.
Arrogant!
Kai Changlin shouted sharply and immediately turned around to deal with the situation. The power of his perfected foundation establishment flowed and merged into the purple seal in his hand, forming another large seal that descended upon Yi Tian. Then, he used his second top-grade spiritual weapon, a bronze gauntlet, which he wore in his hand and threw a punch at Yi Tian. 1 seal, 1 punch, advancing side by side.
Its momentum was extremely astonishing.
If I were to take those 2 deadly attacks head-on, I would definitely be seriously injured.
Miao Ping stared intently at the battlefield.
But for Yi Tian, it was nothing. His physique was honed through constant tempering by the thunder of the one-horned thunder tiger. Now that he has mastered the pure dust body, he is invincible within the foundation establishment realm. Starlight filled the air, covering Yi Tian's body by 3 feet.
He raised his hand and threw a punch.
A fist imprint, 10 feet in size, collided with Yi Tian's fleshy fist.
Click.
However, that powerful fist imprint was shattered by Yi Tian's bare fist. Then there was another large seal, and Yi Tian suddenly had a brilliant idea: he would use his own head to take the hit.
Bang! As Yi Tian expected, the seal was smashed to pieces by him like tofu.
Now that my purification body is perfected, my entire body can be used as a spiritual weapon. After smashing the seal, Yi Tian felt even more exhilarated. At Flying Fire Ridge, he was struck by the one-horned thunder tiger for 2 days and 2 nights, suffering countless hardships, his skin drying out and then growing new skin. Only now have I achieved the perfection of the pure dust body, and it's time to unleash the power of this body.
How is this possible? How can a body refining cultivator be so arrogant?
Faced with Yi Tian, who seemed like a god or a demon, Kai Chenglin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets.
His 2 deadly moves didn't even scratch Yi Tian's clothes.
Yi Tian had already opened his large hand and was grabbing at his head.
Click.
Kai Chenglin's jade tablet shattered, and the great array below emitted a spiritual light, enveloping him within it.
The terrifying flow of qi and blood was completely blocked.
Kai Changlin, pale-faced, slumped inside the pillar of light. That power of blood and qi was truly terrifying. If he had been a step slower, his head would have been crushed.
But soon, Kai Changlin's face turned even paler. He was eliminated.
Of the 2 second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts she possessed, only one could remain, along with her storage bag, which would also fall into Yi Tian's hands.
Dare to attack my fallen immortal sect, and you will pay the price. Yi Tian looked at his jade pendant and chuckled.
Kai Changlin had a total of 12 spirit talismans on him, but they now all belonged to Yi Tian.
My magical artifact. In the end, Kai Changlin chose the spirit weapon gauntlets. The purple seal in his hand and the storage bag were both ejected by the formation. Yi Tian. Yi Lang.
At this moment, Lin Yingxue and Su Yanran arrived, one on each side. Junior brother Yi, I spoke too harshly before, please forgive me.
Niaoping deliberately slowed down, stood next to Su Yanran, and apologized to Yi Tian. With Yi Tian's strength, he certainly has the confidence to protect Lin Yingxue. It should even be that Yi Tianlai is in charge of leading the way. Chapter 124 Return, Good News and Bad News. Senior Sister Miao is doing this for the sect, which is understandable. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Niaoping's willingness to apologize is enough to prove that she is not a bad person.
We're all from the same school, there's no need to dwell on this matter. In that case, I would like to ask junior brother Yi to lead the team next.
Niaoping suggested.
Yi Tian is stronger and more suitable to be the team leader. Senior Sister Miao, instead of me leading the team, it would be better for me to continue hiding in the shadows.
This way, the enemy will be more caught off guard. Yi Tian shared his thoughts. His vital energy is more suitable as a trump card. Moreover, he wanted to steal more Qinkuan bags.
If he scared people away, where would he go to steal resources?
Junior brother Yi is right.
Niaoping thought about it and agreed with Yi Tian's statement.
You're still trying to trick me.
Kai Changlin, who was inside the Pillar of Light, heard the conversation between the two and cursed angrily.
You've all been eliminated, so shut up and stop talking nonsense. Yi Tian said with a frown. Call out.
As he spoke, a streak of light swept across the sky, followed by the appearance of a middle-aged male cultivator.
He was clearly emanating the aura of someone at the core formation stage. All eliminated disciples, follow me. Anyone who dares to interfere in the Dao discussion competition will be executed on the spot. The core formation cultivator first issued a warning.
The disciples present all shrank back.
A foundation establishment stage disciple is utterly powerless against a core formation stage cultivator. After saying that,
with a wave of his hand, the core formation cultivator caused all the pillars of light to dissipate, and then they were enveloped by his magic power, turning into 10 orbs of light. Then, in a flash, the core formation cultivator disappeared into the horizon. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even glance at Yi Tian and the others. This was the procedure for handling eliminated disciples.
Yi Tian, I don't want to be eliminated.
Lin Yingxue's eyes darted around as she looked at Yi Tian and said.
Following me, that's definitely not the case. Yi Tian replied indulgently. Senior brother Yi.
The other disciples rushed over, their faces full of admiration. They would never forget the scene of Yi Tian shattering 2 spells with his bare body. The pure body is perfectly formed, that's how domineering it is.
Continue on, the formation remains the same as before. Niaoping said something and led the way again.
The others quickly followed, with Yi Tian and his 2 companions remaining at the very back.
Yi Tian, the storage bag you let me get.
Lin Yingxue took out all 7 storage bags at once. In front of the 2 women, Yi Tian opened the storage bags together, revealing a total of 10 bags, each containing resources worth 2,000 spirit stones on average. Kai Changlin's storage bag contained the most resources. He alone contributed over 30,000 spirit stones. All of these add up to 50,000 spirit stones. I've earned back a third of the spirit stones I spent before. Kai Changlin must have brought his own storage bag in. The others probably only brought the essentials, otherwise they wouldn't have so few resources.
Lin Yingxue speculated.
Not bad, but it's still quite a lot. Killing and robbing spirit stones is still the fastest way to get them.
Yi Tian nodded and said.
That is, you, the one who has achieved perfect purity of body. Otherwise, it would take at least 3 foundation establishment perfection experts to defeat Kai Changlin. Su Yanran smiled brightly. Kai Changlin dared to bring his own storage bag in, which must mean he believed he would have the last laugh. As a result, he was eliminated by Yi Tian on his first day, and he didn't even use up much of the resources in his storage bag. And this one, a second-tier top-grade spiritual artifact, Yenran, you can accept it. All the resources belong to Yi Tian, but he has no use for this spiritual artifact, so he might as well give it to the two women.
Give it to Ying Xue.
I have the heart-to-heart seal and the flying thunder umbrella, which is more than enough.
Su Yenran took out her two magical treasures and shook her head. Thank you, senior sister Xie Yetian. Lin Yingxue accepted the purple seal.
Yi Tian had the same idea, but he couldn't give it to Lin Yingxue directly in front of Su Yenran.
It can only be said that Lin Yingxue would not suffer any grievances while following the two of them. Lin Yingxue's intimacy level plus 300.
A system prompt appeared. This purple seal, worth 30,000 spirit stones, increased Yi Tian's intimacy value by 300. He glanced at it, and with the jade pendant he had acquired at the auction, Lin Yingxue's intimacy level had reached 1,200 points. I only need 800 more points to exchange for Yingxue's 10 times comprehension.
Yi Tian thought to himself.
Having experienced the power of comprehension firsthand, he knew all too well how astonishing Lin Yingxue's tenfold comprehension was. The first day passed quickly. Because the plains were so vast, everyone was very cautious on the first day, so Yi Tian and his group did not encounter any other sect disciples afterward. They found all 21 spirit talismans and collected them into Yi Tian's jade tablet. As darkness fell, the group prepared to return the way they came. The fallen immortal sect is of average strength, so it's best to play it safe, otherwise they might not even be able to hold their ground. Soon, everyone returned to where they started. The campsite had already been set up and a campfire had been lit.
Junior sister Miao, junior sister Su, junior brother Yi.
The group returned last the others had already arrived, and they all greeted everyone.
How was the harvest?
A senior brother who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment asked Miao Ping. We've encountered disciples from the central trap Sky Mountain, including one who has reached the 9th level of foundation establishment.
Miao Ping recounted her experience of the day. All 10 people from Trap Sky Mountain, including that one who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, were eliminated by junior brother Yi?
Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief.
Those Trap Sky Mountain were deliberately targeted by the Chu family under their orders.
I could only use some of my trump cards to eliminate them all.
Yi Tian said calmly.
Upon hearing this, the surrounding area fell silent instantly. Everyone was well aware of what the Chu family was targeting, but things were different when they actually faced their enemies. Yi Tian spoke of eliminating 10 disciples from Trap Sky Mountain with remarkable ease. Senior brother Yi, you've displayed the might of our fallen immortal sect. I knew senior brother Yi was exceptionally strong, but I never imagined he would be this amazing. Unfortunately, senior brother Dong was eliminated due to a moment of carelessness. As everyone discussed the matter, the atmosphere suddenly became somber again.
Senior brother Dong was eliminated?
Yi Tian looked around at everyone and realized that of the 5 people who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, only 4 remained.
Yes.
Junior brother Dong encountered 2 foundation establishment stage 9 perfection cultivators from the central region's Chenhua Cliff in his location. He was surrounded and attacked by 2 people while covering for the other disciples, and was eventually eliminated. A cultivator named Li He, who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, replied. When this bad news came back, it was a very heavy blow to all the disciples of the fallen immortal sect.
However, Yi Tian has now brought back some good news.
First, it eliminated a foundation establishment stage 9 perfection cultivator from Trap Sky Mountain. Second, it proved that Yi Tian was also a foundation establishment stage perfection cultivator.
The good news did somewhat alleviate the gloom brought by the bad news.
Junior brother Yi, you should go back and cultivate first.
We'll discuss the specific arrangements tomorrow.
The remaining 4 foundation establishment perfection cultivators spoke to Yi Tian. Now that there's one less person among the 5, Yi Tian will have to step up. However, Yi Tian must have been quite exhausted today, so it's best for him to rest early.
Chapter 125 Studying the Map, Chenhua Cliff Ambush.
Yingxue, come with us. After finding an empty campsite, Su Yenran led Lin Yingxue inside. At this time, dual cultivation is definitely not suitable. It would be better to cultivate together. The 3 gathered together, and Yi Tian took out the map worth 100,000 spirit stones. This map seems to be related to the Kuei-Nyo Ben-Lei spear technique.
This is the key clue to obtaining the subsequent marksmanship. Yi Tian held up the map and explained it to the 2 of them.
If we can really find the follow-up spear technique, then 100,000 spirit stones wouldn't be a bad deal.
Lin Xue said, sitting to one side. I'd like to study this map to see what mysteries it holds. You all should continue your cultivation. Yi Tian sat by the candlelight and spoke to the two women.
With Yi Tian around, they could cultivate with peace of mind. So the spirit stones were arranged, and the two women took out the ice spirit pearl and absorbed its spiritual energy. The ice spirit orb is not consumed all at once, rather, it subtly and gradually helps to accelerate cultivation. This ice spirit orb will take several months to use.
This map has no name, only some strange lines. What is its purpose, and where are the locations on it?
Yi Tian rested his head on his hand, staring at the map with great interest. He wondered if he could glean some insight from it through his own understanding. But even late into the night, he still couldn't figure it out. However, the patterns on it bear a subtle resemblance to those on the jade slip containing the Kuei Nyo Benlei spear. Could it be that my cultivation level is insufficient?
Yi Tian paced back and forth under the lamplight, holding a map. Boom!
Suddenly, Yi Tian heard a clap of thunder.
What's going on?
Yi Tian immediately stopped and looked at the map in his hand. The thunder could only be heard by him, but it disappeared immediately after he stood still.
Could it be that supernatural phenomena can only occur in a certain region? Yi Tian guessed.
So he kept changing positions, and finally, he stood next to Su Yenran and heard another roar.
Rumble. This time, it was crystal clear. This is the place, but why is it related to Yenran?
Yi Tian stood beside Su Yenran, still not understanding the source of the thunder.
So he took the animal hide map and examined it carefully.
Su Yenran was cultivating, and the surrounding spiritual energy was automatically gathering towards her. What she mainly comprehended was the true meaning of wind, because she was exceptionally talented. At the late stage of the 7th level of foundation establishment, she was able to draw upon wisps of wind from heaven and earth. The thunderous sound appeared because Yi Tian's map was pierced by the wind.
I see. Yi Tian suddenly understood the principle behind it. Wind and thunder, wind whips up thunder. Only Yenran's true essence of wind can trigger the mysteries within the map.
Yi Tian excitedly muttered to himself.
Yi Lang?
Sensing Yi Tian's actions, Su Yenran awoke from her cultivation and opened her eyes.
Yenran, you are truly my lucky star.
Yi Tian walked over, put his arm around Su Yenran's waist, and kissed her fair and flawless face.
What's wrong?
Su Yenran was puzzled, but her emotions were disturbed by her Taoist partner, so she asked with a smile.
Yi Tian then told Su Yenran about his discovery. What a coincidence! After hearing this, Su Yenran was amazed. If she hadn't cultivated here, Yi Tian might never have discovered this secret. I'll continue my cultivation, you continue. In order for Yi Tian to comprehend the profound mysteries, Su Yenran entered meditation once again. Rumble.
The wind blew again, and the thunder continued to rumble, reaching Yi Tian's ears.
This thunder. Yi Tian closed his eyes, trying to glean information from the thunder. He gradually became immersed in it, and the memory of the 36 spear techniques in the jade slip suddenly surfaced. In sync with the thunder, the marksmanship in his mind actually became fluid. The speed at which Phantom drew his gun increased rapidly, until it struck like a bolt from the blue. The first 18 shots transformed into thunderous lightning, piercing the heavens. Sizzle! Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes. He had finally figured out the killing move of the Kuei Nyo Benlei spear technique. Combined with the thunder, the first 18 strikes merged to form lightning draw. A flash of lightning passed through those eyes, and Yi Tian noticed that the map in his hand had changed. What were originally rough lines have been transformed into a corner of a normal map. To see inside the map, you must fully master the power of thunder. Yi Tian finally understood the mystery of the map. No rush. I haven't broken through to the core formation realm yet. I'm still far from mastering 4th order spear techniques. Yi Tian put down the map and let out a long sigh of relief. Now at least we know what the purpose of a map is. Oh no! Someone's attacking. Just as Yi Tian was preparing to continue his study of lightning summoning, he heard a chaotic shouting sound from the camp. Dare to launch a sneak attack? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and quickly woke up the two beauties. Let's work together to protect Xue. Yi Tian said to the two of them. Lin Xue's cultivation level was too low, so she was only safe by staying by the side of the two men. The two, clad in spirit armor and wielding their spirit weapons, rushed out with Yi Tian. Boom! Boom! Boom!
between heaven and earth, magical power erupted. Yi Tian swept his divine sense and found the auras of 6 unfamiliar Foundation Establishment Level 9 Perfection cultivators. At this moment, Miao Ping and the other 3, who had reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, had already gone to greet them.
It's the people from Morning Fire Cliff.
They guessed the location of our camp and launched a surprise attack under the cover of night.
Miao Ping saw Yi Tian appear and immediately called out. So what if you know? You might as well obediently crush the jade tablet and hand over the talisman.
The leader of Chinhua Cliff, named Fu Yiming, grinned maliciously. They eliminated one of the 9th level Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Luo Xian sect, leaving only 4 at the Foundation Establishment stage in the Luo Xian sect. And there were 6 of them.
The advantage lies with Morning Fire Cliff. Court death. Upon seeing this, Yi Tian immediately erupted.
He had originally planned to settle accounts with Chenhua the next day, but instead they came to him on their own.
Yi Tian's dormant blood and chi power suddenly erupted.
That body, shrouded in starlight, shone as brightly as a real star in the darkness.
A body refinement cultivator? At the peak of Foundation Establishment? Yi Tian's vital energy attracted the attention of everyone at Morning Fire Cliff.
As they spoke, one of the 6 Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivators from Morning Fire Cliff immediately dispatched a male cultivator in green robes, attempting to stop Yi Tian. They have the upper hand, but to suppress the 9th level Foundation Establishment cultivators, they still need to defeat them one by one.
Therefore, we must stop Yi Tian. You think you can stop me with this? Yi Tian sneered, unleashing the full power of his internal energy. Boom!
His feet sank, the ground beneath him trembled, and the immense force propelled him upwards, crashing into the green-robed cultivator.
You have some skill, but it's not enough.
The green-robed monk produced a crimson round bowl in his hand and tilted it downwards.
Laugh!
Flames erupted from the void, transforming into a curtain of fire several meters in size, which pressed down on Yi Tian.
Junior brother Yi.
Although the group of Foundation Establishment Stage 9 peak cultivators from the fallen immortal sect knew Yi Tian's strength, they were still somewhat worried.
Bang!
But in less than a breath, a figure radiating starlight burst forth from the sea of fire.
How is that possible?
The green-robed disciple turned pale with fright upon seeing Yi Tian's figure.
He greatly underestimated Yi Tian. Boom!
Yi Tian punched through the sky, striking the green-robed disciple in the abdomen.
Puff!
The green-robed disciple instantly coughed up blood, and the jade tablet shattered.
Chapter 126 1 against 5, Yi Tian's Flaw.
A beam of light illuminated the green-robed disciple, protecting him within it.
In the darkness, this beam of light was incredibly bright. Junior brother Chen has been eliminated.
Everyone at Chinhua Cliff looked at the pillar of light, their faces filled with disbelief. It was just a fleeting encounter. One cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment was severely injured and eliminated from the competition.
Such speed is simply unbelievable. Junior brother Ye's blood and chi power is actually this terrifying?
Not only the disciples of Chinhua Cliff, but also all the Foundation Establishment 9th level perfection cultivators of Luo Xian sect, except for Miao Ping, stared wide-eyed. That soaring surge of energy was incredibly powerful. Yi Tian was adorned with dazzling starlight, which accentuated his handsome and dashing figure, making him appear like a divine projection, exuding unparalleled power.
Puff!
In contrast, the green-robed disciple inside the pillar of light coughed up another mouthful of blood.
Unless you crush the jade pendant yourself, its passive activation takes time.
The green-robed disciple survived, but his internal organs were crushed into a pulp by Yi Tian's chi and blood power.
He quickly poured out a large amount of pills and swallowed them. Those are my elixirs.
A voice came from the darkness. Everyone looked over, and the person speaking was, of course, Yi Tian. According to the rules, the storage bag would soon be in his hands, and these precious pills should also be his. But now that it's been swallowed by the green-robed disciple, Yi Tian naturally can't get it.
However, this is within the rules.
Formations are not omnipotent things that have already been digested cannot be retrieved.
How could someone be so shameless?
A female disciple from Chinhua Cliff, at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, cursed loudly.
You, pfft.
The green-robed disciple was so enraged by Yi Tian's words that he spat out another mouthful of blood.
You people actually dare to turn the tables and accuse me? A prestigious sect like yours has become the lackeys of the Chu family, targeting us for no reason. You are truly shameless.
If it weren't for junior brother Ye's strength, you beasts would have already succeeded. Miao Ping and her 3 companions from the Luo Xian sect were not idle. They were locked in a fierce confrontation with the disciples of Chenhua Cliff. Lord Chenhuaya did indeed launch a sneak attack, and he was scolded until his face turned red.
Enough with the nonsense, let's see who's the real deal. Chenhuaya's leading disciple, Fu Yiming, coldly shouted.
Something's wrong, we need to find a way to evacuate.
But secretly, Fu Yiming was communicating with his other disciples. Body refining exercises have basically disappeared. Even Fu Yiming couldn't discern the true nature of Yi Tian, whose divine might was overwhelming, under the cover of night. On paper, Chenhua Cliff lost a Foundation Establishment Stage 9 Perfection Cultivator, while Luoxian sect gained Yi Tian.
They launched a sneak attack, and their tracks were exposed. They are at a complete disadvantage. Rather than continuing the fight, it's better to conserve our strength. They're trying to escape. Yi Tian's eyes were sharp, and he had already guessed their thoughts. However, since he had already made his move, he naturally couldn't give Chenhuaya a chance to escape.
Yanran, Yingxue, help me put away his storage bag. Yi Tian gave the 2 women some instructions and then launched a swift attack. Leave it to us.
Lin Yingxue linked arms with Su Yanran, smiling sweetly.
Make your move.
Fu Yiming shouted, and the 5 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 Perfection experts from Chenhua Cliff all took out their spiritual weapons and unleashed their strongest offensive.
Get out of the way.
Compared to Chenhua Cliff, Li He, Miao, and the other 3 from Luoxian sect had no intention of fighting to the death. They were simply trying to force the people of Chenhua Cliff to retreat.
But Yi Tian is different. He has the ability.
For senior brothers and sisters, do your best to stop them, leave the rest to me.
Yi Tian shouted loudly, his voice incredibly domineering. Help junior brother Yi. Miao Ping immediately said.
Yi Tian's previous achievements were still fresh in her mind, and she chose to believe in him. Even if we can't keep all 5 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 Perfection cultivators from Chenhua Cliff, we can at least keep 1 or 2 more. Therefore, Li He and others changed their positions. Surprisingly, the situation reversed, and the 5 people were surrounded from 4 directions.
Junior brother Yi, this is all we can do. Please be careful.
Li He transmitted his voice to Yi Tian. Yi Tian charged into the encirclement alone, but he had to face an attack from 5 people. It was Yi Tian who was responsible. Anyone else would have had their jade tablet shattered instantly.
Leave it to me. Yi Tian replied calmly.
Buzz. As he spoke, he pushed his vital energy to its limit, and starlight shone brightly around him. Like a meteorite, it streaked across the sky and descended upon this world. Like a raging storm, the pressure relentlessly assaulted the magical power of the 5 people from Chenhua Cliff.
What kind of monster is this? Even the body refining cultivators in ancient texts weren't this powerful.
Fu Yifan from Chenhua Cliff stared at Yi Tian, his eyelids twitching.
Chenhua Cliff is primarily for cultivating fire-based power of heaven and earth.
Therefore, most of the methods are related to fire. They were outnumbered 5 to 1, and they used every trick in the book. The ground below was scorched black, and the heat wave was overwhelming. It was as if a great sun had appeared on the earth. If Miao Ping and others were caught in it, they would be turned into charcoal within 2 breaths and then eliminated. However, Yi Tian was in the midst of the blazing sun, his body enveloped in the power of his blood and qi, and not even the hem of his clothes was torn.
Is this even human? That's it? You think you can suppress me? Yi Tian stood proudly, a disdainful smile on his face.
Even the thunder of the one-horned thunder tiger couldn't harm his perfected purification body, so it was even less likely that the flames, whose power was second only to thunder, could do so.
My turn.
Yi Tian casually shattered a flame and began his counterattack. With the support of his vital energy and blood, he directly used his own body as a weapon. With a single kick, boundless starlight shone forth, hurtling towards the female cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment.
You dare!
The female cultivator's eyes widened as she held a magical feather fan in her hand, intending to defend herself.
She was quite attractive, probably an 80 out of 100, but who among Yi Tian's women wasn't a stunning beauty? Moreover, he showed no mercy to his enemies. Boom!
A kick imbued with vast blood and energy struck the spiritual weapon directly, then surged through the air, its power erupting in the female cultivator's abdomen.
Puff! The female cultivator's beautiful face flushed red instantly, and she coughed up blood. Click!
Another jade tablet shattered, and the second person at Chinhua Cliff to reach the 9th level of Foundation establishment was eliminated.
Yi Tian is too ruthless.
Lin Xue had already obtained the green-robed disciple's storage bag inside upon seeing this.
No amount of ruthlessness is too much when it comes to the enemy.
Su Yanran held Lin Xue's hand and said softly.
4 left.
Yi Tian looked at the remaining 4 people, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky.
Junior brother Yi, they can't escape.
Seeing this, Li He and the others naturally couldn't hold Yi Tian back.
Damn it! Fu Yiming's face was extremely ugly.
He wished he could tear Yi Tian to pieces, but with his strength, he couldn't harm Yi Tian, who had reached the peak of the pure dust body.
If you want to eliminate us, you have to pay the price. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Realizing he couldn't escape, Fu Yiming's gaze fell on Su Yanran and Lin Xue.
These two stunning beauties were close to Yi Tian and even took the storage bag from the green-robed disciple.
It is possible the two of them are Yi Tian's only weakness. You 3, prepare to crush the jade tablet. Even if he's eliminated, we can't let Yi Tian get away with it.
Fu Yiming gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice, already keeping an eye on Su Yanran and the other woman.
Chapter 127. All the inexhaustible magical treasures are eliminated. Yes. The 3 disciples of Chinhua Cliff immediately agreed. One of the male disciples directly took a large cauldron and used his magic power to suppress Yi Tian.
The other 2 disciples unleashed all their magical power, setting their sights on Miao Ping and Li He.
They're going to die together. Li He immediately thought of it.
However, these cultivators who have reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment all have their trump cards up their sleeves.
Apart from Yi Tian, it's simply impossible to kill him with a single blow. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Between heaven and earth, techniques that have reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment are as common as free money. The surrounding land was ravaged.
A Foundation establishment stage 9 perfected? They're on a completely different level from us.
The disciples of the fallen immortal sect sighed in admiration.
Oh no, someone's heading straight for Senior Sister Su.
Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed in surprise. With the help of the 3 men, Fu Yiming successfully broke through the encirclement and headed towards Su Yanran and the other 2.
I was careless.
The other 2 Foundation establishment stage 9 cultivators from the fallen immortal sect instantly changed their expressions. If Fu Yiming wants to escape, he can only turn to the 2 of them. But now Fu Yiming doesn't want to escape, he only wants to eliminate Su Yanran and the other person, so the situation is different.
Yanran, Xue.
Seeing this, Yi Tian punched away the large cauldron in front of him and looked at the 2 women. However, he wasn't too worried, because he knew how many tricks the 2 women had up their sleeves. It's over, Senior Sister Su and the others are going to be eliminated. Disciples below the 9th level of Foundation establishment were stopped by the disciples of Chinhua Cliff and could only watch helplessly.
You 2, be eliminated in place of your Daoist partners.
Fu Yiming grinned maliciously.
This feeling of ruthlessly destroying flowers gave him immense pleasure.
With a clench of his fist, 9 fire snakes, each 2 zhang long, appeared between heaven and earth and pounced on the 2 women.
Dare to attack us?
Seeing this, Lin Xue snorted softly, showing no panic. She still had the 3 lives spirit bell in her hand, so she wasn't afraid of Fu Yiming at all, and she also had other treasures.
Xue, stand behind me.
Su Yanran shielded Lin Xue behind her, and his spirit umbrella appeared in her hand. It is the Flying Thunder Umbrella, a magical artifact crafted from a unicorn thunder tiger.
Lei Lai.
Su Yanran gave a clear shout, and the spirit umbrella in her hand burst forth with dazzling lightning.
Rumble.
A thick bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air at the tip of the spirit umbrella, piercing the air and striking the 9 fire snakes.
The fierce fire serpent, upon encountering the lightning, was reduced to a mere insect. Thunder erupted, transforming into countless bolts of lightning.
The 9 fire serpents held out for a single breath before being shattered by the lightning.
The remaining electric sparks continued to fall on him. Ah!
Fu Yiming felt a tingling, numb pain all over his body and screamed in agony. Even the remnants of thunder power are extremely terrifying.
A lightning-type magical artifact.
Fu Yiming was covered in charred soot, staring at the spirit umbrella with bloodshot eyes. Even though they are both second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts, their different attributes naturally result in different powers.
Su Yanran's Flying Thunder Umbrella is absolutely the best of the best. When did Junior Sister Su obtain a lightning-type spiritual weapon? Could it be a gift from sect leader Lu? Impossible. Sect leader Lu wouldn't bestow such a magical artifact so casually. Li He and the others from the Luo Xian sect were filled with shock. They also didn't know the origin of this flying thunder umbrella. The unicorn given to me by Yi Lang is indeed a treasure. Su Yanran held the flying thunder umbrella and smiled brightly. But their secret weapon doesn't stop there. Concentric seal. After putting away the flying thunder umbrella, Su Yanran took out the heart seal. This magical artifact was indeed a gift from Master Lu Yuqing. It was bound to Su Yanran and Yi Tian, a couple, but it has always been kept in Su Yanran's hands. The two of them are present at this moment. It can unleash 3 times the power of Su Yanran's full force attack. Su Yanran is now at the late stage of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. With her talent, she could fight against someone at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, but with Yi Tian around, she didn't have a chance to make a move. If the attack is tripled, this strike would be enough to threaten someone at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Call out. Su Yanran stamped the heart seal in her hand, and 2 Mandarin duck beast shadows flew out, almost solidified, intertwining and circling, rushing towards Fu Yiming. And a magical artifact. Isn't she afraid it will be stolen? Fu Yiming, still reeling from the shockwave, widened his eyes in shock. Boom! The image of the Mandarin ducks from the heart seal struck Fu Yiming, shattering his protective magic. Puff! Fu Yiming's internal organs trembled, his expression instantly became weak, and he vomited blood. Me too! With a wave of her hand, Lin Yingxue summoned the purple seal Yi Tian had given her, and another shadow of the seal pressed down on Fu Yiming. Then Su Yanran took out her spirit sword. He kept unleashing sword energy. Puff puff puff. Fu Yiming was bombarded relentlessly, unable to even fight back, and his body became a bloody mess. Junior Sister Su and Junior Sister Lin actually have so many second-tier magic treasures? That's 4 items already. Look closely, they are still wearing restrictions, clearly wearing top-grade second-tier spirit armor. That makes 6 pieces. The disciples of the fallen immortal sect were astonished. 6 top-grade second-tier spiritual artifacts were something they never dared to dream of. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Most likely, it was a gift from junior brother Yi. Niao Ping thought enviously. Lin Yingxue was very familiar with the purple seal in her hand. It was clearly Yi Tian who gave it to Lin Yingxue. She has no partner, she has come this far entirely on her own. All her savings could only be used to forge 1 second-tier top-grade spirit sword. The only thing I can be proud of is my own cultivation level. Damn bitch. Fu Yiming's jade pendant was shattered by the sword energy. He, the strongest contestant in this Taoist competition at Chinua Cliff, was actually eliminated by 2 female cultivators who were not even at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, using spiritual artifacts. This feeling is incredibly frustrating. And you too. As everyone stared at Fu Yiming, Yi Tian's loud shout startled everyone awake. They looked over at the sound. The peak 9th level Foundation Establishment cultivator, who was locked in combat with Miao Ping, was grabbed by the shoulder by Yi Tian, whose blood and chi power erupted, slamming him to the ground. Click! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The Foundation Establishment Stage 9 cultivator had both legs broken by Yi Tian and fell to the ground, triggering the jade tablet. How dare you lay a hand on Yanran and Yingxue? Yi Tian withdrew his hand and looked at Fu Yiming. He already knew that avoiding vital points would actually cause greater damage. For example, the one lying on the ground groaning will need at least a month to fully recover, even with a large amount of elixirs. And you too. Yi Tian looked at the last Foundation Establishment level 9 cultivator who was locked in combat with Li He. Don't come any closer. The man trembled with fear and crushed the jade pendant. At this point, all 6 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 perfection cultivators from Chinua Cliff have been eliminated. The remaining Chinua Cliff disciples were dealt with by Li He and his 3 companions, so there was no need for him to take action. Yi Lang. Yi Tian. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue flew to Yi Tian's side, one on each side, and took his arm. It's just that my chi and blood have been depleted too much. Yi Tian swallowed 2 pills, waved his hand, and said. Before his vital energy is exhausted, no one can even break through his defenses. Senior brother Yi is mighty. Senior brother Yi is mighty. At this moment, under the cover of night, the disciples of the fallen immortal sect cheered. Chapter 128 Taking the Initiative, Counterattacking Chinua Cliff.
Yi Tian, Su Yanran, and Lin Yingxue remained where they were, looking at the 6 pillars of light around them. Cough, cough. Those who were eliminated later coughed up blood while swallowing pills. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as his storage bag was ejected by a beam of light and landed in Yi Tian's hand. What a waste of my elixirs! Yi Tian grabbed the storage bag inside, drawing angry glares from the 6 people. At this time, none of the people from Qinhua Cliff escaped, they were all left behind. Other disciples of the fallen immortal sect also benefited. Call out. In the darkness, a streak of light appeared. It was a female elder at the core formation stage. Hiss. The female elder gasped when she saw the scene at the camp. She recognized that most of those who were eliminated were disciples of Qinhua Cliff. However, her every move was being watched, so it was impossible for her to do anything against the rules. The fallen immortal sect? You're quite something. The female elder looked around at everyone from the fallen immortal sect, said something meaningful, and with a wave of her hand, opened the formation and took away all the eliminated disciples. The eliminated disciples will be sent directly to the elders of their respective sects. So there's no need to worry that the eliminated disciples of the fallen immortal sect will encounter those people. Thanks to junior brother Yi. Li He and the others returned, expressing their feelings. If it weren't for Yi Tian and Qinhua Cliff's sudden attack, at least 2 of the 4 of them would have been eliminated. After that, they could only flee in a sorry state, losing their base. However, Yi Tian almost single-handedly suppressed 6 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 Perfection cultivators and killed them all. Senior brother Yi is amazing. No wonder he was chosen as senior sister Su's Daoist partner. After so many years, my Luoxian sect can finally hold its head high. When the news reaches the sect leader will surely be very pleased. The other junior students were also deeply moved. Although today is only the first day of the Great Dao discussion competition. However, Yi Tian had already displayed his power and his sweeping spirit gave them confidence. It is foreseeable that the Luoxian sect will rank higher in this year's Dao discussion competition than in previous years. You flatter me, fellow disciples. Yi Tian replied modestly. Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue beside her were all smiles. Afterwards, everyone returned to the camp and began to recover their magical power. Yi Tian sat in the main seat and opened the 6 storage bags in his hand. 6 storage bags, each at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. The various resources included total approximately 170,000 spirit stones. If they hadn't taken those pills, they could probably have had resources worth 200,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian felt a pang of heartache as he recalled the scene from earlier. But there's nothing we can do about it. Aside from the resources, there were 2 second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts. So few magical artifacts? Yi Tian had thought he could get 4 or 5 second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts or something. Junior brother Yi, the foundation of Qinhua Cliff is not as rich as that of Xiankong Mountain. Moreover, they were quite cautious and probably didn't bring too many magical artifacts. Miao Ping said with a smile. Actually, for her, 2 top-grade spiritual artifacts were already a huge profit, but unfortunately they weren't hers. Fellow senior brothers and sisters, these 2 top-grade spiritual artifacts are mine. The remaining resources, each of you will take 20,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian took out 2 top-grade spiritual artifacts in his storage bag, letting the 4 of them choose for themselves. Of the 6 Foundation Establishment Stage 9 Perfection cultivators, all but Fu Yiming were eliminated by him. Even if Yi Tian puts everything away, it still complies with the rules. However, he was still able to give each of them 20,000 spirit stones, which greatly surprised Li He and the other 3. Junior brother Yi, after all, you took the lion's share. 20,000 spirit stones is too much. We only need 10,000 spirit stones worth of resources. Li He suggested. Yes. 20,000 spirit stones is too much. The same applies to Miao Ping and the other 2. Their only role was to stop them, they were only of that kind of function. They felt unworthy of the 20,000 spirit stones they were given. In the end, each person received 10,000 spirit stones as resources. Moreover, the choice is temporarily in Yi Tian's hands, so as not to be taken away by someone else if he is eliminated. If Yi Tian is eliminated, there's nothing more to say, he can only accept his fate. After all, if they couldn't even protect Yi Tian, they certainly couldn't protect him either. In the end, Yi Tian gained 130,000 spirit stones in resources, which, combined with the previous 50,000, brought his net profit to 180,000 spirit stones. The 150,000 spirit stones spent in the ranking hall have all been earned back. Yen Ran, Ingxue, each of you should have one of these 2 top-grade spiritual artifacts. After distributing the resources, Yi Tian took out 2 spiritual artifacts and said, "Today's encounter with Fu Yiming proved that Su Yen Ran and Lin Ingxue need spiritual artifacts even more." These words were spoken. Niao Ping and the other 3 couldn't help but look at the 2 women. Although I didn't say anything, my heart was filled with envy. Yi Tian actually gave away a second-tier top-grade spiritual weapon without hesitation. This also explains why the 2 women possessed so many second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts. A feather fan is suitable for reflecting the snow, but I'll take this golden needle. Su Yen Ran, with her gentle features, chose 3 gold needles. She now belongs to Yi Tian, and as a Taoist couple, there's no need for her to deliberately refuse anything. Xia Yetian. Lin Ingxue did the same. She took the feather fan, but to avoid attracting attention, she still said thank you. The feather fan was left behind by that female disciple. Yi Tian remembered that the female disciple should have been wearing a spirit armor, otherwise Yi Tian's kick would have directly triggered the jade tablet. Spirit armor is more precious than ordinary spiritual artifacts, so the female disciple chose to keep the feather fan. The 3 golden needles were obtained from the last disciple who was eliminated. He was so frightened that he crushed the jade pendant, completely forgetting that he had a life-saving magical artifact. Even if you remember, it's just a matter of struggling for a little longer. The 2 women put away their magical artifacts, and 2 notifications appeared in Yi Tian's eyes. Su Yenran's intimacy level plus 300. Lin Ingxue's intimacy level plus 200. Lin Ingxue's intimacy level has now reached 1500 points, and she is only 500 points away from exchanging for her 10 times enlightenment. Su Yenran's intimacy level is lower, currently only 1000 points. But it's not by much. In the next few days, Yi Tian will definitely be able to obtain more second-tier top-grade spiritual artifacts. Junior brother Yi, what are your plans? After delivering the magical artifact, Li He inquired. Given Yi Tian's strength, he felt that the previous plan was no longer suitable, and he was prepared to hand over the choice to Yi Tian. I'm prepared to take the initiative. Yi Tian replied. Staying here all the time is too passive. Today Chinhua Cliff launched a sneak attack. Perhaps tomorrow, it will be the Chu family that launches the attack. Given his strength, it's better for him to take the initiative than to be passive. Since we've already fallen out with the Chu family, let's make them pay the price. I'll listen to junior brother Yi. Everyone nodded. With Yi Tian around, anyone below the core formation realm can basically be swept aside, and even if they are no match for him, they can leave safely. Without further ado, let's set off now and launch a counterattack on Chinhua Cliff's base. Yi Tian stood up and said in a deep voice. With so many people sent out by Chinhua Cliff, the camp must be extremely empty. Why not eliminate them first and break one of the Chu family's legs? Good. Li He and the others then stood up. In the darkness, the members of the Luoxian sect abandoned their camp and headed towards the direction from which Chinhua Cliff was attacking. Chapter 129 The Ending. Night fell. Yi Tian and the others moved quickly through the darkness. Suddenly, the darkness between heaven and earth became even deeper. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian discovered that all sounds in the world had disappeared, and everyone around him was in an eerie stillness. Even Su Yenran and Lin Ingxue, who were by his side, were the same. This. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened, wondering what had happened. Hee, Dao Zuyi, you have finally been locked onto by my past self. A strange and eerie voice echoed from the heavens. Puff. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood, bleeding from all 7 orifices. He glanced at the sky out of the corner of his eye, but all he saw were 2 boundless eyes in the vast night sky. In those eyes, all living beings wept blood, all things were destroyed, and endless sorrow emanated from them. Even heaven and earth seemed to have fallen. Boom! Endless splendor surged, the boundless great Tao collapsed, and great Taos that pierced through heaven and earth continuously emerged, only to be suppressed by the gaze of this figure. This is an immortal? A thought flashed through Yi Tian's mind. Such a terrifying being, capable of sealing off heaven and earth and suppressing the 3,000 great Taos, is unimaginably powerful and must be a true immortal. Even stronger. How do we break this deadlock? Yi Tian's body was suppressed by the space, only his thoughts could still move. Being targeted by such a being, he was completely powerless to resist with his current strength. Even if the entire Luoxian sect were here, it would be reduced to ashes in an instant. There's no need to struggle anymore.
Today is the day when you, Dao Ancestor Yi, will be reduced to ashes. Those boundless eyes once again emitted that sinister voice. The sound echoed between heaven and earth, growing ever louder. Yi Tian was like a withered leaf in the vast ocean, and he could be swallowed up at any moment. Then, a colossal hand, obscuring the sky and the sun, descended from an immeasurable height with earth-shattering force, pressing down upon us. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated and the great Tao collapsed. Just as Yi Tian was about to perish. Suddenly, boundless immortal light erupted between heaven and earth. Then, amidst the chaotic void, 9 immortal suns aligned with the sky, forming a 9-star alignment, transforming into an earth-shattering strike. Great sound in sound. The world was silent, except for the radiance of the celestial sun, which clashed with the eerie darkness. At a stalemate. Another dazzling sword beam, stretching for countless miles, seemed to divide the heavens and earth in two, carrying endless wind and energy, and shot straight towards the Doshu. The celestial sun and the sword light worked together perfectly, with the 9-colored celestial fire raging and crashing heavily into the eerie eyes along with the sword light. Ah! I outsmarted Daozu Yi, but I failed to outsmart you. The eerie figure appeared again, this time screaming in agony. Those 2 supreme immortal techniques had already caused him injuries. What is this again? Yi Tian stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered. But then they saw the 9 celestial suns quickly return, then shrink to the size of a fist and land behind Lin Yingxue. Lin Yingxue, who had been frozen in place, instantly returned to normal. 9 celestial suns surrounded her from behind, resembling 9 boundless celestial realms, their celestial light flowing and nourishing her body. A divine light emanated from her body, transforming into a 9-colored flame-shaped divine pattern between her snow-white brows. Her already stunningly beautiful face became even more noble, like a true celestial being from the heavens. Yi Tian. With a flick of her delicate hand, Lin Yingxue enveloped Yi Tian in celestial light, instantly healing all his injuries and restoring him to his peak condition. Yi Lang. Immediately afterwards, Su Yanran's voice came. Yi Tian glanced to the side and saw a halo of light behind Su Yanran, with sword intent soaring into the sky, seemingly suppressing a sword realm. His familiar Taoist partner was already an unparalleled female sword immortal of unparalleled elegance. However, after the change, the 2 women each took Yi Tian's hand, one on the left and one on the right. Yi Tian, that extraterrestrial being, is the lord of gods and demons in the chaos. Lin Yingxue spoke in a heavenly voice, revealing the origin of that strange creature. You have achieved oneness with all paths, becoming the supreme Tao ancestor, a testament that will last forever, suppressing all ages. However, this lord of gods and demons desires to destroy the immortal realm and start a new era. It was suppressed by you in this world, so it could only have killed you in the past, before you attained enlightenment, which is why it appears here. Su Yanran, now transformed into a supreme female sword immortal, continued speaking. Shut up! Once the strange being's purpose was exposed, it immediately roared, unleashing a massive surge of chaotic energy that attacked once more. Roll! Lin Yingxue let out a delicate shout, and 9 celestial suns flew out from behind her once again, their celestial light overwhelming the world and blocking the lord of gods and demons from the heavens. Such methods were beyond Yi Tian's comprehension. Are you saying that I will become the Tao ancestor in the future, and that you are from the future? Yi Tian grasped the 2 women's hands and clarified the situation. The 2 women nodded in unison. The position of Tao ancestor is a permanent testament, and regardless of the past or future, one will always be revered as the Tao ancestor. This lord of gods and demons interfered with cause and effect and sealed all paths in order to reverse the river of time and launch this earth-shattering attack before Yi Tian had grown up. As long as foundation establishment Yi Tian is killed, the future Tao ancestor Yi Tian will also perish. But how could the Tao ancestor, who overlooks the river of time and predicts the past, present, and future, not have a backup plan? Therefore, Lin Yingxue and Su Yanran, who will follow Yi Tian to the pinnacle of immortality in the future, will return against the flow of time to protect Yi Tian's past self. In the future, I will actually become the Tao ancestor, and I will still have you all by my side. Yi Tian looked at the 2 true celestial beings and sighed inwardly. Boom! However, at that moment, a deafening roar resounded, and the brilliant celestial sun suddenly dimmed. Cough! Lin Yingxue coughed lightly, the 9-colored immortal pattern between her brows flickering. Yi Lang, Yingxue is not a Tao ancestor after all. To fight against the lord of gods and demons, we still have to rely on you. Su Yanran said. What do I do? Yi Tian looked blankly at his Taoist partner. Both beauties were at the pinnacle of immortal cultivation,
while he was merely a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. The only way is for you to borrow my great Dao to break the seal of the river of time. As long as your future Dao ancestor body senses the aura of this Lord of Gods and Demons, you will cross time and space to come.
Su Yanran offered a solution. Good. Yi Tian immediately agreed.
With a flick of her delicate hand, Su Yanran unleashed her supreme swordsmanship into the world.
He guided Yi Tian's thoughts into the great Dao. Yi Tian was instantly captivated by it. Boom!
Above the sky, the 9 celestial suns dimmed simultaneously, and Lin Inshue's aura declined.
You two bitches, don't even think about ruining my plans.
The wrath of the Lord of Gods and Demons caused the collapse of countless realms, and everything in this world was annihilated.
Stop him. Buy Yi Lang some time.
Lin Zuyanren used her fingers as swords and the great Dao as her blade, unleashing sword energy that could cleave heaven and earth, piercing through the universe.
Click.
However, the Lord of Gods and Demons simply reached out and crushed all the sword energy.
Let him be buried here with Yi Tian.
The Lord of Gods and Demons slammed down his massive hand, unleashing a destructive divine and demonic light that engulfed everything.
That's enough.
Suddenly, a clear voice rang out.
Immediately afterwards, the divine and demonic light vanished, time reversed, and Su Yanran and Lin Yingxue recovered from their injuries. You've obtained the position of Dao Ancestor? The two women looked at Yi Tian with surprise.
As long as one attains the Dao Ancestor level, upon sensing Yi Tian's existence, they will descend upon him on their own, regardless of the past or future. Yi Tian had already understood everything and reached out to shake hands.
No.
I schemed against your past self, and you're scheming against my future self.
I am the Lord of Gods and Demons, you cannot kill me. The eyes beyond the heavens collapsed, the primordial laws crumbled, and the Lord of Gods and Demons who had suppressed chaos for countless years was ultimately no match for Yi Tian, the Dao Ancestor. So you were also plotting against that Lord of Gods and Demons. Su Yanran's beautiful eyes were gentle. You didn't even tell me. I was so worried. Lin Yingxue rolled her eyes at Yi Tian.
Yi Tian simply smiled and reached out to pull the two celestial beings into his arms.
The great enemy has been defeated. It's time to return to the immortal realm. Yi Tian and the other two figures vanished.
At the same time, Ran Sili, Lu Xiao, and her main body remained.
Chapter 130 Ranking List, Attack on Trap Sky Mountain.
Within the Great Formation.
As the news of Chinhua Cliff's elimination was announced, a huge light screen unfolded. The light barrier is so large that anyone inside the formation can see it. These are the rankings from the first day of the competition.
The members of the Fallen Immortals sect stopped their rush and looked up at the light screen. The rankings on the screen start from the last place.
The last place isn't Chinhua Cliff? Lin Yingxue was somewhat surprised to see the name of the last sect. The ranking is based on the number of spirit talismans collected. On the first day at Chinhua Cliff, I did indeed obtain quite a few spirit talismans.
The number of spirit talismans they have is determined when they are eliminated.
They are not last today, but they will be in a few days. Su Yanran replied. As long as you are not eliminated, you can continue to acquire spirit talismans.
Even if other sects are weak, they can still catch up. By the end of the competition, Chinhua Cliff will definitely be in last place.
Rankings continued to appear, and Chinhua Cliff's name appeared, surprisingly ranking in the upper middle range. Chinhua Cliff had 7 Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivators, and they still obtained quite a few spirit talismans on the first day. However, in comparison,
the Fallen Immortals sect obtained the spirit talisman from Chinhua Cliff, and their ranking will be even higher.
Ultimately, the Luo Xian sect ranked 5th with 89 spirit talismans.
Yi Tian recognized the previous one. It was Xiankong Mountain, from whom he obtained 92 spirit talismans. The second and third place winners are two relatively powerful sects from outside the central region, while the first place winner is none other than the Chu family.
The Chu family has already obtained 143 spirit talismans.
The Chu family dares to make such harsh statements against us. Their strength is indeed formidable. I've heard that the Chu family has more than 10 people at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment.
Should we avoid the Chu family for a while?
Upon seeing this ranking, Li He and others felt apprehensive. The Chu family is powerful, but we are not weak either.
Yi Tian looked around at everyone and said.
He tempered his body with thunder and practiced the Kuei Niu Ben Lei spear just to avenge himself in the Dao discussion competition. The Chu family has many powerful members, but they are not a monolithic entity.
As long as Yi Tian is there, they can defeat them one by one. We believe in junior brother Yi. Li He and the others nodded.
Now, all they are qualified to do is assist Yi Tian. Since Trapped Sky Mountain is ranked 4th, our next target will be Trapped Sky Mountain.
Yi Tian addressed the crowd.
Good. The group agreed and dispersed again. The next day, new talismans began to appear in various areas. The disciples of the fallen immortal sect collected spirit talismans as they traveled. For them, the collected talismans were actually less than half of what they had collected. Most of them were snatched from Chinhua Cliff by Yi Tian. If we also steal the spirit talismans from Trapped Sky Mountain, the ranking of falling immortal sect might surpass that of the Chu family.
On a hill, dozens of disciples gathered together.
They were all disciples of Xiankong Mountain, and this was the place they had chosen to stay. Their leader, the senior disciple named Zhou Hongshu, was frowning as he stared at the leaderboard in the sky.
Junior brother Kai was eliminated by the Luoxian sect yesterday. Today, Chinhua Cliff was the first to be eliminated, while Luoxian sect's ranking jumped to 5th. Could it be that the fallen immortal sect eliminated Chinhua Cliff? Zhou Hongshu guessed.
When he learned that Kai Changlin had been eliminated, he still didn't quite believe in the strength of the Luoxian sect. However, given today's rankings and Chen Hui as being the first to be eliminated, he has to take this seriously.
Senior brother, why are you afraid of the fallen immortal sect?
Another disciple, who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, said disdainfully.
If junior brother Kai hadn't been eliminated, I wouldn't be afraid.
But the location where junior brother Kai appeared has already exposed our location.
If the fallen immortal sect isn't stupid, they'll definitely be able to guess that my Trapped Sky Mountain's base isn't far from theirs.
Zhou Hongshu frowned. His cautious and prudent nature, and his tendency to take precautions, is certainly not a bad thing.
Senior brother, does the fallen immortal sect dare to come knocking on our door?
The junior brother, who was at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, didn't take it seriously.
Possibly. Zhou Hongshu nodded. Senior brother.
As the two were talking, a disciple in gray robes hurriedly flew over.
What is it? Zhou Hongshu inquired.
Reporting to senior brother, a disciple has discovered that dozens of cultivators have gathered together in an area 100 miles away from the base. The gray-robed disciple replied.
What?
Zhou Hongshu and his junior brother, who was at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, were immediately startled.
Could they be from the fallen immortal sect? Are they really that audacious to approach us on their own initiative?
The disciple who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment looked grim. They were a powerful force in the central part of the Falling Star domain, yet instead of seeking trouble with the Falling Immortal sect, they were the ones who were approached by the Falling Immortal sect.
This is an utter disgrace. Senior brother, what do we do now? Are we going to hand over our territory to the Fallen Immortal sect?
The disciple who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment looked at Zhou Hongshu and asked.
How is that possible? Zhou Hongshu sneered.
This time, a total of 8 disciples who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment came from Xiankong Mountain.
Even though Kai Changlin has been eliminated, there are still 7 people left. How many people does the fallen immortal sect have? Retreating before the battle is impossible. Listen to me first. Since the fallen immortal sect is so audacious, then let's use a trap to lure you into a snare. Go and contact the other junior brothers first, and gather everyone together. Send more disciples to lure the people from the fallen immortal sect to our base. Zhou Hongshu quickly came up with a plan. Senior brother, are you going to go first and fight them to the death?
The junior brother, who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, asked excitedly.
Stupid. Zhou Hongshu cursed and said.
Only a fool would fight to the death. We can set up formations in our base first. Once the people from the fallen immortal sect arrive, trap them in the formation, and then we'll make our move and surround them until they die.
Trapped Sky Mountain has a lineage of array formations.
Zhou Hongshu himself has considerable skill in formations.
Since there's a formation, why bother with a direct confrontation?
Senior brother is wise. The surrounding disciples praised it excitedly.
Let's take action.
With a wave of his sleeve, Zhou Hongshu sent out a large amount of array materials, and a large array quickly took shape on the hill. On the plains, the people of the fallen immortal sect continued forward.
Numerous talismans fell into Yi Tian's jade tablet.
Yi Tian is the strongest, and the spirit talisman is the safest in his hands. Junior brother Yi, we have spotted traces of disciples from trapped Sky Mountain ahead. Li He concealed his presence and landed beside Yi Tian, saying, "Don't rush to make a move. Send a few junior brothers to chase after them and find the location of the trapped Sky Mountain." Yi Tianxia issued an order. So, with their main force behind them and 2 Foundation Establishment Stage 7 disciples in front, they chased after the disciples of trapped Sky Mountain and arrived at the foot of a hill. "How dare you? Who would dare to hunt down my disciples from trapped Sky Mountain?" Zhou Hongshu appeared, his aura of a perfected 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator spreading from the sky above the hills. He then used his magical power to condense a palm print 10 feet in size and sent it toward the disciples of the fallen immortal sect. "Senior brother Yi, save me!" the disciples shouted. Boom! On the plain, a burst of energy erupted, and Yi Tian's punch annihilated the palm print. Luo Xian sect? Zhou Hongshu stared at the token at Yi Tian's waist, somewhat surprised. But inwardly he sneered. They've taken the bait.